Chapter 1. The baby is gone? I really admire you, sister-in-law. Not only did you turn this heir of the Bliss family into a stay-at-home husband, but you also invited a renowned doctor all the way from the capital to see you. If I ever come across a man who is even half as good as my brother, I would definitely marry him. In Warrantong Manor in Hangzhou City, inside Villa number 18, a tall woman around 22 or 23 years old was looking around. In the living room, Aryan was brewing tea while curiously asking, Bing Yin, how do you have time to come to Hangzhou? You know the rules of the Bliss family well. No idle people are kept here. Everyone must contribute to the family. Lilia replied, after graduation, I was assigned to manage business operations here in Hangzhou. Time flies. Bing Yin has already graduated, Aryan sighed. Who let you abandon your family for love, without even making a call for 6 years, Lilia muttered to herself. 6 years. Aryan was stunned for a moment. Thinking about it, he had not returned home since his junior year in college, and after graduating, he got married right away. Now it's been 6 years already. Time flew so fast, he thought it hadn't been that long. Ding dong. The sound of car horns could be heard outside. Dr. Churchill, my wife is back. I'll go and meet her. Aryan stood up and quickly went out. Juniper, his wife, had already stepped out of the car, looking somewhat pale. Aryan came forward to support her as they walked toward the living room, worrying, Dear, are you experiencing morning sickness again? Before Lilia could finish, Aryan interrupted her. All right, Bing Yin, Jian has her own plans. It's not impossible to try for another baby after you get better. Hugo, please give Jian another checkup. She is currently weak, and we need to find ways to improve her condition. Ailbeer, Hugo nodded and prepared to feel her pulse. There's no need. The hospital's doctor already prescribed some medicines. Juniper waved her hand, clearly distrusting Hugo's medical skills, or perhaps not trusting the person Aryan hired. Hugo is different. He is? Aryan was about to explain, but Juniper interrupted him. I'm tired. I want to rest. Ungrateful Hugo, let's go, Lilia said coldly. Mr. Bliss, farewell. Hugo stood up. Sorry to bother you. Aryan stood up and accompanied Hugo out. Aryan, don't bring any random people into our home next time, Juniper warned coldly. Hugo and Lilia both heard this remark, and Hugo felt quite embarrassed. Lilia was ready to lose her temper, but seeing Aryan standing there blushing and dumbfounded, she bit back her anger. Aryan sent them off to the courtyard outside with an apologetic look, and Lilia turned, looking at her cousin with complicated emotions, holding back words that were on the tip of her tongue. Growing up, we've never hidden anything from each other. Speak your mind, Aryan said seriously. Just look for yourself. I didn't mean to give this to you. Lilia took out an envelope from her bag and handed it to Aryan. Now it seems necessary. I just don't want you to waste your life here. Hugo, walk safely. Waving his hand, Aryan watched the car leave. Inside the house, Juniper's shouting interrupted his thoughts. Aryan hurried in and found out that Juniper wanted to go back to her study. Even after having an abortion, she couldn't forget about work. Aryan supported Juniper back to the study, saying with concern, Ji-Yun, you should also pay attention to your rest. Why are you fussing around like a woman? Get out, don't disturb my work. Juniper looked displeased. Well, you carry on working then. I'll go and stew the medicine for you. Aryan turned and went downstairs, boiling the Chinese herbs in a pot before coming back to the living room and opening the envelope given by his cousin. After reading it, he was stunned, sitting frozen on the sofa. It took him a long time to finally drag his lead-heavy feet up to the second-floor study. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me while I'm working? Get out. Juniper looked at Aryan angrily as he pushed the door open. Aryan sat opposite Juniper, asking in a low tone, Is Conway back? Conway was Juniper's high school classmate and lover. However, their families had both kept them under strict control, forcibly breaking them apart. Aryan felt like a pitiful and tragic jester. Fitzroy understood now. Love wasn't about endless tolerance and compromise. It was time to say goodbye to the past. Aryan took out his phone and dialed a number. When the call connected, he hesitated, unsure what to say, and finally just called, Dad. To be with Juniper, Aryan gave up his family inheritance. Fitzroy tore up the marriage contract the Bliss family had arranged for him, tarnishing the Bliss family's reputation. His mother fell ill from anger, and his father drew a line with him, forbidding him from ever stepping foot into the Bliss family or using any of their connections. For over 5 years, Aryan never lowered himself before the Bliss family. The only exception was when he begged Hugo, whom the Bliss family knew well, to help Juniper. Now, Aryan wanted to redeem himself, not for himself, but to show others that his parents didn't raise a failure. Fitzroy owed his parents and the Bliss family too much. I've been waiting for this call for 6 years. Come back, your mother misses you. His father's voice was as familiar and loving as always. The only difference was the trembling tone, suggesting he had waited for this call for a very long time. Aryan almost choked up but held back tears, asking seriously, Dad, is something wrong with the Hangzhou branch? Yes, you're still as perceptive. His father said proudly, I won't say more over the phone. You can ask your cousin Bing Yin about the details. A black Mercedes-Benz minivan followed from behind and stopped next to Aryan. A middle-aged driver got out, grabbing Aryan's suitcase while explaining, Young master, third miss asked me to wait for you here. It was arranged by Lilia. There were 9 cousins in Aryan's generation, and Lilia ranked third among the sisters. She's been in Hangzhou for some time, right? Aryan asked after getting in the car. For a week. Aryan responded casually, gazing out at the passing scenery, lost in thought. The car arrived in the west of the city and drove into a quiet villa by West Lake. The villa backed onto bamboo groves and faced the lake, whose surface shimmered under the light. After arranging the room, Aryan came to a pavilion by the lake. The serene environment and fresh air finally eased his oppressed heart. Aryan looked at his cousin who was playing in the water barefoot beside him. Wasn't the source of LB Corporation's funding these past few years my mother? There's a 99% chance that it was your mother who intervened, Lilia replied. Otherwise, Huifeng wouldn't have been interested in LB Corporation. The Bliss family ran Huifeng International Financial Investment Company, one of the top 5 investment firms in China, managing funds exceeding 50 billion yuan, with 27 branches nationwide, including one in Hangzhou. Too many companies wanted Huifeng's investment, but Huifeng set its standards extremely high, and ordinary companies couldn't attract their attention. Indeed, it was like this? Aryan murmured to himself. His grandfather had declared that no one in the Bliss family should help him, or they would be expelled. Yet, his mother risked being kicked out to support him. She knew he wouldn't take money directly, so she helped the LB family through the Huifeng branch in Hangzhou. The rapid rise of the LB family made outsiders think Isabel was an outstanding business talent with keen insight. In reality, it was Aryan's mother pouring money into LB Corporation relentlessly, enabling its rapid growth. Mona still couldn't let go of him, but when he chose to be with Isabel, he nearly killed his sick mother with worry. The most unfilial part was that he didn't even visit his seriously ill mother. At this moment, Aryan felt as if his heart was being crushed, making him almost suffocate. The issue now is whether the money comes from your mother personally or from the company. Lilia said solemnly, if it's company money and exposed, it will greatly damage the Bliss family's reputation, making investors lose confidence. No matter what, if it truly traces back to your mother, she might be expelled from the Bliss family. Misusing company funds to help her daughter-in-law's mediocre-rated company would damage Huifeng's reputation immensely. Recalling those funny old days, Aryan chuckled, right? What's the second thing? The second is to find the traitor. Someone in the branch has leaked company secrets to competitors, causing us significant losses. Lilia said coldly, if we can clear out the traitor and recover the losses, after you go back, the family might turn a blind eye and not pursue your mother's secret help anymore. Aryan understood clearly. Now is the time to atone, or else it might drag his father and mother into this mess. Arrange for me to enter the company tomorrow as a regular employee. You'll be overt, and I'll be covert. Aryan made up his mind. All right. Lilia nodded. By the way, Conway told Isabel that the person who helped the LB family these past few years was him, Conway. Just because his distant uncle works in our branch. What does he count for? What does his uncle count for? Can they make Huifeng invest 800 million in the LB Corporation? This guy is extremely hypocritical. If I didn't want to leave him for you to deal with, I would have already had my people break both his legs and tear his mouth apart. No wonder Jiayan trusted him so much. Aryan took deep breaths repeatedly, suppressing his anger. You did the right thing. This Conway, I will deal with him personally. I will ruin his reputation in Hangzhou. Huifeng was the financier of the LB group and would send people to check the accounts every so often. But they only checked 10 days ago, the financial manager replied sternly. Aborted inspections can happen too. As long as the company's finances are in order, there's nothing to worry about. But your elder brother withdrew 15 million from the company account, leaving a deficit of 15 million. What? Alethea dropped her breakfast and looked incredulously at the financial manager. How did I not know about this? Your elder brother forbade me from telling you. Fitzroy. He withdraws part of the company's liquid capital every month and returns it before Huifeng audits. Then you should call him and ask him to return the money. I did, but he said it couldn't be made up in the short term. So, I had no choice but to come to you. If Huifeng comes to audit and we can't explain where the money went, what if they withdraw their funds? You're really useless. Alethea scolded. The financial manager didn't dare to speak. Alethea could only take out her phone and called her elder brother Lamar. Tell me the truth. Where did you spend all the money? I lent it out. Lamar replied. What? Alethea nearly fainted. You used the company's money to lend out? You're doing illegal things now? It has been fine in the past, hasn't it? Lamar argued. Besides, how was I supposed to know Huifeng would make an unexpected visit this time? Aryan asked for a divorce yesterday, Alethea said with a complex tone. Andre was inwardly delighted, but showed no smile on his face. Instead, he appeared angry. Fitzroy has been freeloaded off you for 5 years, and now he dares to initiate divorce proceedings? Who gave him the guts? Jiyun, I'll go find him and settle the score. If we have to divorce, let it be initiated by you. There's no need. Let's end things amicably. Alethea waved her hand. I called you in mainly to discuss the issue of the accounts. Has the financial manager already informed you? Andre nodded. We need your uncle to smooth things over now that there's no incoming capital, and hope we can get through this. Alethea said seriously. Can you do it? I'll try my best. Your word reassures me. Cough, cough, cough. Jiyun, what's wrong? Andre hurried over, handing her water and asking with concern. It might be some after-effects from the miscarriage. It shouldn't be serious. I heard from a friend yesterday that a renowned gynecologist from the capital has arrived in Hangzhou and will only stay for 3 to 5 days. Andre replied, it's hard to get an appointment with this doctor, but I'll try my best. All right, thank you for the trouble. Using company funds for lending? Lilia was furious. This is Huifeng's investment. We must withdraw our funding, absolutely must. How much can LB Group come up with if we withdraw now? They probably have 1 or 2 million in liquid capital. Aryan shook his head. Without the money, they can only convert debt to equity, but we don't want their shares. Then should we pause the investment? Lilia asked. Yes, mistakes must be punished. Let's pause the investment first. Aryan said coldly. Alethea got funding too easily before, which made her overconfident. Now without our investment, let's see what she does. Chapter 4 Deepening Misunderstanding. LB Spended Investment? Upon receiving this news, Alethea's expression turned extremely ugly. She glanced at Conway beside her. Manager G, didn't you say that you could handle it? Celeste. While working, use our job titles. Chairman LB, this really isn't because my uncle didn't try his best. With an innocent look, Conway explained, there was a personnel change in Huifeng's Hangzhou branch. The original general manager has already been transferred away. The new general manager insisted on withdrawing the investment. My uncle had to go out of his way and pull many strings to prevent Huifeng from completely pulling out. The apology prepared by Alethea became useless. However, Conway wasn't entirely empty-handed. Celeste, guess who I saw just now when I looked for my uncle? I'm not one for guessing games, Alethea frowned. Aryan? Aryan? Why is he here? Alethea asked in surprise. I saw him sitting among the regular employees, so he probably works here. Works here? Alethea simply couldn't believe it. Fitzroy didn't study business or finance. How could Huifeng hire him? They both studied at Hangzhou University. She majored in business administration, while Aryan majored in Chinese literature. They knew each other because Alethea took elective courses in Chinese literature, and they participated in the school's literature club together. How could such a person be hired by Huifeng? As one of the top 5 investment firms in China, Huifeng's hiring conditions were extremely stringent, basically requiring graduates from prestigious universities with master's degrees, or those with rich industry experience and reputable recognition. Aryan fit neither of these criteria. Maybe he provided information about your elder brother misappropriating company funds to Huifeng, and thus was hired. Conway analyzed, yes, it must be like this. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Fitzroy proposed divorce last night, and today morning, Huifeng started checking accounts. This was evident from the piles of files stacked on both sides of his computer, over 20 centimeters high. Yet, he remained meticulous. Alethea suddenly felt a pang of heartache. But thinking about how Aryan had refused her 5 million RMB check last night, and considering that he might be the culprit who caused LB Group to lose its funding source, that tiny bit of sympathy vanished without a trace. In its place was anger. She wanted to lash out. However, this was Huifeng Corporation, so she held back, trying her best to remain calm as she asked, "Can we talk privately?" Aryan, hearing this voice, was not surprised. Fitzroy had noticed Conway earlier, knowing he would definitely tell Alethea. "I'm very busy. If you have something to say it here." Aryan replied. "Are you already this impatient with me now?" Alethea couldn't suppress her anger, her voice and tone rising significantly. "Am I impatient? Compared to how annoyed you get when your work is interrupted, I'm being extremely patient right now." Aryan mocked. Alethea was speechless. When she worked in the study, even if Aryan brought in fruit, she would at least give him a cold look, or worse, scold him. Taking a deep breath, Alethea lowered her voice. "Do you want to cause a scene here?" Aryan stood up and walked towards the distant lounge area by the window, turning his back to Alethea as she entered. "Speak quickly." "All I did was terminate one pregnancy, and you're going to ruin our LB family's company?" Alethea said coldly. "Aryan, I've misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so vengeful. So that's all it is to you? It seems terminating a child is just another everyday matter for you." "I see. You only care about your child, not me," Alethea sneered. "Only caring about the child and not you? After 5 years of marriage? Never mind, I don't want to go over old history." Aryan waved his hand. "Now I can tell you. The one destroying LB Group is not me but yourselves." "You finally admit it?" "What am I admitting?" "You used the report of my brother embezzling LB Group funds as a stepping stone to enter Huifeng, right?" "Pathetic. I had no idea about your brother's embezzlement, nor did I care." "So how did you get into Huifeng? It couldn't possibly be your professional skills, could it?" Alethea laughed coldly. "That's none of your business." Aryan didn't bother explaining, turning towards the door. "If you came here today to argue, then I won't waste any more time on you. Also, since you can come to Huifeng, it looks like your health isn't as fragile as you claimed. See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning." "You." Alethea stomped her feet in anger. "Aryan, let me tell you this. Even if you reported LB Group to Huifeng and got them to suspend funding, LB Group will not go bankrupt." "Marty-in-law? Fitzroy's already filed for divorce with your sister. They'll be heading to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning. Didn't your sister tell you about this?" "No," Zechariah shook his head. "She rarely discusses these matters with us. Do you or your family have any lingering feelings for him?" "Magdalene feelings? Not a single person in my family thinks highly of Aryan, that waste." Zechariah sneered. "If it weren't for my parents' concerns about Celeste potentially doing something drastic, Aryan would never have married my sister. Fitzroy just knows how to please my sister. He's nothing but a tango, a sissy dog. Compared to you, he's nothing. Not even worthy of carrying your shoes. If it weren't for my sister being pregnant with his child, I'd have suggested she divorce Aryan and get back together with you." "The child has been aborted," Conway responded. "Aborted? When did this happen?" "Just yesterday morning. I personally accompanied your sister to the hospital for the procedure." "That's good." Zechariah laughed heartily, finally rid of that waste. "Conway, you won't hold any grudge against my sister, right?" "Of course not." "Good. As long as you don't mind, my parents will handle it." "Thank you, Marty LB," Conway said gratefully. "We'll be family soon. No need to be so formal. By the way, Aryan told Huifeng about your embezzlement. What do you plan to do about him?" "Deal with him, naturally. I've had enough of him." "Marty LB, I didn't say anything," Conway reminded. "Don't worry. I'll take responsibility. I'm worried about Celeste. She doesn't seem to want to finish off Aryan completely. Don't worry. I won't let her suspect you. I'll call the financial manager later and pretend to ask some questions." "All right." Aryan didn't leave work until around 10 o'clock. His workload was indeed heavy, mainly because he hadn't used a computer for work in a long time and was almost unfamiliar with it. His cousin Lilia originally wanted to send someone to help him, but he refused. This amount of work wasn't difficult for him. Fitzroy had his own plans. From the elevator, he came to the underground parking lot and walked towards the second-hand Volkswagen Magotan his cousin bought for him. "Aryan, come here and talk." A familiar voice came from the front left. It was Zechariah. Seeming to have been waiting for a long time, Aryan smiled, glancing around with his peripheral vision. "Come out then, since you're here. Why hide? From behind several support pillars, 5 middle-aged men emerged. Not bad, treating me with quite some respect, Aryan mocked. To deal with a waste like you, I could do it alone, Zechariah sneered. I can punch shit out of you with one blow. Damn, you bastard. Zechariah instantly flew into a rage. Isn't what I said true? Aryan sneered. The mighty successor of the Albi family doesn't manage the company but secretly takes away the company's working capital to lend out. You're not only a waste but also bizarre, and most importantly, stupid. A waste like you dares to talk back? Looking for death. Zechariah charged forward, aiming a punch straight at Aryan's face. Bang! Before Zechariah's fist reached Aryan's face, his abdomen was kicked. Fitzroy didn't even see how Aryan moved. His heavy body flew out and fell to the ground. Zechariah, furious, ignored his earlier words and ordered his subordinates, attack, cripple him for me. The 5 middle-aged men rushed at Aryan. But before they could touch his clothes, they were either slapped or kicked. In less than 30 seconds, all 5 burly men were lying on the ground, unable to get up. Do you still dare call me a waste with your level of skill? Aryan's face was full of contempt. This? Zechariah rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen incorrectly. Fitzroy stared at Aryan in disbelief. How could this waste be so strong? Aryan turned around and walked toward Zechariah, looking down on him. Who is the real waste? You? Don't come any closer. Would you not mind if it were you? You say I'm a dog who licks boots. I lick the boots of a Celeste who hasn't been married or had an abortion. When Conway licks the boots of a divorced and aborted Celeste, what is that then? Considering we've lived together for 5 years, I'll remind you, don't fall for Conway's tricks. To be sold out by someone, and even help them count the money, truly an idiot. Aryan let go of him, and walked away with great strides. Lamar fell to the ground, his expression incomparably complicated. Even if he was foolish, he now realized the severity of the situation. A married daughter is water spilt out. Juniper is, after all, a woman, not a Albi family man. Lamar trusted his sister's character. She wouldn't secretly siphon off Albi family assets. But if she married Conway, once they had children and Juniper returned home to rest during her pregnancy and take care of the child, she probably wouldn't handle company affairs for more than a year or two. Wouldn't the entire Albi corporation then be completely under Conway's control? Fitzroy could do whatever he wanted? By the time Juniper returned, the company might already be entirely hollowed out by Conway. Would it still bear the Albi name? Thinking of this, Lamar felt a chill run down his back. Marty Fitzroy, what do we do? Call for help? One of the fallen subordinates asked tentatively. Ji-yoon, after the abortion, your body must be weak. You should get to bed earlier, Lamar advised. If you hadn't embezzled company funds, I wouldn't need to prepare loan application documents and could have gone to sleep already, Juniper replied coldly. Lamar coughed awkwardly, shifting the topic. Ji-yoon, I think that Aryan is pretty decent too. Over the years, anyone can see how good he's been to you, as long as they aren't blind. I don't think Conway is necessarily better than Aryan. Juniper suddenly raised her head, shocked at this unfamiliar brother who was speaking. Not only unfamiliar, but also seeing the sun rising from the west. Lamar, who most despised Aryan, actually spoke well of him. What was more shocking was, why are you a swollen face? I fell by accident. You're not my elder brother, Juniper said earnestly. Ji-yoon, it's me. I just got a swollen face. Lamar hurried to stretch his mouth. Look at this big gold tooth. My elder brother wouldn't speak well of Aryan. This cough. Times have changed, Lamar tried to explain. Aryan beat you up thoroughly, you admitted defeat, and now you speak for him, right? Well this? Not only despicable, but incompetent, unable to win even against a nobody. Fitzroy is indeed capable. Enough. Juniper cut off her brother's words, speaking coldly. Seek trouble yourself, useless, and getting beaten, shameful enough. And you want to willingly be his lackey, doing everything for him? Do you think the Albi family isn't disgraced enough? Lamar lowered his head, feeling aggrieved and even began to doubt himself. Could it really be that he and his companions were incompetent? But those few juniors indeed had considerable strength, easily taking on 2 or 3 ordinary people each. However, they couldn't even touch Aryan's coat. Lamar also knew that explaining this to his sister now would not make her believe him. Even Lamar didn't believe that Aryan, who usually endured everything and busied himself with an apron in the kitchen, could be so strong. I'm asking you, who told you to cause trouble for Aryan? Juniper's rebuke rang out again. I just asked the financial manager some questions, Lamar replied meekly. I'm not asking who instructed you. I'm asking why you went to bother Aryan when we aren't even divorced yet. I just wanted to talk about the asset distribution. Though he hasn't been of much help to the Albi family, these years he has at least put in effort. Fitzroy leaves with nothing, not a single penny. Leaves with nothing? Lamar was surprised. Was this still the Aryan he knew? If there's nothing else, go away. Seeing you annoys me. Juniper waved her hand impatiently. This due to a complete lack of temper, or a truly strong heart? No, this guy just didn't have a temper. He was a coward. As Alethea thought about what happened yesterday, she couldn't reconcile it, and walked up, raising her hand to slap Aryan's face. Aryan simply sidestepped slightly, avoiding the slap, making an inviting gesture. Please go inside. President Albi's time is very valuable. Better not waste it. All actions seemed staged, as if rehearsed. Naturally, Alethea heard the sarcasm in Aryan's words, and became even more infuriated, kicking at him. Aryan stepped forward, causing Alethea to kick into thin air. Fitzroy's body was frail to begin with, so she stumbled and fell to the ground. Conway hurriedly came over to support Alethea and glared angrily at Aryan. Aryan, you bastard, even hitting a woman? Indeed, you play things out clearly enough. Aryan sneered. Who's playing things out? If you didn't hit Celeste, how would she fall to the ground? Conway suddenly yelled loudly. Everyone come look. This guy has found women outside. His wife proposes divorce, he doesn't want it. So he starts beating people. Those who were registering marriages or divorces nearby all turned to look at Aryan, discussing and criticizing him. Looks proper, yet beats women. Truly despicable. No wonder they're getting divorced. So beautiful a wife, still finding women outside. Really can't appreciate what he has. Criticism flooded in. Even Alethea couldn't take it, but she looked at Aryan, who was still calm and unchanging. Even Aryan didn't bother to explain. He just calmly watched Alethea and smiled. Is this the man you fancy? Yes, Celeste will marry me. Only then can I give her true happiness. Conway straightened up. You immediately apologize to Celeste, otherwise I won't let you off. I don't know if you can make her happy, but what I do know is that you'll soon be facing jail time. Aryan pointed at the surveillance cameras overhead. Did I beat Alethea or not? It's all clear on camera. Just for this defamation, you'll get enough time to reflect inside. I'm giving you a chance, immediately apologize to me, or else, I'll send you inside. Do you think I'm scared? These days, it's all about connections. Conway acted brazenly. A lazy good for nothing like you. Does he have any? Since you don't cherish it, then you can't blame me. Aryan took out his phone. Enough. Alethea shouted loudly. I fell on my own. It has nothing to do with Aryan. End of story. Celeste, I just wanted to fight for you. Conway wasn't satisfied. I said end of story, didn't you hear? Alethea, looks can be deceiving. The more genteel ones often hide behind more deceit. Publicly slandering others, despicable, low down, a petty man. Fitzroying these curses, Conway's face turned red, hot and embarrassed. Fitzroy quickly lowered his head and rushed towards the door. As he passed by Aryan, his eyes were filled with hatred, humiliating himself. Aryan smiled and walked towards the divorce counter where Alethea had already taken out her identification documents. Fitzroy also took his out and handed them over to the staff. Both of you, I will temporarily register it here and give you a month for cooling off. The staff explained. No need for a month, let's do it now. Alethea looked impatient. Sorry, it's the rule. As soon as possible then. Do you have any objections regarding property division? No, I don't want anything, this is the agreement, we've already signed it. Aryan presented the pre-prepared document. Wait a moment. The staff finished registering before long and returned their IDs. Despicable man. Alethea put her ID into her wallet, gave Aryan a cold glance and hurried away, seemingly unwilling to spend even a second more with Aryan. Despicable? Aryan shook his head. He always acted straightforwardly. When was he despicable? However, now that he was divorced from Alethea and their relationship had become indifferent, there was no need for him to explain himself or wanted to do so. When he left the Civil Affairs Bureau, Alethea and Conway had already gone. Fitzroy exhaled deeply. Over 6 years of emotions finally came to an end. In the morning, he had taken a leave and went directly back to the villa. In the afternoon, he worked until 9 o'clock at night. There was still a lot of work to do, but Aryan had gradually gotten used to it. Even though he had taken leave in the morning, he completed tasks in less time. On his way back, he could see from the rearview mirror that a car was following him. Aryan smiled. It was probably sent by Conway, although it couldn't be ruled out that it might be Blaso. But the latter was less likely. Instead of accelerating to shake off the follower, Aryan maintained his original speed heading towards the outskirts. Actually, his new residence wasn't far from the company. Since today, he had asked Lilia to send someone to rent an apartment not far from the company. Since he chose to have Lilia appear openly while he stayed hidden, living together would make it easier to be exposed. That traitor might secretly send people to follow Lilia. By choosing not to live together, he rented an apartment which was about 5 minutes drive away. Now driving all the way to the outskirts at the foot of Shouting Mountain, he quite liked coming here to climb on weekends during his school days. The air up there was fresh and refreshing, mainly because it was unlikely that anyone else would be around at this hour. Yet, as soon as he arrived at the top of the mountain, he saw 2 groups of people fighting ahead. What's going on? At night, does this place suit fights? Chapter 8. Don't be reckless next life? At the outermost part of Shouting Mountain's peak, near the cliffside, 4 masked men were surrounding and attacking 2 men in suits. Behind the suited men stood a young woman in her early 20s. The masked men's expressions changed drastically upon seeing a car appear. But when they saw a slender man in his mid-20s step out of the car, they immediately dismissed him. Continue, they won't last much longer. The 4 masked men intensified their attacks on the 2 suited men. Though these 2 suited men were also capable, 2 fists couldn't match 4 hands. They struggled to hold their ground. It was only a matter of time before the suited men were defeated. Aryan was hesitating whether to intervene, but after some thought, he decided against it. Because there were more cars following him, and he estimated that once they arrived with more people, the group of masked men would leave. Just as he was thinking this, the cars from behind arrived. However, as soon as they got out of the car and saw the heated fight happening just a dozen meters away, they all froze in surprise. What's going on here? Retreat. The leader, a scar-faced man, saw that both sides fighting were far stronger than they were. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they quickly got back into the car and fled. To actually run like cowards, it seems Conway didn't hire anyone impressive at all. How disdainful. Aryan felt insulted. The masked men had initially prepared to withdraw when they saw more people arriving. But now that those newcomers left, they smirked coldly and resumed their aggressive assault, completely ignoring Aryan. Fitzroy, am I invisible to you? Aryan walked closer step by step. Even though I don't want to get involved in your grudges, I don't like being ignored either. One of the masked men snarled. This has nothing to do with you. Scram or we'll kill your entire family. Their strength is beyond yours. Hurry up and leave. Don't come over to send yourself to death. The woman recognized Aryan and urgently shouted. Aryan didn't turn back or stop. He kept walking forward. Base him. Take him out quickly. The leading masked man ordered. Another slender masked man turned around and charged at Aryan. Kid, rescuing a beauty isn't something everyone can do. If you don't have the skills but still act recklessly, it's a dead end for you. With that, the masked man lunged forward. A flash of cold light appeared. As he swung his fist, he was holding a dagger backward, aiming straight for Aryan's neck with the sharp blade. The speed was incredibly fast, almost reaching Aryan in an instant. His attack was merciless, intended to take Aryan's life. Seeing the dagger approaching, Aryan hadn't and at a more unpredictable angle. So fast, the masked leader only had time to think of 2 words before Aryan's figure darted past him, and the dagger slashed across his neck. The masked leader clutched his neck desperately and kneeled to the ground. Blood streamed from between his hands. Ah! At the moment he fell, he heard his comrades' cries of agony. They all seemed unable to last 2 moves against Aryan. No, not even 1 move. What kind of background does this guy have? Should I have checked the almanac today? The 4 masked men died with wide eyes. Even the 2 bodyguards and the woman were stunned. Ailbeck formidable strength, such ruthless means. They didn't even have time to remind Aryan to keep one alive. Only after Aryan said, "I'll leave this to you," and turned to leave did the bodyguards and woman react. Wait. The beauty quickly followed him. "Thank you for your rescue. I'm Hazel. May I know your esteemed name and where you reside? This way, our Carey family can show our gratitude." "No need." Aryan waved his hand. "I just happened to pass by. Don't worry about it." After saying that, he quickened his pace to get in the car and leave, not giving Hazel a chance to continue speaking. Fitzroy didn't want to get involved in this woman's affairs at all. To finish matters and then leave. What a true master, the bodyguard admired. "Quickly contact master." "Yes. And send someone to gather information about this benefactor. I want to know everything about him," Hazel added. The next morning, the Carey family received news about Aryan. Aryan, 26 years old, recently registered for divorce with Juniper, the chairman of the Ailbe Group. Independent household registration, parents' information unknown. Currently working as an ordinary employee in Huifeng International Investment Company's Hangzhou branch. But before the divorce, outsiders used to say he was living off his wife. With such strength, how could he live off his wife? Hazel couldn't believe it. Fitzroy is unfathomably strong and ruthless, definitely not the type who would live off others. Hazel's father, Cale, also shook his head. Perhaps living off his wife was just a cover to hide his true identity and mislead people. "I'll go see him in person to thank him later." "Dad, I can go instead." Hazel stood up, eager to meet him right away. "No." Cale immediately refused. "This man is very cunning. You shouldn't get too close to him." "Dad, what do you mean by getting too close?" Hazel was displeased. "I just want to express my gratitude. I have no other intentions. Besides, your daughter wouldn't consider a divorced man anyway." Cale thought for a moment and finally agreed but reminded her, "Remember, you are engaged." "Got it. How do you plan to thank him?" "Giving money to Aryan would be too cliché. Fitz roping him secretly, so he gets more recognition at Huifeng would be better, wouldn't it?" Hazel smiled. "I've already made up my mind. Don't worry about it." Watching his beloved daughter leave, Cale waved to the bodyguard beside him. Once the bodyguard came over, he whispered instructions and handed him a check. "Master, I understand what to do." The bodyguard took the check and hurried after her. Chapter 9. Targeted by the boss. Aryan, I need this report in 20 minutes. Finish it as soon as possible. Despite seeing Aryan's desk already cluttered with work, Ailben Li Jun still handed over several more reports for him to handle. "I'm busy working on documents requested by the manager," Aryan said helplessly. Today, his workload had suddenly increased. Fitzroy had a pretty good idea why. After 2 days of observation, he had been working overtime, leaving the office last every day. His colleagues might have thought he had no powerful connections and was new, so tasks they used to do were now being passed on to Aryan. Indeed, wherever there are people, there is always intrigue. "Do this one first. You can wait a bit for the one requested by the manager," Bernadette said impatiently. Aryan glanced around. Everyone was busy, and he didn't bother to argue, just agreeing reluctantly. However, less than 15 minutes later, the manager's assistant walked over. "Aryan, where's the report?" "Bernadette told me to do hers first. How can you not distinguish between priorities?" The manager's assistant frowned. "I clearly said it was urgent. Don't you understand what urgent means?" "I'll do it right away," Aryan hurriedly replied. "Hurry up, the Secretary General of the Foundation is on her way here. If you haven't completed it before she arrives, you can pack your bags and leave." With that, the manager's assistant strode off in her high heels. Aryan didn't have time to appreciate the view, quickly starting work on the other report. "Aryan, is the report ready?" Before long, Bernadette came over again to ask. Aryan wanted to throw the report at the overweight, menopausal supervisor, but he held back, trying to calm himself down. "Bernadette, the manager's report is urgent. But I'm really stretched thin. If you need it urgently, why don't you do it yourself? Make me do the report? What do we hire you for then? To do nothing?" Bernadette's face turned sour. "Others can finish in 10 minutes what you can't do in 20. That's an issue of capability. If you can't complete it in another 30 minutes, I'll complain to HR. Aryan felt like cursing. "Marty, take a deep breath." Beside him, a man wearing thick glasses slid his chair over and patted Aryan on the shoulder. "Where's the report for the supervisor? Let me help you." There were still kind-hearted people. Aryan scanned the room, seeing colleagues whispering but not offering any help. But this bespectacled man was willing. Aryan felt grateful. "It's here. I've done half of it. I'll send the spreadsheet to you. We're all colleagues." The bespectacled man took over and started working seriously on the report. About 15 minutes later, Aryan sped up to finish the manager's report. However, the manager's assistant didn't come to pick it up immediately. It took nearly an hour for her to finally show up. Ironically, Bernadette came to collect her report earlier, about 40 minutes after it was assigned. Aryan felt like cursing under his breath. Even after finishing those 2 reports, Aryan didn't rest but continued working. "Aryan, are you trying to kill me?" Bernadette's voice echoed across the entire investment department office. "So many errors in here. If I submit this, it could cause losses to the company. Can you afford to compensate?" "The errors aren't mine, they're..." Aryan checked the report. The errors were in the latter sections, which were done by the bespectacled man. But thinking that the bespectacled man had only tried to help out of kindness, perhaps due to rushing and being careless, Aryan didn't mention him. You should have checked it yourself instead of letting others help you, Bernadette shouted. Whoever hired you must be stupid. I think you're not fit for work. Why don't you stay home and leech off someone else? Then you won't mess things up for us. Leech off someone else? The surrounding colleagues gave odd looks. Aryan realized that Bernadette was likely bribed by Conway to target him. Conway simply didn't want him to settle in at Huifeng and might even want him fired. As for the kind, bespectacled man, Aryan wasn't sure if he was also in cahoots with Conway, possibly making intentional mistakes to embarrass Aryan. Bernadette, criticizing me personally because I made a mistake is a bit much, isn't it? Aryan retorted. What? Did I say anything wrong? Bernadette sneered. Wasn't Juniper, CEO of LB Group, previously your wife? She managed the company while you stayed home as a house husband. Isn't that right? If I'm wrong, you can sue me for defamation. I'll absolutely kneel and apologize to you. Aryan didn't respond. He only squinted his eyes, with a glimmer of malice in them. The surrounding colleagues began to whisper among themselves. I've heard about Alethea's story. She's a career woman who relied on her own abilities to multiply the company's market value several times over just in 5 years. I didn't expect her husband to be Aryan. Really? I didn't think he would need to work after living off her for so many years. Probably because his allowance was cut off tightly. That must be pretty miserable. Fitzroyering her colleague's words, Bernadette became even more animated. It's a pity that Alethea doesn't look up to you anymore and has cut you off from your easy life. Now you can only come out to find a job. After divorcing Alethea, you turned around and reported the LB Group. Otherwise, with your ability, could you have entered Huifeng? Fitzroy, artless and deceitful, that's exactly what you are. Shut up. A cold voice rang out from the office door. Bernadette turned around and saw an extremely beautiful woman, almost excessively so. With a delicate oval face, her hair was elegantly coiled into a bun at the back of her head, exuding grace and poise. Fitzroy's deep red lips added to her sensuous allure. Dressed in a light pink body-hugging dress that accentuated her voluptuous figure and perfect S-curve, it was a devilishly appealing shape. Most women would struggle to pull off such attire, but this woman looked incredibly sexy, passionate, and alluring without any sense of awkwardness. As a woman herself, Bernadette felt jealous of this beauty's appearance and charm. To tell her to shut up was even more intolerable. Where did you come from, Fox Spirit? I'm disciplining my subordinate. What business is it of yours? Bernadette asked coldly. Fox Spirit? You expose others' privacy in the office. How despicable. The beautiful woman looked down on her. Is this the kind of management Huifeng has? It seems I need to reconsider my investment. Huifeng's management has nothing to do with you. Get out of my office before I get angry, Bernadette said impatiently. Otherwise, I'll ask security to escort you out. If you dare let security escort me out, then later you'll be on your knees begging me to come back. The woman smirked. Security? Where are the security guards? Bernadette's loud voice echoed through the entire office and down the corridor. The security guards didn't show up, but the company's general manager, vice presidents, and other senior executives all arrived. Why did they come with such a big contingent? This definitely wasn't because she was reprimanding Aryan. Bernadette felt something was wrong. Looking at the seductive woman, her heart sank. Could she be someone from the Foundation? Chapter 10 Swap Positions. This morning, the company had already informed everyone that representatives from Hangzhou's Small and Medium Enterprises Poverty Alleviation Foundation would be visiting. Apart from preparing all necessary documents, it was crucial to maintain a professional office environment, so as not to disappoint the Foundation's representatives. Everly had encountered Foundation staff several times before, but never someone like the Fox Spirit in front of her. Judging by the current situation, this vixen might very well be the Secretary General of the Foundation, but she silently prayed. Please, no. Please no. Secretary Carey, I'm Lilia, the newly appointed General Manager of Huifeng Hangzhou Branch. Voice. What happened? Lilia looked at Everly coldly. Everly struggled, unable to speak. She insulted an employee during working hours, revealing personal matters publicly. When I tried to stop her, she told me to get lost. Is this your company culture, General Manager Bliss? Hazel looked at Lilia. Besides, the person she insulted is my friend. What do you think about this? Is that true? Lilia pointed to the door. Manager Sammy, pack your things and get out. General Manager Bliss, please don't fire me. I just got divorced, and I have elderly parents and children to take care of. Consider my years of hard work and dedication. Don't fire me. The usually fierce Everly was almost in tears. Is that so? I'm not unreasonable either. I won't fire you if you switch positions with Aryan. Lilia smiled. That should be fine, right? Everly understood Lilia's intention. Aryan would become manager, while she became a regular employee. She naturally disagreed. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Lilia suddenly yelled. You have 10 minutes to clean your office and get out? Yes. Everly shivered and hurried into the office. Secretary Carey, are you satisfied with my handling? Lilia asked. Hazel looked at Lilia, who was younger yet equally intimidating when angry. She smiled, very satisfied. Manager Aryan, let's have a meeting. Lilia called. Hazel was even more pleased. This was exactly her goal, getting Aryan recognized by Huifeng, and Lilia knew how to handle it immediately. However, Hazel didn't know that Lilia had been watching everything. If Hazel hadn't acted, Lilia wouldn't have spared Everly. What Lilia didn't expect was how her cousin had met Hazel. With lingering doubts, they went to the conference room upstairs. Aryan sat quietly at the end, listening to Lilia and Hazel discuss matters related to the Foundation. Fitzroy knew little about the Foundation and planned to ask his cousin later. The meeting lasted less than half an hour, mainly verifying accounts and withdrawal. Specifically, Hazel was taking 80 million from Huifeng. After completing the transaction, Hazel and her team left. Accompanying Hazel to the elevator, She turned to Aryan and asked, "Shall we chat downstairs?" "I still have work to do," Aryan declined directly. Hazel didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled and said, "Okay, then let's chat next time. I believe we'll meet again soon." Watching the group enter the elevator and leave, Huifeng's executives reconvened for another meeting. Lilia announced, "Starting today, Aryan will be in charge of working with manager Fitzroy to manage the foundation's funds. Any objections?" "No." Then, meeting adjourned. Lilia waved her hand. "Manager Bliss, stay behind. I need to talk to you." Aryan remained seated, waiting for everyone else to leave and the meeting room door to close before Lilia approached her. Unlike her usual general manager demeanor, she now resembled a gossiping little girl. "You're really something, brother. You've managed to hook up with the miss of the Carey family so quickly. How did you do it?" "Conway sent people to tail me last night." Aryan recounted the events. "What level of strength have you reached now?" "Without comparison, it's hard to tell. 5 years as a house husband doesn't seem like such a bad thing after all. It gave you more time to practice boxing." "It seems that way," Aryan laughed. Not having to worry about company business, his days were spent taking care of Alethea and practicing boxing to pass the time. "Oh right, isn't the Carey family very influential? Why would they place their money with Huifeng?" Aryan asked curiously. True prominent families usually have their own professional asset management teams and wouldn't entrust their money to an investment firm or private equity fund. Their team members are just as capable, if not more so, than those at investment firms or private equity funds. The Carey family is indeed very influential, one of the top families in Hangzhou, with assets total. The bodyguard was taken aback. Fitzroy expected Aryan to refuse or push it away, but he simply accepted it outright. Chapter 11. Loan Obstruction. "Manager Bliss, please have some tea. I should have recognized your status earlier. It was my mistake. I hope you can forgive me." Just as Aryan entered his office, the former supervisor Bernadette walked in with a cup of tea, her face plastered with an ingratiating smile. Moments ago she had been haughty, and now she was fawning, which Aryan found truly ridiculous. Fitzroy took the teacup without getting angry, only smiling as he asked, "It was Conway who told you to target me, right?" "Yes, that's right. Manager Bliss is truly wise and brilliant. Indeed, a living zhuge. Bernadette continued to flatter him profusely. "Hold it." Aryan quickly stopped Bernadette's flattering words. "I could forgive you if you wanted, but here's what we'll do. Turn over the investment department's reports to you for the next few days." "All of them?" Bernadette's mouth dropped open in shock. "What? Not willing?" "Manager, if I tell you a secret, would you lighten the load?" Bernadette hesitated. "Do you want to say that the bespectacled man is part of your gang too?" Aryan narrowed his eyes. "Yes, he pretended to help you so he could deliberately make mistakes and get you scolded by me." "Well, wonderful." Aryan chuckled angrily. "Tell him both of you will take care of the entire investment department's reports for 3 days. And for the man hadn't apologized to Aryan while she had humbly done so. "It was Conway who instructed us. Now that something went wrong, let's ask him for compensation. Fitzroy should at least take partial responsibility if we get fired," the bespectacled man said grimly. "Yes." Bernadette hurriedly dialed Conway's number. Conway listened with envy and resentment. First Celeste, now Secretary Carey. How does this Aryan have such good luck? Why is he always able to live off others? Now that he's a manager, he's retaliating against us. What do we do? Bernadette worriedly asked. "No worries, Huifeng isn't run by Miss Carey. The general manager only promoted Aryan because of her favor." Conway replied, "Ignore him. If he uses his power to seek personal revenge, then report him. If things get big, the upper management will definitely handle Aryan. But what if we get fired?" Bernadette asked. "At that time, I'll arrange for you both to work at LB Group with equal or higher pay," Conway assured. "With your word, we're reassured. That's all. I'm busy at the bank now." "All right." Conway was indeed busy. Fitzroy had accompanied Alethea to several banks since yesterday. Their goal was to secure a loan. Now they were waiting at a bank branch, preparing to meet a manager who was still occupied with other clients. "Sir and madam, our manager invites you," the staff politely announced. "Thank you." Alethea stood up and walked into the manager's office. The manager was an obese middle-aged man whose eyes squinted when he smiled. After Alethea and Conway sat down, he remarked in surprise, "I reviewed the application from LB Group. Your financials are solid, everything looks fine. But if everything is fine, why did Huifeng suspend their investment in you?" "They might have tightened their funds," Alethea lied. "Really?" The manager shook his head. "Huifeng is a top-tier investment firm. Tightening their funds is unlikely. There couldn't be problems within the LB Group, right? If so, do you think the bank would dare to give you a loan?" "We are willing to offer a 5% kickback," Conway said. "I admire your straightforwardness, Mr. G." Warren Jingy smiled. "But isn't 5% too low? How much do you want?" Alethea lowered her voice. 10%. "That's impossible." Alethea immediately refused. "Then please leave, we won't see you off." Warren Jingy leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. "If you don't want to talk, I can find funds elsewhere." Alethea picked up her briefcase and turned to leave in a huff. "Celeste." Having no choice, Conway chased after her and said outside, "Celeste, maybe we can negotiate further. 8%, that manager might agree. 8% kickback plus interest, it will be higher than usury rates." Alethea said coldly, "Most importantly, I can't stand his demeanor of taking advantage of our situation." "But, this is an industry's unwritten rule," Conway said helplessly. "Especially now when we urgently need funds, we have to pay a higher price." Alethea opened her mouth as if she wanted to argue, but couldn't come up with any words. Through these 2 days of negotiations, she recognized the cruel reality. Some banks, knowing Huifeng had suspended investment in LB Group, refused to lend money to LB Group directly, while some banks, willing to lend to LB Group, proposed unacceptable terms for Alethea. Just like this manager, he demanded 10% kickback at the start. If they borrowed 30 million, they would have to give this manager 3 million upfront, leaving them with only 27 million. Plus interest, the cost was too high for Alethea to bear. More importantly, she wasn't willing to concede or lower her head in front of these bloodsuckers. In these past 5 years managing LB Group, had she ever been so troubled? Seeing Alethea's complicated expression, Conway cautiously asked, Celeste, should I go back and negotiate again? No. Alethea shook her head. But, the end of the month is approaching. I have another way. What method? Haas returned and was preparing to transfer funds to the enterprises that applied for funding. After the company representative left with gratitude, the assistant walked up and whispered, Secretary Carey, the chairman and general manager of LB Corporation wish to see you. Should I let them in? Chairman of LB Corporation? Hazel paused. Let them in. The assistant went out and led Alethea and Conway inside. Hazel curiously sized up Alethea from head to toe and back again. It must be admitted that Alethea is indeed a beauty, especially her frail appearance paired with strong, determined eyes, a contradiction embodied in one person. She looks frail but is inwardly tough. Alebeck a unique temperament. Moreover, this woman does have some capability. In just a few short years, she has boosted LB Corporation's market value several times over, even planning to go public. This earned Alethea some respect from Hazel. Secretary Carey, hello, I'm Alethea, chairman of LB Corporation. Thank you for seeing us, said Alethea politely. Fitzroylo. Hazel shook hands with Alethea, then turned to look at Conway beside her and extended her hand. And this gentleman is? However, Conway stared straight at Hazel, looking dazed, his eyes filled with intense envy and hate, which made Hazel frown instantly. Cough, cough. Alethea coughed, and Conway finally snapped out of it. Realizing he had acted improperly, he quickly stretched out his hand and explained, Secretary Carey reminds me of an old friend. I got carried away and lost composure. Hazel retracted her hand with a twisted smile. Some men who try to flirt with me often say that. Conway lowered his head, trying to hide his embarrassment and envy. Fitzroy hadn't met Hazel before, assuming she might be plain-looking or older. But upon seeing Hazel, he was shocked. Hazel's looks and even her demeanor surpassed those of Alethea, and she is younger too. Why does Aryan always get so lucky? All the women he meets are top-notch? Conway envied Aryan and even cursed him inwardly. What brings you two here? Hazel asked. Our company is facing financial pressure and wants to borrow $50 million from the foundation, Alethea stated straightforwardly. Do you have all the company documents? We do. Alethea gave Conway a nod, and he promptly handed over the documents to Hazel. After a brief look, Hazel asked in surprise, previously, Huifeng was supporting you all along? Yes. Alethea nodded. Why doesn't Huifeng continue to support you now? They may be tightening their funds. When did they stop cooperating? Just a few days ago. I see. Hazel took out some documents from her drawer. Fill out these application forms first. Okay. Alethea accepted the forms, and Conway started filling them out. After about 10 minutes, once everything was completed, Hazel collected the forms. Whether the foundation approves your request depends on the board's decision, not solely mine. You'll need to wait for the result. Thank you. We'll take our leave then. Alethea stood up, and both left. Watching them depart, Hazel instructed her assistant, thoroughly investigate the detailed development history of LB Corporation. Yes. On the way back in the car, Alethea suddenly asked, Did you think she was pretty? Who's pretty? Conway was puzzled. Secretary Carey. Cough, cough. Celeste, you misunderstood me. You misunderstood? You were staring dumbfounded. Alethea coldly retorted. Celeste, I only love you. You know that, Conway defended. I looked at Secretary Carey that way because of Aryan. How does this involve Aryan? While we were at the bank earlier, my uncle called me and said Aryan was promoted to supervisor. What? Fitzroy only joined 2 days ago? Alethea looked incredulous. It's because of Secretary Carey. How is this related to her? This is getting confusing, Alethea replied. It was like this? Conway explained the situation as much as he could. You mean Aryan is attached to Secretary Carey? Alethea squinted her eyes, and soon she laughed again. Forget it. I only chose him in a moment of anger. Secretary Carey would never be interested in someone like Aryan. But why did Secretary Carey go to Huifeng and stand up for Aryan in public? Maybe they're just acquaintances, Alethea guessed. I don't think they're just acquaintances. Perhaps Aryan has been involved with Secretary Carey for a long time. This? Alethea didn't believe it. Otherwise, why would Aryan agree to divorce without taking a single penny, leaving everything behind? Conway sneered. Alethea fell silent, her face growing increasingly grim, feeling as if a stone was pressing on her chest, making it hard to breathe and worsening over time. Cough, cough. Alethea began to cough violently. Celeste, are you all right? Conway immediately stopped the car and handed her some water. After drinking some water, Alethea felt a bit more at ease. I'll take you to see Hugo who came from Yinjing. Conway turned the car around. Is that doctor really that good? Alethea still doubted. Do you know the Mei family in Hangzhou? I've heard of them. The Mei family is considered one of the top traditional Chinese medicine families in Hangzhou. That Hugo is a guest of the Mei family, and he now practices at their clinic. Even the owner of the clinic has given up his room for him. Conway explained. Everyone who went there praised the doctor. People line up by the thousands every day just to get an appointment. They say some people wait outside the clinic for 2 days just to get a slot. So exaggerated? Alethea was surprised. Very exaggerated. I sent someone there to wait 2 days ago, but we still couldn't get an appointment, Conway said helplessly. So going there won't help either. We can buy an appointment from other patients. Conway seriously said, if 10,000 won't do it, I'm sure 100,000 will buy us an appointment. Well, fine. After thinking for a while, Alethea agreed to the plan. You should rest for about half an hour. Okay. Alethea closed her eyes, but after a while, she suddenly opened them and asked, what's the doctor's surname? Aylber named Churchill. Aylber named Churchill? Alethea paused. What's wrong? No, nothing. Alethea shook her head and looked out the window, silently wondering. Could it be the same person he invited? No. It's impossible for Aryan to get such a renowned doctor. Moreover, if it were a real master, he would have lashed out at being called a cat or dog. High-level doctors usually have peculiar temperaments, but this one didn't seem upset at all. Chapter 13, Does your Ivor know you changed your last name? The Mei Luo Medical Hall was now packed with people. Compared to normal days, the number of patients had increased more than tenfold. This was not only because a famous doctor had come from Yinjing, but also because this renowned doctor did not charge any consultation fees, meaning it was completely free. Over 99% of the patients left satisfied. There was actually another reason for the surge in numbers here. The East China Traditional Chinese Medicine Exchange Conference was being held here. Only when she saw this scene did Alethea realize that what Conway had said wasn't an exaggeration at all. In truth, she didn't quite believe in traditional Chinese medicine and didn't know much about it. She thought it had already declined. Before she got pregnant, she had never seen a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. After becoming pregnant, due to poor constitution and severe morning sickness, taking Western medicine would harm the child. So Aryan suggested she see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. That's when she went for a few consultations. But after 3 visits and consuming quite a bit of herbal medicine, she found it didn't help much, and she basically lost trust in it. Moreover, the medicine really tasted terrible. Celeste, you wait in the car. I'll go buy a ticket, Conway instructed, pushing his way into the crowd. After more than 20 minutes, Conway returned, drenched in sweat, holding a registration number with a smile on his face. Celeste, I got it. Thank you. Alethea expressed her gratitude. As long as it's good for Celeste, I don't mind doing anything. How much did it cost? I'll transfer the money to you. It only cost 80,000, no problem. There's no need to be so formal between us. Several hours at the medical hall. Celeste, since we're already here, wait a bit longer. Your health is the most important thing, Conway comforted. They waited until almost 4 o'clock before Alethea's turn came. They were already waiting in the 4th floor lobby. Although the air conditioning was on, there were too many people, and a smell of sweat permeated the air. Some genuine patients, who had taken herbal medicine, emitted a strong medicinal odor. Others ate food while waiting, mixing the smells of sweat and medicine. This made Alethea unwilling to stay a moment longer. But thinking about how they had already come and waited over 5 hours, she could only endure it. Next, number 17. Celeste, let's go. Conway pulled Alethea, leading the way. Excuse me. Finally entering the consultation room, they found 6 or 7 TCM doctors inside, which made it seem like they were competing in a medical duel. Alethea looked at the elderly man sitting at the consultation table and froze, unable to move her feet. This Hugo was the same Hugo who had visited their home. Fitzroy wore a black changshan, exactly the same as before. We are number 17. Conway handed over the registration slip but noticed Alethea hadn't moved. Fitzroy turned around, puzzled. Celeste, what's wrong? Nothing. Alethea shook her head, her expression extremely complicated. She even felt like laughing. When Hugo visited her home, she had looked down on him and refused to let him take her pulse. Now, she had spent 80,000 on a registration fee, waited for 5 hours, endured the stench, put aside so much work, and come to ask the same person for treatment. Thinking about it, Alethea indeed wanted to laugh, even burst out laughing. Hugo also noticed Alethea. Fitzroy tugged at the corners of his mouth, glanced at the name on the computer, and smiled. I remember number 17 is surnamed Lanny. Miss, aren't you surnamed Lanny? My surname is Lanny, and I registered the ticket, Conway quickly replied. Oh, does your father know about your unfilial act of changing your surname? Hugo teased. Conway's face twitched. I got someone to register, and besides, not everyone here registered themselves. Many bought the registration numbers. These dozen or so people in front basically all bought their numbers. Why don't you deal with them? Bought? Hugo was surprised. That must have cost quite a bit, right? 80,000. Conway exclaimed loudly. That's indeed a lot of money. I feel guilty. Hugo first blamed himself and then looked at Alethea. Miss Ailby is indeed a businesswoman. You didn't come when it was free, but now you've spent 80,000 just for a consultation number. Spending this much money to see someone like me, a mere nobody. How can I bear it? Upon hearing these words, Alethea's face turned pale and flushed alternately, wishing she could find a crack to crawl into. Hugo's words. It was my oversight. From now on, only the patients themselves can register. Hugo is wise. The patients cheered and then looked at Conway, who was still trying to cause trouble. We've refunded your money, aren't you going to scram? Damn it. Conway cursed inwardly, pocketed the check, and slunk away. Chapter 14. Hazel's Discovery. Celeste, what exactly is going on? Conway ran back to the car with a disheveled appearance and saw Alethea wiping away her tears. She felt wronged and was crying, but upon seeing Conway approach, she quickly wiped her tears dry. Let's go back. Alethea didn't want to say much, unwilling to bring up this matter. But what exactly happened? There's nothing we can hide from each other. Do you really want to know? Yes. This Hugo was the one Aryan invited to our home a few days ago to examine me. Alethea suddenly yelled loudly, unable to stop her tears which streamed down her face again. Afterward, she also saw Conway holding the return check in his hand, and became even more enraged. She snatched it and tore it apart. Why'd you up the check? This is 80,000 yuan. Conway couldn't stop her in time. I'm not ashamed. I'm just embarrassed for you. Alethea roared. You bought the registration slot from another patient, paying money out of your pocket. It has nothing to do with the doctor. Would you have had the nerve to accept money if someone else paid for you? Hugo offered free consultations. Before, you wasted that opportunity. Now, seeking him out would be embarrassing enough. Accepting money would be an even greater embarrassment. Conway fell silent. Indeed, it was quite humiliating, something he hadn't thought about just now. Watching an 80,000 yuan check being torn to pieces, he still felt reluctant. But he knew Alethea was genuinely upset and felt wronged. Fitzroy couldn't continue pressing the issue but could only use tissues to wipe her tears. Once Alethea's emotions calmed down, Conway hesitantly asked, how does Aryan know such a renowned physician who would visit our home for consultations? Alethea didn't respond because she didn't know and didn't want to answer this question. Any questions related to Aryan, she didn't want to talk about them anymore. I think I might know. Hugo came to Hangzhou for a traditional Chinese medicine exchange meeting. After Aryan learned about it in advance, he approached Hugo. Conway thought for a moment, then slapped his forehead. Recently, hasn't he been helping you find doctors and adjusting your health? Alethea pondered for a bit and nodded, agreeing with Conway's guess. This Hugo offers free consultations, acting like he regards money as worthless. That's because the price wasn't high enough. Conway cursed aloud. Once the price was higher, he personally visited to offer consultations. Such hypocrisy. I don't believe there aren't other doctors in Hangzhou who can help you adjust your health. Celeste, rest assured, I will definitely find an even better doctor for your consultations. At least you're here. Alethea's frozen heart warmed up slightly, feeling less cold. In the Carey family, the study of family patriarch Kale. Kale was carefully examining some documents. After reading, he showed a look of surprise. Dad, are you shocked too? Hazel laughed. I was also shocked when I saw it. 5 years ago, the ALB group applied for a loan from our foundation. At the time, their company rating did not meet our minimum requirements, so we rejected them. But after we rejected them, Huifeng suddenly invested capital in them. Huifeng's investment criteria are much stricter than ours. The Hangzhou Small and Medium Enterprise Poverty Alleviation Foundation is similar to Huifeng, a professional investment institution. They don't just help any company but also send people to conduct research. They comprehensively consider all aspects of a company's situation, such as development prospects, internal management, and financial status, etc. Hangzhou branch has been continuously losing money in the past 6 months. There may be some internal issues. They might be investigating this matter secretly. Hazel analyzed. They even changed their general manager to someone about my age. And she, also surnamed Bliss, called Lilia. Could she be from the same clan as Aryan? Huifeng Hangzhou branch must have at least 5 or more employees surnamed Bliss, right? Kale did not doubt this point. I suspect they come from the same clan because something happened when I went to Huifeng this morning. Hazel continued. A supervisor was humiliating Aryan, and I stopped him. Then Huifeng's general manager and vice general managers all came. At that moment, I felt a chill coming from behind me. At that time, I didn't pay much attention, but now recalling carefully, this chill came from Lilia. It's just like the killing intent Aryan admitted last night when he was fighting those 4 masked men. A supervisor making a mistake, his superior wouldn't really want to kill him, would they? So it is. Kale fell into deep thought. I've always found it strange. How could someone who seemed so weak have such strong capabilities? If Aryan really comes from a powerful family, that would explain it. Could he really have given up the superior life of a powerful family for true love, becoming a house husband? Hazel was surprised. If that's true, Chapter 15 clothes are just clothes. The Hangzhou Small and Medium Enterprises Poverty Alleviation Foundation holds a banquet at the end of every quarter. In fact, everyone finds an excuse to gather, talk business, and foster relationships. Only members of the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce are eligible to attend. The LB family group is not a member of the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce and thus did not have the eligibility to participate. However, they received an invitation. This surprised Juniper quite a bit. Conway smiled and said, our application must have been approved. After Juniper submitted the financing application, they also applied to join the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce the next day. It should be, Juniper replied. It's not should be, it's definite. Conway was confident. The LB family group is now developing rapidly with its market value constantly rising. It's bound to enter the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce. I hope our financing application will also be approved. Juniper was more concerned about this. Joining the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce was mostly for the prestige. Substantive benefits were few. They still had to find their own partners. Of course, being able to meet more entrepreneurs might help expand their channels and possibly bring in more business opportunities. However, one still had to rely on oneself. Joining the chamber wouldn't get you free money from the chamber. Even the members within the chamber needed to apply to the foundation when they lacked funds. The foundation would only allocate funds after rating approval. Perhaps, seeing that you were a member of the chamber, the requirements for your company's ratings by the foundation might be lower. Since we've been approved to join the chamber, the foundation will definitely give us money, Conway replied. Okay. Juniper nodded. Go back and dress up. Don't make a fool of yourself. The suit is already ordered. I'll pick it up later. Manager Bliss, I told you yesterday that we're attending the banquet today and asked you to dress formally. Why are you still in casual wear? At the end of the afternoon shift, Riker's assistant, Myling, note. The name should ideally be fully transliterated if important, entered the office. She glanced disdainfully at Aryan, who was dressed in casual sports attire, her tone filled with rebuke and contempt. I guess I won't go then. Aryan wasn't particularly fond of such banquets. This banquet isn't just about eating and drinking. We need to discuss the investment direction for the next quarter. Myling explained. As one of the managers responsible for the foundation's funds, you have to be there to avoid any conflicts of interest. The foundation people are going to interfere with the investment decisions? Aryan was surprised. They don't interfere but offer advice. You know, they're all business titans who have more information and sharper business acumen. All right, Aryan agreed reluctantly. You can't show up like this. You need to be formal. It's a matter of respect for others. I understand. If you don't have suitable clothes, then buy them quickly. Myling cast an unsatisfied glance at Aryan before swaying away. Aryan had no choice. Fitzroy hadn't bought a suit for years. Fitzroy did buy one for his wedding, but it was too formal for his liking. After work, Aryan went to the Hangzhou branch of Givenses to buy a casual suit. Just as he stepped out of the store, Conway appeared at the door. If Aryan hadn't stepped aside, they would have bumped into each other. It's you? Conway first squinted, then smiled. Buying a suit for the banquet? What's it got to do with you? Aryan said indifferently. Do you know what brand this is? This is the Givenses suit from Western Europe, aimed at gentlemen. Conway sneered, gentlemen are elegant and have grace. A man like you who relies on someone else for sustenance doesn't fit into that category at all. Won't you embarrass yourself wearing these clothes? Clothes are just clothes. A good horse needs proper grooming, and a man needs proper clothes. People lacking inner refinement rely on clothing to bolster themselves. So why are you here at a Givenses store? Hypocrisy. If you're done, step aside. A good dog doesn't block the path. Aryan coldly replied. Angry? Conway's smile widened. Annoying. Aryan pushed past Conway and walked away. Fitzroy came here to buy clothes because it was close to the office. As for the brand or its background, he didn't care and didn't want to know. But Conway wasn't finished. Fitzroy called out loudly behind Aryan. Wearing those clothes is an insult to them. Unfortunately, Aryan simply ignored him. Conway's lips curled as he entered the store. I'm here to pick up my suit. Mr. G, your reserved suit has been packed. What kind of suit did that guy who just left buy? Conway asked. A white casual suit, the salesperson promptly answered. Do you have another one in the same style? We happen to have one more. Give it to me to try on. Mr. G, please wait a moment. When the staff member brought it over, Conway changed into it and stood in front of the mirror with a smile. Fitzroy asked, who looks more handsome between me and that guy who just left? Well, the staff member quickly flattered, I thought the size might not fit, but this suit is almost tailor-made for Mr. G. In that case, I'll take this set. Conway said without hesitation. What about the previous set? I'll buy them both. All right. The staff members all smiled. 5 minutes later, Conway left satisfied. The staff members exchanged glances. Is what we did right? Hope they don't meet, or we might lose a big client. If he complains, it will be worse for us. Fitzroy shouldn't meet him, right? As night fell, it dispelled some of the day's heat. The foundation banquet was held in the courtyard of the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce, on an outdoor lawn beside an artificial lake. With water and bamboo around, the night breeze brought coolness from the lake. After the staff finished preparations, guests gradually arrived. Juniper and Conway arrived early, fearing being late would leave a bad impression. Ji-yoon, I have prepared a surprise for you, to vent your anger, Conway said with a smile as he adjusted his suit after getting out of the car. Vent my anger? This is a foundation banquet. Don't do anything rash, Juniper warned. If anything goes wrong and angers the foundation, we'll lose their funding. Don't worry, I won't do anything rash, Conway assured her. Hopefully. Just wait and see the show. Conway was confident. The two walked in and came to the grass area in the courtyard, where they saw some familiar faces taking the opportunity to catch up. Mostly Juniper was chatting, as Conway was not very familiar with the people and only made small talk while looking around distractedly. This made Juniper slightly unhappy. She pulled Conway aside and whispered, What are you doing? Your distracted look is impolite. Fitzroy's here. Conway ignored Juniper and instead pulled her towards the entrance of the courtyard. Aryan, Riker, and assistant Aaliyah were walking in. Manager Fitzroy Wee, Supervisor Bliss. About 7 or 8 steps away, Conway loudly greeted them. Well, etiquette. So he did carry the appearance of an aristocratic young master. However, compared to Aryan, something always seemed off. There was a gap, but it was hard to pinpoint exactly what it was immediately. Oh, you two are wearing the same outfit? What a coincidence. Let me see. Hazel walked over, seemingly not minding to stir up the matter further, even inviting people around. Everyone come and judge who looks better in this outfit. People around gathered over while Alethea and others automatically stepped back. Instantly, Aryan and Conway became the center of attention. Conway quickly straightened his posture, maintaining a gentle smile. Boring. Aryan commented briefly. At first glance, both look very nice. But if we look closely, they both look good. The businessman didn't want to offend anyone, laughing heartily. Others were all old foxes and wouldn't comment casually either. They both look great, Mr. Bliss. Let's go inside. I'll introduce you to a few friends. Hazel didn't want to say more, just laughed and pulled Aryan into the venue. The people around turned away as well, except for Conway who still wasn't ready to give up. Fitzroy looked at Alethea. Celeste, you decide. Alethea watched Hazel intimately holding Aryan's arm as they left, feeling nothing particular, and didn't hear Conway ask why. Celeste? Conway persisted. What? Who do you think looks better in this outfit? Don't be ridiculous. I'm just trying to make Aryan look bad for your sake. Where's the foolishness in that? You look better in it, okay? Alethea said impatiently. Conway opened his mouth, but ultimately didn't continue asking. Fitzroy just stared at Aryan's back, muttering under his breath, even if Hazel is helping you, your true nature will eventually show through your words and actions. Hazel introduced Aryan to the president and board members of the foundation. Aryan remained composed and spoke appropriately, which almost confirmed her earlier suspicions. She knew Aryan didn't like such occasions, so she didn't take him to meet more people, but led him to the side of the artificial lake under a parasol tree. By late August, the parasol leaves had started to turn slightly yellow, but it wasn't obvious yet. Hazel sighed. If we come back in another month or two, all the leaves here will turn yellow. Reflecting on the lake, it's quite beautiful. Make sure you remember to come back after a couple of months. If I get the chance, I certainly will. Aryan replied. Certainly. When does the exchange begin? Aren't you at all curious about my background? Which family I come from, and why I was kidnapped? Hazel asked curiously. Not my business. Aryan said coldly. The exchange sounds grand, but in essence, we're trying to understand Huifeng's investment direction for the next quarter. Huifeng has professional market analysts and teams that are top-notch in the industry. Manager Riker must have received the investment intention letter from headquarters. Fitzroy may not know the full content and wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal everything, but he would share some information. It might give us some useful insights. Aryan was speechless. This sounded suspicious. Could problems with Hangzhou branch stem from this? No, it shouldn't be possible. Riker is just a manager. He couldn't possibly have all of headquarters' investment analysis plans. Fitzroy Quarters also wouldn't send every branch the full scope of their financial analyst's investment directions. Investment strategies are constantly adjusted and can't be strictly followed according to a plan, as the market changes rapidly. Isn't that despicable? Hazel asked. Not really despicable. Business is war. Aren't you angry? Why should I be? Really? Hazel stared directly into Arjan's eyes. Stop testing me. There's nothing worth testing. Arjan suddenly stressed, and don't use me as a pawn. So, you know everything about me. Hazel was now 100% certain of her suspicions, but rest assured, I'm not using you as a pawn. I've already of the chamber also gave a summary, which took 6 or 7 minutes. The foundation's investments were transparent and required little explanation. Finally, the microphone returned to Hazel's hands. There is another piece of good news today. LB Corporation has joined the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce family. Let's give them a warm welcome. Thunderous applause followed. Alethea and Conway were both taken aback, not expecting Hazel to announce this in front of everyone. This was like giving LB Corporation a free advertisement. Next, please invite the head of LB Corporation to come on stage to receive the membership certificate, Hazel said formally. Celeste, hurry up, Conway urged. Come up together, Hazel continued. Conway was eager to make an appearance in such a setting and quickly stood up, following Alethea onto the stage. The president is out on business and did not attend today. Fitzroy has entrusted Mr. Arjan to present the certificate. Please welcome Mr. Arjan to the stage. Hazel smiled. What's going on? Let Arjan present? Alethea and Conway exchanged glances, both stunned. Does this Arjan know the president? What is Hazel up to? Chapter 17 Hanging the photo on the wall. Arjan took the stage, receiving the certificate from the etiquette attendant and presenting it to Alethea. Alethea refused to take it. She felt humiliated. It was Conway who received it next. Although he also felt uncomfortable. If they rejected the certificate, wouldn't that mean they didn't want to join the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce? For the sake of the LB Corporation, he had to receive it. Losing face was something he must endure. After getting the certificate, they both wanted to leave quickly, but Hazel had already called over a photographer. Let's take a group photo. Alethea and Conway stood beside Arjan, their expressions as unpleasant as could be. Click click. 4 or 5 photographers were taking pictures for 2 or 3 minutes before they finished. Back at their seats, Alethea's expression was extremely ugly. She vented her anger at Conway. Any clothes would have been fine except for this set. Why did you wear this? What's wrong with what I'm wearing? Conway asked in confusion. You go ask the photographer for the photos yourself. Look at the photos. Conway got up and walked toward one of the distant photographers. Sir, can you show me the photos taken just now? I want to keep them as a souvenir. No problem. Do you want digital copies or printed ones? The photographer asked. Send me the digital copies first. All right, let me add you. After adding him as a friend, the photographer sent the photos to Conway. Opening his phone, Conway saw the photos and his face instantly turned red. Wearing the same outfit isn't scary, and ugliness isn't embarrassing either, but appearing together is the most terrifying. Upon seeing the photos for the first time, it seemed like this outfit on Arjan enhanced his natural aura. As for Conway, the outfit made him look scholarly. Moreover, standing next to Arjan, by comparison, Conway appeared to be nothing more than a bookish villain. It must be a problem with the photographer. Conway, not willing to believe otherwise, approached other photographers, but the results were all the same. One photographer's photo even made Conway look somewhat despicable. No wonder people below had such strange looks when they were taking the picture together, whispering and even laughing. Conway thought it was laughter of congratulations. Now it seemed it was definitely not congratulatory but mocking, and he thought he was doing well, believing he could overshadow Arjan, only to realize that he was the fool. Many people probably cursed him silently as an idiot, right? At this moment, his head buzzed as if ready to explode. If there were a hole in the ground, he would definitely crawl into it. But how come he couldn't understand why Arjan, this sycophant who stayed home for 5 years, could naturally fit into such clothes? Shouldn't he be the one outshining Arjan? Can these photos be deleted? Conway gritted his teeth and asked. If it weren't for the Foundation's evening banquet, he would have already grabbed the camera from the photographer. Cannot. Secretary Carey said they will print the photos later and hang them on the wall outside the Foundation entrance. The photographer replied. What? Conway's face turned green. Now he finally understood why Hazel made such arrangements. First, continue to enhance Arjan's fame. Second, let everyone see Conway's miserable appearance. Not only that, but also hanging the photo publicly so that future visitors could see the gap between them. That wasn't a display wall. It was clearly Conway's wall of shame. Fitzroy had thought Hazel had some good intentions earlier. This woman not only didn't have good intentions, but also dug a huge pit for Conway to jump into. What a malicious woman. At this moment, Conway even had thoughts of killing someone. Repressing his inner anger, he slowly walked towards Hazel, trying to remain calm. Secretary Carey, has the Foundation approved LB Corporation's financing application? Sorry, no. Hazel shook her head. Hazel, you're being too excessive. Unable to hold back any longer, Conway suddenly roared. I can tolerate your humiliation of me, but denying our LB Corporation's financing application. This is using public resources for personal vengeance. I'm going to report you now. I don't believe you can rule the Foundation. His roar drew everyone closer. The Foundation chairman Aiden squeezed through the crowd, frowning as he asked, Mr. G, what's happening? Chairman Yao, you arrived just in time. Fitzroy shrank back, but soon stepped forward again. If there's no misuse of public resources, why wasn't LB Corporation's financing application approved? Probably because Hazel kept the application on hold and didn't even give it a look. We've already reviewed your financing application. After discussion by the board, your rating doesn't meet our investment requirements, Aiden said solemnly. I don't believe it. Conway continued. Of course you would defend her, to cover up her wrongdoings, trying to minimize the issue. I anticipated you'd go this far. I'm already prepared. Hazel finally spoke. She waved her hand, and a staff member came in, taking a document from a briefcase and handing it to Conway. Last night, we worked overtime discussing your LB Corporation's financing application. Hazel coldly stated. There are signatures from 7 directors, 3 vice presidents, and 1 president, 11 people in total. 8 of them disagree with the investment, and the reasons are clearly stated. Conway took it and saw indeed 11 signatures, but he didn't read the discussion results. Instead, he threw the document on the ground. This is forged by you. The majority of those involved are present here. Ask them if they signed it themselves, Hazel said coldly. This is the result of our foundation's discussion, Aiden added. You're all in cahoots. You mean the entire foundation conspired against you? Hazel coldly replied. What is LB Corporation to us? Worth deceiving you? The other directors and president all had dark clouds hanging over tarnishing the reputation of LB Group. While picking up the papers, she scanned them briefly and saw detailed suggestions from the foundation. It seemed the foundation had not been deceitful to her and Conway, but indeed carefully discussed their proposal and reviewed the materials from LB Group. These suggestions were based on the current situation of LB Group. Conway indeed misunderstood the foundation. Thinking about this, Juniper said apologetically again. Also, thank you all for your valuable advice. I will work on improving things when I return, hoping to gain the foundation's approval next time. President Aiden was slightly satisfied and didn't press further. Since the incident has passed, let's drop it. We'll take our leave then. Juniper pulled the still-dazed Conway away. At this moment, Conway was like a soulless puppet, having lost all confidence in his eyes. Move, move. Ale-beddenly, a group of burly bodyguards pushed their way through the crowd, forcibly pushing aside members of the foundation. Some people were even knocked down due to the sudden and rude action. These were all members of Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce, many with assets exceeding hundreds of millions or even billions. They were about to vent their anger when they saw a young man in riding breeches, flip-flops, and a white tank top walking up behind the bodyguards. They quickly suppressed their fury. Aiden frowned but did not scold. Instead, he looked at Brandy beside him. Hazel's face turned sour. Hawkins, this is the foundation, not your backyard. Apologize immediately. Apologize? Which one should I apologize to? Hawkins glanced at a middle-aged obese man who had fallen over, his face full of mockery. I tripped myself. It has nothing to do with young Master Liao, the obese man hastily replied. What about you? Hawkins looked at a few others. Not necessary. Those few people waved their hands rapidly. What background does this guy have? Why is he so arrogant? Just now, Conway came back to his senses. Fitzroy stopped and looked at Hawkins, whom he didn't recognize as being from Hangzhou. Fitzroy recognized one of the entrepreneurs who fell earlier, surnamed Lanny, whose company assets were worth at least 7 to 8 billion. Fitzroy would be respected outside, yet seeing Hawkins, he acted like a mouse before a cat. Damn, if I had the family background of Hawkins, I would crush Aryan right now. Conway now could only feel jealous. You see, they said no need to apologize, Hawkins shrugged. Do you know what I hate most about you? You act arrogantly because of your family, treating everyone else like dirt. The Liao family will eventually fall apart if left in your hands, Brandy spoke without holding back. Hawkins didn't get angry but instead laughed more. That's why my father wants me to marry you to manage this family. Then the Liao family won't fall apart, right? You are truly beyond redemption. Even with Hazel's composure, she felt like lashing out now. But today, I'm not here for you. I'm here to meet Aryan. I heard he saved you. Hawkins spoke earnestly. I should meet the person who saved my fiancée and show my gratitude, shouldn't I? I've already thanked him. There's no need for you to thank him. Hazel sounded impatient. Please leave now and don't disturb our gathering. Yes, yes. Hawkins smiled, looking around. Who is Aryan? That's me. What can I do for you? Aryan stood with his hands behind his back. Looking good, but you seem small in stature. Not like a real expert, Hawkins commented. Hawkins came to Aryan's side, circling around him, and leaned close to Aryan's ear to ask, could it be that you were the mastermind behind those kidnappers? With your capabilities, how could you have solved the issue of 4 kidnappers so quickly otherwise? And why did you kill all of them? Were you worried that if any were left alive, they might expose you as the mastermind? This not only questioned Aryan's strength, but also cast doubts on his character, implying he was in cahoots with the kidnappers. Hawkins, Mr. Bliss is not as despicable as you. Hazel was furious. Fitzroy just happened to pass by. Happened to pass by Mount Xiaotangshan? Who would believe that? Hawkins shrugged. Believe it or not, starting from tomorrow, he will no longer have any connection with the Carey family, and I advise you not to stir up trouble. Hazel warned, if you cause a big disaster for the Liao family, don't blame me for not warning you. I'm so scared. Hawkins exaggeratedly made a gesture of fear, but noticed Hazel staring at him angrily, realizing she was truly mad. Fitzroy then waved his hand. No fun. Let's go back. Seasoned diplomat Conway couldn't let this opportunity slip by to put Aryan down. Fitzroy suddenly spoke loudly, young Master Liao. Aryan definitely wasn't passing by Mount Xiaotangshan by chance. He's very despicable. Hazel was about to relax, but upon hearing these words, her heart sank again. She really feared a conflict between Hawkins and Aryan. If Aryan were from an ordinary family with no backing, he might have been cautious of the powerful Liao family. Perhaps Hazel's persuasion could have prevented any trouble. But Aryan came from the Yinjing Bliss family, one of the prominent clans. Would he be afraid of your Liao family? If Hawkins dared to make a move, Aryan would certainly retaliate fiercely, and Hazel knew she wouldn't be able to stop him. Considering Aryan's ruthlessness when he acted, if he accidentally killed Hawkins, how could Hazel explain that to the Liao family? She truly wanted to slap Conway right now. Ale beer enough? Hawkins stopped and looked curiously at Conway. Do you have any evidence? Although I don't have evidence, I know Aryan is very despicable. Fitzroy has no real abilities and has been relying on Juniper for 5 years, Conway explained. After divorcing Celeste, he lost his financial support and must have set his sights on Secretary Carey. Is that so? Hawkins laughed in a meaningful way. Fitzroy reported the Ailby group the day after he proposed divorce to his wife. Isn't that sinister? Conway gritted his teeth. It seems you have strong intentions. Hawkins's gaze towards Aryan grew increasingly cold. Mr. G, you should have evidence before making accusations, not just spouting nonsense, Hazel said coldly. You're no good either. Conway even started insulting Hazel. Young Master Liao, I saw her being affectionate with Aryan under the plane tree just now. At these words, everyone fell silent, looking at Conway in shock. Even Hawkins's face turned green. The whole scene became dead silent. Chapter 19 Insist on showing off intelligence? Conway noticed the extremely odd looks from people around him and the seemingly frozen air, realizing the severity of the situation. You can use me as a pawn, and I can pretend not to notice. That way, you'd appear a bit clever. Hawkins, who had been grinning just moments ago, now wore a completely sullen expression with an icy tone. But you insist on showing off your intelligence, testing limits, and treating me like an idiot. The last person who treated me like an idiot, well, grass over his grave is already more than a meter high. As he finished speaking, he waved his hand. I didn't lie to you. I really saw it. Conway was still trying to argue his case. Two burly men walked toward Conway. Conway wasn't particularly scared. In broad daylight. What are you going to do? What? Send you to hell, one of the bodyguards sneered. Feeling the icy killing intent radiating from these two men, Conway's hairs stood on end. Fitzroy felt that they might actually kill him. Fitzroy, me. Conway suddenly yelled loudly. Let him go, Juniper shouted first, or I'll call the police. Call the police? Ha ha ha. Hawkins laughed loudly. You're so naive. Even if I have someone kill him right now, let's see if they convict me. You? What do you mean? Get lost, or I'll have you killed too. That's enough. Seeing the two burly men about to make their move, Hazel quickly barked, Hawkins, how you deal with him outside is none of my business. But this is the foundation. Fitzroy was invited here by me. You cannot kill anyone here. Drag him out and kill him. Hawkins curled his lip. Dragging him out won't work either. Hazel waved her hand, and her bodyguard stepped forward, coldly staring at Hawkins's bodyguards. The atmosphere grew tense as both sides confronted each other. Even though they might become family in the future, as long as their masters give the order, they would fight right now. This guy accused you, and you're protecting him? Hawkins asked. Accusing me and protecting him are two different matters. You're such a headache. Hawkins rubbed his forehead. Fitzroy may be spared from death, but punishment is inevitable. Bang! A bodyguard punched Conway hard in the chin, causing two teeth to fly out along with blood. Conway fell to the ground, unconscious. One of Hawkins's bodyguards sneered, Sir, this guy is a complete waste. So be it. Hawkins shrugged indifferently. Hazel's face darkened. She took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and instructed her bodyguard. Take him to the hospital? Yes. The bodyguard carried the unconscious Conway away. Juniper turned, looking at Aryan with a complicated expression, seemingly wanting to say something but ultimately saying nothing, and quickly followed out. People in the Foundation respect you for a reason, Hawkins said, looking at Hazel. How you handle things indeed earns respect. However, the more outstanding you are, the more you might oppose this marriage. After all, we're just united by interests. Now, I don't care much for that benefit. You. What do you mean? Hazel looked at Hawkins in surprise. I will duel Aryan. If he wins, the engagement between the Carey and Liao families is cancelled. Hawkins pointed at Aryan. If I win, the marriage is also cancelled. This? Hazel was instantly moved. She had always dreamed of cancelling this engagement. One reason was Hawkins's despicable behavior, but another was that she wanted control over her own life, not to be dictated by the family. Yet, enjoying the best conditions provided by the family meant she had to contribute back to the family. An arranged marriage was also a contribution, which couldn't be avoided. It wasn't entirely about benefits either. Fitzroy elders just didn't want their children to suffer. Even if it wasn't true love, marrying into a well-matched family ensured a lifetime of luxury. Young people lose their heads for love, while the elders are experienced in life. Hazel had gotten angry at her father before. For instance, a few days ago, when she found out that her father had set the engagement date with the Liao family, she argued with her father and ran away secretly. She ran to Xiatangxian to clear her mind. But after calming down, she didn't hate her father. Even encountering kidnappers, she blamed herself more for throwing a tantrum, almost costing the lives of the two bodyguards protecting her in secret. Now, with a chance to cancel the engagement with the Liao family, Hazel hesitated. No, I won't agree. You don't want to cancel the engagement? Hawkins was surprised. Or, are you worried I might kill him? Don't worry, I won't. Aryan has nothing to do with this. I will. Aryan suddenly spoke up. Mr. Bliss, don't fall for his provocations. This guy is treacherous and despicable. He wouldn't fight you alone. Hazel anxiously advised. Fitzroy has gathered several martial arts experts around him, each very powerful and ruthless. Am I really that despicable? Hawkins's face turned green with anger. Just as he was about to refute her, Aryan stepped forward. What do I fear if they all come at me together? Arrogant. Defeated a few kidnappers, and now you think you're invincible? Ignorant. Courting death. The bodyguards Hawkins brought along all looked at Aryan, their eyes filled with murderous intent. A middle-aged man with a hooked nose flexed his muscles as he approached Aryan, grinning sinisterly. I will tear your mouth apart and break both your hands. Fitzroy's mind, back off. Hawkins barked, and the hooked-nosed middle-aged man retreated. Mr. Bliss. Hazel continued to urge. I'm not doing this for you. I just want to teach a lesson to someone who thinks he's invincible after making a small breakthrough. Aryan said coldly. Oh, you figured that out. So it seems you do have some skills. Hawkins took off his flip-flops and smiled. Rest assured, considering you saved Hazel, I'll spare your life. His smile faded as soon as he finished speaking, and his entire demeanor changed instantly. Fitzroy had been acting carefree and lazy, like an unlearned rascal. Now, his expression was stern, his gaze sharp, and an intimidating aura radiated from him. This was definitely not an unlearned person, but someone who used carelessness to conceal his true strength. This aura is quite strong. Prince Liao hides his depth well. After all, he comes from a top-tier family. How could he be truly useless? Aryan is in trouble. The two of them are on completely different levels in terms of aura. Fitzroy deserves it for agreeing to duel Prince Liao. Fitzroy probably thought, like others outside, that Prince Liao is unlearned. Now he's going to pay for it. Hazel, today I'll show you my true strength. Hawkins's deep voice echoed, look closely, and see whether I am unworthy of you, or you are unworthy of me. Chapter 20. Feigned aura? Hazel felt Hawkins's aura, and was repeatedly shocked. This kind of aura was only slightly weaker than Old Seven, the bodyguard who was always by her father's side, and it was rumored that Old Seven had a strength at the late first-class level. Beyond first class was the realm of Grandmaster. Grandmasters were beings capable of founding sects and establishing schools. Could it be that Hawkins had already crossed into the first-class level? If this were true, then within the major families of Hangxing, he would also be a top talent. She had clearly misjudged him. With such prowess, he still acted carelessly all day long. His concealment was indeed profound. If not for being provoked by Conway today, Hawkins might have continued to hide. Aryan, you must be careful, Hazel warned. Aryan stood with his hands behind his back as if he hadn't heard, seemingly not caring at all. It wasn't until Hawkins's palm, accompanied by a piercing sound through the air, was about to slap against his chest that he raised his hand. Fitzroy too slapped out a palm, appearing completely casual. Bang! The palms met. Hawkins's expression instantly changed drastically, feeling a terrifying force from Aryan's palm shock into his hand, travel up his arm, and finally hit deep into his internal organs. Damn it! Hawkins instantly retreated, continuously unloading the force, but still, at least half of it impacted his internal organs. Humph! Hawkins let out a muffled humph, forcefully suppressing the surging blood and chi in his body. Oh, you've got some skills. Aryan's lips curled up, thoroughly enraged, and charged again. Smack! Aryan struck again, slapping another palm. Before Hawkins's attack even reached Aryan, he received another slap on the face, the terrifying force making him spin on the spot and fall to the ground, unable to stand steady. I won't admit defeat. Hawkins wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, trying to get up, when a large foot stepped down. Mr. Bliss, please don't. Hazel loudly warned. Bang! Aryan's foot landed on Hawkins's chest. Hawkins felt as if he was pressed by a 10,000 gene rock, unable to move or even breathe. Damn! Not only did he slap the young master of the Liao family in the face, but he also stomped on him. Everyone around was shocked. The Liao family would definitely not let this go. They hoped they weren't present today to avoid being implicated. All over. Hazel muttered to herself. Of course, she hoped that the arrogant Hawkins would receive a lesson, but the worst-case scenario she did not want to see was Aryan fighting Hawkins. If they truly fought, the worst outcome would be Aryan killing Hawkins. Aryan's actions amounted to nothing different from killing Hawkins. Do you yield? Aryan asked from a high vantage point. Aye. Hawkins's ashen face flushed red. This was shame, frustration, and unwillingness. Originally thinking he had broken through to the first-class level, he hadn't anticipated being unable to withstand even one move from Aryan, as if an adult were hitting a child. Stop. This was not shouted by Hazel, but by Hawkins. Lord. Others looked at Hawkins in confusion. I said one-on-one means one-on-one. Get back. Hawkins shouted loudly. Being beaten so badly and stomped on was humiliating enough. Were they really going to gang up? Wouldn't that prove Hazel right, showing they were truly a bunch of despicable cowards? Fitzroy chose to expose his strength today to change Hazel's opinion of him. A few days ago, she heard that Hazel went a shouting mountain alone at night and almost got kidnapped. Fitzroying this, Hawkins felt a bitter taste in his heart. It just happened to be the day when the Liao family and the Carey family confirmed the engagement date. Hazel had quarreled with her family, surely due to this marriage. Hazel looked down on him, Hawkins, but she couldn't do anything about the family arrangement, so she could only go out to clear her head. Hawkins wanted to prove himself. He wasn't the good-for-nothing others saw him as. If he wanted to, he could make anyone who had laughed at him behind his back shut up. But he lost too miserably today. Consider you still have some integrity, so I'll spare your life today. Aryan stepped back 2 steps and refrained from attacking further. Hawkins took quite a while to struggle up. His expression was unpredictable. Chapter 21. What if I threaten you? Master, shall we ambush Aryan at the intersection? In the car on the way back, a middle-aged man in black tentatively asked, do you think I'm the kind of person who says one thing and does another? Hawkins, who had just regained his composure, shot a cold glare at the middle-aged man. Wasn't it always like this before? The middle-aged man thought so, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Damn it. Where did Aryan come from? Hawkins cursed. Why have I never heard of him before? Should we investigate his background? Waste of time. As long as the engagement is cancelled, Hazel might marry Aryan. Just keep an eye on her. At this moment, his phone rang. It was from his father. Fitzroy hesitated for a moment, then answered. Before he could speak, his father started interrogating. Did you cause trouble at the Foundation? Hawkins remained silent, too lazy to lie since his father would find out anyway. You not only picked a fight, but also lost? And got trampled on? Yes. And you unilaterally called off the engagement? I just wanted to prove myself in front of her, but I never expected. Hazel said the engagement continues, on the condition that no one from the Liao family goes after Aryan. What? Hawkins, who had almost let go of it, became truly angry now. She's willing to do this for Aryan? Fitzroy was not just angry, but also jealous. Is Aryan really that good? Does Hazel really know him that well? Hawkins clenched his fists tightly and said grimly, Dad, I've decided. I'm going to master Sure Fu there and postpone the engagement banquet. What about the family? Dad, you know I've never liked managing the family business. I've always preferred wielding swords and guns. Hawkins explained, let my brother handle the family. I can be the family guardian. Isn't that good enough? Well, sigh. Liao's father sighed deeply. Do as you wish. Dad, remember not to let anyone in the family take action against him. I want to reclaim my dignity personally. Manager Fitzroy. The flow of funds in the foundation seems somewhat abnormal. In Manager Fitzroy's office, Aryan sat opposite Riker, looking puzzled at the numbers on his laptop. Riker took out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled slowly, changing the subject. I heard that Manager Bliss still lives in a regular apartment. Is there a problem with that? Aryan countered. There isn't really a problem, but doesn't such an ordinary apartment seem beneath your status? Riker asked again. What status do I have? Beating up Master Liao without any consequences, it's unprecedented in Hangzhou. Riker smiled. But that doesn't enhance my status. Besides, Secretary Carey doesn't even talk to me anymore. So why are you still helping her? Who said I was helping her? Aren't you monitoring those funds for her? I am not helping her. As a supervisor of Huifeng, I have a duty to know where these funds are going, Aryan replied solemnly. What if I don't tell you? Then I will have to report it to Ms. Bliss. And what can reporting it achieve? She wouldn't dare to make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, it would damage Huifeng's reputation. Riker was unafraid. If the Foundation people found out, they would withdraw over 2 billion yuan. The loss would be Huifeng's, not mine. The most she can do is fine me. She can't fire me. Even if she fired you, what benefit would you get? I've worked at Huifeng for more than 20 years. Half the people here are my friends. As for Ms. Bliss, she's just here for training and will leave in a year or two. How long can she protect you? When my friends take over as general manager, you won't have an easy time. Are you threatening me? Aryan narrowed his eyes. So what if I am? Riker smirked. Don't think you're amazing just because you beat up Hawkins. Who in Hangzhou doesn't know that Hawkins is a waste? If not for the power of the Liao family, he'd be dead many times over. Besides, these days, being good at fighting means nothing. Connections and background matter much more. You've been living off others for 5 years. If the Carey family cuts ties with you, what connections do you have left? Albier enough, Carmen must have spread his story, which now seemed to have reached everyone in the company. Wherever Aryan went, he felt as if people were pointing and whispering behind his back. Fitzroy didn't bother to explain himself. Not because it was true, but because he saw no point in doing so. In reality, his marriage to Alethea was not about becoming a son-in-law. After marriage, he hadn't spent a single cent of the Ailby family's money. Fitzroy did live in a house bought by Alethea, but his daily expenses were all paid from his own money. As one of the heirs of the Bliss family, he received substantial red envelope money, and his monthly allowance was also quite generous. Unlike other rich second-generation individuals who loved buying cars and playing around, he was very low-key at school, so most of his money remained in the bank. Alethea did give him a supplementary card, saying she would deposit money into it every month. Fitzroy actually didn't know how much was on the card because he had never spent any of it. Previously, he kept the card in his wallet, but when he left the villa, he placed the card on the bedside table and returned it to Alethea. Did they really think he was a freeloader? Fitzroy absolutely didn't know the Ailby family anything, and certainly wasn't eating off them. Let me tell you one more thing. President Bliss came here specifically to investigate the Hangzhou branch, but has she made any progress after investigating for so long? Riker sneered. She won't stay here for a year or two, at most 3 months, and then she'll slink back home. Even if she finds out something, she wouldn't dare take any rash actions. A flash of killing intent flickered in Aryan's eyes. Most of Huifeng Hangzhou branch's people were already tightly knit together. United as one, they became bold and fearless. Riker didn't even care about General Manager Lilia anymore. Fitzroy's 300,000 yuan. Riker took out a check and tossed it to Aryan. Take the money, keep your mouth shut, and everyone will be happy. Aryan hesitated. To act or to accept the money. Fitzroy wanted to kill Riker right there, and then, but after some thought, doing so would only alert others. Eventually, he pocketed the check. I didn't say anything just now. Aryan got up and walked towards the door. I've never been here. Ha ha ha, yes, that's being sensible, Riker laughed triumphantly. After Aryan left, his assistant Myling entered. Manager, is it settled? Controlling him is like controlling an ant, Riker said disdainfully. If he didn't take the money, we have plenty of ways to deal with him. I thought I'd have to step in and use my charm, but it turned out to be so easy. Myling grumbled internally, seeming somewhat disappointed from her tone. You flirt. Do you start getting wild when you see someone young and handsome? Riker pulled Myling into his arms impatiently and started feeling her up. Manager, this is still the office. Come on, if that Aryan kid was here, you wouldn't care whether this is the office or not. Look what you're saying. That guy is just good looking but is nothing more than a freeloader. I don't fancy him at all. Myling scoffed. The one I like the most is still you. Outside the door, Aryan loosened his foot which was pressing against the door, narrowed his eyes slightly, and finally turned to leave. Chapter 22 Kneeling to Beg. When Conway woke up, it was already 11 o'clock the next day. The glaring sunlight shone through the window onto his face before he finally opened his eyes. You're awake? I told you not to get involved with Juniper. Are you satisfied now? A stern voice spoke. Conway turned his head and saw his father, the same authoritative figure in daily life. Your child is so badly injured, yet you still scold him? Mona G said unhappily. Scold? There were so many women for him to choose from, but he had to pursue a divorced woman and cause such trouble. Isn't even one scolding allowed? Marcus's expression darkened. So what if I'm capable? Should I go catch the murderer? Catch the murderer? Do you know what your son has done? Marcus, annoyed, continued. Fitzroy slandered Miss Carey in front of her fiancé, claiming she was being intimate with another man. What about the Carey family? Didn't you know? The president of Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce, with assets worth 4 to 500 billion. What? Hazel's father is the president of the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce. Conway was instantly stunned. Fitzroy thought that Hazel, dressed as she was merely a trophy, a toy of the foundation chairman, who rose to power relying on her beauty. And Hazel's attire was too seductive, far from the image of a young lady from a prominent family. Also, Do you know who the man is? Fitzroy's the eldest son of the Liao family. Marcus added, perhaps the Liao family doesn't match the Carey family in wealth, but they have roots in Hangzhou for hundreds of years, with profound influence. You dare to defame their reputation? Isn't that asking for death? I believe Li Hui wouldn't lie. If he saw it, why couldn't he speak out? Monaji said seriously. Evidence? Just by word of mouth? Even if you really saw them being intimate, you can't say it aloud. Marcus was greatly angered. The two families are arranging a marriage, almost engaged. With one word from you, will this marriage still proceed? This, Conway felt numb upon hearing this. They're such powerful figures. The Carey and Liao families, in Hangzhou, are true giants at the top of the pyramid. Killing him would be like crushing an ant. Moreover, as his father said, even if he saw it, he couldn't openly speak out. Fitzroy could have taken pictures, gathered evidence, and secretly given it to Hawkins. But without evidence, and after saying it in front of 100 people, where would the face of the Liao and Carey families be? With evidence, he would still be eliminated by the Liao and Carey families. Without evidence, they'd eliminate him several times over. Well, what should we do? Conway asked tremblingly. I humbled myself and apologized to them. Only then did they agree not to hold it against you. Marcus sternly said, after you're discharged, you'll immediately return home with your mother. Phew. Conway exhaled in relief. Fortunately, they didn't want to press charges. Otherwise, he would have died for sure. Fortunately, his father was an academician. Otherwise, those two families probably wouldn't give his father any respect. Mom, what about Miss Ailby? Conway asked tentatively. You're still thinking of her? Marcus raised his hand, ready to strike. What are you doing? Mona G quickly stopped him. Fitzroy's just asking. Forget it. Marcus withdrew his hand, giving his son a disappointed look, then turned and left. Once the door closed, Mona G whispered, Miss Ailby was here, but your father chased her away. What? Conway's heart sank. She also said that once you're discharged, you should go home. She said, thank you for your troubles during this time. Once the company gets through this crisis, I'll transfer $5 million to you. This? Conway lowered his head. Ailby enough. Juniper was still upset. Don't think about it anymore. Focus on recovering. Mom, I still want to see Ji-yoon. Please help me. Conway pleaded. This? Mom, what about your injuries? My injuries are fine. Conway replied. His injuries weren't very severe. Fitzroy lost 3 teeth, and after last night's treatment, the swelling on his face had gone down. Fitzroy had stitches inside his mouth. As long as he didn't eat hard foods, there was no big problem. After getting his mother to divert his father, he quietly left the hospital and went to Juniper's maternal home, where she had been staying recently. After knocking on the door, Andoni's answered, and upon seeing Conway, he rushed to close the door. Marty Ailby, I want to talk to Ji-yoon. Conway blocked the door with his foot. Talk about what? Your father lectured my sister last night, telling her to stay away from you. Andoni's angrily retorted, what are you doing here now? Conway expected Andoni's to mention the Carey and Liao families, but unexpectedly, it was about this. Andoni's likely didn't know what had happened, and Juniper wasn't one to gossip. Conway explained, you know my father is an old-fashioned person. Now I live with my mother, so he can't control me. Couldn't control you? Yet he still scolded my sister last night? Get lost, Celeste doesn't want to see you either. Andoni's slammed the door. Thump. Conway knelt on the ground right away. Marty Ailby, I beg you. I truly love Celeste. Please let me in. Andoni's looked down on him and said, begging me is useless. Even if I let you in, my sister won't see you. I'll tell Celeste if she doesn't agree, I'll kneel here until she does. If you want to kneel, then kneel there. Andoni's finished rudely and turned to go back inside. In the study, Andoni sneered, that guy, besides making you angry, is completely worthless. How can he compare to Aryan? Although Aryan has been a house husband for 5 years, at least he never begs on his knees and has some integrity. Don't get divorced. Juniper remained silent, recalling what Aryan had done over the past 5 years. Aryan might not be very capable, but he never acted without her approval and never made her angry. Fitzroy didn't compete or fight. He did his duty as a husband faithfully. Juniper thought Aryan couldn't help her, while Conway could relieve her of company pressure. But up until now, what exactly has Conway done? Not only did he not help, but he also caused more trouble. This time he angered the foundation. This morning, a partner called to terminate their cooperation. Juniper humbled herself and pleaded with them, only barely getting them to agree to continue cooperating until the contract ends at the end of the month. Funding gap, partners terminating cooperation, problems came one after another. Either of these two issues alone could determine the life or death of a company. Now both happened at once. It seemed this was what Conway brought to her, Juniper. She was even scolded by Conway's father last night. On the way back, she couldn't help but wonder if her own indifference had provoked divine retribution. Chapter 23. Orphanage Volunteer. Celeste. Celeste. Lamar saw his sister lost in thought and reminded her, how should we deal with Conway? Meet him or not? If not, I'll have someone drive him away. Juniper pulled herself out of her memories. After some consideration, she stood up and walked toward the door. Seeing Conway truly kneeling on the ground, her face turned ashen. Get up. Don't you know that a man's knees are made of gold? Celeste, for you, I can do anything. Conway said earnestly, yesterday was my mistake, but I really didn't know they were such big shots. Just get up. Juniper's voice grew heavier. You forgive me, and I'll get up. You. Juniper took a deep breath. All right, I forgive you. Only then did Conway stand up and follow Juniper into the Ailby family residence, making their way to the study. How is your injury? Juniper asked. It's nothing serious. Now you should buy a plane ticket and leave Hangzhou. The Carey family and Liao family won't let you off. My father has personally intervened, and it's all settled. Neither the Carey family nor the Liao family will bother me anymore. Is that so? Juniper paused, somewhat surprised. Then you should go back. This place isn't suitable for you, and your father won't agree to us being together. My mother agrees, and as you know, my parents divorced 8 years ago. Your father wouldn't harm you. Celeste, I returned to China because of you. Can you really be so heartless to make me leave? Juniper fell silent. Celeste, give me one more chance. Let me stay at the company to help you. If you really don't like me, once the company gets through its difficulties, I'll leave. Okay. After hearing his words, Juniper couldn't refuse anymore. Alright, but you mustn't act without consulting me. Celeste, I understand. From now on, I'll never act on my own and follow all your instructions. Conway promised, pounding his chest, but he winced in pain from the wound in his mouth. Still hurts? Juniper gently placed her hand on Conway's cheek. It doesn't hurt at all. This was their closest contact in a long time, and Conway felt only excitement. You should rest in the hospital for a few more days. I was worried about you, and the company wanted to prove himself in front of Hazel. With Hawkins suffering such a loss, won't the Liao family take revenge on Aryan? The Carey family stepped in. Both sides reached an agreement. The engagement continues, and the Liao family cannot harm Aryan anymore. Juniper added, but Hazel must sever ties with Aryan. Doesn't the Liao family worry that something happened between Aryan and Hazel? Conway wondered. I had someone check. She's indeed fair and impartial, as those entrepreneurs mentioned last night, capable and considering the bigger picture. Juniper explained, being such a person, she wouldn't jeopardize her engagement to Hawkins by behaving improperly with another man. Losing face isn't just for her but for both families, possibly leading to a complete rift. The Liao family naturally believes in her integrity. You shouldn't belittle her either. Last night, if it weren't for her, you would have died inside the foundation. Conway thought about it, and realized it was true. Hawkins genuinely wanted to kill him, and he owed his life to Hazel's forgiveness. How could he save the Carey family's eldest daughter? Conway mumbled to himself. Unless? Fitzroy suddenly remembered the message his hired thugs reported a few nights ago. Those thugs had been following Aryan all the way to the top of Shouting Mountain, and saw a group of people fighting. Fearing they would get caught up in it, they withdrew. Could it be that Aryan saved Hazel at that time? It must have been. That means his men were tracking Aryan, which led Aryan to choose Shouting Mountain. If he, Conway, hadn't hired those thugs, Aryan might not have gone there, thus not saving Hazel? Damn. Thinking about this, Conway wished he could slap himself. This was originally meant to deal with Aryan, but unexpectedly helped him instead. What are you talking about? Juniper asked. Nothing, Conway replied guiltily. Fitzroy couldn't let Juniper know about hiring people to deal with Aryan. And those damn guys, after taking the money, still haven't made their move. If they had acted before the gala, none of these problems would have happened. All thanks to those incompetent fellows. Conway cursed inwardly, deciding he needed to hire some other skilled people. After work, Aryan went back to his apartment and stopped by a nearby orphanage on the way, dropping a check into the donation box. The check he got from Carey family's bodyguard last time also went to the orphanage. Putting down the check, he turned to leave. Fitzroy had walked 20 to 30 meters when he heard someone shouting from behind, "Sir, wait." They seemed to have noticed him running out from the orphanage. Aryan quickened his pace, but the person kept chasing him for over 200 meters and finally stopped him at a traffic light. It was a young woman in her early 20s, with a delicate oval face lightly made up, her long hair simply tied back, looking fresh and refined. She even had a slight dimple at the corner of her mouth, making her look like a neighbor's little sister, evoking a natural sense of warmth. "Mr. Bliss? It really is you?" the woman said in surprise. "You are?" Aryan hadn't expected her to recognize him. "I attended the foundation gala yesterday with a friend, but you probably didn't notice me." The woman extended her hand. "Right, my name is Ariana. I'm a volunteer at the orphanage." "Fitzroylo." Aryan reached out to shake her hand. "No need for introductions, right?" "No need. The Mr. Bliss who does good without seeking recognition. Just external things." Aryan waved his hand indifferently. "Have you eaten?" "Not yet." Aryan shook his head. Huifeng didn't provide meals, but there was a subsidy. "Let me treat you." "There's no need for that." Aryan declined. "It's a must." Ariana pulled Aryan along. This direction seemed to lead back to the orphanage. Aryan thought for a moment and followed her. Chapter 24. Crystal's Strength. Ale-beer enough, Crystal pulled Aryan into the orphanage's canteen, where over 30 children were preparing to eat. Their meals were already served. Crystal also had her meal ready, seemingly prepared to eat, but upon seeing Aryan, she abandoned her meal and chased after him. "This Uncle Bliss is the kind-hearted person who donated a lot of money to you before. Everyone, thank Uncle Bliss quickly," Crystal announced loudly. "Thank you, Uncle Bliss." All the children stood up, as did the orphanage staff, bowing to show their gratitude to Aryan. This caught Aryan off guard, and he hurriedly waved his hands. "No need to be so formal. Are you all hungry? Hurry up and eat." "Eat then." Crystal smiled and waited for the kids to sit down before going to get food for Aryan. The meal was quite sumptuous and clean, with fish, chicken legs, cauliflower, shredded potatoes, and milk. However, Crystal didn't serve much food to Aryan. Aryan understood. She was worried that he might not be used to the food here, so she gave him less. It was even less than what the children got. After all, a truly wealthy person might look down on such simple fare. Crystal's thoughts were quite considerate, but seeing Aryan enjoy the meal wholeheartedly, and then fetching another large bowl of food and finishing it all, Crystal felt her worries were clearly unnecessary. She stared at Aryan in surprise. "Is the food to your liking?" "It's great. I'm thinking, since the company isn't far from here, maybe I'll come here to freeload in the future," Aryan said with a smile. "I believe the director and the children will welcome you to freeloader." "That's settled then." "Great." After the meal, they rested at the orphanage for about 10 minutes, during which Crystal seemed to feel guilty and invited Aryan for coffee. "You should know that the Liao family can't wait to tear me apart. Aren't you afraid of getting involved by being so close to me?" Aryan asked. "Why would I be afraid of them?" Crystal said playfully. "They indeed have power, but can they really act without reason?" "They don't need to have any scruples," Aryan replied. "But then they would completely oppose the Carey family. I heard that Sister Carrie didn't agree to end the engagement. She only postponed it. She didn't agree? Aryan was surprised. Yeah. She's really an odd person. Understanding and considerate, wise and capable, clear in distinguishing right from wrong. Sometimes I even envy Sister Carrie. Crystal sighed enviously. If only she were a man, I'd marry her. Unfortunately, she's a woman and has to marry a jerk like Hawkins. How unfair life is. Hawkins isn't as bad as you think. Relatively speaking, he's pretty strong, Aryan said seriously. You're actually defending him? I'm just telling the truth. Aren't you exaggerating to show off how strong you are? Crystal laughed. Do I really give that away? Aryan feigned embarrassment. Fitzroy, just kidding. I'm serious. Let's go for coffee? Maybe not. Trouble always finds me. Aryan waved and walked toward the exit. I'm not afraid of trouble, Crystal thought for a moment and followed out. I feel guilty for inviting you to eat at the orphanage, and hit the ground and rolled around in pain. Even Aryan was somewhat shocked, standing there in surprise. Fitzroy had underestimated this woman. Crystal did not stop. She continued to attack the thugs on the opposite side, basically taking them down as soon as she got close. Come back. Aryan suddenly called out a warning. At this moment, Crystal had already faced off against the last black-clad man at the back. Even though all the thugs in front had fallen, he showed no change in expression. It wasn't until those thugs fell that Aryan noticed this black-clad man. Fitzroy appeared to be around 1.6 meters tall, quite thin, and utterly unremarkable in the crowd. When Crystal reached out with one hand to grab his shoulder, he suddenly moved, swatting away Crystal's arm with a flash of cold light. The dagger slashed upward toward Crystal's neck. Crystal was greatly alarmed. The opponent's speed was far beyond that of ordinary thugs, hiding an expert whose strength far surpassed the scar-faced man. Before she could react, the icy breath surged toward her neck. In that instant, a large hand grabbed her shoulder, pulling her backward. Whoosh! The dagger sliced through Crystal's chest clothing, narrowly missing her neck. So close. Crystal was still shaken when she suddenly noticed someone else attacking from behind. They concealed two experts. Chapter 25. Treating me as an ATM? Ariana stopped abruptly, watching these people leave with a reluctant look. Just like this, we let them get away, too easy on them. They should all be arrested and sent to prison. Prison is like home to them. Aryan waved his hand. Still, the mastermind behind this needs to be found. I know who it is, but I just can't be bothered to deal with him. Liao family? Not the Liao family. Aryan shook his head. They disdain to conspire with street hooligans. Then who is it? You're better off not knowing. Are you injured? Only now did Ariana notice blood on Aryan's arm. How serious is it? No big deal, just some minor injuries. Aryan replied casually and turned around quickly. Let me have a look. Ariana followed him. Your buttons are all undone, Aryan reminded her. Ariana looked down, noticing that the dagger had slashed through her clothes, even exposing part of her bra. It was okay before, but after chasing those people for a few steps, everything got exposed, leaving most of her chest visible. Ah! Ariana screamed, turning her back instantly, blushing fiercely. A bit of blood, but better than exposure. Aryan took off his t-shirt and handed it over to Ariana, who didn't hesitate and put on the t-shirt immediately. She took a deep breath, trying to calm down. I need to make a call, get someone to take the body back for a thorough investigation. Ariana took out her phone and spoke into it. After the call, Ariana said in a hurry, let's go to the hospital. Exiting the alley, they hailed a taxi and arrived at the hospital within 5 minutes. After the wound was bandaged, Ariana bought new clothes and returned. She stared intently at Aryan. The doctor's checkup revealed a 6-centimeter long wound that went deep to the bone. An average person would have been writhing in pain, but Aryan showed no expression from the alley to the hospital. What kind of endurance must he possess? What shocked her the most was Aryan's strength, breaking the dagger with 2 fingers, using it as a projectile weapon, achieving a one-hit kill. So the fight last night at the Foundation wasn't because Hawkins was weak, but because Aryan was too strong. When Aryan mentioned earlier that Hawkins wasn't as bad as she thought, she didn't believe it, but now she did. Apart from being stunned, she felt guilty. Fitzroy's arrogance and rashness nearly cost her life, and caused Aryan to be injured. If not for saving her, Aryan wouldn't have been hurt. Even facing those 2 black-clad men, he would have come out unscathed. Sorry, Ariana apologized. You were also trying to help me, Aryan smiled. But I only made things worse. Not really, you did take down 6 or 7 thugs, right? Don't make fun of me. My skills can barely handle ordinary thugs, Ariana sighed. Not making fun. For a woman of 21 or 2, reaching level 2 strength is indeed impressive. Are you level 1? Keep guessing. Grandmaster? Ariana exclaimed in surprise. Keep guessing. Great Grandmaster? Ariana was shocked. Aryan smiled without answering. Fitzroy, put this on. Ariana handed him the newly bought t-shirt. As Aryan dressed, she couldn't resist stealing glances. His physique was truly outstanding, almost bronze-like skin tone, and those muscle lines, balanced and perfect. But as she kept looking, her face started turning red. Let's go. Aryan stood up and reminded her. Not staying overnight? Why stay? Didn't you offer me coffee? Aryan asked with a smile. Now that you know I'm troublesome, you don't want to anymore? Of course I do. Ariana hurriedly responded. Settling the bill and exiting the hospital, Ariana noticed a black Audi. She apologized. Next time for coffee. Today I have to go first. You go ahead. Aryan waved and watched the car leave, then headed home. The next day at work, Aryan came to Riker's office again. Manager Fitzroy, there's an unusual movement in the Foundation's funds. What's going on? Riker looked at Aryan in shock. Did you lose your memory? My apartment is too shabby. I want to buy a house. What does buying a house have to do with me? You know Hangzhou's housing prices are high. 300,000 isn't even enough for a down payment. Riker scowled darkly, gritting his teeth. That's your business. In that case, I'll go to Boss Bliss and ask for permission to investigate the fund movements. Aryan stood up. Stop. Riker yelled. Do you have to defy me? After Manager Fitzroy's reminder yesterday, I thought about it. With my status, I can't live in a regular apartment. How can I marry otherwise? Aryan answered evasively. How much more do you want? I have my eyes on a large apartment in Jinxiu Garden. The total price is 13 million yuan, and with about 3 million yuan for the down payment, I should be able to secure it. Aryan pretended to calculate seriously. You're still short by 2.7 million. You really know how to pick locations and a large apartment too? Riker was ready to strangle Aryan. Did this guy want him to pay for everything? Was he treating him as an ATM? A manager like you should take a look at that place. The view is really nice, Aryan continued. Of course, Riker knew it was good because he lived there. I can give you a maximum of 500,000 yuan, no more. Riker took out a check. 700,000 would make it a round number, and I'll figure out the rest myself. I'll go ask President Bliss for permission then. Aryan turned around to leave again. I'll give it. Riker pulled out another check, wrote the amount, and threw it to Aryan. Thank you so much, Manager Fitzroy. Aryan kissed the check and left with a broad smile. Riker's eyes narrowed into slits, cursing silently. Insatiable. Let's see if you have the chance to spend it. But thinking of the Carey family made him frown. Aryan couldn't be killed yet, so he needed another approach. After work, Aryan dropped the check into the orphanage's donation box again. Fitzroy was about to leave when he saw Ariana waving at him. You come here to volunteer every day? Aryan asked curiously. I come more often during holidays, but school starts tomorrow, so probably once a week from now on. You're still studying? Yes, Hangqing University. So you're my junior at university. Aryan smiled. You also graduated from Hangqing University? Ariana smiled back. It seems we are indeed destined to meet. Is dinner ready? Aryan looked towards the orphanage. I was thinking of treating you to a meal outside. The more people, the better appetite. Aryan walked into the orphanage uninvited. Speaking of which, do you make a lot at Huifeng? What money? It's all donations on behalf of others. Aryan laughed. Donations on behalf of others? Ariana stood there dazed for a while before catching up. After dinner, Aryan and Ariana went to a cafe, ordering 2 coffees. With them being alumni, they had plenty of common topics and talked until late without leaving. Across from the cafe, inside a black van, a man with a long face watched them closely. Seeing Aryan and Ariana getting ready to leave, he quickly called Riker. Mr. Fitzroy, I see Aryan with a woman. Should we act against her too? A woman? Riker paused. Does she dress provocatively? Fitzroy genuinely feared the woman might be Hazel, and if so, Riker would not take action. Logically, since Hazel had agreed with the Liao family, she would avoid contact with Aryan to prevent suspicion. No, she looks very pure. Very pure? Riker relaxed significantly but still asked cautiously. Do you know who this woman is? We don't know exactly, but Aryan came out of the orphanage with her, then went for coffee, and now seems to be leaving together. Orphanage? Riker thought for a moment. She's probably an orphanage staff member, no problem. Women working there usually have no strong background. Proceed. Yes. Chapter 26 Accusation. Aryan said he lived in a nearby apartment, but Ariana insisted on escorting him to the entrance of his building. Ariana probably felt that with Aryan's arm injured, she could provide some protection if trouble showed up. This woman might be 4 or 5 years younger than him, but her thoughts were very meticulous. You should go back. Believe it or not, there may be more trouble tonight. Aryan smiled. But you are still injured. I must go with you. Why would you need to get involved? Because. Ariana lowered her head. Let's go then. Aryan was not afraid. Even with an injured arm, he wouldn't let anything happen to Ariana. Last night, Ariana had acted too impulsively. If she had stayed by his side, he wouldn't have been hurt. They walked down the street under the night sky, where many people were still out and about. At this moment, a group of thugs with dyed hair approached from a distance. The group walked abreast, forcing Aryan and Ariana to move aside. One of them, with yellow hair, deliberately bumped into Ariana. It was obvious he wanted to take advantage of Ariana. Aryan pulled her towards him, narrowly avoiding the contact. Aryan turned to look, and before he could speak, the other person opened the dialogue first. What? You want to fight? How much did they pay you guys? To not care about your lives? Aryan asked. Do you mean you can take our lives? The yellow-haired one sneered. Apologize to my friend, and I'll let it go. What if I don't apologize? You will learn a harsh lesson. I'll give you the lesson first, responding remarkably fast. They took photos and collected evidence. When the ambulance came, they sent the injured to the hospital while taking Aryan and others to the nearby precinct for questioning. After registration, the precinct captain stared coldly at Aryan. Why did you stab him with a knife? Confess. We were walking down the street when they almost collided with us. Before we could say anything, they provoked us. Ariana explained. My friend asked them to apologize, but instead, he threw the first punch. So it escalated into a fight. Then you stabbed him? We never used a knife to injure anyone. The knife belonged to the injured party. Fitzroy must have missed my friend and stabbed himself. Ariana continued. Bang! The captain suddenly stood up and slammed the table. I'm asking your friend, not you. Is your friend you? I only say this. Don't twist things for some money. Aryan finished and closed his eyes. What do you mean? Are you accusing us of bribery? The captain grew even angrier. Aryan didn't want to talk anymore. The captain grabbed Aryan by the collar. If you don't confess, do you think I won't dare to touch you? Try me. Aryan suddenly opened his eyes, staring straight at the captain. His gaze made the captain feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was scarier than any gaze he'd ever seen. Fitzroy stepped back 2 steps. You can stay silent now. Once we find evidence, jobs, going to jail, and disgracing your families? You smart girl. The captain finally revealed his true colors. But it's too late now. This guy offended someone he shouldn't have. With such solid evidence, Aryan is finished. Attempted murder is enough for over 10 years. Get a good lawyer. Now, if you open the handcuffs, it's still not too late. Aryan said. Haha, are you joking? The captain laughed loudly. Do you think I'm joking? Aryan narrowed his eyes, staring at the captain. Do you know what I hate most? The captain leaned both hands on the table, glaring fiercely at Aryan. What I hate most is your stinking face and your indifferent eyes. Do you think who you are, daring to act so arrogantly here? I see ignorant people using that kind of look. Aryan despised. You damn want a beating. The captain, who has been in this line for so long, never expected to be provoked like this by a prisoner. Fitzroy swung his fist straight at Aryan's face. Aryan's hands trembled. Bang! The chain attached to the table and locking the handcuffs instantly snapped. At this moment, the captain was shocked. Fitzroy thought Aryan, locked by handcuffs and chains, would be like a lamb to the slaughter. But such thick chains and handcuffs could be broken. How terrifying was that strength? The captain regretted it. He wanted to pull back his fist, but it was too late. The next moment, he felt himself flying. Indeed, he flew, thrown by Aryan into the wall. No! Fitzroy screamed, managing only to cover his head before slamming solidly into the wall. If not for covering his head, his skull would be cracked open, brains splattered. Aryan grabbed the team leader, lifting him as if he were a duck, his voice cold. Have you ever felt despair? Fitzroy, me. The team leader shouted. I gave you chances, you didn't cherish them. Aryan squinted, his right hand tightening. Then, die. Mr. Bliss, don't. Ariana yelled. No. The team leader screamed in despair. Snap. A crisp sound rang out, the team leader's eyes wide with disbelief. This guy actually dared to kill here. This is a calamity star. Why did I agree to Riker, helping to deal with such a star? Splat. Aryan let go, the body dropping to the ground. Fitzroy turned to look at another staff member, walking towards him step by step. Your turn? No, don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. It was all done by Riker. The staff member's face drained of all color, fear filling his eyes. That doesn't save you. Aryan prepared to strike again. Bam! The door was kicked open. Miss. Two crew-cut men rushed in. Thinking Ariana was in danger, they were anxious, but she was fine. Instead, it was the staff member crawling towards them. Save me? What's going on? Both were dumbfounded, especially seeing the broken chains on the table and scattered handcuff parts on the floor. They were even more shocked. Aryan refrained from acting further, not wanting to accidentally harm anyone. Fitzroy simply looked at the blood oozing from his shoulder, frowning. The stitches broke again. He'd need another round of stitching. Elbeck a hassle. Miss. One man watched Aryan warily while the other rushed to unlock Ariana's handcuffs. Are you okay? I'm fine. Ariana shook her head. Give me your phone. Fitzroy and Aryan's phones had been confiscated upon entry. Using the bodyguard's phone, Ariana quickly called, Uncle, I'm at West Street Detachment. Something happened here. Please send people over immediately. After the call, she instructed the bodyguards, secure the perimeter until Uncle's people arrive. No one gets in? Yes. One went outside. Fitzroying the commotion, others from the detachment rushed over. The bodyguard shouted, I'm Mr. Gordy's guard. No one approach. Back off. Gordy? Those who heard this name immediately respected him, stepping back. Fitzroy was a retired big shot from the war zone, and both of Gordy's sons were formidable figures. One in the war zone, the other in the provincial office, untouchable presences. Among the crowd, Tanai recorded the captain admitting to framing Aryan. Foolish scoundrels. Hakim glanced at the two staff members and cursed loudly. Finally, he turned his gaze to Aryan, clearly reprimanding him. Although they deserve their fate, there are laws to punish them. By taking matters into your own hands, where does that leave the law? My actions do not require your approval. Aryan stood with his hands behind his back. Indeed, quite arrogant. Hakim was furious. You think just because Xiao Yun helped you, I will let you off? You can try. Aryan showed no fear. You, uncle. Ariana quickly intervened, pulling her uncle to the corner of the interrogation room and whispered. It was the captain who attacked first. Should Mr. Bliss not defend himself and just wait to be beaten? Fitzroy shouldn't have killed them outright. But if Mr. Bliss didn't use harsh measures, that Mr. Fitzroy we wouldn't have confessed. That's a different matter. Hakim sternly said, if he hadn't acted, I could still get Mr. Fitzroy we to talk. Fitzroy just killed someone yesterday, and now another today. This guy delights in killing and shows no regard for the law. He must be punished. Uncle, please help Mr. Bliss. Fitzroy really had no... Little uncle, I'm sure he doesn't have any other intentions. Ariana spoke seriously. We met purely because of me, not because of him. And I believe he's a good person. Otherwise, how could he have quietly donated over 10 million to the orphanage? Donated over 10 million to the orphanage? Hakim was stunned. Yes, he threw the check into the donation box and left. Ariana explained seriously. After the director found out about it, he wanted to find this anonymous benefactor and thank him personally. So I set up an alert on the surveillance at the orphanage entrance. If anyone resembling Mr. Bliss appeared again, it would trigger the alarm. When Mr. Bliss came to donate the second time, we were about to have dinner. We heard the alarm and I chased after him. If it weren't for a red light stopping him, I wouldn't have caught up with him that day, and we definitely wouldn't have met. This guy. Hakim frowned. Turn around. To where? The driver thought he had heard wrong. Back to the brigade. Yes. The car turned around quickly, but at this moment, his phone rang. It was from one of his subordinates whom he had left behind at the brigade. Although he had taken his niece and guards away, he still left a subordinate outside the interrogation room. Firstly, to maintain control, and secondly, to observe how Aryan would handle things. If he mishandled anything, his subordinate would report back immediately, and he wouldn't let Aryan off. What's happening? Hakim asked when he answered the call. Boss, Aryan, the body, and those 3 people from the brigade have all been taken away. Taken away? How could you let them take them? It was the Special Operations Team. The Special Operations Team? Are you sure? Yes, absolutely sure. Alright, I know. You come back too. Yes. After hanging up, Hakim instructed the driver to go home, then squinted his eyes, falling into deep thought. After a long while, he finally said with a complicated tone, "Your friend isn't just anyone." Not just anyone? Ariana was stunned. If that's the case, then a lot can be explained. Explained what? Fitzroy dared to beat up Hawkins and step on him. Hakim's face twitched. Fitzroy's really a troublemaker. Riker couldn't sleep all night. He simply couldn't rest, worried all night. Fitzroy didn't go home either but stayed in a hotel, using someone else's ID to register. Of the 4 staff members involved in arresting Aryan, he couldn't contact any of them. Fitzroy called other members of the brigade, but they knew nothing about the inside story. They only knew that Aryan and everyone else were taken away by higher-ups, and 2 people were carried out on stretchers. Whether they were alive or dead, no one knew. This absolutely wasn't Lilia, as President Bliss was currently brewing tea at this moment. Brewing tea personally. Did headquarters send another big shot? Riker hesitated, but he wasn't overly scared. They had been operating in Hangzhou for many years with deep roots. Even if a big shot came from headquarters, they wouldn't find anything suspicious. Lilia handed the brewed tea to the person sitting behind the chair. Then she sat at her desk and looked at Riker. Manager Fitzroy, we detected irregularities in the funds under your management. Can you explain in detail? It'll be enough, Aryan told Lilia. Since there was no way to avoid it, Riker decided to confess. It was used to replenish stock positions. Oh? Using the Foundation's money to cover your own losses? Lilia said coldly. If your stocks plummet and the money can't be recovered, how will Huifeng explain this to the Foundation when they audit us? She suddenly raised her voice. Do you want to ruin Huifeng's reputation? It was my temporary confusion. Riker admitted his mistake. Were you the only one doing this, or were others in the Hangzhou branch involved too? Tell the truth. I don't know about the others. Riker replied, but the Foundation's funds were operated by me and Aryan together. Supervisor Bliss was also involved? Yes, he found out a few days ago but didn't report it. Instead, he used this to threaten me and extorted $1 million from me to buy a house. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well drag Aryan down too. Let everyone suffer together. Marty, he said you were also involved. Lilia smiled. I was involved? The chair swiveled around, revealing Aryan with a mocking look at Riker. I knew you'd drag me down. Aryan? Marty? Riker widened his eyes. Chapter 29 This despicable person. Riker instantly understood that Aryan was investigating the Hangzhou branch together with Lilia. Lilia acted openly, but she did not send anyone to investigate various departments of the branch. To outsiders, she was there for training. Previously, members of the Bliss family would often come to the branch for training, and Riker had encountered several of them. They were mostly young people who had just graduated, coming to the Hangzhou branch for a year or half, then returning to headquarters. This time they thought it would be no different. However, they never expected that Aryan was the one secretly conducting the investigation. Riker's eyes darted around, but he was not afraid anymore. As one of Huifeng's controllers, if news spreads that Aryan used company funds for personal gain, wouldn't that damage Huifeng's reputation even more? Are you still threatening me at this point? Aryan laughed. I'm just stating the facts. What if I didn't take your money at all? Ridiculous. That $1 million has already been transferred from my account. Do you think I don't know? Please ask President Yang to come in, Aryan said. The office door opened, and a woman in her 50s walked in. It was the orphanage director, Zella. She looked at Aryan. Mr. Bliss, is there something you need from me? Director Yang wanted to know about the big benefactor who donated $1 million after all, right? It's Manager Riker here. Aryan introduced as he stood up. That $1 million was given by Manager Fitzroy anonymously, asking me to help make the donation. Manager Fitzroy, thank you so much. Director Yang approached Riker, bowing deeply. On behalf of over 30 children at the orphanage, thank you for your great kindness. What donation? What great kindness? Riker was enraged. I don't even know you. Director Yang, Manager Fitzroy is always like this, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Please don't mind. Aryan smiled. Now I see, Manager Fitzroy, may good deeds be rewarded, Zella suddenly realized. Since we've met, Director Yang can go back now. Aryan waved his hand. Manager Fitzroy once again. On behalf of those children, thank you for your great kindness. Zella thanked him again before leaving. Riker stood there dumbfounded, feeling numb. Fitzroy knew exactly what happened. Aryan had donated that $1 million entirely to the orphanage, without keeping a single penny for himself. How could he accuse Aryan? By my hands, Aryan sneered. I hate people like him the most. I understand. Riker fell to the ground. You deliberately blackmailed and provoked me, just to incite me to act. Yes, you're not too stupid. Aryan's lips curled into a smile. What do you want? I want your position as manager. Manager's position? Riker quickly caught on. You don't just want my position, do you? Aryan, as the elder brother of CEO Bliss, was one of the heirs to the Bliss family. A managerial position would only take a word from him. Clever, Aryan praised. I also want you to recommend your accomplices to me. Fitzroy intended to infiltrate the enemy's ranks and capture everyone involved. No way. If exposed, they will kill me. Riker shook his head repeatedly. Then prepare for prison? Aryan smiled and said, after you go to jail, I can just randomly arrest someone and claim that it was what you confessed. The people behind you, fearing exposure, will likely still come after you to eliminate you. You are despicable. Thanks for the compliment. Aryan didn't mind at all. Riker lowered his head, knowing he had lost, completely and utterly. Aryan, playing possum, would definitely have other ways to catch the remaining accomplices. At that time, Riker would be the first suspect. Those people would still kill him, perhaps even target his fable. Aryan had already prepared a reason for him, taking a sick leave for treatment. Even medical records and examination reports were ready, including heart disease and hypertension diagnoses, with the stamp of the Second People's Hospital. Riker was shocked and fearful, wondering if Aryan had even planned the cause of death if he died in the office. Aryan and Lilia were truly terrifying. They must be core disciples of the Bliss family. Otherwise, they couldn't mobilize such immense power. At the same time, this proved that higher-ups were genuinely angry with the Hangzhou branch and wanted a thorough investigation. Fitzroy could only wish those other guys good luck. Chapter 30. A 20 billion investment fund. Assistant Jiang, from now on, you will assist Manager Bliss in handling the Foundation's funds. Riker was tidying up his office belongings while instructing the assistant beside him. You must treat him as you would me. There can't be any mistakes. Understand? Manager, why are you suddenly resigning? Meiling was extremely puzzled. Take a look yourself. Riker handed over the medical examination report. I felt unwell last night, so I went to the hospital this morning and found out it's heart failure. I need to be hospitalized at Carey High General Hospital for treatment. Even if I recover, I need complete rest, and it will likely be years, and knocked on the door of Zoran, the general manager of the trust department. Old Fitzroy, I just received an email from President Bliss and was about to discuss it with you, Zoran said with concern. Are you okay physically? Inpatient treatment followed by rest. What we fear most is falling ill. Zoran sighed. But modern medicine has advanced greatly. Fitzroy heart failure isn't incurable. You'll definitely recover. Thank you for your concern, President Ezekiel, Riker replied. By the way, can Aryan be trusted? Zoran lowered his voice. Yes, he can be trusted. Riker nodded. Fitzroy discovered something odd about the funds a few days ago and came to see me. I've already resolved it. Oh, how did you resolve it? It cost 1 million. Riker winced inwardly. If I hadn't done that, I wouldn't feel comfortable handing this over to him. I was wondering why you chose him. Now that he's on our side, things will be easier. By the way, I got news that another prominent family has entrusted Huifeng with 20 billion to manage. Riker continued. President Bliss will directly allocate this to Aryan. I suspect it comes from the Carey family. Aryan once saved Hazel, but refused their money back then. The Careys are trying to help him indirectly. 20 billion? That's a huge sum. Just the commission from investments alone could earn several million, Zoran envied. Yes. This essentially means the Careys are giving money to Aryan indirectly. Fitzroy's truly lucky. Do you know where he plans to invest? Not sure. Riker shook his head. Perhaps you should ask or have Meiling probe around. Okay, I'll try. President Ezekiel, I'll take my leave. I wish you a swift recovery. Let's chat again when you're back. Certainly. Riker spoke firmly, but his eyes darkened as he left. Instead of seeking treatment, he would be placed under temporary house arrest by Aryan's men. If Aryan and Lilia uncovered all the moles in Hangzhou, they might spare him. Otherwise, returning humbly to headquarters, Riker might not survive. In any case, this trip had more risks than rewards. Fitzroy only hoped his family would remain safe. Manager Bliss, the 20 billion has been credited to the account. Fitzroy are some investment targets I've compiled for your review. In the manager's office, Meiling entered Aryan's office holding documents, respectfully handing them over. Come, sit here and read it to me. Aryan patted his thigh. Meiling was taken aback, but still walked over and sat on Aryan's lap. Aryan's wandering hands explored her long legs, yet Meiling didn't run away. Instead, she leaned into Aryan. Manager Bliss, you devil. Indeed, she's quite the flirt. Assistant Jiang, where do you think I should invest these 20 billion? Aryan asked. There are some good bank financial products, but to be honest, the current bank interest rates are too low. Meiling said seriously, there are a few corporate bonds from companies that can be purchased with higher returns. But we are in the trust department, Aryan replied. But when President Bliss allocated the funds to you, it seemed he didn't restrict which products you could invest in. You're right. Aryan realized, then help me find projects with high investment returns. Since the financier has entrusted me with this money, I definitely want to bring them greater returns. I'm not entirely sure myself. President Ezekiel might know more. Why don't you talk to him? I'm not familiar with him. Should I try to speak with him? How about this, tonight, go and book a restaurant for me. We can invite President Ezekiel, and we'll discuss while eating. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Meiling was about to get up when Aryan forcibly pulled her back into a full embrace. Manager Bliss, is there anything else? Aryan lifted her chin. Do a good job for me, and I won't let you down, understand? The broad, sturdy chest and those deep eyes made Meiling feel somewhat dazed. I understand. Go ahead. Aryan pushed Meiling up. Well, I'll get to work then. Meiling left his embrace, seemingly still a bit disappointed. Leaving the office and heading upstairs, Meiling entered Zoran's office. President Ezekiel, Manager Bliss, said he wants to have dinner with you tonight. Aryan put away the check and then took out a pen, signing his name in quick strokes. Everyone, including Zoran, was shocked. Didn't you want to examine the company's financial situation? Didn't you consider reviewing Huifeng's research report and ratings? Moreover, if you really wanted a kickback, wouldn't you have pretended to be hesitant or deliberately delayed, making the CEO offer more? General Manager Bliss is truly straightforward. I'll drink 3 glasses first. You may join me at your leisure. Horace laughed so hard he couldn't stop, even changing his title for Aryan. Not long after, another CEO also presented a document with an enclosed check, and Aryan signed without hesitation. 200 million vanished just like that. Since it wasn't his own money, spending it felt effortless. Zoran marveled inwardly. The two CEOs now regretted not requesting more. They had initially only sought 100 million yuan loan, thinking it was too much. Now it seemed too little. However, Aryan's generosity made the atmosphere around the dinner table instantly more harmonious. Not only did they toast to Aryan, but also to Zoran and others. Aryan knew Zoran must have benefited handsomely too. After dinner, they went to a high-end foot massage center and stayed until midnight. But they didn't go home. They were sent to a hotel by a dedicated driver. Horace offered Aryan a beautiful woman he had arranged, which Aryan rejected, giving him a meaningful glance as he rested his hand on Grace's shoulder. General Manager Bliss, it was my mistake. Please forgive my rudeness. Horace hurried to apologize. Go to sleep. Aryan waved his hand and, supported by Grace, entered the room. Manager Bliss, I'll go shower. Grace put Aryan down, closed the door and headed into the bathroom. Upon finishing her shower, she found Aryan already asleep on the bed, snoring loudly. General Manager Bliss. General Manager Bliss. Grace pushed and called Aryan, but he slept like a dead pig, unresponsive. Grace paused, deciding not to bother him further. The next morning, when Grace woke up, Aryan was gone. After freshening up, she dialed Aryan on her phone. I drank too much last night and woke up with a terrible headache, so I came to the hospital. Aryan replied, I might stay at the hospital all morning. You can confirm yesterday's contracts and transfer the money to them. Manager Bliss, I know what to do. Grace hung up the phone. Aryan was at the hospital getting his wound redressed, not due to a headache. That amount of alcohol wasn't much for him. For the next 3 days, Aryan attended no banquets but met 5 CEOs in the office, signing 4 investment contracts. At the same time, he temporarily lent $500 million to Zoran and $300 million to manager Churchill. $20 billion in funds dwindled to $6 billion in just 4 days. When Conway heard the news, he cursed, this bastard has incredible luck. But investing Carey family's money recklessly will bring you disaster. Fitzroy arrived at the Hangzhou City Small and Medium Enterprises Poverty Alleviation Foundation. Passing by the exhibition wall, he saw his and Aryan's picture indeed displayed prominently, taken by 4 or 5 photographers, and showing him in his most despicable moment. Conway nearly destroyed the wall. Damn Hazel. Ailbe pressing his anger and calming himself, he knocked on the Secretary General's office door. Come in. Secretary General Carey, hello? Conway entered and greeted politely. Mr. G, is something wrong? Hazel asked suspiciously. Some private matters. Speak up. Hazel showed no friendliness toward Conway. Can Secretary Carey take down the picture of Aryan and me from the exhibition wall? Conway asked. Just say it. That guy, Aryan, has been investing your $20 billion FLY and collecting huge kickbacks, Conway said in a deep voice. If this continues, the $20 billion will be squandered by Aryan. $20 billion? Huge kickbacks? Hazel was taken aback, but quickly figured it out. The Carey family had never given Aryan any money. It was obvious that the family behind Aryan had given him the money to 200,000. 500,000, Carmen insisted. This isn't something I can do alone. It requires another person for surveillance. Aren't you asking for too much? Conway grumbled. I'm not asking you to steal, just take pictures. Less than this amount, find someone else. All right, fine. Conway gritted his teeth in agreement. But if anything happens, don't mention me. Got it. If anything really happens and I get fired, I still count on you for a job. You know it. Chapter 32 Begging for mercy now? Bernadette and the bespectacled man worked overtime until very late. It was 10:30, and only then did the rest of the people in the company leave. They had not yet departed. Once everyone left, Bernadette turned off the lights in the office, and the two of them headed up to the 20th floor together. The company security guard usually patrols every half hour, a fact that both Bernadette and the bespectacled man were well aware of. Since Bernadette was relatively heavy-set, she was responsible for keeping watch outside, while the bespectacled man changed into a company security guard's uniform, donned a baseball cap pulled low over his face to avoid being caught on camera by the surveillance system, and began his operation. Arriving at Aryan's office door, the bespectacled man took out the key to the main office door and effortlessly opened it. Fitzroy dared not turn on the lights, but instead used the flashlight function on his phone as he made his way to the cabinet behind the desk, where recent investment contracts were kept. Usually, there would be 3 copies. As the person in charge, Aryan had 1 copy. The funded enterprise went up first. Give this guy a beating, let off some steam, then get what he wanted before leaving. After all, he had been consistently working out and didn't believe he couldn't win against the slim Aryan. Just as he made up his mind, the office lights flickered on, accompanied by Aryan's mocking voice. Come out? Caught. No, maybe this was a trap set by Aryan. The bespectacled man crawled out from under the desk, squinting at Aryan. How did you know? There are many things you just don't understand. Aryan smirked. You're willing to steal company secrets for a bit of money. You must be getting too comfortable. Big deal. I'll be fired. Fired? The Hangzhou branch has someone leaking company secrets to competitors, leading to 6 consecutive months of losses. This isn't just about firing you. It means prison time. Aryan sneered. You'll be rotting in jail. Don't scare me. I was just checking out the ratings for a few companies you invested in. Company ratings are also classified information. Aryan looked down on him. Moreover, those inside the company leaking secrets will be relieved when someone else takes the blame. They will make sure you're dead, letting you take the fall. They could do that? The bespectacled man lowered his head, genuinely panicking. Fitzroy knew all too well how ruthless those powerful people could be, going so far as to silence him if needed. No, absolutely can't let Aryan expose this. The bespectacled man's face twisted nastily. Too bad you didn't bring backup. Oh, so you think you can handle me? Aryan was surprised. Exactly. A guy who only advanced by sucking up. I can punch you till you poop. Hardly had these words left his mouth when he charged forward, clenching his fist to strike Aryan's face. With his fist almost hitting its target, Aryan remained unmoving, causing the bespectacled man to sneer. But in the next moment, his sneer froze as Aryan kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying back into the cabinet. Bang! The bespectacled man crashed heavily into the cabinet and landed on the ground, clutching his back, gasping for breath. You actually thought you could handle me? Aryan walked over, stepping on the bespectacled man and looking down on him. How are you so strong? The bespectacled man asked in disbelief. I told you, there are many things you simply don't understand, yet you insist on being the first to stick your head out. Aryan took out his phone and dialed. No, Manager Bliss, please don't call the police, I beg you. If you do, my life will be ruined. The bespectacled man clung to Aryan's legs, begging for mercy. Now you know how to beg? It's too late. Aryan scorned. Last time when you tricked me, you didn't even apologize. I only asked you to help a colleague write reports. But not only did you fail to do the reports, you ignored me and continued spreading rumors about me with Bernadette in the company. Do you really think I have no temper? I always treat outsiders kindly and gave you a chance, but you insisted on going against me. So don't blame me. This is all on you. At this moment, the call connected to the security department supervisor, Fitzroylo. This is Ale Supervisor Yang Yibing. Who's this? I'm Aryan. I caught an insider thief stealing confidential information in the office. Send someone over quickly. Aryan added, by the way, there's also a Bernadette at the entrance. Right away. The call ended, and within 2 minutes, hurried footsteps and cries of pain were heard outside. Bernadette was captured first. Soon, the security guards stormed into the office and seized the bespectacled man. Fitzroy has a key to my office and one of your security uniforms. There must be other accomplices involved. We need a thorough investigation, Aryan reminded. Understood. The guard nodded and forcefully dragged the bespectacled man out. Aryan, just wait until you can't live off your connections anymore. You won't end well either. The bespectacled man snarled with hatred as he was taken away. Rest assured, I will disappoint you thoroughly. Aryan sneered. Once they were gone, Aryan relocked the office and headed downstairs. It seemed that the security guards did not take the bespectacled man and Bernadette directly to the police station, but brought them to the security department first. Aryan didn't stop them, nor was he disappointed. Instead, he wore a meaningful smile. The big fish had begun to bite. The business department mainly handled work plans or implemented plans issued by headquarters. Conway's claim that LB Group's funding came through Berkeley was entirely a lie. Of course, Conway might have friends in other departments at Huifeng, but friendship couldn't bypass investment returns. LB Group didn't meet Huifeng's minimum requirements. No matter how close an investment manager might be with Berkeley, they wouldn't dare to invest easily in LB Group. Chapter 33, Promoted Again. Conway, you've ruined me. In the middle of the night, Conway, who hadn't fallen asleep yet, received a call from his uncle-in-law, Berkeley. What happened? Conway was a little drowsy but became instantly alert upon hearing this. Carmen and Bear were caught red-handed. Both have confessed, Berkeley sighed. What? We had alibis, even the surveillance personnel are ours. How could they be caught so quickly? Aryan never left the company. Fitzroy returned to the office and caught them in the act. Damn, why did he go back to the office? Conway was taken aback. I want to ask you if there's any leak on your side. For instance, does Alethea still have for my wife and child to immigrate there as soon as possible? Get their documents ready and ensure they are well settled. Okay, I'll start tomorrow. Remember, make sure they're safe. Otherwise, even if I'm in prison, I'll drag you down with me, Berkeley said and hung up. Conway fell back into his chair, feeling numb, because he actually wasn't doing well in Western Europe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned to China. Fitzroy and his mother had immigrated to Western Europe long ago, and this time, they came back on a family visit visa. How to arrange for Uncle Ren's family was indeed not an easy task. Moreover, applying for immigration now was much harder than before. His mother was able to immigrate smoothly because she was recruited by a university there as a high-level educational talent. Before leaving the country, his mother was a doctoral supervisor at a university in Hangzhou City. Now retired at 60, she only came back for some relaxation. Berkeley's wife didn't have such credentials. Let's get them tourist visas first. Let Mona take them to Western Europe for tourism. We'll figure out the rest later. Conway decided firmly. If worst comes to worst, he would arrange for Berkeley to be killed in prison. Dead men don't talk. The next morning at work, many staff from the Municipal Police Bureau were seen inside the company. The company group went. From now on, all the problems of the Hangzhou branch would be handed over to Aryan. This was a plan they had agreed upon long ago. As long as Lilia was still in the Hangzhou branch, those insiders leaking secrets secretly would behave themselves and not act rashly. Once she was gone, those parasites would continue their actions. Aryan wanted Lilia to leave Hangzhou early because with her not here anymore, Aryan could get closer to those worms. But what reason could be found to send Lilia back, so that she could report back without being ridiculed by other family members or arousing suspicion? Naturally, it was about catching some insiders first and making some achievements. When Conway sent people to steal research reports and contracts, it gave Aryan just the opportunity he needed. And those black hands hiding behind the scenes actually also wanted Lilia to leave, for under her watchful eye, they felt like thorns in their backs. They naturally wouldn't miss this chance when Bear and Carmen were caught. Since you've stolen once, why not take the blame for a few more times? It doesn't matter, does it? Bear and Berkeley certainly minded, but if there was enough money, they wouldn't mind. The true insider probably put in a lot of effort, which made Berkeley and them willing to take the fall for everything. That's why Aryan didn't stop the guards from taking Bear and Carmen to the security room yesterday. Congratulations, Manager Bliss. Zoran congratulated Aryan. Thank you, same to you, Aryan replied. Ezekiel manager should treat us to dinner tonight, right? Absolutely, don't say loved ones wouldn't. Shared interests could bring people together, but mutual blackmail was necessary to establish genuine trust between each other. Aryan, untethered by familial bonds, would be difficult to retaliate against if he truly betrayed everyone. Furthermore, they currently held no leverage over him. Fitzroy must swear an oath of loyalty before we recruit him, a department general manager said solemnly. We need to think of a way. Zoran nodded. Bang bang bang. Urgent knocks came from outside the door. One of the managers rose and walked to the door. As soon as it opened, Zoran's driver urgently reported, Manager Huang, it's not good. Manager Bliss downstairs is about to get into a fight. A fight? Upon hearing this, Zoran's expression changed. Let's go. The group headed down from the 5th floor, with bodyguards explaining the rough sequence of events along the way. Aryan's assistant, Grace, hadn't gone for a massage, but instead waited in the lounge on the 3rd floor. Bodyguards were present then, but when Grace stepped out, she was harassed by a young man who likely mistook her for a masseuse from the spa. Not only did he verbally provoke her, but he even laid hands on her. In response, Grace slapped him. That young man retaliated, and since Grace couldn't defend herself, she ran to find Aryan. By the time the group reached the stairway entrance on the third floor, they saw the two arguing knowingly. You wait for the moment to strike, ensuring Isaiah suffers internal injuries, preferably fatal ones. Zoran turned to his bodyguard. If you handle this, we'll each give you 300,000. Understood. The bodyguard nodded. Kneel and apologize. Otherwise, you won't leave this foot spa alive. At the doorway of the private room, Aryan glared coldly at Isaiah. Apologize? And kneel? Isaiah sneered disdainfully. Do you know who I am? Do you know who you are? Aryan mocked. You? Isaiah's face darkened. Let me tell you. My father is the chairman of Hong Hui Group, Baker. Manager Bliss, forget this matter. Fitzroying this, Grace hurriedly whispered advice. We can't afford to provoke Hong Hui Group. They are a listed company with assets exceeding 50 billion. They have connections in every department in the city. Anyway, I didn't suffer any loss. Let's go. Aryan glanced at Grace. Was this woman actually advising him kindly? The position of manager Riker should have been taken over by Grace, who was most familiar with the business, but it had been snatched away by Aryan. Grace wished nothing more than for Aryan to suffer. If he did, the manager's position would essentially be hers. Now she was just pretending to be weak to rouse Aryan's pride. How could a man appear weak in front of a woman? Usually, the more afraid a woman is and the more she tries to avoid trouble, the more men feel the need to seek justice. Fueling the fire rather than retreating strategically was a far lower tactic. Grace was an intelligent woman. See, this woman knows her place. Isaiah grinned triumphantly. But dealing with you, I alone am enough. Just you alone? Aryan took a step forward and slapped Isaiah across the face. Isaiah reacted and tried to block, but he couldn't stop it. Smack. The slap landed squarely on Isaiah's cheek, spinning him around in place. Damn, I'll kill you. Isaiah flew into a rage, roaring as he lunged at Aryan, leaping high and smashing down with an elbow. His momentum was impressive. He wasn't completely incompetent. Fitzroy was probably at peak third-class level, far from second-class. Get lost. Aryan countered with a palm strike. Palm met fist, and Isaiah was sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground. Fitzroy looked at his bodyguards. What the hell are you standing there for? Attack, kill him. Huh, that's your so-called, one person is enough? Aryan sneered. As long as I can kill you. Isaiah roared. Stop. Seeing Isaiah's bodyguards surrounding Aryan, Ewing, who was watching from behind, shouted loudly. Who dares to meddle in my affairs? Isaiah cursed. Prince Pan. It's me, this scoundrel, Ewing said coldly. Huang. Manager Huang. Isaiah was stunned. You dare to hit someone from our Huifeng group. Does Hong Hui Group not want Huifeng's financing? Fitzroy's from Huifeng? Yes, Aryan, general manager of Huifeng Trust Department. As Ewing spoke, he walked past Isaiah along with Zoran and others, positioning themselves between Isaiah's bodyguards and him. The bodyguards were surprised, still looking at Aryan without noticing what was happening behind them. Prince Pan, let me help you up. One bodyguard bent down to assist Isaiah, placing his hand on Isaiah's chest. Phew! Isaiah instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, shock written all over his face as he stared at the bodyguard. You? Prince Pan, are you alright? The bodyguard increased the force. Isaiah's neck snapped sideways, and he died immediately, unable to finish his sentence. At least a late-stage first-class expert, meaning he was at the late internal strength stage. Chapter 35, Trapped. The attention of the dozen or so people in the hallway was focused on Aryan. Only Aryan noticed what happened behind him. Fitzroy didn't see it, but he heard that faint sound of exerting palm force. Very subtle, others probably couldn't hear it. Only a late-stage first-class expert could achieve this, where the force seems light but is extremely terrifying in reality. First class, also known as the transformation strength. But on the way, one bodyguard sensed something wrong because Isaiah's body temperature was dropping, and his complexion looked increasingly off. The bodyguard reached out to feel his breath and immediately withdrew his hand. Pan Shao is dead. Honk. The car screeched to a stop, and everyone was shocked. Dead. Check again. Really? No breath left. Someone else checked his neck. Everyone was dumbfounded. They hadn't checked Isaiah's breath earlier because young Master Pan had practiced martial arts for several years and shouldn't be so fragile. Just now, when they saw Aryan act, it didn't seem very heavy-handed. Not enough to kill someone with one palm strike. But now, he was dead. Damn, what do we do now? A bodyguard asked anxiously. Lord would blame them. They couldn't escape responsibility. Run away? They looked at each other, quickly ruling out this idea. Running away would mean the Pan family would blame everything on them, making them the murderers. Better report the situation truthfully. Call Lord. Yeah. Inside the foot spa, everyone moved to the tea room and had a few cups of tea. The crowd praised Aryan. General Bliss is really powerful, knocking out Isaiah with one palm. This guy deserves a lesson for being such a troublemaker. To Brother Bliss, let's toast with tea instead of wine. At your age, achieving such accomplishments, Brother Bliss's future is boundless. People kept flattering Aryan until it seemed like they were about to lift him up to the heavens. After finishing a few pots of tea, Ewing's phone rang. After answering, he was shocked. What? Your son is dead? How is that possible? Marty Huang, where's that guy now? I want him dead. The anger of Baker, father of Isaiah, roared through the phone. Little Marty Pan, this was an accident. Your son and General Bliss were only sparring. Accident? Ailbeck heavy hands on my son can't be an accident. This? I'll find him myself. Give me 10 minutes, Huang brother. Can you call me back then? Ewing said seriously. All right, I'll give you 10 minutes. After hanging up, Ewing looked at Aryan. General Bliss, you killed Isaiah? Serves him right. Aryan said indifferently. The Pan family isn't weak. If they decide to press charges, what should we do? Aren't you connected? We are on the same boat now, right? Aryan countered. Yes, of course. Zoran replied. But, Mr. Bliss, aren't you letting the Carey family step in? If you don't come forward, they will, but they can't openly act. After all, Providing me with funds already violates. Aryan stopped mid-sentence. Zoran and others smiled scornfully and approvingly upon hearing this. Indeed, Aryan had slipped up. That fund came from the Carey family, and the Carey family had broken their promise. With this alone, they already had Aryan and the Carey family in their grasp. Adding to that, with Aryan killing Isaiah, they could now completely control Aryan and use him as a line to connect with the Carey family's influence. Today's gains were truly substantial. Marty Bliss, don't worry. Although the Carey family can't help you anymore, if you trust us, we will do our best to assist you, Zoran said seriously. After all, it was Isaiah who attacked first, so it might just be deemed excessive self-defense. How about this? You go back with Assistant Jiang first, and we'll personally talk to Isaiah's father. We'll try to see if he won't report it, and settle it privately. After all, not many people know about this yet. It hasn't been made public. Then I'll leave it to you. Aryan got up and said, rest assured, I'll do everything I can. Zoran instructed his bodyguard, drive General Bliss and Assistant Jiang back. All right. The bodyguard rose, and after the tea house door closed, Ewing smiled. Actually, when Aryan kept getting promotions, I speculated whether Lilia was related to him. Zoran continued. But those speculations have completely vanished now. This guy dared to attack Hawkins because he relied on the Carey family's power. If not for Hazel being there, he probably wouldn't dare to lay a hand on Hawkins even with 10 times. Many had already been resting but were now all called up. Their purpose was singular, to avenge Isaiah. Baker knew what had happened. It was his son who initiated the conflict and struck first. If it really went to court, Aryan might be convicted of manslaughter due to negligence. This would definitely not lead to a death sentence. But Baker wanted Aryan dead. If these bodyguards were willing to kill Aryan, the Pan family was ready to pay 50 million yuan. 50 million yuan was enough to make these bodyguards see red. Now he was waiting because Ewing said they would come personally to explain. Sir, President Huang has arrived. A bodyguard walked in. Asked them to come to the pavilion. Baker said coldly. Ewing, Zoran, and others walked in, following the bodyguard to the pavilion at the Pan residence. Marty Pan, a person can't come back to life once they're dead. Please bear it with fortitude. Ewing spoke mournfully. None of us wanted this to happen. Anyone in your position would be deeply distressed. Aryan, supported by the Carey family, acted ruthlessly, and we couldn't stop him in time. Zoran sighed deeply. Fitzroy has the support of the Carey family? Baker was taken aback. Weren't you at the Foundation Gala last time? Ewing asked. No, I was on a business trip then. I originally intended for Xianhai to attend, but he didn't want to. Baker shook his head. The Foundation Gala was formal, where everyone discussed investments, and not many young people attended. Since it was hosted by Hazel, no one dared misbehave at the gala. Isaiah wasn't the type to discuss business. Fitzroy went to such events. They had previously approached Ewing, but Huifeng sent someone to investigate, and it seemed the rating didn't meet Huifeng's investment requirements. The company had borrowed quite a bit from banks already, so they could only look for financial institutions. Other financial institutions were unwilling to lend money to Honghu Group. Why do you help Aryan so much? Baker asked. To be honest, we also want the funds in his hands. Zoran replied. After obtaining those funds and squeezing him dry, we can hand him over to you. Will Aryan agree? Fitzroy turned pale and stammered when he heard about your son's death. Of course he agreed. Ewing sneered. I want 500 million yuan. This can't be free since investors have signed contracts with our Huifeng, Ewing reminded him. I know. I'm not asking for it for free, just 500 million yuan in funding. Alright, we'll discuss it with Aryan and try to meet Marty Pan's requirements. I'll give you a month, after which I will kill Aryan to avenge my son. Baker said coldly. Alright. Back at his apartment, Aryan's eyes revealed a cold and fierce gaze. These people are indeed bold. To catch him off guard, they weren't afraid to kill an outsider and frame him. At first, Aryan only thought these people were conspiring to steal Huifeng's wealth, not disregarding human life. Now it seemed that they were ruthless, using brutal means to eliminate any obstacle in their way. Previously, when Lilia came over, Aryan's plan was actually to strike with overwhelming force, intimidating these people so much that they would not dare to continue stealing from Huifeng, who cared about evidence. However, Lilia mentioned that they had previously sent someone to capture a participating manager using overwhelming force. Yet, this manager never dared to reveal the other accomplices even until his death. This indicated that each of them held leverage over one another. They preferred to die rather than expose their accomplices. Otherwise, they would meet a more tragic end and even endanger their families. Moreover, this further suggested that it was a vast organization with strict rules. Aryan finally decided to use current indirect methods, waiting to identify all involved parties before striking. There were definitely more participants than just Zoran, Ewing, and the other three. It also included competitors. Without their support, Zoran and others wouldn't have enough funds to manipulate Huifeng's stock market. Now, Aryan believed even harsher measures were needed. His family's previous actions weren't ruthless enough. Buzz. His phone rang. It was a call from Zoran. Aryan answered quickly and asked, President Ezekiel, will the Pan family be troublesome? Baker knows his son was at fault. Under our warning, he is willing to put aside grudges but requires compensation, Zoran replied. What kind of compensation? You need to lend them 5 billion yuan at the same interest rate as the bank. Agree to him. Aryan said without hesitation. Okay. Zoran chuckled. Thank you, President Ezekiel. Once I make money, I'll personally thank everyone. Don't be so formal, little brother Bliss. Yes, we are all in the same boat. That's it, rest well, don't worry. Elbeer, thank you, big brother. Aryan hung up the phone, his eyes narrowing into slits. Let you be happy for now. I'll make you all cry later. Chapter 37. Delivering themselves to the door? Money wouldn't be given that quickly, of course. They had to send people out for a new survey and reassess the Honghu Group. Last time, Honghu Group's evaluation didn't meet Huifeng investment standards at all. Only if the rating of the Honghu Group could reach the requirements of Huifeng investment would it be considered viable. Aryan couldn't make rash investments either. Zoran, as the newly appointed general manager, also couldn't allow Aryan to act recklessly. If an investment in Honghu Group caused huge losses and the head office sent someone down to investigate only to find that Honghu Group didn't meet Hu Weifeng's investment criteria, Aryan would be in trouble, and Zoran wouldn't fare much better. As general manager, he bore inescapable responsibility. Therefore, they needed to resurvey and reevaluate to ensure that Honghu Group met the necessary entrusting all company affairs to Grace. Of course, Zoran and Grace knew very well what happened, inwardly despising him again. This guy must still be scared from killing someone and hasn't fully recovered yet. At contract signing time, Aryan originally didn't want to show up, but Grace insisted she didn't have the authority to sign on his behalf. She simply didn't want to shoulder the responsibility. If the investment went bust, wouldn't they be looking for her then? Upon entering the office, if looks could kill, Aryan would have been dead many times over. But Aryan did not avoid Baker's gaze, nor did he apologize. Instead, he looked at Baker with a disdainful sideways glance, appearing unafraid and challenging him. Baker clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles cracked. His bodyguards were all enraged as well, ready to fight. They would kill Aryan right here in Huifeng, in the office, just at Baker's signal, even without a word. The atmosphere instantly turned tense, almost stifling. Beside them, Grace's heart leapt to her throat. She feared completely angering Baker, which might drag her into the conflict, because she was partly responsible for what transpired. If she hadn't slapped Isaiah for his advances, none of this would have happened. Now, she wanted to kick Aryan a few times. How could you still intentionally provoke him after finally calming down Baker? While the major fault wasn't entirely yours, his son is still dead. Couldn't you at least show some sympathy for a father who has lost his son? Clearly, this guy just loves taking advantage of others, feeling safe knowing that Zoran could handle anything. Continuing to work for this man, she would eventually get dragged down with him. If it weren't for this managerial position, Grace would have left immediately. One more month, just wait until Aryan gets what's coming, and then the manager position will be mine. Grace comforted herself. Phew. Meanwhile, Baker had different thoughts. Fitzroy took a deep breath and constantly reminded himself to be patient. Once the funds were secured, he would kill Aryan and use this man's life to honor his son's memory. As for Zoran's request for a 1-month grace period, Baker wouldn't give these people a month. Once the funds were secured and the company pulled through, he wouldn't need to rely on Zoran anymore. Then he would ignore these people completely. To Baker, Zoran and his crew were bloodsuckers, using regular investors' money to invest elsewhere while pocketing commissions and demanding exorbitant kickbacks. Regardless of profit, they cared only about lining their pockets. Had it not been for the company's lack of funds, Baker wouldn't have dealt with these people at all. With that thought, Baker waved his hand, and his assistant took out the contract and handed it to Aryan. Once he got the funds, he would leave this accursed place as soon as possible. Aryan took the contract and scanned through it before looking at Grace beside him. Jiang assistant, have you seen the research rating? Yes. Are you sure it has reached B? Yes, Grace nodded. If it truly reached AB rating, the Honghu Group shouldn't be short of funds, right? Banks and other institutions would lend money to them. Aryan shook his head. Let the research department conduct another survey. The higher the rating, the better the company's finances and operations, indicating profitability. A company that can bring profits to shareholders is naturally more attractive for investment. Who doesn't want to make money? The better the rating, the easier it is to get financing, and people might even come forward to invest voluntarily. Aryan, don't push your luck. Baker couldn't help but roar. Mr. Pan, please calm down. Aryan replied, I will definitely provide the funds, but this research rating seems exaggerated. If something goes wrong, and headquarters sends someone to investigate the situation of your company, and it differs greatly from the current rating, both I and the company will be in trouble. How about this? I'll go there personally and make some adjustments. Oh. Baker laughed, a bright smile on his face. If General Manager Bliss can go personally, that's perfect. General Manager Bliss. Grace was desperately tugging at Aryan's sleeve, but Aryan pretended not to notice and waved his hand. Assistant Jiang, prepare. We're going to Honghu Group. This? Grace thought for a moment and responded, then I'll go to the research department first and bring their report along. Good idea. Aryan nodded. Grace quickly left the office, heading to the research department while calling Zoran on the phone. The research rating is too high. Aryan wants to go to Honghu Group for another survey. Isn't this walking into a death trap? Pan Yadong promised us that he wouldn't touch Aryan within a month, so it should be fine. Zoran replied, going there once won't hurt. If something happens, we won't need the research department to take the fall. Aryan offering himself up for blame. Why not? Well, I understand. Grace finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 38. The Noisy Woman. The research department had made an erroneous evaluation of the Honghu Group, and once discovered, someone in the department would certainly take responsibility. Aryan bore some responsibility, but it wasn't too significant. Had Aryan personally gone through with it, and still assigned AB rating, then when things went south, his responsibility would have been much greater. Actually, adjusting this rating to be left Zoran and others with no options. The Honghu Group required a large amount of capital, 500 million upfront. With such a low rating, it would be impossible to loan that much money at once. Zoran and company had considered giving the money in installments to the Honghu Group, but Baker wouldn't agree. Baker insisted on getting the entire sum at once, which meant the rating needed to be raised. Thus, Zoran forced the research team to help the Honghu Group fabricate accounts and false reports. Baker, gnashing his teeth, said, I'll tell you now, you must give it today, even if you don't want to. As he spoke, the office door was kicked open by several bodyguards who blocked the way. Aryan was completely unafraid and instead sat down calmly, diverting the topic. President Pan, have you ever thought about something? Just get to the point. How do you think my abilities are? Asked Aryan. You? Baker was momentarily stunned. Over the past few days, he'd sent people to thoroughly investigate Aryan's background. Married to Juniper, living as a house husband for 5 years. Signed a divorce agreement and was still in the cooling off period, but divorce was inevitable. Rescued Hazel, becoming closely associated with the Carey family. allowing him to rise rapidly within Huifeng under their support. Even rapid might be understating it. More accurately, he rose like a rocket. Regarding Aryan's actual strength, though he saved Hazel from kidnappers and defeated Hawkins in a fight, nobody knew how strong those kidnappers were. They probably weren't particularly skilled. His promise to Hawkins could be ignored since everyone knew Hawkins was a nobody. Aryan's strength was probably not very formidable. What exactly are you trying to say? Baker didn't understand the point of Aryan's question and could only ask in return. You have 10 minutes tops after I struck your son before he passed away. Aryan said seriously. Fitzroy died from internal injuries. Do you really believe I'm strong enough to kill your son with just one palm strike? Baker was dumbstruck. Fitzroy hadn't considered this, lost in hatred and anger. There had been no police report, no autopsy, only cremation afterward. The Pan family would never agree to an autopsy. Why cause more suffering to their deceased son? Looking at Aryan again, his gaze grew complex. Was Aryan really that strong? Or was there someone else behind it? Who benefits from this incident? Aryan reminded him. Benefit? Baker pondered. Losing his son and pinning the murder on Aryan brought no benefit to either of them. That left Zoran and his team. On the surface, they seemed to be helping Aryan handle the matter, but they didn't lose anything themselves. Moreover, Zoran demanded Baker grant them a month to drain all funds Aryan controlled. Do you mean? Baker squinted his eyes. Master, I remember now. When General Manager Ezekiel and his team approached us, they blocked us and young Master. One of the bodyguards interjected, and it was General Manager Ezekiel's bodyguard who noticed young Master fainting. It's highly possible that it was General Manager Ezekiel's bodyguard who struck while supporting young Master. Damn it. Damn Zoran. Damn Ewing. Baker cursed loudly. They sold me out and I even thanked them. Beside him, Myling was utterly bewildered by this revelation. So the real masterminds behind the murder were Zoran and his team? Aryan had been framed? When did Aryan find out? And he risked his safety to come here just to tell them this? No, she had to report this to Zoran immediately, or else the Pan family would surely retaliate fiercely. But Myling didn't dare to move. With so many people around, if she took out her phone, she would be discovered instantly. She could only endure and pray that once Baker knew the truth, he would let her and Aryan off. Your opponent is not me. Aryan stood up, preparing to leave. If you want compensation, go after Zoran and his team. Stop. Baker also stood up. Although you told me the truth, you won't leave without signing the contract. I do feel sympathy for you, having just lost your son, Aryan said coldly. But if you insist on finding death, I don't mind sending you to meet him. With someone like you? Baker sneered. Sign the contract and transfer the money, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, you will die here today. Mr. Pan, this has nothing to do with me. Myling hurriedly distanced herself. The death of your son has a direct relationship with this vixen. You're not a good person either. Baker waved his hand. Get them. Force Aryan to sign the agreement and authorize the funds transfer. As for this vixen, deal with her as you see fit. Yes. All the bodyguards grinned maliciously. You dare? Myling tried to appear calm, glaring at them. Even if I'm just an assistant, I am still an employee of Huifeng. If anything happens to us here, Huifeng won't let it go. They killed my son, and now I've exposed it. They won't be happy. Baker spoke coldly. Even if I make you disappear, they'll still cover for me. This? Myling paused, realizing that he was right. Fitzroy's face changed drastically as she looked at Aryan, full of blame and disdain. Knowing the truth does you no good. Can you even get out of here alive? Now I'm going to be harmed because of you. A guy who climbed up by relying on others, don't you know your own worth? Meeting you is truly a disaster. Aryan slapped her in return. Be quiet. Chapter 39. Is rank 1 really that strong? Slap. The sharp sound of a slap echoed through the office, instantly leaving Grace in shock. She held her throbbing cheek and stared at Aryan in disbelief. You actually dared to hit me? Slap. Aryan delivered another slap. What's the problem with hitting you? You and Riker were badmouthing me in the office, calling me a useless parasite, yet I didn't even bother with you. Do you think I don't understand what happened at the Foot Spa Center? You could have gone directly to Zoran's bodyguard for help when you ran into trouble. Fitzroy was much closer, less than 10 meters away from you. But instead, you barged into the private room to find me. Weren't you just trying to dump your problems on me? But after hearing Isaiah introduce himself, you had the nerve to feign concern and tell me it was fine. All you wanted was to incite my pride, make me fight Isaiah, and stir up as much trouble as possible, right? I. Grace touched her burning cheek, not only feeling physical pain but also guilt. However, she still spat back defiantly. I see all you can do is hit women. Well, watch closely then. Aryan glanced at Grace disdainfully before turning his gaze towards Baker's bodyguard. Fitzroy beckoned them with a finger. Want to kill me? Come on, all of you together. I admit you've got some skills, but not enough to make me take you seriously. The personal bodyguard sneered and then ordered his two subordinates, play with him, but don't go too far. We still need him for the signature later. Don't worry, Marty June, we'll be gentle, one of the black-clad bodyguards said. Two black-clad bodyguards grabbed at Aryan's shoulders from either side. Just as their hands were about 5 centimeters away from Aryan's shoulders, he moved. No one seemed to notice how he kicked out. Bang, bang. Each of the bodyguards received a kick and flew backward. One crashed into a cabinet, shattering it. The other smashed into a glass window, creating a hole and falling out of the window, tumbling down below. What the? Baker looked incredulous. This guy is very strong, the bodyguard named Marty June coldly remarked. Even he barely caught the blurred movement of Aryan's leg. How could you not be responsible for killing my son? Baker's expression darkened. Kill him, avenge Xianhai. Kill. The remaining black-clad bodyguards rushed at Aryan. Scram. Instead of retreating, Aryan charged forward. Everyone who got close ended up either losing an arm or a leg. In less than a minute, more than 10 black-clad bodyguards lay on the ground. Several of them fainted outright. June, kill him. Baker roared angrily. Yes. Marty June now wore a grave expression. The group under his command were carefully chosen, each with mid-rank 2 strength. More than enough to deal with ordinary people, yet they couldn't even last a single move against Aryan. Fitzroy must have misjudged Aryan, who was clearly at least rank 1, if not higher, given how effortlessly he fought. But Marty June was also at rank 1 and believed he could stand a chance. Don't get too cocky, let me handle you. Marty June attacked, punching straight at Aryan's face. Henry lowered his head. Even if he could speak now, he wouldn't be able to say a word. Fitzroy admitted his defeat wholeheartedly, recognizing the absolute gap in power and strength. Aryan had actually given him chances, but he just wasn't up to it. First rank? So what? The gatekeeper of my house is also first rank. Aryan sneered. The gatekeeper has a rank? Both Fitzroy and Baker shrank their necks in fear. What did you say just now? Aryan turned to look at Baker. I didn't say anything. Baker quickly retreated and fell into the sofa. Do you remember saying that it was me who killed your son? Aryan approached and patted Baker on the shoulder. Bang! Baker felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder had pressed down on him, causing him to collapse along with the sagging sofa. Only then did he truly realize the terrifying strength of Aryan. Fitzroy waved his hands repeatedly. No, I didn't say that. Who's stronger between your son and your bodyguard? Aryan asked. It must be Fitzroy. If Fitzroy can't withstand one slap from me, how could your son? Aryan sneered again. If I really wanted to kill your son, he would have been dead the first time I struck. There wouldn't have been a second strike. Right. Baker suddenly understood and nodded rapidly. His bodyguard Fitzroy had already told him that his son struck first but was slapped by Aryan, then enraged and struck again only to be repelled by Aryan's palm. His son likely died from that single palm strike. But now, thinking about it, even Fitzroy, with first-rank strength, couldn't endure a slap, which shattered his jaw. His son Isaiah was only third rank and physically much weaker than Fitzroy. Getting slapped yet seemingly unharmed raised suspicions. Now he understood that Aryan indeed concealed his strength but definitely did not kill his son. It was still Zoran framing Aryan. Your son, that kind of trash, isn't even worth killing. Aryan patted Baker's chubby cheek. I thought, considering you lost your son, I'd temporarily let things slide. But you came here yourself, so? Fitzroy paused and glanced at Grace beside him. Between the two of you, only one can live today. What? Grace froze instantly. Chapter 40 An Unexpected Outcome. Upon hearing Aryan's words, Baker's eyes revealed a murderous gleam as he looked at Myling. Fitzroy had never planned on letting Myling go. Now that Aryan had given him the choice between two people, he would even more certainly choose to have Myling die. Thud. Myling rushed over, kneeling on the ground before Aryan and hugging his legs. Mr. Bliss, please, don't kill me. I'm still useful to you. But begging me is useless, go kill him. Aryan pointed at Baker. Look, he seems very eager to kill you. Myling glanced at Baker and shrank back instantly. To save her life, she was willing to kill Baker, but how could she? Baker weighed nearly 400 pounds, and she couldn't possibly win against him. She wasn't a match for Baker at all. Mr. Bliss, save me. Seeing Baker grab a nearby flower pot and stand up, Myling was truly terrified. Mr. Bliss, as long as you save me, I will do anything you ask. Is that so? Aryan pinched Myling's chin coldly. Just because I teased you a little earlier, did you really think I fancied you? Average looks, only your figure is somewhat decent. But it's a pity you've been used countless times by others. Aryan released her chin with disdain. A woman like you who became an assistant by sacrificing her body actually dares to look down on me? To be honest with you, I don't care much. If I truly wanted you, I would have touched you at the hotel last time. That day, I wasn't drunk at all. Not drunk? Myling was taken aback. Mr. Bliss, give me one more chance. You've already had your chance. Now it's up to your own abilities whether you live or not. Aryan walked to Baker's office chair, sat there, and crossed his legs leisurely. I'm alive today because of my capabilities. If someone like me who does nothing can survive, aren't you much better than me? It should be easier for you to survive. Hurry up, my patience is limited. Die. Baker's face twisted in malice as he grabbed the vase and slammed it towards Myling's head. Fitzroy had no choice but to do this. Aryan's terrifying strength and his claim that everyone in the building was first-rate made Baker despair. This guy's background was undoubtedly shocking. Fitzroy had checked Aryan's records, which showed that he was registered in Yinjing, but didn't specify any details. Clearly, someone intentionally concealed Aryan's information. Ailbeck methods were intimidating, and he had heard some things about Huifeng, making Aryan likely the offspring of a prominent family behind Huifeng. Killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Bang! Splat! The expected sound of the vase smashing onto her head did not occur. Instead, it was the sound of a knife piercing flesh. Baker looked down. The vase shattered on the ground, and there, in his chest, was a dagger. Blood gushed out from around the blade, soaking his white shirt red. It was Myling who, unknown to everyone, had suddenly lunged forward with a dagger in hand, stabbing Baker in the chest. How could this happen? Baker staggered backward, collapsing on the ground. Realizing he couldn't even handle a woman, Myling also stumbled back, falling to the ground, staring at the blood on her hands, completely lost. Terror clouded her mind, leaving her dazed and spiritless. When Aryan first learned of Isaiah's death, his reaction had been looked down upon by Myling to an extreme extent. Now that Baker might not die, her reaction was even more exaggerated than Aryan's. However, now she knew Aryan had only been putting on a show. She was truly terrified to the core, almost losing control of her bladder. What qualifications did she have to look down on Aryan? Turning to look at Aryan lying leisurely on the grass, gazing at the stars, Myling had a complicated expression. She knew if she hadn't saved herself, she would have died at Honghu Group, killed by Baker's vase. Aryan was so indifferent. But what shocked her even more was Aryan's strength and background. He was definitely not an ordinary person who got his position through women. In that case, Manager Riker probably wasn't forced out of his position due to illness, but resigned under pressure from Aryan to pave the way for him. Could he really be related to Lilia? If so, she could only follow him in the future or risk being killed by him. Myling walked over, gratefully saying, Mr. Bliss, thank you for bringing me out. In the future, I will definitely listen to you and never betray you. You earned it yourself. Aryan stood up, patted his bottom, and walked toward the car. Let's go back. Myling followed Aryan into the car. On the way back, she took the initiative to speak. Actually, I don't know much. Previously, I only knew that Manager Fitzroy used the Foundation's funds to cover his stock losses. I only needed to help him forge financial statements, and he would give me money. As for Zoran and others, I know even less. The task he gave me this time was just to monitor your every move. By the way, Baker only agreed to give Zoran 1 month. After a month, Baker would deal with you. But Zoran underestimated Baker, didn't they? Aryan asked rhetorically. Yes. Myling nodded. Before coming here, I called General Manager Ezekiel. Fitzroy said not to worry. Baker should keep his promise. But from Baker's attitude just now, as soon as he gets the funds, he would kill you to avenge his son. I know, so I deliberately came to his territory to provoke him into making a move. Aryan's lips curled. What if Baker doesn't die? Or his bodyguards tell Zoran about this? What if he finds out you're hiding your identity? Myling was worried. Fitzroy wouldn't dare. Aryan's lips curled again. Not only wouldn't he dare to spread the news, but he would also come begging me to help avenge his son. Is he really that confident? Myling turned to look at Aryan. From his tone and eyes, she could feel his confidence, which made him seem like a completely different person compared to before. By the way, Mr. Bliss, if Zoran asks me, how should I answer? Myling asked. Just say the funds will be provided in installments within 3 months. I understand. One more thing. If someone named Conway tries to buy you off, don't refuse. Take his money first and ask him what he wants. Got it. Chapter 41. Slightly shriveled. Baker was saved after the emergency treatment. He did not die. Fortunately, he was obese, and Myling, Grace, was, after all, just a woman with little strength. If she had stabbed another 1 or 2 centimeters deeper, it would have pierced his heart, making the rescue much more difficult. It was considered relatively lucky. Among the 16 bodyguards, none died. The most severely injured was Fitzroy, the strongest bodyguard captain. His jaw was shattered, requiring at least half a month in the hospital, and eating would be an issue. A peak first-class martial artist like Fitzroy was merely a child compared to Aryan. On the way to the hospital, Fitzroy, before falling into a coma, said, Zoran has an expert by his side, far stronger than me. The best option is to ask Aryan for help in taking revenge. His strength might have already reached the master level. Master level, an existence capable of founding a school. Most terrifyingly, this master was only in his 20s. Even without a large family backing him, Aryan could practically dominate Hangzhou City based on his master-level strength alone. Found him. Do as he says. Even if he wants you as his woman, you must agree. If he agrees, it's a blessing for you. Dad, he killed my brother, Kimura said solemnly. You want me to serve an enemy? Fitzroy didn't kill your brother. Zoran's bodyguard did, Baker reminded her. Zoran. Kimura gritted her teeth. Don't talk about this recklessly, and don't seek revenge on Zoran privately. The experts around him might be at peak first class. Dad, I understand. Go. Baker waved his hand. Aryan is at Xin Churchillin apartment, room 608. Remember, don't mention any conditions. Xin Churchillin apartment, room 608. Aryan opened the door and saw the woman standing there, asking doubtfully, anything? I'm Baker's daughter, Kimura. My father asked me to come and apologize, Kimura explained. Apologize? Aryan examined Kimura for a moment, then turned and walked back into the house. Kimura followed, closing the door behind her. She had come alone, leaving the bodyguards downstairs. As soon as the door closed, Aryan took off his clothes and went to the bathroom to shower. Kimura froze. Could it be that he really wanted her? Though her father had specifically instructed her to agree even if Aryan wanted her, she wasn't prepared. But the muscles on his body were well defined, and his skin looked good. For the sake of the family, sacrificing herself wouldn't be too bad if it meant encountering such a physique. But this was too abrupt, lacking any romance. Come in. Aryan's voice came from the bathroom. Sigh, no romance, so be it. Who let the family provoke such an existence? Kimura bit her lip, dropped her handbag on the sofa, and walked into the bathroom, unbuttoning her blouse as she went. What are you doing? Aryan asked in confusion. Didn't you want me to? Want you to what? Kimura's voice was barely audible. Aryan urged, what are you thinking? Fitz wrote me apply medicine. Apply medicine? Kimura looked up, surprised, as she noticed a long blood scar on Aryan's arm, nearly healed. This wound wasn't fresh. It had been several days. This stunned Kimura even more. Did this mean Aryan fought Uncle June with an injury? No. If Aryan used his injured hand to exert force, the wound would have definitely torn open. The fact was that it hadn't, which meant Aryan had fought Uncle June using just one hand. How strong could this guy be? While thinking this, Kimura applied medicine on Aryan's wound. She had never done this before and accidentally touched the wound when disinfecting it. Aryan slightly frowned, causing Kimura to quickly pull back her hand, but seeing no anger from him, she cautiously continued. When banned public yet. Within a year, we will see results. How can you make me believe this? You know I don't value your Honghu group, Aryan asked. Do you think someone like me can be trusted? Kimura hesitated, then undid her skirt, letting it slide to the floor, leaving her in underwear. Aryan remained seated, unmoved, with a playful look. Kimura planned to continue undressing, but Aryan spoke. Although somewhat shriveled, your sincerity is appreciated. I'll take the shares. Eat more papaya. Shriveled? Kimura looked down. How could it be as he said, angrily stamping her foot? When she looked up again, Aryan had gone into the room, door closed. Chapter 42. reconciliation, or selling the company. Little sister, the money lent out can't be recovered in a short time. In Alethea's study at the Ailby residence, Ephraim lamented helplessly. I don't have much money either. How could I come up with 15 million? That's the company's money. You must pay it back. Alethea said sternly, remember, you are the largest beneficiary of the company. The dividends over these years were all given to you, not me. You took the company's working capital to lend out secretly. I don't want to criticize you further, but now the company is in trouble. Not only do you not offer help, but you also create obstacles. Celeste, I'm not happy hearing that. Ephraim was somewhat angry too. You've managed the company for more than 5 years, and its market value has indeed increased several times. But you know how much the dividends really were, right? I admit you only took the chairman's salary without touching any dividends, but neither did I take much. The dividends over 5 years haven't reached 10 million. It cost over 3 million to renovate this house. My wife's wedding cost over 8 million. When you accuse me of secretly taking the company's working capital to lend out, I have no way to justify it. Dad's health issues require frequent hospital visits. Our household expenses are huge. Is 2 million a year from dividends enough for us? My car has been used for 4 years without a replacement. My wife also wanted a new car. We saved for several years to get one recently. Do you mean it's all my fault? That I shouldn't have developed the company? Alethea was enraged. All right, stop arguing. Dennis walked in, showing his bank card. Your mother and I still have over 6 million. Use it for emergencies. Dad, I think Celeste's divorce from Aryan was a mistake. Ephraim replied, Aryan didn't do anything wrong at home. To get divorced like this makes no sense. Shut up. Even if they stayed together, what can that good-for-nothing do for the Ailby group? Christy glared at her useless son. Mom, Aryan is different now. Fitzroy was promoted to department general manager by Huifeng, managing tens of billions in investment funds. Ephraim explained. Really? Because of lingering feelings, white nights and love, she had an abortion, and Aryan didn't argue. Didn't ask for a penny, left empty-handed. Aryan never looked down on her. But now, reconciling with Aryan for money, how would he view her? Fine, let's not talk about this anymore. Rest well. Dennis knew his daughter's temperament and how fragile she was, pulling his wife away forcefully. Fitzroy also kicked Ephraim out. However, later that night, while Alethea was getting some fresh air in the courtyard, she overheard her brother's conversation from his room. Wife, Mom and Dad have taken out their last 6 million in retirement savings. The company really needs money. I don't ask for much, just give me 10 million. Ephraim pleaded. This is our company. If it collapses, we lose the most. Better for it to collapse than to be taken over by someone else. This is the voice of his sister-in-law. Sell the company while it can still fetch a good price. Sell? Ephraim was taken aback. You're not cut out for managing a company, and your sister has already married out. Didn't you say last time that Celeste's boyfriend, Conway, was just flattering her to get control of the Ailby group? Ephraim's wife said coldly, your sister will eventually be taken advantage of by Conway, leading to the company being renamed or even owned by others. Rather than continuing to pour money into the company now, it would be better to sell it and minimize losses. I have no ambition to be a wealthy madam. I only want a comfortable life without worries about food and clothing in my later years. But this is the company father worked hard for most of his life, and Celeste has also dedicated more than 5 years tirelessly to it. Ephraim added unwillingly, moreover, the company is developing well now. With funding, we are not far from listing. The question is, do we have the capital? Well, right now, the company is a bottomless pit. Without funds for operations, let alone listing, bankruptcy is not far away. His sister-in-law seriously said, besides, could it be that Celeste has been running the company day and night with no selfish motives? Upon hearing this, Ephraim fell silent. After a long while, he asked, what if Ivor disagrees? Just tell him that Celeste is too exhausted and needs rest. Selling the company might allow her to recuperate properly. Ephraim hesitated. Okay, I'll talk to Dad tomorrow. So, this was how they saw her. Alethea staggered backward a few steps, feeling a lump forming in her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. She could only cough. The sound of coughing reached inside the room, and Ephraim rushed out, finding his sister squatting on the ground. It's over. She heard everything and got sick from anger. Ephraim quickly went up to her, patting her back and explained, Celeste, your sister-in-law is worried about your health. Get lost. Once Alethea caught her breath, she pushed Ephraim away and walked towards her own room, starting to pack her belongings. Their parents were woken up by the commotion. By the time they got up, Alethea had already left with her luggage. What happened? Dennis asked. Ephraim reluctantly recounted the incident briefly but received a slap on the face from his father. You ungrateful son, how could you say such things about your sister? She has no ulterior motives. Ivor, Celeste may have no ulterior motives, but what about Conway? Ephraim retorted, either reconcile or sell the company. Choose one. Once it's sold, we can compensate Celeste more. That would solve everything. It does make some sense. This way, Han Shui can have more time to take care of her health, Christy nodded. I'll talk to Celeste tomorrow. Chapter 43. This is the difference. Inside villa number 18 of Warrantong Manor. The entire villa was pitch black, incredibly desolate. Alethea sat on the balcony, not turning on the air conditioner but did not feel hot. Instead, she curled herself into a ball. Fitzroy's eyes were fixed on the distant dark sky, lost in thought. Previously, whenever she encountered any difficulties or setbacks, Aryan would always comfort her and try to cheer her up. Most of the time, she felt impatient with him, even thinking that Aryan was childish, only knowing how to cheer her up and not doing anything else. But now, even this impatience is gone. All that's left is herself, sitting here alone. Conway hasn't been around these past few days. Fitzroy said he went to Northern Europe to look for funding, but he's been gone for several days and still hasn't returned. Could it be, as her brother said, that he only came for the Ailby group? Now that the Ailby group is facing difficulties, he has fled? No, it's impossible. Alethea shook her head, unwilling to think deeper. Perhaps she had been too tired lately. She fell asleep in the chair. When she woke up, she found herself covered with a blanket. For a moment, she thought Aryan had come over. But it wasn't him, because she knew he left the key on the table when he departed. Without the key, he couldn't get in. Only Mona still had the key. She got up, washed her face, and then went downstairs. Mona was busy in the kitchen, apparently making congee. Celeste, you're awake? Just wait a bit longer. The liver congee is almost ready. Mona smiled. Uh-huh. Alethea nodded and went to sit on the sofa in the living room waiting. Soon, Mona brought the congee upstairs. Your body is weak, anemic. Drink more liver congee. Alethea went over, scooped a spoonful of congee, blew on it slightly, and took a taste. How does it taste? I spent over 40 minutes cooking it. Mona asked. Over 40 minutes? Yes, making congee isn't a small task. You can't just leave it to boil. You need to stir it from time to time. Mona said seriously. The longer it cooks, the easier the starches will break down into dextrin, resulting in a softer and smoother texture. If we cooked it for another hour, it would be even better. Alethea looked at the bowl of congee, then at her mother. Ale-bedenly. Her eyes turned red, and tears began to stream down her face. Celeste, what's wrong? Mona asked in surprise. No, nothing. Alethea tried not to cry out loud, quickly wiping away the tears, but they wouldn't stop. She remembered the congee Aryan used to make for her, which tasted much better than her mother's each time. Fitzroy's mother spent over 40 minutes. Didn't Aryan spend over an hour? She usually ate breakfast at 7:20, so Aryan must have started preparing at 6 o'clock. And every day, he ran to the market for fresh ingredients, probably waking up at 5:30. For 5 years, 365 days a year, she drank congee for at least 200 days. Sometimes she got sick of drinking it, but the person who made it never got tired. Thinking about this, she felt like crying even more. My child, don't cry. If you want to drink it, Mona will cook it for you every day, Mona comforted. Mom, was divorcing Aryan really a mistake? Alethea asked. If you hadn't aimed so high and lived peacefully, there's no doubt that Aryan wouldn't be wrong. He knows how to care for people. Mona thought for a moment and replied, but if you want to expand the company, perhaps Conway might be more suitable. They are both good choices, it depends on your decision. But as a woman and a mother, I prefer to entrust you to Aryan. Whimper whimper. Alethea buried her head in her mother's embrace and cried loudly. These past few years have been tough on you. You've exhausted yourself. How about putting everything down? Mona said. Putting down? Selling the company? Yes. Mona nodded. I don't ask for wealth and power. I just want you to live a peaceful life. But I'm not willing to give up. Alethea sat up straight. Mom, give me one more year. If it doesn't develop by then, I'll let it go. But, Mom, selling the company now would mean everyone knows we're short of funds, and they'll push the price down ruthlessly. That money may not even be enough to pay Huifeng's debts. Alethea spoke earnestly. Then all our years of hard work would be wasted. Mona thought for a moment, realizing it was true. Business is cruel. Others will exploit your weaknesses rather than help you when you're vulnerable. This is 1 million from your sister-in-law's dowry. Mona took a bank card out of her pocket. You know your brother spends a lot and lives lavishly, so he doesn't save much. Additionally, this bank card contains the 1.5 million your father had your elder brother collect last night. It should be enough for the company's expenses until the end of the month, right? For now, it's enough. Alethea nodded. With her elder brother returning 15 million, her sister-in-law supporting another 10 million, and her parents giving over 6 million, it was definitely enough. However, when Alethea reached for the bank card, her hands were trembling. Previously, when she obtained funds from Huifeng, it would be hundreds of millions each time, which never hurt her feelings to spend. Now, just for 30 million, she had to scrape together funds from all directions. That was the difference. Alethea felt bitter. Child, rest if you're tired. As her mother left, she didn't forget to remind her with concern. Mom, I know. Alethea replied. She finished breakfast. Though she was already sick of it, it now tasted delicious. Arriving at the company, Conway was already waiting at the entrance. When did you return? Alethea asked. I came back last night. I wanted to call you, but it was too late. Conway smiled. By the way, I have a friend I want to introduce to you. Fitzroy's my junior from Western Europe, originally from Eurocity. Fitzroy can solve the current difficulties our company is facing. Friend? Alethea followed Conway into the lounge with doubts, where a young man in his mid-20s sat. This is my classmate, Donnie. Conway introduced. Young. This is the CEO of Ailby Group, Alethea. Fitzroylo. Donnie stood up to shake hands. Alethea shook hands politely and asked, Mr. Young, are you willing to provide funding to our company? Chairman Ailby, it's not financing. I'm offering 300 million, and I want to co-develop new projects with Ailby Group. I only ask for half of the shares in the new project. Donnie smiled. Co-develop? And just half of the shares? Alethea frowned and decisively refused. I'm sorry, we won't sell shares. Chairman Ailby. Before Donnie could finish speaking, Alethea interrupted. Escort him out? Donnie's face darkened immediately. Conway quickly intervened. Celeste. Is this the investor you found? Alethea coldly glanced at Conway. You've disappointed me greatly. With that, Alethea left swiftly. Chairman Ailby, no one else will give you funds besides me. Donnie sneered. If you don't agree now, I might ask for 60% of the shares later. Rest assured, even if Ailby Group goes bankrupt, we won't need your funds, Alethea coldly replied. You said it yourself. Don't come begging when the time comes. Donnie got up and left. Chapter 44. Conway comes knocking. Celeste. I said, use my title in the office. Inside the chairman's office, Alethea once again lost her temper at Conway. President Ailby, I'm doing this for the good of the company. The lack of funds is an undeniable fact, Conway said solemnly. Do you call stripping away the company's best project helping the company? Alethea spoke coldly. What about the other projects? You must remember, the new project relies on the foundation of the company and cannot stand alone. Focusing all efforts on one project while abandoning others is short-sighted and disregards long-term benefits. And Donnie wants to invest but only cares about making money, bearing no risk at all. How could you agree with him? But most of the other projects aren't profitable. What's wrong with cutting them? Conway rebutted. Currently profitable projects also started as unprofitable ones before we slowly found a way out, Alethea said earnestly. Following your plan, what happens after that project? How does LB Group develop? Perhaps there are other opportunities outside. The Yang family has connections in O City, which might offer business prospects. We have been rooted in Hangzhou for years, barely finding these opportunities. Are you telling me they're abundant in O City? Alethea sneered. If it were true, wouldn't the Yang family handle it themselves? You're being too naive. I'm just trying to solve the funding issue. Enough. Alethea firmly stated. If he's willing to invest in LB Group, I welcome it. If he insists on investing solely in that project, I'd rather take a large loan from the bank than accept Donnie's funds. This matter ends here. Conway lowered his head, clearly disgruntled. Fitzroy had gone through great lengths to convince Donnie to come forward with the investment. However, his efforts were belittled by Alethea, even labeled as childish. Was everything he did wrong? Alethea felt she was too harsh and softened her tone. You're not entirely wrong. Our previous investments were indeed too diverse, with many projects losing money. This is also why the foundation doesn't favor us, being weighed down by those losing projects. I plan to let you establish a team, led by you, to re-evaluate these projects. Sell off half the least profitable ones, Alethea continued. Understood. Conway nodded. Pick some people from the company and give me the list this afternoon. Yes. President Bliss, I have a project. Interested in investing? In the general manager's office of Huifeng Hangzhou branch, Zoran asked with a smile. Elbeer, I'm looking for where to put my funds, Aryan nodded. Fitzroy's the thing. This money will be needed for just 3 to 5 days, and won't appear on the company's task to monitor the usage. Fitzroy does have some wit, but not much, Zoran commented while taking the card. Doesn't he know you're one of us? Or could it be you're not? As he said this, his eyes stared straight at Myling. President Ezekiel, do you think I have a future with a guy who bullies the weak, or with you? Myling countered. Aha, it's good that you know your priorities. Zoran laughed loudly. Once Aryan is taken down by the Pan family, you will take over his position. Now you're handling some of the business, it's like an early adaptation. Thank you, President Ezekiel. Myling expressed gratitude. Work hard, I see great potential in you, Zoran said with satisfaction. After work, Myling left the building and drove home. She noticed a black car trailing her. Initially worried, she turned back to check and was relieved to see it was Conway. Conway really came looking for me. Myling was quite astonished. Aryan had indeed predicted things accurately. She continued driving for another 10 minutes and stopped at a mall. Conway followed her in. Fitzroy was even wearing a mask. Mr. G, why are you following me? Myling hid behind a pillar and called out as Conway passed by. Miss Jiang seems very alert, Conway remarked in surprise. Tell me, what's this about? I heard that when manager Fitzroy resigned, you were supposed to become manager instead of Aryan, right? So what if I was? Don't you feel robbed of the position that should have been yours? What can I do about it? Myling said helplessly. I don't have powerful backing at Huifeng, nor do I have as much capital as Aryan. That money of his must be from the Carey family, right? So what if it is, and so what if it isn't? If you help me find evidence, I can make Aryan fall from grace. Once he's gone, you can take his place. Conway sneered. If the Carey family finds out, they'll come after me. Do you think I'd keep that manager's seat long? Myling glanced disdainfully at Conway. Are you treating me like a fool? Well, unless you pay me. Myling held out her hand. 500,000? 5 million. 5 million? That's too expensive. Conway didn't have that much money. Forget it then. Myling turned to leave. Wait. Conway grabbed her arm. I don't have the money now. Give me a few more days. I'll help you when you pay up. Myling quickened her pace and left. I'll borrow some from Donnie. Let's see if he agrees. Conway made up his mind. If not, I'll have to target LB Group's projects. Chapter 45 Kimura's classmate. Junior, can you lend me 5 million? Conway called Donnie on the phone. Though it was hard for him to say this, he still had to borrow money. This time, in order to settle Eric's wife and child. A family. Is this guy so rich? Aryan was surprised. Fitzroy probably doesn't have much money. When I asked for 5 million, he said he needed a few days, guessing he's trying to raise the money. After he has the money, just take it. But I don't have any evidence to give him. Just forge a bank transfer record. Forge. Isn't Kale's secretary or assistant? Just use the secretary's name to forge a record of transferring money to our company. Aryan laughed. But if the Liao family believes it, they may come after you. Myling was worried. Fearless against even the Liao family, Aryan scoffed. Seeing Aryan's completely indifferent look, Myling was stunned. You are not afraid of even the Liao family? Yes, I understand. Since Aryan was fearless, why should Myling be afraid? Oh yes, President Ezekiel has allowed me to participate in their plan, Myling added. Continue monitoring and see how many people are involved. Yes. Myling walked out. At this moment, Aryan's cell phone rang. It was Kimura calling. Usually, Aryan didn't say to contact, so there must be something important. Aryan answered, what's up? President Bliss, didn't I tell you before that my father invested quite a lot of funds into research and development? You mentioned it, so what? In fact, we have made significant progress, but it seems that competitors have noticed us. Tell me more about it. When I was studying in Western Europe, I met a classmate from Obelisk named Donnie. His family is also in automotive parts. Kimura explained, it felt like fate, so we introduced our parents to each other, and our two companies began cooperation. But today he suddenly came to Hangzhou and invited me out to play. My father said it might be a trap, because a few days ago when my brother passed away, their family didn't send anyone to offer condolences, only a gift. Now he suddenly comes to Hangzhou. They may know my father and Uncle Jun got hurt. and want to kidnap me and force my father to hand over the R&D data. Possibly, Aryan nodded. What are you planning to do? Whether he has an ulterior motive or not, since he is already in Hangzhou, I can't avoid meeting him, as it would harm relations between our families. Kimura replied, Honghu Group is not doing well anyway. If we lose cooperation with the Young family, it would be worse. I must show hospitality, but if he really makes a move, and I don't have skilled protectors around, the experts have been incapacitated by Aryan and are still hospitalized. Those with lighter injuries aren't powerful enough, likely only at mid-level second rank. You want me to accompany you, right? Aryan asked. I know it sounds unreasonable, but apart from asking for your help, I don't know who else to turn to. Are you together now? Fitzroy said he would visit my company. I haven't agreed yet without your approval. Then I will go to your company. You invite him to tour It was impolite for Donnie to make such an invitation. However, since Donnie had taken the initiative, it saved Kimura from lying. She had indeed wanted to ask Aryan to stay for dinner. President Pan, what do you think? Donnie looked at Kimura. Manager Bliss, would you be free for a casual dinner tonight? Kimura turned to Aryan. Aryan pretended to hesitate before agreeing. I can't refuse such an honor. All right, let's go to dinner. Kimura smiled. The group left the office and walked to the parking lot. Kimura's car was in front, followed by Aryan's used Volkswagen Jetta, and finally, Donnie's large Benz. In the car, Donnie took out his phone again and reviewed the documents and photos Conway had sent him, confirming without doubt that this Aryan was indeed the one Conway wanted to deal with. Never expected this trip to bring unexpected joy. Donnie looked at the car in front and sneered, let's kill two birds with one stone right away. Chapter 46. Gain both person and wealth? East Ailburb, Exine Phone Resort, Agritainment. Student Young, President Bliss, I believe you two have no objections if we dine here, right? Standing by the window of a private room on the second floor of the Agritainment, Kimura said apologetically. Of course not. Donnie waved his hand quickly. I love environments close to nature like this. This was the suburb, with green mountains surround. Gazing at the green mountains and clear water, just now seemed to give him an intuitive insight. Fitzroy took a deep breath, gathered his energy, closed his eyes, and completely forgot the outside world. Inside the Agritainment, Kimura couldn't see Aryan and got worried. She sent her bodyguard to inquire and found out he was under the Chinese parasol tree. Knowing it was inappropriate to disturb Aryan at this moment, she continued chatting idly with Donnie. Time ticked by slowly. Other guests either left or went to rest. It was already past 11 o'clock, and what surprised Kimura was that Donnie didn't seem displeased at all and kept chatting with her. It looked like her father's speculation was correct. Donnie came to Hangzhou with a purpose. Donnie was merely waiting for the crowd to disperse so he could make a move. The fewer people around, the better. Classmate Pan, to be honest, I came here with a mission. Seeing the right time approaching, Donnie didn't beat around the bush. If our two companies join forces, we can surely reverse the decline of both firms. Honghu Group was on a downward slope, and so was the Yang family's company. Both focused on exporting auto parts, especially to traditional gasoline car manufacturers. Now that traditional gasoline cars have lost much of their market to electric vehicles, Honghu Group and the Yang family must find new ways out. However, this exit isn't easy without core technologies. Domestic electric vehicle enterprises won't cooperate with them. When competing with other domestic companies, they don't have many advantages. With fewer orders for traditional gasoline cars, mentioned the R&D production line to Donnie's father, but he rejected it. That was probably 3 years ago. The Yang family thought electric vehicles couldn't develop so quickly. Spending a large amount of money on researching new production lines and technologies was seen as a waste of funds. This showed no sense of crisis at all. Kimura really wanted to say, if only you had known this earlier, why didn't you act sooner? When the Honghu Group spent a huge amount of money and was close to success in research and development, you come here wanting to collaborate? You just want something ready-made? But still being old classmates and having collaborated for several years, she didn't want to offend anyone. Thank you for your goodwill, Donnie, but we have already secured funding, Kimura replied. Did you secure it at the cost of your brother's life? Donnie retorted sarcastically. Upon hearing this, Kimura flared up instantly, her tone turning icy. Donnie, if you mention my brother's death again, don't blame me for losing my temper. Let's not talk about that. Donnie hastily raised his hands. Let's focus on cooperation. Although you've secured the funds, surely you can't abandon the previous production line and rebuild everything from scratch. Our Yang family has idle factories and personnel ready to be deployed, which could save a lot of trouble. And our Yang family's distribution channels are also what Honghu Group needs, right? We have idle factories and personnel too, Kimura said heavily. But the output is limited. It won't generate much profit. We'll take it step by step, no rush. Kimura, don't reject what's good and accept what's bad. Donnie's patience was wearing thin. Are you forcing my hand? You finally show your ugly face? Kimura scorned. It seems you know the purpose of my visit to Hangzhou. Yes, my father warned me long ago. Your father only wants quick gains and isn't trustworthy. Kimura continued. That's why our Pan family only cooperates with your Young family without deepening relations. Even in cooperation, there should be limits. Your character is like your father's. There's no trustworthiness, which is why I refused your advances. Too bad, Donnie sighed. What's too bad? Since your father knew my intentions weren't good, yet still let you entertain me, bringing me to such a place, that was your biggest mistake. Donnie lamented. I regret that you entertained me. Do you really think you can take advantage of me? I've already found out that your father is critically injured, and so are his bodyguards. Donnie sneered. You don't have any capable protectors around you. How will you defend yourself? Tonight, I'm going to have both the person and the wealth. Once the deed is done, let's see what your father can do. Chapter 47. Narrow-minded. Donnie's uninhibited voice echoed within the private room. Vile. Kimura stood up and splashed the wine in her hand onto Donnie's face. At this moment, she finally understood that Donnie was not just after Honghu Group's R&D technology. This guy intended not only to kidnap her but also to marry her, then take over the entire Pan family. Because now that her elder brother Isaiah was dead, the heir was left as Kimura alone. Marrying her would be equivalent to obtaining the entire Pan family assets, wouldn't it? Donnie truly had a good plan. Although she knew before that this Donnie was not a good person, she never thought he could be so dark and despicable. Donnie did not get angry. He wiped the wine off his cheek and laughed. Intense enough. Do it. Kimura decisively gave the order. The bodyguard standing behind her attacked Donnie. It was a plan to capture the king first to catch the thief. Just then, Donnie's bodyguard who was sitting behind also moved. Only one of them acted while the other remained leisurely drinking tea. Actually, speaking of which, Donnie's bodyguards were somewhat negligent. Kimura's bodyguard finished eating and stood by her side for protection at all times. Donnie's bodyguard just sat behind drinking tea. But when it came down to real fighting, Kimura's bodyguard was closer and took the initiative first. However, by the time they reached Donnie, his bodyguard had already arrived. Bam bam. Just 2 palms, these 2 bodyguards, thud thud thud, fell back and landed on the ground, spitting out blood. This? Kimura looked shocked. These 2 bodyguards belonged to under Fitzroy, and they were the strongest, reaching peak second-class rank, just a step away from first class. But under Donnie's bodyguard, they didn't even last one move. Don't overestimate yourself. The thin bodyguard coldly looked at the fallen enemies. Even if Fitzroy were here, he would still not be a match. Moreover, he is injured, Donnie smirked. Mr. Bliss. Kimura shouted again. Do you want to call Aryan to help you? Or maybe, having him around was the confidence you promised me. Donnie stood up and laughed. Then you're really disappointed. Fitzroy definitely sensed something wrong and ran long ago. No, impossible. Kimura simply did not believe it. Capture her first. Donnie waved his hand. Bodyguards acted, grabbing at Kimura and caught her in one move. Donnie, I tell you, you won't have me. You'll only get a corpse, Kimura roared. Just don't let her bite her tongue and commit suicide, Donnie reminded. Don't worry, young master. In front of me, she won't dare to do that, the bodyguard sneered. Kimura was about to shout again, but had her mouth covered with bandages. Where is Aryan? Donnie asked. Still don't know, need to find. Did you settle everyone at the restaurant? Done. Let's go. Donnie waved, and the 3 headed down. Less than 3 steps away, the thin bodyguard suddenly slapped towards Aryan's forehead. The palm movement was swift, reaching in the blink of an eye. Even a peak first-class expert might not react in time. Why insist on courting death? Aryan suddenly opened his eyes, merely waving his hand to deflect the enemy's palm, and then similarly struck the chest of the opponent. Indeed, some skills. The thin bodyguard's face turned grave. His palm met the attack. The first palm was a feint, the second likewise. Fitzroy planned to retreat using force, then act together with his companion. Long experience in the world made him very cautious. However, upon palm meeting palm, the thin bodyguard's expression changed drastically. Fitzroy couldn't borrow this force. The terrifying power from Aryan's palm transmitted instantly to the thin bodyguard's palm, spreading through his arm and reaching his chest. This kind of internal strength was at least late first class, no, at least peak first class. Indeed, the thin bodyguard did retreat, but he flew backward like a broken kite, crashing onto the ground. Trying to prop himself up with his hands, after several attempts, he couldn't get up. Instead, his neck tilted, fainting. Jamie! The tall bodyguard roared across from him. Is he really this strong? Donnie said incredulously. Kill. The tall bodyguard released Kimura, planning to cross the bridge to take revenge for his companion. The main thing, 1/5 of the force. The rest of the internal strength shook inside his organs. Brigham fell to the ground, spitting out black blood similarly. Grandmaster? Brigham looked at Aryan in disbelief. You're thinking too small. Aryan mocked. Cough cough. Brigham started coughing violently, spitting blood mixed with fragments of organs. My God. In the distance, came Donnie's voice as if he had seen a ghost. Fitzroy didn't go to get the keys, but ran back to his own car. Chapter 48 Leaf Picking and Harm Caused. Donnie saw even Brigham, who was at the middle stage of the first rank, was easily dealt with by Aryan. Fitzroy felt as if he had seen a ghost. Jamie was at the early stage of the first rank, and Brigham was at the middle stage of the first rank. These 2 were borrowed by his father at an extremely high cost. The Young family could not afford to, nor dared to, keep them on retainer. For these 2 people had notorious reputations in Oching's martial underworld, and many families would not dare hire them due to the amount of blood on their hands. Fitzroy never thought that Aryan would now kill them so effortlessly. Donnie's only thought now was to capture Kimura. Only this way could he ensure his survival. If he didn't capture Kimura, there would be no escape for him. Entering this vast mountain would not allow him to escape the pursuit of someone like Aryan. Donnie desperately ran towards his car. Actually, Aryan was closer, but he did not run. He slowly walked over. By the time he reached the car, Donnie had already pulled Kimura out of it, taking out a dagger and pressing it against her neck. Don't come any closer or I will kill her. Release her and offer your wealth. Perhaps I might spare your life, Aryan replied. It's me who's in control now, not you. Furious, Donnie said, step back, all the way back to the bridge. The wind is blowing. Without stepping back or forward, Aryan just closed his eyes. Indeed, the wind blew from the mountain pass, rustling the branches of the distant plane trees. The earliest yellow leaves scattered around under the force of the wind, landing atop Aryan and his companions. Stop fooling around. Donnie cursed loudly. Back up quickly. I'll cut her neck if you don't comply. 3, 2, 1. Swoosh. Aryan suddenly opened his eyes, moving his right hand abruptly as if throwing something at Donnie. In the dim night, it was unclear what it was, but Donnie let out a sudden scream. Blood splashed from the hand that held the dagger against Kimura's neck. Ah! Donnie screamed again as the dagger fell to the ground. Fitzroy looked at the back of his right hand and saw a trail of blood as if cut by a knife. But Aryan had no knife in his hand. What devilry! How could someone so young be so strong? Now, she realized it wasn't exaggeration but understatement. Oh yes, Mr. Bliss, what should be done with him? Kimura looked at Donnie on the ground. Kill him. Aryan said coldly. No, please don't kill me. Donnie scrambled up, kneeling on the ground. Mr. Bliss, spare my life. I'll give you whatever money you want. Do I lack your measly amount? Aryan scoffed. Then if you spare me, I can't tell you who's behind this. Are you negotiating with me? Aryan's face darkened. Do you really think I wouldn't know? Who else besides Conway? From the first moment they met, Aryan noticed Donnie's strange look toward him. It wasn't jealousy or resentment, not rivalry. It was more like a hunter looking at prey. Yet they had only just met, with no prior grievances. Why would Donnie view him as prey? Initially, Aryan was truly clueless, but during dinner, when Donnie and Kimura talked about their past studying in Western Europe, it became clear. They both attended the University of Birmingham. Conway, also a graduate from this school, was Donnie's senior. Aryan understood why Donnie looked at him as if he were prey. Donnie knew Conway, and when he came to Hangsheng, the first person he contacted was Kimura. However, since Kimura didn't want to meet with Donnie, she didn't give a clear response. Donnie likely then contacted Conway again, planning to get together. As for how it escalated towards Aryan, she didn't dare make the decision herself. Aryan glanced at Kimura, understanding her concern for their classmate bond, and could only shake his head helplessly, replying, Isn't your Pan family short on money? Isn't the Young family quite wealthy? Let them pay to redeem him. Yes, I'm willing to pay 100 million. Donnie hastily offered. 100 million? You're trying to bribe a beggar? Aryan's face darkened. 200 million, no, 300 million. Donnie responded. Would your father pay 300 million for you, this useless son? Aryan said with disdain. If my father won't, I have 300 million in my own account, originally intended to invest in LB Family Group, but they refused. Donnie quickly explained. Invest in LB Family Group? Aryan paused. They refused? That's quite interesting. Chapter 49. Donnie's account. Your Young family really does like to dream. On the way back, after listening to Donnie explain his intention to invest only in new projects of the LB Corporation, Aryan couldn't help but curse. No wonder Juniper refused. Anyone with a bit of sense would refuse. A company cannot have only profitable projects. Just like Huifeng, there are quite a few unprofitable funds within Huifeng as well. But as long as the overall operation makes money, the company can continue running, using profitable projects to support unprofitable ones. Who knows, maybe the next time an unprofitable project will suddenly become profitable. However, unprofitable projects can't be too many, and steps shouldn't be too large. The LB Corporation has taken too big a step. At least half of its projects need to be cut for it to have any chance of survival. Tell me about Conway. Aryan changed the subject. Fitzroy found a job at a large company after graduation but left because he felt underappreciated. Donnie explained seriously. Through my introduction, he worked as a marketing manager at my uncle's company, but his performance was terrible. Fitzroy didn't last 3 months before quitting. Fitzroy then went to several other companies, but never stayed for long. This guy, despite being the son of an academician and a doctoral advisor, is just a good-for-nothing with a fancy title. I wouldn't even bother talking to him if it weren't for his mother's help when I studied at the University of Birmingham. The driver, Kimura, glanced at Donnie, realizing this classmate had connections. Donnie noticed Kimura's gaze and coughed awkwardly. Oh right, there's another matter. A few days ago, he suddenly called me, saying he was in Western Europe and wanted me to arrange immigration for some people. Immigration? Aryan was somewhat surprised. Yes, 3 people in total, a middle-aged woman and 2 teenagers around 16 or 17. So that's why. Aryan finally understood why, when they found the mole in the company, he won't succeed based on his character. That's like throwing meat buns into a dog's mouth. There's no coming back. Just give it to him. What are you worrying about? Yes, I understand, Donnie quickly agreed. Mr. Bliss, shall I take you back? Kimura asked. Take me back. You'll meet his father tomorrow, Aryan said sternly. Well, you take this guy with you, Aryan said coldly. Don't worry about him running away, or the Young family playing tricks. If they do, I'll go to Ouching tomorrow and wipe out the Young family. A chilling aura enveloped Donnie, and he waved his hands rapidly. Mr. Bliss, I absolutely won't play any tricks. How could he dare with Aryan's reputation? Fitzroy had already told his father over the phone, leaving his father stunned and speechless. His father also warned him not to cause trouble and planned to come in person tomorrow morning to redeem him. Not only to redeem him, but also to apologize. Understood. Kimura nodded. When the car returned to the city, Aryan went back to his apartment. The next morning, Kimura called. Mr. Bliss, Donnie's father, Fitz, has arrived. Besides the ransom of 300 million, they are willing to merge their company into our Honghu group. Should I agree? What do you think? Aryan asked. Their company indeed has a lot of equipment and employees that our Honghu group needs. So let's agree. Okay. Kimura replied. Gaius. So it's young Master Liao. Conway had guessed this much but wasn't sure, so he quickly took out a file but didn't hand it over immediately. Gaius frowned. Well, if I give you this evidence, could your family invest some capital in LB Corporation? Conway asked earnestly. LB Corporation is worth investing in. Uncle Quan drive. Gaius prepared to roll up the window and leave without responding to Conway. Forget it then. No investment is fine. Fitzroy, take a look. Conway hastily tossed the file into the closing window. The car stopped at the entrance. Gaius got out and walked back to Conway, sizing him up and down. Aren't you the son of academician G? Yes, that's me. Smack. Gaius slapped Conway across the face. You, why did you hit me? Conway touched his burning cheek, looking confused. Our Liao family respects people like your father who dedicate themselves to the nation, but that doesn't mean we will tolerate your constant provocations and insults to the Liao family's reputation. Gaius coldly stated. How can academician G have a son like you? If you don't get lost, I won't just stop at hitting you. I'm not provoking, it's true. Conway insisted. Gaius's expression darkened, and Conway hurriedly fled. This is why Conway hadn't dared to approach the Liao family before. Even with evidence this time, he still got slapped. After returning, our family's reputation will be completely ruined. So we must prevent such an outcome. Upon hearing this, Amir fell silent. Perhaps outsiders think his son is good for nothing, but as a father, Amir knows his son's strength. Reaching first rank at the age of 25, in the Liao family's history spanning 200 to 300 years since its rise, this is one of the most talented existences. In terms of talent, there are fewer than 5 people in the entire Liao family who are stronger than Hawkins. Over 300 years, with more than 300 males from both collateral and main branches, Hawkins ranks in the top 5. This is still considering Hawkins needed to learn other knowledge. If he had focused solely on martial arts, he might be even stronger now. Aryan, around the same age as Hawkins, perhaps only 1 or 2 years older, managed to suppress Hawkins and beat him into what others see as nothing but scrap. Ailbeck, a gap in strength can't be bridged in a short time. If Hawkins seeks revenge too hastily without fully preparing, he will still end up losing. If he continues practicing in the mountains, will he never get married or have children? Hazel won't wait forever, probably not more than 3 years. Even within 3 years, it may not be enough for his son to catch up to Aryan. But we promised Hazel and cannot break our word. Amir frowned. If we use this forged evidence to accuse the Carey family of breaking their promise, they'll ridicule us. Ivor, we haven't seen any evidence. It's the Zhang family and Song fish. They already finished eating by the time I arrived, Ariana said seriously. She wasn't good at lying, but Aryan believed her. Then choose a place. Okay. Ariana smiled. Come on, the car is waiting for us. Aryan followed Ariana into the black Audi. After about 10 minutes of driving, they arrived at a Western restaurant. It wasn't a luxurious one, but was elegantly decorated and romantic, perfect for couples. Most patrons inside were pairs of lovers. The desserts here are quite tasty and not expensive. I used to come here with friends. Ariana explained, not boyfriends, just girlfriends. You don't need to explain it so clearly. Aryan replied. Oh. Ariana responded, pulling Aryan in and leading him to the reserved spot. Just as they sat down, Aryan felt a gaze staring at him. Fitzroy looked over and instantly froze. Sitting diagonally across from him was Alethea. Their eyes met, both slightly surprised. Neither of them had expected to meet here. Aryan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly turned away. Conway, sitting opposite Alethea, also sensed something wrong. Fitzroy stood up and saw Aryan. It's you? Aryan didn't bother to answer, ignoring Conway. Mr. Bliss, do you know each other? Ariana asked curiously. My ex-wife and her friend, Aryan replied calmly. Ex-wife. Ariana was momentarily stunned, then smiled. What a coincidence. Fitzroy's not only a divorced man, but also lives off his wife. Don't be deceived by him. Conway raised his voice, ensuring everyone around could hear. Live off his wife? Ariana smiled at Conway. Sir, making false accusations against others is illegal. Before Conway could respond, Ariana continued. And please don't shout in public, especially in a Western restaurant. That's impolite. Didn't your parents teach you manners? Laughter erupted from the surrounding diners. Conway never thought he would be speechless before this young girl, almost ready to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned red. I was just trying to warn you kindly. Oh, thank you for your kindness. Ariana politely looked at Alethea. Sister, let me kindly remind you that the person in front of you might be a hypocrite. Don't be deceived. You. Shut up. Conway flared up instantly. Just now, you accused Lou brother without even saying maybe, yet he wasn't angry at all. Now, I'm just saying you might be a hypocrite, and you're this mad? Ariana teased. Without discussing the truth, just looking at one's tolerance, the difference is clear. I was stating facts which he can't refute, so of course, he's angry inside. You, on the other hand, are falsely accusing me and still expect me not to get angry? But you look like someone who can barely hold in their anger. You. Conway was almost driven to violence by anger. Conway, we came here to eat, not to fight. Alethea finally intervened. Ariana withdrew her gaze and asked, Lou brother, shall we change places? No problem, it's all in the past, Aryan said indifferently. I'm done eating. Alethea stood up and stormed towards the exit, visibly upset. However, the dishes were not even fully served, and most of the food on the plates untouched. You will pay for this. Conway glared fiercely at Aryan before rushing after her. Celeste, wait for me. Chapter 51. Why must we seek attention? Celeste, wait. Conway hurriedly caught up and stopped Alethea at the restaurant entrance. Celeste, we don't need to leave. Wouldn't that make us appear cowardly? Alethea paused, realizing he was right. That was all in the past. In a few days, they could finalize their divorce and completely sever ties. Aryan hadn't lied, so why was she still angry? Could it be because she still had feelings for him? No, that was impossible. She had long forgotten about him. Her anger stemmed from his cold tone. To end over 6 years of relationship with just a sentence, this guy was too heartless. She had misjudged him back then. Alethea was furious, but seeing Aryan flirting with the young girl, she responded, at least 5 million yuan, sometimes 10. Just doing laundry and cooking earns him 10 million yuan per month? Conway said coldly. Marty Lou, you can cook? Ariana looked curiously at Aryan. Yes. My mom says men who can cook are responsible, meticulous, caring, have good temperaments, and families will be happy and harmonious. Ariana replied, my mom fell for my dad because he cooks well. Conway and Alethea were speechless. What was meant as an insult was taken as a compliment by the girl. Conway laughed mockingly. Being responsible is useless if you can't amount to anything. Provide your children with the best resources and education. You'll stay at the bottom of society, trampled by others. Ailbeck, a man is worthless, only treasured by your family. Truly ridiculous and pitiful. Ariana didn't refute but agreed, yes, our Shen family may be ridiculous and pitiful, but we're happy. I'd rather choose this kind of pitiful. Do you think Mr. G has a happy family? I'm very happy. Conway replied confidently. Really? But I heard your parents divorced? How do you know? Conway stood up, glaring fiercely at Ariane. Forget it, Mr. G. Marty Lou would never speak ill of others behind their backs. Ariana said disdainfully, not only do I know your parents divorced, but I've seen your father more than once. Fitzroy mentioned you several times, saying you're his pride. Unfortunately. Unfortunately what? Conway narrowed his eyes. Unfortunately, from what I see now, you aren't his pride. Ariana shook her head. You met my father? Who exactly are you? My name is Ariana, granddaughter of Dawn. Academician Shin? Conway knew this name. She was his father's colleague and also an academician. Ale-beddenly, something dawned on him. Your grandfather is Gordy? Yes, my grandfather also cooks very well. Ariana smirked. Not only my grandfather, but also my father and second uncle cook very well. It seems to you, our entire family is worthless. Mr. G, I will certainly convey this message to them. No, that's impossible. How could you possibly be Gordy's granddaughter? Conway staggered backward. His face changed dramatically, and his mind buzzed. Who in Hangzhou would dare call Gordy worthless? That was a true battle-hardened war zone leader. Who dared to call him worthless? Wouldn't it imply that anyone below Gordy's position is also worthless? If this were to get out, how many people would be offended? His father, an academician, couldn't protect him. He might even destroy him with his own hands. Even Alethea, sitting nearby, was shocked. Of course, she had heard of Gordy. In Hangzhou, almost everyone knew who. Conway lowered his head, not daring to say a word, like a child who has made a mistake. At the last Foundation Gala, you should have understood the harm your words can cause. Aren't you going to learn from your mistakes? Are you determined to embarrass your father? Ariana reprimanded. Yes, I've learned my lesson. I'll remember this for sure. Marty Lou, what do you think we should do with him? Ariana asked Ariane. Conway's heart jumped into his throat. If Ariane decided his fate, it would be over. Ariane would certainly take revenge. There's no need to quibble with someone like him. Let him off, Ariane replied. Conway was stunned, and Alethea also couldn't understand. Listen to brother, Ariana smiled, dimples appearing in her cheeks. Marty Lou, let's continue eating. Okay. Ariane nodded. Let him off? Who is this confident person? Let me see. A mocking voice came from outside, and a young master walked in with 2 bodyguards, striding forward as if recognizing no one. Chapter 52. Still so soft-boned. This young man was around 24 or 25, quite handsome indeed, with an even more flamboyant demeanor. Fitzroy looked at people sideways, as if the whole world was beneath his eyes. Fitzroy came over and stared at Ariane. Was it you who said that? What's it got to do with you? Ariane retorted. Of course it has something to do with me. That guy is my junior brother. The young man pointed at Conway. If my junior brother gets bullied, I must step in. Oh, does he agree with that? Ariane smiled. Are you my junior brother? The young man looked at Conway. Conway's face kept changing. Fitzroy had his own pride and wouldn't easily acknowledge anyone as his senior. Moreover, this young man was a few years younger than him. How could he, being so much older, recognize someone younger as his elder brother? But seeing this young man's extraordinary presence, he guessed he must have significant background. It was definitely because the evidence provided to the Liao family had worked, and since the Liao family couldn't appear personally, they sent someone from another family. After losing such a great face just now, he wanted to make Ariane uncomfortable. However, Juniper was standing right there, making it difficult for him to answer. What? Don't you want to be my little brother? The young man's expression darkened. Pat? A member of the Yi family? Conway felt no anger, but instead a wave of joy. Fitzroy was somewhat familiar with the Hangzhou Yi family. Even recently, he and Juniper had visited the Yi family's company. The Yi family patriarch was the vice president of the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce, managing a private equity fund company. Although it was far smaller than Huifeng in scale, it still ranked among the leading local enterprises in Hangzhou, reportedly managing assets of 50 billion yuan. After Huifeng terminated their capital injection, Juniper tried various methods. Besides applying for loans from banks, she also approached several financial institutions, including the Yi family's private equity fund company. But after hearing about Huifeng's termination of investment, they all refused without sending anyone to investigate the LB Corporation. The Yi family's private equity fund company had higher entry requirements for physical investments than Huifeng did. Since they mainly dealt with listed company stocks, funds, wealth management, and futures, their focus wasn't on physical investments unless the investment targets had very high ratings and promising prospects. Given that the LB Corporation didn't even meet Huifeng's rating standards, they would not waste time and money on it. This pad had to be courted. Yes, it's my honor to have young Master Yi as my big brother. Conway quickly replied. Conway, you? Juniper lifted her head, looking at Conway with disbelief, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction and estrangement. That confident Conway from before had become like this? Indeed, the face of academician Ji has been thoroughly disgraced, Ariana sighed. Conway lowered his head, remaining silent. Haha, excellent. It's pretty good. Watch your big brother get justice for you. Pat laughed unrestrainedly. Ariane, neither the leader of the Liao family nor I will bully you. Let's settle this one. Big Marty Yi, this is a restaurant, and we're eating here. Could you please not ruin our meal? Ariana interjected. Sister Yun? Pat recognized the voice, but hadn't seen the person yet. Ariane faced the entrance, while Ariana sat opposite, with her back to Pat. At first, he really didn't notice her. Turning his head for a closer look, it was indeed Ariana. Pat's face turned sour. Though these rich kids acted without restraint and indulged in all sorts of antics, they knew there were certain taboos in Hangzhou that they couldn't violate. Ariana was one of them. Moreover, the Shun family and the Yi family had a close relationship. His grandfather was comrades in arms with Gordy. His sister and Ariana were also close friends, attending a foundation dinner together last time. But leaving like this would also lose face. Thinking for a moment, Pat said seriously, Sister Yun, I'm just sparring with Ariane. I advise you not to fight. I'm doing this for your own good. Ariana reminded him. For my own good, implying I can't win him? Pat sneered. You've learned military boxing for a few years, but those skills are nothing compared to Lou, brother. That makes me unwilling to hear it. Let's spar today then. Pat's face darkened as he looked at Aryan, scorning. Don't hide behind a woman. If you have any guts, come out and fight. Boring. Aryan replied indifferently. Boring? If I lose, I'll be your junior brother. Pat responded. If I win, you recognize me as your big brother. I said sparring is boring. As for being a junior and, which were still intact. Boss Liao did not lose unfairly. In fact, he also felt that Hawkins wasn't that useless, but he had never seen Hawkins make a move. Now, he wanted to prove Aryan's true strength. I accept my loss and will call you boss from now on. Pat respectfully shouted to Aryan before turning around and saying, let's go. Fitzroy left with the bodyguards. Little brother's little brother, what should I call Big Marty Lou? Ariana gave Conway a disdainful glance. Conway's face turned worse than eating a fly, and everyone around him looked at him with disdain. Let's go. Juniper really couldn't stay any longer and stood up to leave. Conway cast a resentful glance at Aryan and hurriedly followed her, this time leaving with his tail between his legs rather than trying to stop her. Fitzroy regretted calling Juniper back just now. If they had left together then, he wouldn't be so embarrassed now. I feel so sorry for Uncle G. How could he give birth to such an incompetent son? Ariana said with contempt. It's bad enough that he's useless, but he's also so spineless. Conway, who hadn't walked far, almost fell flat on hearing this. Chapter 53 more terrifying than imagined. Conway, don't follow me. I don't know you. Alethea walked out of the restaurant, looking quite impatient. What happened to your pride and confidence? You disappoint me so much. Ji-yoon, my true intention wasn't really to let Pat deal with Aryan. In fact, I also hoped that the Yi family's private equity fund would provide us with capital. Conway explained. If it weren't for their family having a private equity fund, I definitely wouldn't have said those words just now. If he had legitimate reasons to deal with Aryan, and was in a good mood as a result, perhaps he might consider financing our LB group. Who knew that Pat would turn out to be such an incompetent fool, just like Hawkins? If he had seen two chopsticks embedded into the table, he would not have said those things. Unfortunately, he did not see it. It was blocked by Pat's face. Conway did not even look at the two holes left on the table. Not only did he not notice them, Alethea did not either. Is it really so? Alethea asked. I can swear to God if not so, may the heavens strike me down. Okay, I hope you don't do this kind of thing in the future. I would rather have the LB group go bankrupt than exchange my dignity for capital. Alethea intoned solemnly. I understand, Conway replied seriously. I am the type who would rather die standing up than live on my knees. Let's head back. Regarding the financial issue, we can probably cover year-end expenses after selling off the loss-making projects. Alethea responded. By selling some of these projects to others to handle, they could gather some funds. Alethea did a rough head back. Crystal had originally planned to watch a movie but Aryan declined, citing prior commitments and then leaving. Watching Aryan walk away, Crystal felt quite disappointed. Aryan indeed had matters to attend to. Kimura called him wanting to meet and discuss. Donnie also needed to report something. Aryan didn't want to go to the Pan residence, so they agreed to meet at a villa by Westlake. When Lilia left, she gave Aryan the key, and although he never went there, there were always servants managing the place. After sitting on the wooden corridor by the lake for several minutes, Kimura arrived. Not just Kimura, but Donnie along with his father, Fitz. They had been discussing the merger of their companies over the past few days, which isn't a simple matter of signing contracts. The Yang family certainly wouldn't just give the company to Honghu Group for free, nor did the Yang company belong solely to them or exclusively to Honghu Group. These were public companies with many shareholders involved, so numerous interests were implicated. Negotiations would undoubtedly be complex. Mr. Bliss, this is Mr. Fitz, Kimura introduced. Please sit down. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden walkway by the lake, Aryan did not stand to greet them, merely responding with indifference. There were benches inside a pavilion 2 or 3 meters away, but they chose to stand respectfully where they were. Mr. Bliss, I'm fine standing. Fitz did not dare to take liberties. Although the Young family had money and could hire top-notch experts at great expense, they struggled to find anyone stronger after mid-rank experts had been wiped out. Choosing this place for the meeting also indicated Aryan's power. The houses here were extremely limited, hard to buy even with money. It required clout, like what the Pan family couldn't acquire. But Aryan hadn't intended to show off. He really didn't mean to brag about his power. Actually, a few days after returning from the countryside trip, he moved in here to live. Primarily, he wanted a quiet environment to enhance his strength. The bottleneck he faced could not be broken merely by continuous practice. During the first half of the year, he would practice every day at dawn, but his progress was too slow. A sudden insight a few days ago led to rapid improvement. Now practicing had little effect. Those days under the wudong tree, he meticulously pondered and integrated his martial arts. His martial arts and strength seemed to have reached their peak. A higher realm likely involved harnessing the power of heaven and earth. This was Aryan's enlightenment, and it was precisely because of this that he could cause harm with a leaf. Yet it only scratched the surface, meaning he had only grasped a small part of it. The apartment was noisy, making it hard to gain insight, so he chose this place. Tell me, what's the matter? Aryan asked. Well, after Yang Corporation is merged into Honghu Group, since I'm still inexperienced and my father is still hospitalized for recuperation, could Mr. Bliss come over to serve as a director? Kimura asked tentatively. Are you worried they might still harbor ulterior motives and want me there to supervise them? Aryan squinted at Fitz and his son. There's no need for such trouble. If you're really worried, I can kill them right now. An icy killing intent enveloped them. Standing in front, Fitz felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar, chilled to the bone. Cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Only now did he truly understand how terrifying Aryan was. Aelbeck killing intent and momentum likely surpassed the realm of ordinary mortals. Fortunately, he hadn't found any experts stronger than mid-rank experts. Otherwise, he would have lost completely in a real fight. Mr. Bliss, we have no second thoughts. If we do, please strike us down here. Fitz spoke with difficulty, fearing that if he held on any longer, he might lose control of his bladder. That's best. Aryan grunted coldly and withdrew his gaze. The chairman will be you, Kimura. I believe Mr. Young will fully cooperate with you. Aryan continued. Yes, I will definitely cooperate fully with Miss Pan. Fitz nodded repeatedly. Mr. Bliss, I know what to do, Kimura responded and took out a document. Fitzroyer is some shares from our Pan family and Young family as a token of respect. Not much, just 20%. I hope you will accept it. Aryan neither accepted nor refused. Anything else? Mr. Bliss, I have something to report. Donnie stepped forward. ALB Group is selling some of their projects at a low price. Conway has full responsibility for this. Fitzroy wants to sell them to me at a discount to earn a commission. Should I buy them? Aryan frowned. That money belonged to their family, maybe even his mother's private savings. So Alethea was finally selling at a loss? If she knew now what she knows, why did she pay such a high price back then? Register a new company and buy them under its name, Aryan said seriously. Yes, I understand what to do. Chapter 54 Now sleeping soundly. Pat, are you sure that Aryan entered this villa number 3? Outside the villa, in an SUV parked under the woods, a young man around 24 or 25 was observing the villa while making a phone call to Pat to confirm the situation. This villa wasn't somewhere just anyone could live in. My people watched him drive in. It's definitely confirmed, Pat replied. All right, I got it, that's all. Hold on, Braden. I don't think it's necessary to do this. Pat advised. Dean acted openly and honorably. Why should we resort to such underhanded tricks? I can understand acting honorably in front of women, but there are no women around now. Braden sneered. But his strength is really unusual, and he might be someone important. We might get ourselves into trouble later. For heaven's sake, Oldie, when did you become so cowardly? It's not about being cowardly or not. I just feel that there's something off about that guy Aryan. Pat said seriously. Besides, this matter has nothing to do with us anyway. You lost to him and lost face. Are you just going to accept that? Alright, I have confidence. 2 late-stage first-rank experts. I don't believe they can't deal with him. Wow, your Song family only has 3 late-stage first-rank experts, and you're sending out 2 at once? Pat marveled, clearly impressed by the commitment. Do you really think I came here to die? Braden said smugly. Even if Aryan is at peak first rank, our 2 experts together can take him on. Well, do as you wish then. Pat hung up the phone. Booker, Jake, let's go. Braden looked at the 2 elderly men in their 50s in the backseat. We know. The 2 old men were dressed in black tank suits. From their tone and expressions, they weren't particularly happy. It was already past 10 o'clock. Usually they would have been preparing for bed. Being called out by Braden made them naturally unwilling. This wasn't a task assigned by the family head, just Braden's personal idea, like running out stealthily. If it weren't for the fact that Braden was one of the heirs of the Song family, they wouldn't have secretly followed him out. Moreover, to come out just to deal with a young man around 25, and in a coordinated effort, what would their reputation be if this news spread? Let's go. Braden instructed the bodyguard next to the driver. The bodyguard nodded, got out of the car, scaled the high walls of the villa compound, then quietly approached the guard booth behind the gate, knocked out the guard, and opened the gate. Booker and Jake didn't bother with back doors or scaling walls. They walked straight in with heads held high. 2 bodyguards, one of whom was also the driver, took the lead, searching everywhere. They went upstairs and failed to find him. Finally, they spotted a shadow by the lake in front of the villa. As they approached within a dozen meters, under the bright moonlight, they saw a person sitting cross-legged motionless. Booker and Jake exchanged glances, both somewhat shocked. Aryan gave them a feeling as if he were blending into the environment. From Aryan, they sensed very little presence. There were only 2 possibilities. One was that Aryan was an extremely ordinary civilian. The other possibility was reversion to simplicity. But both men dismissed this thought immediately. Reversion to simplicity was something only grandmasters possessed. Aryan couldn't possibly be a grandmaster. However, according to what the kid Pat said, he had lost to Aryan. Though everyone generally considered Pat, Braden, Hawkins, and others to be privileged brats, Pat was somewhat of an exception. Though the patriarch of the Yi family had retired from the military zone long ago and built the present glory of the Yi family, the patriarch set a rule that all grandchildren must serve in the military. Whether it was Pat's father, his uncles, or Pat himself, they all served in the military. Booker knew that Pat had actually been learning military boxing from his grandfather since childhood, and his strength was indeed formidable. After training in the army for 2 years, he could easily handle ordinary people. Yet, he still lost to Aryan, which indicated that Aryan was not an ordinary person. That was unsettling. Both Booker's and Jake's expressions turned serious, and Braden beside them was also taken aback, giving instructions to the nearby bodyguards. Go test Aryan. No need, Booker raised his hand. Your Jake and I will handle this together. Whatever he is, dragon or snake, he'll be brought down. I'm eager to get back to sleep. Being old, I can't bear too much fuss. I don't want to waste time here. Jake echoed. To put fear into such elegant words, I admire you. Aryan opened his eyes, looking at the 2 old guys disdainfully. You. Jake's face turned red. You're asking for death. Before his companion could react, he lunged directly at Aryan. Being in their 50s, and still so impatient, Aryan stood up and met the attack with a palm strike. Aren't you sleepy? Sleep here then. No need to go back. Based on you? Jake sneered. Die. There were no tricks. It was just palm against palm, inner strength against inner strength. It was a test of who had more profound and dominant inner strength. Bang! Their palms collided with a heavy thud. In that instant, Jake's face changed dramatically. Aryan's inner strength carried forces that didn't belong to inner strength, but were even more domineering. Not good, it's. By the time Jake wanted to pull back, it was too late. Poof! Jake flew backward, crashing into Booker who had been following closely behind. Booker reacted quickly, steadying him and retreating to absorb the force. However, when he stopped, he found his companion's life force fading rapidly. Marty shung this. Booker's face was filled with sorrow and shock. Big cough cough. Jake weakly opened his mouth, trying to say something, but could not, as his organs were already shattered. Soon, his neck slumped, and he died. You see, how soundly he's sleeping now. Arjan sneered. Were you careless? Booker turned around and roared at Arjan. I won't be careless. Give me your life. Fitzroy did not hold back, unleashing all his inner strength in one powerful strike, fueled by anger. Bang! Similarly, he was flung out in the same way, landing beside his companion. Fitzroy exhaled more than he inhaled, and through his peripheral vision, saw his companion's unblinking eyes. Finally, he understood what his companion was trying to say. Booker! Braden rushed over. Be big. Booker tried to speak, but died faster than his companion, uttering only one word before expiring. What did he mean by big? Braden was almost desperate. You can ask them down there. Arjan stepped forward, grabbing for Braden. Master, run fast. Braden's two bodyguards knew they couldn't match Arjan, but still charged forward to block him. Bang bang. With just 2 palm strikes, these bodyguards were sent flying into the lake nearby. Before Braden could take 2 steps, Arjan caught up, grabbed him by the back of the neck, lifting him up, ready to strangle him to death on the spot. Arjan, don't kill me. We're in the same boat. Braden shouted loudly. In the same boat? Arjan squinted his eyes, loosened his grip, and looked down at Braden on the ground. Explain yourself, or I'll make your life worse than death. Chapter 55. The Great Flood hits the Dragon King Temple. This was the first time Braden felt that being grabbed by the nape of the neck could make him choke. It seemed as if he would die with just a pinch from Arjan's fingers. That bastard Pat definitely concealed Arjan's strength on purpose, or maybe it was the feeling of despair that made him not dare to come along. In the past, whenever someone got into trouble, most of the time, everyone would act together to resolve the situation. This time, the Song family dispatched 2 late first-rank experts, looking quite confident, but Pat did not even dare to show up, which already revealed the problem. My patience is limited. Arjan's icy voice rang out. Kneeling on the ground, Braden explained, Mr. Bliss, no, Patriarch Bliss, our Giant Cauldron private equity fund has cooperated with your Huifeng. My father and your general manager Ezekiel are extremely close friends. We are in the same boat. I am Huifeng's manager, and you are Giant Cauldron Company. How can we be in the same boat? Arjan pretended not to understand. You still don't get it? Braden was taken aback. You can call and ask general manager Ezekiel. Kill you first, then I'll ask. Don't. Patriarch Bliss, don't kill me. I don't know much about what happened inside, but I know general manager Ezekiel has cooperated with us. Braden hurriedly kowtowed. And you must also be under general manager Ezekiel's people, so we really are in the same boat. Call Zoran and have him come over personally to explain, Arjan said solemnly. I don't have his number. Then call your father. Yes, right away. Braden took out his phone. As soon as the call connected, he cried out loudly for help. Ivor, save me. I'm being held by Arjan. Fitzroy was about to say more when Arjan snatched the phone and hung it up. Arjan sat down and waited patiently. It'll be enough. Within less than 5 minutes, Zoran called back. Young Marty Bliss, I heard you captured Braden? Fitzroy came to my house. It's already good of me not to kill him, Arjan said coldly. The Song family isn't weak. Their partner Yi family has connections even with the military district. Young Marty Bliss should let him go. Giant Cauldron Private Equity Fund wasn't solely owned by the Song family. There were several other partners. The Yi family was one of them. Funny, he wanted to kill me, and now I should just let him go? Why? Well, Zoran was silent for a moment. Young Marty Bliss, this matter is significant. How about letting him go first, and tomorrow I will explain in detail. Just say it now. Fitzroy's the thing. Our Huifeng has cooperated with Giant Cauldron Private Equity Fund. How come I never heard of it? It's hard to explain over the phone. Then come here and explain in person. Westlake Road, Villa number 3, Arjan said impatiently. I'll give you an hour. If you're not here, Braden dies. Marty Song, your son went to someone else's house to create chaos. Arjan, despite saving Hazel, Arjan remains poor. It seems the Carey family didn't repay him with cash, but with this villa. This villa alone was worth at least 5 billion, and perhaps more. It had a price but no buyers. Only those truly great families like the Carey family could possibly obtain it. If Arjan were willing to sell, an offer of 10 billion would see people vying to buy it. It was only fair to say the Carey family was generous indeed. Ailbeck, good fortune. Seeing this, Zoran envied Arjan's luck even more. Why couldn't he run into such good fortune? Despite his reflections, he did not forget the mission at hand, and quickened his steps with his bodyguards toward the lit hall. Arjan was sitting on the sofa, with Braden kneeling beside him. Not dead. Zoran had truly feared Arjan might kill the person, which would compel Arden to kill Arjan in retribution for his son. Fitzroy did not want Arjan dead yet. After all, he had promised the Pan family to hand Arjan over to Baker for handling. Baker surely wanted more than just a corpse. He likely wished to avenge his son personally. Mr. Bliss can live in such a house. We all envy you greatly. Noticing the heavy atmosphere, Zoran tried to make small talk. The Carey family is indeed unmatched in its treatment of Mr. Bliss. The Carey family? Arjan smiled, neither denying nor confirming. This house was never Arjan smiled. Braden knew we are on the same boat, yet he came against me, clearly not treating me as one of his own. This isn't a flood hitting the Dragon King temple, but deliberately releasing water to destroy a random temple. Fitzroy didn't know. Zoran tried to argue. Fitzroy knew, Arjan said sternly. I don't want to argue with you. Zoran also grew impatient. I only want to ask you one question. Do you release him, or not? Chapter 56. Now it's too late. Arjan stared at Zoran, his gaze unwavering. Initially, Zoran met Arjan's eyes without any fear, the atmosphere tense and explosive. But gradually, Zoran gave in and could no longer hold Arjan's gaze, though his tone remained strong. I will take him away today. It's for your own good. If Brayden dies here, you will be buried along with him. In the end, you still look down on me, treating me as someone who relies on others, right? Aryan asked. Zoran didn't reply, which was as good as an admission. If not for the billions under my control, I doubt you would even glance at me. Aryan continued, if not for my usefulness, you would have let the Pan family cause me trouble long ago. Good that you know it. The Pan family hasn't sought revenge because we suppressed this matter. Zoran coldly said, if we hadn't helped you, the Pan family would have come to settle score. Since you know it was my bodyguard who acted, you should understand his capabilities. I wanted to kill you personally to avenge my son, but unfortunately, this is Mr. Bliss's place, and I can't overshadow the host, Baker explained. Just him, the parasite? I admit he has some skill, but not much. Zoran laughed even more arrogantly. I also admit he has some wit, but not much either. Aryan, I had planned to let you live a bit longer, but you chose to seek death. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Ash alone can handle all of you. Now exposed, they couldn't leave any witnesses. Besides, Brayden was here too, and he came to save Brayden. In the end, he could let the Song family handle the mess, even framing them for it. No, Boss Ezekiel, don't attack. Brayden cried out urgently. Don't worry, I will get you out of here, Zoran replied confidently. Bam. Ash, Zoran's bodyguard, took a step forward, unleashing his overwhelming aura. Moments ago, he seemed like an ordinary person, his energy concealed. Now, he radiated a terrifying menace. One rank peak. Aryan smirked. You're lucky to die by my hand. Ash sneered, leaped over the coffee table, and slapped towards Aryan's face. It happened in a blink. Bam. Aryan met the palm strike head-on. To dare challenge a one-rank peak, you are indeed brainless. Ash trembled, releasing a soft, penetrating force that hit Aryan's palm. The force was extremely fierce and dominant, but to reach transformation force, or one rank, one must master both hardness and softness. Hard with a hint of softness. This kind of soft and resilient force was the killing move of transformation force experts. It was this very force that shattered Isaiah's organs. But today, Ash miscalculated. The soft force did not penetrate Aryan's palm or reach his organs. It didn't even reach his wrists. Upon collision, it was shattered by Aryan's immense strength. Not only did he fail to injure Aryan in the slightest, but an even more bizarre force emerged from Aryan's palm, striking Ash. Ash's expression drastically changed. Fitzroy suddenly struck his left palm against his own right arm. Crack! His right arm was dislocated and hung limply in the air as Ash grunted and continuously retreated. However, by disabling his right arm, he managed to dissipate Aryan's power, preventing that bizarre force from shaking his internal organs. Abandoning the pawn to save the king, quite decisive indeed. Aryan even gave a compliment, but does this mean you won't die? The second palm strike followed closely, and Ash dared not meet it head-on anymore, not even daring to counterattack. With one hand lost, he could hardly exhibit his full strength. Now he could only dodge clumsily, narrowly avoiding several attacks. But the fifth palm strike he couldn't evade. Being swept by the arm, he fell to the ground. Aryan's attack followed immediately. Knowing he couldn't win, Ash closed his eyes and said at once, I am willing to submit. The palm stopped less than 2 centimeters from Ash's forehead. Sweat beads as big as beans rolled down Ash's forehead one after another. I do lack an attendant. Aryan withdrew his hand and stood with hands behind his back. Thank you, Mr. Bliss. From now on, I, Harrison, will follow Mr. Bliss, ready to serve faithfully, Ash said respectfully. How is this possible? Zoran trembled all over. Fitzroy knew Harrison's strength, peak rank 1, rarely meeting a match. How could he not withstand even one strike? Is this still the Aryan who lived off others? Nothing is impossible, Aryan sneered. You are truly a member of the Bliss family? Zoran widened his eyes, staring at Aryan. An ordinary family's offspring couldn't have such strength unless they were true descendants of a prestigious family. This made Zoran associate with the Bliss family, the major financier behind. I laugh at you, Aryan, the legitimate successor of the Bliss family, turning into a waste for 5 years. Zoran laughed even harder. I laugh at your Bliss family, misappropriating company funds to invest in the substandard LB Corporation. It would be a joke if it gets out, and your Bliss family will lose all reputation. I laugh because even if you caught me, you cannot get any useful evidence from me. Is that so? Aryan smiled. Firstly, I did become a waste for 5 years, but this also allowed me to concentrate on practicing boxing. My strength has soared, reaching an enviable level. Secondly, the money invested in LB Corporation isn't Huey Feng's. Rather, it's my mother's personal wealth. How can providing capital for my daughter-in-law's company be considered embezzlement of public funds? Thirdly, according to Riker, each of you holds compromising materials on others. You'd rather die than implicate your comrades. So, I didn't even consider getting any evidence from you. I've come to realize now that I won't be finding evidence against people like you, because punishing them under law is too lenient. I'll clean house with my own methods. I have all the time in the world to expose these scoundrels one by one, and then exterminate them one by one. Even if your families escape abroad, I will pursue them relentlessly. So, what do you find so amusing? As a loser, what's there to laugh about? Zoran's laughter came to an abrupt stop. His pale face flushed red. Thinking of his family, he suddenly roared, Aryan, disaster should not extend to one's family. I'm not going to kill them. I only intend to retrieve the money. However, I might not mean killing, but others may. You. What? Aryan slapped Zoran across the mouth, breaking teeth. Zoran's mouth was filled with blood and broken teeth, blocking any words he wanted to say. Do you still laugh? Aryan bent down and asked. Zoran stopped laughing, looking even worse than crying. If I confess, will you spare me? Now you're willing to confess? Ha ha ha. Aryan laughed, but his laughter ceased abruptly, his tone becoming icy cold. Didn't I just say I didn't want any evidence from you? Did you think I was joking? Do you really think I am someone who jokes around? After saying this, Aryan grabbed Zoran's shoulder and threw him aside. Zoran landed on his face and slid until he came to rest in front of Baker's wheelchair. Manager Ezekiel, when you killed my son, did you ever think of today? Baker asked from a higher position. Zoran couldn't speak. Kill. Baker waved his hand. A bodyguard moved forward, grabbed Zoran's head, and twisted it violently. With a snap, Zoran's neck broke. Thump. And laughed. A man who lives off his wife's fortune deserves pursuing? Dad, I've already pledged allegiance to Mr. Bliss. We're all on the same side. Braden reminded him while desperately giving signs to his father. If Aryan hadn't warned him to talk less before, Braden would have loudly reminded his father now that this man wasn't some good-for-nothing who lived off his wife's fortune. This was a formidable force. You've also defected to Aryan? Truly useless. Arden cursed out loud. It seems you're not fit to be the heir of the Song family. From now on, you've lost your inheritance rights. Dad, shut up. I'll deal with you when we get back, Arden scolded. Dad, Aryan is a grandmaster. Braden roared loudly. Grandmaster? Ha ha ha. Arden looked at Aryan and burst into exaggerated laughter. To make me submit to you, you fabricated such a lie and even forced my son to scare me? Do you think I was scared up big? Not only did Arden disbelieve it, but the more than 20 bodyguards behind him also cast disdainful looks. A master was already incredible, the pinnacle countless martial artists aspired to reach. And a grandmaster? They couldn't even imagine it. A grandmaster at 25 or 26. It's true, Braden said, almost in tears. Back by the lake, Booker and Jake were successively killed by a single palm strike. Just before they died. Chapter 58. Are you very curious? More than 20 bodyguards charged towards Aryan. Franco stood at the back, smirking. A grandmaster? In all his years, he had never heard of anyone achieving the rank of grandmaster. Fitzroy had heard of masters, even seen one with his own eyes. It was said that a master could be impervious to blades and bullets. If you, Aryan, were truly a grandmaster, where did the wound on your arm come from? If you want to pretend to be a grandmaster, you should at least cover up the wound on your arm. How absurd. Bang, bang. The first two bodyguards who approached Aryan were sent flying as soon as they made contact. The third, the fourth. Pain screams echoed non-stop within the hall. Whether these bodyguards were second rank or first rank, none of them could even touch the edge of Aryan's clothing. In one move, Aryan would send them flying several meters away, smashing through glass windows. Every time a bodyguard fell, Franco's face would twitch. Aryan's strength was indeed formidable, astonishingly so. His power far exceeded these bodyguards. They weren't even in the same league. Even if Aryan wasn't a grandmaster, he must be at least at the peak of first rank, possibly even half-step master. Yes, definitely half-step master. Only then would it explain how Aryan got injured. But even a half-step master was not someone they could handle, especially a half-step master who was only 25 or 26 years old. In 2 more years, with Aryan's potential, he would surely reach the realm of master. Franco's smile had long vanished. Fitzroy had to do something. Otherwise, everyone here from the Song family would die. Thinking of this, he shouted loudly, "Stop, Aryan. We surrender. We admit defeat." Elber rendering now is too late. Aryan did not slow down. Instead, his speed increased, his attacks growing heavier. The interval between screams grew shorter, and the distance these bodyguards flew became farther. They would spit out blood while still in midair and land dead on the ground with a twisted neck. "Run quick, run," Franco shouted. Leaving 5 bodyguards to block Aryan, the remaining 4 turned and retreated, dragging Franco along to try to escape. But there was someone standing at the door. It was Thornton. Attack. 2 bodyguards lunged at Thornton. Despite having 1 disabled hand, Thornton easily handled these 2 second-rank fighters. Within less than 5 exchanges, the 2 bodyguards lay dead on the ground. Thornton's strikes were merciless. The last 2 bodyguards supporting Franco also joined the fray, but met the same fate. The only difference was that they lasted a few more rounds. All gone. Completely gone. Franco slumped to the ground, muttering to himself, his face bleak, devoid of any vitality. Now, it wasn't just about physical pain, but heartache and liverache. Many of these bodyguards were personally cultivated by their Song family. For a family to endure, apart from wealth, another crucial factor was the strength to protect the family. Only those cultivated by the family could be truly loyal. His father had started this emphasis, spending 2 to 3 decades, finally seeing some hope. That hope was now shattered. A total of 23 came. All died. No, possibly more. Franco turned to look at his son. Did Booker and Jake also come here? Yes. Braden nodded. What? They really came? Franco stared wide-eyed. You good-for-nothing. Fitzroy wished he could strangle this worthless son right there. No wonder when he had sent people to invite Booker and Jake earlier, they couldn't find them. Fitzroy had assumed the 2 had some urgent matters to attend to outside. As one of the 3 top-level experts in the Song family, these late first-rank masters, even as head of the family, Franco always treated them with respect. Their lives were unrestricted. They could go wherever they pleased. They would only be called upon for genuine major events, and such calls required the approval of the family head. But Braden had not sought permission, leading Franco to assume the 2 experts hadn't come. Unbeknownst to him, Braden had quietly brought them along. And to dare plot against Tweefong, you must have substantial funds. If you reveal this, they will likely target your Song family. Pity, even if you don't tell me, I'll eventually find out. Because I will support your son to become the head of the Song family, let him contact your allies gradually. Sooner or later, won't I know everything? You're tough, but your son isn't. You've lived enough, but he is still young and hasn't had his fill of life yet. Franco wanted to argue, but, thinking of his son's character, he knew his son would indeed follow what Aryan said. Actually, if you hadn't come today, I would have gone to your Song family. Since you came, it saves me a lot of trouble. Aryan smirked. Any last words? Killing so many people, You can't possibly cover everything up. My allies will surely find out and seek revenge for me. Franco stared at Aryan fiercely. No matter how strong you are, you will die in Hangzhou. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. Fine, you wait downstairs first. Aryan reached out and grabbed Franco by the neck, pinching until he died. Dad! Braden screamed and fainted on the spot. Baker and others felt no pity because Braden and his gang had been arrogant in Hangzhou for so long, always thinking nothing bad could happen, especially since following Hawkins. But karma has its way, only waiting for the right moment. Like Baker's own son, who also met his retribution. And Braden, due to one wrong decision, lost over 20 men from the Song family and his father's life. The price was heavy, and Braden couldn't accept such an outcome, which made him faint. Mr. Bliss, how do we resolve this? Baker asked. Chapter 59 Promotion to Deputy General Manager. Baker's scalp still tingled. He thought executing Zoran would be enough. However, Aryan had butchered all 20 of the Song family's bodyguards. Baker didn't know how to deal with this situation. Kimura looked at Aryan curiously as well. Just as Arden said, causing such a huge commotion would make it difficult for Aryan to keep it under wraps. A reasonable explanation must be given to the public. Regardless of whether it was Zoran or the head of the Song family, these were people with significant standing and profound social networks. Without an appropriate explanation for their disappearance, the people from the Ezekiel family and the Song family would definitely use their connections to thoroughly investigate the matter. The incident could escalate beyond anyone's control if mishandled. Zoran stole company secrets and sold them to the Song family. After being discovered by Manager Bliss, in order to cover up their tracks, they intended to murder him to ensure silence. Lilia walked into the room, her cold voice echoing through the hall. Fortunately, Manager Bliss was prepared and had alerted the authorities in advance. Now, all the criminals have been neutralized. Behind her, more than 10 unfamiliar men entered, taking photographs and removing bodies. Within 10 minutes, the hall was cleaned up. Baker suddenly recalled Aryan's background and instantly realized his worries were unwarranted. If Aryan dared to act like this, he must have already thought out a plan. Mr. Bliss, I won't express my gratitude any further. Since the matter has been resolved, we will take our leave, Baker said with clasped hands. Aryan nodded. After Baker and others left, he turned to Ambrose. Treat your wounds first. Come see me at the company tomorrow morning. Yes. Ambrose responded, then turned and left. Aryan walked out of the hall and sat cross-legged by the lakeside wooden corridor. Marty, abruptly changing strategy to become so aggressive and killing too many people might bring trouble. Lilia appeared behind him, expressing her concerns. Trouble? From where? Aryan asked. The internal morale of Huifeng Corporation may plummet, hindering the company's development. Moreover, Ewing and his group might panic and resort to extreme measures. Lilia replied, for instance, absconding with company funds or retaliating against you ruthlessly. I initially thought it was just a few people embezzling company resources, but Lilia sighed. When Patriarch appointed Uncle 3 years ago, the eldest uncle's family already harbored resentment. People filled with hatred have twisted minds. If he becomes Patriarch, it's uncertain how he would marginalize you. Eldest Marty? Aryan paused. Eldest Marty Cullen was the son of eldest uncle. Aryan's impression of his elder brother was quite vague. Since Cullen was 9 years older, there was a considerable age gap between them, and they hardly played together when they were young. By the time Aryan could remember clearly, Cullen had already gone to university elsewhere and rarely came home. Although they lived in the same compound, it was divided into 4 yards, and they seldom ate together. They only gathered during the New Year and other holidays. In Aryan's memory, his elder brother was always sensible and obedient, following rules. Fitzroy remembered his mischievous second Marty more vividly from childhood. That's a concern for later. Resolving the issues of the Hangzhou branch is more important now, Aryan said sternly. Very well, as you wish, Lilia sighed. She knew Aryan well from childhood. Once he made up his mind, he would not hesitate. Just like marrying Alethea. The next morning at 9 o'clock, the city police department held a press conference, announcing the results of the investigation. Although Ewing did not watch the press conference, his assistant informed him about it. Ewing gathered with several managers, all shocked. What's going on? How come we didn't get any information beforehand? We don't know either. Should we flee? If President Ezekiel and Arden had confessed everything, we would have been arrested already. Since we haven't been arrested yet, it means President Ezekiel and Arden only confessed to their own crimes. That's right. The press conference mentioned that President Ezekiel sold company secrets to Arden, but didn't mention anything about shorting Huifeng. So, we don't need to worry for now. Both President Ezekiel and Arden know the seriousness of confessing. Ewing said in a grave tone. Buzz buzz. Their phones rang one after another, receiving a text message notifying all employees to immediately attend an all-staff meeting. Let's go to the meeting. I want to see what's happening, Ewing replied. Everyone arrived at the meeting room, with other employees coming in one by one. After waiting 2 or 3 minutes, Lilia walked in. She had been transferred back to headquarters, so why was she back? Ewing glanced at his companions, who were equally puzzled. What made them even more surprised was that Aryan followed Lilia. Even more astonishingly, Zoran's personal bodyguard Li Fambliss was walking beside Aryan. Damn, Ewing cursed inwardly. They instantly understood what was happening. Aryan had long aligned himself with Lilia, or they might have been working together all along. Aryan bought off Li Fambliss, leading to Zoran's downfall. As for what kind of relationship Aryan had with Lilia, they truly didn't know. I assume everyone has seen the press conference. There's no need to repeat it here. Lilia loudly said. Aryan pretended to join Zoran, then bought off Ambrose, leading to the downfall of both Zoran and Arden. This move completely angered the gang led by Ewing, who would surely seek revenge. Staying in Hangzhou would be extremely dangerous for Aryan. No matter if he was from the main branch of the Bliss family or unrelated. If Ewing were Aryan, he would immediately apply to leave Hangzhou. Remaining in Hangzhou would pose a mortal threat. If Ewing were an elder of the Bliss family, he would transfer Aryan out of Hangzhou, away from this vortex. Even if experts were sent to protect Aryan, It would still be easy to avoid open attacks, but hard to dodge hidden arrows, leaving a high risk of fatal danger. Unless Aryan was extraordinarily powerful and fearless. Or perhaps, Aryan isn't part of the Bliss family, and they don't care about his life much. Regardless of his identity, even if we stop making money, Aryan must die, Manager Fernando said coldly. Agreed. Others revealed murderous intent in their eyes. Being investigated and imprisoned, they were well prepared for these consequences. If caught, they wouldn't complain. It would just be blamed on bad luck. But being toyed around by Aryan was unacceptable, especially after the murder of Isaiah, when Aryan acted frightened, and they comforted and even despised him. They treated Aryan as a worthless person while he viewed them as fools. Ambrose, this traitor, must also die, Ewing said solemnly. But his strength is formidable. 5 years ago, Zoran mentioned Ambrose reached late first rank. Now he's probably at peak first rank. This might be why Aryan chose to stay. Fitzroy feels that with this peak first rank expert protecting him, there's no need to fear. Fitzroy may even want to continue investigating. Before dealing with Aryan, pause all activities. As for Ambrose, someone will handle him. After all, he's only peak first rank, not a grandmaster. In fact, we can use Ambrose. Ewing said seriously. Use him? Yes, he betrayed Zoran and joined Aryan, showing that he's opportunist, siding with whoever offers more benefits. Ewing smiled. Let's offer him more benefits. Wouldn't it be better if Aryan dies at his hands? How can we compete with Lilia financially? Money isn't the key. Ambrose needs medicinal herbs. Ewing continued, we've heard multiple times that he's buying medicinal herbs, possibly for breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. I remember he wanted to buy a Julong vine over 50 years old, but couldn't get it. Everyone can look into where such a vine can be found. Once we find the herbs, I'll bring them to meet Ambrose. All right. Villa number 3 beside Westlake, wooden corridor by the lake. Aryan sat cross-legged, with and skipped this realm. Aryan explained, now, I have other plans. When it's time to refine bones and unblock meridians together, perhaps the body can absorb more medicinal power. Less than 2 years after marrying Alethea, his strength had already reached half-step Grandmaster. However, he had a falling out with the family and felt embarrassed to ask for the method to refine bones. Since there were no troubles and no powerful enemies that required him to refine bones, he continued to practice internal strength. So that's why you got knife wounds, Ambrose understood. Without having undergone bone refinement, Aryan did not have the copper skin and iron bones of a Grandmaster. But Aryan's internal strength was incredibly solid. Ambrose felt that even 3 of him combined wouldn't match Aryan. There was also that mysterious force, which was no longer internal strength but the true essence needed to unblock meridians. Converting internal strength into true essence was a sign of stepping into the great Grandmaster realm. After adding water and simmering the herbs, Aryan took out a small booklet. This is the method of pulsation. You must memorize it during this period. Understood, Ambrose said seriously. I'll go outside. When the medicine is ready, call me. I'll help you protect the law later. Yes, Ambrose respectfully replied. Watching Aryan leave, Ambrose wanted to laugh out loud. Joining Aryan this time, he hit the jackpot. Not mentioning how valuable this method of pulsating internal strength was, just the herbs alone were extremely rare and hard to buy on the market. Ambrose had collected some herbs himself, but the age of the herbs was incomparable. Most importantly, Aryan would help him protect the law while he refined his bones and flesh, an extremely dangerous process. Internal strength pulsating throughout the body, along with the permeation of medicinal power, would cause extreme pain. If it disturbed his mind and led him into unconsciousness, the internal strength running wild would injure the meridians. If the meridians were damaged, not only would all previous efforts be in vain, but it could also result in death. However, although Aryan was crucial, Ambrose knew that whether he could succeed or not was most important. Ambrose took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and began to study the method of pulsating internal strength. When the medicine was ready, Ambrose invited Aryan over and poured the liquid into the wooden barrel. Seeing that the temperature was about right, Aryan instructed, start. Yes. Chapter 61. The Favor of Rebirth. The sky grew dark, and the night was reflected on the lake's surface. Aryan sat cross-legged. It was around 10 o'clock when Flint approached, kneeling down on one knee with tears welling up in his eye. Pain was unbearable, nearly causing him to faint 3 times. Aryan pulled him back from the brink of death each time. How do you feel? Aryan asked. Very good. My injured arm has healed in the medicinal solution. Flint said excitedly. Now, I feel like I have inexhaustible energy. Great, then try out hurting someone with a falling leaf for me. Aryan smiled sardonically. At the same time, let you get accustomed to manipulating your internal strength. Yes. Flint showed no reluctance. Fitzroy, it comes. Aryan stood up, throwing a leaf with his right hand. Flint wasn't quick enough to react, leaving a trail of blood as the leaf grazed his skin. Indeed, copper skin and iron bones rely on internal strength. Not just reaching the Grandmaster level means the skin and bones become as tough as copper and iron. Again. Flint laughed. Aryan attacked again. This time, Flint learned to mobilize his internal strength, swelling up his skin visibly where his arm was hit. The leaf sliced onto the skin and bounced off without leaving any mark. Flint laughed, but Aryan wasn't satisfied. This wastes too much internal strength. Yeah. Flint nodded. The swollen part of his arm was about palm wide while the leaf only left a fine cut. Try again. Yes. Mom, Dad, Aryan has been promoted to vice manager of Huifeng. Blame our LB family for being unsympathetic. True, Christy nodded. Although Aryan has been promoted, this time he has stirred up some trouble, Conway sneered. What do you mean? Andonis and others looked at Conway in surprise. Huifeng is deep waters. My uncle's imprisonment was merely a scapegoat. Conway scoffed. As for how deep it is, I can't say for sure. But reporting Zoran definitely angered the people behind him. Fitzroy won't be able to sit comfortably in this vice manager position, and might even face mortal danger. Fitzroy acted as Lilia's lackey and really thought he got a good deal? Fitzroy doesn't know how he's going to die. Is that so? A trace of worry flashed in Alethia's eyes. Ji-yoon, although you were once married to him, this matter is too complicated. You'd better not get involved, Dennis reminded her. I understand. Since we've already divorced, there's no relation anymore. Alethia waved her hand. Let's eat. Everyone stopped talking about it and focused on their meal. Alethia took a few bites and then suddenly looked at Conway. Right? You just mentioned Lilia? Why does the name sound familiar? Who is she? She's the general manager of Huifeng Hangzhou branch, Conway replied. We went to meet her before but didn't see her. Fitzroy's name is Lilia? Is she very young? Alethia suddenly recalled what happened the day she aborted the same person. By the way, Ji-yoon, Huifeng is hosting a dinner party to welcome the new general manager Farron. Should we attend? Conway asked. Did they send us an invitation? I haven't received it. They did. When I came to update you on the project around 11, someone delivered it. I kept it for you and forgot all about it after finishing the report. Conway explained. I just remembered. Although Huifeng had paused financing for LB Corporation, they had previously invested 800 million into it. If the debt turned into equity, Huifeng would become the largest shareholder of LB Corporation. Alethia originally didn't want to attend, but after careful thought, she said seriously. We've cut down on many projects, which should improve our credit rating. Let's reorganize our financing application this afternoon. Perhaps we can regain Huifeng's investment. Good. Chapter 62. Why must we compare pianos? The welcome banquet for the Hangzhou branch of Huifeng was previously not open to the public, meaning investment companies were not invited. It was basically just for internal staff. This time, with such a grand affair, it also served to stabilize morale. The Hangzhou branch of Huifeng had been hit by a series of incidents, including traitors appearing one after another, even involving the general manager. This left internal employees uneasy and made investors and partner companies anxious too. Now, it was crucial to stabilize the company's morale and showcase Huifeng's strength. The banquet was held at the Hangsheng Grand Hotel, where they booked the entire hotel. Aryan and Thornton are piercing Phoenix eyes. The two women stood on either side as if Aryan was their center of gravity. Damn, why does this guy have such good luck with women? Conway cursed silently. Juniper naturally noticed this and didn't look too pleased. Ji-yoon, during this 1-month cooling-off period, you've been abiding by your marital duties, while Aryan has been hooking up everywhere. This guy is really out of line, Conway said coldly. It was nearly a month since Juniper refused Conway's advances. Conway was getting impatient, wanting to make things official quickly, but Juniper insisted that she wasn't fully divorced yet and declined outright. Fitzroy can be heartless, but how can I be unreasonable and invite gossip? Juniper retorted coldly. I want to strike back at him. Haven't you had enough lessons already? Juniper warned gravely. This time, it will be different. I'll challenge him to a piano duel, Conway said seriously. Piano? Juniper noticed the piano placed in the center of the hall, but shook her head. Fitzroy can't play, so why pick a fight? If he can't, then let me play a piece for you. It's been years since I played for you. Fine, Juniper agreed. Conway walked to the piano in the center of the hall, sat down, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and recalled the piano pieces he had learned. Finally, he opened his eyes and began to play. The rapid piano notes echoed through the hall. Soon, people gathered around. This is Chopin's Winter Wind, quite challenging. Not many can play it well. To perform this piece so skillfully means he's got some serious piano skills. Fitzroying the praises around him, Conway felt even more proud. Winter Wind mainly tests the speed of finger movements. Conway deliberately chose this piece to show off his technique. As he finished playing, applause filled the air. But Juniper frowned. She didn't enjoy this piece. Conway stood up, bowed gracefully to the crowd like a true aristocrat, and then looked toward Aryan not far away. Mr. Bliss, I heard you play the piano very well. Would you like to play a piece for everyone? Me? Aryan laughed. Fitzroy knew Conway was provoking him, looking for a showdown. But after thinking for a moment, he didn't refuse. Tomorrow would be their formal divorce, so today, he would play a tune. Aryan approached the stage, glanced at Juniper, sat down, placed his hands on the piano, closed his eyes, and said softly, let's do Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. This piece was dedicated to his first love by Beethoven, though they had already broken up by then. Perhaps this was a way to reminisce, a tribute to the departed love. As Aryan's fingers danced across the keys, a soft melody slowly emerged, the piano notes gentle and flowing. The 6 years of memories flashed through Aryan's mind, frame by frame, second by second. Tears seemed to well up from the corners of Aryan's eyes. Those beautiful memories, that relentless pursuit, were now all gone. His fingertips appeared to be drawing the flow of the surrounding energy with true essence, while the inner strength within his body rapidly transformed. First startled, Aryan then became completely immersed. Sadness and melancholy enveloped the surroundings like waves. In the entire hall, no one spoke, no one praised. Everyone closed their eyes, feeling as if they had arrived beside a tranquil lake. The clear moonlight in the sky poured down, enveloping everyone's heads, slowly entering their hearts. It awakened their distant memories, illuminating those long, untouched corners. Then, the light-hearted piano notes sounded again. They took their lovers by the hand, like spirits dancing gracefully on the moonlit lake surface. However, the moonlight was obscured by clouds, and sudden storms brought violent rain, ripples rippling across the lake. The loving couple was pushed layer by layer toward the opposite shore beneath these ripples. No, don't go. They opened their mouths, roaring, trying to rush over and grab each other's hands. Puff! The serene lake surface shattered like a mirror, everything turning into an illusion. The piano notes ceased, yet no one wanted to open their eyes. When they finally did, Aryan, who had been playing the piano, had vanished from where he was, nowhere to be found. That was true performance. What we heard earlier was just piano playing. How deep must one feel to play such music? Can you find someone better after losing such a lover? Some people only cherish what they have lost. Haha, that's human nature, never knowing when to be content. The people around sighed and quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of their eyes. Conway was utterly ashamed, too embarrassed to meet the gazes of those around him. Wah! Juniper sobbed aloud and ran out of the hall. Ji-yoon, Conway chased after her. Don't come near me, I want to be alone, Juniper shouted loudly. Conway came to an abrupt stop, slapping himself hard across the face. Why did I insist on comparing pianos? But how did Aryan know how to play the piano so well? Chapter 63, The Fiancé Comes. Puff. On the rooftop of Hangcheng Grand Hotel, Dean Bliss exhaled turbid air. His eyes sparkled with sharp light, and his entire body emitted a powerful aura. Fitzroy took another deep breath, concealing all traces of the brilliance within him, holding his breath entirely. Excellent. I didn't expect playing a tune could transform 1/3 of my internal energy into true essence. It seems that at this realm, mental state is indeed the most critical. Although only 1/3 had been transformed, achieving such a mental state was rare and precious. But Aryan felt content. This was greater than what he would have gained in 3 or 4 years of hard work. Once all the internal energy has converted into true essence, I can then attempt to break through to that realm. Aryan stood up and clenched his fists. Turning around and heading downstairs, the banquet was already halfway through. Aryan had just found Kimura when she reminded him, Young master, Mr. Lee was looking for you everywhere just now. Looking for me? For what? Aryan asked, puzzled. I don't know. He didn't say anything. Then I'll call him. Aryan took out his phone and was about to dial when he saw Ambrose approaching hurriedly from the crowd, looking anxious. Young master, let's go quickly. Quickly? What happened? Aryan asked. Bingyan called you but you didn't pick up, so she called me. She said your fiancé is on her way here and told you to make a quick escape, Ambrose whispered beside Aryan's ear. What? Fitzroyer? Aryan asked in shock. Yes. Damn it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Aryan turned and headed toward the door. Hazel and Kimura exchanged glances. They knew of Aryan's capabilities and were used to his calm demeanor no matter the situation. But today, he was suddenly in such a panic. Aryan respected her deeply and felt indebted. Breaking off the engagement disgraced the Nangong family and made Stinking a target of ridicule. All these years, Stinking remained unmarried, still single. Fitzroy had planned to apologize personally after settling matters in Hangcheng and returning to Yinjing, but unexpectedly, she had come. Why now when she hadn't visited Hangcheng in all these years? Now Aryan didn't know how to explain things to Stinking, especially with Alethea present. Fitzroy worried Stinking might take action against Alethea. Even if not physically, a few sarcastic remarks would be too much for Alethea to bear. What Aryan feared most was being publicly grabbed by the ear by Stinking, which he often did. Fitzroy couldn't retaliate, nor could he complain to his parents. He'd just receive another scolding. It was only natural for a wife to discipline her husband. Aryan, stop. Before leaving the hall, Alethea's voice rang out. She blocked his path. Can we talk about this tomorrow? Aryan asked sternly. Are you going to talk when we file for divorce? Are you that impatient? Is tomorrow the day to file for divorce? Aryan countered. Has the cooling off period of 1 month passed so quickly? Don't pretend. I truly didn't remember. Aryan spread his hands. Over the years, can you tell me something truthful for once? Alethea roared. Truthful words. Are they that important? Are they not? Important. Let's not argue over this today. Aryan tried to move past her, but Alethea spread her arms, blocking him tightly. You must clear things up today. Otherwise, I won't agree to the divorce tomorrow. Can't we talk about it tomorrow? No. Aryan hesitated, not wanting to use force. Fitzroy took a deep breath. All right, ask away. What's your background? Is Lilia your real younger sister? Aryan was about to explain when the elevator door opened, and he saw his cousin Lilia's face first. Just tell her I went back. Aryan warned Ambrose with a glance, and then ran into the hall. What kind of woman is so terrifying? Ambrose was wondering in his heart. Fitzroy turned around and saw Lilia following another woman out of the elevator. This woman was about 27 or 28 years old, with an exquisite oval face. Fitzroy's hair was tied up at the back of her head in a bun, and she wore delicate white gemstone earrings. A black cheapao hugged her full, round figure, exuding an air of noble elegance from head to toe. She was a woman truly born into a distinguished family, embodying natural grace and wealth. At first sight, Ambrose felt that this woman was to be admired from afar, but not to be trifled with. Ordinary beauties would absolutely pale in comparison before her. Even Alethea lost her train of thought for a moment, as did Hazel and Kimura, who had regretting it to death. Stinking smiled and turned to leave. Wish you happiness. Stop. Alethea shouted sternly. You must explain clearly. Stinking ignored Alethea completely. Conway rushed forward. Celeste told you to stop, didn't you hear? Give her up. How about coming with me? Stinking asked with a smile. What? Chapter 64 Intentional Bullying? Conway thought he had misheard. This woman was talking about him? Aelbeck, a beautiful and noble woman, made Conway really dare not imagine, because he knew he wasn't worthy of her. It was the first time in his life that he met a woman he dared not think too much about, seemingly belonging to different social classes, fundamentally in different worlds. Now this woman opened her mouth to ask for him? Just in an instant, Conway was indeed tempted. Fitzroy believed any man would be tempted upon hearing these words, unless they were not men. However, he also noticed the playful smile at Stinking's corner of the mouth. He understood that Stinking was just teasing him. Don't try to sow discord. I have deep affection for Celeste. Conway quickly explained. But you hesitated so long. Your eyes revealed obvious attraction just now, weren't they? Stinking teased. You. And what else? Stinking for his moonlight with one slap. Take care of yourself. Leaving these words behind, she turned to look at Lilia. Let's go. To say I don't know you is for your own good, insisting on finding trouble for yourself. Lilia glanced coldly at Alethea before following Stinking. Alethea staggered backward a few steps, nearly falling to the ground. Had she ever considered Aryan? It seemed there was a moment when she did, but she couldn't recall it. She didn't even take Aryan to company banquets, simply thinking Aryan could cook, but lacked sophistication. These two banquets showed her how wrong she had been. Aryan's performance was far better than Conway, who had studied aristocratic etiquette in Western Europe for several years. His manner was appropriate, composed and calm, without a single flaw. She didn't care about Aryan's family situation either. When arranging their wedding, she only asked why Aryan's parents hadn't come. Aryan said they were unwell. She didn't press further or suggest that Aryan bring her to visit his parents-in-law. After more than 6 years of love and 5 years of marriage, she realized she didn't understand Aryan at all. All she had were complaints. Like the time Aryan invited a doctor over, she refused outright and accused him of bringing random people into their home. And when Aryan said he had matters to deal with and suggested they talk tomorrow, she insisted on getting answers today. Unbeknownst to her, as the woman pointed out, Aryan wanted to lead her away, to protect Alethea. Yet, she threatened Aryan with the divorce agreement. How laughable. Alethea laughed, coughing while laughing. Celeste, are you okay? Ignoring the pain in his cheek, Conway hurried to support Alethea. They are unreasonable, a group of barbarians. Don't take their words to heart. I'm tired, let's go back, Alethea replied listlessly. Okay, we'll go back, don't worry too much. Christy seems to have changed a lot. Aryan came out from around the corner of the hall. She always had a bossy air. Now it's even more prominent. Master, I finally understand you, Ambrose said solemnly. It's not that I can't fight, but I can't bring myself to, Aryan sighed. Shall we head back? You can take Myling back first, and don't wait for me. All right. Gone. Aryan walked towards the elevator, heading upstairs instead of downstairs. Upon reaching the rooftop again, Stinking had been waiting for a long time. She always preferred standing at high places. Take care of yourself. Lilia muttered to Aryan and turned to leave. If you run downstairs, I don't want to see you either, Stinking said, gazing into the distance. Whenever Sister Ching was in a bad mood, she liked to go to the rooftop where no one is around. Of course, I had mistaken it for her personality all along. Indeed, the prettier the woman, the more intricate her thoughts. Now, hearing the truth, do you hate me? Not at all. Really not? I wouldn't dare. Aryan laughed. Stinking laughed too, sighing deeply. Now that it's said, my heart finally feels relieved. All these years, why didn't Christy find someone? No one you like? Aryan asked. What, trying to feel me out? Want to reconnect the past? A divorced man like me doesn't deserve Christy anymore. Do you know why I came to Hangxing? Stinking changed the subject. No idea. I'm going to marry into the Qian family in Carry High. The wedding is on National Day. If you're free, remember to come. Stinking handed Aryan an invitation and then turned to leave. Aryan looked at the invitation, lost in thought. Chapter 65. Do you still need an answer now? Are the two of you sure about the divorce? Yes. Then sign here. Aelbeer. Aryan signed first, then pushed the agreement over to Alethea. Alethea hesitated for a while, after taking the pen. Biting her teeth hard, she eventually signed her name. Regret surfaced in her heart, but being someone who loved and hated openly, she did not change easily. Since she chose to terminate the pregnancy and reconcile with Conway, she should continue on this path. Even if Aryan belonged to a powerful family, she no longer harbored any fantasies. If Conway treated her well, and they could manage the company together, that would suffice. She didn't argue with Aryan now, just as she hadn't when he proposed the divorce. This is your divorce certificate. After processing it, the staff handed it over to both of them. Aryan took it, looked at Alethea and asked, do you still need an answer now? What that woman said yesterday is right. Not knowing might be better. Alethea replied calmly. Indeed. Aryan nodded, preparing to leave. Since you're now deputy general manager, return my bank card, Alethea said sternly. It's been in the bedside cabinet all along. Aryan said this before quickening his steps and leaving without looking back. Alethea's heart twisted again. Conway said, Celeste, let's go register our marriage. Fitzroy was eagerly waiting for this moment, and it was what they had agreed upon. They were going to register their marriage right after getting divorced. If I can never have children in this life, will you still marry me? Alethea asked. Your body will get better, Celeste. Do you mean you won't marry me if I don't get better? No, even if you can't have children, I will still marry you. Conway raised his hand. I promise to accompany you forever. Is it really that difficult? Harrison hesitated. Certainly. As you know, we have a lot of powerful people backing us. Otherwise, how can we do something like emptying Huifeng? But I can help by leading Aryan out. I pretend to lose when you strike and kill Aryan. Agreed. Also, I demand half the herbs beforehand. We will give the herbs immediately after killing Aryan. No, I need at least half before the action starts, and the rest should be given during the action. Otherwise, I won't lead Aryan out. Harrison solemnly said, You should know Lilia has dispatched people secretly to protect Aryan, just waiting for your retaliation. As expected, they're not fools, Ewing coldly said. Fine, as you wish. Fitzroy's the list of herbs. Harrison took out a piece of paper listing more than 20 valuable herbs from his pocket. Ewing glanced at it. Although he frowned slightly, he did not say anything, pocketed the list and said, Wait for our news. Harrison watched Ewing's back as he left, smiling wryly. To promise all these herbs without thinking twice means they plan to eliminate me as well? Back in the office, Ewing took a picture of the herbalist and sent it out. This so much? As far as I know, some of these herbs aren't even used for breaking through to the master level. Even a minimum of 50 years in age? Is Harrison trying to extort us? If you add it up, these herbs are worth at least 30 at that time. Indeed, if you want to find herbs, you still need to rely on these families. After taking so much money from Huifeng, they must pay it all back now. This is just collecting interest. For wealthy and influential families, such precious herbs are always purchased at high prices whenever they encounter them. Even if unused, they store them, just in case they might be needed at some point. Who doesn't get sick? They couldn't comprehend until their dying breath that I have already broken through to the master level. Harrison also chuckled. To prevent me from using them, they indeed provided what you need. If they knew the truth, they'd probably regret it bitterly. When do they plan to make their move? Aryan asked. They naturally hope the sooner the better, Harrison replied. As soon as I'm ready, they can act any time. But there has to be a reason to go out, otherwise, they will suspect and won't fall for it. Aryan frowned. Just that, my schedule for the next 4 or 5 days is already set, staying in the company every day. In this case, go find Ewing and have them provide an excuse for me to leave. For example, say something went wrong with a company I previously invested in. Got it. Chapter 66 Who is the Prey? Mr. Bliss, we just received news that Zhengkang Company is in trouble. At 10:30 the next morning, Meiling rushed into the office, speaking anxiously while giving Aryan a meaningful look. Everything was fine last month. What could have gone wrong? Aryan asked calmly. It's rumored to involve financial fraud. The tax authorities have come and taken all the company's reports for the past 6 months. Are you sure? Yes. Bring me their research report and call Ambrose to wait for me downstairs. But there's a meeting scheduled soon, Meiling reminded. You attend the meeting for me. Yes. Meiling handed over the research report to Aryan, who then hurriedly left. Meiling took out her phone and called Ewing. President Huang. Aryan is going to Zhengkang Company personally. Is that so? Excellent. Ewing chuckled coldly. You've done well. After we deal with Aryan, I can fulfill the conditions that President Ezekiel promised you. Thank you, President Huang. Aryan Smagotin left the building, heading straight for Zhengkang Company. About 40 to 50 meters behind it, a black SUV followed closely. In recent days, whenever Aryan went out or left the company, this black SUV always tailed him. These were not the people secretly assigned by Lilia to protect Aryan, but rather 2 second-tier bodyguards Aryan had hired through Ambrose from outside. It was just for show. After driving for more than 20 minutes and getting onto the second ring expressway, a truck and a minivan suddenly collided, blocking the road completely. Although Aryan's car wasn't blocked, the black SUV behind him was stuck. Please, Mr. Bliss, come inside. I'll have my financial auditor check everything for you. Had better not find any issues. Aryan headed towards the general manager's office. Sitting down, Horace poured tea for Aryan and instructed an assistant to fetch the reports. Mr. Bliss, the tax authorities did come to investigate. We are fully cooperating and have nothing to hide. I believe we will hear from them soon. If I say anything untrue, you can withdraw the funds immediately. That would be best. Aryan sipped his tea. Soon, the assistant brought over all the financial reports, and Aryan pretended to check them carefully. By noon, when everyone at Zhengkang Company had left, he finally put down the reports. Mr. Bliss, if you haven't finished, why don't we have lunch first and come back later? Horace asked cautiously. Aryan didn't respond, just staring straight at Horace. Horace quickly pulled out a check. Mr. Bliss, please accept this small gesture. Aryan ignored the check, still staring intently. Thinking Aryan wanted more, Horace added another $1,000,000. Still no response from Aryan, making Horace feel increasingly uneasy. Fitzroy tentatively asked, Mr. Bliss, what does this mean? If you tell the truth now, I'll spare your life, Aryan replied. I don't know what you're talking about. Since you insist on courting death, forget it. Aryan stood up and walked toward the door, but before he could leave, there was a loud bang, and the door shattered, hitting Aryan. Bang! Ambrose kicked the door open, sending it flying. 2 men walked in from outside, exuding an imposing presence with their auras barely restrained. This at least indicated they had reached late first rank, where one could achieve this level of aura control. When someone truly became a grandmaster, the aura would be fully restrained, and the stronger the person was, the more natural and unadorned they would appear. It seemed that for this operation against Aryan, the mastermind had spared no expense. Like the Arden family, despite having assets worth billions, there were only 3 late first-rank experts guarding the family. The rest of the bodyguards were relatively weak, mostly second rank, with very few reaching first rank. Now, 2 late first-rank experts had been dispatched to deal with just Aryan. Albeerly, there were others waiting outside to deal with Ambrose. They knew Ambrose's strength had reached peak first rank, so they would have to send at least 2 peak first-rank experts to handle him. For safety, it would be better to send 3, because they needed to prevent Ambrose from escaping. Unrelated people, get out! A broad-faced man leading them shouted fiercely. Mr. Bliss, I'm also being forced into this. Don't blame me when you're dead. Horace left these words before hurrying out. Ambrose, why haven't you left yet? The broad-faced man coldly stared at Ambrose. You're not thinking of backing out, are you? Of course not. Ambrose shrugged and followed Horace out, closing the door behind him. Inside the office, only Aryan remained. 2 late first-rank experts. Am I being respected or disrespected? Aryan mocked. You are being sufficiently respected, the broad-faced man sneered. You betrayed Zoran and colluded with Lilia. Did you know this day would come? A bunch of shameless thieves who steal others' wealth and collaborate disgracefully actually dare to talk about betrayal? Aryan laughed. Your mouth is quite sharp. Wait until I tear it apart. Attack, don't waste time with him. A slender man beside him said coldly. All right, let's finish this quickly. The broad-faced man nodded, striking first with a punch aimed at Aryan's face. Aryan, dying at our hands isn't too bad, right? Is it? Aryan easily deflected the punch, and then pressed his palm against the other's chest. The broad-faced man met the palm with his own. Humph! The slender man struck simultaneously, aiming at Aryan's shoulder. Wow, you do respect me by sending 2 late first-rank experts to work together. Unfortunately, you're still too slow. Aryan spoke calmly, but his body suddenly accelerated, his right palm already touching the broad-faced man's palm. Spit! The broad-faced man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out, rolling out of the door and crashing into the elevator opposite, denting its doors. The slender man's strike missed, and he followed up with another palm strike toward Aryan's back. Aryan turned around and countered with a palm strike. The slender man likewise spat out blood, crashing into the desk behind him, breaking bones audibly. How is this possible? The slender man looked incredulous. An excellent hunter often appears in the form of prey. Don't you understand that? Aryan sneered. You knew all along? Yes, even Ambrose's defection was an act to trick you into giving us your medicine. Aryan smiled. Oh right, I almost forgot to tell you. Ambrose has already advanced to Grandmaster. Fitzroy won't betray me. Fitzroy advanced to Grandmaster? Not good. The slender man's expression changed drastically as he desperately grabbed for his pocket, trying to alert his companions, but his strength was waning, unable to even make a call. Aryan chuckled and walked towards the door, unsure if the remaining medicine had arrived. Chapter 67. Monster. At Zhongkong Company's parking lot, Ambrose was about to get into his car when someone blocked his path. As expected, you won't let me go. Is this your sense of honor? Ambrose sneered at the three at any disadvantage. In fact, his momentum overwhelmed them. Their attacks hitting him felt like striking steel, not penetrating into his organs at all. Yet anyone who received a blow from Ambrose almost coughed up blood. After a dozen exchanges, the three panted heavily, their insides churning with chi, all clearly wounded. Meanwhile, Ambrose seemed vibrant and energetic, as if his inner strength was inexhaustible. Someone noticed closely that when a companion struck Ambrose's chest, his chest bulged, blocking the attack entirely. Fitzroy didn't even dodge. Instead, he countered with a palm strike, knocking the companion down. Fitzroy has already broken through to Grandmaster with his drumming inner strength, one said nervously. What? Now you realize it? Too late, haha. Ambrose laughed loudly. If it weren't for young Master saying to leave you alive, you'd all be dead by now. Ambrose's speed increased again, faster than before. Relying on the protective shield formed by his inner strength bulging, he didn't bother dodging, choosing instead to fight recklessly. Within seconds, another person fell. The last old man, with gray temples, turned to run, but caught Aryan walking out from the staircase corner in his peripheral vision. How is this possible? The old man couldn't believe it. Two late-stage first-class experts could GR. Grandmaster? No, it's impossible. Breaking through to Grandmaster is already extremely difficult, let alone transforming inner strength into true essence. The old man simply refused to believe it. Believe it or not, your choice? Aryan gripped the old man's neck, lifting him. I've told you the truth. Now it's your turn. Which family are you from? Kill me if you dare. The old man showed no fear. Kill you? I have a way to make you suffer more than death. Aryan's lips curled, and with a shake of his right hand, streams of true essence drilled into the old man's lower dantian, the place where internal strength gathered. This true essence stirred up the internal strength, spinning faster and faster. No! The old man screamed in terror. Fitzroy knew that if this force exploded in his dantian, decades of his internal strength would be gone, rendering him completely useless. That was worse than death. Too late. Aryan's lips curled again. Explode. The old man's own internal strength exploded in his lower dantian, making him spit blood profusely as he fell to the ground. I think I saw Horace raising a few vicious dogs earlier. Throw this guy into the dog kennel, Aryan said. Yes. Ingram walked over, grabbed the old man by the foot, and dragged him like a dead dog towards the yard behind the office building. Aryan approached the other two peak first-class experts lying on the ground, bending down to ask, which family do you belong to? The Lee family. One of the men hurriedly replied. What about the old man earlier? The Peng family. And the other one? The Sammy family. Great. Aryan smiled satisfactorily, then in the next moment, he twisted the neck of the man who answered. I'm willing to serve you. The last man panicked, kneeling on the ground directly. You have such poor talent. I don't want you. Aryan slapped him with a palm, killing him instantly. For those who tried to kill him, he never showed mercy or let them go unless they still had some use. After dealing with the two, Aryan turned his gaze toward a black luxury car nearby. Quick, start the car. Horace, who had been hiding in the car watching the scene unfold, hurriedly instructed his bodyguard to start the car and flee. As the car started, Aryan's figure rapidly approached, almost leaving an afterimage. Faster! Horace roared. The car roared to life, but before it could leave, Horace saw Aryan's fist smashing toward the window. Bang! The window shattered immediately. Next, a large hand reached in and grabbed Horace by the neck. The car sped away, but Horace was yanked out of the vehicle and thrown to the ground. Monster! Horace's face was filled with terror. Yes. Giannis laughed as well. The car quickly left. Xander remained on the ground for a long time, unable to get up, his legs weak, devoid of strength. It was still the bodyguard who drove away that came back and helped Xander up. Fitzroy was still trembling violently. President Du, what should we do now? Call the police, the bodyguard asked. Call the police, my ass. Xander cursed. They died in our company, and we're accomplices too. If we call the police, we'll also be in trouble. What do we do then? This matter was provoked by Ewing and them. Let them solve it themselves. Xander replied irritably. These bastards almost got me killed. If they call to ask about this, what should we do? Just say we weren't in the company and don't know what happened. Got it. Hurry and support me to the office, and send someone to clean up here as soon as possible. Yes. At the Lee family residence, Patriarch Jessup, after having lunch, was preparing for a short rest in the study, but his phone kept ringing nonstop. Their private group chat was filled with messages discussing whether the mission was successful. Jessup glanced at it and replied irritably, You're all old enough to have such poor psychological resilience? 2 late-stage first-rank fighters against Aryan, 3 peak first-rank fighters against Giannis. More than enough. No problems at all. Stop messaging and rest properly. When one gets old, not napping a bit is no good. I still have matters to attend to this afternoon. Having said that, he set his phone to silent mode. Ordinarily, he wouldn't set this phone to silent because it was used for internal communications. Normally, any message meant important business. Chat records would be deleted in at most half an hour, so if you missed it, it was truly gone. Moreover, they didn't use real names but codes instead. They were extremely cautious. Putting down his phone, Jessup leaned back in his chair, preparing to nap for a while. This was a habit he had developed over many years, resting for 15 minutes on a chair after noon before continuing official duties. There was simply too much to do. He couldn't help it. Master, something's wrong? A bodyguard burst in, pushing open the door directly. You better have a reason. Jessup opened his eyes, glaring intently at the bodyguard, dark clouds gathering on his face. Uncle Ching is dead. What? Jessup, wearing a dressing gown, instantly snapped awake and stood up. How do you know? Aryan and Giannis brought Uncle Ching's body in, leaving it in the main hall. Did you alert people? The third eldest brother went to call for help. I came to inform Master. Let's go. Jessup hurriedly followed the bodyguard downstairs. In the hall, all the Lee family bodyguards were positioned, surrounding the hall. Lee's body lay on the floor of the main hall, having been dead for some time. Aryan sat on a sofa, stepping on a Lee family bodyguard. Giannis stood behind him, treating the Lee residence as if it were his own home. Aryan, you killed our man and dared to come here to make trouble. Do you think our Lee family is easy to bully? Jessup said coldly. Only you can kill me, but I can't retaliate, is that it? Aryan smiled. You brought this upon yourself. Attack, kill them, and avenge Lee. Jessup waved his hand. Dozens of bodyguards took out batons and knives, rushing at Aryan. Aryan didn't move, but Giannis did. Facing 20 or 30 bodyguards, Giannis showed no fear, taking out each one in a single move. It was a massacre. In mere moments, 7 or 8 bodyguards lay on the ground, some struck dead in one blow. Giannis didn't bother with any defense, allowing their attacks to land on him. He felt no pain at all. Grandmaster? Jessup saw the occasional bulges appearing on Giannis's body. This was why Giannis didn't defend himself. The guards' knives bounced off those bulging spots on Giannis's body, unable to penetrate at all. As the head of the Lee family, Jessup knew that only a grandmaster could achieve such unbreakable skin and bones. Giannis had broken through to the grandmaster realm. Jessup panicked. If facing a peak first-rank expert, perhaps with numbers and tactics, they could exhaust Giannis. With so many people, Giannis would eventually get injured. But Giannis was a grandmaster. Ordinary attacks were useless against a grandmaster, and a grandmaster's internal strength was incredibly profound. These 30-odd bodyguards couldn't exhaust a grandmaster. Stop! Cease the attack! Jessup suddenly shouted loudly. If this continued, his family's bodyguards would be completely wiped out, one by one. The Lee family bodyguards retreated, but Giannis did not stop. As long as Aryan hadn't given the order, he would continue to kill. Aryan, if you slaughter like this, those above will not let you off. Jessup roared. Before they come to investigate me, I can wipe out your entire family first, Aryan replied with a cold laugh. You. Jessup shook with anger. Stop. I'm willing to confess everything. No, now I don't want to know. I just want to eliminate you one by one. Only when you are thoroughly terrified will you dare not join forces to short Huifeng anymore. Aryan smirked. Previously being too merciful towards you allowed you to act without restraint, gradually growing stronger. Actually, it wasn't that the Bliss family was merciful. Because Huifeng, as a giant financial company, to maintain its reputation, had to gather evidence before taking action to convince everyone. Without evidence, even the Bliss family couldn't act easily, fearing repercussions from investigators. They abandoned the effort after failing to extract useful information from the few they captured. Aren't you afraid of causing huge trouble for Huifeng's boss? Jessup said coldly. Maybe you don't know. I've been expelled from the family, Aryan sneered. Now what I do has nothing to do with Huifeng's owners. It's all my personal actions. So, you thieves who siphoned off Huifeng's wealth, prepare to die. What? Jessup fell back in shock, watching Giannis continue his rampage. Fitzroy was genuinely terrified. How did such a ruthless killer suddenly appear for Huifeng? Chapter 69. The Strange Copper Piece. Jessup finally understood why he could never find out about Aryan's background, and why it always showed that his parents and address information were unknown. It turned out Aryan had been expelled from his family long ago, and even his birth information was deliberately concealed by someone. The ability to cover this up in such detail suggested that Aryan must have come from a large and powerful family, probably the same family as Lilia. An outcast's actions are unrelated to the clan. No matter what Aryan does, only he is responsible for it. But judging by his ruthless methods now, the entire Lee family might have to pay the ultimate price along with him. Thinking of this, Jessup shouted, Aryan, we know we were wrong. Let us off, and I can give you all our assets. Assets can sometimes be burdens. I don't need them, Aryan shook his head. So what do you want then? First, take me to see your family's safe deposit. Second, die to atone for your sins. This? Jessup's expression flickered between determination and hesitation. After some thought, he asked, if I die to atone for my sins, will you spare the rest of the Lee family? Of course. All right, I agree. Hold back. Aryan raised his hand, and Ambrose stepped back to stand beside Aryan. Out of 2 or 3 dozen bodyguards, fewer than 1/3 were still standing. Looking at his subordinates, Jessup felt heart-wrenching pain. Now he truly understood that a grandmaster could indeed support an entire family. The Lee family had 7 first-rank members and over 20 second ranks, but in front of a grandmaster, they were simply no match. A qualitative leap in strength was hard to compensate with mere numbers unless there were hundreds of first and second-rank experts. The Lee family didn't have that many skilled people, nor could they afford to maintain such numbers. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Aryan stood up impatiently. Don't delay my visit to the Sammy and Peng families. Please follow me. Jessup hurriedly got up to lead the way. As they led Aryan and Ambrose toward the Lee family's safe deposit, an old butler kept giving signals to Jessup. Fitzroy seemed to be asking if they should call for reinforcements or alert the authorities. Aryan saw it all but remained silent. Jessup became more honest and shook his head. signaling the butler not to act rashly. Upon arriving at the underground vault of the Li family, they found quite a collection of valuable items, paintings, antiques, porcelain, etc., all neatly arranged on shelves. Just within this vault alone, the value exceeded 100 million yuan. Aryan wasn't interested in these artworks and antiques. His eyes landed on several simple rosewood boxes and opened them one by one. Inside were various aged, traditional Chinese medicines. However, these were not what he sought. They weren't impressive enough. Finally, his gaze fell upon a glass cabinet deep inside the vault, where some ancient weapons were displayed: a bow, spears, halberds, and most importantly, a 2-finger-wide, 5-centimeter-long curved copper piece. "Let me see this copper piece," Aryan instructed. Jessup quickly fetched the key and respectfully handed over the copper piece to Aryan. Upon taking it into his hands, there was nothing peculiar about it, but the inscriptions and patterns on its surface gave Aryan an unusual feeling. Fitzroy infused a thread of true essence into the copper piece, and suddenly, a forceful, ancient aura surged out, piercing through his palm and up his arm, rushing straight into his mind sea. It moved so swiftly that before Aryan could react, the aura had already reached his mind sea. Aryan quickly mobilized his true essence to suppress this ominous aura, but it couldn't hold it back. The oppressive energy roamed around wildly inside his mind sea. His consciousness was affected, almost on the verge of collapse. Swiftly, Aryan sat cross-legged, calming his mind, relying on sheer willpower to suppress the oppressive aura. His aura began to fluctuate violently, forcefully pushing Jessup and Ambrose back, forcing them to retreat outside the underground vault. After 10 minutes, Aryan groaned and finally opened his eyes. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his face was deathly pale, as if he had just survived a fierce battle, suffering grave injuries. What exactly is this thing? Why is it so tyrannical? Aryan was internally shocked. Although he was nearly overwhelmed, he also noticed that after this chaotic experience, his previously murky mind seemed clearer. Aryan was taken aback. While he didn't know the origin of the copper piece, it appeared to be an excellent treasure for refining the mind sea. Of course, the prerequisite was firm willpower. If his resolve had wavered just now, he would likely have been driven mad by this oppressive aura. Fitzroy was still trembling with fear. After resting for another 10 minutes, although not fully recovered, Aryan still got up and walked out of the underground vault. Fitzroy glanced at Jessup and said, "Since you've been honest, I'll spare your life this time." "Thank you, Mr. Bliss." Jessup quickly expressed his gratitude. "In the future, my family is willing to become a vassal family of Mr. Bliss, swearing eternal allegiance to you." Although he didn't know why Aryan suddenly emitted such terrifying energy just now, even Master Chase couldn't withstand it. Yet Aryan emerged unscathed, which indicated that Aryan's strength must surpass Chase's. Chase's rapid advancement to master level in such a short time was probably also due to Aryan. Chase wouldn't betray Aryan, which was why he tricked Ewing and his group. "I don't need anything. Forget what happened, and I don't need you to admit any facts," Aryan said coldly. "Yes." Jessup responded respectfully. "Go to the Sammy and Peng families and have their patriarchs eliminated on the spot," Aryan instructed Chase. "Yes." "I don't believe they'll dare call the police anymore," Aryan muttered as he turned and left. Affected by the copper piece's lethal aura, he nearly lost control of his mind. Fitzroy needed to return and stabilize himself. "Mr. Lee, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Jessup took out a check and handed it to Chase. Without even glancing at it, Chase turned and left. Jessup watched Chase's departing figure. A moment later, he instructed the old butler beside him, "Hurry up and pack everything. Leave this place immediately. There will be an earthquake in Hengqin soon. Should we notify other families, sir?" "Not a chance. Do you want us all dead?" Jessup snapped. "But Chase is merely a master," the old butler reminded. "Merely a master? A few families never show themselves publicly. Some might have masters residing in their households, or know some masters. However, inviting a master to intervene wasn't easy, and hiring them came at a high cost. Their coalition of families could afford the price. If it were just against Chase, Jessup would definitely do it, and wouldn't compromise with Aryan. But this situation wasn't as simple as dealing with just Chase. Aryan was the one who truly had hidden depths. Aryan spared his life today, likely because he gained something from that copper piece. That copper piece had been found by his great-grandfather's generation. No one knew its purpose. Despite being passed down for generations and shown to many experts, no one could uncover its secrets. This meant their strength wasn't enough, yet Aryan discovered the copper piece's use. Thinking about this, Jessup quickly ordered, "Follow my instructions. Pack what you can take within half an hour and leave." "Yes." "And announce that I'm dead. Otherwise, those behind the scenes might think I betrayed them," suggested. They had connections and could use them to catch Aryan and take revenge for the three families. But they haven't reported the crime themselves. That was indeed a problem. Since they sent people to kill Aryan first, reporting the crime would implicate themselves as well. "Gentlemen, it seems we can't call the police. We need to stick to the original plan. Only, we're going to bleed heavily this time." The others fell silent again. They all knew what bleeding meant. To rally and deal with Ambrose, they contributed money, herbs, and top fighters. If the assassination had succeeded, everyone would have lost very little and could have accepted it. But now, those who contributed fighters, the three families, have been hit hard. Dozens of people were killed or injured, and their core forces were decimated. This kind of bloodletting was significant. Now, to kill a master, they'd need at least 2 masters, and none of their families had many masters available. Even if they did, these masters wouldn't act without proper incentives. Money alone wouldn't suffice to get 2 masters to move. "I'll reach out to some contacts and see what they need," said a person with the codename 2 in a deep voice. "Alright, as long as we can recruit masters to eliminate Aryan and Ambrose, bleeding a bit is acceptable. They won't spare any of us given how ruthless they've been. It's a fight to the death now." Zoran and Arden were brutally killed, and their bodies hadn't even been found yet. With so many from the Li, Sammy, and Peng families now dead, everyone truly felt fear. What started as a covert struggle has escalated into open combat. There's no turning back now, because Aryan still looked pale, likely affected by the copper plates. Knowing Aryan's condition, the enemy would certainly send masters next time. If Aryan were seriously injured, Ambrose might not stand much of a chance on his own. After all, he had only recently broken through to master, while the enemy masters could be at a higher level, possibly mid-master. Not just one either. In such a scenario, they would surely lose. Then who is our next target? Ambrose asked. Now we don't need to find them. They will come knocking on our door. Understood. Ambrose at his hands. Then I won't disturb master's cultivation anymore. Aryan took out the copper plates again, sending a thread of true essence into it. The aura of death surged out once more. This time he was cautious, probing lightly and only allowing a small part of the killing aura to enter his palm. But even this small portion caused his true essence to surge wildly within him, making his breath turn violent. Ambrose glanced back and could only admire Aryan in his heart. This was self-harming cultivation. No wonder Aryan had such terrifying strength at such a young age. Mr. Lee, someone named Donnie wishes to see you, the security guard said. Let him in, Ambrose replied. Don't let him disturb master. Bring him to the hall. Yes. After a while, Donnie entered the living room, tentatively asking, Mr. Lee, what is Mr. Bliss doing? That aura is so terrifying. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just wait. Ambrose coldly replied, closing his eyes. Fitzroy had wiped out 3 families' experts today. Though not injured, he had expended a lot of energy. Donnie shrank back, sitting obediently on the sofa. After about 40 minutes, Aryan walked into the living room. Mr. Bliss. Ambrose and Donnie stood up simultaneously, respectfully addressing him. What's the matter? Aryan asked. I've registered the company and bought the LB Group's cutoff projects for 55 million yuan, Donnie hurriedly reported as he handed over the contract. The price is so low? Aryan was surprised. According to normal evaluation, these projects should be worth around 130 million yuan. Donnie continued, however, Celeste Peng bundled some good projects to obtain shares in our company, selling them all to me together. So, does the new company have his shares? Aryan smiled. Yes, 30%. What is Juniper planning? It seems Juniper wants to improve the company rating quickly to get financing from financial institutions or foundations, hence cutting off these heavily invested projects rapidly. Donnie explained. Or maybe, spit it out already. Or perhaps, it's Juniper's plan. Selling these projects would hurt the LB Group, not her personal finances. Donnie went on. If the LB Group fails to get financing and goes bankrupt, Juniper can still hold some shares in my new company. If done well, earning 40 to 50 million yuan is no problem. She's not that kind of person, Aryan shook his head. Then Juniper trusts Conway too much. Yes, she holds a beautiful illusion about her first love. What should we do now? Should we expose Conway? No need. Let her discover Conway's evilness on her own to avoid her saying we deliberately set up Conway. Aryan waved his hand. Understood. Donnie nodded. Oh, right. Berkeley's daughter got into trouble in Western Europe. Oh, seems like Conway's luck is really bad. Chapter 71. The truth comes out. Sis, this is all Conway's doing. Inside the CEO office of LB Group, Arlen placed an investigative report in front of Juniper with a look of anger. What happened? Juniper asked. What happened? Check the investigation reports of those projects yourself, Arlen said in a grave tone. Conway had people rate profitable projects as loss-making ones and sold them to Fengyang Company in a package deal, gaining personal benefits from it, owning 30% of Fengyang Company. Is there such a thing? Juniper picked up the investigative report for comparison. Indeed, the 2 investigative reports were different. According to the one sent by Conway, all the sold projects were losing money. But the other one that Arlen had others investigate showed that 3 projects were actually premium projects. There was a price difference of 60 or 70 million yuan between them. Juniper picked up the desktop phone and made a call. Come to my office. About 3 minutes later, Conway walked in with a file folder in his hand. Seeing Arlen, he did not panic but greeted politely instead. Why would you come here, Marty-in-law? Shut up, I'm not your brother-in-law. Arlen scolded. I knew you were scheming. Do you think I wouldn't notice what you've done? How could you deceive Ji-yoon and me? Is Marty-in-law talking about the projects? Conway asked. Yes. I planned to tell you yesterday, but I was too busy, Conway replied. So give me a reasonable explanation then. Check this out. Conway opened the file folder and took out a contract. Stock increase agreement? Arlen glanced at it, looking at Conway with confusion. Yes, 20% of Fengyang Company shares belong to you. Marty-in-law, only 10% belongs to me and Ji-yoon, Conway explained. Well, Arlen fell silent, not knowing whether Conway had prepared this stock increase agreement when he came, or if it was ready beforehand. However, Juniper's face was now incredibly dark, yet Conway hadn't noticed it and continued speaking righteously. Marty-in-law, what I did was also for your and Ji-yoon's sake. After so many years, Ji-yoon has worked the hardest. This time, after Aryan's retaliation, the company lost its capital chain. If we can't raise funds, Ji-yoon's efforts will all be wasted. We should consider ourselves. That makes sense, Arlen nodded. Enough. Juniper suddenly stood up roaring. Ji-yoon, self-preservation isn't wrong, Conway tried to justify. Can you face the investors? Juniper shouted in anger. Investors? It's just Huifeng's money, and Huifeng uses the investors' money. They themselves are profiting off of others, aren't they? Conway sneered. None of these financial companies are good. Sounds reasonable, Arlen agreed with Conway for the first time. Actually, Arlen had wanted to take some projects from the company at a low price to run on his own. By doing so, the operational cost would be much lower and it would definitely be profitable. But his proposal had been rejected by Juniper previously. Last time, taking the working capital of the company for lending was discovered by Huifeng, which led us to lose our source of funds. Haven't you learned any lesson from that? Juniper coldly said. Now you're doing something so dirty. If it gets exposed, we won't be able to raise any fund. Huifeng might withdraw its investment. If we can't pay, They will forcibly convert debt into equity. Eventually, we'll lose LB Group. This is well hidden. No one will know, Conway spoke solemnly. How did my brother find out then? Juniper got even angrier. Well, Conway thought for a while and rebutted, Ji-yoon, honestly speaking, the situation is already very tough. Your health isn't good either. You might as well rest now. Selling some of the company's projects to Fengyang at a low price is the best choice. I know you don't want to be a housewife, so both me and Marty-in-law hold shares in Fengyang Company. I can sell the shares for money, but since I chose to keep the shares, the purpose is to wait until you recover and then manage Fengyang again. Huh. So in your eyes, LB Group can't be saved anymore. Juniper fell back onto the office chair, her face filled with disappointment and bitter laughter. Conway lowered his head. Do you know why Huifeng invested in LB Group? Juniper asked with a complex tone. Wasn't it because of Conway's uncle? Arlen looked at Conway beside him. Conway lowered his head, too ashamed to speak. His face flushed red. It turned out that Juniper had already known. She just hadn't exposed him yet, leaving him unaware of when she had discovered the truth. Sis, when did you find out he was lying? Arlen asked impatiently. At first, I only suspected. Berkeley, as a department manager, had no authority to finance LB Group with 800 million yuan. Juniper said coldly, I sent people to investigate, but Huifeng Hengqin branch employees didn't know where the money came from. It wasn't until a few days ago at the banquet that I met Lilia and confirmed my suspicions were right. You're not thinking it's because of Aryan, are you? Arlen guessed. Yes, it's because of him. The former general manager of Huifeng Hengqin branch, Lilia, is his sister. Juniper stressed, Aryan must be a core member of the Bliss family. Only after marrying me did Huifeng continually invest in us. All these years, I always looked down on him, thinking he couldn't help me or share my burdens. Now, losing Huifeng's investment means LB Group will go bankrupt. I truly am useless. As Juniper spoke, her complexion alternated between red and white, overwhelmed by shame. Why did you agree to divorce Aryan and marry Conway if you knew all this? Arlen became even more confused. The banquet was the night before yesterday. The divorce happened the next day. They were still within the divorce cooling-off period. If Juniper didn't want the divorce, she could withdraw the agreement. Of course, if Aryan insisted, a court-ordered divorce would proceed. This time, Juniper did not explain further. Yes, knowing all this, why did she still get married? Only Juniper knew the answer. Ji-yoon, I'm sorry, I lied, but I did so only to get your attention. Conway apologized while confessing his feelings. You know how much I truly love you. F***ck off, you despicable scoundrel. Arlen turned around and punched Conway in the face. Full of lies, I'll beat you to death. What infuriated him most was that this man had cost him a brother-in-law from a prominent family in Beijing. Fitzroy grew angrier as he thought about it, wishing he could strangle Conway. Enough, Juniper coldly shouted. Chapter 72. This is the man I chose? Lamar took 2 steps back, still feeling unsatisfied. Fitzroy was glaring at Conway through his fiery nostrils. Fitzroy really wanted to beat this guy to death and wished that he had never shown up. Fitzroy was about to become an uncle soon. Once the child was born, Aryan would surely return with the child for family acknowledgement. Regardless of previous conflicts, after the child's birth, while Aryan might not be accepted, the child definitely would be. Juniper looked at her brother's state. She now also felt some regret. She didn't originally intend to bring this up, wanting nothing more to do with Aryan, but Conway's sudden actions forced her brother to inquire. Over these past few years, anyone who met her praised her as a business genius. In just 5 years, she had greatly increased the market value of LB Group. From a company worth merely 100 million, nearly on the verge of bankruptcy, it had grown to over $1 billion and was almost ready for an IPO. While Huifeng investment played a part, securing Huifeng investment in itself was no easy feat. Who wouldn't compliment such talent? But Juniper eventually realized that it wasn't all due to her abilities. How ironic. Even more ironically, when she aimed to restore the company, her eldest brother and the man she loved were plotting to secretly transfer the profitable projects out of the company. Glancing at her brother, Juniper was already past disappointment. Because she had been thoroughly disappointed long ago. Looking at Conway, she bitterly smiled and sighed. Was this the man I chose? The man who could help me? Instead of helping, he only hindered her efforts. Aryan might be incompetent in her eyes, but he never interfered or talked about giving up anything. Whenever she faced difficulties, he would simply comfort her and cheer her on. Thinking back, one misstep led to countless regrets. That Aryan has such a grand background. Yet he's eaten off our LB family for 5 years, Bloss cursed. The money I gave him is all here, untouched. Juniper threw down the bank card on the table. Untouched? Bloss was taken aback. Go back. I need to be alone. Juniper waved them off. She truly felt exhausted, mentally drained. Ji-yoon, I have a plan to make Huifeng continue investing in LB Group. With a swollen cheek, Conway said, since Aryan is from the influential family behind Huifeng, their previous investments in LB Group were irregular. This is embezzlement of company funds. If exposed, Huifeng's reputation will suffer greatly. Get out. Juniper couldn't hold back anymore, pointing towards the door in fury. Bloss and Conway quickly fled the office, fearing that Juniper might suffer a heart attack on the spot. Outside, without hesitation, Bloss snatched the contract for stock increase agreement from Conway and signed it immediately. 20% equity. Why not take it if it's freely available? Conway was relieved, having prepared beforehand. His frequent visits to the LB family lately were mainly for discussing wedding arrangements. Fitzroy sensed something was off about Bloss's gaze and noticed 2 people in the project team acting suspiciously. Thanks to his preparation, he managed to avoid getting disowned by Juniper and expelled from LB Group. Although being caught lying made him feel uncomfortable, at least Juniper hadn't initiated a divorce yet. Conway, are you sure your plan will work? Bloss stopped beating up Conway. This might be the only way to save LB Group. Conway seriously said, even if LB Group cuts several projects and meets Huifeng's rating requirements, now that Aryan is the vice president of Huifeng Hangzhou branch, would he still invest in LB Group? Alright, let's go to the company and find him. In the office, I don't believe he would dare lay a hand on us. Agreed. In the vice president's office of Huifeng Hangzhou branch, Aryan listened as Conway and Bloss explained their purpose and laughed. Two fools together indeed attract each other. You're the one. Conway stopped himself mid-sentence, remembering they were here to borrow money. Fitzroy instead reasoned, this is not only good for LB Group, but also beneficial for Huifeng. If LB Group goes bankrupt, the 800 million Huifeng invested will be lost. Do you think I care about that 800 million? If I had known it would end up like this, I would have rather thrown it into the river, Aryan scoffed. You may not care about the 800 million, but what about Huifeng's reputation? Conway emphasized, initially, LB Group did not meet Huifeng's investment criteria. Someone tampered with the evaluation ratings and embezzled funds. If these two things are exposed, Huifeng's reputation will be ruined. LBEC damage can't be measured by money. So, continuing to invest in LB Group is a win-win situation. We're not asking for much, 300 million should suffice. Ha ha ha. Aryan laughed heartily. Do you know what it means to repay kindness with ingratitude? You two embody it. One misappropriated company funds for loans, the other sold off projects cheaply to gain personal benefits. How could you have the audacity to come here asking for money? Are you mad with greed? You. How did you know? Both Conway and Bloss were stunned. Your petty tricks aren't so clever. Aryan shook his head disdainfully. Now leave before I really lose my temper and hit you idiots. Aryan, what if you know everything? If you don't give us the money now, we'll both lose. Do you think I care about Huifeng's reputation? Aryan chuckled. I know you say you don't care, but who knows what you're thinking inside? Conway sneered. If you expose it, I'll respect you as a man. Aryan taunted. If not, then you're a coward. You, wait for me. Conway turned to leave. My office isn't somewhere you can enter and exit at will. Would you dare to harm us here? Someone, throw them out. Yes. Giannis walked in from outside, grabbed Conway and Bloss, and dragged them out like trash. Aryan, I will report you. I will expose you. Conway's voice echoed from far away, filled with frustration. Chapter 73, Two Grandmasters. Conway and Arlen were not only thrown into the elevator. They were also dragged out of it by Ambrose, who then threw them out of the building's entrance. The disdainful and mocking glances from people around made the two even more embarrassed. Arlen lowered his head, but Conway began shouting loudly, Look carefully, this is how Huifeng treats its clients. Enough, let's go quickly, Arlen hurriedly persuaded him. We've been here, Conway replied helplessly. Thought? You're unreliable as hell. It's not just what I thought. The key problem is still the issue of evidence, the survey ratings from back then. Conway said seriously, when Huifeng initially invested in LB Corporation, they must have had someone forge a qualified rating report. That's why Aryan isn't afraid of us exposing it. We can't provide any evidence. So, what we need to do now is re-rate based on LB Corporation's situation 5 years ago. When we compare it with Huifeng's research ratings, the discrepancy will be obvious, and Aryan will panic. Fitzroy will have to continue financing us. Reinvestigating the situation from 5 years ago isn't easy, Arlen frowned. The financial statements should still be stored. The company's condition back then was surely not good, right? Then we should find those documents. They should still be available, Conway replied. But Celeste doesn't want us to do this. We need to be cautious and do it while she's not in the office. I'll try to get Celeste out of the office tonight, so you can search the finance department. Yeah, sounds good. Sir, they become brazen when you don't deal with them. Should I eliminate them? On the way home after work, Ambrose remained unhappy. Just two clowns. They're not even worth my attention. Let them do whatever they want. Aryan waved his hand. By the way, isn't there an auction in Hengqin? Does Sir want to buy some ancient bronze pieces? Ambrose asked. Then go to Mingxian Auction House. They have a branch in Hengqin and hold auctions every 15th of the month. Ambrose replied, I've been there twice. Some items are pretty good. Alright, let's check it out in a few days. By the way, why didn't Sir ask Jessup about the origins of the bronze pieces? Fitzroy would have told us long ago if he knew. True. Back at the villa, Aryan still preferred to sit by the lake to practice, mainly focusing on exploring the bronze piece. Fitzroy wasn't eager to convert his inner strength into true essence. Instead, he used the stern aura emitted from the bronze piece to temper his mind. As night deepened and all around became quiet, the crescent moon reflected on the lake. Just as Aryan suppressed the last trace of the stern aura, the first ray of light appeared in his previously murky consciousness. It was like Pengu using his axe to split the chaos for the first time, creating a gap that let in a sliver of light. With the appearance of this light, Aryan's perception of his surroundings instantly sharpened several times. His entire sensory experience was enhanced, and the pads of mosquitoes flying nearby seemed clearly mapped in his mind. Although the distance was extremely short, less than a meter, Aryan was delighted internally. It works indeed. In the next moment, he frowned and dodged to the side. Whoosh! A flying knife whizzed past his ear and stuck into the wooden board beside him. Sneaking around, get out here. Aryan said coldly. Who? Standing up abruptly, Ambrose, who had been sitting on the grass a dozen meters behind Aryan guarding him, also looked around vigilantly. Indeed not as useless as the outside world rumors. An elder's voice sounded as he leaped down from the nearby tree and walked over. At the same time, another elder emerged from the garden beside the villa. There were only two people, both in their 60s, dressed in black robes. Their auras were completely reined in, not revealing even a trace. Ambrose was greatly shocked. Despite being only a dozen meters away, he hadn't sensed them at all, indicating that these two old men were more powerful than him. Even so, he still attacked. Fitzroy was guarding Aryan, but Aryan nearly got ambushed. This was his failure. Die! Ambrose struck out angrily with a palm toward the nearest elder, who had just come down from the tree. What's there to fear from a newly promoted Grandmaster? The elder sneered, raising a palm to meet him. This was purely a test of internal strength, and Ambrose suffered a great disadvantage. Upon contact, Ambrose quickly retreated, almost falling into the lake. His right arm trembled, his eyes fixated on the elder who was clearly at least mid-stage Grandmaster. Huh. The elder was also somewhat surprised. Your arm isn't crippled? It seems the medicinal materials used for bone strengthening were good. Ambrose naturally knew the medicinal materials used for bone strengthening were excellent. They were provided by the Bliss family for Aryan, far more potent than what he had previously collected. Of course, during the process of bone strengthening, it wasn't always true that older medicinal materials were better. The older they were, the stronger the medicinal power. Some people couldn't endure such powerful medicinal energy, leading to bodily and mental collapse. It required moderation. Ambrose had nearly collapsed several times, stabilized only by Aryan's help, absorbing all the medicinal power. This improved his physical attributes to nearly mid-stage Grandmaster level. Otherwise, his arm would have been crippled by that palm strike. Again, Ambrose charged forward again. Combat was the fastest way to enhance strength. Even knowing he couldn't defeat this man, he still fought. Aren't you supposed to protect your master? The elder smiled. You take care of yourself first. Ambrose retorted coldly. Then I'll play with you slowly. The elder wasn't in a hurry. Let you watch your master being killed. Master to take action, it would cost an astronomical amount, as they were treated like revered treasures within various families. Sometimes they wouldn't want money at all but sought celestial materials and precious treasures instead. There is no Grandmaster. Aryan shook his head. Is that so? Have you ever thought there would be such a day? The elder sneered. You dared to defy us, relying on a newly ascended Grandmaster by your side, acting arrogantly and massacring recklessly. Do you really think there's no one left in Hengqin? Boy, let me tell you, there are always better people in higher heavens. You are too young, too arrogant. Today is your end. Remember this in your next life. Don't be so rampant. As he finished speaking, the elder suddenly attacked, reaching out with one hand toward Aryan. Not only did this old man look sinister, but the aura he emitted was also icy cold. Aryan slapped his palm forward, and the old man didn't even dodge, changing his claw into a wrap around Aryan's arm. The palm struck straight at the old man's chest, where the impact caused the flesh to bulge. Boy, you can't break my defenses, the elder scorned. I'll first dislocate one of your arms and slowly torment you to death. Is that so? Aryan smiled, and in the next moment, his palm trembled. What ghost trick is this? No. Exchanges, Ambrose had been retreating step by step. That elder wasn't in a hurry to kill Ambrose, fearing being injured by Ambrose's desperate counterattack before death. Being over 60, injuries would take longer to recover from than usual. Fitzroy intended to wait until his companion dealt with Aryan, then team up to kill Ambrose effortlessly. However, seeing his companion coughing up blood after just one move, he panicked, pushing Ambrose back and turning to flee. Earlier, when he had tested Aryan with a flying knife and Aryan dodged, he had assumed it was luck. Now it seemed, this wasn't luck at all. Aryan was truly a killing machine. Before running even a dozen steps, he heard Aryan's voice from just 3 steps behind him. You can't escape. So fast. The elder's heart skipped a beat. Fitzroy had already pushed his speed to the limit, yet Aryan had caught up in just a short moment. Running another 2 steps, he felt a hand touch his shoulder. It was as if the hands of He Bai Wuchang. Note. This phrase doesn't translate well into English context and seems out of place, so it's omitted for fluency, only brought him fear. He had no heart to resist. Fitzroy hurriedly stopped and knelt on the ground, raising his hands. I am willing to submit. Very sensible. Aryan did not continue his attack, instead turning and walking towards the hall. The 2 old men also got up, exchanged glances, and followed behind. Ambrose quickly sat cross-legged to suppress the turbulent chi and blood within him. Tell me, which family do you come from? Aryan asked, sitting on the sofa and looking at the 2 old men opposite. My name is Matthew, from the Yuan family, the sinister old man replied. My name is Dovey, from the Warren family, the other old man replied. Call them and tell them to pay ransom, 3 billion in total, not a cent less. Aryan said sternly, I accept your submission, but I do not need the submission of these 2 families. If they ask you about your background, just say there are more powerful experts behind us. Yes, we understand. Both were smart enough to realize that Aryan wanted to hide his strength or continue playing possum. Both took out their phones and made calls without further ado. They were not actual members of these 2 families. It usually took at least 50 years for a family to cultivate a master, and this still depended on luck. Only those families with deep roots and traditions had masters from the main lineage. Like Kimura's and Donnie's families, which had been developing for 3 to 4 decades, were quite wealthy with family assets reaching 10 billion, including fixed assets such as real estate and company market values. However, neither of these families had a master to rely on, only late-stage first rank at most, not even peak first rank. If they were from the main lineage, their loyalty would be higher. After finishing the call, both looked at Aryan, who replied, You may rest for now. When they bring the ransom, I will release you. As for whether you will work for me in the future, that's your choice. Of course, if you wish to improve your strength, I might have some ways. Fitzroyering this, both lit up and knelt on one knee. We are willing to go back as moles and monitor their every move. Chapter 75. An exorbitant ransom. 2 mid-stage masters actually failed to take down Aryan and were instead captured. Fitzroy's asking for 30 billion to release them. What should we do? This time, Ewing's group chat did not erupt in chaos but fell into a deathly silence due to these 2 sentences. No one wanted to speak, shocked and incredulous. To get these 2 mid-stage master experts to confront Aryan and Ambrose, they had brought out their most prized treasures that were usually kept locked away. Those medicinal herbs and ancient relics were items their families had collected for decades, even centuries. Now, it was all for naught. More importantly, their experts had been captured alive. They would have preferred if these two mid-stage masters had died. At least then, they wouldn't have had to pay ransom. But fatefully, they were still alive, captured alive. Aryan asked for money to redeem them, an exorbitant sum of 30 billion. If they didn't pay the ransom, this alliance would fall apart immediately. Because they knew these two experts belonged to the Yuan family and Warren family, serving as the patriarch's vassals. After using every means to buy back their masters, they might turn around and deal with the rest. Could the rest withstand two mid-stage masters? Therefore, they would rather have these two masters die at Aryan's hands, avoiding the need to pay. Warren family Fitzroy, Yuan family Fitzroy, we will definitely redeem them. Ewing took the lead in messaging and stating his position. Yes, we will definitely redeem them, the others affirmed. Reply to Aryan. We will gather the money by noon tomorrow. Hope he can give us some time. After all, it's not a small amount. Thank you all very much. The next day at noon, when Aryan returned home from work and rested for a few minutes, a middle-aged man in a suit with thick glasses came over. Fitzroy brought a laptop and transferred the money on the spot. After completing the transfer, Aryan waved his hand, and Ambrose led Matthew and Dovey out into the hall. Aryan waved again, signaling the middle-aged man to take them away. Matthew and Dovey looked pale, indeed like they were seriously injured. Back home, after seeing their family heads and giving a brief account of events, they went to rest quietly in their rooms. They did not seem upset or pessimistic. Instead, their eyes shone with joy. Following Aryan's cultivation last night, they found their stagnant realms seemed to have loosened up slightly. This was because sensing that killing aura caused internal energy to run rampant inside them. While suppressing the internal energy, they faintly comprehended the method to transform it into true essence. They still planned to boost their internal energy to late-stage master before slowly converting it to true essence. Because the thicker the internal energy, the more true essence after conversion. However, at their age, both in their early 60s, their chances of increasing internal energy were slim. Their realms hadn't advanced for years. With little hope of advancement, they had thought about passing knowledge to more disciples and enjoying their remaining years. Being disturbed by the killing aura last night felt like a breakthrough moment. This suggestion also came from Aryan. Eagerly accepting it, any hope of breaking through was worth pursuing. But they could only endure so much of the killing aura, probably needing 10 days to half a month to recover fully for the next comprehension session. Stuck at mid-stage master for 7 to 8 years, what were 10 days to half a month? Closing their eyes, they fully immersed themselves in cultivation. Meanwhile, in the group chat where Ewing and others were located, it was now extremely lively. Based on the information provided by the two master experts, it's the family behind Lilia who sent 3 late-stage masters over. With the addition of Ambrose, it's only natural that Matthew and Dovey couldn't stand up to them much now. But if we collectively pledge allegiance to the Liao family and offer them part of our company shares, they might be tempted. Everyone hesitated. In that case, it might be better to compromise with Aryan. After he killed so many of our friends, the situation is beyond reconciliation. Can we still make compromises? You're right. If he doesn't die, the Sammy, Pong, and Li family heads, as well as old Ezekiel, will never rest in peace. It's just that we aren't very familiar with the Liao family. Song Luo's son, Braden, is the junior brother of the Liao family's eldest son, Hawkins. We can ask him to be our mediator. Good, let's do it this way. Chapter 76. Braden seeks Fitzroy from the Liao family. Braden has not been having an easy time recently. Due to his own recklessness and capriciousness, his father and all the elite members of the Song family were massacred. Not only did his father die, but he was also branded with the crime of colluding with Zoran and stealing Huifeng's business secrets. Fortunately, Aryan did not kill him nor delve deeply into how much profit Junding Company had gained after stealing business secrets. This matter was considered closed. Braden became the patriarch of the Song family, taking on the responsibility of leading the entire family and assuming his father's position in the Junding Company. Fitzroy had never felt this much pressure. To avenge your father? Revenge? Braden narrowed his eyes. Naturally, he wanted revenge. But the mere thought of confronting Aryan was immediately extinguished by the fear Aryan instilled. A master can support a first-rate family, while a grandmaster can uphold a lineage family. How many first-rate families are there in Hangzhou? At most, 30. Magda lineage families? You can count them on one hand. Grandmasters are extremely rare, and those within lineage families are usually elderly. What about Aryan? At 26, who knows what level he will reach in the future? If he were to face Aryan now and fail to kill him, Aryan might go into hiding and train secretly for 20 years. When he re-emerges, all those who opposed him would be obliterated. That was Braden's fear. Fitzroy hadn't dared to reveal anything about Aryan since returning to the Song family, nor had he contacted Ewing or anyone else. Instead, he focused on learning how to manage the company honestly, abandoning any thoughts of mischief. But Ewing had come to him unexpectedly. Yes, we plan to take revenge for your father. We have decided to join forces with the Liao family and let them take action. Ewing said somberly, if the Liao family agrees to act, Aryan's fate is sealed. The Liao family wouldn't intervene directly. That's why they sent Pat and me to trouble Aryan. Braden replied curtly. We understand the Liao family doesn't want to provoke the Carey family over Aryan. Ewing acknowledged, however, if there were substantial benefits, the Liao family might reconsider. What kind of benefits? 9 families, each offering some shares to the Liao family. In other words, becoming vassals of the Liao family? That's one way to put it. But why do you come to me? Why don't you approach the Liao family yourselves? Aren't you on good terms with Hawkins? I'll think about it and give you my answer before I finish work today. All right. Ewing stood up. I'll take my leave. Braden got up and personally escorted Ewing out. Back in the living room, he fell into deep contemplation and dilemma. As an old established lineage family, the Liao family undoubtedly had grandmasters, but he didn't know how many. Even if there was only one, it might not be enough to match Aryan. Besides, Aryan had backers. Based on Ewing's words, it seemed they had suffered significant losses under Aryan's hand, and had no choice but to become vassals of the Liao family. Who would willingly offer so many shares? This further proved Aryan's formidable power. With this in mind, Braden took out his phone and called Aryan, recounting Ewing's proposal. Agree to it, Aryan said without hesitation. The Liao family might have a grandmaster, Braden replied. Situation, and your Song family didn't appeal. There's nothing I can do about it, Amir said helplessly. Uncle Yao, the other 8 families, along with our Song family, are willing to offer our shares and pledge loyalty to you, asking only that you dispatch someone to eliminate Aryan. Braden presented the contracts respectfully. Gaius, who was sitting nearby, glanced at them without speaking, then passed them to his father, Amir. After reading through the contracts, Amir tapped his fingers on the table for a long moment before finally regaining his composure and looking at Braden, still kneeling on the ground. Get up first. I won't get up unless Uncle Yao agrees. You know very well that the Carey family is protecting Aryan. If our Liao family takes action and the Carey family finds out, not only will this marriage arrangement be ruined, but our relationship with the Carey family will also be completely strained. Amir shook his head. These shares are insignificant compared to our friendship with the Carey family. Uncle Yao, we can increase the shares, Braden said seriously. Why don't you discuss this with Yuanqing? Amir got up and left. Marty Yuanqing, how much do you think is appropriate? Braden asked Gaius. 40. 40. Braden was taken aback. Giving up 40% of the shares would essentially mean losing control of the company. I'll make a call to ask. Alebeer. Chapter 77. Mid-Grandmaster. Ivor, why did you let me make this decision? After Braden left, Gaius looked at his father with some confusion. You're not a child anymore. You have the capability to decide things on your own. If you think you can handle it, then do it. I support you. Amir replied, letting you talk with them now. I merely want you to gain more followers. Thank you, Ivor. Gaius expressed his gratitude. However, they are willing to offer 30% of the shares. It seems that Aryan isn't easy to deal with. To my knowledge, among these families, the Yuan family and Warren family may even have grandmasters. After much bargaining, the final agreement was set at 30%. But 30% is not insignificant. These families combined hold no more than 70%, or perhaps just over 50% of the company's shares. Taking away 30% is almost half of their holdings in the company. If our Liao family purchases additional shares from other shareholders, we can then control those companies with absolute shareholding. They seek us out because Aryan is tough to deal with. That's why I didn't agree too quickly. Amir smiled. Aryan should be from Yinjing. Fitzroy's the big boss behind Huifeng. Your elder brother is no pushover, yet he was helpless against Aryan. How could Aryan be of little consequence? This time Bliss family's experts have come forward. What significance do the 2 grandmasters from Yuan and Warren families have? But if we go against Aryan, aren't we confronting the Bliss family? Gaius voiced his concern. And there's also the Carey family. They will likely support the Bliss family. While the Bliss family has some influence in Yinjing and Hangzhou, they cannot act recklessly. Amir said coldly, this time they slaughtered indiscriminately in Hangzhou. Where does that put us Hangzhou families? The Bliss family won't risk a full-blown conflict with us over just one Aryan. If it comes down to it, none of us will emerge unscathed. I understand. Gaius spoke earnestly. Then who shall we send this time? Go find your 3rd Lawrence. Send 3rd Lawrence personally? Gaius was shocked. If we are to intervene, we'll eliminate Aryan swiftly to prove that their investment was worth it. Yes. At night, by the lake, Aryan toyed with a copper piece but did not probe it with true essence. Without using true essence, the copper piece appeared quite ordinary under the moonlight, emitting no special glow. However, once probed internally with true essence, an endless killing aura would erupt, as if deliberately preventing artificial probing. I wonder what secrets it holds. After examining it, Aryan put the copper piece away. Tonight, he did not plan to use the killing aura to temper his consciousness due to potential major enemies approaching. As time passed, the night grew deeper. A night breeze rustled through the distant bamboo grove. Rain might be coming. The prolonged sultriness would finally cool down with a heavy downpour. The moon was gradually obscured by dark clouds gathering overhead. Within half an hour, rain began pouring down from the sky. Aryan remained motionless, allowing the heavy rain to pelt his face and body. Amidst the heavy rain, a shadow seemed to approach silently, its footsteps completely drowned by the sound of rain. Soon, he arrived at the pavilion, shaking off his drenched robe and standing with hands behind his back. Were you waiting for me? It was an old man with a goatee, dressed in a black long gown, seemingly in his 70s or 80s, but with sharp eyes and robust vigor. Fitzroy did not rush to attack. Yes and no, Aryan replied. Call them all out, the old man said indifferently. There's no one else, Aryan shook his head. So, you mean to challenge me alone? The old man laughed. Why not? Ha ha ha. The old man's laughter boomed so loudly that it seemed to overshadow even the rain, echoing for hundreds of meters. Is it really that funny? Aryan asked. It is indeed very funny. It's the funniest joke I've heard in 20 years. The old man responded. The last time I heard such a joke was when I had just broken through to the Grandmaster realm. A newly promoted master boasted about challenging me. In the end, I slapped him dead. You'd better call them out, so I don't waste time looking for them. Broke through to Grandmaster 20 years ago? Aryan smiled. In those 20 years, you only reached mid-Grandmaster, advancing by just a small level. And you still have the nerve to laugh? If it were me, I wouldn't laugh. I'd be embarrassed. You're asking for death. The old man's composure vanished as he lifted his hand and struck towards Aryan's head. There wasn't even a sound of palm strikes, just a light slap. But Aryan showed no sign of underestimating his opponent and met the attack with an equally calm palm. Bang! Their palms connected, but there was no terrifying impact. They separated immediately after contact. However, both were sent retreating simultaneously. The old man retreated and collided with the stone table in the middle of the pavilion, breaking it. Aryan shattered 6 or 7 wooden planks of the corridor and finally landed his last step in the lake. You're actually also a grandmaster? The old man looked at Aryan with disbelief. No wonder you are so arrogant. So I told you that you shouldn't laugh, but feel embarrassed, right? Aryan said this while shaking off the numbness in his arm. A body that hadn't undergone bone tempering indeed had significant shortcomings. I admit you have great talent and strength, but let me tell you, experience comes with age. The old man charged again, his hands moving like lightning. They exchanged over a dozen blows in an instant, with neither gaining the upper hand. Let's see how much true essence you can muster at your age. The old man's speed increased once more. The amount of internal energy determined the quantity of true essence. Sometimes, the older one got, the stronger their internal energy became. The old man was already over 80, 2 to 3 times Aryan's age, and he didn't think Aryan could match his internal energy. More than you. Aryan showed no fear. Their exchanges were direct without any flashy moves. The amount of true essence wasn't what concerned him the most. His internal energy was certainly not inferior to what the old man had before he broke through to Grandmaster. Only recently, he had been busy using the copper piece to expand his consciousness and didn't have time to convert internal energy into true essence. At the banquet, he had a sudden enlightenment and converted 1/3 of his internal energy into true essence. Adding to the conversion from the previous 2 years, roughly 1/3 of his internal energy remained unconverted. If fully converted, his true essence would surpass the old man's. What truly worried countered such a strange phenomenon. More alarmingly, there seemed to be a trace of stern killing intent within Aryan's true essence. This aura was different from ordinary murderous intent. It felt ancient, bleak, and desolate. It surged towards his consciousness, affecting his mental state. No, I must kill this boy. His talent is boundless, yet he's also eerie. If this boy truly grows stronger, he will become a great threat to the Liao family. Perhaps, even the Liao family, which has endured for hundreds of years, might fall because of Aryan. Die. With that thought, Branson attacked more fiercely, abandoning all defense and only focusing on offense, disregarding his age. Even if it meant sustaining severe injuries today, he would kill Aryan to eliminate this future threat to the family. Aryan met the attack with another palm, but this time, there was a copper plate in the center of his palm. Branson paused. What was this guy doing with a copper plate in his palm? Was he planning to use the copper plate as a weapon? The copper plate didn't look sharp or extraordinary, merely adhered to his palm. Still, Branson used his true essence to form a defensive barrier around his palm. A master could use internal energy to create a protective layer on the surface of their body, blocking attacks from knives, swords, and spears. And grateful. Don't worry. With his true essence in chaos and his vital energy greatly damaged, and without immediately sitting down to suppress his true essence and stern killing intent, he will inevitably suffer a backlash. Aryan added, at his age, it will likely take him at least 3 months to recover after going back. After 3 months, once I convert all my internal energy into true essence, he won't be a match for me. Wouldn't that expose your strength? Flint asked curiously. Even if the Liao family knows my strength, they won't openly proclaim that their grandmaster lost to me. Aryan laughed. Others won't believe it either. Ewing and the others would assume that the Liao family didn't fully commit and fabricated an excuse. The Liao family will surely claim that our Bliss family sent a grandmaster to target me again, and we need more preparation. Yes. Flint also smiled. But who would have thought that the Liao family would send a grandmaster right away? It shows they are very cautious and don't act without certainty. Aryan responded, I just don't know how many grandmasters they have. Another one might be quite troublesome. One is already rare enough. There can't possibly be 2, right? Flint was astonished. Forget about it. I need to rest. Aryan sat cross-legged despite being soaked, focusing on suppressing the stern killing intent within him. Fitzroy had been cautious enough, using the force of the clash to leap back, but still got affected by the stern killing intent. That was why he was thrown into the lake. Third uncle, what happened? Third Lawrence, are you alright? Seeing the driver supporting Branson into the hall, Amir and Gaius, who were waiting there, hurriedly went forward to help him sit down. Both were shocked because Branson's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. Aryan is a grandmaster. Branson sat there, coughing as he spoke. What? Gaius almost couldn't hold the teacup steady while fetching water, nearly spilling it on the floor. Branson took it and gulped down some tea, feeling slightly better. The Bliss family did not send anyone over. The massacre of masters from the Warren family and others was all done by Aryan alone. How old is Aryan? How could he possibly be a grandmaster? Amir didn't believe it either. Why would I lie to you? Branson said gravely. This guy fought me for nearly 30 rounds without showing any sign of weakness. Fitzroy also had a copper-like fragment in his hand. When my true essence struck it, an aura of stern killing intent burst forth. This aura invaded my mind, disrupting my mental state, making my true essence surge wildly, causing a backlash. If I hadn't run fast enough, I might already be dead at his villa. Amir and his son fell silent, speechless. They couldn't react immediately. Branson wouldn't lie to them, nor would his injuries lie. Even if they were in Branson's position, they wouldn't want to admit losing to Aryan. An elderly man in his 70s or 80s actually lost to a young man around 25. We can only seek Grandpa second, Gaius tentatively suggested. 3 years ago, your Grandpa second said he would go into seclusion to pursue the celestial realm. No one can disturb him, Amir said sternly. What do we do now? Gaius asked. Aryan's strength is beneath mine, but that copper fragment is quite bizarre. Once I recover, I should be able to kill him. Branson replied, however, for safety's sake, it's best to find another grandmaster. Only then can we ensure victory. How long will it take for third uncle to recover? 至少3个月，但如果有好药材调理，大概1个月就能够痊愈。Third uncle, I will look for the best medicinal herbs for your treatment. Amir responded, once you have recovered, I will contact the Churchill family to let their patriarch intervene. By then, working together with you, we can surely kill Aryan, otherwise, it would leave endless future troubles. Yuan Qing, Tell Ewing and the others that our patriarch is temporarily in seclusion and needs more time to deal with Aryan. Don't speak of today's incident carelessly. Amir warned. Ivor, I understand. Gaius nodded. It was best not to say things that dishonor the dignity of the Liao family. Moreover, the Liao family isn't without enemies. If other enemies knew about Branson's severe injuries and launched a sudden attack, the Liao family would suffer heavy losses. Chapter 79 Familiar Auction Items. The Mingxian Auction House Hangzhou branch was located within a Western-style castle in the western suburbs. This building was easily over 100 years old. Inside the castle, there were many ginkgo trees that 3 people could barely encircle with their arms, and green plants were everywhere. Some parts of the walls were covered with creeping vines. Even during the day, the ground received little sunlight, making it seem somewhat chilly. At night, it felt even more eerie. The leaves on the ground seemed to have been left uncleared for a long time, rustling underfoot as one walked over them. When Aryan and Ambrose arrived, the auction was almost about to start. The auction venue was inside the castle, spanning 2 floors. The first floor had regular seating around the perimeter, while the second floor consisted of private rooms separated by glass, which obscured the view inside. Even on the first floor, curtains separated the seats, ensuring maximum privacy for guests. Fitzroyer, they only verified membership cards. It didn't matter who the members were. Even if you wore a mask and covered yourself completely, they wouldn't care. Ambrose had a membership card, but it was just an ordinary one, so the 2 of them could only enter the regular area. After sitting down, they saw the auction platform in the center of the hall, illuminated from above to provide a clear view of the items being auctioned. The auction had already started for a while, but Aryan and Ambrose knew that the initial items weren't particularly valuable. Aryan sat for over an hour without seeing anything that piqued his interest. Many of the auction items were decorative objects like hairpins and necklaces worn by ancient royal families. There were also antique collectibles, jade, and traditional Chinese medicine. Prices ranged from several hundred thousand to 10 million yuan, but no item exceeding 10 million had appeared yet. Next up were some peculiar items whose origins were unknown even to the auction house. After watching for another hour, they still didn't find anything they liked. Ambrose was clearly disappointed. Good treasures don't come that easily, Aryan said calmly. It's rare to encounter someone who doesn't recognize value when it's right in front of them. Most are quite discerning. Yeah. The next item is a pair of ear pendants, reportedly worn by a noble princess from the Tang dynasty. Starting bid, 15 million yuan. The auctioneer announced loudly. Aryan wasn't interested in the ear pendants at first glance, but then stood up abruptly after a closer look. How did this end up here? Do you recognize it? Ambrose asked. Aryan remained silent for a while, then sighed and sat back down. Fitzroy instructed, bid for it. Yes. Ambrose responded and shouted, 20 million. 30 million, came a bid from the opposite upper level. 40 million, Ambrose continued. 80 million. 100 million. 200 million. 300 million. 400 million. The bidder opposite showed no hesitation. Ambrose paused, glancing at Aryan, who nodded for him to continue. 500 million, Ambrose declared seriously. The entire auction hall erupted in murmurs. A pair of ear pendants, even if worn by a noble princess, would likely be worth about 50 million. Now, the price had skyrocketed tenfold. Do you really need to make things difficult for me? The person opposite finally spoke. No matter how wealthy someone was, money didn't grow on trees. Aryan didn't respond, but Ambrose replied, friend, I made the first bid. Let's see how much money you have. I offer 1 billion. 1.1 billion. Ambrose refused to yield. 1.1 billion for a mere trinket. Congratulations. The person opposite mocked, clearly reluctant. Ambrose didn't argue further, and no one else bid. So what? Ambrose prepared to fight again, but Aryan interrupted. Boldly, stop fighting. Come over and give them the ear pendants. Yes. Without questioning, Ambrose took the box containing the ear pendants from Aryan and handed it over to the other party. You're wise, the Grandmaster smirked, taking the box and handing it into the Mercedes-Benz. Soon, someone inside passed out a check. One of the Grandmasters threw the check towards Ambrose. Our young master doesn't want to bully you, but he only brought 10 billion. Leave an address, and he'll send the 1 billion to you afterward. No need, Aryan said coldly. The other party quickly left. Ambrose rubbed his numb arm and got into the car. Young master, why did you give them the item? Fitzroy knew the ear pendants were important to Aryan, and Aryan usually preferred persuasion over force. Now, this made him even more puzzled. From their moves, I already know where they come from, Aryan replied. Where? Carry Hai Qian family. Aryan continued seriously. When I was still in Yanjing, visiting the Nangong family, I once saw the Qian family's bodyguards sparring with the Nangong family's bodyguards. They used the same palm technique as the Grandmaster just now. Since I know where they are from, we can go directly there to get it back when the time comes. Besides, I'm supposed to visit Carry Hai next month anyway. It's just that I wonder if the young master of the Qian family in the car, just now, is the one Christie is to marry. If it's him, and he resorts to such coercion, then this marriage might not be necessary. Not necessary? Ambrose repeated, then shivered. So, this was about disrupting a marriage? What about this check? Ambrose asked tentatively. What's the point of keeping it? Yes. Ambrose tore up the check immediately. Chapter 80. You are truly despicable. Manager Huang, tell me who was in charge of investing in LB Group at the beginning, and where's he now? The next morning, Aryan came straight to the point when he arrived at Ewing's office. Are you anxious? Ewing sneered, afraid that Hu Weifeng's reputation will be damaged? Want to find out who was responsible for the investment in LB Group and then silence him? Silence him? Aryan shook his head. I don't care much about Hu Weifeng's reputation right now. I just want to get what belongs to me. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you, Ewing despised. Both professionally and personally, I have no obligation to inform you. Well, professionally speaking, it wasn't your job, so you didn't need to report to me, the vice president. Aryan smiled. Personally, we don't have any friendship. But don't you realize that I'm giving you a chance to save your life? A chance to save my life? You've killed so many people. Had a switch in his office. At the same time, all the curtains in the office opened, allowing outsiders to see inside through the glass. Ewing, fearing Aryan would come to his office to kill him, deliberately installed an alarm system and automatic curtain opening switch in his office. As soon as the alarm sounded, everyone outside the office rushed over to watch. I not only installed an alarm system, but everyone outside could see you hit someone here. Even being choked, Ewing still sneered without any fear. Sacrificing myself to send you in, not a bad trade. Aryan turned to look at the window. Dozens of Huifeng employees were watching, and they seemed to be slightly afraid of Aryan's gaze, quickly running back to their workstations. Still, they couldn't help glancing over from time to time. Soon, security personnel ran over, along with managers from other departments. Seeing Vice President Aryan attacking Ewing, the security actually did not intervene. Only the newly appointed General Manager Farron pushed open the office door to mediate. Marty Bliss, let go of Manager Huang first. We can discuss everything calmly. General Manager Pang, please step out first, Aryan said unequivocally. Okay, I can step out, but don't make any moves. Everything can be discussed, Farron warned, then turned to leave, closing the door behind him. Aryan then looked at Ewing, sneering. In the entire Huifeng, only the new General Manager Pang was willing to come in to mediate. The others all hope you'd be strangled to death by me, so I could go to jail. Ewing's face was terrible, feeling icy cold inside, but he still didn't flinch. So what? Do you plan to force me to submit this way? Let me tell you, if that's your plan, you're greatly mistaken. I'm ready to die, and others are ready too. If I die, it's just bad luck for me. Actually, not killing you will be more painful than killing you. Aryan suddenly released his grip, sat down, and made a call. You can come in and take him now? Ewing slumped on the ground, completely unaware of what Aryan was up to. After regaining his senses, he looked outside. Plainclothes officers walked in, but they didn't arrest him. Instead, they took away another department manager. Ewing finally understood what Aryan meant. Although he didn't say anything in front of Aryan, the people outside didn't know that. Neither did those allies. All they saw was Ewing being choked by Aryan and then released. Then, one of the allies who participated was taken away. What did this imply? Did it mean Ewing leaked the information? Aryan, you despicable person. May you not die a good death, Ewing cursed aloud. I heard your punishment for informants is severe, and it might even affect their families, Aryan smirked. You know our list? Yes, I know all of you who were involved. I just wanted to continue playing with you. Who is it? Who leaked it? Could it be the deceased Sauron, or the newly added Braden? You can think about it slowly. Now they all suspect you. You despicable. Ewing slumped in his chair. Now, he indeed found it hard to defend himself. Aryan hadn't made any arrests before, but chose to threaten him in his office, and then immediately someone came to arrest someone. Wasn't this implying that he couldn't withstand Aryan's threats and confessed on his own? Aryan's tactics were indeed deep. Knowing the list all along, he deliberately didn't act. What was this guy up to? Was he really trying to lure them all out and eliminate them one by one? But clearly, the Liao family had promised to intervene. Why haven't they acted yet? Aryan took out his phone again. Fitzroylo, come in and make the arrest. Hold on, Aryan. Ewing lifted his head. I can't tell you who was in charge of investing in LB Group at the beginning, but you have to agree to my condition. Go ahead. It was Manager Roscoe. Fitzroy has retired and immigrated to Maple Leaf Country. Ewing hurriedly continued. His address is at 34, Greenland Street, North Donghua District, Maple Leaf Country. Now that I've told you the truth, I admit my guilt, but I hope you can guarantee the safety of my wife and children. Agreed. Aryan nodded. One more thing. We have already pledged allegiance to the Liapins. A total of 9 families and 7 professional managers. 4 family heads were killed, 4 professional managers, 2 died. 1 was arrested, and another went into medical leave. This person on medical leave has probably been arrested as well. Taking medical leave was just an excuse. Riker must have already fallen into Aryan's hands. Now they've lost half their numbers. How much does Aryan know? Will he continue his attacks? The rest were panicking and fearing. Worst of all, it seemed there was no way out now. What could they offer to compromise with Aryan? They didn't have many shares left. Giving these remaining shares to Aryan for his forgiveness, how would they live in the future? How would their families live? It's not that Azai betrayed us. Riker had long-term traitor. Aryan knew about us early on. He waited to lure us out, making us attack him first so he could eliminate us one by one. Should we hide for now? To avoid Aryan's full force? Before the Liao family makes a move, this is all we can do. Also, this chat group is likely unsafe now. Everyone quit, and let's keep in touch via phone in the future. Best not to contact until Aryan is dealt with. Agreed. The group disbanded, and so did their alliance temporarily, but each still held hope since the Liao family had taken them in as vassal families and promised to act. As a centuries-old lineage, the Carey family has always stood at the top of Hangzhou's pyramid. This requires genuine strength, not just money. It might take decades, or even a century to cultivate a master, with around a 30 to 40% chance. But a grandmaster cannot be bought with money. This requires outstanding talent. A martial artist who reaches master level at 50 will hardly attain the grandmaster realm. Only those who achieve master before 40 have a chance at grandmaster. However, the success rate is extremely low, and grandmasters represent absolute power. With the Liao family's elder acting, Aryan's death is certain. At LB family residence, Conway recently visited frequently, partly because the wedding date was approaching. On the other hand, Conway and Fremont both had their own plans. The two came to the garden, and Conway presented the prepared reports. 5 years ago, the situation at LB Group was a mess, rated F according to Huifeng standards. But Huifeng's researchers adjusted LB Group's rating to C. There's a huge discrepancy and some dubious activity involved. Aryan must have used his influence to make Huifeng's department manager alter the research rating, abusing power for personal gain. So what do we do now? Fremont asked. I found out the name of the responsible person back then, Base, but he's retired. Conway said with difficulty. I sent someone to investigate in his hometown. They say he moved abroad, but no one knows which country. If we spent so much time only to waste it, what a pity. There's another way. What is it? Get the research thing? Uncle, some of Riker's group have been caught or killed. What exactly is going on? A group of people inside the company colluded with outsiders to short sell Huifeng's purchased products, causing severe losses. Berkeley said solemnly. This has been happening for a few years, but the losses weren't as significant back then. This year's losses were especially huge. In just 6 months, over 100 billion was lost. Elba Superiors probably sent someone to investigate. The last time I got into trouble, it was because I took the fall for them. They really had the nerve, Conway said in shock. You'd better not get involved. Otherwise, you won't even know how you'll die, Berkeley warned grimly. I just want to get the LB Group's research report from 5 years ago. Do you have any connections? Who among them is close to Ewing? You still want to get involved? If I hadn't begged them to spare you last time, you would have become a scapegoat too. I really only want the research report. I remember those who were close to Zoran, and there's also one called Armand. Whether he would help you, I can't guarantee. Thanks, Uncle. Remember, take care of my family. Berkeley reminded again. Uncle, rest assured. Your affairs are my affairs. I will definitely take care of them, Conway promised with a thump on his chest. The visiting time was up, and Berkeley was taken back and I'll let you know that if LB Group really can't get investments and is going to go bankrupt anyway, we'll drag you down with us. So go ahead. Aryan shook his head helplessly. All talk and no action. You're truly a coward. You. Conway picked up the reports from the table and stormed out. If you don't care, there are people in the company who will. Aryan narrowed his eyes, realizing that some people within the company were still not behaving properly. Fitzroy got up and entered another office, looking at manager Brennan seated in a chair. Are you going to jump off the building by yourself, or should I help? Aryan, we haven't done anything recently, don't push things too far. Brennan shouted angrily. At worst, I'll resign. But before that, I'll leak all the company's secrets. The LB Group's research report leaked 5 years ago. That has nothing to do with us. I'm coming after you. Aryan shrugged. You. Brennan trembled with anger. By tomorrow morning when I come to work, I hope you found the culprit. Otherwise, you'll either be jumping off the building or going to jail. With that, Aryan turned and left. F***K. Brennan smashed things around the office while cursing loudly. This was sheer bullying by Aryan, like squeezing a frog to produce urine. But they couldn't do anything about it. They had a weakness in Aryan's hands, couldn't win against him, and the Liao family hadn't made a move yet. Fitzroy took a deep breath to suppress his anger and called another colleague. Old Sure, did you leak the LB Group's research report from 5 years ago to outsiders? Client company? Your company's rating currently doesn't meet Huifeng's standards. If I violate regulations for Huifeng's reputation and give you the money, you intend to exploit Huifeng infinitely using this method? Conway hadn't thought of this issue and hadn't planned it this way. What? Are you taking me, Farron, for a fool? Farron said angrily. I'm telling you, your actions constitute threats. Moreover, Huifeng's research report is confidential, and your Surishan suspected of stealing Huifeng's secrets. These 2 charges are enough to keep you inside for a long time. The events from 5 years ago have nothing to do with me, Farron. You threatening me? Are you threatening the wrong person? And no, Manager Ping, not at all. Conway quickly explained. Our LB Group has cut several non-compliant projects and should meet Huifeng's investment criteria now. Bring the financing application, and I will send someone to conduct a new research, Farron said without room for argument. Conway quickly took out the financing application and respectfully handed it over before turning to leave. Leaving the office, he felt his shirt was drenched with sweat from behind. Aryan was not easy to deal with, and neither was this Farron. Fitzroy could only hope that the new financing application would be approved. In the afternoon, Farron sent people to conduct a new research at LB Group. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Aryan arrived at the LB Group with his team. Alethea, Conway, and others had been waiting at the gate for quite some time, as today was when Hangqing branch of Huifeng was supposed to announce the results of the research. But what Alethea and Conway didn't expect was that Aryan actually came in person. According to standard procedure, Alethea as chairman should have been the first to greet and shake hands with him, but she stood there stunned. Standing at the company's entrance, Aryan also looked very complicated. Fitzroy never thought he would enter this company in such a manner. 5 years ago, after getting married, he once came to deliver lunch to Alethea at the company. She said it was unnecessary to eat together at the company, but Aryan still brought her lunch over. However, he was stopped by the security guards who didn't recognize the groom of the LB family, blocking him at the gate. Aryan called Alethea, who asked him to go back quickly and not come to the company randomly to avoid gossip. Fitzroy wasn't sure if she did this for his good or for other reasons. Anyway, since then, Aryan never appeared here again. That is, he never entered LB Group. Welcome, President Bliss. Conway walked up awkwardly and extended his hand. Aryan ignored Conway and walked straight into the company, leaving Conway shaking in empty air, making him even more embarrassed. Which floor is the chairman's office? Aryan looked at Alethea's secretary beside him. 5th floor. Take me there. The secretary glanced at Alethea, who nodded. Alethea noticed that Aryan was extremely unfamiliar with this place, like it was his first visit. Meanwhile, Conway became the deputy general manager right after returning from abroad. Ironically, Alethea didn't say anything but followed them upstairs. They reached the 5th floor chairman's office where Aryan sat down in the chairman's chair without a word. Aryan, this seat is not for you to sit on. What do you mean by this? Conway scolded angrily. Chapter 83, Taking Over the LB Family Group. Juniper saw Aryan sitting in her seat and frowned deeply. Although Huifeng was the largest financier of the LB Family Group, it was still just an investor with no authority to interfere in the internal management of the LB Family Group. Now Aryan sat directly in the chairman's seat, revealing his clear intentions. Aryan didn't bother to explain. He merely waved his hand. His assistant Myling quickly opened her briefcase, took out a debt-to-equity conversion agreement, and handed it to Juniper. Even though you Huifeng are powerful, forcing a debt-to-equity conversion and demanding control of our company is not right. If this gets out, who will dare to seek financing from Huifeng in the future? Conway said coldly. Is this acceptable? Myling took out another document and handed it to Conway. How could this be? How did you know? Conway's face changed dramatically when he saw the document. Juniper glanced at it. It was a business registration form from the Industrial and Commercial Department, clearly recording that Fengyang Company had 3 shareholders. Donnie, Lamar, and Conway. Is this enough? Myling took out several more documents. According to our investigation, your LB family group submitted fake research reports and sold profitable projects. And the buyer is a company registered by major shareholders like Lamar. This under-the-table operation has already violated laws. Now, we give you 3 choices. First, pay back the money. Second, step down from the chairman position. Third, report to the police immediately. You choose. Juniper remained silent. She looked at Conway and her brother Lamar without a word, her eyes almost shooting flames. What did these two do to anger Aryan? They had sold off projects long ago, yet Aryan hadn't come for the company until now. It must be because these 2 guys caused trouble again. Did they really threaten Aryan with Huifeng's improper investments? Little sister, we were thinking about the company, Lamar weakly explained. Juniper sighed heavily, taking the documents from Myling. The responsibility lies with me. They with odd expressions, whispering among themselves. So this is what kind of person he is. Fitzroy always appeared righteous on the surface. Truly knowing a person is hard. How did Chairman ever see anything in him? Shut up. Conway's face turned deathly pale as he roared at Aryan. This is slander. I will sue you for defamation. I'm too lazy to expose you further. Someone will come for you, and you'll reap what you've sown, Aryan sneered. Shut up. Get out. Aryan suddenly yelled. The voice echoed in Conway's mind, making him dazed and fall to the ground. Throw him out. Aryan waved his hand. The LB family group security didn't hesitate and dragged Conway out. They had long been annoyed by him, acting like the boss and treating everyone as inferior. Lamar, fearing a beating, ran away too. Announce a meeting in half an hour in the conference room. All team leaders and above must attend. Myling looked at Juniper's secretary and instructed, all field staff should join via video conference. Yes, sir. In the pavilion of the LB family garden, Juniper sat alone there, staring blankly at the pond surface below the rockery. At the gate of the garden, the LB family members and Conway were all anxiously pacing around. Ji-yoon has been sitting there for over 2 hours without moving. Old man, could something be wrong? Christy asked. I'm really afraid that Ji-yoon might jump in. Probably not. Dennis shook his head and said, although our daughter doesn't look good, her emotions are relatively stable. Sigh, I still worry. Christy sighed. Why don't you go ask her again? Dennis replied. After thinking for a moment, Christy still went over. In fact, during these 2+ hours, she had thought about going over several times, but was put off each time when her daughter wanted some quiet time. Ji-yoon, it's time for lunch. Christy tentatively reminded. I know. Juniper stood up and turned to walk toward the garden gate. Plop. Conway knelt down. Ji-yoon, I'm wrong. I shouldn't have provoked Aryan again. Plop. Wally also knelt down. Sister, we are both idiots. We made you lose control of the LB family group. But when we went to see Aryan, it really was for the company's funding. Anyway, my health isn't good. Not managing the company will give me a chance to rest and recuperate. Juniper coldly said this and walked towards the dining room. Right, daughter. Earning more money is useless if you're not healthy. Christy hurriedly agreed. Besides, even though we lost control, we still own some shares. If Aryan develops the company well, we can still get dividends without doing anything. Fitzroying this, Juniper stopped for a moment. With an extremely complicated injecting new capital, she would admire him. But if it were achieved just by spending money, what difference would that make from her approach? Aryan's second step is to classify all projects into 3 categories. Efren continued, high-quality projects, mid-level projects, and poor-quality projects, bundled together. Aryan will invest in these projects, seeking partners for joint development. 60% investment in high-quality projects, 50% in mid-level ones, and 40% in poor-quality ones. So that's it? A light flashed in Alethia's eyes. This kid has potential. Using the profits from high-quality projects to offset the losses from poor-quality ones means giving up some benefits but saving all the projects. Even LB's father praised him. It significantly reduces the financial pressure on the company. It's a brilliant move, instantly resolving the biggest funding issue. But sacrificing so much interest, anyone can do that, Ezra immediately criticized. Given the company's current state, obtaining financing is difficult. The top priority is survival. LB's father said solemnly, get through this tough period, ease the pressure on the company, take smaller steps, lighten the load, and you will surely get financial institutions to reinvest. Back then, Donnie was willing to invest in the company's new projects, Ezra responded. Fitzroy, most importantly, Alethea, always proud and strong-willed, had lost her positions as chairman and general manager. Although Alethea said she could use this time to rest, everyone knew it was just an excuse born out of frustration. She was unwilling to accept it. If Aryan failed, it would prove that Aryan wasn't much better, and that Alethea truly couldn't avoid the situation due to lack of resources and support. But if Aryan succeeded in reviving LB Group, what would Alethea think? Ezra, being the root cause of all this, would face no blame if Alethea canceled the engagement. Everything stays as planned. Alethea answered and put down her utensils. I'm full. With that, she went straight back to her room. Ezra felt a huge relief while Efren showed reluctance. Fitzroy really wanted to persuade his sister not to go ahead with the marriage. Efren had seen through Ezra, who turned out to be nothing but a superficial failure. Fitzroy excelled at nothing and enjoyed pretending. However, Efren couldn't say such things openly. Initially, when Ezra returned from abroad, Ephraim had spoken highly of him to Alethea, encouraging her to divorce Aryan. Moreover, Huifeng's investment in LB Group came about because of Ezra's uncle Berkeley's help, something Ephraim had told Alethea. Ezra didn't feel comfortable telling Alethea directly, so he went to Ephraim. Ezra was the type who would do good things. Alethea's shares were the least among this group because the 800 million debt was converted into equity, reducing her stake to less than 3%. The other shareholders' stakes were naturally diluted as well. After Huifeng's debt-to-equity conversion, they held 67% of the shares, gaining absolute control. The second largest shareholder was Ephraim, followed by other shareholders. Even if Alethea herself was unwilling to give up her position as chairman, Huifeng could impeach her through their majority equity and remove her from power. It would just take more time. The remaining 7 shareholders had no objections to Huifeng's entry into LB Group. The company was in dire straits, and it seemed Alethea was powerless. Letting Huifeng come in might offer a chance to save the company. However, Aryan's actions before the board meeting resolution angered the other shareholders. He had already laid off employees. What angered them even more was that Aryan's plan clearly stated weakening the board's power. Now, each of them looked displeased, silent, and heavy-hearted. And behind each of them stood 2 burly bodyguards. They should have been outside during the meeting, but they were now inside the conference room. Chapter 85. Coercive Purchase and Sale. Aryan entered the meeting room at exactly 10 o'clock, followed by Alethea's secretary Elwin and his own secretary Myling. Alethea and Wally stood up, showing the least respect for the company's else for 5 years. What right do you have to oppress us? The middle-aged man sneered. Yeah, we didn't just hear rumors about you. In Huifeng Hangzhou branch, you also climbed up the ladder via women. What skills do you have? Huifeng can send over a dog as the chairman, and we wouldn't say anything. After all, we owe them money. But major company decisions must go through board votes to be implemented. That would be best for the company. Yesterday you laid off 1/3 of the employees without a board vote. Where does that leave us? I think you're not doing this for the company. You just want to wrap up all projects, gather funds, and sell the company to cover Huifeng's losses. Aryan, your ulterior motives are plain to see. Yet you still have the nerve to say you're doing this for the company and for us? Do you take us for fools? All 7 shareholders stood up, each voice harsh and full of fury, angrily condemning Aryan. Not only criticizing actions, but also launching personal attacks. Aryan stood up and walked to the first middle-aged man on the right. What's your name, sir? Before Elwin could introduce him, the man introduced himself. I'm Grimes. What? Are you planning to hit me? 2 bodyguards glared at Aryan, ready to spring into action. You're Grimes. Your son runs a material decoration company outside, supplying materials to LB Group, right? Aryan asked. You're full of it. These are the financial transfer records. That material company might not be under your son's name, but he is the actual controller. Aryan waved his hand, signaling Elwin to present a transfer record. Every month, that company transfers money into your son's account. Is this fake? Well, so what? It's not illegal. That company provides the same quality materials to LB Group as its market competitors, but your son claims they are better and charges higher prices. Aryan said, I've already sent samples to professional companies for evaluation, and I have the results. Elwin handed the document to Grimes. What nonsense. Grimes threw the evaluation result on the ground without looking. You may refuse to acknowledge it, but LB Group and Huifeng recognize it. From today, LB Group will terminate cooperation with your son's company. Aryan coldly smiled. Also, when your son's company cooperated initially, it was you who pushed through against objections and got other board members to vote in favor. You are suspected of abuse of power for personal gain. Should I call the police now? Humph. Grimes huffed and sat down, saying nothing more. What's your name again? Aryan asked the shareholder next to Grimes. My name is Kip. You're Kip? Your son works as a manager in the project department, colluding with Conway to sell off profitable company projects cheaply, pocketing 3 million yuan. Aryan's lips curled. You, don't slander me. If you don't have evidence, I'll sue you for defamation, Kip raged. Fitzroyer is the transferless. Since the other shareholders had lost their voting rights, minority would have to obey the majority during voting. Alethea's decision would be meaningless, leaving only her and Aryan. Without the principle of minority obeying the majority, it would be a 50-50 split. And with a 50-50 split, the chairman's decision would still prevail. From now on, LB Group would be under Aryan's sole control. Thinking of this, Alethea signed directly. We will sign too. The other shareholders took out pins. Sorry, there's no share for you. Aryan snatched the agreement from the nearest shareholder and waved his hand. Elwin pulled out another set of agreements from the folder and distributed them to the 7 shareholders. Stock transfer agreement? Grimes and the others were taken aback. Yes, I intend to buy back all the shares you hold, Aryan said without room for negotiation. Aryan, this is coercion. Bernard said coldly. I just have one question for you. Are you signing or not? Aryan curled his lips. Chapter 86. I have a child. To sell or not to sell, that was indeed the question. The LB Group was going through tough times, having sold off numerous projects. Its market value had shrunk by at least 1/5. Give me a definitive answer by tomorrow morning. Aryan left first. Juniper opened her mouth, wanting to remind him, but ultimately swallowed her words. This shouldn't be postponed until tomorrow. It should be decided today, as delays would only make matters worse. However, seeing Aryan's nonchalant demeanor, Juniper felt it was unnecessary to remind him. Seeing Aryan leave, Juniper also turned and left. Xiang Luan and others walked out of the company building into a tea house across the street, dismissing even their bodyguards. They then looked at Red. What are you thinking? Are you really planning to compromise with Aryan? Our deeds aren't honorable. If fully investigated, half of us will end up in jail. Red explained, we can find connections, but at most within the city. Huifeng has connections not only in the city but also in the province and even in Beijing. Can we really win in court? You raise a good point. The other 6 thought for a moment, nodding in agreement, but then frowned deeply. So what should we do? One thing Aryan shouldn't have done is give us a day to consider. We should take someone down to cripple him and give him a stern warning. Let's see if he dares to acquire our shares tomorrow. Rhett sneered. Naturally, if we signed the contract just now and sold our shares, I wouldn't let him off easily either. We need to show him who's boss. Xiang Luan and others' eyes gleamed fiercely. They weren't ones to take things lying down. So each of us should contribute money to cripple Aryan. Rhett suggested. $1 million from each of us should suffice. That's enough to kill him. Let's settle on that. Old Sheen knows people on the streets. We'll transfer the money to you, and you contact them. Okay. Rhett agreed promptly. Do it as soon as possible, preferably tonight. Chairman Bliss, here are the materials you asked for. It was around 8 in the evening when Elwin entered the chairman's office, placing the documents on the table and tentatively asked, It's quite late. Aren't you leaving work? You don't have to worry about me. You can go home. Yes. Elwin turned to leave, but after taking 2 steps, she stopped and came back, reminding him, Chairman Bliss, shareholder Chin and others won't sell their shares easily, especially with the company's current low market value. This isn't a good time to sell. Everyone stands to lose a few million. They won't willingly sell and will stop at nothing to prevent it. I heard they have connections both inside and outside the law. It might be better for you to go home early. I know. Aryan replied, I'm waiting for them to make their move. After giving them so many chances and they still don't cherish it, trying to deal with me would be perfect company. Watch it go bankrupt like this. After resolving things here, before leaving Hangzhou, I'll leave my position at Huifeng to Grace, and ALB Group will be left in your hands. Left for me to manage? Elwin felt honored and surprised. What? Don't you dare? Or do you think you're not capable? Aryan turned around and looked at Elwin. I am. Elwin replied quickly. Then get ready. Aryan said earnestly. About this. Now that I mention these things, you probably don't believe me or see me as a match for Rhett and his people. Aryan waved his hand. Fitzroy's what I suggest. Go back and sleep well tonight, and everything will become clear tomorrow. If you're not afraid, join me for some late-night snacks later. Late-night snacks? Elwin blinked her eyes. Mr. Bliss, I already have a child. Cough, cough. Aryan awkwardly coughed twice. When I said having late-night snacks, it's an opportunity for enemies to make a move. Oh. Elwin realized, her face flushing instantly red. She hurriedly turned around and left, saying, I need to get back to work. There are still many things to handle. Chapter 87. Master Shi? Mr. Bliss, where is Assistant Jiang? Inside the live-rolling seafood porridge eatery, Elwin looked at Aryan. She had quite a few matters to take care of, and also had to deal with things at Huifeng, so she went back first, Aryan explained. Forget about her for now. Try this live-rolling seafood porridge here. I don't eat late-night snacks. I'm on a diet. Elwin replied. You're not fat, Aryan said as he looked at Elwin in confusion. Despite being around 35 years old and having already given birth, Elwin was not fat. There was certainly no lack of meat where it should be, and places that should be slim were very slim. However, it would definitely be inaccurate to call her thin. Plump would be a better description. Eating at night surely makes me gain weight. Elwin shook her head. Don't worry, this is live-rolled seafood porridge, not greasy at all. You definitely won't get fat from eating it. Still, Aryan served Elwin a bowl. Come, give it a try. Thank you, Mr. Bliss. Elwin thought for a moment and tried it out. The taste is indeed very delicious. I didn't expect such a place to have such good-tasting porridge. This eatery may look inconspicuous, but its flavors are truly exceptional, and it's not expensive either. Aryan also started eating large mouthfuls. Did you often come here before, Mr. Bliss? When I was in college, I came about twice a week, Aryan replied. After graduation, I still came here occasionally and even learned how to make live-rolled porridge from them. Learn? Why? Yeah, as you know, my ex-wife wasn't in good health, and laughed. Cheers. Taking a sip, Elwin watched Aryan continue to eat porridge, her heart full of doubt. Was Aryan inviting her out for late-night snacks just to deal with Bernard, or was it an intentional excuse? Although Elwin was confident in her appearance and figure, she was ultimately in middle age. Would Aryan really like her type? If he does propose something, should she accept it? No, can't do it. Although Aryan handled the affairs of ALB Corporation decisively over the past 2 days, showcasing unusual capability, he hadn't yet achieved anything astonishing. There were still many problems to solve. Elwin knew something about the previous Aryan who lived off his wife for 5 years. Though he left everything behind during the divorce, making Elwin quite admire him. Some say he got promoted quickly at Huifeng because of women. She couldn't be deceived. Rumble, rumble. While Elwin was deep in thought, sharp motorcycle sounds echoed outside the eatery, followed by 7 or 8 motorcycles pulling up. More than 10 men armed with baseball bats and steel pipes jumped off the motorcycles and rushed in without a word. They were coming straight for Elwin and Aryan, more specifically for Aryan. Watch out. Seeing the bat swinging towards Aryan's head while he was engrossed in eating porridge, Elwin loudly warned him. Oh, disappointing. Aryan finished the last sip in his bowl, sighed, and only then slowly moved, grabbing a steel pipe that had already been taken from one attacker. Attacks kept coming down on Aryan, but within the narrow space, he dodged every incoming trick. Let's go, take me to him. Aryan reached out to grab the thug by the neck, lifting him up. After walking a couple of steps, he remembered Elwin was not following. Secretary Magdalena, let's go. Oh. Elwin reacted quickly, hurrying to catch up. She really didn't expect Aryan to be so strong, easily dealing with over a dozen enemies without breaking a sweat. Compared to him, the gap was simply too large. It was as if an adult was playing with a group of toddlers, their age barely allowing them to walk steadily. Each of their attacks on Aryan didn't seem like they missed because he dodged, but rather they never hit in the first place. Creepy. Elwin almost thought Aryan had hired these people to act along with him, but she knew she would soon find out the truth. Getting into the car and following the directions given by the thug, they arrived outside a villa in the western suburbs, surrounded by high walls. Go inside and report that the troublemaker is here. Let them prepare. Aryan got out of the car and threw the thug towards the gate of the villa. The thug looked at Aryan, thinking he was joking. But seeing the serious look on Aryan's face, he hurried towards the guardhouse at the entrance. The gates opened. After entering, the thug turned to shout at Aryan. Boy, you better not run. Aryan stood with his hands behind his back, not even considering running. Prepare for him? Wasn't that too arrogant? Elwyn covered her forehead. She wanted to flee but stayed, giving a warning. Chairman Bliss, I've heard of this Anton. Fitzroy has been operating in the West District for decades, capable of anything, with a lot of reckless underlings serving him. Fitzroy's a tyrant in the West District. We should go back. It's fine. If you're scared, you can go back first. Aryan waved his hand. This, Elwyn hesitated but still didn't leave. Chapter 88. Just call me Boris. You say what? A young man has attacked our doorstep? Inside the villa, Hudson's voice came from within the room. The guard at the door quickly replied, Yes, Hudson. It's one of Duke's underlings. Fitzroy's kneeling in the hall right now. He shouldn't dare to lie. Kill this sort of guy who doesn't know his place, Hudson responded impatiently. Yes. The guard hurriedly turned and left, afraid of being blamed by Hudson. Hudson, are you all right? Inside the room, a tender voice sounded. What could possibly happen? The guards here, even the ones watching the gate, have second-rank strength, and the head of security is mid-first rank. Hudson continued to embrace the beauty who was 2 generations younger than himself. Darling, don't be afraid. Go to sleep. Fitzroy was indeed tired. Being older sapped his energy. After another round of bake. So, I just wanted to see if you'd stamp your foot. Stamp your foot now and let me see. Hudson's face instantly darkened. Fitzroy knew this young man was mocking him, completely disregarding him. Who didn't know that stomping was just an expression? Boy, those who have been arrogant before me in the past, their graves are overgrown with tall grass, Hudson said coldly. Is that so? Aryan's lips curled upward as he stood up. If you're as useless as these underlings, you might be disappointed. I will educate you personally today. Hudson was enraged. Taking a step forward, his entire aura erupted. Young man, have you ever met a grandmaster? This aura carried both malevolence and killing intent, indicating that Hudson had experienced countless battles. Grandmaster? Elwyn staggered backward, muttering to herself. Oh no, this is bad. Although she wasn't a martial artist, she had always been assistant manager Elwyn of Alethia's father, Deshawn, and they had once gone together to hire bodyguards. She knew the classifications of martial artists and their respective prices. 3rd rank, 2nd rank, 1st rank, grandmaster. Back then, Deshawn had intended to hire a late 2nd rank bodyguard, which cost 10,000 RMB per month. And a 1st rank expert was extremely rare among bodyguard companies, with a monthly fee exceeding 2 agony. She opened her eyes and found that Hudson's full power punch was actually caught by Aryan with one hand. Die! Hudson punched again with his left fist, but before it even reached Aryan, he felt an overwhelming force coming from his right fist, spinning his arm around. This force was extremely terrifying, surpassing his comprehension. Damn it! Hudson instantly retracted his left fist and turned his body in the air to barely offset the power transmitted from Aryan's palm. Before he could stabilize himself, Aryan twisted again, this time with even more terrifying strength. Hudson's expression changed drastically as he twisted his body again. Halfway through the twist, Aryan kicked out, landing a blow on Hudson's side waist. Whoosh! Bang! Hudson flew out and crashed into a thrown chair inside the hall, shattering the sturdy Nanmu wood chair into pieces. So what if you're a grandmaster? Aryan didn't move, standing with his hands behind his back, contemptuously saying, sitting at the bottom of a well and looking up at the sky. Beside him, Elwyn's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg, her eyes wide open in disbelief as she looked at Aryan now. Was Hudson too weak, or was Aryan too strong? She suddenly felt that Hudson wasn't strong either. Except for the different aura, his strength seemed about the same as those bodyguards. No, it seemed like those ordinary thugs in the street stalls, unable to withstand a single hit. Because there was no difference. It was like adults beating children. Cough, cough, cough. Hudson struggled to get up, looking at Aryan in horror. Now he cursed Adong's ancestors for 1,000 generations in his heart. Damn it. How did they provoke such a terrifying being? It was bad enough that his strength was unfathomable, but he was also so young. Show me your foot stamping. Aryan's lips twitched. Hudson's deathly pale face turned liver-colored. Fitzroy quickly clasped his hands together and apologized with a guilty look. Esteemed senior, it's my lack of insight. I hope you can forgive me. Not stomping? Aryan asked. Senior is joking, that's just something outsiders spread, Hudson replied humbly. Do I have to call you Hudson as well? No, Senior can just call me Boris. You can be taught. Aryan's lips twitched and ordered. Bring that Dong brother to LB group tomorrow. I have something to ask him. Yes. Hudson nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Elwyn was astonished. The arrogant and domineering Hudson from earlier was now so compliant. Was she dreaming? Secretary Magdalena, let's go. Aryan reminded. Oh. Elwyn hurriedly followed, already too shocked for words. Chapter 89. Anticipating the enemy's moves. Elwyn returned home, took a shower, and put her daughter to bed. She lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Thinking about everything that had happened, it all seemed unbelievable. Initially, she had looked down on Aryan as well, believing he had climbed up the ranks through women and had suspended LB Group's investments for revenge against the LB family. Fitzroy then found an excuse to take over the LB Group. Even after taking over as chairman, she still didn't respect him. However, whether Elwyn respected Aryan or not, she would always do her job conscientiously. Juniper simply left without any handover, and Elwyn knew it was because Juniper feared the awkwardness of facing her ex-husband after their divorce, making the handover inappropriate. Elwyn had to handle this transition and planned to submit her resignation again. However, Aryan's series of measures genuinely surprised her. This might be the only solution given the lack of new capital investment. While Elwyn couldn't have thought of these actions herself, she still wasn't impressed with Aryan. These moves could be guided by someone more experienced behind the scenes. But after witnessing Aryan's prowess today, Elwyn realized his true strength. Aryan, alone, managed to subdue Reese, who had ruled the Western District for decades, rendering the once feared man powerless. This was definitely not the work of someone in their early 20s. She had asked them why they liked her type, and they said they preferred big sisters. They admired her maturity and charm, her ability to care for others. Could Aryan also feel this way? It's definite, Rhett replied coldly. How about this, arrange another meeting with him? It's very late, and we have work tomorrow. Secretary Magdalena, help us out. Just getting rid of Aryan will make us promote you to general manager. Promote me to general manager? Elwyn was taken aback. You're joking, Mr. Cheen. What qualifications do I have? You followed Deshawn for 7 or 8 years, and Juniper for 5. You know the company inside out. You have the capability to be GM. Why don't you ask him yourself? We're not simply meeting him. Our real goal is to send him to prison, and we need your cooperation. How am I supposed to cooperate? Invite him to a hotel, pretend to agree to him, then accuse him of rape. Rhett said coldly. Elwyn was shocked. That's illegal. Secretary Magdalena, the position of LB Group GM and 10 million yuan. This? Elwyn was stunned. Secretary Magdalena, our offer is very generous. If you refuse, don't blame us for being unfriendly. Rhett threatened coldly. I hear your daughter goes to West District No. 2 Middle School, right? Rhett, you're despicable. Elwyn shouted. Do as we say, and neither you nor your daughter will come to harm. Rhett, I will not do such a thing for you. And let me remind you, honestly selling off your shares is the best choice for you. Elwyn said angrily and hung up directly. She now admired Aryan more and more. Aryan was almost clairvoyant. Before she left work, it seemed he had already anticipated this situation. Fitzroy had promised her the position of general manager, just as Rhett did, and took her along to confront Reese. This clearly indicated to her that following me, Aryan, is your best and only correct choice. If Aryan hadn't taken her along to confront Reese, under Rhett's threats, worried about her daughter's safety, she might have really done something wrong. Would Aryan forgive her, or turn against her at that time? Even if he forgave her, she wouldn't be able to stay at LB Group anymore and might even lose her reputation. Aryan took her out for late-night snacks and helped her deal with Reese to help her make the right choice. Because once she knew how capable Aryan was, she wouldn't fear Rhett's threats anymore. Chairman Bliss's mind is so meticulous. Elwyn felt grateful deep down. Tonight, Aryan's actions saved her. Fortunately, during these past 2 days at work, she had been conscientious. Any small thoughts or laziness would have ruined her future. Elwyn saved the recording, got up, locked the door from the inside, and peeked into the next room where her daughter was sleeping soundly before quietly closing the door and going back to bed. It's in her hand. Myling was sizing up this group with interest, completely unruffled. Assistant Jiang, following a guy who can't support himself has no future. Why don't you follow me? I can ensure you a life of luxury. Bernard had noticed Myling's long legs earlier. Fitzroy liked this type. Now, even with outsiders present, he still took the initiative to speak. Looking at your pathetic appearance, not only are you old and ugly, but you're also the kind who sleeps with someone and then denies it afterward. Myling sneered. You want to flirt with me? Why don't you splash some water on your face and look in the mirror? Damn it, do you think you're something special? Aren't you just a woman who sells her body for money? Bernard cursed. I admit it. I've never denied it. Myling shrugged. But whether or not I sell my body has nothing to do with you being both old and ugly. Ha ha ha. The other 6 shareholders burst out laughing. You? What are you trying to say? What am I saying? Myling curled her lip. Do you need medication every time just to get going? From the look on your face, it won't be long before even the medication won't help. I suggest you take better care of yourself, so you don't end up crying over your inability to perform. Huh. Someone drinking tea burst into laughter upon hearing this, spitting out the tea in the process. Elwyn shot Myling an incredulous glance. This woman's tongue was indeed razor sharp, saying whatever came to mind. Wait, and I'll tear that mouth of yours apart, Bernard said through gritted teeth. Them together couldn't subdue Aryan? What should they do now? The 7 people exchanged uneasy glances, having no idea what to do. The guard who was about to seize Myling paused and looked at Bernard, unsure whether to proceed. Seize that woman. Bernard issued the order again. The guard reached out to grab Myling. Whoosh! A ballpoint pen suddenly flew past, piercing the guard's sleeve and cutting his hand, causing a long streak of blood to appear. Ah! The guard screamed in pain, quickly pulling his hand back. Myling ran towards Aryan. The guard, seeing the wound on his hand, looked grim and charged directly at Aryan, leaping high and aiming a punch at Aryan's face. Aryan met the punch with one of his own. Bang! Crack! The collision caused another scream from the guard as his fist shattered, and the clothes on his arm exploded with blood splattering out. With a thud, the guard fell to the ground, staring at his right arm in disbelief, which was now useless due to ruptured veins. You're ruthless. The guard stared at Aryan. I warned you, anyone who dares to touch her will lose a hand. Do you think I'm joking? Aryan said in a condescending tone. Have your men act. Bernard turned to the other shareholders. The other 6 hesitated. Seeing the guard's injuries, they felt chills running down their spines. Aryan's strength far exceeded their expectations. No wonder those 7 guards couldn't do anything to him earlier. Bernard's expression was unpredictable, pointing at Aryan and roaring, Aryan, you publicly attacked my bodyguard. I will sue you. Black is white, how shameless. Myling scolded. I'll call the police, you wait for it. As Bernard was speaking, he retreated towards the door. Just as he reached the door, he bumped into someone. Who the hell is blind, daring to block my... Anton? Before he finished his sentence, seeing Anton at that moment, Bernard was utterly stunned. Fitzroy really knew Anton. Although Anton had retreated to the backstage in recent years, a few years ago when Anton was still active on the streets, Bernard had had a couple of drinks with him. Precisely because they had a few drinks together, Bernard boasted to everyone outside that he and Anton were old friends. Some people even believed him, like Brad, one of Anton's subordinates. Brad had even helped Bernard with a few things. However, why would Anton come here? And not only Anton, but Brad was also present. But Brad looked miserable, bruised and battered, barely able to move. Moreover, Bernard could sense the resentment and hatred in Brad's gaze towards him. What was going on? Could it be that Brad was beaten by Aryan into a pig's head, and then sought Anton to confront Aryan? It must be that. Brad was beaten by that little punk Aryan. The one wearing black over there is Aryan, Bernard pointed at Aryan and said. However, what shocked Bernard was that Anton didn't blame him for rudely bumping into him earlier, nor did he spare him a glance. Instead, Anton quickly walked to Aryan, bowed his head in front of him, and said apologetically, Mr. Bliss, a dong ran away, and it took me some time to catch him. I came late, please punish me. Anton indeed wasn't lying. Fitzroy originally planned to bring Adong to the entrance of LB Corporation early in the morning, fearing he would anger Aryan. But last night, when he sent people to capture Adong, the guy got wind of it and fled. Anton dispatched everyone, and it wasn't until morning that they caught Adong. Aryan remained silent, while Anton kept his head low, bending over, not daring to breathe heavily. What was happening? Anton, who once ruled the Western District, was acting like a subordinate in front of Aryan? Bernard and others were all dumbfounded. Chapter 91. They still have to thank us. Hirsch, don't just stand there. Get down on your knees. Franklin bellowed. Duke, who had been beaten into a bloody mess, walked over and dropped to his knees in front of Aryan with a thud. Mr. Bliss, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Hirsch pleaded as he kowtowed. This was all arranged by Rhett. It has nothing to do with me. I merely took the money and did what I was told. Without hesitation, he betrayed Rhett, knowing that if not for Aryan keeping him alive for some use, Franklin would have already killed him. Who in West District didn't know how ruthless Franklin could be? Not only was he harsh on himself, but even harsher on his subordinates. If one overstepped the rules set by Franklin, the light punishment was maiming, and the severe one meant being buried alive. Precisely because Hirsch knew how cruel Franklin was, after learning that Aryan had injured Franklin, he fled overnight with his family, leaving behind everything else, including his subordinates and assets. Unfortunately, he was betrayed by his most trusted subordinate and caught. Fitzroy had run, and was now back here. If Aryan didn't let him off, Franklin would surely kill him. Now, he only had one sliver of hope, praying that Aryan might spare his life. When Rhett heard Hirsch's confession, he too collapsed onto the ground, too frightened to attempt an escape. The other 6 shareholders desperately signaled to Rhett, hoping he would take all the blame alone. Bring him over. Aryan waved his hand. Yes. Franklin walked over, personally grabbing Rhett and forcibly dragging him forward. Get down on your knees. Rhett half knelt, half sat on the ground, looking utterly defeated. Fitzroy had fallen, and completely so. Hiring hitmen and attempting to kidnap Grace in the meeting room, these actions were now going to seal his fate. Shareholder Cheen, anything you'd like to say? Aryan looked down at Rhett mockingly. The victor is king, and the loser is the captive. These deeds were mine and mine alone, Rhett replied coldly. I admire your resolve. I like that. Aryan's smile widened. Fitzroy glanced at the kneeling Hirsch. Kill Rhett, and you will live. Really? Hirsch felt as if he had clung to his last lifeline. Of course. Aryan nodded. Yes. Hirsch turned, staring at Rhett. Don't blame me for this. No. Rhett saw the menace in Hirsch's eyes and was terrified. Fitzroy quickly pleaded to Franklin. Franklin, we've had many drinks together. Please help me. Fitzroy, help you? After 2 drinks, you started telling everyone we were close friends. Consider yourself lucky I didn't crush you right away. Franklin's expression darkened. Disrespecting Mr. Bliss means courting death. Feeling the murderous intent from Franklin, Rhett shrank back and then clung to Aryan's leg. Chairman Bliss, if you can spare me, I'm willing to give you my shares, to confess everything. Now you want to sell? But I'm no longer buying. Throughout the meeting room. There's an old saying, no grief until you see the coffin. Now you know how it feels. Huifeng Investment provided $800 million to rescue the nearly bankrupt LB Group. Your fortune soared accordingly, and every shareholder abused their power for personal gain, taking more than their fair share from the company. While Huifeng hasn't seen a single penny in dividends, you all fattened yourselves up. But you didn't know gratitude. You disregarded the company's development, and even plotted against me. I gave you so many chances to give up your directorship and retire peacefully at home, but you refused. I offered to buy your shares, but you still refused and even tried to plot against me. Now you won't get a single penny. How does that feel? All 7 lowered their heads. They were indeed in a tight spot, nearly at death's door. But they had no choice. If it were only Aryan who caught them, they would rather go to jail than give away their shares freely. They didn't believe Aryan would dare to harm their families. However, now with Franklin here, showing such respect to Aryan, Rhett and the others were left without options. Franklin was from the streets, a notorious gangster who engaged in illegal activities, capable of killing without hesitation, someone who would do anything. If they didn't hand over their shares to Aryan, Franklin might truly take action, leaving their family. Thank you, Chairman Bliss. I will work hard from now on, Elwyn said gratefully as she tremulously signed the 6 contracts. What are you still doing here? Aryan stood up, looking at the 7 shareholders. Get out of my company. Thank you, Chairman Bliss, for sparing our lives. Thank you, Chairman Bliss, for sparing our lives. Not only did they have to run, but they also had to say thanks before leaving. Mr. Bliss, what should we do with this guy? Franklin pointed to Hirsch kneeling on the ground. Let him live, Aryan said coldly. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Bliss. Thank you, Mr. Bliss. Hirsch kept kowtowing. Send a first-rate expert to protect Elwyn, Aryan ordered. Yes. Franklin replied respectfully. Scram. Mr. Bliss, I will take my leave today. If there's anything you need in the future, just let me know, and I will spare no effort, Franklin said with an ingratiating smile. Aryan waved impatiently, and Franklin hurriedly left. From now on, you are the general manager. Just follow my previous arrangements. Aryan looked at Elwin. Call me if you encounter any difficulties. Ah. Elwin was still in shock. First the shares, now the general manager? Was everything really entrusted to her? She wasn't prepared, but by the time she reacted, Aryan was already gone. Chapter 92. Sell the company shares? Little sister, something big happened. Arlen ran into Juniper's study from outside, out of breath. What happened? Juniper asked. Aryan reclaimed all the shares without spending a single cent Bernard, and the other 7 shareholders voluntarily gave up their shares. Voluntarily gave up shares? Yes, it's really like seeing a ghost in broad daylight, Arlen said incredulously. Ordinarily, these shareholders always take advantage of their seniority and completely ignore us. They also act arrogantly in the company and never put you in high regard. Whoever provokes them would be retaliated against secretly. Now they are actually giving up shares for free. Juniper was also shocked. Juniper had deeper feelings about these shareholders, as she is a director. Many things she wanted to do were always blocked by these shareholders. Of course, she also wanted to reorganize the company but felt powerless to do so. She could not do anything despicable to these founding members of the company because she would be labeled ungrateful, and they would shamelessly retaliate against the Ailby family. These people were like vicious dogs. If they barked at you, you couldn't bark back. If you got bitten, you couldn't bite back. So, Juniper endured, waiting for the company to go public, after which these short-sighted people might succumb to huge profits and sell their shares. At that time, Juniper could reclaim the shares, or perhaps endure until these people retire. However, she did not wait for the day the company went public, nor did she endure until this group retired. 2 days ago, when she heard that Aryan weakened the board of directors' power, she was not optimistic about Aryan. It was because these shareholders had no sense of shame and could do anything. However, Aryan not only achieved his goal, but also let the skinflints give up their shares without daring to ask for a single cent. How did he manage to do that? Juniper asked curiously. I heard it's because Shijia's Noah appeared. How did Aryan get to know Noah? I have no idea either. Arlen shrugged. Although I don't agree with his method, there is a saying, it takes one villain to deal with another, Juniper said coldly. Indeed, Arlen agreed, feeling relieved as he has long been dissatisfied with these people. If the shares can be taken back, then the company will be completely controlled by Aryan alone, with no one hindering him anymore. The Ailby group really stands a chance of survival, Juniper said solemnly. Then we won't have disappointed grandfather. The company was founded by Old Master Ailby. In fact, 5 years ago, even before Juniper graduated, the company faced difficulties, and her father wanted to give up. But Juniper still wanted to fight for it. After graduation, she immediately entered the company. She didn't want to see her grandfather's company go bankrupt or disappear. Fortunately, Huifeng invested, reviving it. Little sister, do you know who the general manager is now? Arlen asked, his face complicated. Isn't it Aryan? No. Arlen shook his head. Not only is the general manager not him, but even the reclaimed shares are not under his name. What do you mean? Aryan gave 6 portions of the reclaimed shares to Elwin and transferred Bernard's share to Myling. What? All given away? Juniper couldn't believe it. Right? He not only gave away the shares but also handed over the position of general manager to Elwin. Now all the major powers in the Ailby group are in Elwin's hands. Bang! The book in Juniper's hand fell to the ground. She laughed bitterly. Is he trying to spite me? Arlen remained silent as Aryan's actions indeed seemed to carry the intention of offending the Ailby family. When we divorced, I went to trouble Aryan. I didn't want him to take any part of the Ailby group shares. But he left everything behind. A few days ago, when Aryan came over to take over the Ailby group, Arlen and others accused him of being despicable, saying he had long planned to snatch the Ailby group from the Ailby family. Now, Aryan giving away all the shares clearly showed that he truly did not care about the Ailby group's shares. Your Ailby group's shares mean nothing to me, Aryan implied. Arlen originally wanted to curse Aryan for being too despicable, but looking at Juniper's bitter smile, he knew he shouldn't fuel the fire. Little sister, I guess Aryan doesn't mean anything bad. Fitzroy just wants to win over Elwin and Myling. Arlen cautiously suggested. Also, I think Aryan probably has a thing with Elwin and Myling, having them help manage the Ailby group. Just think, the shares should belong to Huifeng. But Huifeng is not solely owned by Aryan. Giving the shares to Elwin and Myling makes it his personal property, right? Fitzroy is not the type who indulges in debauchery. Juniper shook her head. Before marriage, the two had been in love for over a year. They only held hands and never even kissed. After marriage, because Juniper was busy, their marital intimacy was rare. Sometimes there wasn't even one encounter in a month. But Aryan never blamed her, or went out to look for other women. If Aryan were the kind of man who indulged in debauchery, he might have cheated long ago. People can change, Arlen said solemnly. Juniper opened her mouth to refute, but thought about it. Why should she still defend Aryan? In the end, she fell silent. Moreover, when Juniper said Aryan disgusted her, it wasn't because of giving away the shares. It was because he made Assistant Elwin the general manager. Weren't you, Juniper, hailed as a business genius by the outside world? Didn't everyone say that Ailby Group developed thanks to your ability? Now, I've put an assistant in charge. Brother-in-law. Originally we were thinking of having those shareholders oust Aryan, but they proved unreliable. Now that the Ailby Group has fallen into Aryan's hands, it's too late for us to do anything about it. Our shares in the Ailby Group are not enough to hold any advantage, and we've also signed agreements to not interfere with company matters. It's impossible for us to regain control over the company. After converting Huifeng's debt into equity, Dawson and Alethia's shareholding plummeted severely, now totaling less than 20% combined. In fact, they have become minor shareholders of Huifeng, no longer posing a threat to Aryan. Aryan plans to rename and rebrand the Ailby Group, and there is nothing Alethia can do about it. Alethea has lost the company her grandfather worked so hard to establish. If we can no longer control the company, why not start anew? Conway replied, the Ailby family has operated the Ailby Group for many years, and many people still have affection for the family. As long as Uncle or Celeste gives them a call, they should remember old times and come work for our Fengyang company. With Celeste's abilities, my assistance, and the efforts of the veteran employees, we have a good chance of rebuilding another Ailby Group. Alethea and Dawson fell silent. Currently, this seems like a viable path. Furthermore, if they could buy out the Fengyang company, they would have full control without other shareholders hindering them. This would allow Alethea to fully utilize her capabilities and prove herself. I think we should be realistic, Dawson said, unconvinced. Celeste is already unwell. After finally getting some rest, she shouldn't overwork herself again. Also, Aryan has already stabilized the Ailby Group and set out a plan. Once he finds a partner, the Ailby Group will get back on track. In 2 to 3 years, the Ailby Group will surely go public. If it goes public, our wealth will increase tenfold. Why make things difficult for ourselves when we can just sit back and earn money? There's still a question mark over whether Aryan can even get the company listed. I think his goal is only to recover the $8 billion invested by Huifeng. What will he do with the company after he recovers his capital? Conway retorted, Fitzroy isn't even focusing on the company now, but appointed Celeste's former assistant as the CEO. What does this mean? Doesn't this undermine Celeste's 5 years of effort? Fitzroying this, Alethea lowered her head, while Conway grew more agitated. Aryan is clearly trying to humiliate Celeste. If Celeste stays down, she'll be even more despised by Aryan. Our only choice now is to develop the Fengyang company and show Aryan Celeste's capability. Dawson was at a loss for words. Big brother-in-law, Aryan has humiliated the Ailby family. Even if he takes the Ailby Group public, would you feel at ease taking that money? Would you feel comfortable spending it? Conway practically spat in Dawson's face. Dawson wanted to say he would absolutely feel at ease, preferring to do nothing and make money every day. However, though he had little ambition, his sister certainly did. Alethea had always been ambitious. She misjudged Aryan and had her company taken away by someone she despised the most. The blow was severe. On the surface, Alethea seemed fine, but internally, she must be feeling extremely sad and complicated. If she remains subdued for too long, it might eventually affect her health. Celeste, whatever decision you make, Big Brother will support you. After some thought, Dawson looked at his sister. If you want to develop the Fengyang company, I can sell some shares if money is tight. As a man of the Ailby family, he had lived quite freely these past few years, leaving all the business troubles to his sister. Now seeing his sister so distressed, Dawson felt he needed to do something. Even if Alethea sold her shares, it wouldn't be enough to buy the remaining shares of Fengyang company. And after acquiring the shares, additional funds would still be needed to develop the company, not just to buy and let it sit idle. Alethea looked up at her elder brother, clearly surprised. This was the same brother who once took company liquidity to lend for personal gain. This was the same brother who refused to put in a single cent when the company faced difficulties, acting as if it belonged to someone else. She suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards him. Cough. Celeste, don't look at me like that, Dawson said awkwardly. We are family, and when we encounter trouble, we should definitely help each other. Forget it, not selling. Alethea shook her head. Fitzroy's elder brother and sister-in-law didn't have much ambition. If she sold the company's shares, her sister-in-law would surely argue with her brother. If she insisted on selling, and if Fengyang company developed well, that would be good. But if it didn't develop well, they would end up losing their shares, and things might not be as simple as just an argument. It was rare for her brother to be generous once, and to consider her once. She had to consider him, and also her sister-in-law. Celeste, why don't you want to sell now? Don't you want to prove yourself? Dawson was surprised. What's there to prove? Who is it supposed to prove to? Alethea smiled bitterly. Always living in others' eyes, making them satisfied, is that still oneself? I'm fine now. These years were too busy. I haven't read many books. Rest well, get married, stay at home, and take care of the family. Elbecca life might be pretty good too. Dawson carefully observed his sister. It seemed like she had really let go, without so much resentment, becoming more open-minded. Since that's the case, then I'll follow your wishes, Dawson replied. We have houses, cars, and shares. As long as we don't overspend, having enough food and clothes is no problem in this lifetime. Just like me, since I don't have much ambition, I don't have many worries either. Alethea picked up the book that had fallen to the ground, planning to continue reading. But Conway suddenly stood up, roaring, I disagree. This gave the brother and sister quite a fright. Dawson frowned and said, Are you crazy? If you disagree, just say so. Why yell so loudly? One of you has no ambition, and the other wants to stay at home and take care of the family. What about me? Regardless of Dawson's expression, Conway still shouted loudly, What do I do? Live like Aryan, staying at home and depending on others. You guys can live such a life, but I can't. I don't have Aryan's thick skin. I must achieve something. So what exactly do you mean? Dawson asked solemnly. If you don't agree to buying Fengyang shares, then we divorce. Conway threw the cup in his hand. What? Divorce? Both Dawson and Alethea looked at Conway in disbelief. Chapter 94. What you chose. Marty and Sister Arlen had never expected Conway to suddenly bring up divorce. It was utterly unexpected. Arlen flew into a rage, walked up, and grabbed Conway by the collar. You damn fool! You've grown some guts, smashing things and even proposing divorce? For your sake. My sister terminated her pregnancy and divorced Aryan, which ruined Ailby Corporation. Now you're suggesting divorce just because we haven't bought the shares yet? Do you take this marriage as a joke? What do you think of my sister? The biggest culprit who brought down Ailby Corporation is you. You secretly took the company's working capital for loaning, causing Huifeng to withdraw its investment. Conway retorted. As for what kind of woman your sister is, isn't that something you, as her brother, should know clearly? She has a strong-willed, stubborn personality. She's had an abortion and a divorce. What good woman could she be now? Only I didn't despise her. Would other men tolerate her like me? Am I wrong? If I divorce her again, it will be her third marriage. You. Alethea looked at Conway, speechless. Perhaps she had long guessed that Conway would think this way, but hearing it spoken still made it hard to accept. Those words were like countless knives piercing her heart. She really deserved it, truly did. Alethea fell to the ground, almost choking. Bang! Arlen couldn't hold back anymore and swung a fist at Conway's cheek. I'll beat you to death. Conway didn't back down, instantly grappling with Arlen. Clearly much thinner, Conway was soon pinned down. Punch. How can we make things easy for Conway, that ungrateful fellow? Celeste has had an abortion and a divorce. Even if she divorces Conway again, many men would still be willing to marry her. You don't understand your sister's thoughts. Sighing, Christy said, given your sister's intelligence, having been with Conway for so long, doesn't she know his character? At first, she might have genuinely believed Conway came back for love. But after experiencing all this, she must have realized Conway was after LB Corporation. If she knows that, why does Celeste continue to agree to marry Conway? Arlen was confused. At the moment Celeste aborted the child, she knew there was no turning back. Christy's tone grew complicated. Your sister has always been proud and ambitious, not wanting anyone to see her failures. This time choosing Conway and divorcing Aryan was a huge mistake on her part. She won't admit her errors either. If she admitted it, even she would deny herself. Wouldn't that invite more ridicule? So she's just going along with the mistake? Arlen was puzzled. You don't understand women's hearts. Just do as I say. Alright, I'll sell some shares and buy Fengyang Company. I want to see what Conway can do. Arlen said coldly. Discuss it with your wife. Sigh, let's keep it hidden from her for now. Miss Magdalena, please come in. Alright, go ahead. Yes. Elwyn looked at Aryan a few more times before turning to leave, deliberately walking very slowly. But Aryan did not say anything, and Elwyn felt a sudden sense of loss. It seemed that Chairman Bliss really valued her work attitude and ability, not her beauty. She had dressed up carefully today, wearing a white body-hugging professional dress that tightly wrapped her curvaceous figure, with slightly disheveled bangs accentuating her mature and authoritative demeanor. Unfortunately, from beginning to end, Aryan didn't seem to look at her much or pay attention to her. Fitzroy's previous judgment about Aryan was completely wrong. She might as well focus on managing the company properly. Elwyn shook off the chaotic thoughts in her mind and quickened her pace to leave. Aryan continued to close his eyes and cultivate. Recently, he had no interest in company affairs or the Sue family's intentions. Fitzroy had been working on converting his inner strength into true essence and had not touched the damaged copper piece. During this period, he rapidly improved his strength, not only to guard against the revenge of the Liao family experts, but also to attend a wedding in Carry High in a few days. Perhaps there will be a fierce battle. Chapter 95 Manager Lu's explanation. Marty Liu, LB Liha, and Conway want to buy shares of Fengyang Company. Should we sell them? The next morning, Aryan received a call from Donnie. If the price is right, why not sell? Around mid-July, though I can't remember the exact day. One day, she suddenly found me, gave me some money, and asked me to invest in the LB Group under Huifeng's name. She offered 1,000,000 yuan as a reward. However, later on, when the LB Group had a shortage of funds again, they came back asking for more financing. I could only contact that unknown lady. She then gave me a few pieces of jewelry to pawn, using the money to continue financing the LB Group. Pawned? Which pawn shop? Aryan asked. Yongren Pawn Shop on Zhenghe Street in North City. Do you still have the pawn ticket? Yes. Base carefully pulled out the pawn ticket from his pocket. I've been waiting for that lady to ask for the pawn ticket, or for you to come to me. I just didn't expect it would take so long, but I've always kept it safe. Thank you. Aryan expressed his gratitude. But I have a condition. If President Bliss doesn't agree, I'll tear up the pawn ticket. Base made a tearing motion with both hands, showing a determined expression. You also participated in embezzling Huifeng's wealth, and want me to let you off, right? Yes. Base said solemnly. Aryan sighed. That's why you moved abroad. Base remained silent. Let me ask you this. Did you pocket any of the jewelry after getting it from my mother? No. I knew that lady was significant, and I already took a commission of 10 million, so I didn't dare to keep any for myself. Are you sure? I swear. But that pair of jade earrings appeared in the Mingxian auction house. How? How is that possible? Base stood up. It must be the pawn shop's fault. Seeing we didn't redeem them in time, they must have taken the jewelry for auction. Let's go. We'll find out once we get to the pawn shop. Aryan stood up. If you haven't lied, considering your cooperation, I won't hold your past embezzlement against you. Exiting the hall, the three headed straight to Yongren Pawn Shop on Zhenghe Street in North City. Zhenghe Street, also known as Antique Street, was lined with antique shops. Yongren Pawn Shop was nestled among these antique shops. Though it looked old and small, with only one storefront, it had handled billions in business and was quite powerful. Similar to ancient shops, it had a high counter with heavy grills, and beside it, a heavy iron gate, making a forced entry extremely difficult. Base handed over the pawn ticket. I'm here to redeem the items pledged all those years ago. Please wait a moment. The shop assistant quickly took the pawn ticket and walked upstairs to the office, finding the shop manager in his study and handing over the ticket. The shop manager rose, holding the pawn ticket and keys, heading down to the underground storage room. At the entrance of the storage room, an elderly man guarded the door, requiring both keys to open it. Once inside the storage room, the manager searched for the corresponding items but discovered that 2 items were missing. Mr. Kong, besides me and the deputy manager, has anyone else come in recently? The shop manager asked, looking at the elderly man beside him. It seems second young master came by, the elderly man replied. Second young master? The shop manager's expression changed slightly as he quickly took out his phone and called second young master. Second young master, did you take 2 items from the storage room? Took them? So what? It's been 5 years since the pawn tickets were issued. They probably won't come to redeem them. Second young master replied. Leaving them there would just waste space. I might as well take them. The problem is, they are here now, the shop manager said gravely. Fitzroyer? How coincidental. Second young master. Where are those 2 items now? I gave them away, second young master replied. This. How do we explain this to our guests? The shop manager said helplessly. Just make up an excuse, say they're broken or damaged. But our Yongren pawn shop has always operated on integrity, which is why we have stood for 100 years without falling. How can we convince anyone if we say they're broken or damaged now? The shop manager emphasized. If they start making a scene, our reputation will be ruined. Whatever amount was pledged back then, double it now, and if that doesn't work, offer twice more. I don't believe they wouldn't be satisfied. Second young master sternly replied. If they still cause trouble, then don't blame us for being impolite. Isn't Uncle Kong there? Make sure they stop causing trouble. Well, the shop manager was stunned for a moment, then sighed. I guess that's all we can do. Hanging up the phone, the shop manager turned to Mr. Shiloh. Mr. Kong, what should we do? Why don't we call the head of the family? Suggested Shiloh. Good idea. The shop manager then called the head of the family and reported the situation. The head of the family scolded second young master over the phone, but ultimately decided similarly to what second young master had suggested. After hanging up again, the shop manager felt reassured. Locking the storage room, he instructed a junior clerk, bring the guests to the reception room. Yes. Also, notify the senior members from other stores to come over and stand guard outside. If negotiations fail, let them in. Yes. The Gu family, who owned Yongren Pawn Shop, operated not only this pawn shop on Antique Street, but also several other antique shops. Each of these shops had skilled experts stationed there. Chapter 96. I love eating punishment wine. Aryan and his 2 companions waited in the reception room for 5 or 6 minutes before the shop manager finally walked in, saying apologetically, Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm manager Eustace of Yongren Pawn Shop. My apologies, I was checking the goods just now. Aryan waved his hand. Let's get straight to the point. Okay. Eustace knew that Aryan was the main figure among the 3, as there were surveillance cameras in the reception room. While waiting for the bodyguards to arrive, he also sized up Aryan and the others. Aryan dressed simply, looking like an ordinary person. However, Eustace had seen many accomplished individuals or descendants from prestigious families who appeared this way, unassuming yet exuding a subtle confidence and grace. Only Aryan sat casually, while the elderly man wearing glasses perched on only half of the chair. The imposing middle-aged man didn't sit at all, but stood respectfully behind the young man. Senior Shiloh couldn't even see through this middle-aged man. He might be an expert. That was why Eustace delayed coming in and continued to wait. Fitzroy needed to call in more experts to prevent any unforeseen events. Yongren Pawn Shop's reputation couldn't afford to be tarnished. Sir, here's the thing. I've just counted the items pledged and found that both the hairpin and ear pendants are broken. Eustace apologized. I'm truly sorry. Our clerk accidentally damaged them while cleaning. We are willing to give you the remaining pledged items without any redemption fees or interest. What do you think, sir? Are you sure they're broken? Aryan asked with a smile. Yes. Can I see the fragments? Perhaps I can repair them. Well, we tried repairing them, but it only made them worse. In the end, they turned into a pile of shards and had to be discarded. Is that so? Indeed. Eustace lied with a straight face, making it seem plausible. Yongren Pawn Shop has a golden reputation in Hangzhou, right? It has a history of over 100 years, hasn't it? Aryan changed the subject. Over 170 years. The sign outside saying integrity is our foundation can be taken down now. What do you mean by that, sir? I went to Mingxian auction house a while ago and spent 11 billion buying a pair of ear pendants. Those ear pendants were the ones my mother pawned at Yongren Pawn Shop. Aryan sighed. The parent's heart is indeed boundless. To help her son and daughter-in-law, she didn't want to trouble anyone else, so she pawned her dowry. Perhaps this gift originally intended for her daughter-in-law just got converted into money. But as a son, I should redeem these items, shouldn't I? But you took the pledged items to auction. Now you have the nerve to tell me they're broken? Why should Yongren Pawn Shop sign remain? Now it made sense. Eustace realized how coincidental it seemed earlier. The second young master must have given the hairpin and ear pendants as gifts, and that person then took them to the auction house. What a case of unrequited love. Moreover, the real owner caught them red-handed, spending 11 billion to buy back the items, not knowing if they were genuine. They were likely fake. Fitzroy received the ear pendants for around 30 million, but as a pawn shop, they wouldn't pay a high price. Their true value was probably 50 million. 11 billion, which is several times their worth. Did this kid come to extort Yongren Pawn Shop? Eustace narrowed his eyes. Sir, your mother's ear pendants and hairpin were indeed broken when we received them. As for the ones from Mingxian auction house, they might be the same model, that's all. Denial was the key. Let's see how you prove the ear pendants from the auction house came from Yongren Pawn Shop. You mean I should find evidence proving the auctioned ear pendants came from Yongren Pawn Shop? Aryan laughed. But today, I don't intend to prove anything. All I want is to redeem the items on the ticket, paying the full redemption fee and interest. Is that too much to ask? Following the proper procedure, the ticket isn't expired either, so it's reasonable. Eustace shook his head. However, it's clearly stated that long-term storage may cause damage. If damaged, we'll compensate at 3 times the original value. That's clearly written. All right, let's follow the procedures. Aryan nodded. Bring the items up. Eustace instructed. Soon, a shop clerk brought in a tray filled with various exquisite boxes. There were 7 pledged items in total, but now only 5 boxes remained. 2 were missing. On the tray, there was also a check. This gentleman can inspect the other pledged items. The compensation for the hairpin and ear pendants is also here. Eustace made a gesture inviting Aryan to proceed. Tell me the whereabouts of the hairpin, and I will let bygones be bygones, and leave with the items, Aryan said in a deep voice. I already told you that the hairpin was broken too. Eustace raised his voice as well. Considering that the remaining 5 items are still intact, I've already made significant concessions. Do we have to resort to force? Aryan sighed. Does my willingness to compromise make you think I'm easy to bully? You don't believe me when I say they're broken and have offered compensation? It seems you're the one provoking trouble. Eustace's lips twitched. The next moment, he clapped his hands, and over 10 men in black rushed in from outside. Each of them had an imposing aura, glaring at Aryan angrily. I advise you to sign this contract. Eustace took out a contract and insisted firmly. Don't refuse the reasonable offer only to accept punishment. Our Gu family has been running this pawn shop for 100 or 2 years, always keeping our word. If someone wants to damage our reputation, we naturally won't stand for it. Ha ha ha. Aryan laughed loudly. Illegally selling customers' pledged items, and now you still have the audacity to talk about the Gu family's reputation. Truly laughable. I'll gladly accept the penalty today. Aryan's smile vanished, and in the next moment, his voice turned icy. Kill. Yes. Ambrose couldn't hold back the urge to kill any longer. If it were him, he would have acted without delay instead of wasting time on idle talk. Kill. Ambrose stepped forward and grabbed toward Eustace. This place doesn't allow you to act recklessly. Israel beside Eustace slammed the table, leaping up and punching towards Ambrose's face. Die. With just your late-stage rank 1 power? Ambrose turned his grab into a palm strike, intercepting Israel's punch. Pooh! A terrifying internal force surged like waves crashing against Israel's arm. His clothes exploded outward as he was sent flying backward, crashing through the window and falling into the courtyard behind the reception room. What? How could this be? Eustace's face showed shock. Attack. All of you attack together. Destroy him for me. Chapter 97. The monk can run, but not the temple. A dozen black-clad bodyguards charged at Ambrose. These men were already quite formidable by outside standards, all being at least rank 1 cultivators. Israel was the strongest, a late rank 1, while the rest varied from mid to early rank 1. For a single shop to have a rank 1 guardian clearly demonstrated that the Gu family indeed had substantial resources. But against a grandmaster, they couldn't even break through Ambrose's defenses. Anyone who was hit by Ambrose either died or was seriously injured. Ambrose was not only powerful but also extremely ruthless in his attacks. Damn, he's actually a grandmaster. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Eustace turned and ran. Aryan didn't chase after him, remaining leisurely as he sipped his tea. By the time he finished his cup, Ambrose had already dealt with all the bodyguards. Master, should we pursue them? Ambrose asked. Why bother? Their shop is still here. The monk can run, but not the temple. Aryan smiled and stood up, heading downstairs. Let's see what good things are in their storage room. Ambrose also wore a mischievous grin. We've taken other customers' items. Let's see if Yongren Pawn Shop sign still shines. When dozens of customers come to redeem their items and they can't produce them, it will be quite amusing. Beside them, Base's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. This move was indeed vicious. The 3 arrived at the storage room entrance, where a thick iron door guarded the space. Ambrose punched it with full force but couldn't open it. The steel door was probably 20 to 30 centimeters thick. Stand back. Aryan waved his hand, and Ambrose quickly stepped aside respectfully. Bang! Aryan slapped the side of the door, then shook it, shattering the lock mechanism with another strike, causing the door to collapse dramatically. What a true monster, Aryan. Base was thoroughly shocked. Inside the storage room, it was roughly 2 meters tall, dry, and specifically designed to prevent dampness. It housed all sorts of peculiar items, ranging in value from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions. Aryan circled around but didn't find anything satisfactory. Pack everything. Aryan waved his hand. Let them come to us to redeem their items. Elbeer thing. Ambrose stripped off his clothes and began packing valuable items into them without hesitation. Fitzroy even took off Base's clothes, who dared not protest. After filling 2 pockets, the trio finally left. Eustace hadn't run far. After hiding and calling the Gu family, he saw the 3 walk out and didn't dare to stop them, instead keeping a safe distance. Only after Aryan and company drove away did he instruct his men, follow them in your cars. His men got into their vehicles and followed. Eustace rushed to the storage room on the ground floor. Seeing the untouched lock, he was alarmed. Witnessing the trio earlier carrying a large bag, Eustace felt something was amiss. Fitzroy didn't think deeply, though, since Yongren Pawn Shop had 2 storage rooms, one next to the reception area for lower value items valued under 10,000 yuan, and another underground for more valuable items, which could only be opened with 2 keys, one of which Eustace possessed. However, since the upstairs storage room wasn't touched, what did those 3 take? Eustace rushed downstairs and found the heavy door lying broken on the ground. Fitzroy sat down on the spot, his face paler than death. Finished. These pawned items were gone. What would they do when customers came to redeem them? Compensation was minor, but Yongren Pawn Shop's reputation was ruined. Who would still come here to pawn items in the future? Fitzroy immediately called the family patriarch, saying tearfully, Patriarch, they took a lot of items from the storage. Upstairs? No, downstairs. You incompetent fool. How did you give them the key? I didn't give them the key. They must have destroyed the door somehow. Where are they now? I've sent people to follow them. Don't lose them. If you do, you'll answer to me. Yes, Patriarch. An hour later, Eustace and his group arrived at a crossroad opposite Villa number 3, Westlake. Eustace got into a Maybach, where the Gu family patriarch and the second young master sat. Patriarch, second young master, this is where they are. Are you sure? Absolutely. My men saw their car enter here. That's a bit troublesome. The head of the Gu family, Horatio, frowned deeply. To be able to live in such a villa, he must not be an ordinary family's offspring. Why didn't you check his background before making your move? I and Senior Kong did observe him. We indeed found that the young man and the master-level expert were extraordinary, but we didn't expect them to be this extraordinary, Eustace said helplessly. Fitzroy mentioned those pawned items belonged to his mother. I thought it might be someone from a declined noble family, But I never expected that he would have a master-level expert by his side, Eustace added. Horatio pondered for a long time before giving instructions. When we go in, show respect. Try not to make any moves if possible. Let's resolve things peacefully. Yes. Eustace replied respectfully. And you? Horatio glanced at his son Ushvin sharply. Who told you to give away those pawned items? Go apologize sincerely after this. Ivor, I understand, Ushvin responded quietly. Let's go. Horatio took the lead in getting out of the car, followed by two black-clad elders from the cars behind. They walked toward the villa gate. Please inform my arrival. I am Horatio, the owner of Youngren Pawn Shop, here to pay respects, Horatio politely said to the guard at the gate. Without needing to report, the guard opened the gate directly. Go ahead. Our young master is waiting for you in the pavilion. Horatio exchanged glances with Eustace, both somewhat surprised. It seemed the young man knew they were coming and had been waiting. Perhaps there was already a net laid inside, just waiting for the Gu family to fall into the trap. Even so, Horatio still had to go in, not only because of the numerous items in Arjan's hands. If they couldn't get them back, Youngren Pawn Shop's credibility would be severely damaged. More importantly, Horatio was truly worried about retaliation. Since the hairpin had been given away by his son, and the woman wasn't currently in Hangzhou with her special status, it would be awkward to ask for it back. Without retrieving the hairpin, the owner of the villa definitely wouldn't let the matter rest easily, which could bring significant trouble to the Gu family. But no matter what, the items must be retrieved. It just needed some time. Horatio took a deep breath, leading everyone into the villa, heading straight for the lakeside pavilion. There sat only one person cross-legged on the wooden corridor by the lake. It's him, Eustace whispered. Now he's alone. Fitzroy of the family. Should we capture him and use him as leverage to get back the items? Capture him? Horatio narrowed his eyes. Chapter 98. Found another treasure. Horatio was indeed somewhat tempted to catch this young man and force him to hand over the pledged items. That way, it would also give an account to the other customers. However, Horatio had his concerns. Knowing full well that someone from the Gu family would come, this young man still dared to wait here alone without a master protector nearby. This could only mean one thing. This young man had absolute confidence in his own strength. Horatio squinted his eyes, but chose not to act rashly. Instead, he walked up and apologized with clasped fists. Sir, I am Horatio, the head of the Gu family. My son took the liberty of giving your pledged item to someone else, and manager Eustace acted presumptuously against you. I have specially brought them here to apologize. Sir, it was my fault for offending you. Please deal with me as you see fit. Eustace spoke first, bowing deeply. It's all my fault for giving the pledged item to someone else. Please punish me, sir. Ushvin followed suit, but he merely clasped his fists and bowed slightly. What apology? We are even now. Arjan teased. As for this, we have sent people to retrieve sir's hairpin, and any economic loss caused will be fully compensated by our Gu family. Horatio said seriously, but the pledged items you took away do not belong to us, nor are they worth much. If sir could return them, I would open the Gu family's private treasure vault and let you choose any one item. So the ear stud I bought for 11 billion isn't worth anything? Arjan asked coldly. How could it be worth 11 billion? Ushvin retorted. Oh, do you think I'm lying? Arjan sneered. If it really sold for 11 billion, I wouldn't eat the ear stud, but I would definitely pay you double the price. Ushvin said gravely, no, whatever you paid for it, I'll pay 5 times that. Fine, remember your words. Arjan smiled sarcastically and stood up. Let's go to your Gu family. The pledged items. Horatio probed. Boldly, let's go. Arjan waved his hand. Thornton, carrying a handbag, walked over from the hall and tossed it to Horatio like throwing trash. Horatio carefully caught it, fearing any damage to the contents. After handing the bag to Eustace, he politely said, Sir, please follow me. Arjan swaggered out of the villa with Horatio and others, even getting into their Maybach. Thornton drove the old Volkswagen Magotan and followed behind, showing no worry at all. Do I know sir's esteemed name? Horatio asked. Arjan. Arjan replied curtly and closed his eyes. Horatio didn't push further and remained silent on the ride. Arriving at the Gu residence, Horatio did not take Arjan straight to the treasure vault, but led him to the hall. Sir Bliss, please wait a moment. The key to the vault is with my second uncle. Arjan waved his hand, signaling Horatio to fetch the key. Actually, he guessed Horatio was stalling for time. If the Gu family had ulterior motives, it would suit Arjan just fine. He could then take more valuable items from the Gu family's vault. If they had no bad intentions, he wouldn't plunder the Gu family's treasure vault either. In the backyard of the Gu residence, Horatio gathered several elders and brothers to discuss the situation. Kill him, an elderly white-haired man said coldly. Yes, kill him. With just one Grandmaster protector, he dares to swagger into our Gu family residence. Fitzroy clearly doesn't respect our family. Israel is dead. We must avenge him. Do we, with 3 Grandmasters in the Gu family, fear just one? Most agreed to kill Arjan outright, but family Fitzroy Horatio shook his head. Brett, everyone. Arjan lives in Villa number 3 on Westlake Road. People who live there are certainly from extremely wealthy and influential families. This time, it was our mistake first. I think it's best not to escalate things. Then let him pick from the vault? Brett said coldly. Some valuables were obtained at great cost. I'll take him to vault number 3, which contains undetermined antique items anyway. Horatio responded. Moreover, Arjan is so young and lacks discernment. Letting him choose one item wouldn't hurt. That's not a bad idea, Brett nodded. Let's do it. Others also nodded in agreement. Then I'll go. Horatio left the meeting and went back to the hall, apologizing. Sir Bliss, you've waited long enough. Please follow me. Arjan and Thornton followed Horatio through winding corridors until they entered the basement. Passing through several heavy doors, they finally arrived at the innermost treasure vault entrance. As Horatio opened the door, a rush of rustiness emerged. As they walked in, a thick layer of dust covered the shelves. This clearly showed that the Gu family seldom sent people to clean this room, indicating it wasn't a highly valuable treasure vault. Thornton snorted coldly with dissatisfaction. This was clearly a trick. However, since Aryan didn't say anything, Thornton could only temporarily suppress his anger. In fact, Aryan was not angry but rather more pleased deep down. Ordinary items were far beneath his interest. It was precisely such an inconspicuous treasure vault that might harbor some good finds. Fitzroy strolled in with interest. Many of the items were heavily rusted, and some were broken. Quite a few had patterns and designs that were unrecognizable, making it impossible to tell their age. But as he examined each item, probing them with true essence, he found no reaction after checking dozens, feeling slightly pale from the strain without any success. Seeing this, Horatio standing at the entrance sneered inwardly, intending to have things turn out this way. Fitzroy couldn't say later that the Gu family didn't let him look, only that he couldn't find anything useful himself. But then, Chapter 99. You're only worth one punch. Aryan looked at the Gu family members who appeared at the door and smiled. Barton scoffed. Smiling at your own doom? Aryan sighed. I was planning not to hold any grudges today because I'm in a good mood, but you insist on finding death yourselves. Are finding our own deaths? A parasite like you has no right to talk so big. Barton laughed out of anger. This is the Gu family's turf, with just one master beside you. Do you really think you can take on the world? What parasite? Horatio walked around Aryan and stood beside his uncle. Ivor, I've just found out Aryan's background. Ushvin smiled. Fitzroy lived off the Ilby family for 5 years, then worked at Huifeng Hangzhou branch after divorcing. Because he helped expose a traitor at Huifeng, he got promoted to vice president and even received that villa as a reward. This kid doesn't have any strong backing. It's just that he has one martial arts master near him. It's a shame he pretended to be a powerful man in that villa. It was all show. Now I see, almost deceived by him. Turning to look at Aryan, Horatio had an ashen face. Aryan, put down the bronze ball. We won't make things hard for you. Ailbeck treasures are not meant for someone like you. How shameless your Gu family members are. Aryan sneered. You said I could choose anything, but you took me to a room filled with scrap metal. That bronze ball was covered in dust among the junk, ignored for decades by you. Laughing in rage, Aryan continued. After I discovered its value, you suddenly say it's a treasure? Don't you feel ashamed saying such things? Indeed, the faces of those from the Gu family hung low, so they stopped arguing. No more chit-chat. Let's get him. Before acting, don't you wonder why I realized the bronze ball was valuable? Asked Aryan. After capturing you, we'll naturally know the answer, Barton sneered. Fourth uncle, seventh uncle, you two handle that master. Tire him out while I deal with him personally later. Yes. The two elders attacked Thornton. Jing Song, you take down that Aryan, ordered Barton. Just as Abdullahi was about to move, Ushvin had already rushed forward. Third uncle, there's no need for you to act. I can handle Aryan. Fine, but remember not to underestimate him, Abdullahi paused to remind. Third uncle, I know. Although agreeing verbally, Ushvin still charged over at top speed, throwing a fierce elbow strike at Aryan's face. Without a master to protect you, let's see what you can do. I can take you down with just one punch. Aryan casually raised his hand and punched back. Zhu Cheng is peak second tier, the strongest of the younger generation of the Gu family. For Aryan to dare being so careless is bound to end in failure, Barton sneered. Zhu Cheng will definitely break Aryan with this elbow. Others also laughed coldly. Bang! As fist met elbow, there was a crack, signaling bone breaking. Ushvin flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, holding his arm and screaming in agony. His right elbow was shattered, white bone clearly visible. Zhu Cheng, son. Barton gritted his teeth. An elbow broken like this would be difficult to regain full strength even if healed. With one punch, Aryan ruined their family's future. Abdullahi regretted letting his nephew act instead of himself. Die. Abdullahi rushed over, throwing an angry punch toward Aryan's face. Dealing with you also takes just one punch. Aryan made the same move as before. This time fists clashed. Despite being stronger, Abdullahi was flung backward just like his nephew. His arms' clothes burst open, tendons severed, blood splattered everywhere. Jing Song. Barton et al.'s eyes turned red with fury. Abdullahi, the strongest of their middle-aged generation, a mid-first-tier practitioner, was crippled by one punch. Die. You must die today. Roaring, Barton rushed over, his punch causing a whistling sound as he pumped most of his inner strength into it. Originally he wanted to conserve his power and let fourth uncle and seventh uncle exhaust Thornton first before making a killing blow. Barton coughed up several mouthfuls of old blood before finishing his remaining words. Fitzroy is, gee, Grand Patriarch. What, Grand Patriarch? How is this possible? Horatio looked utterly astonished. Get old 4 and old 7 to stop, Barton said with difficulty. Without needing to be told, fourth uncle and seventh uncle, who were attacking Thornton, had already withdrawn. Although they were shocked by Aryan's terrifying strength, they still stood between Barton and Aryan, guarding vigilantly. If Aryan continued to attack, they would give their lives to block him for a moment, allowing the Gu family members to escape. Aryan did not continue his attack, but stood with his hands behind his back, looking mockingly at the Gu family. Now do you understand why I could recognize that bronze ball as a treasure? The Gu family members fell silent, the entire scene deathly quiet. They now knew the reason. Detecting the inside of the bronze ball with true essence allowed that pure energy to leak out. No wonder they couldn't figure it out before, thinking it was just an ordinary bronze ball because no one in their family had cultivated true essence. Only those at least at the Grand Patriarch level had true essence. Unfortunately, they realized this too late. Well, how do you want to die? Aryan's icy voice resonated in the ears of all the Gu family members, like a death knell, plunging them all instantly in house receipt, amounting to 11 billion. If 5 times, then it's 55 billion. Now, your Gu family owes me this much. Will you pay in cash or with goods as collateral? This. Horatio felt like the receipt was burning in his hand. Ushvin, whose arm was crippled, glanced at it, equally shocked. It really is 11 billion. This time we're stripped to the bone. But where would the Gu family get 55 billion in cash? They had over 10 billion, but certainly not more than 20 billion. The members of the Gu family glared fiercely at Ushvin. What the hell did you say that for without checking first? Ushvin dared not even breathe heavily. How could he have known it would really sell for so much? What's said can't be unsaid. If you can't compensate, then you'll pay with your lives. As Aryan took a step forward, a terrifying aura enveloped everyone in the Gu family, causing cold sweat to trickle down their foreheads. And Aryan's next words sent them into an icy chill. One core disciple counts for 1 billion. Do you have enough people in your Gu family? Mr. Bliss, I can open other treasure vaults for you to choose from. We will try every possible way to make up the remaining sum gradually after collecting 55 billion. Barton said seriously. This was also a desperate attempt to find a way to interact with Aryan in the future. So be it. Why are you still hesitating? Aryan said impatiently. Mr. Bliss, please come this way. Horatio hurriedly led Aryan into the basement again, this time through another hidden door. It was Vault 1 and 2. Horatio no longer dared to play games, opening all the doors and allowing Aryan to pick freely. Vault 1 housed antiques, paintings, ceramics, and jewelry. Inside Vault 2 were gold bars and medicinal herbs. What Aryan needed now were these herbs, many of which were used for bone and flesh refinement during breakthroughs to the Grandmaster level. From earlier observations, the Gu family had several peak and late-stage first-rank experts, so these herbs were likely prepared for those individuals. Even the herbs for cleansing meridians were neatly placed. Aryan finally showed a hint of a smile. These cleansing herbs were probably prepared for Barton's breakthrough to Great Grandmaster, but they won't be needed now. Aryan's true essence had injured his internal organs, leaving him gravely wounded. Even with the best herbs, he would remain stuck at late-stage Grandmaster. In reality, even if Aryan didn't value Barton, this old man would have little chance of breaking through to Great Grandmaster. Fitzroy's too old. Without extraordinary fortune, peak Grandmaster would be Barton's limit. These take away. Aryan instructed.
Yes.
Ambrose pulled out a sack he had prepared in advance, picking up whatever Aryan pointed to. Horatio saw this and countless black lines floated across his forehead. Could it be that Aryan knew the Gu family? My son generously let Rosemary's cousin also pick something. She chose the pair of ear pendants. As for how they were sold, I have no idea. Understood. Aryan got into the car. Mr. Bliss, please take care on your way out. Horatio remained courteous until the car disappeared from sight, then slumped to the ground with a sigh of relief. After a while, he finally turned to his uncle. The Gu family had its own doctor, so uncle's injuries could be treated at home. However, his cousin Abdullahi and son Ushvin needed hospitalization. They should be nearly at the hospital by now, but uncle's condition was concerning. Uncle, it's all because I failed to discipline him that such a disaster occurred. Please punish me. Horatio knelt down, tears streaming down his face. This isn't entirely your fault. I made a mistake too. I shouldn't have tried to stop him. Barton sighed. If we had let him go, none of this would have happened. Uncle, we still owe him 50 billion. What do we do? Horatio asked. How about seeking refuge with another major family and having them eliminate Aryan? Gulausi suggested tentatively. That. Barton hesitated. Fitzroy wanted revenge, but thought of Aryan's terrifying power, making him wary. If another family could kill Aryan, it might work. If not, it could bring catastrophic destruction to the Gu family, even extinction. How much did Aryan take? Barton asked. Just the herbs for bone strengthening and meridian cleansing. Fitzroy didn't touch any gold bars or antiques, Horatio replied. In that case, forget about it. We won't make an enemy of Aryan. Barton waved his hand. At least Aryan is reasonable. Those major families are insatiable leeches. They wouldn't stop until they strip us bare. In the future, we can slowly build a relationship with Aryan, perhaps turning it into a rare opportunity for the Gu family. It depends on whether we can seize it. From now on, treat him respectfully whenever you encounter him. Got it?
Yes.
Chapter 101. Still in love with Fitzroy? Beside Lake Shihu, at Villa number 3, Aryan stared at the copper ball in his palm, his expression extremely conflicted. Master, what is the origin of this copper ball? And what is the aura inside it? Thornton asked curiously from his side. I don't know the origin of the copper ball, but if my guess is correct, the aura inside should be primordial energy. Aryan said seriously, only primordial energy can be so pure. Primordial energy? Thornton was shocked. Isn't it said that it's long gone? It said that only some uninhabited places still have it, or it might exist in some ancient artifacts passed down from the early or middle ancient time. This made his strength increase more slowly, but his foundation became firmer, and his true essence became even more powerful. At the same cultivation level, Aryan would have a greater advantage. In fact, he was truly only at the mid-great master stage. During the battle with Branson, a great master of the Liao family, Aryan's strength was only at the peak of the early great master stage at best. His body hadn't undergone bone forging, while Branson had been at the mid-great master stage for several years. There was indeed a gap between them. The age difference was huge. Those people were like Aryan's grandfather's generation, who had practiced fist techniques 50 to 60 years longer than him. If not for the aid of the broken copper piece, Aryan would have suffered a great loss that day. Recently, in order to quickly enhance his strength, he spent all his time converting inner strength into true essence, but the effect wasn't very good, and progress was slow. It's an example of how haste makes waste. Like Branson, great masters often get stuck at a minor realm for 3 to 5 years. The stronger they become, the harder it is to break through. They may need over 10 years to convert all their inner strength into true essence. Aryan had only spent a little over 2 years, yet nearly half of his inner strength had been converted into true essence, which was already quite impressive. Once all inner strength is converted into true essence, reaching the peak of great master allows one to start breaking through. However, how many people can achieve that level? Wasted. At the Grandmaster realm, besides continuously enhancing inner strength, one must also deeply understand and master the art of fist techniques, achieving a state where no move is better than any move, reaching the pinnacle. All moves should be simplified into complex variations. Some individuals have a deeper understanding of fist techniques, allowing them to leap directly from the peak of inner strength to the great Grandmaster realm, refining true essence. Aryan was like this. Perhaps Thornton and Matthew could also directly leap from the initial Grandmaster stage to the great Grandmaster realm. Yes. Thornton quickly called the two. When the sky was about to darken, they arrived. Let's begin. Aryan said seriously. Thank you, sir. Thornton and the others clasped their fists in gratitude and swiftly sat cross-legged around Aryan, focusing their minds and closing their eyes. Aryan's hands trembled simultaneously, and the killing aura and primordial energy burst forth at once. The killing aura and primordial energy entered Aryan's body. One surged towards his sea of consciousness, disrupting his mind, while his true essence instantly became chaotic within him. As Aryan absorbed the primordial energy, he circulated his true essence inside his body. Previously, he only allowed a little bit of killing aura to impact his sea of consciousness, as he dared not let too much. Named Andoni's outside asking to see you. Should I let him in? No, Aryan refused decisively. The security guard left. After a while, Aryan heard Andoni shouting, even using a megaphone. Aryan, my sister has acknowledged her mistakes. She still loves you. I know you still love her. If you speak up, she won't marry Conway. October 1st is the deadline. Think about it carefully. Drive him away. Aryan said coldly. Yes. Thornton walked out. Also, I won't meet any guests in the next few days. Aryan added. Yes. Chapter 102. Grand Wedding at the Church. Alethea and Conway's wedding was relatively low-key, without much fanfare, and was held inside Simu Church. The banquet was set up in the garden outside the church for the entire wedding feast. This was a combined engagement and wedding celebration, simple yet elegant. However, many people attended the banquet. Conway's father was an academician, so he had extensive connections. Numerous colleagues and friends came to attend, many of whom held significant positions in politics or science. The Ailby family's influence certainly couldn't match that of the G family. Moreover, on one side were intellectuals, and on the other side were businessmen. They had little common ground in conversation, which created a stark contrast but also a curious sight. Attending a Western-style wedding in a church felt somewhat peculiar to those intellectuals, and some even felt uncomfortable. Conway's father remained stern-faced throughout the ceremony, barely managing a smile when greeting people. It was even more unpleasant for him knowing it was a second marriage with no traditional tea ceremony. But his ex-wife had arranged everything, leaving him no choice. If not for his only son, he wouldn't have come at all. However, Conway didn't care about any of this. Fitzroy was in high spirits. Alethea had already purchased Fengyang Company and appointed Conway as the general manager, giving him full responsibility for its operations. Alethea claimed poor health and took on an advisory role, while Zechariah, who wasn't suited for management, became the logistics manager. All power within the company was concentrated in Conway's hands. Fitzroy changed the company name to Li Hui Company but faced challenges poaching talent from the Ailby Group. Even though Alethea and her father Deshawn reached out to recruit key personnel from Ailby Group, the executives believed the company had a brighter future after restructuring and didn't want to join Li Hui Company. Conway increased salaries twofold and offered to cover breach of contract penalties, eventually recruiting 4 core professionals. With the framework now in place, he could expand after the wedding. As for the Ailby family's dissatisfaction and Alethea, Zechariah earnestly advised her, Sister, it's not too late to call off the wedding. Once you vow before the priest, it will be too late. Vows? Alethea laughed bitterly. What good are vows? How many people keep them? Didn't I break my vows before? What does it matter if I do it again? I think if you call Aryan and apologize, he might accept you. After all, he loved you deeply. Zechariah said heavily. Apologize? Acceptance? Alethea shook her head. I know you're proud, but you did make a mistake. Shouldn't you take responsibility? Zechariah paced anxiously. Are you waiting for him to disrupt the wedding? Aryan has never wronged you. If it were me, I wouldn't come either. You should be the one to find him. Enough, I've made up my mind. Alethea stood up and turned toward the church entrance. Time is running out. It's time to go. Celeste, don't be so stubborn, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Zechariah shouted loudly, and Alethea paused, wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes before resolutely walking out. She was indeed still waiting for him to appear, but would he come? Alethea didn't know. Seeing guests, she forced a smile, masking her true feelings. Celeste, where have you been? It's almost time, and everyone has been looking for you. Conway also walked over, carrying heavy reproach and evident impatience. Even Conway had changed. He had never blamed her before, never uttering a harsh word. Everyone had changed. Let's go. Alethea stepped towards the church interior. Guests had started filing into the church, filling its vast space. Some people were left standing at the back due to lack of seats. Compared to her previous wedding, this one was much more lively. As the priest's voice began, Alethea and Conway walked step by step up to the altar, heading towards that sacred place. Conway turned around, straightened his back, and looked at these familiar relatives, listening to their praises of his perfect match. His smile widened. How are they here? When his gaze swept past a corner and saw those familiar faces, Conway's smile instantly vanished, turning completely rigid. They shouldn't be here. They should be in Western Europe. Yet, they appeared here. Today, Conway had hired several security guards specifically to prevent Aryan from causing trouble. However, Aryan did not come to cause trouble. Others did. Conway wanted to walk out and instruct the security guards to kick those 3 out, but it was clearly too late, as the ring exchange was about to happen. Moreover, such an action wouldn't be appropriate. On this joyous day, how could he expel his uncle's wife and children? These were his relatives after all, but without invitations, how did they get in? Was it Donnie who brought them in? No, Donnie hadn't received an invitation either. So, it must have been that his aunt called his father, and his father brought them in. Conway squinted his eyes, hoping that his uncle's family had only come to attend the wedding banquet and not to cause trouble. Chapter 103. Are you willing to marry the groom? Groom, are you willing to take this bride as your lawful wedded wife? Yes, I am. Will you stay with her, for richer or poorer, in sickness and health, forever? Yes, I am. Conway nodded. Bride, are you willing to marry this groom? Alethea was at a loss for words. At this moment, she could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down from the corner of her eyes, dampening her makeup. Back in high school, they had admired each other, talked about common ideals, and discussed their future together. Alethea had even daydreamed about herself in a wedding dress. However, the G family looked down on the Ailby family and forcibly broke them apart. It also happened that Conway's parents were getting divorced around this time. After graduation, Conway followed his mother to Western Europe. Their relationship managed to last for 3 years, surviving long-distance calls, until finally Conway proposed a breakup. Fitzroy said he couldn't handle such a long-distance relationship, but in fact, he must have found someone new. Outraged, Alethea chose to marry Arjan. Arjan provided her all the care she needed, allowing Conway to gradually sink into the deepest part of her heart, seemingly buried forever. However, Conway's sudden return, along with enormous pressure from the company and severe morning sickness, made her accept Conway again. Now it seems this was a grave mistake. Conway turned out to be a big liar. What he truly wanted wasn't to rekindle their past romance, but Ailby Group. Fitzroy coveted Ailby Group and this platform, not purely returning for emotional reasons. In fact, from the moment Conway returned, Alethea understood. She knew Conway well, his father was an academician, and his mother was a doctoral supervisor, but he did not wish to carry on their legacy. Fitzroy had no interest in the tedious research and utterly detested teaching. Fitzroy wanted to prove that he could succeed without relying on his parents, to demonstrate his capability. For the sake of their past feelings, Alethea was willing to give Conway a platform, to give him a chance. All she hoped was that after obtaining this platform, he would devote 70% of his energy to developing the company and 30% to caring for her, which would be enough for her. A proactive man should indeed pursue some of his own career. Even if Conway proved capable enough, she was ready to gradually hand over control of Ailby Group post-marriage, becoming the woman behind his success. However, Conway's behavior these days will make both families look ridiculous. If you don't say yes to marrying me, don't blame me when I tell everyone how you abandoned your husband and aborted the child in your belly for me. Alethea lifted her head, looking at Conway in disbelief. Earlier, he despised her as a divorced woman who had an abortion. Now, he wanted to destroy her reputation? Not many knew she was pregnant because it was only 3 months along. If outsiders knew she really left her husband, aborted her child for Conway, and then suddenly changed her mind, her reputation would be utterly ruined. Wherever she went afterward, people would talk behind her back. Conway had now completely shed his disguise, no longer pretending. Celeste was just too emotional. Now she has calmed down, please ask the question again. Conway gave Alethea a cold stare, and as he turned back to his position, a smile reappeared on his face. The bride, do you agree to marry this groom, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better or worse, in sickness and in health, until death do you part? The priest asked once more. Alethea was at a loss. She is unwilling, and she won't marry a despicable man like him. Before Alethea could speak, a woman's voice came from a corner of the church. Ailby enough, she was here to cause trouble. Today is the wedding ceremony, don't you dare ruin it. Conway's expression darkened. Get someone to throw her out? Security personnel approached and grabbed the woman. All present looked towards the woman with curiosity. Ruin it? You promised my uncle that you would take care of us properly in Western Europe. How did you settle us? The woman roared. You arranged fake documents and left us in a shabby town without any support. You were afraid your uncle might expose your misdeeds, so you hired people to kill him in prison to silence him. You are a wolf in sheep's clothing, hypocritical and vicious. Shut up. Conway trembled. You're slandering me. I will sue you for defamation. How could I come here without evidence? The woman continued. My husband is on his way here. I didn't plan to confront you personally but waited for him. However, I don't want to see an innocent girl marry a financial predator like you. What? Berkeley isn't dead? Conway stumbled back a step, his face turning ghostly white. No, he couldn't lose composure. If he did, everyone would suspect something was wrong. It must be his aunt trying to scare him. Berkeley had definitely died in prison, and he had seen the photos. In the photos, Berkeley had been strangled to death, tongue protruding, lifeless. Even if he were alive, the people he hired wouldn't betray him easily. Conway took a deep breath, forcing himself to appear calm. His mind raced, and soon he found an excuse, scolding, I understand now. You were sent by Celeste's ex-husband. Fitzroy can't accept that I took his wife away, so he dispatched you to disrupt this. It must be so. Get her out. No matter what, he had to control this situation first. Conway, what a wonderful nephew you are. A familiar voice echoed from the church entrance. Conway's face changed drastically. Fitzroy actually wasn't dead. Chapter 104. Is this the one destined for me? The crowd parted to form a path and Berkeley, with handcuffs on both hands, was led in by 4 plainclothes officers. Seeing Berkeley in person, Conway felt utterly despaired. Fitzroy knew that Berkeley's wife and children would eventually run into trouble in Western Europe, perhaps in 3 months or 6 months. Therefore, he took care of Berkeley first. By the time they returned from Western Europe, Berkeley would be dead. What could this widowed mother and her orphan children do then? Even if they pursued an investigation, it would be hard to trace back to him, Conway. But he never expected them to return so quickly, nor did he expect Berkeley not to have died. What on earth is going on? Conway glanced at Arlen nearby. Since Arlen introduced the intermediary, the problem must lie with Arlen. Arlen shrugged his shoulders, smirked, and displayed an expression of malicious joy. Indeed, as he had guessed, it was this guy who caused the trouble. Conway watched as his maternal uncle Berkeley drew closer. His mind raced, and he proactively approached Berkeley, hugging him and loudly exclaiming, Uncle, it's truly wonderful that you can come to my wedding banquet. Lowering his voice, he whispered in Berkeley's ear, Uncle, regarding aunt, cousin sister, and cousin Marty's matters, I really couldn't do anything despite trying my best. But now that I've become the general manager of Li Hui Company, as long as you don't expose me, I'm willing to compensate you. As for the specific compensation, can we discuss it privately after my wedding? Do you think I can still trust you now? Berkeley sneered. You shouldn't have promised me when you didn't have the capability back then. Otherwise, they wouldn't have suffered in Western Europe. A true villain isn't terrifying. It's people like you who are hypocritical and dangerous. Enough. You needn't explain or put on a show, Berkeley shouted loudly. Uncle, for my father's sake? My current situation stems from helping you out of respect for your father. Do you think I helped you for personal reasons? Berkeley interrupted Conway directly. Who do you think you are? But all previous cases have been closed. If you reveal everything now, it constitutes harboring a criminal, extending your sentence. Conway gritted his teeth and said through clenched teeth, this won't benefit you at all. Even if I'm sentenced to death, I'll take you down with me. Berkeley's tone was resolute. Meanwhile, he shoved Conway aside with his shoulder and declared loudly, everyone, just as my wife said, Conway is a despicable person and a big fraud. Back then, he deceived the Ailby family by saying that Huifeng invested in the Ailby Corporation because he begged me for help, which made the Ailby Corporation obtain investment from Huifeng. In fact, it has nothing to do with me. Later, he asked me to steal Huifeng's secrets. After I was imprisoned, fearing I would talk, he hired inmates to kill me to cover up his tracks. Shut up, Berkeley. Conway rushed forward, trying to cover Berkeley's mouth. Sir, please stay away from our prisoner. Two plainclothes officers stepped in and pulled Conway back. Stop. G's mother stepped out yelling, if you want to frame my son, produce some evidence. What do you take us for, causing a scene at the wedding? Even if my son is suspicious, a private investigation should be conducted. Why choose this moment? Are you deliberately targeting the G family? What about Glover and Veda? Where do you place us? She glared at the four plainclothes officers. Whose leader are you? I'd like to ask him if this complies with procedures. Glover's face was also grim. Arresting someone in public at his son's wedding showed no respect for him. You must give a reasonable explanation. A man with a broad forehead and square face stepped out beside him. The plainclothes officer saw this man, a big shot in the city, and felt intimidated. However, since this point, he could only reply firmly, we've gathered evidence and promptly brought the suspect here for identification. All procedures have been followed, and we were unaware of the wedding taking place here. If the suspect escapes, who would take responsibility? Fitzroyering this, the middle-aged man with a broad forehead and square face couldn't argue further. They were indeed executing their duties, and obstructing them would be impeding law enforcement. Perhaps fewer people would have made it possible to stop them, but too many witnesses might lead to complications. Since the influential figure wasn't speaking, the plainclothes officer gestured sharply, take him away. Stop. My son has always been modest and sensible since childhood. Fitzroy couldn't possibly have done something like killing to cover up a crime. Veda came forward, blocking her son. If you don't have any evidence, you cannot take my son away today. Instead, you must apologize to him. Ho-hot, since the staff said Li Hui is suspected, Li Hui should cooperate with the investigation, Glover said. The wedding can be postponed. As long as our son hasn't done anything wrong, I believe the relevant departments can clear his name in a few hours. By this afternoon, he will be able to come out and continue the wedding. No way, unless they present evidence now, Veda insisted. Without evidence, I will definitely hold them accountable. Madam, our mission is to apprehend criminal suspects, and this is a warrant for arrest. The plainclothes officer showed a document. Please step aside now, or we'll also arrest you for obstructing official duties. My son is a citizen of Western Europe. Even if he did something wrong, it's not your turn to arrest him. Get lost, Veda despised. Upon hearing this, Glover's face turned pig liver color, feeling utterly humiliated. Fitzroy wished there was a crack in the ground to bury himself. The big shot from the city who had just helped speak stepped back further. Others also looked strangely. They had immigrated abroad and didn't expect to exhibit a sense of superiority here. Now that this identity had been revealed, those who wanted to help would have to weigh their options carefully. And the tone of the plainclothes officer instantly became much stronger. Anyone who commits a crime in China will be subject to legal sanctions, and the status of Western Europe cannot save your son. You. Arrest. Two plainclothes officers took out handcuffs and forcibly prepared to take Conway away. Glover, are you still his father? Are you just going to watch them take him away? Juanita looked at her ex-husband with disdain. Do you realize I'm his father now? In the past, when I wanted to intervene, you wouldn't let me. You managed so well, now handle it yourself. Her, but she couldn't remember what they said at all. Deshawn and Andoni's, father and son, kept apologizing and seeing off their relatives. Only after everything was done did they walk over and call Juniper to go home. In the car on the way back, Juniper kept looking out the window without saying a word. The atmosphere inside the car was equally heavy. Christy feared that her daughter would get sick again from anger and could only comfort her. Ji-yoon, this is not your fault. Try to be more open-minded. Although Conway was indeed taken away during the wedding, it made us look foolish. But he has a narrow mind and resorts to any means to achieve his goals. It's good that he's caught now, better than causing great trouble for the Ailby family in the future. Finally, Juniper spoke up, not responding to her mother but to the older brother driving in front. Do you know where Aryan lives? Yes. Andoni's nodded. Go find him. Don't you think it's too late to go now? Andoni's tone carried blame. If I tell you to go, just go. What are you nagging for? Christy retorted. Okay. Andoni's turned the car around. The car headed straight for Villa number 3 by Westlake. The gate was tightly shut, and the security guard didn't open it but replied, Mr. Bliss is not here. Fitzroy must be here, Juniper shouted loudly. I'm his ex-wife. Open the door and let me in. I said, Mr. Bliss is not here. If you don't open the door, I'll smash my head against it and die here. The guard thought for a moment, really worried that Juniper might kill herself there. and could only open the gate. Juniper walked into the villa. Aryan, come out. I know you're at home. No one responded. Marty, Andonis, and Deshawn searched thoroughly, but there was no one. Little sister, Aryan really isn't here, Andonis seriously said. Fitzroy may have already left Hangzhou and returned home. Returned home, huh? Juniper was stunned. Perhaps it's for the best if he left, so he wouldn't see her disgrace today. Let's go home, Christy persuaded. Juniper nodded, didn't say anything, and followed them out of the villa. Carry High, Qian family. The Qian family estate spans dozens of acres, with typical Gothic architecture inside, over 100 years old. Even though there was going to be a grand wedding soon, they hadn't intentionally renovated it, making it quite old-fashioned. However, now it was decorated with lanterns, paper cuttings, and other festive decorations. In the master bedroom on the second floor of the main building on the right side of the estate, Stinking was sitting in front of the mirror, with 3 or 5 elderly women helping her dress up, putting on makeup, styling hair, wearing gold and silver jewelry. The people beside her were extremely busy. Because the ceremony was about to begin soon, they had to hurry. With these gold and silver adornments, the person in the mirror looked even more noble and graceful. Miss Yunqing, outside there's someone named Artically, leaving behind, who wants to marry you? It was precisely because of this that Aryan recognized these ear pendants. Fitzroy had only opened his mother's box that one time, seen the dowry once. However, since Stinking wore these ear pendants, it meant that the person who forcibly took them outside the auction house was none other than the eldest son of the Qian family, Ferris. Well, you still recognize them, Stinking laughed. Did you sell your own mother's dowry? Did Juniper sell them? No, my mother pawned them herself, Aryan said helplessly. Your mother pawned them herself? Dottie was initially stunned but quickly understood. Back then, the Bliss family had severed ties with Aryan, expelling him from the family and forbidding anyone from helping him, threatening to expel anyone who did. Dottie was aware of this. The Bliss family's main reason for doing this was to give the Nangong family an explanation. Aryan couldn't have both broken off the engagement and not paid any price, right? This left Aryan receiving virtually no help in Hangzhou. But as a mother, she couldn't bear to see her son suffer in Hangzhou, so she secretly supported him in ways that made sense. Aryan's mother didn't want to use the Bliss family's funds or let anyone know, so she could only dip into her own savings. Transferring money via bank might be traceable. Secretly pawning her dowry ensured the Bliss family remained unaware. Dottie instantly understood what had happened but became more puzzled. Right? How did they end up in Ferris's hands? We delayed redeeming them for too long, so the second young master of the pawn shop gave them away. Aryan explained. The person who received the ear pendants didn't wear them but sold them at an auction. Ferris and I were bidding against each other, and ultimately, I bought them for 1.1 billion. But, he blocked my way outside the auction house, demanding the ear pendants, and when his bodyguard moved, I gave them to him. That sounds like his style, Dottie laughed. By the way, why did you agree to marry him? I heard the Qian family has declined and isn't even considered a first-class family anymore. Aryan was curious. Even though your Nangong family has been old friends with the Qian family, there was no marriage agreement, and I remember you didn't like him. Why did you agree? Dottie's fiancé was supposed to be Aryan, arranged since childhood. Even after Aryan broke off the engagement, the Nangong family didn't find another suitor for her. With Dottie's background and her talents, strength, and beauty, there were plenty of aristocratic young men in Beijing for her to choose from. These people should all be better than the declining Qian family's son, right? Because the Nangong family sees potential in him, Dottie said seriously. Potential? Fitzroy broke through to become a grandmaster. Oh. Aryan finally understood. So that's it. Do you still dare to Chang this merits to reach the innate realm? It would indeed be a meteoric rise. The Nangong family arranged for Dottie to marry Ferris, luring such a genius into the family, which is undoubtedly a safe bet that will yield benefits. As for being afraid, Aryan's mouth curled into a smile. I didn't come here to snatch the wedding. I came here to reclaim the pair of earrings. Since these earrings are on your ears, I naturally need to take both the person and the goods. Have you thought it through? Dottie said seriously, because I'm using you again this time. Using him? Aryan was taken aback. Ever since he saw Dottie on the rooftop of the hotel last month and heard what she said, Aryan felt that Dottie might indeed be using him. She even specifically gave him the wedding invitation. Wasn't this aimed at using him again to escape the family-arranged marriage? Of course, there was also a possibility that Dottie wanted Aryan to feel better, so she intentionally said those words. This time, Dottie could use Aryan once more. But even if Aryan knew that Dottie was trying to use him to get out of the marriage, he would still do it. Fitzroy owed this to Dottie. I've thought it through, Aryan said solemnly. You must understand one thing. Even if you take me away, I won't necessarily marry you. Dottie continued. And the responsibilities you have to bear won't be any less. The last time you broke off the engagement, the Nangong family did not settle accounts with you. This time, coming to disrupt the wedding, the Nangong family will surely seek retribution from you. This is something I can't shoulder for you. You have to his aura completely concealed. Ferris's icy voice echoed in the corridor, daring to snatch my bride. Have you lost your mind? Snatch your bride? Aryan laughed. She was originally my bride, although we did call off the engagement. But, since you gave the meeting gift from my mother to Dottie, wasn't that telling me to come and snatch my wife? Originally my bride? You're Aryan? Ferris was taken aback, stepping closer, staring intently at Aryan. No, you're not Aryan. Your voice sounds familiar. Have we met before? I confirm, we have never met. And what did you mean by what you just said? Hangzhou, Mingxian auction house, don't you remember? Aryan replied. It was you? Yes. Now do you understand why I was willing to spend 11 billion to buy that pair of earrings? That was the dowry my grandmother gave to my mother. Aryan teased. Thanks for giving it to Stinking. Is he really Aryan? Ferris looked at Stinking. Yes. Stinking nodded. Fitzroy broke your engagement and made the Nangong family lose face. You still like him? How degrading. Ferris despised. I didn't say I liked him. Nor did I say I would marry him after breaking off the engagement with you. Stinking spread her hands. I just don't want to marry you. She's using you. Ferris turned back to Aryan. I know. Aryan nodded. But I'm willing. Unreasonable. Ferris got angry. Stinking. You know my strength. Do you think he can take you away today? Yes. Stinking responded. Ha ha ha. Ferris laughed loudly, then his eyes locked on Aryan. All right, I'll give you a chance. Let's fight. Whoever wins, Stinking goes with. No. Aryan shook his head. Afraid? Ferris laughed again. Even Stinking looked at Aryan with confusion. You lack confidence? Not. Aryan shook his head again. I just don't want someone to be the stake of our fight. Besides, fighting an early-stage great master with conditions sounds somewhat undignified. Stinking smiled satisfactorily. You arrogant fool, asking for death. Ferris couldn't stand their chorus anymore, especially Aryan's calm and self-confident demeanor, which he felt insulted his dignity. Whoosh! The palm strike came like the wind. Aryan stepped forward and met it with another palm. Bang! Their palms connected, true essence colliding. Are you also a great master? Ferris's expression changed. Why else would I dare to snatch the wedding? Aryan's lips curled, releasing even more terrifying true essence, along with a chilling aura enveloping Ferris. What kind of aura is this? Ferris felt as if he fell into an ice cellar, quickly retracting his palm and retreating. At that moment, his mind was in chaos. Practice for a few more years. You're not my match now. Aryan didn't chase, but instead looked at Stinking beside him. Let's go. Yeah. Stinking nodded and followed Aryan towards the corridor exit. Passing by Ferris, who clenched his fists tightly, thinking of stopping them but ultimately let them leave, watching Aryan and Stinking walk away. This marriage wasn't what he wanted anyway. Everyone thought he had climbed too high. It was better this way. Fitzroy only wished to advance further on the path of martial arts. Aryan, see who reaches the innate realm first. Ferris shouted. I'm waiting. Aryan waved backward. Chapter 107. Bride snatching? Master, just let them go like this? Two elderly men approached. Their eyes on Ferris showed evident reluctance. Ferris did not reply. Fitzroy gave a low hum and quickly sat cross-legged on the ground to suppress the chaotic true essence within his body. The two elders exchanged glances, shock plain on their faces. Just one palm had seriously injured master who had broken through to the peak master realm. What kind of strength did this Aryan possess? After 4 or 5 minutes, Ferris opened his eyes with lingering fear in his heart. What bizarre true essence? How did this guy cultivate? Master, are you alright? An elder asked. Not too much damage. It's just that the murderous aura wrapped within Aryan's true essence affected my heart and spirit, leading to the chaos of my true essence, Ferris replied, still feeling anxious. Murderous aura in his true essence? Yes. His true strength should be at mid-peak master realm, not much stronger than me, but his true essence is extremely peculiar. Ferris said coldly. It seems I am too ignorant after all. There are still such cultivation methods. The true essence carrying murderous intent has its advantages and disadvantages. The elder explained. When breaking through or suffering serious injuries, this murderous intent could easily backlash against him. A minor mishap would turn him into a mindless killing machine. Without a strong willpower, this kind of practice is not advisable. At Aryan's young age and insufficient tempering, experiencing such tyrannical power violates the natural order. In the end, it will also not be tolerated by it. Master needn't emulate him. Just follow your own path. With your talent, you have at least a 70% chance of breaking through to the innate realm. I wanted to continue cultivating, but you insisted on bringing me back for this wedding, even fawning over the Nangong family, making a spectacle of us. Ferris was somewhat dissatisfied. Once I break through to the innate realm, what worries do we have about rising again? Now, our family's reputation has been damaged once more. You asked if they could just leave like that, but could you stop him if they didn't? Both elders lowered their heads. None of them could stop a peak master. Even if the entire Qian family acted together, they likely wouldn't be Aryan's match. The decline of the Qian family from a top noble house to a first-rate clan was because it lacked a peak master to sit in its hall. A family without masters couldn't be considered a distinguished one. This debacle thoroughly tarnished their name. Master, we wanted the best bloodline for the Qian family, one elder explained. My marriage would ensure the best bloodline? Ferris asked sarcastically. All of us share great-grandfather's bloodline. How many of you have broken through to the peak master realm? These. If not for this wedding nonsense, I might already have broken through to late peak master. What would I fear from Aryan then? The two old men had no words left. After some time, Ferris suppressed the murderous intent, stood up again, and ordered, continue the wedding. Continue the wedding? The two men looked at each other, puzzled. With the bride gone, why continue? But after careful thought, they praised, Master, that's a brilliant move. Continuing the wedding while demanding the bride from the Nangong family meant they weren't alone in humiliation. Let the Nangong family fetch her back. In reality, Aryan met it head-on with full force, not daring to be negligent. Bang! Aryan was swiftly forced back, almost falling down. Hardly steadying himself, he felt inwardly astonished. Austin lived up to being a peak master, probably already half-step innate realm. With a surging true essence inside his body, if he were to unleash his full power, Aryan would not be a match. Mid-peak master realm? Austin did not continue the attack, but was instead shocked. Brat, you hide your abilities well. No wonder you dared to snatch the bride. I will take full responsibility for all the Nangong family's losses, Aryan said solemnly. If you return to Yinjing and marry Yunqing, I will overlook everything. No, Aryan refused. No? Then why did you come to snatch the bride? Austin flew into a rage. Because Christy doesn't like me either, Aryan spread his hands. It's better to let her make her own choice. Why are you still in the car? Austin glared at Stinking inside the car. Stinking got out reluctantly. Ivor, the decision is up to little Lou. Whatever he says goes. Austin looked at Aryan and stressed, letting you reunite with my daughter already shows exceptional leniency. Not killing you just now was also due to respect for your Bliss family. Don't push your luck now. If I kill you, your Bliss family won't dare do anything to me. Uncle, right now stinking sighed, but I don't have anyone I love. Don't have anyone you love? Aryan was stunned. Previously, my mother had someone read my fortune, saying I was destined to be alone forever. Stinking sighed, now I can't even go home, and you don't want to marry me. It seems that prediction might be accurate. Return to Hangzhou with me? Not going. Stinking took out a bank card. This is my savings over the years. Since I don't need it, maybe you can use it to compensate the Qin family for their losses. I won't take a woman's money. Then keep this as a memento. Stinking handed a token to Aryan. At this moment, another car drove by. Stinking waved her hand. Sister is leaving. Good luck. See you when you reach the innate realm. Aryan watched the car drive away, carefully examining the token in his hand. There was only one word on it. Absolute. What kind of force is this? Chapter 108. Kimura's request. So many? And they have to be at least 100 years old? Back at the Hangzhou villa, Aryan received an account list from Austin on his phone, instantly feeling a multitude of black lines cross his forehead. Ambrose glanced over as well and remarked in surprise, Ferris sure has done some good calculations, asking the Nangong family to provide the herbs for refining the body and purifying the essence to prepare for breaking through to the innate realm. Yes, I need these herbs too, Aryan sighed. Many of them are priceless rarities, and we're limited to finding them within a year. This is indeed troublesome. In other words, he needed to find at least 3 sets of the herbs required for refining the body and purifying the essence. 2 sets for himself since it couldn't be guaranteed that the first attempt would succeed. If it failed, having another set prepared would allow for a second try. And 1 more set had to be given to the Nangong family, specifically, Ferris. The herbs for refining the body were far more valuable than those for strengthening bones. Especially the herbs for nurturing meridians were rare. Although they obtained quite a few good herbs last time at the Gu family, none were suitable for nurturing meridians. There were plenty of herbs for smoothing qi and unblocking meridians, but using these would inevitably cause damage to the meridians afterward. Meridian nurturing herbs would then be needed. If the nurturing wasn't done properly, all efforts might be in vain. Even if a breakthrough was achieved, there could be lasting repercussions, hindering future progress. Should we seek Miss Bingyan's help? Ambrose asked tentatively. Not possible, Aryan replied decisively. The Bliss family already knew about this incident where he kidnapped Stinking. Fitzroy had caused so much trouble for the Bliss family again. Fitzroy also offended a promising grandmaster. If Ferris truly broke through to the innate realm, the Bliss family would face difficult times. After causing trouble for the family, how could he expect them to provide herbs? Last time, the killing aura inside the copper plate first. Rushing to attack the Liao family wasn't wise. With just one grandmaster holding them back and surrounded by other masters, Aryan could be exhausted to death. The Liao family didn't have many grandmasters, but they certainly had numerous masters, likely at least 20. Aryan had only 3 masters under his command at most, not enough to launch an assault on the Liao family stronghold. Let's continue training. Aryan walked to the lakeside, sat down cross-legged, and entered a meditative state. As twilight approached, Ambrose came over. Master, Miss Pan is calling. Should you take it? Aryan took the phone and asked, What's the matter? Mr. Bliss, we've run into trouble, Kimura said solemnly. What kind of trouble? Didn't I tell you before that my father has been investing heavily in researching automotive parts for several years? I know. Now we've made some achievements, but someone has their eyes on us. They want to invest and partner up. My father isn't sure whether to reject or agree and asked for your advice. Do they have considerable influence? Aryan guessed. Now that the Pan family's Honghu group had merged with Donnie's company, supported by the Yang family, they were not short of funds or factory space. The Yang family held over $1 billion in funds, all willing to be invested into the company. And Donnie had a large factory in Aocheng, fully equipped but mostly idle. With ample funds, factories, and equipment, why would they want others to invest and share profits? Unless the other party was highly influential, making Kimura's father afraid of offending them, thus coming to Aryan for help. They are Fichi Automotive Manufacturing Company, ranking among the top 5 private enterprises nationwide, with assets in the tens of billions. Kimura explained, their headquarters is in Kari High, with a branch in Hangzhou. Previously, they made a wrong bet and were focused on fuel vehicles. Now that they are transitioning to electric cars, it's already too late. Who knows how they heard that our Honghu group has new research results, but they came to discuss cooperation. They have already talked twice before, both times my father refused them. Tonight, they set up a banquet at Donghua Grand Hotel, preparing for one last talk. I guess if my father doesn't agree, they might resort to force. Donghua Grand Hotel? Aryan smiled. I'll head over later. Great, let's meet at the hotel. Ale beer. Aryan hung up the phone, got up, walked towards the villa, took a shower, changed clothes, then headed straight for the Donghua Grand Hotel with Li Fan. This hotel was located by the Qintang River, surrounded by no shops or residences. From the main road, there was still a winding driveway about 3 or 4 kilometers long. The driveway was lined with camphor trees, creating a pleasant environment. However, if someone bribed the hotel's city, Baker whispered in Aryan's ear, they came prepared. This might get tricky. Is that so? Aryan laughed, sitting down carelessly. I'm hungry, let's eat first. Chapter 109. Hakim reappears. The atmosphere in the restaurant became somewhat eerie. The overweight man, weighing over 200 pounds, was devouring his food. The slim Aryan was also indulging himself, as if no one else mattered. Others just watched, as if it had turned into a meat-eating competition. The man in the suit was very patient. He sized up Aryan and his companions with great interest. Logically speaking, the real key player should be Baker. However, he stood by the side like a servant now. Not only Baker but also Kimura was acting similarly, like a maidservant, occasionally helping Aryan pour wine. Kimura was now the chairman of Honghu Group. After swallowing Young Family's company, the market value of her company had surpassed 50 billion. Controlling a 50 billion company at such a young age and wielding absolute power, yet she was treating this young man like a master. Is this your ace? This young man doesn't seem to be much, the man in the suit asked. Aryan ignored the suited man and looked at Baker. Aren't you going to eat something? We've eaten, Baker replied. Ash, eat if you should, drink if you should, Aryan said, looking at Ingram. Okay. Ingram sat down without being courteous and started eating. After they were full, Aryan wiped his mouth and looked at the suited man opposite him. Ebert, thank you for the hospitality. If there's nothing else, we will take our leave. The face of Ebert, the suited man, darkened. Fitzroy looked at the large-boned fatty eating ravenously, who then discarded the lamb leg in his hand, wiped his hands with a napkin, and slapped his palms. More than 100 thugs came out from the kitchen, bathroom, and entrance, blocking the way completely. Cooperation benefits us both. If not, don't blame me for being unfriendly, Ebert said coldly. Do these street hooligans give you confidence? Aryan smiled and asked. I let them come to show you how many people I have. The suited man, Ebert, replied. They can make sure your company cannot operate at all. Do you believe that? I don't believe it. Aryan shook his head. Then let's see who has more patience. Ebert leaned back in his chair. I can throw a few $1 billion, hire countless thugs, and keep your Honghu company in perpetual unrest. Soon, all employees won't dare to work for you. Let's see what you will do then. This is not your business. Why did you interfere? Aryan looked at the fat man. Fitzroy who takes money does others' work. The fat man shrugged. All right, if any Honghu employee gets threatened, I'll shut down one of your places. Aryan grinned, turning back to Ebert. Today, I warn you, if you insist on messing around, your uncle can't protect you. You may even implicate him. On the way over, Kimura told Aryan about the background of today's host. A few days ago, the person negotiating with the Pan family was the general manager of Fichi Automobile Company Hangzhou branch. Today was different. It was someone sent from headquarters. And it wasn't small fry, Ebert, the son of Fichi's chairman. Fichi sent Ebert because they were determined to win. Since you know my uncle, how dare you talk so boldly? Don't you know he once held office in Hangzhou? Ebert sneered. In Hangzhou, our LB family has connections everywhere. With both law enforcement and the underworld on my side, what do you have to compete with? Only cooperation leads to mutual benefit. If you don't agree today, after tonight, it won't be cooperation but the sale of technology. Forcing me to buy, challenging my bottom line. Even the King of Kings would have to bow, Aryan said coldly. What an arrogant tone. I like it, Ebert teased. Let's go. Aryan waved his hand and turned to leave. More than 100 thugs blocked their path and showed no intention of letting them pass, glaring menacingly at Aryan and his companions. You want to leave after having a meal? It's not that easy. Ebert waved his hand, and a middle-aged man stepped out from behind him, punching towards Aryan's back. Looking for death. Ingram turned around and met him. Blue, you here? Don't joke around with me, Hakim said coldly. Confess, why did you bring so many people here? Eating. Fat Marty stuttered out an answer. When he looked at his gang members, his tone immediately changed, scolding them. What are you all standing there for? Sit down and order food. More than 100 thugs hurriedly found tables to sit down, as if they had suddenly turned into tame kittens. Get lost. Hakim roared coldly. This? Fat Marty appeared somewhat embarrassed. Fitzroy walked towards Ebert and whispered a few words into Ebert's ear. So it is like that? Ebert frowned, then raised his hands in a salute. So it's Uncle Shun. I am Ebert, LB Yuchuan's nephew. Before coming, my uncle asked me to pay respects to Uncle Shun. But I arrived in a rush and haven't had time to visit yet. I hope Uncle Shun can forgive me. I have no personal acquaintance with your uncle LB Yuchuan. Why would he send someone specifically to visit me? Hakim said coldly. Well, Ebert's face fell. Hakim gave him no face at all, exposing his lie right there, leaving him feeling so embarrassed he wished to find a hole to crawl into. Considering the face of your uncle, let me remind you one thing. Do anything according to rules and keep within bounds. Otherwise, if you provoke someone you shouldn't, your uncle cannot save you, Hakim continued. Uncle Shun's warning is well noted. I will keep it in mind. Ebert bowed and swiftly left with his men. Scram now, or you'll all be arrested, Hakim warned the group of thugs. Fat Marty was helpless. Even Ebert had been rebuked into leaving in disgrace. What could he do? Fitzroy was ultimately a thief while Hakim was a cop. Let's go. Fat Marty waved his hand instantly, leading all his subordinates away first. Only then did Hakim approach Aryan. Want to chat outside? I have no personal acquaintance with Mr. Shun either. We can talk here, Aryan replied. You. Hakim gritted his teeth in anger. After letting out a cold snort, he warned, everything has laws to abide by. Nobody can stand above the law. Thank you for the reminder. Aryan raised his hands in a salute. I always adhere to the principle of not provoking unless provoked, but once provoked, I return tenfold. Then you take care of yourself? Hakim said loudly, Xiao Yun, let's go. Ariana hesitated, clearly wanting to talk more with Aryan. Hakim reminded her, isn't it embarrassing to offer a warm face to a cold bottom? Marty Lou. Ariana looked at Aryan, seemingly trying to say something. We are not suited, besides, I have a girlfriend. Aryan held Kimura's hand and gently pulled her. Kimura froze for a moment before falling into Aryan's embrace. Ariana glanced at Aryan, then at Kimura. There were tears. After saying that, Ebert closed the window and quickly drove away. Ash, you get out and follow Miss Pan. Protect them in the coming days. Yes. Giannis respectfully replied. If they come to cause trouble, call the police first to avoid being accused of disregarding the law. Aryan reminded. If they continue to harass after calling the police, notify Matthew and Dovey to raid that fat pig's place every night. Understood. Giannis got out of the car and entered the Pan family's vehicle before leaving with them. The Pan family currently had no grandmasters. The strongest was merely late rank first class. If someone were to target them, it would indeed be troublesome. With Giannis around, he could hold his own even against two grandmasters at the cost of his life. Aryan drove home himself. The security guard came over and reported, "Sir, Assistant Jiang and your ex-wife are waiting in the living room." "I couldn't stop your ex-wife from entering." Fitzroy feared being reprimanded by Aryan. "No worries." Aryan waved his hand, parked the car in the garage, and headed to the living room. Grace and Alethea were sitting on opposite sofas, one playing with her phone, the other reading documents. Grace wasn't in a hurry to report work matters. Upon seeing Aryan enter, she stood up, intending to step aside. Aryan waved his hand, signaling Grace not to leave. She then went to pour him a glass of water and sat down again. Alethea any further. Fitzroy thought she came to apologize, but instead, she came to confront him. Impatiently waving his hand, he said, "Now that you have your answer, please leave." "Aryan, I misjudged you." Alethea left these words hanging, clutching her bag angrily and turning to leave. "Unreasonable." Aryan turned to Grace, puzzled. "It's a holiday. Aren't you going out?" "There's trouble." Grace stood up, took out two documents, and handed them to Aryan. After Conway was arrested, he had these two research reports sent to the media. One media outlet exposed Huifeng's involvement in illegal investments with the Ilby family. Now, investors at Huifeng's Hangzhou branch are demanding answers from President Peng. This guy is in trouble himself and wants to drag Huifeng down with him. His intentions are truly despicable. Aryan's expression turned grim. President Peng doesn't know how to handle this matter because it seems Huifeng has no record of investing in the Ilby family group, not even a research report. Grace worriedly said, "I just came over to ask you, how should we handle this? If we don't handle it well, the impact will be huge, and Huifeng's reputation will be affected. This is easy to solve." Conway wanted more time added to his sentence. "Let's give him what he wants." Aryan sneered, "Tomorrow afternoon, have President Peng hold a press conference. I'll bring the person over to clarify things at the conference." "All right, I understand," Grace replied. After Grace left, Aryan took out his phone and called base. "Your visit home temporarily ends here. Come to Hangzhou before noon tomorrow. After this is resolved, whether you continue your visit or go back, it's up to you." "Okay," base responded. Hanging up the phone, Aryan thought for a moment and then called Giannis. "Have Kimura send 2 people to bring manager Armand to me." "Yes." About 2 hours later, 2 bodyguards from the Pan family brought Armand over. Fitzroy was the one who gave Conway the research rating report. Not long ago, when Aryan sought help from Brennan to investigate, he got an answer the next day. However, Aryan was in a rush to return and practice cultivation, so he hadn't dealt with Armand yet. "Mr. Bliss, I didn't participate in stealing Huifeng's wealth. Please don't kill me." Armand immediately cried out upon seeing Aryan. Fitzroy wasn't foolish. Manager Riker resigned due to illness, and Zoran, who sold company secrets to Jilding, had an unknown fate. Manager Ewing was forced to jump from a building, all within everyone's sight. Aryan was investigating internal traders stealing from Huifeng, and Armand feared being implicated. "I know you didn't, otherwise you'd be dead already," Aryan coldly replied. So what? Why did you give Conway a non-existent research rating report?" "Well, this?" Armand stammered. "Conway paid a high price for it. Since Huifeng had invested in the Ilby family group, I assumed the rating must have met the standard. I found a research rating report of a company with a similar market value as the Ilby family group and modified the name. Now that Conway has been arrested, he already submitted a document detailing the Ilby family group's real situation 5 years ago, accusing us of improper investment and dragging us into this mess." Aryan narrowed his eyes. "Do you know what kind of trouble this can bring to Huifeng?" "This?" Armand fell to the ground in fear. "Mr. Bliss, I am willing to explain clearly. I will definitely do so. Please believe me. There will be a press conference tomorrow afternoon. If you fail to explain clearly, you will accompany Conway." Aryan waved his hand impatiently. "I'll go back and organize the documents immediately. Stay here tonight and go with him tomorrow." "Yes." Chapter 111. This matter has nothing to do with Aryan. "Little sister, Mom told me that you went to apologize to Aryan yesterday. Did he forgive you?" The next afternoon, Lamar walked into his younger sister Juniper's study and asked curiously, "Fitzroy is just a big liar, narrow-minded, and I should apologize to him?" Juniper said coldly, "I remember he has always been broad-minded and has not targeted us for so long." Lamar spread out his hands. "Stopping the financing for our Ilby Corporation was because I privately took the company's working capital to lend out. Fitzroy came over to take over the company because Conway secretly sold off good projects at a low price. If this continues, the company might go bankrupt, and he came to take over to bring the company back from the brink. Conway and I did so many harmful things, yet Aryan didn't have us arrested. I think he has been quite broad-minded. If it were someone else, they would have already made the Ilby family restless. Fitzroy sent people to cause trouble at the wedding and caught Conway on the spot. Isn't that revenge?" Juniper questioned. "Little sister, having Conway caught was not ordered by Aryan. It was me." Lamar replied weakly. "You?" Juniper shook her head, completely disbelieving. "You don't have the mind for that. You're saying this to protect Aryan, right?" "What do you mean I don't have the mind for it?" "That hurts, little sister," Lamar retorted irritably. "Actually, I've long suspected that Conway's intentions towards you were impure and have always been wary of him. Like in the matter of killing Berkeley, Conway had me introduce him to a gangster. Fitzroy said it was just to get acquainted, but I knew what he really wanted was to kill Berkeley. How could I let him have his way? If Berkeley truly died, as an intermediary, I could be implicated during a thorough investigation. So, I staged a play with a gang leader, pretending that Berkeley was killed, but in reality, he wasn't, just transferred to another prison." "Were you the one who reported Berkeley?" Juniper narrowed her eyes. "Yes." "Why did you do that?" "Well, as your older brother, I can't just watch you go down the wrong path and continue living with Conway. Sooner or later, you'd be ruined by him." Lamar said solemnly. "Berkeley is a typical example. Fitzroy is Conway's maternal uncle. To protect Conway, Berkeley shouldered all the blame alone. Yet even then, Conway still wanted to kill to cover up. Think about how cruel he is. Is it really like this? Juniper stared intensely at her elder brother, finding no sign of lying in his eyes. That means it was really elder brother who did it yesterday, and it had nothing to do with Aryan. She accused Aryan wrongly again. Juniper felt her face burning hot, and her heart felt hollowed out. She slumped onto the chair, completely losing her spirit. Because Aryan really didn't know what happened yesterday, he didn't care about her and Conway's wedding at all. All this time, Aryan hadn't retaliated against the Ailby family. What does this mean? Does it mean Aryan is magnanimous? Does it mean he can tolerate a lot like the sea? No, it means Aryan's heart has given up on her, Juniper. If Aryan retaliated against the Ailby family, it would mean he cared about their relationship, couldn't let her go. But there was no retaliation, no inquiry at all. It proves that Aryan has moved on from that relationship and put it down. Whether she finds a boyfriend or gets married and has children, others simply don't care anymore. They are already two parallel lines that will never intersect. This is the clearest boundary, and the most hurtful thing isn't revenge. It's ignorance, forgetfulness, ignorance, and indifference. Wah! Juniper suddenly curled up on the chair and burst into tears. She always thought she was strong enough, thinking she could face all problems since taking that wrong step, only to find out she was the one who couldn't let go. Last night, she actually went to make a scene. In Aryan's eyes, has she turned into a clown jumping around? Jiyun, it's not too late to resolve this misunderstanding. Huifeng Hangzhou branch is holding a press conference soon. Lamar said seriously, go to their press conference and help them clarify that the research report provided by Conway was fabricated. I'll go to the company and destroy all the 5-year-old company records. Yesterday, he actually reminded his younger sister Juniper if she saw Aryan to remind her that Conway planned to target Huifeng. If Conway really targets Huifeng and tries to drag Aryan into the mess, Juniper can help clear things up. Wouldn't this mend some of the strained relationships? However, his sister didn't mention this matter. Moreover, he hadn't expected Conway to act so swiftly. Even after being arrested, he managed to quickly pass the evidence to the media for exposure. But by doing this, apart from dragging Aryan into the mess, it seemed there was no other benefit for Conway. Fitzroy would still have to serve his sentence regardless. Conway should have taken the evidence to threaten Aryan and Wally, making them drop the investigation. Wally was now puzzled, but despite his doubts, he still had to think of a way to solve the problem, helping Aryan this time. With 2 different research rating reports, if the Huifeng report is true, then the one from Ailby Corporation must be proven false. Since Juniper was in charge of the company 5 years ago, only she knows the real situation best. If she says Conway's report is fake, Conway wouldn't be able to do anything about it. And how can they reinvestigate the situation of Ailby Corporation 5 years ago, when I destroy all the data from back then? Where will you investigate? Juniper continued sobbing uncontrollably, not speaking at all. She didn't want to see Aryan now. She had no face to show. Jiyun, stop deluding yourself. This is your last chance, Wally shouted loudly, Fitz-roping Aryan. Even if you don't reconcile with him, we'll reduce what you owe him, allowing you to part on good terms without as much guilt. If you keep hiding everything inside, you'll make yourself sick eventually. Don't go. A cold voice came from outside. It was Conway's mother Veda. She entered with 2 bodyguards in black, looking at Wally and Juniper with hatred. You scheming siblings have caused enough trouble for my son, and you want to help Aryan now? How despicable can you be? If any of you steps out of this room, I'll have your legs broken. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 black-clothed bodyguards blocked the door tightly. This is my home, and you dare to act so presumptuously? Wally charged at one of the bodyguards. Bang! The bodyguard struck back with force, knocking the bulky Wally to the ground, seemingly losing sensation in his shoulder. This person must be an expert. Veda sneered triumphantly. Let me tell you, if you don't help shorten my son's sentence, none of you will have an easy life. That, mother-in-law, we are sad that Li Hui has come to this state, and we're trying to figure out ways to, Ailby Chao-Ting. Wally's father interjected reluctantly. Shut up, who is your mother-in-law? Veda despised. If a son misbehaves, it's because of the father's fault. Someone like you, lacking integrity, would raise an ungrateful son and a scheming daughter. It was your son who came back to lure my daughter, forcing her to abort the child and get divorced, which led to this outcome. Behind them, Ailby's mother wasn't happy either, immediately shouting back. Do you think you're any better? Your daughter already had a husband and a child. If she didn't consent, how could my son dig under your walls? Ultimately, it's your daughter who is despicable. You are the one who's despicable. The 2 women, over 100 years old combined, started hurling insults at each other. Enough. It's all my fault. Isn't it better if I just die? Juniper suddenly stood up, roared, and then dashed toward the wall next to her. Chapter 112. Ailby aside by wall crashing? Alethea charged at the wall but was stopped by Ephraim. Fitzroy grabbed his sister's feet, preventing her from hitting her head but causing her to fall down. Dennis and Christy hurried over, holding onto Alethea tightly. Christy cried like a broken woman. What evil have I done to deserve this? Humph, not crashing into the wall and dying really is lenient on you. Veda showed no pity and was instead disappointed that Alethea didn't die. Veda, watch your mouth. Christy roared again. Our daughter wasn't good to your son? Forget about aborting her child for him. Even when he just returned from abroad, our daughter made him a vice president. Fitzroy did so many wrong things, yet our daughter tolerated him. Is this all my daughter's fault? You raised a son with ambitions higher than the sky but aspirations thinner than paper. Doing everything poorly, only capable of despicable acts. My son did send your son to jail, but also helped him out. If it weren't for Lee Fitzroy showing mercy to the killer, your son wouldn't be facing attempted murder charges now. It would be intentional murder, punishable by death sentence. Yesterday I thought Lee Fitzroy went too far, but now I see my son did nothing wrong. Fitzroy did well to report it to the police and send your son to prison. Let him be reformed there. Best if he stays locked up for life to prevent future harm. You dare to curse my son? Veda trembled with anger. Someone, slap her. Stop it. Glover's voice came from outside. Veda, how much longer do you intend to make a scene? Are you willing to hurt your own son further? Hurting my son? Ha, unlike me, you don't need to do anything to help your son. Veda sneered. I am not as cold-blooded as you. Oh no, you cherish your reputation more. Listening to these sarcastic words from his ex-wife, Glover felt he had nothing to say. Fitzroy turned to Deshawn. Mr. Ailby, can we find a place to talk? Right this way. Deshawn was much more courteous to Glover. They entered the living room where Deshawn served Glover tea. Glover apologized. I came here to stop my ex-wife and apologize to you. This incident indeed was caused by my son's crime. Fortunately, your son prevented a murder. Otherwise, how could I face the Wren family? Humph. Veda huffed in dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Glover ignored Veda and continued. I always believe in equality before the law and won't protect him. But as parents, we all hope our children won't get into trouble. So, I want to ask if there's still any chance to save him. Deshawn, unfamiliar with the inside story, looked at his son. Ephraim hesitated and replied awkwardly. This isn't something I can stop. Conway abandoned Berkeley's wife and child in Western Europe after bringing them there. It infuriated Berkeley, who will definitely pursue this to the end. You should talk to him rather than me. I've tried, but he refuses to withdraw the lawsuit and insists on putting Li Hui in jail, Glover said helplessly. What kind of uncle is he? Veda cursed. Glover wanted to curse back, but took a deep breath and restrained himself. His former wife was irrational, and he had long lost hope in talking to her. The press conference is about to start. Ephraim glanced at his watch and turned on the TV. Which press conference? Glover asked in confusion. Don't you know, Uncle G? Ephraim wondered. I don't know. Glover shook his head. Your son exposed Huifeng's illegal investments in LB Group. Ephraim explained briefly. Now Huifeng is holding a press conference to clarify the facts to investors. I released the research rating report to the media, Veda smirked. How many enemies do you plan to make before you're satisfied? Glover fumed. Li Hui said Aryan shares responsibility for his current situation. This guy isn't a good person either, and I won't let him off easily, Veda coldly remarked. Your son made others lose their wives and children. They are victims too, Glover couldn't help but shout. I don't care. All right, keep indulging your son until he's completely ruined, then you'll be happy. Now Aryan is in trouble, Veda said, staring at the TV. Huifeng Hangzhou branch's press conference was being live-streamed by several provincial TV stations. The press conference was chaired by the current general manager Farron, who spoke first. On this joyous national holiday, to waste public resources on Huifeng's affairs and make our media friends work overtime is our Huifeng's fault. I would like to apologize to everyone here, and also apologize to the investors who have been misled. But Huifeng must respond because we have been maliciously slandered by someone with ill intentions. Slander? What a way to twist black and white. It seems Huifeng's public relations aren't great either, Veda sneered. Even Deshawn helplessly shook his head, feeling sympathetic towards Glover. How did he end up marrying such a wife? No wonder he divorced her. Life couldn't go on with such a spouse. Now, let's hear from the person who was initially responsible for investing in LB Group, Farron continued. Soon, Base took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Base, former investment manager of Huifeng Hangzhou branch. It was me who was in charge of the investment in LB Group at that time. Today, I formally declare that the initial investment did not use any funds from Huifeng's company account, but came from private designated investments. These are the agreements for the private designated investments. There were a total of 5. The anonymous investor gave me 410 million yuan in cash and gold and silver jewelry worth more than 300 million yuan. I also have the pawn tickets and bank transfer records from Yongren Pawn Shop. All the money went into LB Group. In this designated investment, Huifeng suffered no loss and instead earned 1.5 million yuan in commissions, with my personal earnings amounting to 8.5 million yuan. There are invoices clearly stating this, which have already been verified by relevant departments and confirmed accurate. This is the verification document from the relevant department. Private investment? How is this possible? Veda's face was full of disbelief. Others were also surprised. It turned out to be a private investment without using Huifeng's corporate funds. Alethea was even stunned. Someone had pawned their jewelry and given all the money to LB Group? Who from Aryan's family? His parents? For so many years, Alethea always felt she hadn't received any help from Aryan, but unexpectedly, the greatest help came from him. Furthermore, I would like to state that the original private designated investor never asked for a research rating report on LB Group, Base continued. This means that the 2 research reports previously released by the media were fabricated and intended to tarnish Huifeng's reputation. We have identified the forger. It was Armand, manager of Huifeng Hangzhou branch. Fitzroy has been arrested and confessed. Please welcome Deputy Director Sammy from the Municipal Bureau to explain. Seeing Deputy Director Sammy in formal attire walk onto the stage, Glover's cold voice sounded. The matter really blew up, even involving the Deputy Director of the Municipal Police Bureau. I told you, your actions would harm Li Hui, huh? This time, Veda didn't say anything. Her face was pale. Chapter 113. Are you satisfied now? Veda already knew something was amiss. If Deputy Director Sammy continued, it could cause a major disaster. Hanlon, hurry, quickly make a call to stop him from continuing. Veda looked at Glover and pleaded. As long as it hasn't been said, there should still be a chance to turn things around. Now you know to look for me? Glover said coldly. What do you think of me? Someone who can do anything. You must have a way. Many people in Hangzhou give you face. Yes, they indeed give me face, but your statement about your son being from Western Europe made everyone mock me. Glover sneered. Even if I make a call now, would anyone send more serious charges now? Are you satisfied? Glover also stood up, trembling with anger. How did it turn into this? Veda fell to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Tap tap tap. Outside came the sound of hurried footsteps. 4 uniformed officers walked in, Who is Veda? They arrived so quickly. The city officials were indeed taking it seriously this time, demonstrating Huifeng's formidable connections. Lamar shrank his neck. It was a good thing he cut his losses and distanced himself from Conway instead of joining forces. Otherwise, he might have been arrested too. Who is Veda? The staff member asked again. It's her. Lamar quickly pointed to Veda on the floor. Oh right. I also accuse them of illegally entering my home and malicious injury. Fitzroyer, I have bruises. Fitzroy hastily pulled down his collar to reveal the bruise underneath. Luha, shut up. LB Chowching glared fiercely at his son who was adding insult to injury, then stepped forward to explain. Officers, we're actually relatives-in-law. There was just some family dispute, which we've sorted out. It's no trouble, don't worry. Are you sure? The officer looked at Lamar. Cough cough. I was exaggerating earlier. It was just a family dispute, Lamar replied reluctantly. That's best. The officer took out handcuffs and approached Veda on the ground. Should have arrived, Alethea recalled. I didn't see their research and rating report either. Even if someone came for a survey, Alethea would definitely not see it. She only knew that Huifeng had invested in the LB Corporation, meaning the rating criteria must have been met. In fact, back when she had just graduated, Alethea was not very knowledgeable about this. She did not know the specific requirements Huifeng had for investment company ratings. Every financial company had its own set of investment ratings with different biases. She had just taken over the LB Corporation and received an investment from Huifeng, leading her to believe that the investment criteria of Huifeng were not very strict. Now, thinking back, the investment requirements of Huifeng were extraordinarily high, even stricter than those of the Hangzhou Small and Medium Enterprises Foundation. But that doesn't make sense either. If the Bliss family is so wealthy, why would they pawn gold and silver jewelry? Lamar asked doubtfully. Could it be that Aryan is a side branch of the Bliss family that has fallen out of favor? Whether that's true or not isn't important now, Deshawn said while giving his son a look. What truly matters is the future, not dwelling on the past. Right, what really matters is how we live in the future. Lamar hurriedly agreed, fearing that his sister might lose hope again and bang her head against the wall. Fitzroy was indeed quite startled earlier. If he hadn't held her back, his sister might now have a bleeding head or worse. Though they didn't know why the Bliss family sold their jewelry, one thing was certain. To help the LB Corporation, they were willing to sell off everything valuable. Whether the Bliss family had declined or had other reasons was no longer important. In front of Alethea, it was best not to mention Aryan often. There's nothing I need to avoid mentioning. I've already completely moved on from him. Alethea stood up and walked toward the door. I will prove that I didn't rely entirely on the Bliss family's money to develop my company. Celeste, where are you going? Their mother quickly followed her out. I'm going to the office. There's still plenty of work to handle. Isn't it already a holiday? That still leaves many things to deal with. Their mother was stunned. Let her go, Deshawn came out, holding his wife back. Busy work helps her forget the unpleasantness. Alas, she hasn't experienced much hardship growing up. Now facing such a big setback, I hope she can pull herself together. Their mother sighed. Do you think if we went to apologize to Aryan personally, he would change his mind? About that, Deshawn paused. Let's try. Given how things have turned out, we also bear significant responsibility. We haven't apologized to him face to face yet. All right. The couple drove to Villa number 3 at Westlake. After explaining their purpose to the security guard, he replied, Mr. Bliss has already moved out. Moved out. Both were stunned. Chapter 114. Punishment from the Bliss family. Half an hour before Deshawn arrived at Villa number 3 by the Westlake. In the villa's hall, Bliss Lawn came to bid farewell and announced the Bliss family's decision on handling the situation. Actually, she had been in Hangzhou all along and didn't return home. She also attended the wedding of Ostinking and Ferris. But due to the vastness of the Qian family estate, she did not meet Aryan. This time, she really would return to Yinjing because her mission in Hangzhou was completed, consisting of 2 main tasks. The first task was to identify the traders who had stolen wealth from Huifeng's Hangzhou branch. The list of participants was already known, with some dead and others imprisoned. A few were left, but originally, the Bliss family planned to deal with it. However, Aryan did not want to close the net too quickly, so this matter was left for him to finish. If Aryan couldn't handle it, then the Bliss family would send someone else over. The second task was to find out the source of the funds that Huifeng invested in the LB Group, which was now also known. It was a private designated investment, although even Gustav did not know the true identity of the person behind it since the transfer record showed a stranger. However, everyone in the Bliss family knew who had given the investment to the LB Group. Who else could have pawned their jewelry for this investment except Aryan's mother? For the Bliss family, no further evidence was needed. Eldest cousin, Aunt violated the rules set by Grandpa. According to family regulations, she will be expelled from the Bliss family, Lilia said solemnly, but Uncle wanted to protect Aunt, so he voluntarily gave up the position of head of the family, preventing the family from holding this against your mother. Now, the head of the Bliss family is eldest uncle, and the first successor is now eldest cousin. You know they have long been dissatisfied with your father taking over as the head of the family, and this dissatisfaction has grown. Originally, you could have returned home, but because you went to Carry High and disrupted a wedding, causing great trouble, now you can't go back, and you've been stripped of all your positions. Even this house will be reclaimed by the family. Aryan fell silent. Indeed, everything comes with a price. Fitzroy had no complaints about the family's decision, because from childhood, he knew that family rules were paramount. Grandpa reminded everyone that without rules, there would be chaos. Rules within the big families were even stricter, possibly one of the reasons these families have endured for centuries. When he broke off the marriage agreement initially, his father nearly lost his position as head of the family. Only Grandpa's intervention, expelling him from the Bliss family and severing ties, saved his father's position. Now that his mother made a mistake, his father couldn't possibly expel her from the family. For his mother, time you do, eldest uncle will surely have handed over the headship to eldest cousin, making your return pointless. Lilia continued, knowing his character, none of us will have a good life. If he mistreats family members, he doesn't deserve the position. I will personally remove him from it, Aryan coldly replied. I know you're confident, but eldest Marty's talent isn't bad either. Fitzroy reached Grandmaster at 29. Lilia emphasized, now, with eldest uncle as the head, the entire family's resources will favor him. You can't compete. Let's not talk about eldest Marty. Assuming he won't target you, what if Ferris reaches the Shantan realm first? Fitzroy will kill you. Why stick to your promise now? A flower in a hothouse can't withstand destruction, Aryan responded. This sigh. Lilia sighed. She knew it was futile to argue with Aryan because he had always been stubborn, like a mule, unwilling to change his mind once it was made up. Lilia could only vent her frustration on Conway. It's all because of that guy Conway. Fitzroy exposed this matter. I will have someone kill him. It's not entirely his fault. He just made the truth known to the family earlier than expected. Aryan waved his hand. Anyway, this matter ultimately needs to be explained to the family, and I can't hide it no matter what. Do you think the family, Marty? You must do your best. Lilia watched Aryan's car drive away, wishing him silently in her heart. Chapter 115. The person wearing the Mona's hairpin appears. The Pan family's villa is located in the Dongqing Half Moon Hill Villa District. This villa district consists of about 30 houses built along the hillside, with fewer villas and better environments higher up, offering more spacious surroundings. The Pan family resides in one of the top 2 rows, less than 200 meters from the mountaintop, with only a few other villas nearby. After leaving villa number 3 by West Lake, Aryan temporarily stayed at the Pan family's residence. Since Thornton was already here protecting Kimura, there was no need to make phone calls. He could report directly if anything happened. Sir, are you satisfied with everything here? Do you need anything else? Kimura personally arranged a room for Aryan next to hers. It's fine. Aryan nodded and walked to the balcony, where he could overlook much of Dongqing, enjoying an excellent view. The evening breeze blew gently, adding a unique charm. Then please rest. Let me know immediately if you need anything, Kimura said respectfully. You're not my maid. You don't have to do everything yourself. Have the servants take care of it. I just wanted to do something small for Sir, Kimura replied bashfully. By the way, did that fat pig send people to cause trouble yesterday? Aryan quickly changed the subject, as Thornton had already briefed him on the events. They harassed our employees and even broke into the factory at midnight with paint and other items, probably intending to vandalize it. Kimura responded truthfully. However, we increased our security measures, caught them on the spot, and sent them to the police station. Did the police station respond? Yes, they are still investigating and probably won't have results anytime soon. If they come again tonight, contact Hakim. If Hakim can't stop them, then you may act accordingly. Don't hesitate to break their limbs if they cause trouble. Yes. Go ahead. Aryan waved his hand. After Kimura left, he took a shower and decided not to absorb the killing aura from the copper piece or the innate chi from the copper ball tonight. His body hadn't fully recovered from the battle with Ferris 2 days ago. Although he didn't suffer internal injuries, he felt as though his body was falling apart. Ferris's strength was at the peak of Great Master initial stage, not far from the mid-stage. Though slightly weaker than Aryan, the difference wasn't significant. Mainly, Aryan's body hadn't undergone bone tempering yet. In the previous fight with Branson of the Liao family, Aryan realized his shortcomings. Ferris, in his prime, was physically stronger than Branson. Despite having slightly weaker true essence, the sheer force of impact caused Aryan considerable harm. Should I undergo bone tempering as soon as possible? Aryan was somewhat wavering from his original plan, which was to temper his bones and cleanse his meridians upon breaking through to the innate realm. But repeated battles made him realize his weaknesses. In terms of true essence purity and dominance, he held an absolute advantage over others at the same level. However, his physical condition was clearly inferior. Oppositely, the higher one's realm, the more medicinal power one can absorb, significantly enhancing the body. Aryan hesitated. Bone tempering at the peak of first class would differ greatly from tempering at the peak of Great Master. At the peak of Great Master, he could absorb more medicinal power, naturally leading to greater physical enhancement and a more solid foundation. Forget it, not now. Branson's injuries still require time to recover, giving me ample opportunity to improve. After careful consideration, Aryan abandoned the idea of bone tempering. Rest well, and start practicing punches again tomorrow. This rigid method of converting internal energy might not be the most effective. Many masters rarely practice boxing after reaching the master level, usually focusing on converting internal energy while sitting cross-legged. They believed their understanding of boxing had reached its pinnacle. However, after the insights gained at the banquet, Aryan realized that the fastest way to convert internal energy was through changes in mindset, followed by deeper understanding of martial techniques. It was impossible to fully master a set of boxing techniques, as each had its flaws. Perhaps the least effective method was sitting still, gradually converting internal energy into true essence. With this realization, Aryan stopped fixating on seated meditation and went to sleep. The next morning, as the first light of dawn appeared, Aryan got up and went to the top of Half Moon Hill. Half Moon Hill got its name from its crescent-shaped peak, curving inward with a cliff over 200 meters tall facing outward, beyond which lay the rapidly flowing Chintang River. Standing atop the hill, one could occasionally hear the deafening sound of water crashing against the stone walls. Aryan took a deep breath and began practicing his punches slowly. The boxing form he practiced was unnamed, created by a Bliss family innate realm expert ancestor who combined his own knowledge and experience into this unique palm technique. It possessed both internal and external elements, capable of being either soft or hard. When performed slowly, it resembled the 5 animal exercises, almost to the point of being comical. Aryan deliberately slowed down his movements, feeling the changes in his body with each punch and the transformations within his true essence. Round after round, he gradually realized that as he threw punches, the true essence would move chaotically throughout his body, but without any discernible pattern. Perhaps due to individual differences in physical constitution, true essence doesn't circulate through fixed pathways. With this thought, Aryan began to slowly alter his punching techniques, guiding the true essence within him to flow through fixed channels, circulating through the 8 extraordinary meridians. After all, this was a boxing form established by their ancestor, tailored to suit his physique. Therefore, Aryan aimed to refine it further, adapting it to fit his own needs perfectly. Through numerous repetitions, Aryan gained profound insights. By now, dawn had fully broken, and an elderly man and a young woman appeared on the hilltop. The old man had a full white beard, while the young woman, in her mid-20s, wore a set of white practice clothes and carried a long sword. Still people practicing swords these days? Aryan was surprised but didn't interfere, continuing his boxing routine. That guy's boxing is really silly. Looks like he's playing the monkey, the woman remarked. Alicia, don't make random comments about others, the elder said. Focus on your own practice. Yes. The woman took a deep breath and soon started dancing with her sword, her movements light and her swordsmanship exquisite. Practicing the sword seemed pawned by my mother at Yongren pawn shop and was given away by their second young master Ushvin without permission. Now I just want it back, Aryan said seriously. Fitzroy has already given it to me, so now it belongs to me. No one can take it away from me. Rosemary smirked. Miss Ailby, we are all children of our parents. Please try to understand how I feel. Aryan paused. Moreover, this hairpin was my grandmother's dowry which she gave to my mother. My mother had intended to pass it on to her daughter-in-law, but temporarily pawned it due to some reasons. Dowry? Rosemary's face turned red immediately as she hurriedly removed the hairpin from her hair, letting her dark tresses fall over her shoulders. But even after taking it off, she did not rush to return it to Aryan. Instead, she cunningly proposed, you seem to be practicing your boxing too. Let's settle this through strength. If you win, the hairpin is yours. If you lose, considering your filial piety, I will still give you the hairpin, but you must serve as my sparring partner. Don't, Alicia. Weapons are dangerous. The elderly man warned. I won't use a sword against him, Rosemary replied. That's still not acceptable. You're at the peak of the first level. He is no match for you. Don't bully others, the elder insisted. At the peak of the first level? For a woman to reach this level at such an age and be just one step away from being a master is truly extraordinary talent. She probably practices diligently now to find a breakthrough into becoming a master. Did you hear? I'm at the peak of the first level. Admit defeat and become my sparring partner, and I'll give you the hairpin, Rosemary continued. Promise you'll return the hairpin if you lose? My word is my bond. Fine. Aryan stood with his hands behind his back. Come on. Young man, don't be too cocky or you might get hurt. The elder was displeased with Aryan's indifferent attitude. Let's go. Aryan urged. Then here I come. Rosemary suddenly attacked, lunging at Aryan. Aryan wasn't in a hurry to defeat Rosemary right away. After all, she was willing to return the hairpin, and she wasn't entirely unreasonable. Let's play along. Rosemary used her palms like swords. Each move was a saber technique, thrust, slash, flick, each move aggressive. Initially, she dared not exert too much inner strength, fearing she might injure Aryan. Gradually, however, she noticed that Aryan easily dodged all her attacks, seeming completely at ease. So, let's increase the power. Rosemary's expression grew more serious as her moves became swifter, but she still couldn't land a hit. Aryan easily deflected her attacks, leaving her to practice boxing anymore. Instead, they would focus on converting internal energy into true essence, a practical pursuit. Continuing to practice boxing would be a waste of time. They had practiced for decades, so why would they think they needed more practice? Each move felt ingrained in their bones, unnecessary to practice further. Only those below the rank of great master would continue practicing boxing, seeking the opportunity to convert internal energy into true essence. This required a combination of practice and enlightenment. Enlightenment gained through practice. I don't believe he could be a great master, Rosemary said coldly. People who reach the level of great master at this age can be counted on one hand, even in top families. The next morning, Aryan also woke up early and came to the mountaintop to practice boxing. Rosemary arrived as well, but seeing Aryan practicing, she did not disturb him and began practicing her sword techniques on her own. After hundreds, even thousands of punches, gradually, he felt the true essence no longer running rampant in his body, but forming a pattern, circulating through his entire body. Occasionally, the true essence would carry some internal energy, circling through his body for 49 rounds before this internal energy was completely transformed into true essence. The internal energy in the body was like an island in the middle of a lake, while the true essence was like river water. When the river water is stirred by external force, waves would splash against the island, eroding it bit by bit until it became part of the lake. This method of converting internal energy into true essence was more than 10 times faster than meditation. Indeed, it's no wonder that the boxing technique created by a Shantan, congenital, expert can definitely stir the true essence. Aryan smiled. Because everyone's constitution is different, practicing according to a fixed routine might make one unable to feel the flow of true essence. Through my enlightenment and improvement, it suits my body better, allowing me to stir the true essence, helping to convert internal energy. The truth is, the simplest way is often the best. After practicing until the sun rose, Aryan stopped and looked at Rosemary in the distance. After finishing her practice, Rosemary rested for a while, then took a sword from the old man and threw it towards Aryan, the tip pointing directly at him. Are you ready? Wait. Aryan put the sword on the ground, walked to the edge of the cliff, broke off a branch, stripped all the leaves off, and looked at Rosemary. Come on. You are too insulting. Rosemary, in a hurry, held the sword and stabbed angrily at Aryan. A chaotic state of mind is a big taboo for martial artists. Aryan deflected the long sword with the branch while reminding her. I don't need your lecture. Rosemary's sword moves became even sharper. She was indeed more skilled with the sword than with palms. In fact, whether using a sword, practicing boxing, palm techniques, or staff techniques, the ultimate goal was the same. To thoroughly understand the moves, thereby converting internal energy into true essence. Unfortunately, Rosemary was truly enraged today. and her sword moves were disordered. After 20 or so rounds, she didn't even touch Aryan's clothes, but was hit on the arm and back by the branch. Though uninjured, it only further provoked her. Being repelled again by Aryan, Rosemary wanted to charge forward once more when the old man shouted, "Alicia, stop! Master! This young brother is right. Your mind is in chaos. Continuing the fight will do you no good but harm," the elder stated firmly. "Master, I understand." Rosemary put away her sword but glared at Aryan and sniffed. "Hairpin." Aryan extended his hand again. "I didn't bring it. You broke your word." Aryan frowned deeply. "That hairpin is very valuable. Accompany me in 10 sessions of sword practice, and I will surely return it to you. And this time I won't break my promise. If you break it again, don't blame me for being impolite." Aryan discarded the branch and turned to leave. Chapter 117. You despicable rogue. You actually dared to hit my bottom? I'm going to kill you. On the third day, atop the mist-covered mountain peak, came Rosemary's enraged roar. "With your skills? You're too inexperienced," Aryan scoffed. "Master, help me kill him." Rosemary could only seek aid from her master, who stood at a distance. "Your master can teach you swordsmanship and bring you to the pinnacle of first rank at a young age. But who will protect you from true enemies after he's gone?" Aryan despised her lack of composure. "So easily losing your cool, by the time you face real opponents, you'll be riddled with vulnerabilities." Rosemary was speechless. The old man also had an embarrassed expression. It seemed like Aryan was cursing his death. If not for the truth in his crude words, he would have punished this young man on the spot. However, he did nothing to stop it. Testing the disciple's mental resilience might be good for her. "I'm definitely going to kill you." Rosemary charged at him again. "Kill me? Your moves are overly complicated, dazzling to the eye. They might work against ordinary people, but they're useless against experts. Besides," Aryan continued without mercy, "these sword techniques come directly from your master's teachings. There isn't a single stroke that reflects your own insights. Practicing them more is pointless. The way of simplicity and purity starts from the basics. Look into how you generate power so that your internal strength can be fully unleashed." "Shut up, you despicable rogue." Rosemary swore loudly. "If you don't listen to your elder brother, you'll suffer sooner or later," Aryan shrugged. "You left an opening. I'm going to kill you." On the 4th, 5th, 7th day, each morning one could hear Rosemary's loud cries atop the mountain. However, her attacks became less flashy. A thrust was just a thrust, a strike was just a strike, without excessive variations. It appeared she had taken Aryan's advice and simplified her techniques. Still, she couldn't pose any threat to Aryan. Even the twig in his hand remained intact, unbroken by her sharp sword. The only good news was that although Rosemary was angry, her mind wasn't as disturbed as before. She merely scolded Aryan verbally, while her attacks remained intense. "You don't need to come tomorrow. Go back and meditate. Maybe you'll find a breakthrough to the master level." Aryan checked the time and stepped back. Rosemary wanted to continue, but the old man spoke up. "Alicia, this young man is right. Sheath your sword." "Master, I understand," Rosemary replied, stepping back as well. "Hairpin." Aryan interrupted once more. "I didn't bring it. Besides, there are still 3 sessions left for our practice," Rosemary retorted bitterly. Aryan squinted. Then the old man rose and said, "Thank you, young sir, for these days' guidance. Please leave your address, and I will send the hairpin to your residence shortly. Building number 6. Aryan threw a quick reply and turned away. "All right, it will be delivered for sure," the old man affirmed solemnly. "Master, I still want to settle scores with him. Fitzroy's gone so quickly. Where am I supposed to find him?" Rosemary was unwilling to let go. "Even if you break through to the master level, you may not be his match." The old man explained, "This person's strength is likely on par with mine." "What? Impossible. How could someone his age possibly reach mid-grandmaster level already?" Rosemary was incredulous. "Perhaps I've underestimated his strength, but after observing him for several days, one thing is certain. His understanding of martial arts surpasses mine. In any case, this young man has extraordinary talent and may have a distinguished background. Offending him over a hairpin isn't worth it." "I understand, master," Rosemary replied softly. They left the mountaintop and returned to their villa. Their villa was in building number 2, right at the top, less than 100 meters from the summit. After taking a shower, Rosemary went downstairs wearing the hairpin, when a middle-aged man in a suit entered. "Cousin Alicia is almost breaking through to the master level." Ebert was excited. Rosemary nodded, placing the hairpin on the coffee table and took out her phone to call her uncle, who was also Ebert's father and the chairman of Phi Chi Automobile Company, to inquire. After the call, Rosemary returned to the living room just as she saw her cousin playing with the hairpin as a projectile, throwing it toward the vase on the coffee table. "Don't play with that hairpin," Rosemary shouted loudly. Ebert didn't take it seriously and threw it again. This time he missed, and the hairpin hit the vase, bouncing off and falling to the ground. Snap! The hairpin broke into 3 pieces. How can you play with other people's things like this?" Rosemary shouted at Ebert, then ran over and carefully picked up the broken pieces. Ebert didn't expect his cousin to get so angry at him. Fitzroy brushed it off. "It's just a hairpin. I can buy you as many as you want." "This is different," Rosemary angrily replied. "I promised to return it to someone. Now it's broken. Do you want me to be seen as a liar?" "Well, I'll have someone find an identical one for you." Ebert reached out. "Buy. Do you think such an old item can be bought easily? I'll take some photos and send people to all the gold and jewelry stores. If we can't find it in Hangzhou, we'll go to Carry High. If not in Carry High, we'll look elsewhere." Ebert weakly replied, "I'll definitely get you one. If I can't, I'll apologize personally. If they don't forgive me, I'll kneel and beg. Is that okay?" "You'd better find one." Rosemary put the broken hairpin back on the coffee table, piecing it together. Ebert took photos while promising, "I'll do my best." Chapter 118. Rosemary's origin. "Mr. Gu, is there an identical hairpin like this one?" Rosemary had lured Ushvin out and showed him the hairpin broken into 3 pieces as she asked. Broken? Ushvin's mind buzzed. If it weren't for Aryan telling him that he himself would retrieve the hairpin, Ushvin wouldn't just be in a daze. He would be wailing right now. Yes, it's broken. Rosemary sighed. I haven't seen any similar ones up until now. Ushvin shook his head and said, looking at these patterns and the material, they were crafted by genuine masters, and such jade stones and masters are rare nowadays. What's its value? Initially, our pawnshop priced it at 28 million, but the actual value exceeds 40 million, and even then, it's hard to find buyers. So expensive? Rosemary exclaimed. Then why did you say it wasn't valuable back then? Ushvin fell silent. How could he bring himself to say that? When giving gifts to others, especially women, one usually doesn't reveal the specific value. It would seem too much like boasting. Letting her discover the price of the hairpin on her own would lead to shock when she realized that this friend had given her something so precious yet claimed it was not valuable. Wouldn't that leave a deeper impression on her? If I knew it was so valuable, I wouldn't have taken it. Rosemary stuck out her tongue. Did you encounter the original owner? Ushvin probed cautiously. By now, according to reason, Aryan should have found Rosemary. I did, and I promised to give it to him today, but unexpectedly it broke. Rosemary responded helplessly. Well, Ushvin didn't know what else to say. By the way, are these hairpins truly part of dowry? Yeah, only genuine wealthy families have them, passed down through generations. They are quite rare now. What can we do? Can it be repaired? It can be mended, but it's difficult to restore it completely, leaving plenty of flaws that can be spotted easily, greatly reducing its value, Ushvin replied. And it might break again during the repair process. Find me a master craftsman to fix it. It's better than being broken. Rosemary pleaded. All right, I'll do my best. Thank you. You're welcome. I'll head off to work now. Notify me once you have news. Rosemary thanked him again gratefully before turning to leave. Ushvin stared at the broken hairpin, lost in thought. Had he known this would happen, he would have called Rosemary and retrieved the hairpin. Even though taking it back after giving it as a gift lacked grace, it was better than having it broken. How could he explain this to Aryan? And should he tell Aryan about it? On one hand, he had a special classmate who was also someone he pursued, although he knew Rosemary didn't like him. On the other hand, Aryan was a promising grandmaster. He couldn't afford to offend either. After some thought, Ushvin put away the hairpin and dialed Aryan's number. After getting the address, he arrived at the Pan family residence, where he knelt before Aryan. Mr. Bliss, it's all my fault. On my way to retrieve the hairpin today, I accidentally broke it. Please punish me. Truly your fault? Aryan looked at Ushvin meaningfully. Yes. Don't take the blame blindly. Don't you fear angering me? Aryan's face darkened, and a wave of killing intent enveloped Ushvin. Speak the truth. Mr. Bliss, while I didn't break it, I gave it away without permission. Thus, I bear the greatest responsibility. Ushvin lay prostrate on the ground, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. In consideration of your honesty and some sense of duty, I will spare your life, Aryan sighed, withdrawing the ominous atmosphere. Thank you, sir, for sparing me. Ushvin bowed his head repeatedly. I remember I still have 50 billion with your family, right? Yes, the Gu family has always remembered it well. In recent times, we have found quite a few herbs for you to inspect. Ushvin signaled quickly to the bodyguard behind him. The bodyguard took out several exquisite boxes from a backpack and respectfully placed them on the coffee table next to Aryan. Please inspect them. Aryan glanced over them briefly. Not bad herbs. Did you keep some back last time? Mr. Bliss, we absolutely did not hide any previously. These herbs were acquired by my father through exchanges with friendly families, Ushvin explained hurriedly. How about the inquiry on the copper fragment? We've inquired among over a dozen antique dealers, but we have no leads yet, Ushvin replied helplessly. Aryan didn't blame Ushvin, knowing how challenging it was to find the fragmented copper piece. It would likely require some luck. Fortunately, there was still some killing aura within the broken copper fragment, which could allow him to continue expanding his consciousness. See, now it wasn't urgent at all. What does Rosemary plan to do with the hairpin? Aryan asked. I'll have someone fix it. Fix it? No matter how it's fixed, it can never be as good as the original. Aryan sighed and waved his hand. Scram. Yes. Ushvin hurriedly got up to leave, but after taking 2 steps, he turned back and asked tentatively, how should I reply to Rosemary? Tell her it won't be fixed quickly. I understand. Ushvin replied and hurriedly left. Once outside, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Fitzroy breathed a sigh of relief. Lawrence was right. As long as one is honest and does not hide anything, Aryan might let the Gu family off, or even use this opportunity to establish a relationship with Aryan. As for whether this choice was right or wrong, it was too early to tell. After Ushvin left, Ambrose entered the Pan family residence. Fitzroy came into the hall and looked at the broken hairpin in Aryan's hand, immediately shrinking his neck and not daring to speak. Speak, what's the matter? Aryan put away the broken hairpin and asked, Young master, according to our investigation, Rosemary is Ebert's cousin and also the general manager of the Hangzhou branch of Feiqi. Ambrose said solemnly, Ebert only handles the acquisition of Honghu Group publicly, while everything behind the scenes is handled by Rosemary officially. Our people followed Ebert this morning into Rosemary's villa, presumably seeking help. Because over the past few days, Matthew and Dovey have already shut down 6 of that fat pig's venues. In last night's battle, Ebert's bodyguards appeared but were repelled by Matthew and Dovey together. Now they are left with only one nightclub, and there will likely be a big fight tonight. I had already guessed. I meet them every day these past few days. Aryan replied. Meet them every day? Ambrose hadn't been practicing boxing with Aryan recently, spending nights training with him to absorb the killing aura and innate chi, while protecting Stacy during the day. They live here, in Building 2. Rosemary practices boxing on the mountain every day. Oh, that makes sense. She has an expert with her, at the Great Master level. Ebert probably requested him to intervene. Great Master? Ambrose paused, then young master needs to step in tonight. Yes, Aryan was eager to try. Chapter 119. Peril. The Dynasty nightclub was closed today. Lloyd had no choice but to shut the doors tightly. Fitzroy even considered reporting to the police. Though he was doing well in the Donghua district with numerous venues, those two masked experts turned out to be mid-stage grandmasters with hints of advancing further. Marty Fay did have a grandmaster by his side, but only at the early stage, nowhere near a match for mid-stage grandmasters. Even the mid-stage grandmaster by Ebert's side was defeated. Moreover, there was still Lee Famblis from Kimura's side who hadn't acted yet. If he joined, that would make 3 grandmasters. Had Marty Fay known earlier that the Pan family could summon 3 grandmasters, he would never have followed Ebert to provoke them. Fitzroy thought these troublesome kids could force the Pan family into submission. Initially, the Pan family did suffer and reported to the police. The municipal police station arrested over 100 troublemakers and punished them severely. Even Marty Fay was taken away by Shin Yao Warren's men, but unfortunately, Shin Yao Warren couldn't do much to him. Those gangsters kept their mouths shut and didn't mention Marty Fay. After being detained for 48 hours, the police had to release him. During his detention, the Pan family still faced harassment and attacks from the gangsters. Shin Yao Warren couldn't help, but the Pan family took action. They infiltrated an elite among regular employees and retaliated fiercely against any harassers. One thug had his limbs broken on the spot. Yet this didn't stop others from continuing due to the substantial rewards offered. Ebert paid for all medical expenses and compensation. Over these few days, Ebert had already spent tens of millions. 2 grandmasters were acting as well, sweeping through each of his venues every night, just as the young man promised. Albier enough, 2 mid-stage grandmasters teamed up, leaving Marty Fay's people suffering defeat after defeat. Marty Fay suffered heavy losses. The first 2 venues remained closed without staff. Yet the attackers wouldn't cease, smashing everything inside the nightclubs to pieces. If not for Ebert's promise of compensation, Marty Fay might have cried. Reporting to the police wasn't an option. It would be too embarrassing, especially when it was uncertain if the police would even help. When he was brought to the station before, he acted arrogantly. Now expecting help? Recently, the police simply turned a blind eye, letting things happen as they may. Mr. Elby, are you sure we can take them down tonight? Marty Fay asked. With your business practices, her father will eventually be implicated, Aryan scorned. Alex frowned deeply, his tone stern. Sign the contract now, and cease all contact with my disciple, or I won't spare you. And what makes you think you can? Aryan stood up, old and frail, becoming someone's lapdog. You have no right to stand here. I intended to let you off, but now that you seek death, don't blame me. Alex's face darkened. Give your life. Without warning, Alex struck at Aryan. Get lost. Aryan met the strike. Bang. Their palms collided, both retreating. You've reached mid-stage grandmaster? Alex's face was full of disbelief. In the next moment, his entire complexion changed as if a surge of true essence mixed with a killing aura rushed towards the sea of consciousness. What is this? Humph. Alex sneered coldly, took a step forward, and shook his body, shattering that true essence with his own. The killing aura hadn't even reached the sea of consciousness when it was defeated. Indeed, when encountering an equally matched expert, once the true essence is blocked back, that killing aura can no longer cause much harm to the other party's sea of consciousness. After all, the current killing aura is hidden within the true essence. With the true essence blocked outside the sea of consciousness, it definitely cannot affect the other party's sea of consciousness. But Aryan wasn't disappointed. Taking advantage of the situation, he closed in instantly. Alex could only hastily dodge, no longer daring to clash directly with Aryan for fear of being eroded by that true essence again. Losing the initiative, Aryan's attacks became even more fierce, like a raging flood, leaving no room for Alex. After more than 10 rounds, Aryan struck Alex's arm, his true essence shaking through the 5 organs and 6 viscera, causing blood to trickle from the corner of Alex's mouth. But fortunately, Alex used the force to retreat, creating some distance. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect your true essence to be so bizarre, but it ends here. Alex's face darkened as his right hand reached for his waist, drawing out a soft sword about 4 feet long and 2 fingers wide. Fitzroy shook his right hand, infusing internal energy into the soft sword, instantly producing a series of sword whistles. In the next moment, he charged straight at Aryan. I won't palm-to-palm with you. No matter how bizarre your true essence is, what use does it have? Without any weapon on him this time, Aryan fell into a disadvantageous position, forced to Why didn't you prevent us from using them? Ebert shrugged. We didn't stop you. You? What do you mean? Ebert laughed coldly. Senior Pong originally practiced swordsmanship. The sword is his weapon. And your master focuses on palm techniques. Give him a sword. Can he use it? Today, he is doomed, and none of you will escape either. This is the consequence of opposing me, Ebert. Ambrose was speechless and could only look at Aryan. Master, there's no need for more words. Aryan waved his hand and charged towards Alex again. After another dozen or so rounds, when Alex once again unleashed a Warlong Ba Wei, black dragon wagging tail, sword technique aimed at Aryan's throat, Aryan did not evade but twisted his body, slapping a palm towards Alex's chest. You knew we would become enemies and deliberately agreed to be my disciple's sparring partner to observe my moves, right? Alex sneered coldly. But did you think I taught all my moves to my disciple? Fitzroy vibrated his palm, sending an endless stream of true essence into the soft sword, making its tip bend and smash into Aryan's shoulder. Thud. At this moment, the soft sword seemed to turn into a taut bowstring, unraveling with gushing blood splattering in the air. Aryan also spun, falling to the ground. But as he fell, Aryan suddenly threw a broken piece of copper with his right hand. You still want to take me down with you at death's door? Alex swung his sword to block, but the copper piece deflected slightly upon touching the soft sword, bypassing it and charging straight for Alex's neck. How is this possible? Alex was startled. At such close range, there was no time to deflect with his sword again. Fitzroy dodged to the side, while swiftly directing True Essence to protect his neck. Thud. Alex's True Essence response was half a beat too slow. Fortunately, he instinctively dodged, preventing the copper piece from piercing his throat, leaving only a long cut. Alex fell to the ground, clutching his neck, staring incredulously at Aryan, who had also fallen. You only guessed half of it. On one hand, I was worried your disciple might break the hairpin, and on the other, I wanted to test your true strength. Aryan rose, glaring at Alex. I knew you were a swordsman and would surely carry a sword with you. I also knew you must have kept your own killing move secret from Rosemary. So I turned the tables on you. Did you think I was unprepared? I turned the tables on you. This copper piece was specifically prepared for you. If you hadn't used your weapon, neither would I. This was all because of you. Aryan felt helpless. From the first encounter with this old man, he knew the old man's strength was not inferior to his. Without weapons, both would have relied on True Essence, and he actually wasn't afraid of this old man. The eerie, murderous aura in his True Essence made him almost unmatched among mid-stage grandmasters. However, if the old man had a weapon, Aryan's advantage couldn't be fully utilized. After someone had suffered a loss, they wouldn't engage in palm-to-palm combat again. Also, his disadvantage of not having medicinal herbs to strengthen his bones would be magnified infinitely. That day, Rosemary had brought a sword. In a real fight, Aryan had no weapon on him and would definitely be at a disadvantage. This was why he hadn't tried to snatch the hairpin directly then. If he had, this old man would have definitely intervened. You sure have deep machinations, Alex said, trembling with fear. This isn't deep machination. I thought this battle could be avoided, but you people were too oppressive. Aryan, suppressing the pain in his shoulder, angrily struck a palm towards Alex. Die? Alex grabbed the soft sword, aiming it at Aryan. Unfortunately, he dared not apply any force, nor could he mobilize his True Essence, because his neck was barely holding together, nearly bursting a blood vessel. The protective flesh around the blood vessels had already been severed. Applying force might cause the blood vessels to burst, leading to a quicker death. Unable to exert force, Aryan easily knocked away Alex's soft sword, striking him squarely in the face. Alex barely managed to raise his hand to block, sliding several meters and crashing into a wall before stopping, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, heavily wounded. Due to his arm being deeply pierced, Aryan struggled to mobilize his True Essence. Otherwise, this strike would have killed Alex for sure. Since one strike didn't kill, another strike followed. Aryan attacked again. Hold it! A cold shout from a woman came from the doorway. Seeing Aryan had not stopped, she quickly rushed over and blocked in front of Alex. It was Rosemary. Cousin, why did you come? Ebert was surprised. Disciple, run quickly. You are no match for him. Don't worry about me, Alex said with difficulty. So what if you're strong? There has to be reason. Just because you're strong, can you do whatever you want? Rosemary glared at Aryan. Reason? Ha ha ha. Aryan laughed, bursting into laughter. Ferrari Group coerces others, yet you still dare to talk about reason. What a joke. Our Ferrari Group never coerced anyone. It's you who used your strength to threaten the Pan family and prevent our cooperation, Rosemary retorted. You are really stupidly cute, Aryan despised her. Ask your master, ask your cousin brother. Let them tell the truth and see what the facts really are. Oh, I forgot, they all kept it hidden from you. If you really want to know, go ask the chairman of Honghu Group, go ask the people of the Pan family. The Pan family is threatened by you, so of course they would comply with you. Rosemary countered. I'm too lazy to waste my breath on someone who breaks their word. Move aside, or I will kill you too. Aryan stepped forward again. I stand here. Watch if you dare to kill. Rosemary despised him. Haha, do you think I won't dare to kill you just because you have a powerful father? Aryan laughed again, raising his hand to slap over. Stop. Alex loudly interrupted. As long as you don't kill my disciple, I'll confess everything. By the way, I also know about that copper piece you used. Really? Aryan's hand paused midair, looking at Alex with interest. You're sure you know? Absolutely sure, no lies. Alex said solemnly, 7 years ago, I once went to a friend's house. Fitzroy asked me to check a broken copper piece for him. When I probed with True Essence, a sudden surge of lethal aura erupted, reaching directly into my sea of consciousness. At that moment, my mind was severely disturbed. True Essence within my body ran wildly, instantly causing serious injury. It took me more than a month to recover, after which I never dared to touch that broken piece again. That eerie aura wrapped within your True Essence earlier felt familiar, but didn't remind me of anything at first. Not until I saw the copper piece just now did I remember this incident. Bring that copper piece here to redeem yourself. Aryan reached out to grab Rosemary. Rosemary reacted quite quickly, dodging while attempting a counterattack. However, this morning, she could exchange several moves with Aryan, but now she was caught by Aryan in one move, then lifted into the air, thrown over his shoulder. Bastard, let me go. Rosemary cursed. Aryan paid no attention, turning towards the door, and no one dared to stop him. Ambrose picked up the broken copper piece and followed him out. Master, how should we deal with these guys? Matthew asked. I only said to spare Rosemary. As for the others? Aryan paused for a moment. Do as you wish? Yes. Matthew sneered. Chapter 121. Deserved death. Upon hearing Aryan's words, Ebert's face changed drastically, and he turned to run. As for Hunt, he couldn't run at all. Seeing the two mid-level Dazong Sir, Grandmasters, returning, he immediately knelt on the ground. Sir, spare my life, please spare me. The gang members behind him had long fled, completely ignoring their boss. Do you know how to beg for mercy now? Matthew went over and slapped Hunt's face, knocking out his front teeth. Spare me, spare me. I can give you money? Money? Do we look like we need money? I have good things to offer you. Nothing can save you today. You must die. Matthew's expression turned stern as he grabbed Hunt by the neck and lifted him up. In the next moment, he slapped his left palm against Hunt's chest, shocking his internal organs with terrifying inner strength and instantly shattering them. Spit. Hunt spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, his vitality rapidly fading. You. This is the price of angering master, Matthew said contemptuously. The two of them did not chase after Ebert, but instead walked toward the door. Passing by Alex, they thought for a moment, and then took the severely injured Alex along. If Alex were to die here without receiving treatment, how could they present the copper coin to young master? Just as they left, Hakim appeared in the nightclub hall with his men. Hakim walked up to the dying Hunt with no trace of sympathy. I warned you a few days ago, didn't I? You thought I was afraid of you? No, I was just warning you not to provoke that demon. Pity you didn't catch the meaning behind my words. Now, you truly deserve to die. Cough, cough, cough. Fitzroyering this, Hunt started coughing violently, spitting out blood and organs. Then his neck tilted, and he was dead. Hakim stood up, his face incredibly complex. In situations like this, villains indeed need villains to deal with. This time, once again, he had been put on the spot by Aryan. Report, we caught 13 people, a team leader reported upon entering. Seal off the scene and remove the bodies. Yes. You despicable, shameless, vulgar man. May you never meet a good end. I will settle accounts with you. On the way, Rosemary cursed non-stop. When she was thrown onto the sofa in the Pan family's hall, she continued her curses. Mr. Bliss, the private doctor will arrive shortly, Baker said solemnly. I'll get some water. Stacier personally went to the bathroom to fetch warm water, got a towel, and cleaned Aryan's wounds. So despicable. Making a lady serve you like a maid, Rosemary cursed. Stacier's face darkened. She wanted to lash out but held back, continuing to clean Aryan's wounds. Seeing the more than 20 wounds, she gently cleaned them while tears streamed down her cheeks. Why are you crying? It's just a minor injury, Aryan consoled her. These injuries were sustained because of our Pan family's matters. Mr. Bliss has suffered so much for us, Stacier whispered while sobbing. What pity does a bully like him deserve? Fitzroy got what he deserved, Rosemary said disdainfully. Stacier remained silent. Yes, Aryan nodded and closed his eyes. The doctor nodded to his assistant, and the two quickly set to work, stitching up Aryan's wounds and applying medicine. Apart from the shoulder injury, the other wounds were mostly flesh wounds, none of which had damaged the bones. However, the sword had pierced 4 to 5 centimeters into his shoulder, injuring the bone. It took more than half an hour for them to finish all the stitches. Thank you for your trouble. Aryan opened his eyes and said politely. It's my duty. The private doctor smiled. Sir, please have some tea. Stacier handed over a cup of tea. Aryan sipped it and passed it to Stacier. Seeing her worried face, he comforted her. It's just a minor injury, not a big deal. What should we do with her? Stacier pointed at Rosemary. Aryan also looked at Rosemary, who snorted coldly. Fitzroy smiled and asked, do you think it's impossible for Feichi Group to twist facts? Do you think you stand on the side of justice? Of course. How about a bet? Okay, Rosemary agreed. If it turns out that our Feichi company has twisted the facts, I'll be your maid. If it's you who bullies others, what will you do? Apologize with my death. Aryan replied. Everyone heard that, Rosemary shouted loudly. We will all be witnesses, Baker said solemnly. I need to rest now. Aryan got up and walked upstairs. As for her, arrange a room for her. Even if he poured all his true essence into the copper piece, the lingering killing intent couldn't disturb his sea of consciousness. At first, nothing happened when he tried manipulating the copper piece. But when Aryan attempted using that wisp of smoke in his sea of consciousness to control the copper piece, he found its magic. This was why he could make the copper piece turn. Unfortunately, the range was limited to 1 meter. Any further, and it would fall to the ground. Furthermore, it was extremely exhausting, and after 3 manipulations, he felt like he was completely drained. This was also the reason why he needed to engage Alex in close combat and catch him off guard. Otherwise, he wouldn't break through the defense of a prepared Grandmaster. Once another piece of copper is found, absorbing the killing aura can expand the sea of consciousness again, and the destructive power of this copper piece will likely be even greater. Aryan hoped Alex would really find another broken piece of copper. Chapter 122. Rosemary's Waiver. In the hospital, Alex's neck wound had already been bandaged, but his internal injuries were in a mess, leaving him helpless. Fitzroy could only call Rosemary's father, Daryl, to report the situation. Senior Pong, are your injuries serious? Daryl asked with concern. My internal organs are damaged. Even if I recover, I will be incapacitated. What? Daryl was furious. They prevented Feichi from cooperating with Honghu Group and kidnapped Alicia. This is unforgivable, and I will not let them off. Mr. Ailby, don't send anyone. Absolutely don't make a move forcefully. That boy would really kill Alicia, and besides, and what else? This time, it's Feichi's fault. What? Feichi wanted to cooperate, but Honghu Group refused. Ebert bribed people in Hangzhou to force Honghu Group into a corner. Alex hesitated for a moment, then spoke with difficulty. In fact, over these years, Feichi Group has developed to this point partly due to your reputation and partly through ruthless means. Senior Pong, are you being threatened too? I haven't been threatened. I didn't want to talk about this originally, but since I am now incapacitated, I can only rely on Alicia to inherit my legacy. I cannot let anything happen to her. Alex explained. Your elder brother wants you to send people to cause an accident so that Alicia, who knows the truth, would die, thus covering up the facts. We are the ones taking advantage of our power. We mustn't let your elder brother succeed. Otherwise, Alicia will be in mortal danger. Damn, they deserve death. On the other end of the phone, Daryl swore in anger. Don't worry about your elder brother right now. Go to the Liu family first and ask for a broken copper piece. Agree to whatever conditions they set. It was not under duress, but treated Aryan as a benefactor. As a woman, Rosemary also noticed that Kimura seemed to have feelings for Aryan, but Aryan appeared indifferent. Over these few days, Rosemary had repeatedly questioned herself whether she had indeed been deceived by her cousin and uncle. Had they been doing despicable things behind her father's back? If that were true, just as Aryan said earlier, her father might have been dragged into the affair by Feichi Group. Sir, Mr. Bliss, there's a man named Daryl outside who requests an audience, the security guard reported. My father came personally? Rosemary stood up, quite surprised. Fitzroy's father was a very busy person, and his personal visit to redeem her was indeed unexpected. Please bring him in, Aryan instructed. Yes, sir. The security guard left, and less than a minute later, a middle-aged man with a stern face walked in, accompanied only by two men in black suits. They kept their right hands near their waistbands, maintaining high alertness. Seeing his daughter standing by the dining table, unharmed and eating with the Pan family, Daryl breathed a sigh of relief. Dad. Rosemary ran up, and no one stopped her. Are you all right? Daryl asked concernedly. I'm fine. That's good. Daryl patted his daughter's back. Is it true, Dad, as they say, Uncle forced the sale? Yes. Daryl nodded. Did you know this beforehand? No, I only learned about it when Master Pong told me a few days ago. Daryl spoke solemnly. I have already told them to sell their shares in Feichi Group as soon as possible and cut ties with them completely. Or, sever all ties with us. Regardless, you must resign from Feichi. I understand. Rosemary lowered her head and walked to the side, lost in thought. Daryl took a few steps forward, took out a broken copper piece, and looked at Aryan. I sincerely apologize. The Liu family had already given this broken copper piece to someone else. After several exchanges of hands, it took me 3 days to retrieve it. I hope you can understand. I wonder if this is the item Mr. Bliss was looking for? Aryan stood up and walked towards Daryl. The two bodyguards immediately flanked Daryl, eyeing Aryan warily. You wouldn't be able to protect him even if I intended to kill him. Aryan's lips curled as he accepted the copper piece, sending a thread of true essence into it. An aura of death and desolation immediately surged out. It's this one. Aryan felt a great relief. You may leave now. I have one last request. Daryl clasped his fists. To not hold Feichi Group accountable, right? Aryan asked. At least for 3 months. That hadn't been there before. Not only was his aura not as concealed as it used to be, it was also fluctuating in intensity. After just a few days, he seemed to have aged 10 years, like one foot was already in the grave. Rosemary now knew that her master had kept secrets from her. Because it wasn't that her master took her as an apprentice first before entering the Ailby family. Instead, he was recruited by her uncle Xerxes, becoming the guardian of the Ailby family. Only after arriving did he notice Rosemary's talent. That meant Alex was actually an aide to her uncle and had resolved many issues for him. Fitzroy's uncle provided Alex with medicinal herbs and money, and both sides utilized each other to their advantage. Publicly, with Uncle Xerxes' support in the legal world, few dared to provoke them. If anyone did, they would use Alex's power secretly to eliminate the enemies. Working in tandem openly and covertly, they eventually built Feichi Group's trillion-dollar assets. Being deceived this way, logically Rosemary should hate her master. But over these years, although she was an apprentice, her master treated her like a beloved granddaughter. Even if he concealed something from her, it didn't matter now. Foolish child. Why are you crying? Alex forced a smile. I'm not dead yet, am I? Master. Stop crying. I've long known this day would come. Evil deeds always have consequences. Alex explained. But the best thing I did was take you as an apprentice and keep you away from all your uncle's affairs. Master stopped me from taking up my post in Hangzhou because you didn't want me to get involved? Rosemary asked. Yes. Alex nodded. To keep you out of it, I made your uncle send Ebert here, and you went through proper channels to find Kimura. If things didn't work out on your side, Ebert would secretly force the Pan family into submission. But who would have thought such a fierce demon was hiding behind the Pan family? Thinking of Aryan, Alex still felt lingering fear. To lower his guard and deplete his true essence, he had willingly traded dozens of wounds on his body. Not only was he deeply scheming, but also incredibly ruthless towards himself. His final strike, Aryan planned with a grim resolve to kill or be killed. What truly shocked him was facing the murderous aura inside the broken bronze shard. Back then, just touching it caused the murderous aura to impact his mind-sea, leaving him mentally disoriented, his true essence running rampant, and instantly severely wounded. Since then, he dared not touch it again. Yet, Aryan could absorb the murderous aura from the bronze shard and incorporate it into his true essence. How resilient must one's willpower and character be? If Aryan were not suppressed early on, his future potential was boundless. In the peak of the first level at 24. Meanwhile, she excelled academically, ranking among the top 10 every year. Initially, Daryl had reminded her not to neglect her studies. Following what Senior Pong said, if Rosemary had focused solely on practicing without dividing her time, she could have reached the peak of the first level 2 years earlier. She might already be a grandmaster now. Carrie Lynn, there's something I don't know if I should say, Alex questioned. Senior Pong, please speak your mind. Your elder brother won't give up Feichi Group so easily, especially now that it's facing difficulties and its market value has plummeted. Alex said solemnly, if he sells now, it will be a huge loss. Fitzroy will resort to sleight of hand, ostensibly selling to someone else, but still controlling it behind the scenes. It will just be a change of face. You can't sever ties as easily as you think. Many of your colleagues have close ties with your elder brother. They won't forsake the enormous allure Xerxes offers. They won't sever ties with you. If they get into trouble, you'll still be implicated. This, Daryl wanted to argue, but after careful thought, he couldn't find any counter-arguments. That was the truth. Just a few days ago, he had a big argument with his eldest brother, criticizing him sternly. Although his brother seemed to agree on the surface, who knew what he would do behind the scenes? How many people are willing to give up hard-won high positions? Even if it were him, he wouldn't give up now either. These past years, your elder brother has offended too many people, and to bring Alex's belongings over. However, When this person arrived at Alex's residence, they found that the precious herbs and treasures Alex had cherished for years were all gone, leaving only some insignificant trinkets. Daryl immediately called his elder brother Xerxes, questioning what had happened. Xerxes replied that it might have been robbed. Although Daryl and Xerxes did not live together, the security at his elder brother's place was no less stringent than his own, with dozens of top-notch guards and several grandmasters. There was even a great grandmaster on standby. How could there be a robbery? Daryl was enraged to the point of shouting obscenities, before Xerxes finally told the truth. It turned out that the great grandmaster Javier, who did not get along with Alex, had taken them away, saying that since Alex was already incapacitated, these items would be better off being used by Javier. This was classic ingratitude and treachery. Over the years, Alex had done so much for Xerxes, yet he ended up like this, unable even to protect his own possessions. Alex almost vomited blood from anger. At this moment, Daryl truly understood how treacherous and cunning his elder brother was. "Master, don't be angry. I will definitely help you recover those items," Rosemary said through gritted teeth. "It doesn't matter whether we get them back or not. It's just that now, without these herbs and treasures, what do we have to offer Aryan?" Alex sighed. "Go back." Aryan rejected him coldly. "You." Rosemary was about to speak in anger, but was stopped by her master. "Mr. Bliss, this is a sword manual passed down by my master, which may be useful to you." Alex took out a yellowed book from his sleeve and respectfully handed it over. "Master, didn't you say this manual should never be revealed?" Rosemary exclaimed in shock. "Rules are rigid, but people are flexible." Alex explained. It was a desperate move. After Javier looted his long-held collection, Alex had nothing else to offer that could sway Aryan besides this sword manual. Fitzroy would bear the responsibility for breaking the rules of his sect. "Master!" Rosemary burst into tears again. "You're making such a fuss over nothing. I don't even want it." Aryan stood up and was about to go upstairs. "Mr. Bliss, if you agree to teach Alicia, I will meet any conditions you set." Daryl also bowed deeply. "Do I need that?" Aryan mocked. "That?" Daryl was speechless. As Alex had predicted last night, Aryan even disliked the idea of having Alicia as a maid. "Mr. Bliss, this old man will kneel before you." Alex knelt down directly. "Master, no." Rosemary rushed to support him, but Alex remained partially kneeling. Manual, finding it contained methods for transforming chi into a sword. Was Alex's master from a lineage of sword cultivators? Unfortunately, who could cultivate chi these days? All were entering the path of martial arts. Aryan shook his head. Apart from the technique of transforming chi into a sword providing some inspiration, the other moves were useless to him. Perhaps only those who reached the innate realm would find them truly useful. Sadly, among today's martial artists, 10,000 may not even produce one who can break through to the innate realm. Still, it's better to continue expanding my sea of consciousness. Holding the newly acquired broken copper tablet in one hand and the copper ball in the other, Aryan entered a state of cultivation. Recently, covered in wounds, practicing boxing wasn't an option. By 3 in the afternoon, Rosemary knocked on the door. "The medicine has been boiled." Aryan opened the door and stared at Rosemary. She didn't dare meet Aryan's gaze and lowered her head. "Why? As a maid, you don't know how to address your master?" Aryan asked. Rosemary blushed, inwardly cursing Aryan for not letting up, but she obediently called out, "Young master." "Not bad, much better this way." Aryan smirked and walked towards the door. "Strangle you." Rosemary pretended to strangle Aryan's neck. After about 20 minutes, a sudden wave of lethal aura burst out, causing even Alex and Daryl to retreat several steps. "Ah!" Ailbeddenly. A scream came from inside the room, but only once, then silence. "Fanmo!" Daryl panicked and wanted to rush in, but Alex held him back. "Whatever happened? Since we chose to trust Mr. Bliss, let's leave everything to him." Daryl stopped but remained anxious, his fists clenched tightly, silently vowing that if Aryan acted recklessly, he would never forgive this man. Soon, a gentle breeze-like aura emerged from the room, invigorating all three. Primordial chi? Alex froze, then rejoiced. What a tremendous opportunity for Fanmo. What is primordial chi? The primordial chi refers to the energy that appeared before the separation of heaven and earth, Alex explained. It's been rare recently, extremely hard to find. Yet Mr. Bliss managed to obtain it, truly an extraordinary opportunity. Just using it now feels like a waste. Because beneath the primordial realm, one can't absorb this primordial chi. I wonder what Mr. Bliss plans to do with it. Fitzroy felt jealous. If he had the primordial chi, it might fully heal his injuries and possibly advance his cultivation further. But he was indeed old, and even with the primordial chi, breaking through to the primordial realm would be difficult. Giving it to his disciple made him feel content. However, Alex didn't want to waste any chance, quickly sitting cross-legged to absorb a bit, which would benefit his mental purity. Unfortunately, this aura soon vanished. 5 minutes later, the lethal and primordial auras reappeared. The screams did as well. This cycle repeated 4 times before finally settling down. 20 more minutes passed before Aryan exited the room. "Mr. Bliss, was it successful?" Daryl asked anxiously. "It was, but she needs to continue absorbing medicinal power to nurture her body," Aryan replied. "Thank you, Mr. Bliss." Daryl expressed his gratitude. "Mr. Bliss, is there any primordial chi left?" Alex was most concerned about this. "No." Aryan shook his head. "There wasn't much to begin with, and it was all used to expand your disciple's consciousness." Indeed, the primordial chi within the bronze ball was limited, nearly depleted after multiple uses, just enough for LB Fanmo. If she were a sword cultivator, techniques aren't the priority. It's the consciousness that matters most. Aryan was laying the foundation for LB Fanmo. Luckily, he was already familiar with the lethal aura, so without the primordial chi, he could manage for half an hour. Alex didn't suspect Aryan was lying, bowing. "I'll never forget Mr. Bliss's great kindness. There's no need to remember anything. I simply see potential in her and want to see how far your sword cultivators can grow. It's a pity that our school has long lost the method of cultivating spirit senses. Otherwise, I would have passed it on to you long ago. I never thought Mr. Bliss would have this. Letting you follow him was the most correct decision I've made in my life. If you had followed me, I might have buried your talent. Really? Rosemary's expression turned complicated. At first, she thought Aryan would take revenge privately during the bone refining process, maybe taking advantage of her. Like touching her improperly or acting inappropriately under the guise of refining bones. Or even causing her to fail and breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. But Aryan didn't. Throughout the entire bone refining process, Aryan only touched her forehead 4 times, transferring true essence into her sea of consciousness. Because she almost fainted several times, it was Aryan's true essence, accompanied by his stern voice, that pulled her back from the brink of unconsciousness. Though she almost failed 4 times, she felt some resentment towards Aryan, but he did it for her own good. Fitzroy used the rare innate primordial chi to lay a foundation for you. Alex continued, Alicia, Mr. Bliss has given you a second life. Remember not to be ungrateful and serve him well. Rosemary was speechless, not knowing how to respond. After a while, she asked, Master, where's my phone? Fitzroyer. Alex handed the phone to Rosemary. Rosemary called Ushvin, Goo classmate, is the hairpin repair father. That's true, Daryl echoed. She was very low-key. Even her friends at school didn't know she had a high-ranking father like me. Recently, when she failed to keep her promise to Mr. Bliss, it was because of the pride deep in her heart, Alex continued explaining. After all, she rarely encountered a match from a young age. Being about your age, she felt humiliated after being easily defeated by you, and wanted another chance. But worried she might never see you again, she left the hairpin deliberately. That day, she promised to send it to you, and had already placed it on the coffee table downstairs. Then Ebert came, and somehow it got broken. In her heart, she felt guilty. Not only did she get someone to repair it, but also asked around everywhere for the same type of hairpin, willing to pay any price to make amends. Seeing Aryan remain silent, Alex realized he had spoken too much and quickly changed the subject. Mr. Bliss, Xerxes has another grandmaster named Javier. Though he is a doctor, he is ruthless with 2 extremely sharp golden needles, almost undetectable. If you ever encounter him in the future, please be cautious. Understood, Aryan waved his hand. Farewell. Alex cupped his hands again. Mr. Bliss, take care. Daryl also cupped his hands and bowed before turning to leave. Aryan stayed on the mountain until 10:30, then turned back. Upon returning to his room, he noticed someone had been there. The Pan family guarded the premises quite strictly, so no outsider could enter. Fitzroy opened the drawer and saw that his mother's other dowries were still there. Except for the hairpin that had been broken into 3 pieces, it was gone. Fitzroy had no intention of catching the thief and went to sleep early after showering. For the next week, he practiced boxing on the mountain every morning and stayed home otherwise. By mid to late October, Hazel suddenly called, Is Mr. Bliss still in Hangzhou? Yes, Aryan responded. The plane tree leaves have turned yellow. Do you want to come see? Aren't you afraid of offending the Liao family? They've already broken their promise and sent people to deal with you. What do I have to fear? Hazel said coldly. It seemed the Carey family had known this all along. Both sides must have been keeping tabs on each other, likely with many informants planted within their families. All right, I'll come over this afternoon, Aryan agreed. Elbeer, if you have time, come earlier. We're having a barbecue. Okay. Around 5 o'clock, Aryan took Rosemary away from the Pan residence and went to the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce, which was also the headquarters of the Small and Medium Enterprises Poverty Relief Foundation. By the artificial lake in the backyard, Hazel had arranged a barbecue, but that old man hasn't shown up for over 10 years. We don't know if he's still alive. If he is, you need to be cautious. Hazel asked, would you be willing to ally with our Carey family? You don't need to involve your family. Aryan waved his hand. Though he had saved Hazel's life, asking the Carey family to dispatch a grandmaster to help him was not free. It would certainly come at a cost. Grandmasters were few in each family and would not be easily mobilized. Losing one could lead to the family's rapid decline. Without benefits, the Carey family wouldn't easily commit a grandmaster to help. Mr. Bliss, you should know that the Liao family might seek help from the Churchill family, who also has a grandmaster, Hazel continued. If the Churchill family insists on getting involved, I don't mind eradicating another family, Aryan said coldly. Then please be extra careful. Hazel glanced at Aryan with complicated emotions. In fact, Aryan's refusal made her feel relieved. Because her father wanted to send a grandmaster to help Aryan in exchange for a marriage alliance, having Aryan marry her. Only by making Aryan the son-in-law of the Carey family would they spare no effort to assist him. Hazel felt relieved, not because she didn't want to marry Aryan. She had good feelings for him, there was no doubt about that. But it was only fondness, not love. If Aryan really wanted to ally with the Carey family, must not target Aryan. Now you're openly breaking the agreement? Hazel said coldly. Aren't you afraid that our Carey family will feud with your Liao family endlessly? Feud endlessly? Wasn't it you who deliberately lured Aryan out? Branson sneered. You're talking rubbish. Hazel cursed loudly. How else would I know Aryan was here? Actually, it was your father who informed us. Branson continued. Fitzroy said if Aryan couldn't be used for our benefit, then he should be killed to prevent future troubles. No, it's impossible. Hazel looked at Aryan opposite her. Don't believe him. I didn't deliberately lure you out. Mr. Bliss, please leave quickly. Leave? I was just waiting for him to come and kill me. Aryan stood up and walked towards Branson step by step. Your injuries haven't healed yet, right? So eager to rush to your death? Rush to my death? Branson sneered. Indeed. My injuries haven't fully healed, but you aren't in much better shape either. Oh? It seems the LB family told you about my injury. Aryan instantly understood what was going on. Few people knew about his injuries. Those under Fat Pig were either dead or captured. Only the LB family knew about it. The Rosemary's uncle's family must have leaked the information. Because of Daryl, Ebert's family wouldn't target Aryan for a while. If Daryl were to take action against his own kin, it wouldn't someone from the Churchill family would appear. It seemed inviting a grandmaster to act indeed required a great cost, one the Liao family wasn't willing to pay. Now, let's see how useful your copper piece is. Branson, holding the long sword, glared at Aryan angrily. Does a broken sword give you so much courage? Then you think too highly of yourself. Aryan wasn't concerned at all. But since you like playing with swords, I'll play with you today. Alacia, lend me your flexible sword.
Yes.
Rosemary unfastened the flexible sword from her waist and tossed it to Aryan. This sword belonged to her master Alex, passed down through the school. Alex, having been incapacitated, no longer needed it, so she gave it to Rosemary. In fact, Rosemary couldn't wield this flexible sword properly yet. Not being a grandmaster, she lacked true energy, unable to bring out its full power. Fitzroy's internal force was too rigid, making it hard to control the flexible sword, but she carried it with her anyway. Watch carefully. Aryan held the sword in his right hand and lunged at Branson, who likewise faced him head-on. Rosemary muttered, "You only studied the sword manual twice. Can you really grasp it thoroughly? I don't believe it." But soon she was stunned. In the 13 moves detailed in the manual, Aryan used 8 within a dozen exchanges with Branson. Initially, there was obvious unfamiliarity, but he grew increasingly proficient, overwhelming Branson. His movements were agile and fluid, yet every move was vicious, seemingly not inferior to her master. After all, Branson wasn't trained in swordsmanship from a young age, but in palm techniques. His sword skills were likely learned later in life. Unfortunately, despite having the upper hand, Aryan couldn't inflict any damage on Branson. With the copper skin and iron bones technique activated, even this sword couldn't penetrate his defenses. Is this guy really a genius? Rosemary said in shock. How else could he be so powerful at this age if not a genius? Hazel also marveled. Rosemary didn't say anything more, her eyes fixated on the flexible sword in Aryan's hands. This was indeed a good learning opportunity. Although her master had demonstrated many times, there was something uniquely different about how Aryan used it. I'll see how much of your true essence you can expend, Aryan laughed. Though he couldn't injure Branson, the formation of a defense using true essence consumed a lot of energy. I'm a mid-stage great master. How could I fear an early-stage great master? I can wear you down, Branson said coldly. Early-stage great master? Aryan sneered, and in the next moment, he poured his true essence into the flexible sword as if it were limitless, making his moves. Even sensing Aryan's palm coming towards him, he was too weak to summon any true essence. Bang! Aryan's palm struck solidly on Branson's back, sending him flying before collapsing on the lawn. You're really easy to deceive. Aryan walked over, stepping on Branson's body, looking down. How easy do you think it is to practice a flying sword? Fitzroying this, Branson spat out more blood in anger, his neck twisting as he died with eyes wide open. Aryan looked towards the parasol tree. You've come. Why hide? What? There are still enemies? Hazel asked in shock. Chapter 128. Javier has arrived. Fitzroy. Branson is really an idiot. Someone who's not good with swords insists on dueling you with one. The cold laughter echoed from behind the sycamore tree, but the person who emerged appeared to be a sage-like figure. Fitzroy had a goatee, a slender face, and an aloof demeanor. Alex also lost all his dignity. You severely wounded him and crippled him, even taking the sword manual of his sect, disgracing him thoroughly. The old man continued. Javier. Rosemary glared at the newcomer through gritted teeth. My uncle promised my father that he would no longer oppose Aryan. Now that you've broken your word, my father won't let you off. I have already left the Ailby family. The gold needle aimed at Aryan's armpit at an extremely precise angle. Aryan twisted his body in midair, narrowly avoiding the gold needle. But immediately afterward, 2 more needles shot from Javier's left palm, blocking Aryan's escape route. This move was viciously cunning. Ding ding. 2 broken copper plates appeared and deflected the gold needles away. Die. Aryan struck at Javier's chest with a furious palm strike. You were prepared all along, damnable Alex. Afraid to receive the blow, Javier, having expended too much true essence controlling the 3 gold needles, quickly retreated and turned to flee. Aryan didn't chase him but watched Javier leave. Staggering back 2 steps, he was now at his last strength. That last palm strike was just for show. With almost no true essence left, even controlling 2 broken copper plates was taxing for him, requiring great mental exertion. If Javier had truly fought to the death, Aryan might not have fared well. Unfortunately, Javier also backed down, clearly scared off. Indeed, the older they get, the more they fear death. Master, are you alright? Rosemary hurried forward to support Aryan. I'm fine. Aryan waved her off. Fitzroy, me sit down. Rosemary helped Aryan sit on the ground and quickly fetched water for him to drink. After drinking a few sips, Aryan sat cross-legged and tried to calm the turbulent chi inside his body. Mr. Bliss, I came as soon as I got the news, only to find I arrived too late. Are you alright? About 5 minutes later, Kale, Hazel's father, rushed in with a group of people. Thank you, Fitzroy of the Carey family. I'm fine. Aryan opened his eyes and replied as he stood up. That's good. The Liao family has indeed broken their word. Kale said angrily. Did Fitzroy Carey see 2 old men running out? No, I didn't. Kale shook his head. How long ago did they leave? Can we still catch them? About 5 minutes ago, 1 mid-great master and 1 peak master, Aryan replied. The peak master who came with Branson fled as soon as he saw Branson killed. Had Javier not shown up, Aryan would have definitely killed that peak master from the Liao family. They're out of reach now, Kale sighed regretfully. Aryan didn't bother to comment. Whether the Carey family arrived early or intentionally late was unknown. Fitzroy simply walked onto the lawn, searching for his broken copper plates and the 2 gold needles. The copper plates weren't sharp enough. Once the opponent was on guard, it became difficult to break through their defenses. But the gold needles were different. Even if the opponent was prepared, piercing flesh could still cause significant damage. Upon closer inspection, these needles were not made of ordinary brass, but seemed to be crafted to invite their ancestral elders to intervene. We must be cautious. Kale sternly added, closely monitor every move of the Liao family. What? Third uncle is dead? In the Liao family hall, upon hearing this news, everyone stood up abruptly. Seventh uncle. Was it the Carey family who acted? No, the Carey family did not act. Seventh uncle Hamish shook his head. How could those two great masters both lose to Aryan? Not only has Aryan fully recovered, but he has also advanced to the late-stage great master realm. What? How does Aryan practice? Liao family patriarch Amir was shocked. Others took years, sometimes 3 to 5 years, to advance from great master to late stage. When third uncle went after Aryan last time, Aryan was at the peak early stage great master level. It's been less than a month, and not only has he smoothly broken through to mid-stage, but he is already at the late stage great master level. This is incredibly rapid progress. Did you see it wrong? Everyone looked at Hamish. It was third Marty who said it. Hamish shrugged. We can't let Aryan continue to grow. We must ask the old ancestor to step in immediately, or else there will be endless trouble. Amir's face darkened. If Aryan gets any stronger, even the old ancestor might lose when he intervenes. Seventh uncle, go personally and ask the old ancestor to come out of seclusion early. Amir looked at Hamish beside him. Yes. Chapter 129 Conway's End. Mr. Bliss, I sincerely apologize for what happened yesterday. I had no idea the Liao family would be so bold as to make a move inside the Chamber of Commerce. The next morning, Hazel came to the Pan family, bringing medicinal herbs from the Carey family for Aryan. In addition to healing wounds, there were also several herbs for purifying and strengthening one's constitution. It's not your fault, Aryan waved his hand. Actually, I was thinking of luring them out anyway. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Bliss. Hazel said gratefully. I have already been expelled from Huifeng and may likely lose my right to inherit the Bliss family. Your Carey family still wants to court me? Aryan looked at the herbs and said, this has nothing to do with your inheritance rights. It is merely a token of our Carey family's goodwill, Hazel replied seriously. In that case, I will accept it. Aryan said straightforwardly. By the way, the Liao family will surely ask their elder to intervene. You need to be careful. Hazel reminded him. If necessary, our Carey family elder can also act, but the Liao family might guess that we will offer help and turn to the Churchill family for assistance. If the Churchill family elder steps in, our Carey family may not be able to assist you. You'll probably have to deal with the Liao family elder yourself. I understand. Aryan nodded, handing over the After putting it away, Rosemary asked, by the way, do you know Mr. Bliss's ex-wife? I don't know her personally, but I've heard about her. Ashvin smiled. On National Day, Mr. Bliss's ex-wife Juniper married the son of academician Ji, but the groom was arrested at the wedding. This incident became a laughingstock among Hangzhou's upper circles. As recently as 2 days ago, the news reported it. Reported what? Rosemary asked curiously. The court announced the verdict. Ji's son was sentenced to 9 years for theft, slander, and attempted murder. Seems like Juniper sure knows how to pick her men, Rosemary remarked with a wry smile. The funniest part is that Juniper's future mother-in-law was also arrested for slander, causing quite a stir, and academician Ji lost face completely. Ashvin felt some sympathy for academician Ji. Ending up with these two, he really suffered. Do you think there's any possibility that Mr. Bliss and Juniper could reconcile? Rosemary asked. Student Alacia, it's best if you don't get involved. Mr. Bliss probably doesn't want others interfering in his personal matters, Ashvin warned. I noticed he seems uninterested in other women, so I wondered if he still harbors some feelings for Juniper. After all, it was his first love, which is usually unforgettable. Rosemary explained, Fitzroy has helped me so much, and I just wanted to help him in return. So you're thinking of giving the hairpin to Juniper? To let her know it's from Mrs. Bliss's dowry and win her back? That's the plan, Rosemary nodded. Well, Ashvin hesitated. That person has quite some influence. Please wait a bit longer. The staff member apologized again. Ashvin's face darkened, but Rosemary gave him a look and stepped aside. She saw that the young man was holding a bouquet of roses. Ashvin was stunned but didn't fuss over it. Rosemary had wanted him to test her feelings. Now she had someone for free. After the two entered, Ashvin put one foot against the door to prevent it from closing completely, leaving a crack. Ji-yoon, these are for you. Dax, haven't I told you not to come see me anymore? Besides, it's my working time now. Get out, Juniper said extremely displeased. Ji-yoon, I already know why you rejected me. Conway used company rules to threaten you into not getting a divorce, right? Dax smiled. I've already found people to deal with Conway. I believe it won't be long before he agrees to the divorce. Did my brother say this? Juniper said coldly. No. Incapable at doing good deeds, but adept at causing trouble, Juniper scolded. Your brother did this for your own good. If Conway stays in prison until he's over 30, your brother doesn't want you to wait so long. Dax said seriously. Besides, you should know how much I love you. I've had a crush on you since high school. I've been married twice, had an abortion once, and can't have children anymore. Why would you marry me? Juniper said coldly. I have a child, so I don't need you to bear one. Enough, I warn you. If anything happens to Conway in prison, you won't get away easily, Juniper warned sternly. Ji-yoon, get out. Juniper barked coldly. I'll come back next time, Dax replied weakly. Rosemary and Ashvin exchanged a glance and turned to leave. They no longer wanted to see Juniper. Perhaps Aryan and Juniper had no future together. Perhaps the child Juniper aborted was Mr. Bliss's. Ailbeck, a vicious woman, wasn't worth Mr. Bliss's affection or protection anymore. Rosemary wouldn't try to bring them together anymore. Not being able to have children might be her retribution. She hadn't realized how much of a blow Mr. Bliss had suffered. A normal person might take a long time to recover. Chapter 130. The Liao family is ready to make a move. Why did you tell Dax about Conway? After work one evening, Alethea sternly questioned her elder brother. If Dax really takes action against Conway and academician Ji holds us accountable, do you think our ALB family has too few troubles already? Dax said he wouldn't take action, but would just find a way to get Conway credit for meritorious service to reduce his sentence. Wally explained, because one of Dax's aunt's husband has connections in the prison. If Conway agrees to divorce you, then Dax will help out. So you and Conway agreed to this? I did it for your own good. We can't be delayed by that bastard Conway, mentioned Conway, which still made Wally gnash his teeth with anger. Originally, after Conway was sentenced, Alethea could have directly proposed a divorce. The Ailby family also wanted to cut ties with Conway, as this guy was too despicable and too heartless. Fitzroy killed his uncle who helped him without hesitation. Such a person is overly cold-blooded. However, Conway refused to divorce. If Alethea insisted on filing for divorce, Conway threatened to drag Wally into the mess too. When establishing Fengyang Company through selling projects, Conway received 30% of the shares, among which 20% went to Wally. Although Wally did not participate in undervaluing the shares, benefiting from it left him hard to defend. As long as Conway insisted that he and Wally did this together, Wally could hardly escape imprisonment. It might even implicate Alethea. As chairman, she would be hard-pressed to justify it. To avoid being dragged down by Conway, the Ailby family had no choice but to let things remain at an impasse and not file for divorce. But Alethea thought this situation was quite fine. After all, she was utterly disappointed in Conway, living separately, one outside, one inside prison. Not divorcing meant she wouldn't be coveted by others. She didn't want to marry anyone else either. Even if Conway came out after 9 years, they would at most maintain a nominal marriage, without any actual substance. Conway doesn't want a divorce. Moon Hill, Matthew, who was cultivating behind Aryan, respectfully reported. Matthew and Dovey were still serving as retainers in the Yuan and Warren families. These two families did not know the duo had pledged allegiance to Aryan. Is it true that the patriarch of the Liao family emerged from seclusion early? Aryan asked. Yes, Matthew nodded. This time, they also invited 7 family heads to witness the event. Invite those 7 families to watch? How audacious. Aryan was surprised. How confident is the Liao family? Not only are they not planning a sneak attack, but are inviting those 7 vassal families to watch, letting them see Aryan being eliminated? Do they not fear these 7 families tipping off Aryan? Or do they not care if he has support? It seems the Liao family sent people to Beijing to inquire and found out that Aryan's father had lost his position as family head, and the new head, his uncle, harbors resentment towards the family. Even if Aryan seeks help, it's likely that his uncle would promise support publicly but neglect it secretly. Actually, Aryan hadn't planned to seek help from the family. He wasn't going to lower his head easily. You may be exposed, Li Hongzhou. Aryan waved his hand. Sir, you've already helped me a great deal. There's no need for you to risk your lives this time. Aryan replied, moreover, this time I swear to follow you until death, my lord, Thornton said in a deep voice. Good. Aryan laughed loudly. With all of you showing such determination, what do I have to fear? As practitioners, we should face difficulties head-on, push forward undaunted, and even death would be without regrets. At this moment, Aryan's state of mind seemed completely open, seemingly connected with heaven and earth, blending into one. Within his sea of consciousness, it seemed like there was newfound enlightenment. The true essence within his body rapidly circulated, constantly consuming the internal strength yet to be converted, transforming them swiftly into true essence. Rosemary and Thornton exchanged another glance. Both showed expressions of shock, hurriedly stepping back, sitting far away, not daring to disturb Aryan in the slightest. Chapter 131. Can I marry Fitzroy? It was late at night, and the Carey family received a special guest. Wearing a mask and sunglasses, the visitor was completely covered, even entering not through the main gate but from the side door. After entering the Carey residence, he went straight to Kale's study. Inside the study, only Kale and this guest were present, with even the servants and bodyguards asked to leave. At this moment, the guest removed his sunglasses and mask, revealing a handsome man in his late 20s. Fitzroy was Aryan's paternal uncle's second son, Faxon, who was 1 year older than Aryan, also making him Aryan's elder cousin. Mr. Bliss, what brings you here so late at night? Kale asked. Uncle Carey, surely you have heard about Dottie's broken engagement with Ferris from the Chin family of Carey High? Faxon asked. I have heard of it, Kale nodded. As I know, Aryan has an oral agreement with the Nangong family. If Aryan cannot reach the innate realm within 3 years, he will have to return to marry Dottie and continue their old engagement. Faxon said solemnly, but Uncle Carey must also be aware how slim the chances are for reaching the innate realm. 1 out of 1,000 grandmasters may not even break through. Aryan does have some talent, but to reach the innate realm within 3 years is almost impossible. Even if a family supports someone wholeheartedly, breaking through to the innate realm remains unlikely. Besides, the current head of the Bliss family is my father, and more resources will be directed towards my elder brother and me. There will be no substantial support for Aryan. So, Aryan is destined to return and marry Dottie. It's impossible for him to marry your daughter. I don't understand what you're getting at. Kale shook his head. If Aryan can't marry, I can. Faxon said seriously, if your family doesn't help Aryan, I can marry your daughter, and our families can become relatives. You? Kale was taken aback. Yes, Faxon confirmed. I am already a grandmaster. As he spoke, he placed his right palm on the table, and a burst of true essence vibrated outwards, shattering the cup 20 centimeters away from his hand. Kale was inwardly shocked. Indeed, the Bliss family, one of the 9 major heritage families in Yinjing, was extraordinary. A randomly chosen heir could possess such formidable strength, and Faxon was just the second son. Rumor had it that his elder brother was even stronger, also firmly a grandmaster. Not counting others, just the elder brother of Faxon himself, and Aryan meant that the Bliss family had at least 3 grandmasters among the younger generation. There might be other prodigies as well, but even if there weren't, having 3 grandmasters was enough to inspire awe. Compared to the Liao family, which was also considered prestigious, it clearly fell short. Unfortunately, the larger the family, the fiercer the internal struggles. For instance, Faxon visiting personally to prevent the Carey family from helping Aryan aimed to put Aryan in a desperate situation. If Aryan died, he would never return to the Bliss family to compete for the position of head. If he didn't die, Aryan, though still exiled, could always bring about unexpected changes. It was better to snuff out any chance of change at its root. Should he agree to this? Cale's mind raced, weighing the pros and cons. Fitzroy indeed saw potential in Aryan, but if Aryan truly couldn't reach the innate realm within 3 years, as Faxon suggested, he didn't believe it either. Many people remained at the peak of Grandmaster for years, sometimes decades, without progress. Take their own patriarch, who had been at the peak of Grandmaster for 18 years and still couldn't break through to the innate realm. As age caught up, lifespan diminishing, the peak of Grandmaster became the limit. If Aryan couldn't break through and return to marry Dottie, then it truly wasn't their concern anymore. A son-in-law and friend relationship would naturally be closer as a son-in-law. If Diamond married Faxon, it would indeed be a perfect match, connecting the Carey family with the Bliss family. In the future, no one in Hangzhou would dare challenge the Carey family. However, if the Carey family did not help, Aryan would face 2 peak Grandmasters, which was certainly fatal. From Faxon's personal visit to prevent Carey family's aid to Aryan, it was clear that the Bliss family would not send experts to help Aryan. If his daughter knew the Carey family abandoned Aryan and then arranged her marriage to Faxon, she would undoubtedly realize a secret deal had been struck with the Bliss family. If Aryan really died, his daughter would make a scene. Thinking about this, Cale said solemnly, "Mr. Bliss, this matter is significant. We need to discuss it. In that case, I won't disturb the Carey family's decision-making process. Farewell." Faxon stood up, putting back on his mask and sunglasses. Before leaving, he reminded Lord Carey, "Whether the Carey family agrees or not, I've never been here. I have never seen you, young master." Cale knew this matter was significant and concerned the unity within the Bliss family. Fitzroy couldn't speak recklessly or let his daughter know. It would be best if fewer people in the family knew about it. He could only ask for the old ancestor's opinion. "Manager Jiang, are you preparing to go off duty?" The next afternoon, as Grace was packing up to leave work, Brennan walked in, looking at her with a mocking expression. "Do you need something?" Grace didn't care for Brennan, and her tone was icy. Both of them were managers of equal rank, so she didn't need to flatter him. Brennan closed the office door, locked it, and then sat directly on the desk, reaching out to lift Grace's chin. Grace took 2 steps back and said coldly, "Brennan, have you lost your mind? If you don't get out now, I'll call Mr. Bliss immediately." "Aryan, you still pin your hopes on him?" Brennan sneered. "Fitzroy's like a clay Buddha crossing a river, hard-pressed to save himself. What do you mean?" Grace narrowed her eyes, looking at Brennan. "Aryan has completely infuriated the Liao family. The Liao family's old ancestor will take action against him tonight." Brennan boasted. "Do you know the strength of the Liao family's old ancestor? A peak grandmaster who has lived for over 100 years. Today is Aryan's death day. If you're smart, we might let you off easy. If not, you'll end up going to your grave with Aryan." "What?" Grace was startled and quickly pulled out her phone to alert Aryan. But just as she took out her phone, Brennan snatched it away. Grace wasn't intimidated. She pushed Brennan down and rushed toward the door, trying to run out. However, 2 burly men were standing at the door, blocking her way completely. "Fitzroy!" Grace screamed. The burly men grabbed Grace, covering her mouth and shoving her back into the office. Brennan got up from the ground, slapped Grace across the face, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. But she didn't cry. She stared at Brennan with fierce determination. Brennan was agitated by her gaze and slapped her again. "Damn it, bitch. When you were with Zoran, you were all over him. Now with Aryan, you act all pure? Are you a pure woman? Does Aryan even value a bitch like you?" "Fitzroping Aryan at least made me feel human. To you, I'm just a dog." Grace gritted her teeth. "So today, I'll make you watch your backbone get killed. Then you'll beg to be my little bitch." Brennan sneered. "Now behave yourself, or you'll suffer more. Take her away. I will see Mr. Bliss kill all of you, leaving none alive." "No, it definitely isn't like that." Hazel squinted her eyes. "Wasn't it because someone from the Bliss family came?" "No, don't make assumptions. It must have been the Bliss family, preventing the Carey family from helping Mr. Bliss." Hazel became more certain and her expression turned cold. "Ivor, I don't care what conditions the Bliss family offered. If the Carey family doesn't help Mr. Bliss today, and he is killed by Liao family's elder, then I will go to the underworld with him." When Cale saw his daughter's determined look, he was momentarily stunned. "How did you figure it out? Did you ask Great Lawrence?" "I didn't ask Great Lawrence. It's actually not hard to understand once you think about it," Hazel explained. "Our sudden change must have an external reason. What kind of external reason could make the Carey family abandon helping Mr. Bliss? Certainly not from the Churchill family or the Liao family. Everyone knew the Liao family would ask the Churchill family for help, but we still plan to assist. In Hangzhou, there are very few families that can influence such a significant decision made by the Carey family, no more than 5. But apart from the Churchill family and the Carey family, the other families have no grudge against Mr. Bliss. They wouldn't take the initiative to offend the Bliss family. Since we've ruled out families in Hangzhou, let's consider other possibilities. Mr. Bliss doesn't have many enemies. Maybe the Qian family from Carey High? The Qian family has declined, so the Carey family doesn't fear them. Therefore, it can only be a family from Jingsheng. Mr. Bliss's recent expulsion from Huifeng suggests that he might not be favored within his own family, which also indicates some internal turmoil in the Bliss family. You are indeed intelligent. Cale couldn't help but marvel at his clever daughter, who, if she were male, would truly be the best successor for the Carey family. But why do you insist on helping Mr. Bliss? Cale sighed. Fitzroy won't marry you. Fitzroy has an agreement with the Nangong family. If he doesn't break through to the innate realm within 3 years, he will return to marry Stinking. There's no benefit for you to help him so recklessly. Fitzroy saved my life, and I told him our family would assist him. We must keep our word, Hazel responded. Forget it. Cale waved his hand. Go see Great Lawrence. We'll leave in 10 minutes.
Yes.
Fearful of wasting any time, Hazel sprinted towards the backyard. After dinner, Aryan chose to rest at the villa on Half Moon Mountain, which was previously occupied by Rosemary and her master. However, the one who originally bought the property wasn't her, but her eldest uncle. Though they had fallen out, Rosemary still had the key, and Ebert hadn't sent anyone to reclaim it, probably because he dared not. Xerxes pretended to distance himself from Javier, leaked Aryan's injury to the Liao family, and arranged for Javier to personally deal with Aryan. This action infuriated Daryl and his daughter, so Ebert now dared not approach his cousin Rosemary again. Rosemary might not kill her cousin brother, but she would certainly beat him up to vent her anger. The view from the second villa here was even better than that at the Pan family's place, with a cliffside garden overlooking the Chinhang River. Sitting cross-legged by the cliff, Aryan was accompanied by Rosemary and Apollo. There were just 3 of them. Aryan hadn't invited the Pan family's bodyguards over since their presence wouldn't make any difference, given their strength was only at the peak of the first grade. Even with Apollo's recent training, the strongest among them barely reached the pinnacle of the first grade. Without his guidance, the Pan family wouldn't even have a peak first-grade fighter. First-grade fighters were powerless against grandmasters. In reality, even a grandmaster would be powerless in front of a great grandmaster. But Rosemary and Apollo did not leave. They wanted to stand by Aryan. Time ticked by slowly, with an eerie silence around them. Bang! An off-road vehicle crashed into the villa's main gate, smashing open a gap. Then a luxury car followed inside. The first one to step out was not from the Liao family, but from the 7 major clans. These 7 clans had pooled together several billion funds. With the help of insiders like Zoran and Ewing at Huifeng, they obtained investment secrets from Huifeng and collectively siphoned away billions of Huifeng's wealth. And shouted loudly. Aryan stood up, narrowing his eyes, and a wave of killing intent surged from him, pressing down on Brennan. So terrifying. Brennan shivered despite being nearly 20 meters away, yet he still felt the chilling and intense killing intent. Scared, he quickly took 2 steps back, but then feigned calm when he thought of the elders from the Liao and Churchill families behind him. Aryan, I'm not afraid of you because today is your death day. You'll know whose death day it is today. Aryan replied, looking past Brennan. People from the Liao family and the Churchill family got out of the cars. Chapter 133, Below the Innate, All Our Ants. Hanley, Patriarch Churchill. Seeing 2 elderly men with white hair and deeply wrinkled faces approach, the people from the 7 families greeted them respectfully in unison. Both of these men were over 100 years old. If they were ordinary people, they would have been dead long ago. But despite being full of wrinkles, these 2 old fellows remained physically robust, walking more steadily than everyone else. Their sharp eyes were like those of hawks. Just standing there gave off immense pressure. Both old men had already achieved half-step innate strength, even surpassing Amato's power. Boy, disrupting Justino's marriage, wantonly killing innocents in Hangsheng, exterminating my grandmaster, and defying the distinguished families of Hangsheng. Do you have any last words? Patriarch Dennis stared straight at Aryan, pressing him with a formidable aura that instantly dissipated Aryan's murderous intent. Brennan was instantly relieved. Shameless old man, you are exactly what I mean. Aryan sneered. Justino challenged me on his own accord, and losing shows he's not skilled enough. The Lees, Ewens, and others stole Huifeng's wealth, making them nothing but thieves. Branson sheltered these thieves and repeatedly tried to harm me. In your eyes, such acts became righteous? Aryan, you are spouting nonsense. We did not steal Huifeng's wealth, it's all your slander. Ulysses, the head of the Yuan family, shouted loudly. You used your overwhelming strength to kill the heads of the Li family, Song family, Zoran, and others, forcing us to admit guilt that we did not deserve. Ewing committed suicide by jumping out of the office to escape your coercion, proving his innocence with his death. Today, we seek justice through Hanley, intending to slay you for your lawlessness. The heads of the Warren family, Li family, Brennan, and others all joined in reprimanding Aryan, as if they had suffered an enormous injustice. Didn't I give you opportunities? Yet you don't repent? Aryan said coldly. It is you who does not repent. With 2 elders here today, you are certain to die, Brennan roared. Fine, hope you won't regret it, Aryan replied coldly. Thump. The head of the Li family knelt before Dennis, pleading, Hanley, please kill Aryan and uphold justice for us. Hanley, please uphold justice. Other family heads also knelt down similarly. Don't worry, he will certainly die today, Dennis said coldly. Ha ha ha. Aryan laughed, behaving disgracefully while pretending to be virtuous. What a laughable bunch. Justice stands with the majority. You claim righteousness, yet no one helps you. Dennis mocked. Even the Carries, who owe you a debt of gratitude, don't come to your aid, proving your enormity of crimes. Enough. Why bother finding excuses to kill me? Just get on with it, Aryan said impatiently. Elder, kill him. Tear out his mouth. Dig out his spine. Grind his bones to dust. People around them bellowed, as if in their eyes, Aryan had already become a corpse. Because even against just one Hanley, Aryan couldn't win, let alone with another Patriarch Churchill present. Now that the Carries didn't offer help, no one could restrain Patriarch Churchill. 2 peak grandmasters were fully capable of defeating Aryan. Die. Dennis struck out, covering several meters in one step. A powerful palm strike surged toward Aryan with an overwhelming force. Let's see who dies. Aryan clasped his palms together, pouring countless true essence and a chilling aura into a golden needle. Go! The golden needle, enveloped in dark, chilling energy, shot from his palm straight toward Dennis's heart. Trivial skills. Dennis didn't dodge. His right palm still aimed directly at Aryan's face. True essence surged toward his heart, rapidly forming layers of toughened skin. Fitzroy intended to block the golden needle this way, but when the golden needle touched the toughened layers, it penetrated them layer by layer. What? Dennis was shocked. Fitzroy instantly retracted his palm strike and instead hit his shoulder, causing his body to shift sideways. Thud. The golden needle pierced Dennis's heart, exiting through his back, leaving his entire body perforated. Blood spewed out, sparkling under the moonlight. Thump! In midair, Dennis fell to the ground, his face turning pale. Fortunately, Dennis's palm striking his shoulder caused the needle to shift slightly, only grazing the edge of his heart and moving upward diagonally. If he hadn't retracted his palm to strike his own shoulder, the golden needle would have pierced straight through his heart, killing him instantly. Even without piercing his heart, the terrifying chill energy flooded his body, causing his true essence to go wild. Spit! Dennis spat out several mouthfuls of blood, staring at Aryan in disbelief, unable to speak. The entire villa garden was now deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed and agape, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Hanley had been severely wounded in a single strike. Everyone gasped. How was this possible? How did Aryan manage to do it? So impressive. The peak grandmaster? Aryan's cold voice echoed in everyone's mind. In front of me, below the innate, all our ants. Below the innate, all our ants? Brennan and others fell to the ground. Their minds blank like a thunderclap had sounded inside them. Too terrifying. He took out a peak grandmaster in one move. This guy isn't human. He's a monster. Over. It's over. Ajay, dare you fight me? Aryan looked at Patriarch Churchill, his provocative voice deafening. Patriarch Churchill's face was as grim as if he had eaten a fly. Had anyone ever dared challenge him like this before? Those who once did were already dead in their next lives. But now, facing Aryan who had killed Dennis in one move, Ajay felt fear from deep within his heart. Dennis was finished. Ajay still wanted to live a few more days and hoped to break through to the innate realm. Patriarch Churchill, Aryan must have expended a great deal of energy. Please lend us your hand to avenge our patriarch. Amir loudly begged Ajay. Patriarch Churchill, please help us. The rest of the Liao family knelt down and pleaded. This put Ajay in an extremely difficult position, making it impossible for him to back out. Damn it. Ajay cursed inwardly. Fitzroy knew Aryan must have expended a lot, but no one knew exactly how much. If that needle attack came again, what could he use to block it? Even if it didn't kill him outright, any injury would significantly affect his chances of breaking through to the innate realm. Moreover, he originally had no intention of fighting today. Fitzroy was invited by the Liao family to deter the Carries from aiding Aryan, to intimidate the patriarch of the Carries. As long as he could hold off the patriarch of the Carries, he would let Dennis deal with Aryan. Holding off was purely about intimidation. The patriarch of the Carries also understood that battling another peak grandmaster would consume too much energy, affecting his breakthrough to the innate realm. By holding back the Carries, he also prevented the Churchill family patriarch from teaming up with the Liao family patriarch against Aryan. There was supposed to be a mutual understanding between both sides. Ajay, will you fight or not? Aryan's voice reverberated across the entire villa. Chapter 134 To fight or not to fight. Maxim, fight or not? Just as Hazel got out of the car, she heard Aryan's voice coming from inside the villa. What's going on? Hazel looked at her father Kale, who in turn looked at the family patriarch. Everyone was a bit stunned. Aryan had issued a challenge to Maxim? Wasn't he supposed to be fighting Dennis? Come on, let's go inside and take a look. Everyone quickened their pace and entered the villa. When they reached the garden lawn, they saw Dennis lying on the ground, breathing weakly, while members of the Liao family were kneeling there. Finally, the Carey family understood what was happening. Dennis had been defeated by Aryan, suffering grave injuries. The Liao family was begging Maxim to take action and kill Aryan to avenge Dennis. The others had mixed expressions. The Carey family had actually arrived, and at the worst possible time. Now that they were here, killing Aryan would be much harder. Brennan and the others also realized that killing Aryan today was no longer an option. If Aryan didn't die, it could very well be them dead tomorrow. Both they and the Liao family cursed the arrival of the Carey family. At this moment, Maxim felt a great sense of relief. Fitzroy never wanted to get involved, but being pushed into this situation by so many people left him with little choice. Now, with the Carey family's appearance, he had a way out. The head of the Liao family, Amir, rose and threatened. This is a matter between our Liao family and Aryan. Does your Carey family really need to interfere? Mr. Bliss is a benefactor to our Carey family. His affairs are now our affairs, Kale said solemnly. Lawrence Churchill, if you can help us eliminate Aryan, I'm willing to offer half of the Liao family's assets, Amir said, looking at Maxim. Maxim was indeed tempted. They had a significant advantage in numbers. But looking at the Carey family's patriarch, he wasn't confident in victory. Besides, there was still the unpredictable Aryan, whose true energy reserves were unknown. If their combined efforts failed to kill Aryan today, allowing the Carey family's patriarch to escort Aryan away, it would spell disaster for the Churchill family later on. As for the Liao family's wealth, Maxim couldn't help but sneer slightly. With two grandmasters lost, the Liao family had lost all its confidence. They would have to rely on other families just to survive. They needed to cling tightly to the Churchill family now. Otherwise, when Aryan came knocking, they wouldn't stand a chance. The Churchill family could slowly strip the Liao family of everything without worrying about short-term gains. And besides, they'd have to risk everything against both the Carey family's patriarch and Aryan. Thinking this over, Maxim replied, I clearly stated before coming that I was here to observe. Since the outcome has already been decided, my Churchill family must leave now. Lawrence Churchill? Amir protested. Maxim cut him off, reminding, your patriarch is gravely injured. Fitzroy should be treated immediately. Realizing this, Amir unclenched his fists and waved his hand, signaling for someone to help the elder up and into the car. Glaring hatefully at Aryan, the Liao family quickly departed. Fearing retribution, Brennan and others rushed to their cars as well, abandoning any plans to capture Meiling. Maxim brought up the rear as everyone else evacuated first. The Carey family did not try to stop them. The Carey family's patriarch did not want to engage in a battle with Maxim at this moment. Rosemary and Giannis wanted to chase after them, but were stopped by a glance from Aryan. Old friend Carey, farewell? Maxim gave a salute to the Carey family's patriarch before turning to leave. Mr. Bliss, are you alright? Hazel rushed to Aryan's side. Pa! Standing with his hands behind his back, Aryan couldn't hold on any longer, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing into Hazel's arms. Mr. Bliss! Hazel cried out. The Carey family's patriarch walked over and reminded, let's take him inside first. Aborted by Rosemary and Hazel, they carried Aryan to the sofa in the hall. The Carey family's patriarch placed his hand on Aryan's wrist, sending his true energy inside, only to feel a wave of killing intent and rapidly retract his hand. Lawrence, how is Mr. Bliss? Hazel asked anxiously. The Carey family's patriarch asked in shock. What happened? His true energy is completely depleted, and his mind is overwhelmed by rampant killing intent. His sea of consciousness has suffered severe damage. Mr. Bliss used golden needles to severely injure Dennis, Rosemary explained. No wonder. The Carey family's patriarch suddenly understood. Fitzroy forcibly mobilized all his true energy, causing too much strain on his mind, leading to the backlash of killing intent. What do we do now? Rosemary asked. After seriously injuring Dennis, he didn't suppress the rampaging killing intent inside his body, which worsened his injuries, leading to unconsciousness. The Carey family's patriarch narrowed his eyes, thinking for a long time. This injury isn't easy to treat because the rampant killing intent inside him is too overwhelming. It will reject all external forces. The only way now is to have him take some herbs that nurture the soul, allowing him to wake up on his own. As long as his consciousness recovers, he can slowly control his limited true energy and gradually suppress the rampant killing intent. Mr. Lee, please go to the Pan family and see if there are any herbs that nurture the soul, Rosemary said to Giannis. All right, I'll go immediately. Giannis turned and left. Hong Tao, go back and bring my 9-leaf grass, that for Dennis's attempt to break through to the innate realm. They had been collected over many years and were worth a fortune. Among them was a small booklet recording Dennis's insights, something typically not shown to outsiders, but now placed on top of the box. What is this? Maxim knowingly asked. Marty Churchill, I am finished. While coughing, Dennis pleaded. I don't ask Marty Churchill to protect the Liao family in the future. I only ask one thing. After breaking through to the innate realm, kill Aryan. Agreed. I promise Marty Liao. If I break through to the innate realm, I will surely kill Aryan. Maxim readily agreed. Breaking through the innate realm first, then killing Aryan. If not, he wouldn't act. Anyway, it didn't hurt to get these herbs first. Thank you. Cough, cough. Dennis started coughing violently. Take care, Marty Liao. I won't disturb you further. Maxim took the herbs and left. Chapter 135 Maxim's calculation. Please, Ancestor Churchill, protect us. In the Churchill family hall, when Maxim returned home, the 7 patriarchs who had gone to Aryan's villa earlier were all kneeling on the ground. Maxim thought this group would leave on their own, but they came to the Churchill family instead. After a brief moment of contemplation, he waved his hand and said, People, detain them. Also, prepare rich gifts and send every... Fitzroy believed the Cheen family elder would be tempted and agree to join forces to eliminate Aryan. As for these families' properties, they would probably offer them to Aryan to save their lives once they met him. Eventually, after Aryan was eliminated, they could reclaim those assets from him. As for the fate of these people, Maxim couldn't care less. Yes, I understand, Gwillem replied. Originally clear and bright, the sea of consciousness was now filled with dark, deadly energy. These tyrannical energies disrupted the entire consciousness. The wispy thread of smoke that once appeared in the sea of consciousness was now dim and seemed to have shrunk by more than half. Outside this thread of smoke, layers of innate energy wrapped around it, preventing it from dissipating entirely. If not for the absorption of a considerable amount of innate energy previously, this divine consciousness would likely have been swallowed up completely by the deadly aura. According to Alex, master of Rosemary, this wispy thread of smoke was actually his divine consciousness. Because when Aryan activated the golden needles, he used this divine consciousness to drive true essence and deadly energy, manipulating the needles. Now this thread of divine consciousness flickered like a candle flame, at risk of being extinguished at any moment. Soon, the power of medicine that nourished the spirit entered his body, heading straight for the sea of consciousness. With continuous nourishment from this power, the dim divine consciousness gradually began to glow faintly. This glimmer of light started to battle against the deadly energy. After an indeterminate amount of time, the fingers of the bedridden Aryan twitched slightly. When sunlight filtered through the window onto his face, Aryan squinted before finally opening his eyes. The room was filled with a strong herbal scent, but it wasn't pungent. Rather, it emitted a soothing aura. What kind of spirit-nourishing herb was this? Aryan didn't remember collecting such spirit-nourishing herbs himself. Beside the bed, Hazel sat on a chair, asleep. Aryan sat up, as he had no physical injuries, just severe depletion of true essence and divine consciousness. Fitzroy got up and covered Hazel with the blanket. She woke up, saw Aryan, and exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "You're awake?" "Yeah." Aryan nodded gratefully, "Thank you. Don't blame us for arriving late. I'm just glad you're okay," Hazel apologized. "To be honest, even if you hadn't come, I wouldn't have blamed you," Aryan smiled back. In fact, Hazel stopped herself mid-sentence. She originally wanted to say that the Bliss family had sent someone to her family to dissuade them from helping Aryan. However, her father warned her not to mention this to Aryan. It would not only offend Faxon but also create tension between Aryan and his family. Moreover, without concrete evidence, the Carey family would be accused of spreading rumors to undermine the unity of the Bliss family, which would complicate things for them. By the way, what spirit-nourishing herbs did you use on me? Aryan changed the subject. 9-leaf grass. 9-leaf grass? Though called grass, its root actually grows only in remote snow mountain caves. It takes over 100 years to mature. Hazel explained, this kind of root is miraculous for nourishing the spirit consciousness. This should have been reserved for your ancestors' breakthrough to the innate realm, right? It's not very precious, Hazel smiled. Aryan was touched. He knew such herbs were extremely valuable. Any herb that could nourish the spirit consciousness was expensive, let alone one that grew in snow mountain caves. Thanks. Aryan expressed his gratitude. At this moment, Rosemary also walked in from the balcony. She must have spent the whole night guarding outside and now looked thrilled to see Aryan awake. You rest, I'm fine. Aryan spoke softly, then left the room and wandered around the garden downstairs to breathe in fresh air. His spirit consciousness was still somewhat fatigued and hadn't fully recovered. After suffering such severe injuries, anyone else would likely have already been overwhelmed by the deadly aura and turned into a mindless zombie. Fortunately, he had used innate energy to expand his sea of consciousness before, allowing that thread of divine consciousness to absorb much of the innate energy. Coupled with the extraordinary effects of the nine-leaf grass, he managed to recover. I should be more cautious with this technique in the future. Aryan sat cross-legged at the edge of the cliff, still feeling a lingering chill. The deadly aura had brought him benefits but also drawbacks. During normal times, it allowed his true essence to carry the deadly aura, affecting the enemy's spirit consciousness and causing them to lose focus, giving Aryan the opportunity for a decisive strike. However, whenever he suffered serious injuries, the deadly aura would invade his sea of consciousness and dominate his body. Over time, it would also affect his temperament, making him bloodthirsty. But it's still because my divine consciousness is too weak, allowing the deadly aura to invade. If my divine consciousness were stronger, it wouldn't be affected. Aryan made up his mind to continue searching for the broken bronze fragments, as it was the only known way to expand his sea of consciousness. Expanding the sea of consciousness would make his divine consciousness more powerful. Master, you're awake? Ambrose ran over, excited. Yes. Aryan nodded. Why is it so noisy outside? The people from the Churchill family, along with Ulysses and others, came to apologize. I had the security guards hold them off and was planning to ask Ancestor Carrie if she wanted to see them. Ambrose explained. Ancestor Carrie said you woke up, so I came over. Do we need to meet those bastards? The Churchill family came to apologize? Aryan sneered. They're here to gather intelligence, right? Chapter 136. Weren't you all very arrogant? Aryan was hesitating whether to see the Churchill family people, and if he should lay a trap for them. If he didn't meet with the Churchill family, leading them to wrongly believe that Aryan was severely injured, they might make their move prematurely. In this way, he could outmaneuver the Churchill family. But he needed to discuss this matter with the ancestor of the Carey family first. The Churchill family should know that the ancestor of the Carey family is still here. Ajay definitely wouldn't come alone, and might even collaborate with others. If another peak grandmaster joined forces with him, Aryan would need the Carey family's ancestor to help in holding one of them back. With these thoughts in mind, Aryan instructed, first, take the Churchill family people to the living room. I will give you an accurate response later on whether or not I will see them. Yes. Ambrose turned and left. Aryan stood up and went to the backyard of the villa where the Carey family's ancestor, Aziel, was practicing his boxing. Greetings to Elder Carey. Aryan saluted first with clasped hands. It seems that the nine-leaf grass indeed worked. Thank you, senior. I'm truly grateful. Speak up, what do you want? Which major families are still close to the Churchill family? The Cheen family. Aziel answered. What? You think the Churchill family would seek help from the Cheen family? They have sent envoys to bring the 7 families' patriarchs here. It said they also brought rich gifts as a gesture of apology. Aryan smiled. Actually, this is more like probing for information. Indeed, Aziel nodded. You plan to set a trap for them, don't you? Yes. Well, it might work, but how much have you recovered? Aziel smirked. Another injection won't have the same medicinal effect without the nine-leaf grass. Even if it means falling into deep slumber, thoroughly eliminating the Churchill family's ancestor is worth it. Aryan declared crazily. His divine consciousness formed a barrier with innate energy, blocking the killing intent and ensuring his spirit consciousness remained unextinguished. As long as his spirit consciousness wasn't destroyed, he would gradually recover. But he wanted Ajay dead. Only with this old villain's death would he feel at ease. Alright, whatever you decide, I'll cooperate. Aziel agreed. Many thanks, Elder Carey. Aryan expressed gratitude with a bow before turning toward the hall. The Churchill family members had already arrived at the hall, and Patriarch Willem came personally, showing no fear of being killed by Aryan. A large group of people was kneeling on the ground, including Braden. In fact, Braden was acting. He had always been terrified of Aryan and submitted early on. Fearful of execution, he dared not show any defiance. Yesterday afternoon, while notified by others to come and watch the show, he also sent a message to Aryan, informing him in advance. Fitzroy didn't wish to reveal his identity as an informant. Spare my life, Mr. Bliss. Please spare my life. Ulysses, the patriarch of the Yuan family, was the first to kowtow and beg for mercy. Please spare us. Others quickly followed suit, kowtowing repeatedly. Weren't you all very arrogant yesterday? Aryan squatted down, a mocking look on his face. We were all forced by the Liao family. Warren Jiayu, the patriarch of the Warren family, lied. Is that so? But how did I hear that you approached the Liao family on your own, offering 30% of your wealth to seek their protection? Aryan reached out and grabbed Warren Jiayu by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Cough cough. Warren Jiayu struggled, but to no avail. That's right. You also claimed not to have stolen Hu Weifeng's wealth, isn't that so? Aryan continued. Crack. I don't need your confirmation after all. With a squeeze of his right hand, Aryan snapped Warren Jiayu's neck. Thud. Warren Jiayu fell to the ground, his bulging eyes seeming to stare at Ulysses beside him, who wet his pants in fright and quickly kowtowed. Did Brennan and the others run away? Aryan asked. I don't care what methods you use, but you must find them for me. Use their lives to redeem yours, understand? Brennan and the others did not accompany these patriarchs to the Churchill family. Those managers had smaller families, just a few mouths to feed, so they might have packed up and fled half mountain. But these patriarchs were different. Each of their families consisted of over 100 people, with companies still running, making it much harder for them to escape. Yes, yes. The patriarchs kept kowtowing. Get out! Aryan shouted angrily. Thank you, Mr. Bliss, for sparing our lives. Thank you, Mr. Bliss, for sparing our lives. The remaining few kowtowed again before turning to flee as if escaping from hell. Mr. Churchill, I apologize for the scene. Aryan turned to look at Gwillem, immediately putting on a smile. No, no. Gwillem waved his hands hurriedly. Fitzroy was now trembling with fear, surprised by Aryan's brutality. More importantly, it seemed that Aryan had not suffered any serious injuries. It looked like they would have to wait until the ancestor broke through the innate realm before attempting to kill Aryan. By the way, why did you come, Mr. Churchill? Aryan asked. Yesterday, our Churchill family only came to watch and had no intention of opposing Mr. Bliss. Today, we brought some gifts as an apology, hoping for your understanding, Gwillem said, bowing. Aryan saw 4 or 5 boxes on the ground containing gold, silver, treasures, antiques, and paintings, many of which were rare items, with an estimated total value exceeding 10 billion. But there were no medicinal herbs. The Churchill family left this detail out, fearing the herbs might be useful to Aryan. Grudges should be settled amicably. Let's put the past behind us. Aryan waved his hand indifferently and replied, by the way, we're about to have breakfast. Would you like to join us, Mr. Churchill? I've already eaten. Ash, please see Mr. Churchill off. Aryan finished speaking and walked toward the inner hall, purposely muffling some low sounds as if he were coughing softly. Gwillem narrowed his eyes, instantly understanding the meaning behind Aryan's actions, and giving a cold smile. Flint made a gesture inviting Gwillem to leave. Thank you for your trouble. Gwillem sped up his pace and left. Chapter 137. Aziel's Reminder. In the Churchill family's backyard, Gwillem recounted everything he had witnessed and heard in detail. Patriarch Aryan put on a good show, but it was obvious that he was deliberately acting as if nothing happened. Fitzroy must be very weak. Gwillem said seriously, I think we should act against him now. Aiden nodded, then immediately contacted Hagen. Fitzroy took out his phone and sent a message. About half an hour later, the Qin family patriarch replied. Damn. Seeing the message, Aiden cursed immediately. Patriarch, what happened? Gwillem asked tentatively. The Qin family also knows that the Liao family's patriarch suffered severe injuries. They gave him all the insights and herbs for breaking through to the innate realm. Not only do they want the insights back, but they are also demanding several priceless herbs. Aiden cursed. If I give them the herbs, what will I use to break through? Gwillem glanced at the phone and saw a list of more than 10 kinds of herbs, which made him whistle in amazement. The Qin family was taking advantage of the situation. Humph. Aiden sneered coldly. Once I break through to the innate realm, I'll take care of him too. Actually, he collaborated with the Qin family because he wasn't very confident about breaking through to the innate realm. His idea was to give some benefits to the Qin family and solve the trouble Aryan caused for the Churchill family first, eliminating any worries. If he failed to break through, and Aryan remained a big problem, the Churchill family would likely decline. Now that the Qin family was making such high demands, it forced Aiden to break through to the innate realm and then kill Aryan. There could be no failure. Order everyone to keep a low profile while I'm in seclusion. Aiden said gravely. Yes. It won't take more than 3 months to eliminate Aryan. How come the Churchill family didn't make a move? Could it be my act wasn't convincing enough? 3 days later, Aryan sat on the lawn, looking puzzled. The Qin family isn't foolish. They didn't participate from the beginning. Now the Churchill family is asking for help without offering any tempting benefits, so the Qin family wouldn't offend a promising person like me. Aziel smiled. And I heard that Dennis gave all the herbs he prepared for breaking through to the innate realm to Aiden. I guess the Qin family patriarch wanted them too, but their demands were too high, so Aiden couldn't accept it and had to give up. The Liao family really can't let go. Aryan narrowed his eyes, thinking whether he should wipe out the Liao family. The Liao family no longer had any grandmasters, and their supporter, Aiden, had already gone into seclusion in a remote place, so there was no way he could help the Liao family anymore. This was a perfect time to destroy the Liao family. You don't need to think about it. 3 days ago, the core members of the Liao family left overnight, and their whereabouts are unknown now. Aziel knew what Aryan was thinking. That's a pity. Just focus on your cultivation. Aziel stood up. I need to go back too and hope to break through. But there's no 9 leaves grass. Aryan replied. Should I send people to find some? There are other herbs that can replace it. The effects might be much worse, but they can still be used. Aziel responded. If I don't break through soon, my lifespan will end. Whether or not, I have to risk it. Well, Aryan bowed slightly. Then I wish you success again. Don't expect too much. Aziel shook his head with a complicated expression. Breaking through to the innate realm isn't easy. Our herbs have been prepared for years, ready since over a decade ago. But we always felt it wasn't enough. In fact, it's just that we lack the courage to take that step. Because at our age, failing means falling, meaning our families will lose a Grandmaster Peak expert. With hundreds of clan members relying on us, how can we attempt it easily? Aryan fell silent, not speaking. Indeed, someone at Aziel's age had too many concerns. They were the protectors of the entire clan. If they failed, even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. For someone at their age, such injuries were irreversible and equivalent to being crippled. To be honest, one needs the courage to charge forward fearlessly. Aziel looked at Aryan approvingly. You have that kind of momentum. The murderous aura others dare not touch. You use it to refine your mind. Knowing it can't be resisted, yet you face it without fear, even if it means risking your life to drag the opponent down with you. What does death matter? I admire you greatly. Perhaps it's because I have fewer ties behind me, Aryan replied. Maybe. Aziel nodded. By the way, although your inner energy has all been transformed, reaching late-stage Grandmaster. But you shouldn't rush to break through again. You must resolve that killing aura and the heavy murderous intent within you. Otherwise, when you break through to the innate realm, that killing aura might make you lose control. All these years, I have found that merely secluding oneself for cultivation isn't the path to breaking through. For us martial artists, engaging with the world might be the key to breaking through to the innate realm. It's just a pity that I realized this too late. Hopefully it will help you. Aziel gave his warning and turned to leave. Engage with the world, huh? Aryan was stunned for a moment. In fact, he had noticed this as well, perceiving it from ordinary life. If all time was invested in cultivation, it could lead to hasty results, always feeling some lack. These past few years, his strength had soared rapidly, perhaps because he was living in the world. His recent rapid conversion of inner strength into true essence was due to interactions or changes in mindset, not because of rigorous training. The time he truly spent on rigorous training wasn't used to convert inner strength, but to expand his sea of knowledge. That indeed required more time. Now that all the inner strength in his body had been converted to true essence, it was time to walk among ordinary people to find the opportunity to break through the innate realm. Watching Aziel and Hazel leave, Aryan called Rosemary and left the villa to head to the West District Orphanage. Master, why are we coming here? Rosemary asked curiously. To be a volunteer, Aryan smiled. Be a volunteer? Rosemary paused for a moment, but followed Aryan inside the orphanage. Big Marty Bliss. Seeing Aryan, the children gathered around. Big Marty Bliss, we haven't seen you in a long time. Everyone misses you very much. I miss you all too, Aryan said with a smile. Mr. Bliss has arrived? Director Zella also came out and greeted him politely. How is everything? Is there anything lacking at the orphanage? Thank you, Mr. Bliss, we are fine. The children are all content. That's good, Aryan replied, looking at the children. From now on, I'll come every day to teach you boxing to strengthen your bodies. How about that? Yes. All the children eagerly agreed. Rosemary was once again surprised, never expecting that the aloof Aryan could play and laugh with the children so easily. Such a genuine smile couldn't be faked. That big sister over there is excellent at sword dancing. Go ask her to show you. Aryan pointed at Rosemary. Rosemary rolled her eyes, preparing to refuse when a group of children ran up, calling her big sister, making her heart soften. All right, I'll perform for you. Chapter 138. Can you give me the hairpin? Hangzhou in mid-November was already bracing for winter's chill. Aryan sat in the chairman's office of ALB Group, looking over financial statements. Fitzroy smiled with satisfaction. After 2 months of reorganization and company-wide efforts, the business had finally settled into a steady rhythm. You've been working hard lately. Take a few days off, go home, rest well, and spend more time with your kids, Aryan said to Elwin across from him. I'm not tired. I've just been executing Chairman Bliss's plans, Elwin replied humbly. Personal management is also extremely important. With a serious expression, Aryan continued, take a good rest. I've heard you're the first to arrive at the company every day and the last one to leave. If you keep pushing yourself this way, you'll burn out. Who will manage as the general manager then? I'll be at the company during this period, so you can rest easy. Thank you, Chairman Bliss. Elwin indeed felt quite worn out recently and hadn't had much time to be with her children. But even if she was exhausted, she found it worthwhile and did not complain. Seeing the company thrive under her hands and start making profits filled her with joy. Moreover, she was an original shareholder, so contributing more effort to her own company wasn't a big deal. Since Chairman Bliss agreed to return shares in the company, and even Zechariah didn't own much, she couldn't figure it out. Only after 10 o'clock, after dealing with all the documents, did they finish work. Let's go grab some late-night snacks, Aryan decided. Leaving the company, Aryan didn't choose a fancy Western restaurant, but went to a bustling night market street instead. Fitzroy didn't eat steak or wine but enjoyed street food heartily. Seeing Rosemary hesitating, he smiled and said, try it. It's actually pretty good. I don't mind eating here. When I studied, I used to visit night markets frequently. While eating, Rosemary asked, I just don't understand why you do these things. Old Churchill is in seclusion, potentially breaking through to the innate realm at any moment. While you're busy handling mundane affairs and volunteering at the orphanage. I thought you'd understand by now, so I didn't explain. Aryan spoke seriously. When I was at peak rank 1, I couldn't find the herbs to temper my bones, causing my cultivation to stall. But I had plenty of time, so I kept practicing boxing. One day, I discovered a hint of true essence within me. This shows that understanding fundamental boxing techniques thoroughly can convert internal energy into true essence. That's why I asked you to practice the most basic sword techniques again. After reaching Great Master, I paid less attention to boxing and focused on refining internal energy, but the progress was slow. Later, several shifts in mindset accelerated my progress. Perhaps mindset and foundation are the true shortcuts. Ah, I see, Rosemary realized. Besides, both of us use killing intent to cultivate our divine senses. Being in a lively place like this helps dissipate the influence of killing intent, Aryan said with a carefree smile. Anyway, even if I were to go into seclusion now, it's impossible for me to catch up with Maxim, who is 70 or 80 years older than me. His comprehension far surpasses mine by countless times. Seclusion won't help. It's pointless to waste time. I should enjoy my meals and drinks as much as I can. Even if I die, it wouldn't be such a loss. It's better than being confined in seclusion. Rosemary also laughed and called out to the owner, Boss, bring us some wine. Aryan gave Rosemary a surprised look. When the wine arrived, he raised his cup. Cheers. Cheers. Rosemary smiled. She hadn't had wine for a long time, and her tolerance was not great. Despite being a master-level expert, a few bottles were enough to bring a rosy flush to her cheeks, clearly showing signs of intoxication. Bolstered by the alcohol, she mustered the courage to ask, when I threw a tantrum and deliberately didn't give you the hairpin, why didn't you force me? Our first sparring match, you only used 4/10 of your strength, and you hit the ground. Aryan steadied her. She froze for a moment, then leaned completely on him. Her face flushed red as if blood was about to drip from it. Chapter 139. Who isn't something? The next morning, following the schedule, Aryan and Rosemary went to discuss business matters. This was a listed company with assets exceeding 10 billion. Despite having an appointment, they were kept waiting for over 20 minutes before being received by Aryan and Rosemary. They did not meet the general manager of the company, but instead met Carmine, the deputy manager of the project department. Aryan was very polite, but Carmine's tone was disdainful, as if he looked down upon the LB Corporation. Their perception remained stuck in the image of the LB Corporation from 2 months ago. Aryan handed over the financial statements, but the other party didn't even bother to look at them, saying, "There are plenty of companies that fake their finances. I'm too lazy to check. Since you don't agree to cooperate, why did you agree to meet us?" Rosemary asked, clearly unhappy. "If you had refused directly, we wouldn't have come here. You insisted on discussing cooperation, and I made time out of my busy schedule to see you." Carmine said coldly, "Let me be blunt. The LB Corporation, having lost Huifeng investment, is not worth our partnership. Giving our projects to you would make us worry." "You." Rosemary was furious. Aryan raised his hand to stop her and packed up the financial statements. "We're sorry for the disturbance." "As they want something in return?" Rosemary was taken aback. "Yes," Aryan nodded. "The project isn't his personal property but belongs to the company. Fitzroy can choose anyone to collaborate with. If the benefits are substantial enough, he could even choose a company on the verge of bankruptcy. With one word, you offended him, and he doesn't want to talk anymore. Isn't that using power for personal gain?" Rosemary despised. "That's part of the game." Aryan shrugged. "Doing business isn't easy. Even if he agrees now, he won't sign the contract. There will likely be more drinking and dining before sealing the deal. But he deserved it." Rosemary replied. "Fitzroy did," Aryan nodded. Just as they were talking, the elevator arrived. As the doors opened, over 20 security guards blocked their way. "Daring to assault someone in our company, you must be tired of living. Attack." The security team leader waved his hand, and the guards pulled out batons, rushing toward the elevator. Looking for death, Rosemary charged forward, heading straight into the fray. At the company entrance, Chairman Birch, accompanied by bodyguards, walked in. Seeing the situation, he asked, "What's happening?" A bodyguard grabbed a guard and dragged him to the back. "Chairman Liu, it's like this. Someone beat up Manager Lee in the office," the guard reported. "Assault in our company? Looking for trouble." Birch's face darkened, but he did not stop the commotion. As each security guard fell, Birch finally recognized the assailant and hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Everyone stop!" The remaining 6 or 7 guards who hadn't fallen backed off. Birch quickly ran up, looking apologetically at Rosemary. "Miss Ailby, how may you grace us today?" "You are?" Rosemary asked, puzzled. "I'm Birch. We had dinner together with your father before." "Don't remember you," Rosemary said bluntly. "It was 6 or 7 years ago when your father was serving in Hangzhou. Not remembering me is quite normal." Birch asked solicitously, "By the way, did the security hurt you?" His question was merely rhetorical since the guards had been taken down without Rosemary breaking a sweat. "I came with a friend to discuss business with your company, but your project department manager was unreasonable and insulted us," Rosemary replied. "Is it that young man, Carmine?" "Miss Ailby, let's go upstairs and have a seat. Rest assured, I'll have him come over to apologize to you right away," Birch continued. Rosemary actually did not want to deal with Birch, but considering that the Ailby Corporation needed projects now, she nodded in agreement. They returned upstairs and went straight to the chairman's office. "Please take a seat. Carmine will be here soon." While Birch was arranging for them to sit down, he instructed his assistant to brew tea. Before the tea was ready, Carmine had already been brought up. Now Carmine knew what had happened. Fitzroy stood there, head lowered, too afraid to utter a sound. "What are you standing there for?" Birch kicked Carmine's shin, causing him to kneel down. Then he slapped Carmine, who started apologizing. "I was blind and disrespectful. Please forgive me this time." "Weren't you just saying what am I?" Rosemary said coldly. "Slap." Carmine slapped himself again. I'm nothing. Get out," Rosemary coldly ordered. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Birch added. "Yes, I'm leaving right away." Carmine literally rolled backward toward the door before running off. Aryan glanced at Birch, thinking that Chairman Liu seemed quite authoritative. "Miss Ailby, wasn't it reported that you served as the general manager of Sci-fi Hangzhou branch?" Birch asked with some surprise. "Is Sci-fi planning to venture into real estate now?" Sci-fi was in the automobile manufacturing business, while Ming Rui focused on real estate. They had no connection. "I'm no longer at Sci-fi. I work for the Ailby Corporation now," Rosemary explained. "The Ailby Corporation? It sounds familiar." Birch indeed remembered something. "Isn't it the Ailby Corporation that made the news recently?" "Yes." Rosemary nodded. "That company is good, developing steadily with great potential." Birch changed his words, initially thinking to say it was chaotic. "Perhaps, the Ailby family is making new moves?" "Right. Where's the contract?" Birch asked. "It's here." Rosemary took out the contract, and Birch signed it without even looking. "By the way, we have several other projects that can also cooperate with the Ailby Corporation, but I can't find them now. In the afternoon, I'll send my son to discuss this further with Miss Ailby since he oversees this area." "All right." Rosemary understood Birch's intentions, but didn't refuse. After packing the contract, she got up and said goodbye. "Then I won't disturb anymore. Goodbye. Take care." Chapter 140. News of the Churchill family ancestor. In the afternoon, Emerson, the son of Birch, arrived at Ailby Clan Enterprises with numerous contracts. Apart from Ming Rui Group, there were a few other companies as well. He had brought along all the business-related matters connected to Ailby Clan Enterprises. These were all high-quality projects. Aryan instructed Rosemary to sign the contracts with Birch. After signing, Emerson extended an invitation. "Miss Ailby, would you like to join me for dinner tonight? I have a few friends whose families are also involved in this type of business. I'm sure they'd be delighted to invest in Ailby Clan Enterprises." "Ailbeer." Rosemary agreed. After work, they headed to the uncouth bodyguard. Emerson had to hold back since Rosemary sat beside Aryan without saying a word. Fitzroy asked the server to add another set of utensils before they started eating. Neither Rosemary nor Aryan drank alcohol, leading to an awkward atmosphere with two people barely daring to breathe, while only Emerson carried on chattering. After dinner, Emerson suggested, "Miss Ailby, I have two more friends interested in collaborating with Ailby Clan Enterprises. They couldn't make it for dinner earlier. There's a party tonight though, and they'll be attending. Would you like to join?" Ailbeer, Rosemary nodded. She actually detested such parties. Despite being among young people, she felt the noisy environment clashed with her preference for tranquility and detachment. Driscoll into martial arts practice, especially swordsmanship, she favored serene and tranquil mindsets. Previously occupied with studying and practicing under her master, after university graduation and with advancing cultivation, she found herself increasingly out of place among peers, reaching a state of asceticism. However, after yesterday's discussion with Aryan, she realized that strict adherence to quietude might not be the best path. Fitzroy Master Alex, despite a lifetime of ascetic practices, only reached mid-great master level by his 70s or 80s. Though unconventional and potentially disrespectful to her master, it was the truth. Previously, Aryan had instructed these patriarchs to capture the fleeing manager of Huifeng Hangzhou branch, Brennan, and other managers, but so far, nothing had been done. They fled abroad and it takes time to find them, Jessup's son, Zyler, said helplessly. "So why are you here then?" Aryan asked impatiently. "Mr. Bliss, Emerson has ill intentions towards Miss Ailby and may attempt to drug her," Zyler warned. "Drug her? Is he that bold?" Aryan was surprised. Miss Ailby's father is an official, and his reputation must be maintained. If Miss Ailby were to be defiled, and it becomes a fait accompli, the Ailby family might not reveal this. This is quite a gamble. The Liu family has no way out, Zyler explained. Their backer is the Liao family, whose key members are now missing. While the Liu family doesn't know what exactly happened, they are sure that something went wrong with the Liao family. Initially, they offended many people under the Liao family's protection. Now, with the Liao family's members missing, they fear retaliation. If they can ally with the Ailby family through marriage, any competitor who dares to act against the Liu family will have to think twice. In a way, it's like fighting for survival from a dead end. Aryan nodded. Also, Mr. Bliss, we believe the Churchill family's ancestor failed in his breakthrough, Zyler said seriously. Failed? Why do you think so? The Churchill family has asked our families to help find herbs for promoting blood circulation, muscle regeneration, and warmth. Perhaps it was better to let this matter end here, considering it evened out. Compared to the Churchill family, Aryan might be more righteous. They still remembered how Ajay ordered the Churchill family to capture their elders and allies and deliver them to Aryan. The Churchill family would do anything to achieve their goals, using any means necessary, treating people from the 7 families as nothing. This time, forcing them to find medicinal herbs with absolute power, leaving no room for negotiation, was no different from bandits. They sent grandmasters to make them open treasure vaults, or go by everywhere if not. How about it, Mr. Bliss? Zyler asked. The ones who should truly worry are not us, Aryan teased. Not us? Then who? You are just small fries in front of the Churchill family. As long as you help them find the herbs honestly, they won't target you. As for me, if he really succeeds, I'll run for it if he comes, Aryan explained. But the Carey, Cheen, and Fitzroy families will suffer. With their vast estates, they might eventually be swallowed by the Churchill family. So, the most anxious ones should be these 3 families. They wanted to watch the show, but I'd like to see how long they can watch. Indeed, Zyler realized. Eat what needs to be eaten, drink what needs to be drunk. After saying this, Aryan turned and walked toward the pool, sitting there to drink wine and admire the ladies. Zyler and Hobart exchanged glances, both feeling helpless. Was Aryan so calm because he was genuinely unafraid, or pretending not to fear? If he was really unafraid, where did his confidence come from? Could he have broken through to the innate realm too? Impossible. An innate realm practitioner at 25 or 26. What a joke. Forget it. When the sky falls, there will always be taller people to take the hit. Zyler replied, as Mr. Bliss said, we should eat and drink. If the sky does fall, at least we die worthily. We can only do that. Above were the deities fighting, while they, the little shrimps, could only watch, hoping not to be affected. If affected, what could they do? Only wait for death. By the way, should we remind Emerson? Hobart asked. Remind my ass. Zyler retorted unhappily, then walked over, jumping into the pool without changing clothes. Ladies, I'm here. Hobart was speechless. Time passed quickly. Rosemary chatted with friends for a long time. She previously served as the general manager of Feiqi Hangzhou branch for over 20 days and met many people, but she would occasionally look towards Aryan. If Aryan decided to leave, she would leave too. However, Aryan seemed to enjoy watching the beauties in the pool. This made Rosemary quite helpless. She thought Aryan might have lost interest in women after his divorce, but apparently not. President Ailby, is that your boyfriend? Shouldn't you introduce us? A friend beside her asked. Just a casual acquaintance, Rosemary quickly denied. It's not that simple, right? You keep looking over every few minutes. From which family is he? Also from Carey High? I've never seen him around. To catch President Ailby's eye, he must be extraordinary. Fitzroy's just a casual acquaintance, Rosemary said helplessly. Everyone laughed but did not continue teasing Rosemary. At this moment, she saw Emerson approaching Aryan from a distance of over 20 meters, seemingly handing something to Aryan, which was thrown away. Emerson seemed upset. Rosemary hurried over. Emerson, what are you doing? She knew Emerson probably wanted to drive Aryan away, perhaps even bribing him with money. Emerson's father knew her father, and she feared Aryan might slap him dead. Cough. Miss Ailby, I was just joking with Mr. Bliss. Emerson lied without breaking a sweat, even patting Aryan's shoulder. Right, Mr. Bliss? As long as you're happy. Aryan shrugged. By the way, Miss Ailby, my 2 friends have arrived. Let me introduce you to them. Seeing Rosemary's expression wasn't too good, Emerson hurriedly changed the subject to more pressing matters. Rosemary didn't mind and followed Emerson to meet two young masters. One was the son of a shareholder in Pengsheng Real Estate, and the other was the son of the boss of Jiayu Landscaping. Both were related to the real estate industry, indeed offering plenty of business opportunities for the LB Group, making cooperation possible. They were still giving Emerson face because the Liu family backed the Liao family, something everyone knew. However, perhaps they didn't know that the Liao family was now struggling to save itself. Few people knew the inside story. While the core members of the Liao family had moved away from Hangzhou, their whereabouts unknown, some collateral branches were still managing the Liao family's industries. Aryan hadn't taken action against the Liao family or seized their assets. Externally, no one knew that major incidents had occurred within the Liao family. Only those who had close ties with the Liao family, such as Fusu families like the Liu family, knew about the significant changes within their clan. Of course, the Liao family certainly wouldn't explain to the Liu family that the Liao family's patriarch was crippled. Wouldn't that be equivalent to telling the Fusu families that the Liao family was finished? Who would be foolish enough to say that and let the Fusu families abandon them one by one? Everything could only be left for the Fusu families to guess. Naturally, they were willing to cooperate with the LB Group more out of respect for Rosemary's father. When Rosemary's father served in Hangzhou, he was the top leader in the city. Now, after being transferred to Kairihai, he was still a major figure. Who wouldn't want to establish connections with someone like him? Let's talk inside. Emerson pointed to the inner lounge. The few walked towards the lounge, and Rosemary wasn't afraid that these guys were all men. If anyone saw her as a weak woman, they'd be gravely mistaken. She was a master. Chapter 142, Drugged. Celeste, you should listen to your elder brother and go out to play more often. If you spend every day at the company or at home, you will end up depressed. At the entrance, Dax led Alethea in, glancing around. I specifically inquired about today's party. Several sons of real estate company chairmen are also here. Make friends with them more, and Li Hui Company's projects and businesses will increase. Alethea also looked around. Under the dim lighting, there were beautiful women dancing seductively, and couples standing close together in obvious intimacy. Actually, she really didn't like such occasions. Since she was young, she never liked attending these kinds of parties. However, the company's projects were gradually winding down. Without new projects, what would happen next? Recently, she had visited some companies to discuss cooperation, but Li Hui Company was too small for others to even consider. Today, Dax said a friend was willing to collaborate with Li Hui Company on a project, so they met here for discussion. Come on, Dylan is over there. Dax saw an old acquaintance and hurriedly led Alethea over. Young Master Zhang, why did you come so late? Dylan greeted them politely. We were delayed on the road, Dax lied. In fact, it wasn't due to the traffic delay. Alethea didn't want to come, but after much persuasion, she finally agreed. Right, this is Li Hui Company's general manager Alethea. Dax introduced her. Dylan, isn't there a project you mentioned? It's been taken care of, Dylan replied. Taken care of? Yes, given to LB Group. LB Group? Dax and Alethea exchanged glances, both surprised. Is anyone from their side here? Introduced by Emerson of Mingrue Group, plus the fact that the other party is the daughter of Hangzhou big shot Daryl, everyone agreed to work with LB Group. How can Daryl's daughter be working at LB Group? You haven't been cheated, have you? Dax asked. Fitzroy had heard of Daryl, but he indeed didn't know his daughter. It's true, many people know her, Dylan replied. This alas. Dax glanced at Alethea, sighing regrettably. Let's cooperate another time. Alebeer. Dylan nodded. You two can take a look around, I have to leave for a bit. Okay. Dax nodded. Let's go back. Alethea turned and prepared to leave. Celeste, since we're already here, stay and play for a while, Dax insisted seriously. No thanks. Alethea's tone was firm because she saw Aryan sitting by the pool. Watching Alethea walk away without looking back, Dax muttered to himself, thinking how peculiar she was. However, a woman like her might make a good wife, unsociable, family-oriented, and ambitious. Though Dax wanted to enjoy the party, he couldn't let Alethea go home alone. Fitzroy quickly caught up with her. In the lounge downstairs, Rosemary signed the contract with a few others. Emerson raised his glass. To our successful cooperation. To our successful cooperation. Rosemary hesitated, then picked up her glass and drank half of the red wine. The rest of us will go play, you can chat more. The others left. Rosemary also wanted to leave, but Emerson promptly suggested, Miss Ailby, there's something else I'd like to discuss privately with you. What is it? Rosemary sat back down. Ailby Group's valuation is just so low. Miss Ailby, why don't you join our Mingrue Group as vice president? Emerson added earnestly, of course, if Miss Ailby wishes, becoming the owner of Mingrue is also possible. This was a clear proposition. Mr. Lu Shure is quite the romantic, proposing marriage on the first meeting? Rosemary laughed. But I already have someone I like. Is it that Aryan? What's so great about him? I hear he's even divorced. That's just because others didn't value him enough. But ultimately, he's only a boss worth 10 billion, whereas our Mingrue has a market cap over 100 billion, more than 10 times the size of LB Group. I'm not doing it for LB Group either. Rosemary stood up. If Mr. Lu has nothing else, I'll take my leave. Miss Ailby, if you marry Aryan, your father won't approve, given the mismatch. That's your personal opinion. Rosemary headed for the door. You won't be leaving through that door. Emerson dropped his act, revealing a sinister smile. Rosemary opened the door to find two towering men blocking her path. Do you know what you're doing? Rosemary turned to face Emerson. I know your father is Daryl. My actions today are certainly criminal, but precisely because your father is Daryl, he definitely won't make a fuss about this. Emerson sneered. Once we have done the deed, I will go and beg his forgiveness. Do you think you can get away with it? Rosemary laughed too. Of course. Emerson was confident. These two men are peak first-class martial artists, and there's a master on the upper floor. Aryan won't come to save you. If he stays out of it, all will be well. If he interferes, he might lose his life. Considering how many projects you've introduced to us, if you withdraw your people now, I'll let bygones be bygones. Rosemary emphasized. If you continue down this path, your family will face utter destruction. I'm not easily scared, Emerson said disdainfully. You should just cooperate. It's for everyone's good. Ignorant. Rosemary turned and slapped her palms toward the two towering men. But as she moved, she paused, her face changing. Did you drug the wine? Yes, ha ha ha, the wine was drugged. There's no escape for you today. Emerson laughed wildly. So what if you drugged me? Rosemary took a deep breath and slapped again. The two bodyguards were unimpressed, reaching for Rosemary's shoulders. However, Rosemary's palm strikes suddenly accelerated, reaching them in the blink of an eye. Bam bam. Terrifying force struck their chests, sending both flying into the opposite wall. Master? You're a master? The two crashed to the ground, spitting blood profusely, their lives fading fast. Being peak first-class martial artists killed with a single blow could only mean one thing. Rosemary was a master. No wonder that slap had seemed so light. What? A master? Emerson was also horrified. I told you that you were ignorant. Rosemary turned, coldly staring at Emerson. Spare my life. Emerson knew that failing to catch Rosemary would bring a devastating disaster to the Liu family, but holding Aryan might persuade Rosemary not to hold a grudge. But seeing even the Grandmaster lying on the ground, what happened here? Emerson asked in shock. You're a Grandmaster? Couldn't even handle Aryan? Aryan's strength is horrifying. I couldn't block a single move. The middle-aged man exclaimed in terror. This time we have really caused a huge disaster for our Liu family. So what do we do now? Emerson asked. Notify the master first, and see if there are any other solutions. There's no other choice. Are you okay? Aryan looked at Rosemary sitting inside the car. That guy Emerson drugged the wine. Rosemary replied. I'm feeling extremely hot all over. What should I do? There's a hotel opposite. Let's check into a room. I can help you expel the drug with true essence. It should still be in time. Aryan asked seriously. Can you still walk? More or less, Rosemary nodded. Let's go then. Yeah. Rosemary followed Aryan across the street. However, after walking for a few meters, she felt increasingly weak and almost fell down. Aryan quickly supported her, and they walked into the hotel. All my fault. I shouldn't have trusted Emerson. Rosemary blamed herself as they walked. I didn't expect he'd be this daring. You're too... She removed her flexible sword and the hairpin from her waist. Fitzroar's 3,000 black hairs fell loosely over her shoulders, adding a seductive charm to her delicate and ethereal face. Their lips met, and an intimate atmosphere filled the room. When the storm passed, Rosemary nestled in Aryan's arms, falling into a sweet sleep. In the morning, when Rosemary opened her eyes, she found Aryan looking at her. Fitzroar's face flushed red. You go wash up first. Weren't you quite wild last night? Aryan teased. Rosemary could not speak. Aryan got up and dressed. Keep sleeping a little longer. I'll buy some clothes and come back. Okay. Rosemary nodded. Watching Aryan leave, Rosemary didn't know whether she should thank Emerson or hate him. Maybe she should thank him. About half an hour later, Aryan returned, took a shower, changed clothes, and asked, should we deal with the Liu family? What do you think? Aryan responded. Just follow your lead. Rosemary replied. How about we let it go, considering he did help us a bit? Aryan said with a slight smile. Rosemary lowered her head again, looking bashful. Let's go have breakfast. Aryan walked toward the door. The two of them went downstairs and came to a nearby breakfast shop. They hadn't finished one basket of steamed buns when Birch and Emerson arrived, walking into the shop. Thump. Emerson knelt in front of Rosemary as soon as he entered, startling everyone around. Miss Ailby, my son has committed such a grave mistake. I've brought him here. If you need to vent your anger, you can kill him. Birch said gravely. Miss Ailby, I was blinded by lust. I deserve death. Emerson kept slapping himself, each slap sounding loud and heavy. Rosemary looked at Aryan, who turned his gaze to Birch and asked, do you know where the core members of the Liao family have gone? Gone? Birch was taken aback. They should all be in Hengsheng. It seems you truly know nothing. The Liao family never considered you part of their inner circle. Aryan spoke with disdain. Our Liu family is subordinate to the Liao family, but our usual contact isn't frequent. Only during holidays do I visit them, Birch explained. Lately, I did find something amiss with the Liao family, but I don't know what's happening. Is that so? You're still not telling the truth even now? Aryan's tone grew harsher. I only know where Hawkins is. I really don't know about the others. Oh, where is Hawkins? Yanshan, Baiyun Temple. I hope you're telling the truth. Aryan waved his hand impatiently. Get out. Thank you, Mr. Bliss. Thank you, Miss Ailby. Birch expressed his gratitude and pulled out a check from his pocket, presenting it with both hands. A small token from our Liu family. We hope Mr. Bliss and Miss Ailby will accept it. Aryan glanced at it. 5 billion. It was necessary for the Liu family to give generously. Poisoning Rosemary could lead to serious consequences for Emerson if Daryl found out. He might end up in prison or even executed. Aryan accepted the check and passed it to Rosemary. Thank you for sparing us. Birch bowed once more before turning to leave with his son Emerson. Getting into Chapter 144. The Granville of White Cloud Temple. Mount Yin, North Slope, a winding path. The mountain is naturally steep and high, and now that it's winter, there are not many tourists. Aryan and Rosemary walked on this precipitous mountain path in high spirits. Compared to the city, the air here was much fresher, making one feel refreshed with every breath. Once I climbed Mount Yin, and I heard that there's an old Taoist priest in the White Cloud Temple who can predict fortunes accurately, Rosemary explained. My father once sought his prediction, which said he would have smooth official fortune but might face some disasters. If something happened on my uncle's side and implicated my father, it could be within the next 2 years. If something really happens, that Taoist mystic arts must be very powerful. I wonder if he is Hawkins's master. The world is vast, and anything can happen. Talented individuals abound, like hidden dragons and crouching tigers, Aryan remarked. We just don't know about them yet. But the old Taoist you speak of surely isn't Hawkins's master. One practices Taoism while the other cultivates martial arts into Tao. Perhaps. Rosemary was uncertain as well. As they toured along, it wasn't until around 4 o'clock in the afternoon that they reached outside the White Cloud Temple. This temple wasn't grandiose. Instead, it was somewhat dilapidated. It stood at the peak of the mountain, beside a cliff, where worshippers were few. It was more suitable for seclusion. Noble guests arrive. Please come in. A child attendant came out and bowed to Aryan and Rosemary. Seems he does indeed have some cultivation, Rosemary said in surprise. Weren't there surveillance cameras on the road? Didn't you notice? Aryan chuckled. Surveillance? Rosemary twitched her face. Let's go. Aryan walked into the temple first, following the child attendant straight to a quiet room within the courtyard. On a cushion sat an emaciated old Taoist with a long white beard, his demeanor clear and ethereal, exuding a divine aura. The two laypeople carry a heavy aura of calamity. Welcome back. The old Taoist stood up and greeted respectfully. Are all the core members of the Liao family hiding in your White Cloud Temple? Aryan asked. Why do you press me so hard, layperson? I wouldn't want to pressure you, but after I seriously injured Tony, he still wouldn't give up and gave the Churchill family all the medicinal herbs he had prepared for years. Aryan coldly said. Now it seems old Churchill has broken through and will come to seek revenge soon. This debt must be attributed to the Liao family. When will these endless grievances end? Why do you, an old Taoist from a temple, use Buddhist prophecies? Aryan was displeased. I once owed the Liao family a great favor, and my junior brother took Hawkins as a disciple. So Hawkins is also my nephew in Tao. No matter what, their safety must be ensured. The old Taoist said sternly, but I don't wish to fight you. What conditions would allow you to leave here? I've heard that the techniques of your Taoist school are mysterious. Give me a method to cultivate divine consciousness, and I'll leave immediately, Aryan replied solemnly. Cultivating divine consciousness? The old Taoist was taken aback. Little Marty, even if I had it, you wouldn't be able to practice it. Then there's no other way but a fight. Aryan stepped forward, unleashing his full momentum. The fierce true essence mixed with a stern killing aura, causing everything in the quiet room to sway without wind, the windows rattling. Why make things difficult for yourself, little Marty? The old Taoist also stepped forward, emitting a comparable aura. His power was on par with Aryan. Peak Grandmaster. Indeed, this old Taoist's strength was formidable, not ordinary. You underestimated me. Aryan squinted, 2 golden needles appearing before his chest under the control of his divine consciousness, humming softly. Controlling golden needles with divine consciousness? The old Taoist was startled. No wonder you asked for a method to cultivate divine consciousness. Stop. Although I don't have a method to cultivate divine consciousness, I do have a treasure that can purify the mind and dispel evil. This would greatly help when you break through to the innate realm, preventing you from being harmed by the stern killing aura. Oh. Aryan waved his hand, putting away the golden needles while his aura vanished. The old Taoist similarly withdrew his aura, turning to the inner side of the room. Under the 3 Pure One statue, he took out a ruler. The ruler was about 10 centimeters long and 2 fingers wide, made of unknown material, but it seemed quite plain. This is our temple's disciplinary ruler, passed down for over 1,000 years, always kept under the statue. It appears ordinary to common people but can suppress mental demons. The old Taoist handed it to Aryan. Aryan touched it, channeling a strand of true essence into the ruler. Indeed, a cool sensation emanated from within, reaching his sea of consciousness. It felt like countless scriptures slowly purifying the stern killing aura. Indeed, it's a fine item. With this treasure, one could break through to the innate realm without fearing the backlash of the stern killing aura. Even when using the golden needles again next time, there would be no worry about being eroded by the stern killing aura or falling into a coma. My friend can't have come for nothing, right? Aryan continued, extending his hand. The old Taoist rolled his eyes and finally took out a string of prayer beads from under a box. These beads are made of Bodhi seeds, and rubbing them slowly can also clear the mind. I will give these beads to this lady today, thus forming a bond of kindness. Thank you, Taoist priest. Aryan gestured for Rosemary to accept quickly while bowing. Thank you, Taoist priest. Rosemary gratefully accepted. Goodbye. Please walk slowly. The old Taoist bade farewell. Aryan stopped at the door. By the way, senior, remember to tell the Liao family not to delude themselves. Otherwise, they face the danger of extinction. I will certainly pass the message on. The old Taoist agreed. Aryan and Rosemary turned and left. Soon, another fat old Taoist walked into the quiet room. Marty, why didn't you keep them? I have no sure way to win. The old Taoist replied, besides, I divined that it's inauspicious to act today. The fat old Taoist rolled his eyes. Only Marty could make cowardice sound so elegant. Worthy of being my senior indeed. It's just that the disciplinary ruler and the prayer beads are all treasures passed down in our temple. The fat old Taoist was reluctant. It really was too easy for Aryan. They're just objects. The old Taoist thought positively. Haven't you used them for all these years? Cough. Well, that's true. How is Junior Marty Yuaning preparing? The old Taoist asked. Fitzroy can temper his bones and break through to the master level anytime, but we still need your protection. If you had focused more on cultivation, you would have already broken through to the Grandmaster level. Now you're stuck at the peak master level. Don't let Junior Marty Yuaning surpass you, the old Taoist admonished. The fat old Taoist awkwardly laughed. He didn't like ascetic practice and preferred to go to the secular world for training, which led him to take Hawkins as a disciple. Whether it was for training or pleasure, the old Taoist didn't want to expose his junior brother's intentions. The disciplinary ruler and prayer beads were gone. His heart ached. Though the old Taoist said he didn't care, he was truly bleeding inside. Chapter 145. With a clear conscience. Young master, how did you know the Liao family members were here? On the way down the mountain, Rosemary asked curiously. On the way up, I faintly felt that I was being monitored by several groups of people. It's just a Taoist temple. Is it necessary to secretly leave so many people to keep watch? Aryan explained, since they are so cautious, it's highly likely that someone from the Liao family resides above. Because the patriarch of the Liao family was also severely injured and needed a place for restful recuperation. Big cities wouldn't be suitable, but deep within the mountains is an excellent choice. If the herbs are good and his mood improves, there might still be hope for recovery. I see, Rosemary suddenly understood. Then why didn't you continue your attack? One reason is that the old Taoist priest is extremely powerful. Launching an all-out attack to kill him would result in heavy injuries for me as well, and I would suffer from the backlash of the destructive aura, Aryan said solemnly. With both sides having concerns, making him compensate us with some valuable treasures is the biggest gain. While venting my frustration feels good, considering long-term benefits, acquiring these treasures will help us cultivate better. Rosemary nodded in agreement. This jade is ordinary, but the string of Dao beads you have is quite extraordinary, Aryan smiled. The old Taoist priest indeed has some skills. He knew you were no ordinary person and wanted to form a good connection. Just give them to you then. Rosemary hurriedly took out the Dao beads. Keep it yourself, Aryan waved his hand. This jade is enough for me, giving more. The two continued on for another 2 kilometers until it became completely dark. They decided not to leave the mountain and found a flat spot near a small stream. After gathering some dry wood, they lit a campfire. They caught some fish in the stream and planned to cook them over the fire. Come out, the fish are going to burn, Aryan said firmly. Hawkins emerged from the darkness with a complex expression. Seeing Aryan hadn't intended to attack him, he also sat by the campfire without saying a word, simply hugging his knees and staring straight into the flames. Can't figure it out? Aryan asked. Not really, but after knowing you're from the Bliss family in Yinjing, it made sense, Hawkins replied. When I was younger, I was rebellious and opposed everything the family arranged for me, Aryan explained, but in the end, I realized that everything they arranged for me was actually for my own good. If I hadn't been rebellious, would I have experienced so many setbacks now? Why didn't you attack me? Hawkins asked. Do you want the truth or lies? Truth. You pose no threat to me. Damn, the truth hurts. Hawkins snatched the fish skewer from Aryan and started devouring it greedily, seemingly venting his hatred on the fish. Fitzroy knew he wasn't Aryan's match. Fitzroy might have thought he wasn't far behind Aryan previously, but now he realized the gap between them was too obvious. Too obvious that no matter how hard he tried, he might never catch up. In fact, his brother Gaius had called him a while back, telling him the truth about Aryan being a peak master. At that time, Hawkins almost broke down. Fitzroy had just entered the first rank, yet Aryan was already a peak master. How could he possibly catch up? Yet he couldn't accept it, always wanting to personally test Aryan's strength. Today, despite the risk of being killed by Aryan, he came out secretly. In the end, he got the answer he sought. Aryan never saw him as an enemy from the beginning. How heartbreaking. I want to follow you. Do you dare to accept me? Hawkins threw down the stick with only fish bones left and asked. You are not qualified enough, Aryan blurted out. Damn. Hawkins swore. It's better for you to follow the old Taoist priest. That suits you more than being with me, Aryan reminded. Maxim is here, now in his recovery phase. If you want to kill him, this is the best time. Hawkins tossed a piece of paper and stood up. By the way, Diamond is a good girl. I don't deserve her. I hope you treat her well. Aryan didn't look at the note, but threw it into the fire. Ha ha ha. Ale-beddenly, Hawkins burst into laughter, which echoed in the silent mountains. Aryan, only now do I realize that I really can't match you. I am Art enlightened, invincible. This journey has been greatly rewarding. Chapter 146, The Yang Family Crisis. Aocheng, the Yang family residence. Although the Yang family has experienced numerous incidents recently and lost control of their company, which was subsequently merged into the Pan family's Honghu group as a branch. However, the new technology introduced by the Honghu group has already been put to use, securing many orders. Not only is the Honghu group in Aocheng working overtime, but even its branches are fully booked with orders. The Yangshao father-son duo takes full responsibility for the branch's production, leading the profits, which are not less than when they were producing independently. Moreover, not only are the profits high, but the stock price of the Honghu group is also rising steadily. Joining the Honghu group was undoubtedly the best move. Although they indeed lost a lot of money earlier, it would be quickly made up. By next year, they would recoup all losses and start making a profit. But now, the Yangshao father-son duo cannot feel any joy, and the entire Yang family is on high alert. Security teams patrol in groups of 5. Elite members of the Yang family stand solemnly in the main hall. Family head Fitz sits in the hall, staring intently outside. Because one of their former competitor's son, rumored to have returned to Aocheng, is out for revenge against the Yang family. This morning, an enemy sent a message demanding the Yang family prepare to die. Very arrogant. Before taking revenge and killing, he even gave them a heads up, showing no fear of seeking help. Ivor, I have already informed Mr. Bliss, and he is on his way, Donnie comforted. I'm afraid it's too late. Fitz frowned deeply. We'll fight to the death to escort you and your brother out. Ivor, if we leave, we must go together. This was my mistake back then, and it should be resolved by me. Fitz waved his hand. Ha ha. So, Fitz, you acknowledge your wrongdoing? Today, the dozens of lives in your Yang family will pay for it. A loud laugh echoed from outside, seemingly coming from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint the source. All bodyguards changed expression, clearly indicating that the visitor meant harm. Ah! Screams of agony came from the inner hall, those of other Yang family members. There seemed to be no sign of a struggle, just deadly strikes. Emeric, this has nothing to do with them, Fitz shouted loudly. Weren't more than 20 members of our Fitzroy family slaughtered by you back then? A man around 30 walked out from the rear hall. Behind him appeared 3 masked men in black, one holding a bloody hook. These 3 exuded an eerie aura, their eyes filled with excitement after committing murder. They were undoubtedly reckless killers, each looking like fierce demons. Fitz recognized the man. He was Emeric. At that time, I did not kill the elderly, weak, women, or children. Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive today, Fitz countered. 15 years ago, the Fitzroy and Young families were business rivals, vying for an order from a foreign auto company. They competed fiercely, escalating to physical confrontation. The Young family hired masters from the underworld, defeating the Fitzroy family decisively. To crush their opponent completely, Fitz ordered the elimination of over 20 members of the Fitzroy family, creating a bloodbath. However, he spared the elderly, weak, women, and children, and let the 14-year-old Emeric live, the sole surviving heir of the Fitzroy family. Unimaginably, after 15 years, Emeric had come seeking vengeance. Fitz didn't know how strong Emeric had become. Fitzroy had spent a fortune hiring many martial arts masters. Now, it appeared that Emeric was likely even stronger. After leaving Ouching, he might have apprenticed under someone, becoming at least a top-grade master. So, because you were merciful, I survived, became an apprentice, and eventually grew into a master. Emeric sneered, but I won't make such a mistake. I will wipe out your Young family entirely. Master? Fitz's face changed. Indeed, Emeric had become a master, explaining his arrogance. Their Young family could only afford to hire one master for protection, despite spending a lot. And Emeric had 3 accomplices, whose strengths were unknown. But judging by their presence, at least 2 of the black-clothed men were as strong as Emeric. If our Young family had lost back then, your Fitzroy family would have done the same, Fitz said coldly. The stronger person decides everything. I have no grievances about the past. Emeric flexed his fists, but now, it's my turn to be the stronger one. Fellow disciples, today you can kill to your heart's content. Fitzroy. The 3 masked men emitted chilling laughs echoing throughout the hall, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Kill. Emeric lunged at Fitz first. The Young family bodyguards rushed forward, but only the master-level expert they hired could hold his ground for a while. The rest of the bodyguards were overwhelmed instantly. These 3 men in black were all masters as well, plus Emeric, making 4 masters in total. No wonder they dared to be so arrogant, and openly seek revenge during broad daylight. Fitz watched helplessly as more people died and he pleaded loudly, Emeric, spare these bodyguards. This feud has nothing to do with them. I am willing to give up all the Young family assets and commit suicide at your father's grave. Just spare my 2 sons. Why not take your assets after killing all of you? Emeric did not pause for a moment, instead striking even harder. In a few breaths, more than half of the bodyguards had already fallen. Emeric, my boss is Aryan. If you kill my whole family, my boss will never let you off, Donnie roared. Aryan? Never heard of him. Emeric sneered. After killing you all, I hope your boss finds us. Even if he is a grandmaster, he won't return alive. Kill. Wipe them all out, haha. Is that so? Just the 4 of you? A cold voice rang out in the hall. Emeric turned around and saw 2 young people walk in through the door. The man looked no older than 25 or 6, and the woman was even younger, around 24. Boss. Donnie almost cried. Any later, and their entire family might have been massacred. So, this is your savior? Emeric laughed. Did the 7 Martys come to save Grandpa? Kill. Aryan waved his hand. Rosemary stepped forward, her right palm slicing like a sword, attacking Emeric. Aelbeck, a pretty little thing, she's mine. One of the men in black lunged from the side, striking towards Rosemary with a palm. Get lost. Rosemary turned and struck back with a palm aimed at the man in black. Upon impact, the man in black flew out through a broken window into the courtyard outside. Whether he was dead or alive remained unknown. Sword again, knocking the black-clothed man to the ground, pressing the blade against his neck. Spare me. Spare me. The black-clothed man quickly knelt and begged for mercy, repeatedly bowing his head. Step back. Aryan suddenly shouted loudly, stepping forward with his right foot as terrifying killing intent surged out like a flood. As the kneeling man was about to kneel again, he reached for his waist with his right hand, which Rosemary didn't see. When he rose, he released white powder that rushed straight toward Rosemary's face. Rosemary only had time to close her eyes, but the dust seemed to target more than just her eyes. It must be toxic. She smelled a pungent odor and was inwardly alarmed. Swoosh. Aryan's killing intent blew away the powder instantly. Shit. Just as the black-clothed man was about to launch an attack on Rosemary, seeing the powder blow back at him, he panicked and hurriedly held his breath, retreating explosively. Die. Aryan shot a golden needle from his hand. The black-clothed man retreated quickly, but the golden needle moved faster, piercing through his chest and embedding itself in the wall. Shit. Emeric was terrified. A mid-stage master being killed by a single needle. This level of strength was terrifying. This is bad. Let's retreat. Leaving those words behind, he turned and fled. His fellow senior disciple also turned and ran, wishing their parents had given them 2 extra legs. Another golden needle pierced through the senior disciple's body, causing him to fall stiffly after only 3 steps. One more step and you die. Aryan's cold voice echoed in Emeric's mind. Thud. First frozen in place like under a spell, Emeric then dropped to his knees, raising his hands. Please, don't kill me. Aryan ignored him, walking over to Rosemary, placing his right hand on her shoulder and warning. Sit cross-legged immediately and do not mobilize your internal strength. Rosemary promptly sat cross-legged, obeying Aryan's instructions and not daring to use any internal strength. Follow my true essence and activate your own true essence to expel the powder from your body. Aryan placed his right hand on Rosemary's shoulder, continuously infusing true essence into her. Rosemary had true essence, but not much, mostly still internal strength within her body that hadn't yet been transformed. The powder, once inhaled, specifically targeted internal strength, neutralizing it entirely and turning a person into a cripple. After about 5 minutes, with Aryan's assistance, Rosemary finally expelled all the powder from her body. Fitzroy's forehead dripped with cold sweat, and her complexion was deathly pale. Fortunately, Aryan's momentum had dispersed most of the powder, sparing her from inhaling too much. Otherwise her 20-plus years of internal strength would have vanished, rendering her useless. In the future, when faced with such tricks, kill without hesitation. Aryan withdrew his hand, coldly reminding her. Yes, I understand, Rosemary replied, heart still racing. She had never actually killed anyone before and never even thought about doing so. Encountering deadly enemies was incredibly rare. Fitz's father, Daryl, was a bigwig in Carey High City, and her uncle was the chairman of Feichi Group, worth billions. Fitz's master was also a grandmaster, leaving little need for Rosemary to take action personally. She had plenty of people willing to help if she asked. Most of her experiences were mere sparring matches, controlled fights far from life or death struggles. Today, she learned a valuable lesson. In this world, it's either kill or be killed. Mercy brings disaster. Those who should be taken to the hospital, take them there. Aryan looked at Fitz and his son. Yes. Fitz quickly ordered the surviving guards to check the situation. The situation was grim. Nearly 30 guards, with 2/3 dead. And this was just in the main hall. Entering the inner hall, over half of the 20 family members lay in pools of blood. Even his wife and young son were dead. Despite his decisive nature as a seasoned veteran, Fitz could not hold back tears at the sight. But necessary action still needed to be taken. Fitzroy ordered the injured to be sent to the hospital and picked up a steel hook from the ground, approaching Emeric, ready to strike down. Emeric wanted to move, but seeing Aryan's icy gaze, he could only steel himself to face the steel hook. Fitz ultimately only struck Emeric's shoulder with the steel hook, not his head. Emeric grunted in pain, enduring it. This is retribution. Fitz let go and staggered back 2 steps, looking at his son Donnie. Follow Mr. Bliss closely from now on, live a good life, and don't commit any more evil deeds. Ivor, I understand, Donnie replied solemnly. I have failed our clan. I will atone for my sins with my death. Fitz knelt before the shrine inside the hall and took out a dagger. Ivor, no? Donnie rushed forward but couldn't stop him as the knife slashed across his father's neck, blood splattering the scene. Ivor! Donnie cried out loudly. Rosemary was also stunned, never expecting this to happen. She glanced at Aryan, rarely seeing such a grim expression on his face. Aryan usually seemed indifferent to worldly matters, seldom affected by anything. Today was different. It seemed like he was truly angry. Seeing the elderly, women, and children killed in the inner hall, Rosemary felt immense anger in her heart. These people were too ruthless, even sparing not the weak, elderly, and young children. And that white powder could neutralize internal strength. This was indeed a true form of dark arts. Aelbeck bloodthirstiness. These people indeed deserve to die. After picking up the 2 golden needles Aryan used, Rosemary asked, Young master, what should we do with Emeric? Of course, they needed to eliminate all traces of danger. Aryan narrowed his eyes, standing up and walking toward Emeric who was bleeding continuously. Take me to your hideout. Yes. Emeric readily agreed, turning to walk outside with a smirk. If he didn't agree, he would die now. By agreeing, as long as Aryan went to his hideout, his master and uncle would likely kill Aryan, allowing him to survive. Leaving the young residents and getting into the car, Emeric tore off his clothes and bandaged his wound simply before starting the engine. The car did not head towards some remote forest or busy downtown area, but instead arrived at a fishing village by the sea, preparing to board a fishing boat. Where are you taking us? Rosemary drew her flexible sword and pressed it against Emeric's neck. Emeric hurriedly explained, Our hideout is on an island in international waters. Whether to go or not, you decide. Aryan boarded the fishing boat first. Rosemary warned Emeric, If you dare to trick us, I will definitely kill you. Chapter 148, Enemy's Lair. After sailing for over 3 hours, they had already gone out 50 to 60 nautical miles. The island not far ahead was the lair that Emeric mentioned, where his sect resided. Actually, it didn't belong to any particular sect. It was just a gang. The island wasn't big, estimated to be about the size of 2 soccer fields. Because this area was in international waters, with no jurisdiction, at its peak, it had sheltered several hundred desperate criminals. These people all had blood on their hands and had nowhere else to go, so they hid here. They used to survive by plundering passing ships, becoming the dominant force in this region. But in recent years, after China increased patrols in the surrounding sea areas, they no longer brazenly attacked passing ships. Instead, they relied on smuggling and working as assassins to live. Back when Emeric's family was wiped out, and he fled overseas, he was intercepted by the pirates here. The women were taken as wives, and the men were forced into labor. Emeric was lucky. Due to his aptitude for martial arts, the island chief took him in as a disciple. Though called disciples, they were essentially trained to be killing machines, enduring an extremely brutal training process. If 3 out of 10 survived the end, it was considered fortunate. Driven by the desire to avenge his family's deep-seated grudge, Emeric managed to survive and broke through to become a master at the age of 29. To ordinary martial artists, becoming a master at 29 was already the pride of heaven. Lest they be seen by passing ships, only at night could they venture out. However, there were many hidden sentries, specially trained snipers, and surveillance cameras. Ships approaching the island would be known beforehand. If not for the sentry recognizing Emeric, the boat probably wouldn't have been allowed to dock. Walking 200 meters, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Fitzroy, for menacing-looking men guarded the post. This is my master's friend, here to visit him, Emeric lied. What about the others? The guard asked. I underestimated the Young family. My 2 senior brothers and junior brother were all killed by the experts they hired. Fortunately, these 2 friends helped me escape. We need to report to the island chief first. The guard was cautious. Even though Emeric was the chief's disciple and a master-level expert, they still followed protocol and reported honestly. Emeric was afraid that his master wouldn't agree to meet or worse, send someone to surround Aryan, causing immediate danger. However, Aryan remained calm, showing no intention of stopping the guards from reporting. So Emeric did nothing to stop them. Surprisingly, after the guard reported via radio, the master agreed to meet them. The stone door opened, and as Americ stepped into the cave, his heart was pounding. Rosemary followed behind, much more nervous compared to Aryan's composure, constantly surveying the surroundings. Initially, the cave was narrow, maybe a meter wide, but became increasingly spacious further inside. It appeared to be a relic from last century, a wartime cave used to store war supplies and serve as a transfer station. When Rosemary was in school, she had visited islands below Central Sea and saw caves within them. This one was just built larger. After walking another 50 to 60 meters, they reached a spacious hall, approximately the size of a basketball court, located at the island's center. On the innermost main seat, covered with a tiger skin, sat a bald old man. To his left and right were 2 to 3 dozen black-clad men with fierce and menacing appearances. None of them seemed weak, and all their attention was on Rosemary. It was as if they had never seen a woman before. Rosemary coldly hummed. "Young friend, what brings you to my barren land?" the bald old man asked. "To kill you. So you want to cut the grass at its roots? Commit suicide, and it will reduce your pain a little." Aryan stood with his hands behind his back. "Ha ha ha." The bald old man burst into laughter. Those ferocious-looking individuals around him also laughed loudly. Young people these days are truly unaware of how insignificant they are. Probably some guy from a prominent family. These people always think they're superior. They grew master. No wonder you dare to act so outrageously. The bald island lord narrowed his eyes. "But what you don't know is that I have 3 grand masters here. Second brother, third brother, work together and kill him." Chapter 149. Both sides lose? 2 elderly men leaped out from either side of the bald island lord. They were in their 70s or even 80s, and who would have thought that this desolate island was home to 3 grandmasters? No wonder they could be so rampant for so many years without being brought down. Any ordinary family daring to come here looking for trouble would essentially be courting death. Unless people from a combat zone were dispatched from higher-ups, it wouldn't happen easily as this area belonged to international waters where combat personnel wouldn't come lightly. As long as large thermal weapons weren't used, the arrival of combat personnel would make little difference. In such narrow terrain, the advantage of having more people couldn't be utilized at all, unless a dozen peak grandmasters came, or if this place was flattened, with all caves buried underground. Die! The 2 grandmasters attacked Aryan from both sides. Scram! Aryan pushed out his palms simultaneously to meet the 2 old men. Bang bang! With successive muffled collisions, the 2 elders were instantly sent flying backward, smashing into chairs before crashing to the ground. Both had bewildered looks on their wise for an elder to engage in a direct confrontation with young people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked number 2 and number 3 to consume Aryan first. It looked like probing but actually aimed to exhaust. Now, there was no need for him to fight Aryan to the death. As long as his subordinates took down the woman, they could naturally blackmail Aryan. Several continuous claw strikes forced Aryan to dodge and block, yet his shoulders' clothes were still torn open, shattering immediately. A peak grandmaster, yet cunning, made him quite hard to handle. However, it was impossible for the old man to take down Aryan relying merely on rich experience. Though young, Aryan's understanding of martial arts was no less than these old folks. Perhaps his comprehension of martial arts was even clearer. Once he understood the patterns of this bald island lord, he was not at a disadvantage at all. Ah! Behind him came cries of pain, constantly people being injured by the flexible sword. Not everyone on this island was a master. Apart from the island lord's direct disciples, few of the desperados from all over the country reached master level. Earlier, Aryan observed these people, finding that only 7 or 8 reached master level. Most others were merely at the first class or second class levels. But for a small island to have 7 or 8 masters and 3 grandmasters, this strength could rival the top families in Hangzhou City. For instance, the Carey family or the Liao family might not be stronger than this island. Rosemary had just become a grandmaster, but trained in swordsmanship since childhood, she could tangle with. They said they wanted to see Aryan's grandfather. At the time, Aryan followed them but hid outside the door. At that time, his grandfather was still the patriarch of the Bliss family. Upon hearing these 2 men say they were from the Stargazing Pavilion, he showed great respect immediately. As for why they came, Aryan could no longer remember clearly now, but the name, Stargazing Pavilion, left a deep impression on him. Later, he asked his grandfather about the origins of this Stargazing Pavilion. His grandfather did not give specific details, only mentioning that the lineage of this force dated back further than the 9 major families of Yanjing, and was even more mysterious. Fitzroy told Aryan not to inquire too much and never mention the Stargazing Pavilion to anyone outside, advising him to forget it. Now, suddenly hearing the name of this force, Aryan smiled at the bald old man opposite. "You really come from the Stargazing Pavilion?" "Yes, this humble one is Zach, the 57th generation disciple of the Stargazing Pavilion." The bald old man replied, "I have a token from the Stargazing Pavilion here." Indeed, he pulled out a token from his waist, genuine as could be. Fitzroy inwardly sneered, grateful it wasn't lost. The token was indeed real, and this young man had no way to verify it. With such a generational gap, how could he verify it quickly? "But I've heard that the Stargazing Pavilion is a righteous force. How can someone like you, who occupies an island as a king and relies on robbery for a living, possibly be part of it?" Aryan spoke disdainfully. "If my guess is correct, you must have committed grave errors, feared being expelled from your order, and fled far overseas, eventually ending up on this desolate island for survival, right? Damn, can't bluff this kid." Zach's face twitched slightly. "This, young friend, I was forced into it. How could a disciple of such a righteous force abandon the protection and resources of the Stargazing Pavilion and come here alone unless you committed some unforgivable sins?" Aryan said coldly, "Being forced into it is just an excuse for fleeing from justice. Today, I'll continue to clean up the house for the Stargazing Pavilion. You can't kill me. If you push me too hard, I'll fight to the death. At worst, we'll both lose." Zach tore off his fake smile, revealing a menacing look. "If we both lose, you absolutely won't leave this island. I'm old, If I die, so be it. You're young. Do you really want to end up buried with an old guy like me? That might not be the case. Aryan sneered. You. Zack turned purple with rage. Descendant is this? Bang! As Zack got distracted, he was struck on the shoulder and stumbled backward. Aryan did not let up on his relentless attack. Boy, this is what you forced me to do. Zack was utterly enraged. While retreating, he performed peculiar hand gestures, even continuing despite taking 2 palm strikes from Aryan and spitting out blood. After receiving another blow, he suddenly shouted, "Capture!" It seemed something emerged from Zack's brow and then drilled into Aryan's brow. It moved so swiftly that Aryan froze in place before reacting. That was a spiritual awareness, entering Aryan's brow and rushing towards his sea of consciousness, trying to invade his soul. However, once this spiritual awareness entered Aryan's sea of consciousness, it was dumbfounded. The previously murky sea of consciousness, measuring around 12 square meters, contained a strand of spiritual awareness that was only 10 centimeters long. Now, it had swollen more than twice its size, seemingly gaining a physical form. Upon sensing external spiritual awareness, it instinctively reacted, instantly transforming into a huge mouth and swallowing the unfamiliar spiritual awareness. Seeing this giant mouth, Zack's spiritual awareness attempted to flee but was caught by the rapidly emitted killing intent, being pulled directly into the giant mouth. It was devoured. Pooh! Zack staggered back, falling to the ground and spitting out blood profusely. His spirit was already damaged, now suffering a counterattack, resulting in severe injury. Do you think you are qualified to drag me down? Aryan said contemptuously. Zack looked at Aryan with disbelief. You? Who exactly are you? How could your spiritual awareness be so powerful? Secret. Aryan thrust a palm forward, shooting golden needles from his sleeves. Take advantage of your weakness to deal a fatal blow. Aryan truly feared that this old man might use some last desperate move to drag him down. Thus, he had to end this quickly. No. Zack's spirit had been retaliated against, causing chaos in his true essence, leaving him powerless to mobilize it. All he could do was watch the golden needle rapidly enlarge in his pupils. Punch! The golden needle pierced through his eyes, instantly ending Zack's life. Now, he was not only shocked but also regretful. Fitzroy originally thought that with his ultimate skill, he could seriously injure this young man. Instead, his ultimate skill turned out to be ineffective against him. Had he known, he wouldn't have forcibly used this move and instead fought Aryan with pure essence, potentially standing a chance. Earlier, he had used star observation soul capture, a unique technique to fight on. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do. I am willing to submit and swear eternal allegiance to you, senior. The middle-aged great master who had been suppressing his aura while sitting in meditation was the first to kneel. Immediately following him, the early-stage great master knelt down as well. I submit. We all wish to follow you, senior. Seeing the second and third island lords kneeling in submission, the rest quickly followed suit. Excellent. Aryan, satisfied, retracted his gaze and began to search Zack's body. From this man's body, he found a token, a jade pendant that calms the mind, 3 keys, and a yellowed booklet. Though it was written in ancient characters, for Aryan, who studied classical Chinese, it was child's play, star observation and spirit refining method. This was a secret manual from the Star Observation Pavilion, but it only contained the upper part. Good things, truly excellent things. Aryan was overjoyed. Now he lacked such cultivation methods for spiritual awareness, yet here he found one unexpectedly. Although it only contained the upper part, it was enough for him to cultivate currently. Zack was indeed cautious, keeping the good things on him rather than hiding them elsewhere, seemingly fearful they might fall into others' hands. Take me to his room, Aryan said, turning to the nearby Great Master. Yes. The middle stage Great Master stood up and led Aryan to the right side of the cave. After walking about 50 meters inward, they arrived at a small chamber. Aryan took out the key he had found and opened the iron door. Inside, the space wasn't large, around 8 square meters, with very simple furnishings. The only valuable item seemed to be the night pearl hanging on the wall, about the size of an egg. This object had some use for ordinary people, but was utterly useless for someone like Aryan. It was purely decorative. Aryan turned to Keegan, the adjacent Great Master. Is there a treasure vault? There is, but there aren't any valuable items left. Keegan replied, recently, Third Marty broke through to the Great Master realm, and 2 disciples also ascended to the master level, costing us a lot of money on medicines. These past years, we've hardly dared to raid passing ships easily, only doing some smuggling business, earning little. You and your junior are responsible for daily affairs on the island. Alacia and I need to enter seclusion for a while, Aryan instructed. Yes. During this time, no one is allowed to go out raiding, nor to engage in smuggling. Aryan warned, if you behave, I can take you back and settle you properly. If you violate these orders, you can try to escape, but don't blame me next time we meet. Yes. Chapter 151. Star Watching and Spirit Refinement. Keegan left, leaving Aryan and Rosemary in the quiet room. Fitzroy took out the yellowed booklet and sat cross-legged to study it. Rosemary sat beside him, guarding and recovering from her injuries. Opening the yellowed booklet, the first thing that caught the eye was an introduction to spirit awareness. The first level of spirit refinement, visualization. Visualize the rotation of stars, engrave it on the sea of consciousness, and contemplate it often. The second level, internal observation. Internally observe the body and refine the spirit internally. The third level, concealment. Spirit awareness is both strong and weak, usually concealed in the brain's spirit acupoint, making it easy to be attacked. Cultivators can hide their spirit awareness in other body acupoints. For example, the spirit energy acupoint behind the heart. This acupoint is a unique blending point, not an ordinary acupoint, synthesized by heaven and earth. It's named the spirit energy acupoint, within which resides the essence of water and fire. Hiding the spirit here makes it less vulnerable to attacks. The fourth level, unification, unified the 3 souls and 7 spirits, severing the human heart and nurturing the Taoist heart. At this realm, Aryan did not know how to cultivate further as the record only went up to this point. There are far more than just 36 variations. Every season, every hour, every second, the stars move. More accurately, the entire universe moves. Aryan would not be confined to the technique but would adapt, using those 36 star maps as a foundation to thoroughly understand the corresponding star movements. That is to say, he now planned to study only 3 maps and leave the rest for later when they matched the seasonal changes. In this way, he had a clear plan. Fitzroy didn't intend to study all the star maps at once but over a period of 1 or even several years. Additionally, the technique recorded 2 methods to mobilize spirit awareness. In reality, his spirit awareness had already reached the level where it could be hidden in an acupoint. The Star Watcher Pavilion relied on visualizing the movement of stars to expand the sea of consciousness, thereby generating spirit awareness. Aryan and Rosemary widened their sea of consciousness through the aura of death, different methods but similarly effective. The Star Watcher Pavilion's technique was more gentle, while Aryan's method was more extreme. He had widened his sea of consciousness by accident, leading to the generation of spirit awareness. Indeed, other forces certainly had other methods to generate spirit awareness, not just the Star Watcher Pavilion's visualization method. Aryan's method had advantages, generating spirit awareness faster. But it also had drawbacks. If he lacked the broken copper plaque providing the aura of death, he couldn't continue expanding his sea of consciousness. Additionally, a slight mishap might lead to the backlash of the aura of death, eventually causing his spirit to be extinguished, turning him into a living dead. Without the 9-leaf grass provided by the Carey family last time, he might still be in a coma. The key to hiding lies in internal observation. Aryan made hand seals, following the star watching and spirit refinement technique, to mobilize true essence and thoroughly observe his body inch by inch. This was an extremely complicated process that required much time. Previously, he didn't mobilize much spirit awareness, but now after internal observation, he could not only mobilize all his spirit awareness quickly but also control all of it. Done. 15 days later, Aryan suddenly opened his eyes, finally managing to hide his spirit awareness in the spirit energy acupoint. I'm still at the internal observation stage, Rosemary said in shock. Don't rush, Aryan consoled. You must thoroughly understand internal observation before you can hide your spirit in the spirit energy acupoint. Your spirit awareness isn't enough yet. Continue studying the star maps. Rosemary wasn't disappointed. She knew deep down she couldn't compare to Aryan. Now we can study the 4th star map. Aryan took out the yellowed booklet. Sir, Rosemary hesitated. What is it? We've been aware to mock him. The Carey family, Qin family, and Fitzroy family of the 5 major families of Hangzhou all sent people to congratulate. These family heads sitting below had extremely unsightly expressions. Even Dennis, the patriarch of the Liao family, felt uneasy sitting there now. If he had known that Churchill Yuanxin would be so shameless, he absolutely wouldn't have given Churchill Yuanxin the medicinal herbs and insights he had painstakingly accumulated over many years. If Churchill Yuanxin had killed the Carey family patriarch and made the Carey family submit to the Churchill family, Dennis wouldn't have found it improper. Even killing the core disciples of the Carey family to eliminate the root, Dennis could understand. Churchill Yuanxin didn't do that. Instead, he only severely injured the Carey family patriarch and then planned to marry Hazel. What kind of age are you, going to marry someone much younger? With this loophole opened, will you continue targeting other families next? Moreover, Hazel was previously engaged to Hawkins. The Liao family helped Churchill Yuanxin so much. Now that you are powerful, shouldn't you reciprocate and let Hazel remarry Hawkins? A shameless person would do even more shocking things. This guy has no bottom line. Now dealing with the Carey family, next would be the Liao family, Qin family, Fitzroy family. The Liao family, having lost 2 grandmasters, would inevitably be enslaved by Churchill Yuanxin in the future. The heads of the Carey family, Qin family, and Fitzroy family all cast resentful looks at the Liao family, likely hating them deeply. Dennis knew that the Liao family was probably doomed because now the Liao family lacked a grandmaster while other families still had theirs. If secretly attacking the Liao family, Churchill Yuanxin might not intervene. Now, Dennis hoped that Aryan could kill Churchill Yuanxin since Aryan ultimately wasn't from Hangzhou and would eventually leave. But, will Aryan come back? Chapter 152. Where are the men of the Carey family? In the inner hall of the Churchill family, Hazel was dressed in a phoenix crown and draped in a red veil, a typical Chinese wedding attire, with a red head cover. Under the red head cover, she did not cry or weep because she was about to marry an old man. Perhaps this was her destined path. Initially, to avoid marrying Hawkins, she indeed did some foolish things. For instance, she deliberately dressed in an extremely flamboyant manner, with dark red lips and a bewitching outfit, making people think she belonged to a fickle type. However, the Liao family did not call off the marriage because of these actions. This matter actually involved the interests of 2 families. As long as she didn't do anything out of line, for the sake of both families' interests, the marriage would continue. After Aryan defeated the patriarch of the Liao family at the Bliss Mansion, the 2 families announced the cancellation of the engagement, and Aryan also did not choose to marry Hazel. She did not hate Aryan because she knew he had his own difficulties. Fitzroy had just divorced in Hangqing, betrayed by his wife. Issues had arisen on the family's side, and they even sent people to threaten the Carey family not to help Aryan. Fitzroy had many enemies, so it was impossible for Aryan to marry Hazel now. Marrying Hazel might have added another concern for him. Hazel did not regret helping Aryan. In fact, Aryan could have repelled the enemies even without their help that day. They arrived a bit too late, and Ajay was already amazed by Aryan. The arrival of the Carey family merely provided Ajay with an excuse to back down. If the Carey family hadn't come, given Ajay's self-preserving nature, they would have left anyway. A heavy blow from a peak grandmaster, like Ajay, naturally made others wary. Hazel agreed to marry in order to save the hundreds of clan members of the Carey family. If not for this reason, she would have committed suicide and never sat here. Why? Are you still waiting for him to come and save you? A cold voice sounded. Ajay walked in, smiling. Everyone in the major families knows that after hearing I successfully broke through, Aryan abandoned your Carey family. Aryan is ungrateful and faithless. Your choice was completely wrong. And it's because of your choice that your great-grandfather was gravely injured by me. Of course, it's also due to the Carey family's excessive trust and overestimation of Aryan, which led to the core members not retreating in time and ultimately falling until was about to step over the fire basin. A stone flew in from the side and knocked the basin to the ground. Kale, do you seek death? Ajay stared angrily at Kale, the head of the Carey family. Ivor. Hazel lifted her veil, incredulously looking at her father. She didn't expect him to intervene at this moment. I'd rather die than let you, old bastard, marry my daughter. Kale stepped forward, resolute. Do you not care about the lives of hundreds of Carey family members? Ajay narrowed his eyes. Ivor, quickly go. Hazel shouted. Diamond, say no more. As a daughter, you chose to marry Ajay, such a shameless old scoundrel, for the sake of the clan. Kale's expression was solemn. We men of the Carey family are not cowards. Fitzroy took a step forward and roared, where are the men of the Carey family? Fitzroyer. More than 20 Carey family members rushed out from the crowd, glaring at Ajay. Do we want to live in shame or die fighting? Kale asked sternly. To die fighting. Everyone shouted in unison. Woo-wah. Finally, Hazel couldn't hold back her loud sobs. Diamond, don't cry. Do you wish to die with your clansmen? Kale, elders of the Cheen and Fitzroy families must be eliminated to remove future troubles once and for all. As soon as the two sides clashed, Ajay frowned, noticing that the other three families did not intervene. They retreated and withdrew from the battlefield instead. Seeking death, Ajay narrowed his eyes. Cheenjashi, head of the Cheen family, noticed Ajay's change in expression and felt a jolt in his heart. The next moment, he shouted loudly, Cheen family members, follow my order. Eliminate the Carey family traitors. With the Cheen family experts attacking, the Carey family, already at a disadvantage, became completely overwhelmed. Humph, you know your place. Ajay was slightly satisfied. Ajay, if you do not stop now, I will annihilate your entire clan. An icy voice exploded over the Churchill family. So, you finally show up? Ajay stood up, revealing a grin of successfully achieved treachery. Chapter 153. All of you attacked together? The people from the Churchill, Carey, and Cheen families ceased fighting, but most of the Carey family had already fallen. Fitzroying Aryan's voice outside, the martial experts from the Churchill family rushed out. Fitzroymlock also stepped towards the entrance of the hall. Outside on the lawn, Aryan appeared. Beside Aryan was Rosemary, and behind him were 2 to 3 dozen men in black. So you want to find reinforcements, but it seems like they're just a motley crew. Fitzroymlock sneered. To quote your words, below the innate realm, everyone is an ant before me. Killing you, I alone suffice. No, one move will be enough. Aryan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Ha ha ha, you are as arrogant as ever. Fitzroymlock burst into laughter. Aryan, quickly leave. Fitzroy has transcended the innate realm. My great-grandfather is not a match for him, being defeated in one move. Hazel anxiously shouted. Tsk, what a fine woman. Fitzroymlock grinned maliciously. You do not cherish her. Wait until I strike you down, then I'll take good care of her. To be so shameless will only leave you cursed by history. Aryan spoke with disdain. Shameless? This is a gift, Fitzroymlock retorted, making her marry an innate realm expert, bearing the purest lineage. She will rise through maternal rank, becoming the ancestor of the Churchill family, revered by countless people. Don't embellish yourself. You have not even stepped into the innate realm, Aryan said contemptuously. Bullshit. Fitzroymlock swore. Bullshit? To truly enter the innate realm, one must achieve 3 flowers gathered at the apex, transforming essence, energy, and spirit, infusing them together, ultimately elevating both body and mind. Aryan explained, but your spiritual awareness is excessive, and essence, energy, and spirit have not fused. Also, you weren't lecherous before, but now after breaking through, you are obsessed with beauty. This further proves that your body and spirit have not been elevated and remain so tainted. You are merely half-step innate. But you delude yourself into believing you are in the innate realm, like a frog at the bottom of a well. Ha ha ha. You. Fitzroymlock's face turned blue with anger. Did not break through? But how can he be so strong without breaking through? If he truly broke through completely, how strong would he be? This old guy lied to us, saying he broke through when he clearly didn't, just scaring us so we wouldn't unite against him. It must be true. After all, how easy is it to break through to the innate realm? What a sly old bastard. The people from the 4 major clans began murmuring amongst themselves. Now let me show you my true strength. Fitzroymlock took a step, instantly crossing 7 or 8 paces, and angrily struck at Aryan's face. Die. Die. A golden needle in Aryan's hand suddenly burst forth, surrounded by rolling killing intent, piercing through the air like arrows straight into Fitzroymlock's palm. Break for me. Fitzroymlock changed his palm into a claw, rolling true essence within. Pooh. Under the impact of countless rolls of true essence, the golden needle shattered into dozens of fragments, scattering around. Amazingly strong, that needle could heavily injure Dennis just now. Didn't expect it to be shattered by Fitzroymlock's claw. Is this really just half-step innate, not the innate realm? How strong would the real innate realm be? Everyone around was shocked. Ha ha ha, Aryan, these golden needles are nothing. What other tricks do you have? Bring them all out, or prepare to die. Fitzroymlock laughed. Is half-step innate this strong? Aryan was surprised, realizing he had underestimated the term innate. Even just half-step innate was extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, since he last seriously injured Dennis, his spiritual awareness had at least doubled. That strand of spiritual awareness in his consciousness C, which was previously around 13 centimeters, was now nearly 30 centimeters long. Whether it was true essence, spiritual awareness, or killing intent, all had rapidly improved compared to before. With one strike now, he could definitely slay Dennis. But it was shattered by this Fitzroy-Lock's claw. Was the gap between peak Grandmaster and half-step innate so obvious? Kill. Aryan advanced. For mercy? Aziel said casually. Good, very good. The corners of Fitzroy-Lock's mouth twitched as he looked around at the people of the 4 major families. Is there anyone else who wants to help Aryan? Step forward. Dennis wanted to act, but unfortunately, after being severely injured by Aryan last time, he hadn't recovered yet. In fact, he no longer had hope of recovering. Fitzroy would just close his eyes and let it be within 2 more years. The Cheen family's elder did not move. They chose to help the Churchill family earlier, so they couldn't possibly help Aryan now. That left only Fitzroy family's elder. Fitzroy Shuren moved slightly. If Aziel had appeared before he acted, he might have joined forces with Aryan and Aziel to deal with Fitzroy-Lock. However, seeing the terrifying power of Fitzroy-Lock earlier made Fitzroy Shuren immediately cower, too afraid to strike. Aryan's all-out attack was shattered by Fitzroy-Lock, who even if not fully in the innate realm, still posed a formidable challenge as half-step innate. Adding him into the fray wouldn't make much difference against Fitzroy-Lock. Thinking this, Fitzroy Shuren took a half-step back. Haha, it seems that most people know better than to go against me. Fitzroy-Lock laughed triumphantly. Marty Fitzroy Marty Cheen, do you really think by not acting you can stay out of this? Aziel looked at Fitzroy Shuren. Fitzroy-Lock has revealed his true colors. He won't spare any of you. Currently, he targets our Carey family. Once we're drained of all benefits, he'll come after your Fitzroy family and Cheen family next. Since he is only half-step innate, he needs to truly break through to the innate realm, and who knows how many treasures he needs. Do you think your families can escape unscathed? This? Fitzroy Shuren glanced at the elder of the Cheen family. Both of them feared the dangerous relationship. Aryan has a grudge with the Liao family. Did he slaughter indiscriminately? No. Aziel continued, after all, he isn't from Hangzhou and will eventually leave. If we don't fight now, none of us will have a good end. The faces of the elders from the Fitzroy and Cheen families were unpredictable, but before they could speak, Fitzroy-Lock interrupted, enough, I don't want to trouble you either. Anyway, I'll kill you all. Hangzhou can only have one top-tier family, and that is the Churchill family. I won't spare any of the 4 families. Now, attack together. What? Not only the Fitzroy and Cheen families, but also the people from the Liao family were shocked beyond belief. Chapter 154 One person is enough. Maxim stopped pretending and openly revealed his ambitions. Fitzroy had the confidence. Aryan's all-out attack was shattered by one of his claws, and with continuous moves, using it might cause backlash, and if Brant and Blue acted then, Aryan might not be able to leave. But now, this concern seemed to have temporarily disappeared. Blue and the others likely wouldn't help Maxim anymore. Little friend Bliss, our chances are higher with us, Brant reminded. I said one person is enough, Aryan stated firmly. Just now, you couldn't even fight back, yet you're still arrogant? Maxim sneered. Since you're so confident, I'll kill you first, then destroy them. With that, Maxim attacked Aryan again, this time with even more ferocity, as if his true essence was inexhaustible. After a dozen exchanges, Aryan suddenly summoned 3 broken bronze shards, attacking Maxim from 3 directions. Controlling 3 broken bronze shards was his limit. So, this is your final reliance? Maxim's hands formed claws, grabbing 2 of the bronze shards and instantly sending them flying. These bronze shards were larger and made of special material compared to golden needles. They couldn't be shattered, only deflected. Fitzroy then twisted his body to avoid the 3rd one. But the 3rd shard, as if guided by an eye, circled back and slashed across Maxim's nape. Humph! Maxim grunted coldly, channeling vast amounts of true essence to form a defense on his nape. The bronze shard hit the defense, emitting a metallic clang but failed to penetrate Maxim's flesh. Soon, the bronze shard fell to the ground, and Maxim laughed. Is this your last trump card, Aryan? Aryan remained silent, rapidly forming seals with both hands. Maxim froze, sensing an intense danger. A voice in his mind warned him that if Aryan completed the seal, he might be in mortal danger. Die! Maxim took 2 steps and slapped towards Aryan's face. Too late. Aryan suddenly opened his eyes and pushed his hands toward Maxim. Stargazing soul capture. A secret technique of the Stargazing Pavilion. Only those at the innate realm could use it, and forcing it now would cause backlash. But Aryan didn't care. Fitzroy was determined to kill Maxim today. A symbol-like pattern emerged from his brow, heading straight for Maxim's brow. Stargazing soul capture. Maxim tried to dodge but couldn't. The symbol instantly penetrated Maxim's brow and rushed into his sea of consciousness. There wasn't even a cubic meter of clear space in Maxim's sea of consciousness, highlighting the disadvantage of entering the Tao through martial arts. In such a small space, Aryan's terrifying divine sense wreaked havoc, slicing it into countless pieces, nearly causing its collapse. Maxim stood frozen, experiencing excruciating pain in his mind. Pooh! Ale Bedenly, just before Maxim's sea of consciousness collapsed, a jade pendant on his chest exploded. Thud, thud, thud. Aryan retreated rapidly, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Pooh! Maxim spat out several mouthfuls of blood and recovered from his daze, looking at Aryan with shock and dread. What dark path technique did you use? Killing you is enough. Ignoring the backlash within his body, Aryan charged again. The 2 exchanged a fierce palm strike, both spitting blood and retreating explosively. But Maxim used the force to quickly pull away and fled. Fitzroy's running, stop him. Aziel panicked and quickly chased after him. Blue and Brant also immediately moved to intercept Maxim. However, if Maxim wanted to leave, they truly couldn't stop him. Even after such significant consumption, Maxim's 2 consecutive palm strikes instantly repelled Brant and Aziel who were blocking his way. Then, in the blink of an eye, Maxim was already on the wall 40 to 50 meters away. Aryan, you're formidable today, but when I fully break through to the innate realm, it will be your death sentence and the end of your 4 families. With these words, Maxim jumped off the wall and vanished. There's no need to chase him. Aryan waved his hand. Aziel and the others stopped in their tracks, clearly unwilling. This was letting a great disaster go free. If Maxim broke through to the innate realm, the future repercussions would be immeasurable. Blue and Brant seemed to blame Aryan for being overly confident earlier. If they had all acted together, Maxim might not have escaped. But they did not dare to voice this thought. That move by Aryan was indeed terrifying, even causing them heart palpitations. Had that move been used against any one of them, they likely would have died. After all, none of them had the jade pendant like Maxim did. They didn't know what kind of technique it was, nor what the jade pendant was made of. Qin family members, listen up. Arrest all core members of the Churchill family. Blue could only vent his anger on the Churchill family. Kill. Not just the Qin family, but also people from the Fitzroy and Carey families charged at the Churchill family, unleashing their fury, not bothering with arrests, but outright killing. The Churchill family's core experts were besieged. Moments ago they were still showing off their power. Now those who resisted were killed on the spot, while those who didn't resist and knelt down pleading for mercy escaped immediate death but became prisoners. Blood flowed like rivers throughout the Churchill family compound. I'm late, sorry. Aryan walked towards Hazel, who was still standing there in shock, gently wiping away her tears. You shouldn't have come. Hazel's eyes welled up again. If you want to cry, then cry. Aryan tried to embrace Hazel, but suddenly felt dizzy and fell into her arms. Aryan, what's wrong with you? Hazel panicked, her heart tightening. Aziel came over, probing with true essence. His divine soul has been heavily damaged again. What should we do? Find a quiet place for Master to rest first, Rosemary advised. Okay. The two women disregarded the others, supporting Aryan into the Churchill family compound, reaching the backyard. After laying Aryan on the bed, Rosemary took out a ruler and a Dao pearl, hanging the pearl around Aryan's neck and placing the ruler in her palm. Chapter 155, Faxon reappears. Marty Qin, Marty Fitzroy, how do you think we should deal with the Liao family and the Churchill family? In the main hall of the Churchill family residence, Aziel looked at Blue and Brant. The battle had already ended. The core members of the Churchill family who were to be executed were killed or captured. The key members of the Liao family who came for the wedding were also seized, including Dennis. The patriarchs of the Churchill family, Gwilym, and the Liao family, Amir, were now kneeling there. However, Dennis remained seated, retaining some dignity. Do whatever you want. If Gwilym flinches, I'll change my name. Gwilym refused to submit. Kill us, and our ancestor will return for revenge, wiping out all three of your families. Ha ha ha. To still be so arrogant on the brink of death. Blue approached and struck Gwilym's chest with a palm. Gwilym was sent flying outside onto the Aryan's help to defeat Maxim. So, the assets of the Churchill and Liao families, let's divide half among our three families and give the other half to Lord Bliss. What do you think? Aziel continued. I have no objections, Brant quickly agreed. Neither do I, Blue replied. Since they hadn't participated in the fight, they couldn't complain if Aryan received benefits. They also dared not. Not taking anything would seem like distancing themselves. If everyone took a share, they'd be in this together. Alright, that's settled then, Aziel responded. Our Carey family suffered significant losses this time, so we'll entrust the verification and takeover of these two families' properties to you. Our Qin family will handle the Liao family, and your Fitzroy family will handle the Churchill family. Agreed? Agreed. Sitting nearby, Dennis heard them divide up the assets of the Liao and Churchill families in just a few words. Although he felt aggrieved, he had no recourse. This situation arose due to the Liao family's actions, offending someone they shouldn't have, now leading to the ruin of their entire clan. No one else was to blame. Had they not coveted the shares of those 7 families, letting Yuanming duel Aryan honorably, even if they lost, it would have been fair. Aryan likely wouldn't have blamed the entire Liao family. Now, it was too late to talk about it. The only comfort was that his eldest grandson, Hawkins, had broken through to the Great Master Realm, which gave the family hope. But Dennis knew Hangzhou could no longer accommodate the Liao family. They had to find another path. Marty Liao, through the forest, eventually reaching the other side of the mountain. A car was parked by the roadside. Maxim smirked, walking around to the back of the vehicle and approaching it, ready to shatter the window with one palm strike and seize whoever was inside. But before he could act, the window rolled down. There was only one person in the car, an unfamiliar middle-aged man whom he didn't recognize. Senior Churchill, nice to meet you again, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke. Are you sent by Aryan? Maxim narrowed his eyes. If Aryan had sent me, you would already be surrounded, the middle-aged man said coldly. Then who are you? Don't ask so many questions, just get in the car. I'll take you to meet my young master. Fitzroy will offer you a great opportunity. Maxim considered for a moment, and then got into the car. It seemed that the driver was extraordinary, possibly a master-level expert. But even if Maxim was heavily wounded, handling a master would still be more than enough. The car continued driving toward the outskirts. After about 40 minutes, they arrived at a secluded villa. Senior Churchill, please come in. The bodyguard got out of the car and opened the door for him. Maxim hesitantly entered the villa and walked upstairs to the living room, where a young man in his late 20s sat on the sofa. On the coffee table were several medicinal herbs, including the miraculous 9-leaf grass for nurturing the spirit soul. The other herbs were used for purifying the essence and bones when breaking through to the innate realm. These herbs were far older than those Maxim had previously found. In addition, there was a small booklet detailing the method of 3 flowers gathering at the crown. Maxim looked at the young man with confusion. Who exactly are you? Who I am isn't important. The young man stood up. Senior Churchill only needs to rest and recover here. I'll take my leave now. Before Maxim could respond, the young man walked to the stairs and left. Maxim narrowed his eyes, then relaxed his brows and smiled coldly. Aryan, there are plenty who want you dead. Fitzroy won't let me fall. Chapter 156, The Troubled Hazel. Phew. Aryan only woke up in the afternoon of the next day, still feeling trepidation over using the star observation soul capture technique. It felt as if his mind had been hollowed out, completely drained by that move. Fortunately, he had the ruler and Dao bead. Otherwise, with the chaotic killing intent, he might have been unable to wake up at all. After the continuous palm strikes with Aiden, his true essence was also completely depleted. A half-step Xiantian realm expert was terrifying like this. If he encountered a genuine Xiantian master, Aryan felt he would be unable to withstand it. Fitzroy had indeed underestimated the power of the Xiantian realm. What kind of jade is that guy Aiden wearing? Aryan narrowed his eyes, slightly disappointed. If Aiden didn't have the help of that jade to shatter and repel the star observation soul capture, Aiden would now be nothing more than a walking corpse. What a pity. Aryan got up and looked at Hazel beside him, who was sleeping soundly there. Perhaps she had been too exhausted these past few days. Even when Aryan picked her up and laid her on the bed, covering her with a blanket, she didn't wake up. Hazel wasn't just physically tired, she was mentally exhausted. Aiden had returned the day before yesterday, severely wounding the ancestor Aziel and capturing another grandmaster. At the same time, he announced that he wanted to marry Hazel. Otherwise, the entire Carey family would perish. An emergency meeting was held within the family. Many clan members feared Aiden and blamed Hazel for causing this disaster, calling her a seductive temptress who brought ruin to the entire family. To save the clan, many agreed to marry Hazel to Aiden, not only to resolve the enmity between the two families, but even to allow the Carey family to climb the tree of the Churchill family. With Aiden breaking through to the Xiantian realm, he would inevitably suppress other major families, becoming the sole top noble family in Hangzhou City. Although Aiden was a bit old, after breaking through to the Xiantian realm, his lifespan would increase, allowing him to bear children. Wouldn't Hazel become the true matriarch of the Churchill family then? However, Aziel and Kale refused to agree. They would rather die than consent. But before they could reach a conclusion, Hazel, hearing their conversation outside, quietly left the Carey family and went to the Churchill family. She accepted the marriage proposal. It was indeed her own stubbornness. She insisted on helping Aryan and caused this catastrophe. She didn't shirk responsibility and was willing to bear it. As long as she could save her clan, even if ridiculed by everyone, she was willing to do it. Hazel endured pressure from within her family, endless ridicule from the outside world, and the overwhelming influence of the Churchill family. If put on an ordinary woman, she would have collapsed long ago. But she did not, enduring everything with incredible strength. Just as Aryan was about to leave, he saw tears at the corner of Hazel's eyes. She was dreaming, her delicate brows furrowed tightly, crying even in her sleep, possibly dreaming of some terrifying thing. Aryan regretted not agreeing to her proposal last time. If he had married her, then Aiden wouldn't have set his sights on her. However, the promise to the Nangong family had yet to be fulfilled. If Aryan were to marry Hazel now, where would that leave the Nangong family? Where would it leave Stinking? Fitzroy couldn't break his word. What he promised must be done. Sigh. Aryan sighed inwardly, bent down, kissed her forehead, and then turned around and walked out of the room. Adept at concealment and tracking. And Faxon indeed appeared to assist Aiden. With the aid of medicines and cultivation techniques from Faxon, Aiden's injuries would likely heal soon, and he might even attempt to break through to the true Xiantian realm again. Already at the half-step Xiantian realm, if he broke through again, he had a high chance of reaching the Xiantian realm. Then Aryan truly wouldn't be able to resist him. What great uncles and a second elder brother they are. Is Aiden still at the villa? Aryan continued to ask. Fitzroy has already left quietly, whereabouts unknown. This guy is very cautious. If he weren't cautious, how could he have lived to this age and achieved such strength? Aryan was not disappointed. Oh right, the Chin family and Fitzroy family have delivered medicinal herbs. Rosemary opened another large box. Also, we found quite a few good things from the Churchill family's treasure repository. As soon as it was opened, a strong medicinal fragrance wafted out. This was the unique aroma emitted by truly aged medicinal herbs. Fitzroy herbs for refining essence and purifying marrow? Aryan squinted his eyes, a corner of his mouth lifting. They know their place well. Besides these herbs, there are shares. Rosemary continued to open a box, half of the Churchill family and Liao family's assets, and even 10% of their own shares. They say they're offering them all to you as respect. This wasn't just a small sum. It was like hitting a gold mine. As Hangzhou's prominent families, the Churchill and Liao families had total assets amounting to at least 100 billion. With the combined wealth of these two families, Aryan was now worth over 100 billion. Adding in the shares from the Chin and Fitzroy families, 10% each, that was no small amount either. This battle earned Aryan over 100 billion. However, money was secondary to Aryan. What he truly needed were these two sets of herbs for refining essence and purifying marrow. Keegan, come in for a moment. Aryan took out his phone and dialed. A few minutes later, Keegan arrived. Young master, you called for me? Have all the brothers been properly arranged? Aryan asked. They have been taken care of. Keegan nodded. You deliver this set of herbs to Ferris at the Carey Hai Chin family. Aryan pointed to a box. Yes. To give away such valuable items? Rosemary was surprised. I promised to do it, so it must be done, Aryan replied confidently. And one set is enough for me. Could I go back for a visit? Rosemary asked. You can go wherever you want without asking my opinion, Aryan responded. Understood. Warmth surged in Rosemary's heart. Pick some herbs to take back for Grandma's health maintenance, Aryan reminded her. Grandma? Asked. It's delicious, Hazel replied with a smile. I'll definitely eat an extra bowl today, then have more. Okay, I'll listen to you. Hazel got another half bowl of rice. After the meal, Aryan bid farewell to the children and returned to the villa. Fitzroy no longer lived at Churchill family's residence, but had moved back to Half Moon Mountain, staying in Villa Number 2 where Rosemary used to live. The air here was better, and Aryan could often go up the mountain to observe the stars in the sky. Do you find managing so many businesses tiring? Aryan asked. Liao family and Churchill family's companies, where Aryan owned half the shares, he had entrusted them all to Hazel. Hazel had resigned from the foundation and became the largest controller of over 10 listed companies. It's manageable, Hazel replied. It's tiring now, but I'm setting up a management team. Once the team is established, it will be much easier. You've worked hard, Aryan sighed. Compared to me managing companies, you work harder, face more danger, and bear greater pressure. The path of cultivation requires facing dangers. One can't grow in a comfortable environment. Aryan explained, having experienced so many battles, although I nearly died several times, I survived by luck and gained more insights and opportunities. Do you have confidence in breaking through to the innate realm? About 50%. Just 50%? Hazel was surprised. In fact, my true intention is to lure Aiden to appear, Aryan smirked. A few days ago, I deliberately told people from the 3 families that they could come observe my breakthrough. This was done to lure Aiden. When he hears about my imminent breakthrough, he will surely show up voluntarily to try and kill me. I've never been his match even without breaking through. After breaking through, even if he reaches the innate realm too, he knows he wouldn't be a match for me. Therefore, the only chance for him to kill me would be during my critical moment of breakthrough. Besides, I'm not in a hurry to break through. I need to strengthen the foundation before reaching the innate realm so that after the breakthrough, I'll have more potential. Actually, Aryan heard this from Keegan. Specifically, Keegan learned a lot from Zach, a disciple of the Star Watching Pavilion. Zach had 2 reasons for not breaking through to the innate realm. First, he couldn't gather enough medicinal ingredients, and second, his spirit awareness wasn't strong enough. According to records in the Star Watching Pavilion, it's best to elevate the spirit awareness to the unity stage before reaching the innate realm. The stronger the spirit awareness, the higher the success rate during the 3 flowers gathering at the crown, and the greater the potential after breaking through to the innate realm. Among the disciples of the Star Watching Pavilion, those elite figures were generally required to achieve the unity stage in their spirit awareness before breaking through to the innate realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't go far even after reaching the innate realm. Zach's spirit awareness had only reached the inner vision stage, almost reaching the concealed secret stage. If Zach's spirit awareness had reached the concealed secret stage, that technique could truly harm Aryan's spirit awareness. Unfortunately, Zach, who committed offenses, was being wanted by the Star Watching Pavilion and could only hide on an unnamed island living in secrecy. On that island, he couldn't find any herbs to enhance his spirit awareness. The Star Watching spirit cultivation method was too complex for ordinary people to comprehend thoroughly. There weren't many star visualization diagrams. If the visualizations aren't deep enough and there are no herbs or treasures to expand the sea of consciousness, enhancing spirit awareness naturally becomes difficult. The innate realm isn't the end. It seems to be just the beginning. Zach once told Keegan this, and Austinking also said something similar to Aryan. Breaking through to the innate realm isn't Aryan's only goal. Fitzroy wanted to wait until he imprinted all 36 star diagrams in his sea of consciousness before breaking through. It wouldn't be too late then. The obstacle preventing him from continuing his star visualization was Aiden. Only by completely resolving this threat could Aryan seclude himself and continue studying the Star Watching Pavilion star diagrams. What if Aiden doesn't fall for it? Hazel worriedly asked. Rest assured, he will definitely fall for it. Even if he doesn't, my second brother will force him to make a move. You've met him? Or did your ancestor tell you about this? Hazel was surprised. No, my people have been tracking Aiden and got photos of their meeting. Oh. Hazel glanced at Aryan awkwardly. You're not mad that I didn't tell you about this, right? I wouldn't be. Why are you so sure your second brother will force Aiden to act? Among the younger generation of the Bliss family, I have the strongest talent, Aryan explained, but because I tore up the wedding banquet, I was expelled from the family. My mother violated the family order by privately investing in the Ailby Corporation, leading to my father losing his position as head of the family. Now the Bliss family is run by my uncle, who will soon pass it on to my eldest cousin. But, if I break through to the innate realm now, the entire Bliss family will unhesitatingly invite me back and establish me as the first successor. A 26-year-old innate expert is a true prodigy in any family. No matter how many mistakes one makes, the family will forgive them. Do you think my uncle's family would let me break through to the innate realm so smoothly and then snatch the position of family head? They won't just sit idly and watch you break through to the innate realm and then seize the family leadership. Hazel nodded. So, Aiden has no choice but to agree to act, Aryan replied. And my uncle might try every possible way to deal with me. Oh, right. Didn't you ask me to inquire about the whereabouts of the broken copper pieces? There's news now, Hazel said seriously. I went to the orphanage just to tell you about this. Seeing you playing happily with the children, I didn't mention it then. There's news? Where are they? Aryan asked excitedly. The copper piece should have originally been divided into 7 parts. Now he had obtained 3 of them. Although the Star Watching Pavilion's method of cultivating spirit awareness through star visualization can also improve spirit awareness, the killing aura within the broken copper piece widened his sea of consciousness and enhanced his spirit awareness much faster. Now, the killing aura inside the 3rd copper piece was almost entirely consumed. If he could get a 4th piece, Aryan wouldn't need much time to elevate his spirit awareness to the unity stage. I heard that the Sammy family in Elbashau has one, but I'm not sure if it's the one you need, Hazel replied. After dealing with Aiden, we'll go to Elbashau and see if it's what you need. Yes, good. Chapter 158. So you've really gotten used to living off others? New Year's Day. In a private room on the 4th floor of the Shangri-La International Hotel. Everyone, raise your glasses and congratulate our classmate Aaron for winning the Lou Churchill Literature Prize. More than 20 classmates all raised their glasses to toast the woman sitting inside. Aryan was among them, as was Alethea this time. Aaron was Aryan's college classmate. Though she wasn't in the same class as Alethea, they were all part of Hangsheng University's literature club. Aaron had loved writing since high school and had become somewhat famous in literary circles by university. She was short, around 1.55 meters tall, petite and delicate, with a very quiet demeanor. However, her writing was sharp, strong, and resolute, filled with critical commentary. Winning the Lou Churchill Literature Prize this time brought great honor to Hangsheng University's literature department. The former literature club president, Bryn, organized a celebration dinner and invited fellow classmates to join. Basically, he invited classmates who were still in Hangsheng, but if classmates from other cities wanted to come, they were also welcome. Bryn knew that Aryan was in Hangqing and naturally called him. Zhang Sr. was quite outgoing and enjoyed being in the spotlight, often organizing outings for inspiration when he was in school. Fitzroy apparently came from a well-off family, with his father being a bigwig in the city. Aryan didn't dislike this type of person. It was good to have someone take care of things. Mr. Bliss, I'll drink to you. Bryn approached with a glass in hand. Together, Aryan lifted his glass in response. After drinking, Aryan asked, "Is there something you need, Mr. Zhang?" "Indeed, you're quite astute. My cousin returned from abroad and wants to work at Huifeng. Is there any way you can help?" Luxury cars. Aryan dressed modestly and drove his second-hand Volkswagen. Today, apart from Alethea and Aaron, Aryan was the most low-key. However, everyone knew that Alethea came from a wealthy family and genuinely chose to be low-key. As for Aaron, as a renowned writer now, her simplicity was seen as admirable. You, Aryan, not only lack fame but are divorced too. Remaining so low-key might mean you're really not doing well. An orphanage is fine, Aryan shrugged off further explanations. About that, Bryn hesitated. Can you still help? If he could, he would have agreed long ago. Matt continued. Why don't you try me? My father's friend works at Juding. Though not as prestigious as Huifeng, it's still a leading fun company in Hangqing. Really? Can you get into Juding? Bryn approached. Leave it to me. Mac patted his chest confidently. Fitzroy, let me offer you 3 cups, no, 3 bottles. Bryn grabbed a bottle. Cheers. Just as Aryan was about to leave, Aaron walked over, holding a cup of wine, and gently asked, Do you still write? Not for a long time, Aryan replied. That's such a pity, Aaron sighed. The first time I read your work, I found it very emotional and detailed. Your analysis of human nature was profound. I felt inadequate in comparison. Ag took out a book and handed it over to Aryan. The title of the book was The Intersection of Parallel Magdalenus. What an unusual title. Did you win the award for this book? Aryan asked. No, Aaron shook his head. But I think this one is the best written, so I'm giving it to you. Thank you, Aryan politely replied, opened the book casually, and flipped through it. Apart from her autograph, there was also a check inside. The amount wasn't much, only 100,000 yuan. No, relative to many people 100,000 was quite a lot. However, compared to Aryan's current wealth, it was really a small sum. Or perhaps, he basically didn't care about money now. My award-winning work borrowed a lot from yours. My royalties count as yours too, Aaron smiled. I'll take the book, but you keep the royalties, Aryan replied. Take it. Aaron insisted, forcing it into Aryan's hand. Okay. After thinking for a moment, Aryan decided not to refuse anymore. Fitzroy knew that although Aaron was low-key in daily life, she came from a wealthy family and didn't care about these royalties. Later, he could donate it to the orphanage in her name. Wow, you still have the nerve to accept money from Writerly? Mac laughed. Accepting money from a woman really shows a lack of ambition. It seems he's really gotten used to living off others. How did Miss Ailby see him back then? 7 or 8 classmates joined in the teasing, all mocking Aryan. Aryan looked at Aaron, who lowered her head with a hint of apology. Fitzroy immediately understood. This was their combined effort to trap him. Chapter 159. It turns out they were asking for humiliation. Aryan had always regarded the people around him with a kind eye, never suspecting them. Especially towards his friends, he was even more so. In his impression, Aaron was a quiet, introverted, and pure woman. They had discussed many literary works during their college days, making Aaron one of Aryan's few female friends. That was precisely why he came to this banquet today, to congratulate Aaron on her great achievement. However, Aaron colluded with others to set a trap for him. No one at the scene defended him. Alethea seemed to want to speak up, but was pulled back by a woman beside her. Those who did not participate all wore expressions of watching a show, mocking Aryan, as if they were eager to see how Aryan would handle such an embarrassing situation. These people's expressions were extremely revealing. Good, very good. Aryan did not fly into a rage on the spot. Instead, he laughed. Your true colors have allowed me to understand human nature more clearly. It's not your fault. Human nature is inherently like this. Greed, hatred, delusion, doubt, resentment, hate, anger, sorrow, ever-changing. I now understand some of the subtleties of merging consciousness. The heart of man is perilous. The heart of the way is subtle. Only through precision and singleness can the heart of the way be attained. Yes, that's right. In an instant, Aryan seemed like a different person, giving off a vague yet unmistakable presence. Are you crazy? Starting to babble? Mac looked at Aryan with disdain. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Aryan laughed heartily. Fitzroy had long been unable to achieve the state of unified consciousness, but he finally succeeded at this moment. Unified consciousness, cutting off human emotions, nurturing the Taoist heart. The ugliness and numbness of human nature, Aryan now profoundly felt. Ailbeck human nature could be severed. Aryan, I'm sorry, I didn't know this would affect you so much. Seeing Aryan laugh like that, Aaron thought he had been driven completely out of balance mentally and quickly apologized. But I thought you wouldn't take it seriously. No matter, anyway, there are no more ties between us. Aryan waved his hand. Miss Lee, let me introduce you to a friend. At this moment, the door to the private room was pushed open, and several middle-aged people walked in. 3 men and 1 woman. The speaker was dressed in a suit, over 50 years old, looking like a well-read scholar. President Churchill, what are you doing here? Aaron stood up and asked. The visitor was Churchill Sihai, the president of Hangqing Writers Association. Most of the people present knew Churchill Sihai, include more than 10 million to the orphanage in the West District, and personally went there as a volunteer. If I hadn't gone to the orphanage and met him by chance, I wouldn't have known such a low-key philanthropist. There's even a more surprising project in the works. It seems Mr. Bliss is really keeping a low profile. Donated more than 10 million? Aaron was shocked. Everyone else's mouths were wide enough to fit an egg. If Aryan had said it himself, or someone else had mentioned it, they naturally wouldn't have believed it. However, this was said by Deputy Mayor Sammy Hui, who oversees culture and education. She wouldn't lie. So it was true? Oh yes, this writer, Miss Lee, was very kind earlier. She offered her 10,000 yuan manuscript fee and asked me to help donate it to the orphanage. Aryan took out a check from a book and handed it to Sammy Hui. I might not have time to go there recently, so please kindly pass it on through Deputy Mayor Sammy. Is that so? I didn't expect Writer Lee to be so kind-hearted. Then, on behalf of the children at the West District Orphanage, I thank you, Writer Lee. Sammy Hui accepted the check without hesitation and also expressed her gratitude to Aaron. At this moment, Aaron was completely bewildered. Fitzroy's original intention was to join others in watching Aryan make a fool of himself. She never expected that Aryan would actually accept the check. Could it be that he really intended to donate it? More importantly, Aryan did not expose her. Instead, he spoke well of her. A deep sense of guilt surged up within her. Deputy Mayor Sammy, you all can chat slowly. I'll take my leave. Aryan stood up, greeted everyone, and then turned to leave. Flanking Churchill Sihai was somewhat dissatisfied. Aryan just left like that. Shouldn't he at least offer Deputy Mayor Sammy a toast? Deputy Mayor Sammy had just arrived, and Aryan leaving immediately was quite impolite. Just as Churchill Sihai was about to raise his hand to stop Aryan, he was pulled back by Sammy Hui, who explained proactively, Mr. Bliss is a very busy person. Let him go. Do you know Mr. Bliss well, Deputy Mayor Sammy? Bryn asked doubtfully. Not very well, but we chatted a few days ago. Fitzroy plans to establish a Children's Poverty Relief Foundation with the city government. Sammy Hui explained. Mr. Bliss is willing to contribute 10% of his shares in 14 listed companies to the foundation. 14 listed companies? Everyone was shocked. Yes, at first, I didn't believe it either, so I specifically had someone check. Mr. Bliss indeed holds shares in 14 listed companies with absolute control. Sammy Hui continued. I did some calculations. Even if it's just 1/10 of the shares donated to the Children's Poverty Relief Foundation, the value is at least 10 billion. 10 billion? Everyone gasped. How could this be? How could he have so much money? Max still couldn't believe it. If you don't believe me, you can check it out yourselves. Sammy Hui said seriously. Actually, there's no need to check because I've already reported it. The higher-ups have already sent people to contact Aryan's team. The announcement for the Children's Poverty Relief Foundation should be made in the next few days. This? Mac looked at Alethea nearby. LB classmate, you were his ex-wife. Is this true? I don't know. Alethea shook her head and added. But what I do know is that he holds more than half of the shares in the LB Corporation and doesn't lack that 10,000 yuan manuscript fee. Mac's face flushed red instantly. No wonder Aryan laughed heartily earlier. He was laughing at them making fools of themselves. Elbeck, a paltry 10,000 yuan, wasn't even 1,000th of his wealth. Aaron felt ashamed and extremely disappointed. She realized she had lost an important friend. Aryan did not look down on her, but she looked down on others. How truly laughable. Chapter 160. Opening the Mystic Gateway. Refining essence to transform into energy. Refining energy to transform into spirit. Refining essence to merge with the void. On the rooftop of the Shangri-La International Hotel, Aryan continuously performed mystical hand seals. The air around him began to spin frenziedly, centered on his body. The entire rooftop of the hotel seemed to be at the heart of a vortex. An invisible tornado with a diameter of several meters continuously expanded and spun. 3 flowers gathered at the cauldron. The human flower stage involves refining essence to transform into energy. Humans are born from essence. Hence essence is the seed of reincarnation, requiring one to abstain from lustful desires. Aryan had long reached this realm. At that time, Alethea's desire was minimal, so Aryan did not force anything and followed her wishes. Earth flower. Refining energy to transform into spirit. Life depends on energy, living without fear or resentment. Fitzroyven flower. Refining essence to merge with the void, letting go and dissolving into emptiness. Aryan's mental state had already achieved all these stages and had just been elevated once again. Now, the 3 flowers were converging at the mystic gateway. The 3 flowers gathered at the crown, complete. This was the enlightenment and method passed down by their family's patriarch Aziel for breaking through barriers. The key to transcending the innate realm lies in guiding celestial energy into the mystic gateway and then unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians, connecting the whole body. The streams of celestial energy surged, as if about to burst his mystic gateway. In the next moment, his powerful spiritual awareness appeared, suppressing the wild celestial energy. After expelling the chaotic elements, he then controlled the celestial essence to impact the extraordinary meridians. His spiritual awareness had reached the unity stage. Even without medicinal herbs, he wasn't afraid of his meridians being torn apart, because he could control the celestial energy to levels that the meridians could endure. Fitzroy wasn't worried about the violence of celestial energy. Instead, he was somewhat unsatisfied. The essence of celestial energy is truly thin. Though the celestial energy appeared violent, the amount of essence that could be absorbed to strengthen the meridians was minimal, probably only 1%. This required strong spiritual awareness to discern and absorb. Absorbing excess chaotic energy would be detrimental. It greatly tested one's spiritual awareness. Any mishap could lead to failure. No wonder the Starwatch Pavilion stipulates that disciples should enhance their spiritual awareness to the unity stage before attempting to transcend the innate realm. There is a reason for this. Weak spiritual awareness means that transcending the innate realm is almost certain death. Even if one survives, heavily damaged meridians would render them useless. Aiden was lucky, having good through to the half-step innate realm, and Blue did not want to fall behind. More importantly, he did not want to entrust his fate entirely to Aryan but preferred to keep it in his own hands. Although he had given a set of medicinal herbs to Aryan, he actually kept another set for himself and still planned to give it a try. Even if he couldn't break through to the innate realm, reaching the half-step innate would be satisfactory. The half-step innate could extend one's lifespan considerably. I have a deal for you, Senior Chin, the masked man smiled. A deal? Blue was taken aback. What kind of deal? In 2 days, when Aryan attempts to break through to the innate realm, you, Aiden, and Brant will join forces to kill Aryan. You want me to cooperate with Aiden, that shameless and treacherous bastard? Blue laughed. Fitzroy has assured me that as long as we can eliminate Aryan, he will only reclaim what belongs to the Churchill family. The masked man said seriously, the properties of the Liao and Carey families will all belong to your Chin family and the Fitzroy family. I don't trust him or you. Blue waved his hand impatiently. Now please leave immediately, or I'll kill you. Courting death. The elder in black robes suddenly attacked Blue. Afraid of you? Never. Blue lashed out with a palm strike. Get lost. The black-robed elder roared, and the room filled with an unseen force of being in the limelight. What about the charity gala tonight? You should at least show up, Hazel asked further. The city officials have been asking to thank you personally. I won't be attending that either, Aryan refused again after some thought. Tonight is the day I've scheduled for breaking through to the innate realm. Well then, Hazel said helplessly, knowing she would once again have to take on everything herself. At 3 in the afternoon, the Hangzhou Children Poverty Alleviation Foundation was officially established, led by Xingyang Financial Management Company with oversight from the city government. Xingyang Financial Management Company was a newly established financial management company by Hazel, owning 14 listed and 7 unlisted companies under its umbrella. Hazel served as the general manager, while other CEOs of listed companies acted as vice general managers. Being from the Carey family, Hazel had indeed found the most effective way to manage these companies. She created an upper-level management tier compared to the board of directors to manage chairmen who in turn managed their companies. Meanwhile, supervisory teams were set up in each company. As such, Hazel's burdens became much lighter as she didn't have to handle everything personally. Xingyang Financial Management Company took the lead in establishing the Children's Foundation, initially providing 100 billion in funds. The ribbon-cutting ceremony was broadcast live on TV, drawing significant attention. Even provincial officials attended along with many big shots from the city, making it incredibly grand. Breaking even after calculation. Some projects were even at a loss, while all the good projects went to LB Group, leaving nothing for Li Hui Company. Financial companies wouldn't invest in Li Hui, neither would the Hangzhou SME Foundation lend money to them, nor would banks provide loans. Currently, Li Hui Company rented an office building and had no appropriate assets as collateral. Alethea had sold her villa, but the company still showed no signs of improvement. Without good projects, how could it improve? Once the money from selling the villa runs out, Li Hui Company would only be able to declare bankruptcy. It was this very company obtained by selling LB Group shares and the villa. And LB Group, under cooperation with many large enterprises, has nearly doubled its valuation compared to when Aryan took over. Following this trend, it will likely double again by the end of next year. A huge loss. If only they hadn't sold their shares in LB Group, collecting dividends now would have been better, right? Moreover, Alethea was feeling even worse lately after seeing Aryan's success at the recent class reunion. Although the classmates didn't ridicule her openly, they definitely mocked her behind her back upon knowing Aryan's wealth, definitely laughing at her blindness and giving up on Aryan, a gold digger, and choosing Conway, a criminal. After everyone dispersed, those people looked at her differently. Alethea also regretted not standing up for Aryan, but alas, it was too late to talk about it now. Buzz. The cell phone on the table rang. Alethea saw it was Bryn calling. Zung classmate, what's up? Alethea answered. Or either, but she still took out her phone and called Elwin. Miss Ailby, what's the matter? Elwin answered the phone. Chairman Magdalena, could you help me get 2 invitations to tonight's charity gala? Alethea asked straightforwardly. This? Elwin hesitated for a moment. All right. Thank you. Alethea politely said. Miss Ailby, there's no need for politeness. Your father, and you treated me well when you were both at the company. This is the least I can do. Elwin explained. Actually, I've been wanting to call Miss Ailby. I hope you and your father don't blame me for taking over the Ailby Group. We don't blame you. Your diligence and dedication have earned you everything you have now, Alethea replied. Thank you for your understanding. I'll get someone to deliver the invitations later. Good, thank you very much. Chapter 162, Dual Tempering. In Villa Number 2 of Half Moon Mountain, the lights were shining brightly now, but there was no occasion for celebration. Members of the Liao family, Carey family, Fitzroy family, and Chin family who were above the level of grandmasters had all arrived. Counting up, there were nearly 40 grandmasters from these 3 families present, and some of them still hadn't come. They sat cross-legged on the lawn with solemn expressions. If bones were tempered and meridians cleansed simultaneously, even if one's will could endure, the body couldn't possibly hold up. After tempering bones once, doing it again wouldn't have much effect. Not only would it waste medicinal materials, but it would also add unnecessary pain. Why would Mr. Bliss do this? Someone whispered, expressing confusion. Have you seen Mr. Bliss stir up his true essence for defense? It seems he hasn't. Could it be that he never tempered his bones before, going straight from rank 1 to Great Grandmaster? That's too terrifying, breaking through directly from rank 1 to Great Grandmaster with such astonishing strength. And this physique isn't bad to begin with. Driscoll into a big family like the Bliss, he should have been soaked in various precious herbs since childhood. That must be the case, otherwise how could he withstand a palm strike against a Great Grandmaster? If he can succeed today, it would be incredible. Right, without having ever tempered his bones and already so powerful, just imagine what it would be like after actually tempering his bones. His strength would definitely go to a new level. Fitzroy's a real genius. People started discussing amongst themselves, shock evident in their reactions. Aryan had been sitting cross-legged beside the wooden tub, waiting for the medicinal liquid to naturally cool to an appropriate temperature. Naturally, he could hear the discussions of the grandmasters. As the son of the Bliss family's patriarch and the eldest grandson favored by the old family head, and being the most talented person in the Bliss family, Fitzroy indeed had his body soaked in various herbs from a young age, with all kinds of top-tier herbs used on him. His own physical condition was extremely strong, having been tempered countless times, which was why his body was so resilient. Of course, he had not previously tempered his bones, which required immense internal strength to surge around his limbs and bones. Before university, he didn't have enough internal strength. By the time he acquired internal strength, he had already lost access to the vast resources of the Bliss family. Fitzroy couldn't possibly beg for help from them, and with only a few million in his bank card, it wasn't enough to buy bone-tempering ingredients. Things got delayed, and today he would immerse himself together. Perhaps tempering his bones along with cleansing his meridians would absorb more medicinal power, maximizing its use. During the breakthrough to Grandmaster or innate realms, people usually don't absorb much medicinal power. This depends on each person's constitution and the amount of internal strength they possess. Primarily, it's about constitution. Some people are satisfied with absorbing half the medicinal power, while others might absorb 60 or 70%. The more medicinal power absorbed, the stronger and more potential-filled one's physique becomes. Darwin, it's about right? Rosemary checked the water temperature nearby and reminded him. All right. Aryan stood up, came to the side of the wooden tub, and felt an extremely potent medicinal force, stronger than any medicinal liquid he had soaked in before. Would his body be able to withstand it? However, it was said that cultivators 1,000 years ago tempered their bones and cleansed their meridians simultaneously. Of course, they had powerful experts guarding them, and the surrounding elemental energy was much purer. Aryan not only lacked protection from powerful experts, but also faced very mixed elemental energies around him. It wasn't that he had no one protecting him. It's just that the protector was too weak. Others were protected by experts, while he had weaker individuals watching. Even more so, there was a group of people lurking in the shadows, eager to get rid of him as soon as possible. I don't have a second chance. This is it. If not successful, then I must die trying. Aryan took a deep breath and resolutely stepped into the wooden tub, sinking himself down. Hiss! As soon as he sat down, the still scorching hot medicinal liquid, along with its potent medicinal power, surged against his skin. It felt like a wound had been rubbed with alcohol. No, it was worse than that. It felt as if the alcohol had salt added, a fierce burning sensation assaulting every part of his body. Mystic pass open. Aryan steadied his breath and continuously made gestures with his hands. Then it seemed as if a strong wind blew around, making the branches rustle. Its meridians could withstand such an immense impact of celestial chi. Moreover, Aryan was stirring up true essence while impacting the 8 extraordinary meridians simultaneously. He was bound to be injured. Once Aryan weakens, that will be the best moment to strike. Chapter 163. You are too arrogant. Crack, crack. Every bone in his body felt as if it were infused with scalding magma, breaking apart and reassembling under the agitation of true essence. A series of crisp, popping sounds echoed. Within the meridians, the medicinal power nurtured the surroundings, causing the quintessence of heaven and earth to surge inward, repeatedly breaking through acupoints. The 24 acupoints of the conception vessel continuously opened under the assault of this celestial energy. But Aryan stopped here, not continuing to break through the remaining 8 extraordinary vessels. Instead, he used his divine consciousness to control the celestial energy to nurture the limbs and bones that had been reconstructed by the agitation of true essence. This was equivalent to further consolidating his limbs and bones, using both true essence and medicinal power to temper them once, and then again with spiritual energy for a triple refinement. Time ticked away slowly. The medicinal power in the tub gradually diminished, with Aryan absorbing over 90% of it, wasting very little. With another wave of his hand, the originally calmed garden erupted into a whirlwind once more. Bang! After a duration of an incense stick, the tub suddenly exploded, splashing medicinal liquid everywhere. Pa! Aryan spat out a mouthful of old blood, collapsing to the ground. Young master! Rosemary quickly ran over and supported Aryan. Aryan hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground, trying to suppress the violent surge of energy within him. Ha ha ha! A loud laugh echoed across the entire villa. Everyone stood up, looking towards the source of the voice. In the next moment, a figure came bounding down from the slope behind them, landing steadily on the grass after a few leaps. Churchill. Ajay. Fitzroy was severely injured. How did he recover so quickly? This is bad. Mr. Bliss's breakthrough failed, and he's now extremely weak. How can we rely on Elder Chin and Elder Fitzroy to fend off Ajay? Sigh. Mr. Bliss shouldn't have tried to break through here. He should have found a secluded and safe place. Even if the breakthrough failed, Ajay wouldn't find him, and he could recuperate quietly. Indeed, this was too high profile, having all of us come to observe. What do we do? The people from the 3 families were all in panic. Though there was still the Carey family's elder Aziel, who wasn't fully recovered from his severe injuries. Even risking his absorbing celestial energy to heal your injuries right now, don't act like I can't see it. Then come at me if you dare. Aryan assumed a fighting stance. What are you waiting for? Attack together. Ajay shouted. Kill. Blue and Brant suddenly lunged at Aryan. Ajay joining in as well, surrounding Aryan in a triangular formation. Regardless of whether Aryan was weak, they all attacked together, aiming to kill him as quickly as possible. Today, Aryan had to die. They didn't want any complications. Blue Brant, you despicable cowards. Aziel cursed loudly and rushed forward, aiming to stop Blue who was closest. At least, he wanted to help Aryan hold off one of them. However, the Fitzroy and Chin families each had another mid-stage great master. Those two moved as well, flanking Aziel from either side. If Aziel didn't retreat, he would surely suffer serious injuries from these two. Fitzroy had no choice but to stop, pulling back his hand to face the duo. Bang! Bang! For palms met, and Aziel rapidly retreated. House Fitzroy, obey the order. Capture the people of the Carey family. House Chin, obey the order. Capture the people of the Carey family. The patriarchs of the Chin family and the Fitzroy family issued orders simultaneously. Initially bewildered, the grandmasters of the Qin and Fitzroy families instantly understood upon hearing these words. The ancestors had already joined forces with Ajay to eliminate Aryan and the Carey family. Though they didn't know why the ancestors were doing this or why they suddenly changed their minds, all they could do now was follow the orders of their patriarchs. Attack. The grandmasters of the two families charged towards the Carey family members. Bang! However, an advanced grandmaster who had just rushed forward hadn't even touched the enemy when he was sent flying. Two powerful auras of great masters emanated from the Carey family group. How is this possible? How can the Carey family still have two great masters? The people of the Fitzroy and Qin families fell back one after another. Aziel's injuries were not yet healed, and the other great master had been captured by Ajay and imprisoned in the Churchill family dungeon. Although after Aryan repelled Ajay, this great master was rescued. However, this great master had been severely injured by Ajay and could not recover in a short time. But they never expected that there were still two great masters hidden among the Carey family's group of grandmasters. Even more shocking was the cry of agony coming from the side of the ancestors. Turning around, they saw Blue and Brant become like broken kites, flying through the air before falling heavily to the ground. Both spat out mouthfuls of old blood. Aryan only delivered one palm strike, striking both with his left and right hand simultaneously, sending Blue and Brant flying. In the next moment, Aryan turned again, facing Ajay behind him with the same palm strike. Bang! Stomp, stomp, stomp. Ajay continuously retreated, nearly falling to the ground, while Aryan stood there, motionless. How is this possible? You aren't weak at all. You haven't been affected by the impact of celestial energy? Ajay was astonished. What do you think? Aryan's lips curled into a smile. Chapter 164. All are madmen. Everyone was dumbfounded. Two peak grandmasters were sent flying with two palm strikes, and one palm strike injured a quasi-innate. How could Aryan be this terrifying? Regardless of whether he failed in his breakthrough and suffered a backlash, even if he succeeded, it should only mean he had reached the quasi-innate stage. Being at the same quasi-innate stage, could there really be such a huge difference? Damn it. Maxim's face looked worse than having eaten a fly. Aryan hadn't used the golden needles or that bizarre soul-snatching technique. Just a single palm strike repelled him. This was sheer physical strength. You're too weak. Aryan struck out again with another palm. Then you shall die. Maxim turned and ran without hesitation. Do you think you can still escape today? Aryan's icy voice echoed. In the next moment, a golden needle appeared in his hand, shooting forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, heading straight for Maxim's back of the head. Sensing the danger behind him, Maxim dodged to the side. But as if the golden needle had eyes, it altered course and aimed once more at his face. Humph! Maxim sneered coldly, just as before, forming a claw with his right hand, grabbing toward the golden needle, rousing his true essence in an attempt to shatter it. Can you break this? Aryan sneered coldly, a flash appearing between his eyebrows. PFFF. The golden needle penetrated the true essence in Maxim's claws and instantly pierced through the palm of his right hand. Maxim groaned inwardly, ignoring his wound as he lunged towards Rosemary on the side, intending to use her as a hostage. Foolish. Aryan's face darkened. The golden needle retracted and sped off again. Before Maxim's hand could reach Rosemary, he didn't notice his calf had been pierced by the golden needle. Splat. Maxim stumbled to the ground. Fitzroy shouted up the slope, still not attacking? The evening breeze blew through the trees on the slope, rustling loudly. Waste of space. A cold, elderly voice reverberated throughout the villa complex. Next, a black shadow drifted down from the slope. It indeed seemed to drift down. Upon closer inspection, its feet lightly touched branches and rocks, landing on the ground in a blink. This person was cloaked entirely in black, their age and appearance unknown, extremely mysterious. But their body was light as a swallow. Weighing 100 caddies, they landed as softly as willow fluff. Was this the innate realm? A genuine innate? Only a true innate has such terrifying speed. This time, Aryan is truly doomed. Quick, kill him. Maxim roared. Shut up. With a wave of the black-cloaked figure's right hand, an invisible force flew over. The force struck Maxim's chest, exploding upon impact, sending him flying into the wall 4 to 5 meters away. When he landed, his chest was mangled, a bloody hole appearing, his life force rapidly fading. Strong. Unbelievably strong. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Could a half-step innate really be killed with just a wave from afar? Cough, cough you. You're too ruthless. Maxim coughed, his face filled with resentment and regret. I shouldn't have cooperated with you all. Had he not cooperated, though he might still be healing from injuries, he wouldn't be facing imminent death. If he hid deep in the mountains, recuperating slowly, in a year or two, he should be healed. Even if Aryan might already have broken through to the innate realm by then, staying out of conflict would keep him safe. At the quasi-innate stage, where could he not go? Fitzroy could rescue some collateral members of the Churchill family and start anew elsewhere. Now, he had fallen prey to greed for those herbs. To scheme with a tiger, death is justified. Aryan said coldly. Fitzroying this, Maxim spat blood twice, his neck tilting sideways, falling dead with unseeing eyes. You'll soon join him. The black-cloaked figure faced Aryan, making seals in the air with both hands. Soon, under the influence of these seals, gales howled, gathering heavenly energy around his hands. Finally, he unleashed a punch. Roar. With this punch, a faint tiger's roar sounded, the gathered heavenly energy forming a massive tiger's mouth as if charging hungrily towards Aryan. Even before the punch arrived, its imposing momentum pressed ahead. Beside them, Rosemary kept retreating, shocked. Even the 3 grandmasters from the families 10 meters away retreated. What a terrifying aura. This is the true power of the innate realm. Borrowing the momentum of heaven and earth is the innate realm's killing move. All is lost, utterly lost. The people from the 3 families were terrified and backing away. Even the few grandmasters couldn't withstand such pressure. Forget it. I'm going all out. Aryan's right foot stomped forcefully. His expression changed. His second punch sent the tiger mouth altering direction to swallow the spear. Break. The voice roared again as a lanky figure leaped from the wall. True essence and surrounding heavenly energy poured into his palm, finally landing a powerful blow on the spear. Buzz buzz. The spear clashed repeatedly with the tiger mouth, producing resounding booms. Die. The lanky man bellowed, true essence gushing out uncontrollably. This was completely exhausting the true essence within him, even at the risk of backlash, forcibly extracting surrounding heavenly energy. You madman. The black-cloaked figure furrowed his brows. Star watching soul capturing, die. Aryan's ultimate skill finally completed. A mark emerged from his forehead, hurtling straight at the black-cloaked figure. This horrifying mark made even the black-cloaked figure feel a chill in his heart. This was also an explosion of all spiritual awareness. They're all madmen. The black-cloaked figure cursed loudly, throwing out a jade token and shattering it with true essence to block this soul-capturing mark. Poof! The terrifying spear had already shattered the tiger mouth. The black-cloaked figure grunted, using the force to turn and flee, disappearing beyond the cliff in mere moments, leaving only a long trail of blood on the grass. This black-cloaked figure must have been internal meridians to rupture, severely injuring her heart meridian and pushing her to the brink of death. Ivor Mona, you two take Alicia back first. I still have some matters to attend to in Hangsheng. Aryan took off the string of beads from his neck and put them back on Rosemary. Fitzroy also handed the ruler to his mother. This will help temporarily stabilize her heart meridian. Well, be careful. Braxton glanced at his son and made a phone call. Soon, 2 cars sped towards them. Before getting into the car, Reba gave her son a long look, leaving only 4 words. Come home early. No blame, no scolding, just a simple sentence. Mona, I understand. Tears welled up in Aryan's eyes as his voice choked up. It was the simplest request a mother could make of her child. The car slowly drove away. As it passed through the crowd, Reba opened the window and looked at a familiar woman outside. Their eyes met, a stranger yet incredibly familiar. Once a family, now distant beyond measure. Reba's gaze was complicated, while Juniper's was even more so. Feeling guilty, she couldn't hold the stare and lowered her head. The car gradually drove away without a word. Wah! After the car left, Juniper, standing on the grass, collapsed onto the ground, burying her head in her knees. Upon receiving the invitation to the charity gala today, she actually didn't want to go. But thinking about how all the good projects were taken by Aryan, leading the company towards bankruptcy, she wanted to confront him, asking if he really intended to destroy her completely. All 3 went to the charity gala venue but did not find Aryan there. Juniper asked Elwyn again, and finally, Elwyn told her Aryan's address. She, along with Bryn and Mac, came to Villa number 2. When they entered, the wooden barrel in which Aryan was soaking in medicinal liquid exploded. Then followed a fierce battle. They could only watch from afar, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. They watched the entire fight clearly. Aryan fought 3 old men fiercely, wounding all 3 seriously. From their conversation, it was clear that these 3 elders belonged to the top families in Hangsheng: Churchill, Qin, and Fitzroy. Aryan held his own against the 3 without falling behind. In the end, an apparently agile figure in a black cloak was forced out, emitting a terrifying aura felt even from dozens of meters away. Rosemary risked her life to protect Aryan, and Aryan's father intervened dramatically. A scene usually seen only in movies unfolded before them, leaving indelible impressions on their minds, still blank even now. Seeing Rosemary rush forward without hesitation, shielding Aryan from the fatal blow, Juniper was dazed. Fitzroy family, top to bottom, swears eternal loyalty to young Master Bliss. If we break this vow, may we be struck by lightning and die miserably. The Fitzroy family patriarch prostrated on the ground, trembling all over. My Qin family, top to bottom, pledges all our wealth to young Master Bliss and swears eternal loyalty. If we break this vow, may we be struck by lightning and die miserably. The Qin family patriarch did the same. Aryan surveyed his surroundings. Members of the Fitzroy family and the Qin family fell to their knees one after another, chanting in unison. We swear to follow the young master until death. Their voices were deafening. When his gaze landed on Bryn and Mac, they first froze, then hurriedly knelt down. The corners of Aryan's mouth twitched. Fitzroy looked at Bryn and Mac. Is there something? And no, nothing at all. Bryn shook his head repeatedly. Then get lost. Aryan said coldly. Yes, we'll leave right away. Bryn and Mac dared not utter another word, getting up and running away. After witnessing Aryan crush 2 old men, their legs were trembling even as they walked. If they don't dare to say it, I will, Juniper shouted loudly. You ordered an investigation into Bryn's father and expelled Mac's friends within Juding. They only played a joke on you. Do you have to be so ruthless? Aryan, I tell you, show some mercy where you can. You're not someone who is unreasonable. Acting like this now, isn't it just to find reasons to quarrel with me? Aryan shook his head. I won't argue with you, nor do I want to explain. You do as you please. Having said that, Aryan turned and walked toward the hall. Stop right there. Juniper's thoughts were laid bare, and her face turned beet red instantly. She chased after him. Speak clearly. Who wants to quarrel with you? Miss, please leave. Keegan blocked the path. If you don't leave, the consequences will be on your own head. Fitzroy took a step forward, and the aura of a grandmaster pressed down, causing Juniper to fall to the ground instantly. Not everyone revolves around you, came Aryan's cold voice from afar. Wah! Juniper buried her head in her knees and cried again. Let's leave quickly, Miss Ailby. Bryn and Mac pulled Juniper up and headed for the door. Chapter 166. Ailbeferring the consequences. Too terrifying. On the way back, Bryn and Mac were both scared and excited, even feeling palpitations. Although they rarely interacted with these noble families, they knew about the 5 major clans of Hangsheng. They also understood what the innate realm represented. Even grandmasters were unattainable figures to them, Yet those who knelt before them just now were all grandmasters. They prostrated themselves in front of Aryan, not daring to make a sound. Aryan's father's single strike had truly shown Bryn and Mac what real power was. A battle scene was rare to witness, and it showed what true men should do. What left them heart-pounding was that they had mocked Aryan just days ago. Thankfully, Aryan hadn't slapped them to death. If he had struck, their deaths would have been in vain. But Aryan didn't hold it against them. Actually, the incident a few days ago was entirely orchestrated by Mac. Fitzroy had pursued Alethea before but failed, while Aryan ended up with her. In his eyes, Aryan was mediocre, usually dressed simply, and often wore an unfriendly face. Mac felt he was better than Aryan, yet Alethea did not choose him. This left him extremely displeased. In December, when Mac passed by the West District Orphanage, he happened to see Aryan coming out. Fitzroy then waited for 2 days, seeing Aryan playing with the children and assumed Aryan worked at the orphanage. Upon hearing Aryan would attend the class reunion and learning Alethea had divorced Aryan, Mac thought of humiliating Aryan. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to humiliate Aryan, but Aryan also shone brightly, even involving his friends and affecting the family business. The next day after the reunion, all collaborators of the Shao family's company terminated their cooperation. Aryan's forgiveness, but for him to scold her, perhaps easing her guilt. Without even a scolding, let alone consoling. Aryan wouldn't comfort her anymore, yet deep down, she still hoped for some consolation. Yet even after all her troublemaking, treating everything like nothing, no longer holding it against her, revenge on the LB family proved he still cared, but indifference cut deeper. Alethea couldn't bear this disregard, believing any woman would feel the same. Now she must suffer the bitter fruit herself. Should she just die? A chill enveloped her body, making her curl up in her seat, never feeling so cold. Bone-chilling. Sigh. Back in the room, Aryan expelled a long breath, looking shaken. Using natural forces at the innate realm to unleash devastating techniques over distances had already surpassed human limits. Had he not strengthened his bones successfully and cultivated meridians continuously with true essence, he might have suffered severe injuries under the shockwave. His skin would have been cut with countless blood streaks from the expansion of 2 chi streams. All beneath the innate realm are mere ants, a truthful saying indeed. But he thought his uncle wouldn't dispatch innate realm experts since mobilizing them required more than just the family head's order. To mobilize innate realm experts from the family, besides the patriarch's approval, it also required a resolution voted by the clan's elders. The family would not possibly agree to uncle's request to send innate realm experts against Aryan, a legitimate descendant of the clan. Unless Aryan committed heinous crimes, only then would the family dispatch experts to cleanse the clan. However, he did not commit any such grave sins. Fitzroy merely defied the family's arrangement, tearing up the engagement and marrying Alethea. Apart from that, Aryan did not commit other mistakes nor caused extremely terrible consequences. The family would not dispatch innate realm experts to cleanse the clan. Therefore, there was only one possibility. Uncle borrowed external forces. If not for Rosemary blocking the strike, and Aryan using star viewing soul capture at that moment, his fate would have been uncertain. Now, Rosemary's condition is unknown, and this vendetta must be avenged. This man must die. Aryan clenched his fists, unleashing overwhelming killing intent. Not only did he want to kill the black-robed man to avenge Rosemary, but he also intended to reclaim the position of Bliss family's patriarch. Previously, he had no intention of contesting the position of Bliss family's patriarch. As long as Uncle did not target him, he was indifferent to the title. Now it was different. Even if he did not wish to be the patriarch, he would not let Uncle and his eldest cousin continue holding the position. Threshold, open. Aryan suddenly roared, the threshold reopened, allowing celestial chi to surge in, nurturing his damaged meridians while impacting acupuncture points. Unfortunately, the essence within the celestial chi, also known as spiritual energy, was too thin. At this rate, it might take several years to fully break through the 8 extraordinary meridians. It became increasingly difficult as time went on. If he hadn't used the innate chi from the bronze ball earlier, it would have been perfect for breaking through the meridians now. With that innate chi just now, he might have already broken through the 8 extraordinary meridians, reaching the innate realm. Nonetheless, Aryan did not regret using it. Without that innate chi, his mental awareness wouldn't have been so strong. Fitzroy would likely have been erased by Zack's star viewing soul capture during the last encounter on the island, turning into a living dead. Without his mental awareness reaching the unity realm, he could not possess his current strength. Everything was interdependent. I should find time to go to LB City and locate the 4th broken bronze piece. Aryan did not return to Yinjing with his parents, staying by Rosemary's side because he wanted to find the broken bronze piece, continue expanding his mind-see, and enhance his mental awareness. Since spiritual energy was too thin to elevate him to the innate realm, improving his mental awareness to increase the power of star viewing soul capture was his means of self-preservation. You haven't retaliated against the LB family, for which we are truly grateful. Now, it's impossible to ask you to change your mind. We only hope you would go see her, talk to her a bit, give her confidence to live on. I don't want to bury my daughter before me. I beg you. I beg you on my knees. LB's mother knelt down in front of the car, crying heartrendingly. Aryan, a son not being taught is the father's fault. That things have come to this, I, as a father, am inescapably responsible. Deshawn also knelt down. Aryan, previously I looked down on you, mocked and insulted you. It was all my fault. I'll slap myself. While kneeling, LB Lihong lifted his hand and slapped his face heavily, instantly bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Aryan looked at Hazel beside him, who didn't decide for him. Decide for yourself? Maybe I also have my faults. If I had been stronger, things wouldn't have turned out like this, Aryan sighed. Let's go. Though his original intention was to let Alethea exert her talent, this led to her increasingly neglecting him. If he had forcefully intervened in the LB Corporation, showcasing his ability, Conway might not have managed to insert himself into their relationship even after returning. In essence, it was because he indulged Alethea too much. Not just him, even Deshawn and his wife, as well as elder brother LB Lihong, indulged her whims. To reach this point, everyone bears irrefutable responsibility. Thank you, thank you. The Ailby family hurriedly got back into the car. Over 40 minutes later, they reached the Ailby family's ancestral home. Upon entering, there was a strong smell of traditional Chinese medicine. The others did not follow inside. Only Aryan entered Alethia's room. Opening the door, the room was empty. Beside the coffee table were half-eaten pastries. Under the fruit next to the pastries was a note. Return in 3 to 5 years, do not miss. Disobedient daughter Celeste. It was Alethia's handwriting, neat and elegant. Aryan walked to the bed, reaching out to touch the quilt. It seemed she had left for some time as the quilt was cold. Fitzroy turned around and handed the note to Ailby's mother. Celeste. Seeing the note, Ailby's mother fainted in tears. Aryan glanced around the Ailby family's ancestral home and left. Perhaps leaving secretly to calm down might not be such a bad thing for her. Mr. Bliss, Miss Carey's arrival brings great honor to our humble abode. In the city of Ailbashau, at the Sammy family residence. The head of the Sammy family, Adonis, personally greeted them at the door with utmost courtesy. We visit unannounced, hoping Mr. Sammy will not take offense. Aryan clasped his hands in respect. Not at all. Adonis smiled. Please come inside. Please. Everyone walked into the hall, took their seats, and had fine tea served. Without beating around the bush, Aryan said, Mr. Sammy, I am here today with an important request. Mr. Bliss, please speak freely. As long as I can manage it, I will spare no effort. It's like this. I heard you have a piece of broken copper, right? Aryan took out a broken piece of copper and handed it to a Sammy family servant, who then passed it to Adonis. Adonis carefully examined it for a while and shook his head. Mr. Bliss, you may have heard wrong. Our Sammy family does not actually have this piece of copper. Aryan and Hazel exchanged glances, both surprised. How could it suddenly be missing? Lord Sammy, an old friend of the Carey family, mentioned he saw this type of copper piece in your residence, Hazel said seriously. Perhaps your old friend might have mistaken it, Adonis explained. Lord Sammy, I'm not asking for it without compensation. Aryan waved his hand, signaling his subordinates who followed him to bring up several chests. 4 chests in total were placed in the hall and immediately opened. Inside were precious antiques, paintings, expensive medicinal herbs, and jewels. These items belonged to the Liao family, Qin family, and Fitzroy family. Earlier, Keegan had brought people to raid the treasure vaults of the 3 families. The 3 families dared not utter a word of complaint, watching helplessly as Keegan's men took everything away. Moreover, their company shares were all taken by Aryan, leaving them nothing. Even if they had tried to change their minds and take advantage of Aryan's weakness to attack him, he was already being exceptionally lenient by not burning their houses down. The total valuation added up to over 30 billion yuan. Aryan, now extremely wealthy, was very generous. Adonis was tempted by these items. A cursory look revealed that the contents of the 4 chests were worth at least 2 billion yuan. As for that broken copper piece, it was almost rusted at home, and no one would dare touch it. If sold, it might fetch a maximum of 50 million yuan. Mr. Bliss, we really do not have the copper piece you are looking for. Adonis hid his greedy expression and said reluctantly. This is a share certificate worth 10 billion yuan. Hazel produced another document and placed it on the table. 10 billion? Adonis drew in a sharp breath. This wasn't just lavish spending. It was overwhelming. His face showed hesitation, with a strong impulse within him to reach out and accept the shares. Though the Sammy family was considered first-rate in Ailbashau, most of their wealth was in fixed assets and shares. This new offer of 10 billion in shares, plus the 2 to 3 billion in valuables, far exceeded the Sammy family's total value. Are you afraid I'll change my mind? Aryan asked. You can send someone to inquire. I am a man of my word and highly value credibility. I repay every drop of kindness with a flood. I certainly don't act like certain petty individuals lurking in the dark or employ any means to achieve my goals. This statement not only clarified his attitude, but also reminded Adonis not to believe certain people's words. It's not that I fear you'll renege, Adonis shook his head. We do indeed have a copper piece, but it's not what you need. Butler, please bring it up. Yes. Soon, the butler brought up a copper piece and respectfully handed it to Aryan. It was ancient copper, palm-sized, smooth-surfaced, and odorless on the fractured edges. Clearly a deliberately broken ancient copper mirror. Without needing true essence detection, Aryan merely glanced and knew it wasn't the piece he needed. Indeed not. I apologize for disturbing you. We will take our leave. Aryan stood up, exchanged glances with Hazel, and left with his subordinates and gifts. Please walk safely. Chapter 168. Hazel's arrangement. The copper piece is definitely in Adonis's hands. It's infuriating that he wouldn't give it to us willingly and instead offered a smashed bronze mirror as a fuyan, which was indeed despicable. On the way back, Hazel wore an unhappy expression. This is someone else's property. If they refuse to give it to us, there's nothing we can do about it. Aryan replied, there might be a traitor within your family who leaked the news of our arrival in Ailbashau to seek the copper piece. If my uncle or second brother got wind of this news, they would have contacted Adonis, coercing and luring the Sammy family. How hateful. Hazel gritted her teeth. If I find out who leaked the news, I will not let them off easily. Aryan squinted his eyes but remained silent. Hazel asked, what should we do now? What should be done? If it were the second Marty, they would probably directly confront the Sammy family and take what they wanted by force. However, Aryan couldn't bring himself to do such things. In others' eyes, he seemed filled with killing intent and had a bloodthirsty nature. But those were all people who had angered him beyond limits. Fitzroy has always believed in not offending anyone unless offended first, and would not cross his bottom line. If he did unreasonable things like robbing the Qin and Fitzroy families, or arbitrarily exterminating these 2 clans, there would have been chaos long ago. There are high-level experts above. There is a special organization for dealing with powerful martial artists called the Special Service Team. Previously, a member of the Bliss family, a collateral descendant, worked in this special service team. The team is filled with experts who monitor powerful martial artists across different regions to ensure they don't go unchecked. Aryan was on the right side when the Qin, Fitzroy and Churchill clans attacked him first, leading to their demise. If he were in the wrong and directly assaulted these clans for loot, he would surely attract the attention of the special service team and face their retaliation. If the strong could rob others' properties at will just because of their power, there would be chaos in the world. Order must still be followed. Let's consider carefully, Aryan said. According to Keegan, there's an auction tonight in Elbashao. Let's see if we get lucky there. Why not? Upon arriving at Mingxian Auction House, similar to the Hangzhou branch, their auction house was located in a remote suburb. The auction hadn't started yet, and wouldn't begin until 8 o'clock in the evening. Aryan arrived around 7, after dinner. Fitzroy found the manager and took out 2 items. I want to auction these 2 herbs, but I prefer barter over cash transactions. 9-leaf grass, dragon breath fruit? Please wait a moment. The staff quickly called the manager. I am Dan, the manager of this auction house. Are you sure you want to auction these 2 herbs? Dan asked in surprise. 9-leaf grass is a top-grade herb for nurturing meridians, while dragon breath fruit promotes blood circulation and muscle growth. These herbs are needed not only for breakthroughs into the innate realm, but also at other times. Because a martial artist's inner strength and true essence are very dominant, while the human body's meridians are its weakest points, which can be injured anytime. Without proper herbs, one's decades or even centuries of cultivation could be wasted. A good meridian nurturing herb can save decades of effort, so every major family would pay a high price for them. It's rare to find these in the market. Aryan previously didn't use these 2 herbs as bargaining chips when he went to Sammy family because they were too valuable. Fitzroy obtained these herbs from the Fitzroy family and Qin family. These herbs were used by Brant and Blue to break through to the innate realm. Unfortunately, they no longer needed them since Aryan killed them. Originally, he had 2 sets of herbs, one of which Aryan gave to Aziel. Though Aziel himself felt that breaking through the innate realm was hopeless and didn't bother wasting the herbs, when Aryan was injured before, Aziel gave his 9-leaf grass to Aryan. Now Aryan obtained the herbs and intended to return a set to Aziel. Fitzroy brought them to the auction today hoping to exchange for better items to improve his mental awareness. Elbeer, Aryan nodded. But no money. I understand. Dan nodded. Our auction house allows barter transactions. But what? However, what does Sir want? We can conduct the transaction beforehand. Then it depends on whether you have something I need. Alright, please follow me. Dan made a gesture of invitation. Aryan was not worried about any tricks from the auction house. Fitzroy brought Hazel along with Dan and entered the underground treasure vault of the auction house. Walking through the long basement corridor, Aryan sensed at least 2 hidden presences, each at least as strong as him. That means at least 2 half-step innate experts guarded here. A branch auction house has at least 2 half-step innate experts, and possibly other grandmasters. This Mingxian auction house certainly has a substantial background. Thieves who want to rob here might be coming to the wrong place. Without an expert in the innate realm, one would die here. Dan was not afraid that Aryan would come to rob, so he directly opened the treasure vault door. Inside were all the auction items of the Ilbashao branch of Mingxian, various oddities included. Sir can take a look to see if there's anything you like. Dan stood by the door, making an inviting gesture. Aryan nodded, walked into the treasure room, and examined each item with true essence detection. Many items were of ancient vintage, but unfortunately, none of them appealed to him after detection. In fact, these were just the items the auction house had stored. The truly good things they would keep for themselves. What remained here generally couldn't be sold. Who could know more about natural treasures than the people of the auction house? They were specialists in this field. Before entering, Aryan had already prepared mentally, so now he was letting the Sammy family lose something now was understandable. Aryan didn't stop her. Whatever you say. Okay. Hazel immediately took out her phone and made a call. Chapter 169. The Chow family seeks Fitzroy. The auction officially began, with dozens of items up for bid, but not a single one caught Aryan's interest. The 9-leaf grass and the dragon birth fruit caused quite a stir, but no one could offer anything that would satisfy Aryan in a trade. Ultimately, nothing came from it. The final item was the calligraphy piece that Hazel had added to the auction last minute. This was an authentic work by Trenton, a famous calligrapher and painter from the Yuan dynasty. His representative work is the rewritten Rhapsody on the Luo River Goddess. However, the piece appearing today was not Rhapsody on the Luo River Goddess, but instead, it was the copied Peacekeeping Strategy by Thomas of the Han Dynasty. The starting bid was 6 million. In the end, only 2 people were bidding. One was Sammy Shanching's son Brody, and the other was someone unrecognized. Neither was willing to yield, driving the price of the artwork up to 50 million. This artwork, I, Brody, will take at 60 million, Brody declared loudly. 70 million, came an unyielding voice from another private room. Is this gentleman intentionally picking a fight with my Sammy family? Brody invoked his family name. Master Sammy, this belonged to the ancestor of my Zhao family. Could you show some respect? Your Zhao family, a dilapidated lineage, has what respect? Brody scorned. I offer 80 million. You? Alright, the artwork is yours. The person in the other room fell silent. Humph, not so tough after all. Brody laughed smugly. The auction concluded, and Dan arranged for the money for the painting, along with the 9-leaf grass and the dragon birth fruit, to be delivered over. These 2 herbs are too precious. Would the 2 of you like us to send them with protection? Asked Dan. Thank you for your concern, Master Yang, but we do not need it, Hazel politely declined. Then take your time. If you ever need to auction anything in the future, feel free to find me, or you can visit any branch of Mingxian in other cities. Alright. The group left the booth and departed from the parking lot. They hadn't been gone long when they sensed being tracked by several forces. The 9-leaf grass and the dragon birth fruit were 2 valuable, rare treasures that any family could benefit from having. They must have thought that Aryan and Hazel didn't know their worth, selling such precious herbs. Who among those who truly recognize value would sell such priceless herbs? Creak. Less than 20 minutes after leaving, 2 cars blocked the road ahead and behind, with 7 or 8 masked men getting out.
Attack.
Aryan ordered.
Yes.
Keegan sneered, getting out of the car to rush forward. With his mid-stage great master strength, the opponents were just first-class rolled to the right, but the needle still pierced his shoulder. When he landed, he groaned, ignoring the pain and planning to run again. Just as he rose, he saw someone standing in front of him. It was the young man. So fast. Fitzroy's the real expert. The masked man panicked and struck out hastily. Aryan raised his hand to meet the blow. When their palms connected, the fabric of the masked man's sleeve shattered. Veins ruptured, blood sprayed out in a mist. So strong, cough, cough, cough. The masked man fell to the ground, knowing the young man had held back. Otherwise it wouldn't have just been his right arm disabled. A single palm could have killed him. That powerful and profound true essence was far beyond his capabilities. Spare me, elder. Seeing Aryan approach, the masked man quickly knelt and begged for mercy. Which force do you belong to? Aryan asked. The Yin family of Albi City. I am Patriarch Yin Yongjing of the Yin family, replied the old masked man. The Yin family? Aryan looked at Hazel not far away. Fitzroy wasn't familiar with the forces in Albi City, but Hazel was. Previously, the Yin family was also considered a prominent family in Albi City, but it seems to have declined in recent decades. There hasn't been much news about them. Hazel was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect they still had a great master. Robbing and murdering. Such families don't deserve prosperity if there's any justice. Aryan gave an indifferent glance at Yin Yongjing. Keegan, take them to the Yin family residence and see if there's anything valuable. Yes. Keegan was proficient in this kind of task. Fitzroy exchanged a look with Sergio, and the two of them took Yin Yongjing away. The other three masters were either killed or severely injured, lying there, dead or alive. Aryan didn't bother with them and continued his practice and visualization inside the pavilion. After about an hour, more people arrived. Aryan thought it might be Keegan and the others returning, but it wasn't. These people didn't wear masks. They came openly, led by a woman in her mid-20s, petite and fair-skinned with a rosy hue, typical of a southern Jiangnan girl. However, she emitted a naturally cold aura that kept people at bay. Behind her were 6 black-suited bodyguards. Chao Qinger of the Chao family greets you both. She performed a respectful bow. Do you need something? Aryan asked. I heard you have 9-leaved grass. Could you sell it to me? Chao Qinger pleaded. A trade is fine, as long as I find something here appealing. Would you come to our Chao family estate for a look? All right. Aryan stood up. Hazel tugged at Aryan's sleeve, but he pretended not to notice. Chao Qinger understood Hazel's concern and promised, we swear on my life, even if nothing interests you in the Chao family, we won't make things difficult for you too. Bring the 9-leaved grass just in case you find something needed. It saves us a trip back. Aryan reminded. Hazel pouted but complied, carrying the box containing the 9-leaved grass as Aryan instructed. They boarded the Chao family's car and headed straight to the Chao residence. Upon arrival, instead of entering through the main gate, they went in through the back door and directly to the underground treasure vault of the Chao family. Hazel's worry became more evident. Let's go. Aryan started walking, while Hazel rolled her eyes. Chapter 170. Dying in front of you first. The Chao family was among the top aristocratic families in Albizhou City, with their underground treasure vault containing countless gold, silver, and jewels, dazzling to the eyes. Unfortunately, after looking for more than half an hour, Aryan found nothing that caught his interest. I'm very sorry, but there's nothing here that I need. Aryan turned to leave. Mr. Bliss, please wait. Angie blocked Aryan's path. What? Do you intend to rob and kill us? Aryan narrowed his eyes. We only want the goods. Leave the 9-leaf grass, and you can leave. A man around 30 led over 20 Chao family experts into the room from you first. Angie suddenly increased the force on the dagger, plunging it directly in, her eyes full of determination. Ding! At the critical moment, a golden needle struck the dagger, causing it to fly away and land on the ground. The flying golden needle returned to Aryan's hand. This? An old man behind Emiliano widened his eyes in shock. Leaves could be manipulated to harm someone. They could also manage with needles. But controlling a needle to return after launching it was terrifying. Do you still want to block my departure? What are you people of the Chao family? Get out of my way. Aryan stepped forward, his aura and killing intent erupting suddenly, sending terrifying waves crashing outwards. Thump thump thump. Emiliano, the weakest of the foremost group, felt like falling into an ice cellar and retreated rapidly. The grandmasters and masters behind were all forced back by this terrifying momentum, almost losing their balance. This momentum is even more fearsome than old masters. Is he a congenital expert? How many people must one kill to possess such terrifying killing intent? No wonder he dared come to the Chao family so boldly. He's truly the strongest one. The Chao family experts were inwardly terrified, finally realizing they had miscalculated. With such formidable strength, exterminating them would not be a problem. A boy covered under herbal medicine treatment, he has never regained consciousness. It's likely his soul suffered severe damage, which is why we seek herbs that can nurture the soul. If my grandfather doesn't wake up, the Chao family will face annihilation, and they will slaughter all of our core members. What does that have to do with me? Aryan continued walking out. Fitzroy didn't want to get involved in other people's grudges, especially when he wasn't clear about the details or who was right or wrong. Interfering in others' grudges might lead to aiding evil. Angie blocked Aryan again. Mr. Bliss, I know it's very hard for you to get involved in other people's disputes, and you don't have an obligation to help us. Just now, there was an attempt at force buying, and no matter how much I explain now, you won't believe me. But I hope you can give me more time. Stay at the Chao family for a while? Day after tomorrow is my grandfather's 80th birthday. The enemies will surely use this opportunity to investigate the situation of the Chao family. If they discover that my grandfather hasn't shown up, they may guess that something happened to him. Because it's my grandfather's birthday, when we heard that the 9-leaved grass appeared at the auction, we were so anxious to find you. My grandfather must wake up on his 80th birthday and appear before the guests. Otherwise, the enemies will surely act. Diamond, what do you think? Aryan looked at Hazel. Hazel hesitated. Initially, she didn't trust Angie or the Chow family. As she expected, the Chow family indeed broke their promise and tried to force them. But when Angie took out the dagger and threatened suicide, it reminded Hazel of her own experiences. Being a woman herself, she understood Angie's helplessness and powerlessness. Why don't we stay and see how things go? Hazel asked tentatively. Whatever you say. Aryan nodded. Thank you, Mr. Bliss. Thank you, Miss Carey. Please follow me. I'll arrange rooms for you immediately. Angie finally smiled, ignoring the blood on her neck as she led Aryan and Hazel to personally arrange their accommodations. She brought them to the West Garden, but only found one room available. Hazel's cheeks turned red instantly. Angie paused for a moment, and then reacted quickly. She apologized. I'll get another room arranged right away. No need. Just take care of your wound, Aryan reminded, stepping into the room. Okay, if you need anything, let me know anytime. Angie left and instructed the servants outside. Remember, do not disturb our esteemed guests.
Yes.
If they need anything, try to fulfill their requests.
Yes.
Chapter 171. A strange injury. The room was spacious, complete with a bathtub, balcony, and changing area, while outside the balcony lay a tea room. Beyond that was an artificial hill and pond, forming a separate Chinese-style garden. However, only frosted glass separated the bathroom from the bedroom. While it wasn't entirely see-through, one could still make out vague outlines. Hazel stood there, fidgeting with her clothes corner in an uncharacteristically shy manner. You can go ahead and wash. Aryan walked onto the balcony, sitting cross-legged as he gazed up at the starry sky. After so much time, he had already studied 6-star maps, leaving 30 more, a truly grand project. Just as Hazel was about to take her bath, Angie arrived again, delivering pajamas. Miss Carey, here are my pajamas. They've been washed but never worn. Thank you, Hazel replied, taking the clothes. Besides her own pajamas, there were also Aryan's. After Angie left, she closed the door, glanced at Aryan, then took the pajamas into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of shower water filled the air, not affecting Aryan in the slightest. Instead, Hazel occasionally peeked through the glass at the balcony. She seemed to want Aryan to come in, yet blushed when such thoughts crossed her mind. But after her shower, preparing to put on the pajamas made her even more bashful. It was a black, semi-transparent silk nightgown of excellent material, causing her skin to be barely concealed. Previously, she sometimes dressed boldly and sensually, though never revealing too much. That was all a deliberate act to give outsiders the impression of her being an unvirtuous woman, in hopes the Liao family would cancel their engagement. Yet nightwear had always been very conservative, tightly covering her. Now, dressing in this sensual nightwear made her feel completely exposed. Biting her lip, she eventually wore it, seeing her pale skin reflected in the mirror. Fitzroy's bone structure and figure were significantly fuller than Angie's, making this slightly tight nightgown accentuate her body perfectly. It felt too embarrassing. Blushing, Hazel stepped out of the bathroom onto the balcony. Aryan, I'm done. Go to sleep. I'll meditate a little longer, Aryan responded. All right. Hazel felt a little disappointed, but lay down on the bed. Tossing and turning, she couldn't fall asleep. Late into the night, just as she began to doze off, she felt someone slip into the bed and pull her into their embrace. It was that familiar scent, those broad shoulders and chest. Although nothing further happened, Hazel was already content and drifted off without moving. The next morning, when Hazel woke up, the person beside her was gone. Peeking through the half-open window curtains, she saw Aryan practicing boxing in the yard. With such formidable strength, he was still working so hard. It was no wonder he was so powerful. This reminded her of her brother and younger brother. Fitzroy's eldest brother, who was older than Aryan by perhaps a year, showed similar potential but often practiced half-heartedly. At 26, he broke through to rank 1 and grew arrogant. However, in Hangzhou, reaching rank 1 at 25 or 26 was indeed impressive. Reaching rank 1 at that age, spending another decade or so to become a master, then breaking through to great master in their 50s, before finally attempting the ultimate leap to Shanten realm. Note, Shanten doesn't translate well directly, as their lifespan dwindled. This was essentially the life of a martial artist from a prominent family in Hangzhou. Truly having the chance to risk it all for the Shanten realm was rare. In a clan of hundreds, including hired guards, having 2 people with the chance to break through to Shanten was considered quite good. This was for top-tier families. For average ones, master was the limit. The difference between ordinary prestigious families and lineage-carrying families might lie in pressure and comparison. Pressure from peers within the family and elders. When your siblings reach master by 25, would you still feel proud about achieving rank 1? Definitely not. You'd continue practicing diligently. After washing up, Hazel walked out of the courtyard, finding Aryan finishing his exercise. Just then, Angie personally brought breakfast. Angie placed the breakfast on the table in the pavilion. Please enjoy your breakfast. As a young mistress, doing what looked like servant work without any sign of reluctance was quite commendable. Hazel said politely, thank you. She sat nearby, watching Aryan and herself eat, until Hazel called Angie, who claimed she had already eaten. After breakfast, Angie formally stated, it was late yesterday, so today I'll show both of you around the Chow family compound. Sounds good. Aryan nodded. Led by Angie, they toured the Chow family villa. This typical ancient LB-style garden, with its expanses of white plaster walls as the base, black-gray small blue tile roofs, blue-gray water-polished brick door and window frames, and chestnut or deep-gray wooden beam frameworks, gives a feeling of quiet elegance. The residence and garden are integrated, allowing for both appreciation and exploration. Alebec examples are now quite rare. The Chow family has preserved its buildings relatively intact over several centuries, which is especially commendable. A tour took more than an hour. Go see your grandfather, Aryan said suddenly. Angie was first surprised, then excitedly replied, Alebeer, this way please. She hadn't expected Aryan to bring it up on his own. Actually, she had wanted to mention it but didn't dare. By keeping Aryan here, she had her own plans. Even if her grandfather didn't wake up, with Aryan around, in case enemies attacked, at least they could seek help from him. While Aryan might not kill the enemies, Angie could beg him to take some of the core disciples of the Chow family away. But since Aryan was willing to see her grandfather, Angie naturally felt even more excited. Under Angie's guidance, everyone arrived at the inner courtyard of the Ilby family, the most secluded and quiet area. There weren't many people guarding this place. There was no deliberate blockade, but secretly, top-tier experts were stationed here. This arrangement was also out of concern that the enemy might discover something suspicious. In the room inside the inner courtyard, Angie's grandfather lay there. Aryan placed his right hand on the pulse, channeling a stream of true essence into him. The pulse of Keith was normal, and the true essence inside him slowly circulated throughout his body. There were no visible injuries. Fitzroy had been unconscious for 2 or 3 months, and his body, nurtured by various herbs, had recovered completely. Only his consciousness remained in a deep sleep. In the corner of the room stood an incense burner, filled with agarwood and various mind-stimulating fragrances. Just the smell alone could refresh and energize one. Keith still wore prayer beads on his hand, and even the pillow he slept on emitted fragrance. Unfortunately, despite all this, Keith did not wake up. You must have invited many doctors and used herbs to nurture the spirit and soul, right? Aryan asked. Yeah, none of them worked, Angie replied helplessly. Sea of knowledge. But because it is easily attacked, ancestors devised a way to move it elsewhere. This is called concealing an acupoints. Aryan explained, your grandfather's divine consciousness has hidden in the acupoint behind his heart, falling into deep slumber due to severe damage. Even with doctors and 9-leaf grass, it would be very difficult to awaken it. No wonder so many doctors came by and used so much medicine but could do nothing, Angie realized. The deeply sleeping divine consciousness has also formed a self-defense mechanism, blocking other divine consciousness from entering. Aryan added, it's quite unusual for your grandfather's divine consciousness to reach the level of concealment in acupoints. Could your Chow family have a method to cultivate divine consciousness? Fitzroy had seen several peak grandmasters, including Aziel, Dennis, and Maxim, who had the strength to break through to the innate realm. But their divine consciousness hadn't reached unity, making it easy for them to perish during forced breakthroughs. They couldn't control the speed of cosmic chi entering their meridians, unable to expel impurities, which could shatter their meridians. When the mystic gateway opens, countless cosmic chi rushes in. Only by immediately sealing the mystic gateway upon its opening might there be a chance. This requires decisive action and excellent control. Each time the mystic gateway opens, only the amount of celestial chi the body can withstand should enter, otherwise, the meridians would be torn apart. Everything must proceed cautiously without any negligence. It's like walking on a tightrope, where even a slight misstep can lead to a 1,000-foot fall. To better control the mystic gateway and celestial chi, one needs powerful divine consciousness. Maxim and others had not deliberately cultivated it, so their divine consciousness was limited to inner vision, perhaps not even able to cover the whole body. Jared's divine consciousness had surprisingly reached the concealment in acupoints, a rare feat. The traders Zach from the Star Observation Pavilion, who specialized in cultivating star observation refining spirit method, had divine consciousness merely at the concealment stage. I truly don't know about this, Angie shook her head. Aryan glanced at Angie. She seemed genuinely unaware. It was normal for her not to know. Though she was from the main branch, she was a woman. Some families' ultimate skills were passed down to men only, fearing women might take these skills with them upon marriage. Moreover, merely cultivating divine consciousness without martial arts practice was unfeasible. Angie didn't seem to be a martial arts prodigy either. I'll try to see if I can wake up your grandfather's consciousness, Aryan changed the topic. Though he wasn't a doctor, his powerful divine consciousness had already reached unity and might be able to awaken Jared's. Do you need any medicine? Hazel asked. Fitzroy's in deep slumber and self-protection, isolated from everything outside. Using medicine would be futile and ineffective. Aryan waved his hand. Only a stronger divine consciousness can break through his self-protection. However, this also carries risks. If he perceives my divine consciousness as hostile and resists fiercely, my impact could cause his already weakened divine soul to collapse instantly. Aryan warned seriously, you should consult your clansmen. If they agree, I will try to awaken your grandfather. If they disagree, I cannot help further. Preferably, show me your cultivation method for divine consciousness so we can address the problem specifically. Alright, I'll go talk to them, Angie nodded. As Aryan walked out of the room, Hazel curiously asked, why suddenly decide to help them? While meditating last night, I sensed several divine soul fluctuations within the Chow family compound. There seemed to be over 100 extremely mixed divine souls, Aryan replied. Aryan explained, I want to see what they are up to. Over 100 divine souls? Hazel was shocked. You don't mean they use human divine souls for cultivation, do you? Perhaps it's possible. This? Hazel shivered. If it's true, they deserve their fate and worse. Let's see what's really going on. The two returned to the courtyard of last night and waited quietly. In the main hall of the Chow family, after Angie reported the situation, all the respected elders of the Chow family gathered together. Aryan is after the Chow family's cultivation methods, right? We knew he didn't have good intentions. At the Mingxian auction house, he wasn't trading items, he was using them as bait. Our family's cultivation methods must not be leaked. But what about Lawrence? This? Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. Aryan has already outlined the symptoms. I think I should give it a try. An old man with white hair who had been quiet suddenly spoke up. With the help of 9-leaf grass, I can use my divine consciousness to awaken the third Marty. Grandpa's divine consciousness has reached the peak of concealment in acupoints, just one step away from unity, similar to Uncle. It might work, a middle-aged man beside him chimed in. But the 9-leaf grass is with Aryan, Angie's eldest brother, Emiliano, said helplessly. Everyone fell silent again. Aryan was too powerful. If he didn't want to give up the 9-leaf grass, the Chow family couldn't force him. What if we poison him in his food? Emiliano suggested. They looked at each other, seemingly agreeing with this idea. The white-haired old man glared at Emiliano fiercely. A half-step innate realm practitioner isn't someone you can poison at will. If he discovers it, the Chow family will face imminent disaster. Cough. Great-grandpa, I'm just worried, Emiliano said awkwardly. Great-uncle, then what should we do? Strong. You go ahead and awaken him. However, we need the 9-leaved grass. Emiliano said tentatively. Need the 9-leaved grass? Aryan was taken aback. You should know that if your grandfather is awakened, the 9-leaved grass can quickly help him recover his divine soul and then his strength. If used during the awakening process, it will be exhausted afterward. Because while the spiritual sense is self-sealed, his divine soul cannot absorb the power of the 9-leaved grass. My great-grandfather is confident about it. Emiliano responded. No, how can you do this? Angie walked in from outside. She did not participate in the family meeting earlier because she is a girl and does not have the qualification to attend such meetings. Not informed about the family discussion's result, seeing so many elders coming here, Angie secretly followed. Now she finally knew what the family intended. She rushed into the courtyard and shouted loudly, Mr. Bliss kindly helps us. How can we do such despicable things? Chinger, this is decided by a family vote. Be quiet. Emiliano coldly said. Mr. Bliss is already doing enough by offering to help. Now not only asking him not to help, but also demanding the 9-leaved grass. That is not the way of our Chow family. Angie firmly replied. With the spiritual sense attached to it, probing into Basil's heart posterior acupoint. As Aryan said, Basil's spiritual sense was not only in deep sleep but also self-sealed, forming a layer of defense. Break open. Iwan shouted loudly, constantly intensifying his true essence and spiritual sense. Bang! A powerful repelling force came and instantly pushed back Iwan's spiritual sense. I don't believe it. Iwan coldly growled and mobilized all his spiritual sense to rush toward that barrier. Boom! That layer of barrier suddenly shattered. Iwan just showed a smile, but in the next moment, he froze. Under the impact of his spiritual sense, Basil's already fragile divine soul was scattered under pressure, drifting out of the heart posterior acupoint without returning to the brain's sea of consciousness. Basil's body struggled violently. Not good. Iwan was greatly shocked as the divine soul attempted to escape the body. Unite. Iwan tried to manipulate his spiritual sense to press all the scattered divine souls back and force the medicine to the heart posterior acupoint. Unfortunately, his spiritual sense was too weak to achieve the goal. Moreover, as Aryan said, Basil's divine soul wouldn't actively absorb the power of the 9-leaved grass. Seeing part of the divine soul about to dissipate, blinded everyone loudly. Aryan ignored these people, seizing all of Basil's divine souls, then reformed seals, sending the souls back into Basil's brow. Iwan and the others felt as if a huge burden had been lifted, each drenched in cold sweat. Wake up! Aryan, accompanied by his spiritual sense, shouted fiercely. Basil, lying on the bed like a zombie, sat up on the bed with a puzzled look. What happened? Third brother. Third uncle. Lawrence. Members of the Chow family called out one after another. You are all fine. Before he could finish speaking, Basil fell down again. Mr. Bliss, what's going on? Angie asked anxiously. His divine soul was originally weak, and it has collapsed under forced intrusion by idiots. Aryan said coldly, now back in the sea of consciousness, with such a weak divine soul, it can only fall into deep sleep again. What should we do? If you want him to wake up soon, you need a miraculous medicine to nourish the divine soul, Aryan said seriously. Medicine? Angie was taken aback. The faces of the surrounding members of the Chow family flushed red with shame. Because the miraculous medicine for nurturing the divine soul, 9-leaved grass, had just been used by them. The favor of saving your elderly family member, I'll choose not to calculate. But your Chow family owes me a 9-leaved grass. After saying this, Aryan turned and headed for the door. Chapter 174. Angie keeps a trump card. Inside the room, Amerigo and others looked at each other, all at a loss for what to do. To prevent the leakage of their family's mental energy cultivation technique, they did not trust Aryan and ended up almost killing the old patriarch by trying to deal with it themselves. Most importantly, they had exhausted the 9-leaf Fitzroyerb in the process. Where could the Chow family find good medicinal materials to nurture the spirit now? The old man had been unconscious for nearly 3 months, and all sorts of medicines that could nurture the spirit had been used up. There were no more truly effective medicinal materials left. Everything's over. Emiliano collapsed into a nearby chair, his face ashen. This wasn't just about whether the old man would wake up. It would cause a chain reaction. Tomorrow was the old man's 80th birthday. If he didn't wake up and couldn't appear before the guests, people would start speculating about what happened to him. Enemies would likely attack tonight or tomorrow night. Without the old man overseeing things, how could the Chow family resist the enemy? Lawrence Amerigo only had late Grandmaster level strength. Apart from Amerigo, the entire Chow family didn't have any other Grandmasters, just Masters or lower. The Chow family was about to face a disaster. Hurry, we must detain Mr. Bliss. Only he can save the Chow family now. Amerigo shouted loudly. As long as Aryan was willing to help, even if the old man didn't wake up, his strength could repel enemies when they attacked. And as long as they could get through the old man's 80th birthday tomorrow, the Chow family could search for new medicinal materials to nurture the spirit, allowing the old man to gradually recover. Right, we must keep Mr. Bliss here. Whatever demands he makes, we will agree to. Thinking this, Emiliano rushed out with his clansmen to catch up. They chased after him for more than 100 meters and finally caught up. Mr. Bliss, it was my arrogance that caused this situation. I can't escape the blame. Amerigo took the lead in apologizing, bowing deeply. Fitzroyer, I apologize to Mr. Bliss. Do I need your apology? Aryan said disdainfully. This, Amerigo said stiffly, I know you don't need it, but if Mr. Bliss is willing to stay and help us through this crisis, we are willing to hand over our cultivation technique freely. Ha ha ha. Aryan laughed. At this point, you're still negotiating terms with me? No, not negotiating terms. We, the Chow family, are ready to give Mr. Bliss the cultivation technique right now. Emiliano quickly added. Do you think I need your outdated technique? Aryan swept his gaze over Emiliano and the others. Mr. Bliss, we haven't harmed anyone. The souls we consume are taken from animals, Amerigo explained. So, this makes you morally superior? Aryan sneered and continued walking away. Mr. Bliss, wait, the Chow family is willing to offer half of our assets. Amerigo tried again. Do you think I care about your money? Aryan replied coldly, continuing to leave. Amerigo, who was blocking the way, could only step aside. They dared not stop him anymore, nor did they have any reason to do so. Giving the technique meant nothing to Aryan. Offering money seemed irrelevant to him. So what else could make Aryan stay? Moreover, Aryan not only saved their old patriarch Cato, but also provided a priceless 9-leaf Fitzroy herb. Aryan had bestowed upon the Chow family an immense favor. It was already fortunate that Aryan did not hold them accountable. They could not ask for more. Alas, Amerigo sighed, turning to walk towards the inner courtyard. Third Great Lawrence is awake. A servant ran out, shouting loudly. Is Third Marty awake? Amerigo looked at the servant. Yes, Third Great Lawrence is awake. The servant nodded. Wonderful, wonderful. Let's go. The people of the Chow family became excited and quickly walked towards the inner courtyard. Indeed, Cato had awakened, but his mental state was still very poor, clearly showing his weakened vitality. Cato scolded. Calling you fools really fits you. Fitzroy looked at Emiliano with frustration. And you, as the head of the family, how are you leading? With your performance, how can I rest assured leaving the family to you? Lawrence, I know I was wrong, Emiliano admitted without arguing, lowering his head. There's still hope? In my current state, any expert can see my weakness. We must bring Mr. Bliss back, Cato continued. Otherwise, the Chow family will face imminent disaster. Yes, I'll go invite him. If Mr. Bliss doesn't come back, I'll kneel at his doorstep until he agrees, Emiliano replied. Cato thought for a moment and said seriously, after I rest a bit, I should go myself? You should rest more, Emiliano responded. No matter how much I rest now, can I recover by tomorrow? Cato coldly stated, tomorrow after my 80th birthday celebration, all present here shall face the wall for reflection and may not leave the house for 3 months. Also, let Chinger take charge of the Chow family from now on. She will be the new head of the family. This? Emiliano was taken aback, but still answered, yes, Lawrence, I understand. Chapter 175. Chow family's cultivation technique. Early the next morning, Cato brought his granddaughter, Angie, to the villa where Aryan lived. They were not stopped and proceeded all the way to the garden. Aryan was practicing boxing at that moment, while Hazel sat in a nearby pavilion, reviewing documents and eating breakfast. Cato did not disturb Aryan's practice, but went over to sit in the pavilion instead. Hazel motioned for them to have breakfast, but both of them shook their heads, indicating they had already eaten. Grandpa, what kind of boxing is Mr. Bliss practicing? It's beautiful. It feels like he's blending with everything around him, Angie exclaimed in surprise. I'm not sure exactly what kind of boxing he is practicing. Cato shook his head and said, however, when any martial art reaches its peak, it must be close to nature and achieve a state of simplicity before it can be considered small success. If even such boxing skills as Mr. Bliss's are just considered small success, then how high would the true mastery be? Angie was shocked. True mastery should involve manipulating the Earth's spiritual energy, moving according to will, and guiding the flow of chi from the universe into one's body. Cato explained respectfully, just like young friend Bliss here, who has almost touched the essence of boxing. I feel ashamed that I cannot reach his level. Perhaps from the beginning, I took the wrong path. The wrong path? Angie asked in surprise. Maybe not. Everyone has different constitutions and aptitudes. Cato thought for a moment and added, not everyone can comprehend martial arts so thoroughly. It requires exceptional talent. Ah, Angie replied. At this moment, Aryan had finished his boxing practice and walked into the pavilion, sitting down casually without greeting. What's up? This bow is to thank young friend Bliss for saving my life. Cato stood up, bowed deeply, and even Angie knelt down. This bow is for apologizing on behalf of the Chow family's past actions. Cato bowed again. Another bow is to ask young friend Bliss to help our Chow family through this crisis. Cato bowed 3 times consecutively, and Aryan didn't move, accepting their bows unflinchingly. Seeing that Aryan didn't speak, he sipped tea from his cup a few times. Cato sat down again, taking out a newly copied book from his pocket. This is the Chow family's technique for cultivating spirit awareness. Please review it, young friend Bliss. Aryan didn't bother to take it, so Cato placed the book on the coffee table and continued, young friend Bliss, the Chow family's techniques come from our ancestors. They are extremely evil, so we strictly forbid their spread outside. Even within the Chow family, those using animal souls to cultivate must be carefully examined for character, ensuring no wicked individuals possess them. My elder brother Amerigo refused to show you previously because he was worried about this technique falling into the wrong hands. If it caused harm to innocents, our Chow family would be hard-pressed to avoid blame. Those who injured you also have strong spirit awareness. What kind of technique do they cultivate? Aryan asked. To be honest, it is indeed the Chow family's technique. Cato sighed. This incident happened over 20 years ago. My son-in-law fell for an enemy's trap and leaked the Chow family technique. They remain missing, and their fates are unknown. The good news is that this technique has upper and lower volumes, and the enemy only obtained the upper volume. That's why they want to exterminate our Chow family, to get the lower part. What force is behind them? Aryan asked. They hide within Chonglong Mountain. I don't know which group it is, or where their base is located. Cato sighed. If I knew, I would have led people to wipe them out long ago. Unfortunately, now we have nurtured tigers that cause harm. 2 of them have reached the late Grandmaster stage, with spirit awareness reaching the peak of Zhangqiao, probably not far from Gi. Because they are extremely ruthless, they specifically use human spirits to cultivate, leading to the deaths of many innocents. Their spirit awareness improves rapidly. Harming so many innocents deserves death. Aryan's face turned stern, revealing a hint of killing intent. I'm hosting a birthday banquet tonight. They will definitely send people to spy on us, making it a good opportunity to find them. Kato spoke solemnly. I hope Mr. Bliss can lend a hand and eliminate these wicked beings. Elbeer, Aryan didn't mind helping. The old man thanks young friend Bliss once again for your great kindness. Kato stood up and bowed to Aryan again. Aryan waved his hand. We won't disturb you anymore. We'll take our leave. Kato left with Angie. Soul devouring and fiendish chi cultivation technique? Opening the technique, Aryan scanned the first couple of pages and was shocked. This technique involved devouring other people's spirits to enhance one's own, while generating fiendish chi. The more spirits devoured, the more powerful the fiendish chi became, capable of eroding one's sea of consciousness and affecting mental clarity. Causing such harm to the innocent will eventually lead to retribution. They probably won't have a good end. Aryan frowned deeply. Fitzroy wanted to see the cultivation techniques of the Chow family for two reasons. One was to gain more confidence in awakening Kato. The other reason was to understand the higher realms and how to cultivate them. The cultivation technique he obtained from Zach, a disciple of the Star Observation Pavilion, also only had the upper part, allowing cultivation only up to the Gi realm. And Aryan's current divine consciousness realm was Gi. Beyond that, he did not know how to proceed with cultivation. Projection outside the body? As he read on, Aryan finally understood the realm beyond Gi. It was the projection of divine consciousness outside the body, dividing a portion of one's divine consciousness to leave the body and roam between heaven and earth, meaning even if one was inside a room, they could see everything happening outside. It was equivalent to having an intangible pair of eyes to probe the surroundings. Shenshur. Beyond projection was the Shenshur realm. However, even the Chow family's technique seemed to lack instructions on how to reach the Shenshur realm. It seems the Chow family's cultivation technique is also incomplete. Aryan did not think Kato would deliberately tear out pages to conceal information from him. Most likely, the technique passed down within the Chow family was originally not very complete. These records contain two methods of using divine consciousness, but they require coordination with evil chi. It seems I can't use them. At the end, Aryan shook his head helplessly, feeling somewhat disappointed. Fitzroy had hoped to learn more ways to use divine consciousness, but unfortunately, his expectations were dashed. But, since I possess martial killing aura, can I refine it into my own use through the method of refining evil chi? In the next moment, Aryan changed his mind and began performing incantations with his hands, but after trying over 10 times, he still couldn't control the stubborn martial killing aura within the true essence. Instead, it left him mentally exhausted and severely drained of true essence. No more practice. I need to conserve my strength. There might be a fierce battle tonight. Aryan realized that haste makes waste. Perhaps when he obtained the fourth broken bronze fragment, he could use more martial killing aura to practice, which should make it easier to comprehend. Chapter 176, The Patriarch's Birthday. As one of the three top families in Elbashao, the Chow family has immense influence in the city. The former patriarch, Kato, was known for his kindness, generosity, and willingness to help others, earning him great respect. His 80th birthday was celebrated with great pomp, with people trooping in to pay their respects. By the time Aryan and Hazel arrived, it was already quite late. But accompanying them were also members of the Sammy family. Coincidentally, they met up together. Mr. Bliss and Miss Carey are here too. Adonis greeted Aryan proactively upon seeing him. However, his son, Brody, let out a cold snort, showing no courtesy, and instead quickened his pace, rushing ahead of Aryan and Hazel towards the Chow residence. Aryan didn't bother acknowledging them, strolling leisurely into the Chow family compound. Jared was seated in the hall, accepting greetings from visitors. Though he looked radiant, this was actually achieved through makeup, which went unnoticed by the average person. His internal flow of true essence was stable, but a truly powerful being could instantly perceive that Kato's spirit was weak. This was intentional on Kato's part. He pretended to be uninjured to deceive his opponents. Fitzroy wanted to tell the enemy, I am not hurt. Yet in reality, he was still recovering from injuries, making the enemy believe he was concealing his condition. Indeed, deception within deception, reality amidst falsehoods. The Churchill family, presenting a pair of golden carp peaches. Each time someone paid respects and offered gifts, there would be someone loudly announcing it, partially for celebration, but also to show respect to those offering congratulations. Junior Brody greets Lawrence Chow, wishing you longevity as vast as the sea and life as enduring as the mountains. Brody stepped forward, kneeling before Kato and presenting his gift with both hands. The old butler beside him took the gift, opening it for Kato to see. Oh, a genuine work by Trenton? Kato immediately showed his delight, praising, Guangyu, is it? I remember you. You must have spent a lot on this painting, right? Just 100 million, as long as Lawrence Chow likes it, Brody replied, visibly excited at having Kato remember him. Young people should meet more often, Kato smiled. Yes. Brody stood up and walked over to greet Angie. Miss Chow, long time no see. Fitzroy looked at Angie with eyes full of affection. Indeed, excuse me, I need to step out for a moment. Angie gave only a polite smile, then walked toward the door. Mr. Bliss, Miss Carey, you finally made it. Please come inside. Brody narrowed his eyes, displeased. Seeing that Aryan and Hazel had not even brought a gift, he immediately approached them loudly. Mr. Bliss came to celebrate without bringing a gift? Unable to afford it, or just stingy? I remember you just sold a painting to me for 100 million. His voice was loud, drawing everyone's attention, their gazes filled with curiosity. No way. On such a joyous occasion as the patriarch's 80th birthday, not bringing a gift. Everyone knows that apart from nothing else, Jared only enjoys calligraphy and paintings, especially small regular script. Among these, Trenton's small regular script is his favorite. Fitzroy actually sold the artwork to the Sammy family and came empty-handed? Actually, the value of the gift is secondary. The key is the gesture, at least some token of respect. But he did nothing. Who does this belong to? So disrespectful. People began to discuss among themselves, looking at Aryan with disdain. Everyone, Mr. Bliss and Miss Carey have traveled far, staying at our residence since the day before yesterday. They delivered their gifts early. Angie explained loudly. Many did not believe her explanation, thinking she was simply trying to save face. How can you pay respects beforehand? Brody persisted. Angie frowned. Though she had no particular fondness for Brody, she wasn't hateful either. Now, she despised Brody. Who said we didn't bring a gift? Hazel stepped out, holding a delicate box. Lawrence Chow, this is our birthday gift to you. A century-old ginseng. This ginseng, though not as rare as nine-leaf grass, isn't much less valuable. Century-old ginseng? Everyone examined it closely, indeed recognizing the red-blooded center of the ginseng vine. This type of ginseng was extremely rare, let alone one with a blood-red center. It was considered top-notch. Drinking water infused with it had calming effects. This is almost priceless. How could you give it? Kato hurriedly rose, pulling Hazel up from her bow and glancing at Aryan beside him. Was this truly given to him, or was it brought out due to Brody's provocation? Please accept it. This is the sentiment from her family's elder, Aryan said seriously. Fitzroy wasn't lying. Hazel had called home, and the Carey family naturally wanted to make more friends. In the past, the two families hadn't interacted much, but now, due to Aryan, they had the opportunity to meet the Chow family. The Chow family belonged to the prestigious clans in Elbashao, with substantial strength, comparable to their own. If they could become friends, cooperate, or even allies, it would be beneficial for both parties. Aziel sent this century-old Polygonum multiflorum through a messenger, asking Hazel to bring it as birthday wishes. Hazel originally planned to privately hand over the gift to Kato, but giving it in front of others was equivalent to revealing that Kato's spirit had been injured. Alright, then I must not refuse your offer. Kato quickly accepted. He indeed needed such medicines to nourish his spirit, and more was always better. Paintings and calligraphy are just material possessions. We don't care for them at all, yet you have the audacity to show it off? Hazel looked at Brody with disdain. Brody was too angry to respond. The premium century-old Polygonum multiflorum might not reach 100 million if sold, mainly because it was incredibly rare and hard to buy even with money. Seeing Brody embarrassed, Angie smirked coldly before courteously gesturing, "Please come inside." Knowing Aryan disliked crowds, she led them to the courtyard where they had stayed since the day before. Aryan sat there cross-legged, observing the stars, while Hazel didn't disturb him, going out with Angie instead. By the way, Carrie's sister, did you know Brody before? Angie asked curiously. We came to Elbashao because the Sammy family has something Mr. Bliss needs. Hazel explained. However, someone tampered behind the scenes. We spent over 10 billion trying to purchase it, but they refused. At the auction, we in Tintween, very secluded. Angie had been waiting here for a long time. Chow miss, you're looking for me? Brody stepped forward and asked. Do you like me? Angie asked. Of course, actually I've liked Chow miss for 5 years. You just never noticed me. Now I'll give you a chance. Mr. Bliss needs a broken copper piece. Give me the copper piece, and I'll marry you. Angie didn't want to waste time, getting straight to the point. Brody was stunned, without happiness in his eyes, but instead revealed envy and hatred. The person he liked was willing to sacrifice her lifelong happiness to help Aryan. How could this not make Brody envious? Do you agree? Angie asked. Chinger, marriage isn't a transaction, nor is it a joke, Brody reminded. If I weren't the daughter of the Chow family, but a girl from an ordinary family, would you marry me? Angie coldly laughed. You pursue me because you value the background of the Chow family. This is itself a trait of interests. All alliances between large families are due to benefits. You don't need to talk about love with me either. Let's be realistic. Brody scratched his head awkwardly. Do you agree? Angie asked. Brody clenched his fists and countered, why? If you really want to know the answer, I can tell you. Our Chow family owes Mr. Bliss, and this favor is bigger than the sky. As a member of the Chow family, Brody guessed. That seems impossible. Chow elder's strength is beyond comprehension. How could he be easily threatened by Aryan? Adonis shook his head. Besides, if Aryan truly wanted to use force to get the broken copper piece, he could have done it when he was at our Sammy family. Why take a detour to threaten the Chow family? You have a point, Brody thought about it, also finding it reasonable. So what should we do now? Adonis fell into silence. On one side, there was the pressure and temptation from a powerful family in Yinjing. On the other side, there was his son's happiness and their family's alliance with the Chow family. This choice was difficult. Or, shall we let the powerhouses from Yinjing also marry their daughters into the Sammy family? Adonis suggested. Ivor, I like Angie, Brody helplessly said. Also, even if they agree, they will likely only marry an affiliate daughter into our Sammy family. But giving the copper piece to Aryan will offend the powerhouses from Yinjing, Adonis worried. The Chow family will protect us. If those from Yinjing want to invade Elbashao City, they must ask whether the Chow family agrees. Adonis considered for a long time. Weighing the pros and cons, he still felt it better not to give the copper piece. Ivor, I've heard that Grandpa Chow has let Chinger take charge of the Chow family. Angie replied, whether I marry into another family or the Sammy family, I'm getting married anyway. Throughout Elbashao City, there were only 2 families that could match the Chow family in status. One of the other 2 families had a grudge with the Chow family, so they definitely wouldn't marry there. And although there was no enmity with the remaining family, there were no suitable matches available. If they didn't want Angie to marry far away, there weren't many choices. The Sammy family might not be as good as the Chow family, but it was still a top-tier family. Alright. Kato sighed. It's hard on you. Grandpa has done so much for the family. What is a little hardship for me? Angie replied with a smile. Good child. The family will never forget your sacrifice. It's my duty. Go and tell them that our Chow family agrees. Okay, I'll go immediately. Chapter 178. I have my principles. Sister Carrie, the banquet is about to start. Where is Mr. Bliss? Angie walked out of the courtyard and found Hazel, asking with confusion. I have been looking for him but couldn't find him. Hazel spread her hands helplessly. After meeting a few close friends with Angie, She saw that Angie had really sent someone to look for Brody, so she went to find Aryan. She knew Aryan would not agree to let Angie marry Brody even if they obtained the bronze piece. But she could not stop Angie, so she went to find Aryan. Only Aryan could prevent the Chow family from proceeding. However, when she returned to the courtyard, Aryan, who was originally meditating there, was gone. She could grow up, and girls should be wed. She is of marriageable age. Luckily, she has found a suitable match in Brody from the Sammy family. The two families have already agreed on the engagement date for late this month, on the 23rd. We welcome everyone to visit again and witness their engagement. Upon hearing this, everyone began discussing among themselves, surprised that the Chow family's young mistress was marrying into the Sammy family. Miss Chow and young Master Sammy are truly a perfect match. Today is truly a day of double happiness. Congratulations to Lord Chow and young Master Sammy. Listening to the compliments, Brody, sitting at the same table as Lawrence Chow, stood up and greeted those offering congratulations or admiration with clasped hands. Cheers, enjoy your meal. Kato toasted again and then sat down. Brody also took out the broken bronze piece and passed it to Angie under the table. Fitzroy wasn't worried about the Chow family changing their minds since the engagement date was set. If the Chow family went back on their word, it would be embarrassing. Kato was not one to break promises either. The atmosphere at the banquet was lively. Aryan arrived about half an hour after the feast started. The Chow family had reserved a table for him. Aryan ate some food casually before entering the inner hall. Kato and Angie also left their seats and came to the inner hall. Mr. Bliss, why did you leave? Kato asked. While I was meditating in the yard, a masked man sneaked into the Chow family ancestral hall, Aryan explained. Fitzroy knelt before the spirit tablet and soon left. I followed him quietly and trailed him all the way out of town. Fitzroy stopped outside a villa, but he was cunning. By the time I entered the villa, they had already left through the back door. Fitzroy knelt before the spirit tablet? Could it be? Kato looked at his granddaughter Angie. Fitzroy father? Aryan asked. What does he look like? Kato pursued. Fitzroy was masked, so I couldn't see clearly. Fitzroy was slim and about 1.75 meters tall. My son is also about 1.75 meters tall, but he's quite robust, Kato replied helplessly. Maybe he's gotten thinner over the years? Angie added. Oh right, when I entered the ancestral hall, I found a note left on the table. Aryan handed the note to Kato. Is this your son's handwriting? The note read, the enemy has come. It's his handwriting. Kato's hands trembled. I didn't think this rascal was still alive. Aryan glanced at Kato, who was extremely emotionally agitated, not knowing how to console him. His son had become a traitor, leaking the family's techniques. As a father, Kato definitely wanted to cleanse the family. However, and turned back to the courtyard. Sister Carrie, what if you give it to Mr. Bliss? Angie pushed the bronze piece into Hazel's hand. How can I do that? I reminded you before, Mr. Bliss wouldn't accept it if he knew you did this. Hazel dared not keep it either. What should we do then? Angie stood there holding the bronze piece. Little friend Bliss has an honest and straightforward nature. It's our fault for being impolite. We should consider this matter carefully. Kato consoled. Angie thought for a moment and agreed reluctantly. Kato, come out to die. Ha ha ha. The deafening voice exploded over the Chow residence. There are so many guests here, and they dare to come? Kato's face changed dramatically. Chapter 179. Untrustworthy enemies. In Kato's eyes, even if these people chose to make a move today, they would wait until the guests had left. But he didn't expect them to be so audacious. Today, besides members of various major families who came to wish him a happy birthday, there were also some big shots from the city. Everyone present was someone with considerable influence in Albashao. Did the enemies not fear offending all these people? Kato got up and walked out. Members of the Chow family had already gathered at the entrance of the hall, vigilantly looking around. Those who were still drinking stopped as well. However, they weren't too worried. After all, the Chow family was an established lineage with substantial power. Show yourselves. Stop hiding. Amerigo shouted loudly, his voice booming so intensely it made everyone's eardrums buzz. Fitzroy heh. Chilling laughter echoed from all directions. This sound drilled into their minds, making it feel like insects were tearing inside, causing extreme discomfort. Some physically weaker individuals even vomited on the spot. What kind of skill is this, attacking ordinary people? Kato took a step forward, his godly aura shaking off the laughter, instantly alleviating the discomfort. Ladies and gentlemen, our family has encountered trouble today and cannot properly entertain you now. We will find a way to make up for it later. Kato announced loudly, please leave in an orderly manner. You won't escape today. You'll all die here. The enemies had entered through the front gate and over the wall. There were more than 20 of them, each cloaked in black robes. Dark mist seemed to envelop each of them, appearing exceedingly terrifying. Do you dare to attack ordinary people? Kato's face darkened. Ordinary people? No, they are excellent nourishment. The leader of the black-robed figures sneered. You. Kato trembled with anger. Hand over your cultivation techniques, or at least half of them will die here, the black-robed man said coldly. Kato understood. These people were using the large number of ordinary people to threaten him. They did not care about killing innocents. In their eyes, ordinary people were no longer humans but materials for cultivating their soul essence. This was hundreds of people, all influential figures in Albashao. If a real fight broke out, the situation would become chaotic instantly. It wouldn't be easy for the Chow family to save people, inevitably leading to many deaths at the hands of these black-robed individuals. The enemy wanted chaos. They would take advantage of the Chow family's efforts to rescue others to launch surprise attacks. Albashao circumstances would put the Chow family at a disadvantage. Moreover, it was unknown whether the enemy had sent anyone to hide among the guests. If so, things would be even more complicated. However, giving away the cultivation techniques was impossible. Giving them to these people would only cause more innocent people to suffer. Kato looked around, searching for Aryan's figure. But Aryan wasn't in the crowd. He didn't know where he had gone. Still, with such a loud laughter earlier, Aryan must have heard it. Fitzroy definitely ran away early. Brody also knew whom Kato was looking for and mocked. No matter how prestigious, he is just an outsider after all. Kato ignored Brody and looked around, shouting orders. Listen up, Chow clan members, escort the guests out from the back. We won't retreat. We will stand together with the Chow family. Brody stood up and shouted loudly. Everyone here represents prominent families with significant strength. Let's join forces and repel these reckless invaders. Don't we outnumber them? Huh. Kato gave Brody a glance of surprise. Fitzroy had underestimated Brody, who showed some courage after all. Yes, committing such open offenses under the clear sky is unpardonable. Capture them all and send them for trial. Seize them. Others chimed in one by one. Go ahead and let them see the might of our Sammy family. Brody instructed the two bodyguards next to him. Yes. The two bodyguards rushed towards the nearest enemies. Bang! Bang! Just as they attacked, they were captured. Simultaneously, the black-robed men reached towards their brows with a single hand. Aya! Terrifying screams erupted from the two. Everyone was oblivious to what happened as they fell to the ground dead, their faces twisted, eyes bulging white as if scared to death. Ordinary people couldn't see what happened, but those with advanced soul essences could discern that the souls of these two had been forcibly extracted by the black-robed men, then consumed by them directly. Fitzroy, heh. Excellent material, the black-robed man chuckled. Afterward, the two black-robed figures licked their tongues, as if they had just tasted the most delicious food in the world. The two men who rushed forward were not weak, both at the peak of the first rank. Yet, they couldn't even block a single move and were already dead, dying in an extremely gruesome manner. Those who were still shouting just moments ago instantly fell silent, their mouths agape in shock. Run, they're not human. They are monsters. Brody's face was deathly pale as he turned and fled. With him running, everyone at the banquet fell into chaos, hundreds of people all rushing toward the hall. Don't panic, watch your step, Kato loudly reminded them, his brows furrowed. Fitzroy had thought Brody showed some courage earlier, but now it seemed this little scoundrel was merely bullying the weak and fleeing at the first sign of trouble, drawing attention to himself for nothing. First to provoke trouble, and first to flee. Kato, I'll give you 10 seconds to decide, give or not. The leader of the black-robed men said impatiently. If I give it to you, will you let them go? Kato asked. Once we get what we want, we'll leave immediately. Fine, I agree. Kato took out a yellowish booklet and threw it over. Still, there was no sign of Aryan. Surely he hadn't run. Kato might have guessed what Aryan intended to do. If he gave in now, these people would withdraw, allowing Aryan to secretly follow them, find their lair, and then annihilate them there. The cultivation techniques could be retrieved smoothly. If Aryan were to act now, displaying superior strength, the enemy might scatter out of fear, making it harder to track them down again. A thief can be dealt with, but not one who keeps plotting. Aryan couldn't stay at the Chow family forever. He would eventually leave. Only by wiping out this group, at least killing a few of their strongest, could Aryan leave with peace of mind. Now, hidden in black robes, it was unclear who among them was strong and who was weak. The black-robed man glanced briefly at the booklet, then nodded to someone behind him. Those unaffiliated with the Chow family may leave, but those related to the Chow family must die, the black-robed figure behind him said in an elderly voice. You break your word? Kato shouted angrily. Chapter 180. I withdraw this marriage. Breaking a promise? Over all these years, you've killed so many of my subordinates. Shouldn't you pay some price for that? The elderly man in black robes said coldly, I'm already being particularly lenient by allowing those unrelated to the Chow family to leave. You. Kato narrowed his eyes. Fine, let those not related to the Chow family leave first. Fitzroy turned around and looked at the disordered guests, shouting loudly. The enemy won't harm you. Everyone, leave in an orderly manner. His voice echoed over the Chow residence, and along with the Chow family members maintaining order, the chaotic crowd gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, the men in black robes made way for them. They weren't foolish either. Many of those who came to wish for a long life were from major families in S-City. Although most of them were ordinary people, there were still quite a few experts among them. If they really fought, more of the ordinary people might die, but their fierce resistance would also result in losses on their side. Chow elder, take care. Someone saluted Kato and left with his bodyguards. Take care. Other families also departed one after another. Kato felt quite disappointed deep inside. If these people hadn't panicked, swearing to live and die with the Chow family, protecting weaker individuals in the center, they might have been able to fight this group of men in black robes. Unfortunately, these people didn't do so. Each of them was cherishing their own lives. In less than 3 minutes, most had left. You cannot go. When Adonis and Brody, father and son, tried to leave as well, they were stopped by the men in black robes. Why can't we go? I have nothing to do with the Chow family, Brody protested reluctantly. Forget it. Wasn't it just announced by Elder Chow that you and Miss Chow are engaged? A young master following behind Brody spoke up loudly. Bullshit, don't say nonsense. Brody turned to look at that young master, feeling like he wanted to kill him. We've never met before. Why are you trying to harm me? Although he didn't know this person, the voice seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it. Never met? Do you remember the auction a few days ago? The young master smirked. It's you? Brody finally understood. The calligraphy scroll by Trenton that he bought today was actually purchased at an auction a few days ago, and the bidder who competed against him claimed to be a descendant of Trenton. But in S-City, the Zhao family had long since declined. According to elders, about 100 years ago, the Zhao family was once one of the top families in S-City. Later, for unknown reasons, it had become a third-rate family now. Sir, everyone heard Elder Chow announce that Brody and Miss Chow are getting married, and even set a date for the engagement, the young master of the Zhao family said solemnly to the man in black robes. That actually, we don't love each other. It's just because the Chow family needed a broken piece of copper, and we Sammy family happened to have it. Brody said anxiously, so, the Chow family wanted to marry Angie to me in exchange for this broken piece of copper. All this is a trade. I can withdraw the engagement right now. From now on, our Sammy family has nothing to do with the Chow family. You. Angie was furious and almost slapped Brody to death. To admit in front of so many people that her family was selling her daughter just for an item was utterly humiliating for the Chow family. This Brody would say anything to save his life. What do you mean? I'm telling the truth. Now I'm withdrawing the engagement. Shouldn't you return the piece of copper to me? Brody retorted coldly. Fine here, take it. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Angie took out the copper piece and threw it to Brody. Since Aryan didn't need it, keeping it only made it troublesome. Might as well return it to Brody. Brody received the copper piece and quickly offered it respectfully to the elderly man in black robes. This copper piece is yours. You know when to act sensibly. The elderly man in black robes accepted the copper piece and examined it for a while, but found nothing extraordinary. Fitzroy tried probing it with true essence, but suddenly, a terrifying aura surged out, rushing straight towards his mind. This aura was far fiercer than the murderous aura he carried, nearly disrupting his mind instantly and stirring up his entire body's true essence. Damn it! The elderly man in black robes immediately discarded the copper piece and swiftly concentrated his spirit and gathered his true essence and murderous aura to suppress the terrible aura. However, this terrible aura could influence his murderous aura, stirring it up together within his body. The elderly man in black robes spat out a mouthful of old blood. He hadn't given it to Aryan. He could have sent it to Yinjing for the mysterious backers, but Adonis had his own plan. With the copper piece in his possession, he held a trump card. If he gave it away, he'd lose that leverage and wouldn't be able to demand benefits later. Actually, the mysterious backers never asked Sammy family to send the copper piece to Yinjing. They didn't seem to need it. Their goal was simply to ensure Aryan couldn't get it. Moreover, Adonis felt like they wanted to use the Sammy family. If Aryan forcibly took the copper piece from them or caused mass casualties, they might tell the Special Operations Unit, letting them deal with Aryan. That way, they were using them as a pawn. Knowing the malicious intent of the backers, Adonis still cooperated, which was akin to trying to skin a tiger. I'll fight you to the death. Adonis suddenly lunged forward, drawing a dagger to stab at the black-robed elder. Fitzroy knew these people wouldn't let the Sammy family off easily. Ever since his son had incited everyone to join forces against the black-clothed men, the black-robed elder intercepted his son because of his previous provocations. The Zhao family's young master exposing his son only fueled the fire further. Just you? The black-robed elder looked at the stabbing dagger without dodging. The dagger hit his chest but couldn't pierce through. Even if Adonis was a master, with powerful internal strength, the black-robed elder was a grandmaster. The defense formed by true essence was far stronger than what internal strength alone could offer. Bang! The dagger broke, and Adonis missed his strike, instead being thrown back by a palm strike, falling to the ground, his vitality rapidly fading. Cough cough. If only I'd known then what I know now. Adonis coughed up blood while muttering to himself. Chapter 181. Arrived at the lair. Quick, get out of here. Get out. Upon witnessing Sammy Shanqing and his son being killed on the spot, the remaining guests' faces changed drastically. Soon, hundreds of guests had left, leaving only the members of the Chow family behind. Of course, Hazel was still there. For now, we'll let you off. Retreat. The elder in the black robe waved his hand, swiftly retreating backward. More than 20 black-clothed figures soon vanished without a trace. What's going on? Emiliano asked in confusion. That old man was affected by the bronze plate's killing aura, disrupting his true essence and spirit senses, Cato explained. Then we should chase after them. This is a golden opportunity to eliminate them. Emiliano squinted his eyes. The other members of the Chow family nodded in agreement. Cato raised his hand. Don't forget that my divine soul is also severely damaged. The Chow family members sighed. The best outcome right now is that no fight has broken out. There's no need to sigh, Cato comforted. If a real battle had ensued, even with Aryan's help, and even if they did manage to kill all of the opponents, the Chow family would undoubtedly suffer significant casualties. Now that they didn't fight, and the opponents withdrew like this, it's indeed the best result. Avoid fighting if possible. Just giving away those martial arts techniques like this? Emiliano was reluctant. I believe young friend Bliss will trail the black-clothed men and find their lair. But can he handle it alone? Emiliano wasn't quite convinced. Although he knew Aryan was powerful, he was just one person. With over 20 of the other side, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Aryan should have teamed up with the Chow family to confront the enemies together. That would have been the correct choice. Forget about it for now, let's clean up the scene first. Cato waved his hand. Increase the alertness over the next few days. Yes. The members of the Chow family started moving. After about 20 minutes, a clan member came to report, Lawrence, we found a body near the wall. Who is it? Cato asked. We don't know him. I'll go check. Cato got up and walked toward the wall. The corpse was hidden behind a tree. Fitzroy carefully inspected it. This person has a killing aura, part of the black-clothed gang. His clothes were stripped off. It seems young friend Bliss attacked and killed this black-clothed man, stripping off his clothes to disguise himself as one of them. Young friend Bliss has successfully infiltrated the enemy's inner circle and is now following them back to their lair. Bravely entering the dragon's den. Aryan has great courage, Amerigo admired. Hope he succeeds. Cato looked at the dark night sky, praying inwardly. Hazel beside him was silently praying as well. In the western suburbs of Ailbashao, on Qianglong Mountain, Jiming Temple. After several detours, they arrived at the destination around 3 in the morning. After getting out of the vehicle, they entered the mountain, hiking from one side of the mountain. What surprised Aryan was that these hooded figures turned out to be monks from Jiming Temple. Fitzroy had imagined their lair would be some secluded cave, but instead, they lived in a bustling temple. Back at the temple, they removed their black robes and put on monk robes, transforming into monks. The killing aura they carried was masked by the atmosphere of the temple, making this place truly ideal for them. Cato probably never expected the enemy to reside within the temple. However, seeing them change into monk robes posed a problem for Aryan, so he quickly ducked into the restroom. Fitzroy only emerged after everything outside became completely quiet. Wandering around, he finally found a resting Zen room. Aryan pushed the door open. 2 people per room, both meditating on their beds. Judging by these people all deserve to die. Some died in their sleep, while others were killed during their cultivation sessions. But the next group were at least grandmasters, each having their own Zen room. The ones on the outermost layer were the weakest, all below the grandmaster level. From Cato's information, there were 3 great grandmasters and 8 grandmasters among this group of black-clothed individuals, with the rest being below the grandmaster level. Of the 3 great grandmasters, 2 were at the peak stage, and 1 was midway through the great grandmaster realm. Earlier, when he was breaking through, it was these 3 great grandmasters who teamed up to attack his divine soul, causing severe damage to his spiritual senses. But since he eventually broke through to the half-step innate realm, he was stronger than these 3 individuals, with more robust true essence. Alongside Amerigo, they managed to repel this group. These 3 had also been injured. If not for their injuries, they might have already launched an attack on the Chow family. Continue. Leave none alive. Aryan's expression turned stern as he walked into the inner Zen room, where the grandmasters resided. With the mobilization of true essence, Aryan swiftly killed a grandmaster. Fitzroy consecutively killed 8 grandmasters, but then stopped, remaining inside the last grandmaster's Zen room, sitting cross-legged. His true essence had been significantly depleted, requiring rest before dealing with the 3 great grandmasters. Come out. Less than 5 minutes later, the voice of the old man in the black robe echoed from outside. Discovered? Aryan squinted his eyes and got up to head toward the door. Outside, the 3 great grandmasters stood in a triangular formation, surrounding Aryan. I heard that the Chow family hired a powerful expert, who never showed up just now. I guessed you had infiltrated our ranks. The monk in the middle said coldly, and indeed, you did. This old monk had white eyebrows and a benevolent appearance. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was an enlightened high-ranking monk. Since you suspected me, why didn't you warn your subordinates? Aryan asked, puzzled. You killing them not only drained your true essence, but also helped me eliminate them, gaining us over 20 divine souls. This is a win-win situation, the white-browed monk sneered. This guy was indeed ruthless. Aryan narrowed his eyes. Chapter 182. Are you truly foolish? More than 20 underlings, including 8 Zongser, masters, and this white-browed monk gave up just like that. Moreover, after Aryan killed those people, this old man even went on to devour the spirits of these individuals. To encounter such a leader could be considered their good fortune. However, this group was indeed supposed to die. Actually, they were quite good enforcers. Unfortunately, this time, has his divine sense actually reached the acupoint concealment stage? The white-browed monk was momentarily stunned, then shouted, attack his Fitzroy art seal point. The trio changed their seals again. Aryan similarly cast the seal, soul-swallowing essence refinement. His divine sense emerged from the Fitzroy art seal point, instantly rushing into the sea of consciousness, opening a bloody maw to engulf the spirits of the 3. What? The Chow family actually imparted the cultivation method to you as well? The white-browed monk was shocked. Your divine sense has even reached unity? Quickly withdraw your divine sense. All 3 were full of disbelief. They never expected Aryan's soul to be so powerful, seemingly reaching the peak of unity, almost ready to transcend to the out-of-the-closet stage. Their spirits were only at the peak of the acupoint concealment stage, still needing a bit more to reach unity. Wishing to come and not leave? Aryan sneered as a surge of deathly aura rushed into the sea of consciousness, completely blocking the way. Then he controlled his divine sense to swallow the senses of the 3 one by one. Pooh! The weakest soul was swallowed directly, the monk on the left spitting out a mouthful of blood and falling to the ground. When using the 7 killers' palm just now, at least half of their divine sense was mixed in the Sha Qi, surging into Aryan's sea of consciousness. Now, half of their souls were directly devoured by Aryan, with no return, immediately suffering backlash. Quickly used true essence to kill him. The white-browed monk yelled at his fallen companion. The other 2 spirits were still inside Aryan's sea of consciousness, unable to mobilize any true essence. Only the one who had fallen could force an attack after his soul had been swallowed. Of course, forcing an attack would compound his injuries, making survival nearly impossible. Unfortunately, the person lying on the ground did not attack Aryan. Instead, after struggling to get up, he turned and ran away. Scoundrel! The white-browed monk cursed fiercely. Pooh! The second monk spat out a mouthful of blood as well, turning to run. See, this is the result of your ruthless ways. Aryan sneered, how you treat your subordinates is how they treat you. They won't risk their lives for you. These damned fellows. The white-browed monk cursed loudly, but in the next moment, he screamed in agony as his own soul was also devoured by Aryan. I will never forgive you. The white-browed monk left this threat before running off. Do you think you can escape? Aryan sneered and rapidly chased after him, constantly narrowing the gap. If you want me dead, I'll drag you down with me. So much true essence. You still insisted on competing with me in divine sense. Aryan curled the corner of his mouth. Should I say you're smart or foolish? Victors are kings and losers are bandits. Kill me. The white-browed monk said coldly. With half of his soul devoured and the remaining half completely shattered, he was already a cripple. No medicine could save him now. Do you have a secret passage? Where? Aryan asked. These people would definitely hide when they went to capture innocents. It wouldn't be obvious by keeping them in the temple. There should be other secret passages for their sinister deeds. I won't tell you. The white-browed monk despised. Die. Aryan slapped his palm on the white-browed monk's chest. The monk spat out a mouthful of blood, flew back and smashed against the wall, dying instantly. After searching the body of the white-browed monk, nothing useful was found. Aryan did not chase the 2 escaping monks. Fitzroy had already sent Hazel a location while hiding in the outhouse. If the people from the Chow family could arrive in time, those two monks probably couldn't escape. Aryan turned and walked towards the white-browed monk's meditation room. The broken bronze fragment was still in the monk's possession. At the Chow family residence, although this old man was affected by the killing aura of the bronze piece, which fell to the ground, he picked it up again and took it away. In the white-browed monk's meditation room, Aryan found the broken bronze piece in a cabinet, but did not find any secret passages or hidden rooms. Forget it. First refine the devoured souls. Aryan sat cross-legged, planning over 20 bandits who were once feared as invincible. 3 great grandmasters, even the strongest bandit leader was killed, while the other 2 great grandmasters were severely injured and in hiding. Ailbeck's extraordinary combat power was far beyond what even the half-step Xiantian Kato could achieve, and the gap was glaringly obvious. Amerigo also wore an expression of fear. Just a few days ago, they had thought of forcibly taking the 9-leaf grass from Aryan. If Aryan had truly unleashed a massacre then, they wouldn't be standing here now. Fortunately, Angie had risked her own life to stop the Chow family. If not for Aryan's consideration of Angie's actions, there would definitely have been a bloodbath. Have the excavator transported here by air. Tear this place apart. Dig 10 feet deep if necessary to find them. Kato waved his hand. Yes. They swiftly acted. Meanwhile, Kato arranged for food to be delivered. Once the meal arrived, he personally delivered it to the meditation chamber where Aryan was staying. However, Kato didn't dare enter, as powerful soul fluctuations and a heavy killing aura emanated from inside the chamber. Swallow soul and refine malevolent aura. Rise. Aryan continuously performed finger techniques before suddenly striking out. Boom. The wooden windows of the chamber shattered and flew outward. It's done. Aryan smiled. Fitzroy had devoured half the soul energy of the 2 great grandmasters and the soul of the white-browed monk. But instead of using these souls to enhance his spiritual senses, he used them to practice his techniques. The Chow family's cultivation method involved devouring human souls to enhance one's spiritual senses and refine malevolent energy. However, Aryan felt that using other souls to bolster one's strength was ultimately an unsavory path. Over time, a person might lose their sanity due to continually swelling power and eventually reach a state of madness. Fitzroy believed it was better to continue practicing the star-watching pavilion's star-watching and spirit-refining technique. Yet, he didn't want to waste the souls he had devoured. Using swallow soul and refine malevolent aura, he refined an even more terrifying killing aura than malevolent energy. With the acquisition of the 4th broken copper piece, this method indeed proved effective. Congratulations, young friend Bliss. Kato approached with a salute, admiringly noting that Aryan's soul remained pure without any mixed energy. This only increased his shock and admiration. Even with the means to quickly boost his spiritual senses, Aryan had resisted the temptation, a level of self-discipline few could match. If anyone else had the technique and the souls, how could they resist the lure? In fact, even some members of the Chow family couldn't resist, like his son and a few ancestors, who eventually went astray. This was why it was essential to assess one's character before passing on such skills to future generations. Even if initially reliable, people might eventually succumb to the allure of shortcuts. Thank you. It's just a minor accomplishment, Aryan replied modestly. A minor accomplishment? We old folks wouldn't dare live if that's merely a minor achievement, Kato sighed. By the way, haven't you found the entrance to the hidden room yet? Not yet, but I've already arranged for an excavator to be airlifted here. Oh. Aryan smiled. That's good. Let's eat, young friend Bliss. Hold on. Aryan turned toward the chamber, wrapping his voice in true essence before shouting, I know you two are hiding inside. Come out now, and I'll spare your lives. If we really start digging through everything, you won't stand a chance later. His voice thundered over Chicken Roost Temple, echoing endlessly. After speaking, Aryan returned to the table, preparing to eat. Kato had also brought wine, and the two enjoyed a few sips together. After about 5 minutes, there was a sudden rumbling sound from the Zen room on the far right, as if a heavy stone door had opened. Then, the 2 monks walked out of the Zen room and knelt before Aryan. We are willing to surrender. Please spare our lives, senior. Sever your meridians, and henceforth remain as obedient monks in Chicken Roost Temple, chanting scriptures for the souls you have wronged. Aryan said with an unyielding tone. The 2 monks exchanged glances and finally sighed. To choose between death or survival, there was only one option. Their divine souls had already been half devoured, leaving them nearly crippled. Even with the best medicinal herbs, it would be difficult to restore them. Bang! Bang! Both struck their own chests, severing all crucial meridians, making it impossible for true essence to circulate through their bodies. They fell to the ground, spitting blood. Take me to the hidden chamber. Aryan instructed. Please follow. The 2 monks struggled to rise and led Aryan to the Zen room. Under the bed in the Zen room was the entrance to the hidden chamber, a stone door several centimeters thick. Descending, a chilling and sinister aura surged toward them, suggesting many people had likely been killed here after being captured. After walking down more than 20 steps, they reached the hidden chamber, which was about half the size of a basketball court. These are the herbs we prepared for breakthroughs and some gold and silver treasures. The 2 monks opened the chests one by one. Aryan glanced over briefly. These treasures were worth at least several hundred million yuan. There were also herbs more valuable than gold for breaking through to the Xiantian realm, rare and priceless. However, the herbs for nurturing divine souls were gone, presumably used by these 2 monks earlier. Aryan found nothing else appealing and waved his hand. Have someone carry them out and donate everything. Agreed. Kato nodded beside him. What about his son? Have you received any news? Aryan asked. Abraham fled from us 13 years ago and joined another force. One monk replied truthfully, we don't know its exact name, but their area of activity is near donghua Laishi Island. I see. Aryan picked a few herbs from the chest and turned to leave the hidden chamber, then spoke to Kato beside him. Everything's settled. I need to leave. Aren't you returning to Ailbazhou City? Kato asked in confusion. No, I won't go back. Aryan shook his head. I have a method to refine my spirit, but I cannot share it with you. It would bring disaster upon you. As for your own cultivation techniques, keeping them will eventually lead to your downfall. Take care of yourselves. Yes. Kato responded. But sir, I have a small request. Could young friend Bliss consider it? To find your son? No. Kato shook his head. Now that I know where he is, I will personally clean up our family once my soul recovers and destroy the technique. You have helped our Chow family greatly. I thought Chinger could serve by your side. I'd rather help you clean up the family first. Aryan waved his hand. These monks had nothing good, but perhaps the group living on the island might have something worthwhile. Last time, wasn't it from Zack that he obtained the star watching and spirit refining technique? This. Then follow young friend Bliss's wishes. Chapter 184. A genius? In the East Sea, on a yacht. The sky was open and unobscured, with stars as numerous as the sea. Aryan sat cross-legged on the deck, watching the changes in the constellations above. Beside him stood Angie, who was suffering from seasickness but still forced herself to stay. Aryan had originally intended to come alone, not even bringing Hazel, who had already returned to Hangzhou City. There were plenty of company matters for her to handle back there. However, Kato mentioned that Aryan didn't know Angie's parents, so he asked Angie to come along as a form of introduction. Aryan understood the intentions of the Chow family. It might be out of gratitude, or possibly to connect Angie with Aryan. Actually, Aryan only needed photos of Angie's parents. Moreover, Angie's parents had left the Chow family when she was only 2 years old. Fitzroy's impressions of her parents came from photographs too. But given this arrangement by the Chow family and Angie's eagerness to meet her parents, Aryan could not refuse. Why did you follow if you knew you'd get seasick? Aryan asked Angie, who endured the discomfort stubbornly. One reason is that I want to see my parents with my own eyes. Another is to repay your great kindness. Angie glanced at Aryan and then lowered her head. Didn't your grandfather teach you martial arts? No, Angie shook her head. I've always been frail, and my grandfather didn't want me to practice martial arts. Fitzroy just wanted me to live an ordinary life. In fact, being an ordinary person can sometimes be good, Aryan said with a complicated expression. Maybe. Angie just smiled. Do you want to learn? I'm already 23. It's too late to start learning martial arts. Not martial arts, but cultivating the spirit. Never mind, Angie shook her head. Our Chow family's techniques are too harmful. I'd rather not practice them. I have my own cultivation method. My grandfather said it cannot be passed on to outsiders. Angie was surprised. You're right. But since you're here with me, you can learn. Anyway, if I get into trouble, you won't be able to escape either. Aryan explained. This is definitely a secret technique from the Stargazing Pavilion. If they find out someone outside has their technique, they will act. I still have the ability to protect myself. If someone from your family learns it and gets targeted by the Stargazing Pavilion, you won't be able to protect yourself. Zack had been the island lord for so many years and never passed on the technique to anyone else. Keegan and Sergio followed Zack closely but didn't learn. He visualized the 5th constellation map now. Is my talent really that poor? What did you say? Even with Aryan's composure, he was taken aback. Visualizing the 5th constellation map. All recorded in your sea of knowledge? Yes. Aryan's face twitched. Sir, am I progressing slowly? Before cultivating this technique, my sea of knowledge was already quite strong. Yet it took me nearly a month to visualize the 5th constellation map. You've managed 5 maps in 5 days. Aryan sighed. If you consider yourself slow, I should drown myself. Ah. Angie was astonished. I thought I was too slow to mention it to you. She blushed embarrassed. It's really strange. Could it be that those who haven't practiced boxing can better grasp the essence of stargazing spirit cultivation? Aryan muttered. Or are you really a genius? I don't know either. Is this good or bad? Currently, it's definitely a good thing. Keep practicing. All right. Watching Angie continue to sit cross-legged, Aryan felt somewhat dispirited. Fitzroy believed his talent was already quite strong, but there were still geniuses out there. Rosemary was taken as Alex's disciple and was a sword cultivator, with exceptional talent. Yet, when cultivating this technique, her progress was much slower than Aryan's. And Hazel hadn't practiced much boxing either, yet she also made little progress with this technique. It seemed everyone had different aptitudes, suitable for different cultivation methods. Rosemary was suited for sword practice, while Chao Chinger was suited for spirit cultivation. Actually, Aryan had taught Angie stargazing spirit cultivation just to give her something to do, thinking it might help focus her attention and alleviate seasickness. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. Could this technique only be cultivated on a ship? Aryan shook his head, quickly dismissing this thought. Continuing to stay at sea for 8 more days, the food supplies on the boat were exhausted, so Aryan decided to return, heading to the nearest central sea city. Anyway, no matter what, they didn't find Angie's parents this time. But since she could cultivate spirit, it wasn't too disappointing. Aryan planned to go to Central Sea City, partly for resupply convenience, and partly to find senior figures like Alex, who might know the whereabouts of Lessie Island. However, although Rosemary had been saved, her meridians were severed, rendering her virtually useless, unable even to hold a sword. She was currently recuperating at the Bliss family residence. Aryan felt very guilty and almost ashamed to meet Alex. But previously, when Rosemary was critically injured and near death, Aryan's parents took her to Yinjing, and he had already called Rosemary's father, Daryl, informing them of the situation. It was unknown whether Alex was still in Central Sea City. When Alex left Hangzhou City, she was already disabled, saying she would travel around to see if she could encounter any opportunities to recover from her injuries. It was unknown whether she had recovered. Aryan brought quite a few herbs on this trip to Central Sea City, hoping they would help Alex. Chapter 185 Christie's Fitzroy Yartfelt Words. In Carey High, at the Ailby family residence. Within the compound, security is tight, and ordinary people can't enter here at all. There's a detached courtyard where some vegetables are planted, which were personally grown by Rosemary's grandmother. Grandma Ailby is already over 80 years old but remains quite robust. However, Grandpa Ailby passed away more than a decade ago. A portrait of the old man still hangs in the house. Dressed in military uniform, he was also a big shot in the combat zone back then. Previously, Rosemary mentioned that both her grandfather and grandmother were from the combat zone. It is also because of such a background that Rosemary's father, Daryl, has been able to rise so quickly. At the dinner table, there was no extravagant feast. 6 dishes and 1 soup, all home-style cuisine. This meal was prepared by Rosemary's mother, as they haven't hired a nanny for their household. Mr. Bliss, please don't mind. It was too rushed to prepare anything special, Daryl said apologetically. Actually, he was originally going to eat at the office, not returning home for lunch, and planned to go on a business trip in the afternoon. But since Aryan came, he canceled everything and hurried back. I haven't eaten home-cooked meals for a long time either. This is quite nice, Aryan replied. It's good to hear that. Daryl poured wine personally. Is Senior Peng not here? Senior Peng finds too many rules here and doesn't live here. I've sent someone to pick him up, and he should be on his way. Let's wait for him then. All right, Daryl agreed. They waited for about 10 minutes, and the atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat awkward. Christy kept looking at Angie, making her feel quite embarrassed. Actually, on the way over, she didn't want to come to the LB family for dinner, fearing it might cause suspicion among the family members. But Aryan felt there was nothing to hide, so Angie had no choice but to follow. Fortunately, Alex arrived. Even though it was noon, wine was poured, and they intended to have a few drinks. Senior Peng, Mr. LB auntie, I have 3 things to discuss with you when I came to Carry High. Aryan spoke seriously. The first thing is to inform you that once I break through to the innate realm and resolve the matters with the Nangong family, I will officially marry Alicia. That's wonderful, Alex promptly responded. If your parents agree, I have no objections. It would be Alicia's good fortune to marry you, Daryl replied. Both men approved, but Christy remained silent, initially stunned before offering food to Aryan. Come, try my cooking. Ale beer. Aryan wasn't sure what Christy meant, so he didn't continue discussing the matter. The second thing is that I brought some herbs for Senior Peng. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Bliss, but my injuries are beyond saving. No need to waste them, Alex sighed. Really no cure? Yes, actually, I've had health issues since my youth, and now that I'm older, with such severe injuries, how could I possibly recover? Alex smiled, seemingly untroubled, even feeling relieved. What's the third matter, Mr. Bliss? I'd like to inquire about Laxi Island. Aryan stated seriously. Laxi Island? Alex was puzzled. Why does Mr. Bliss suddenly ask about this? Chowmas's parents, who have been missing for many years, may be on this Laxi Island. Entrusted by the Chow family, I am supposed to bring them back? I see. However, I really don't know where exactly Laxi Island is. Alex shook his head. Laxi Island? It seems familiar, Daryl frowned. Think carefully. Where did you hear it before? Aryan looked at Daryl, pressing for an answer. Daryl picked up his wine glass, sipped a little, and fell into deep thought. After about 3 minutes, he finally exclaimed, I remember. My elder brother mentioned it. Rasen comes from this Laxi Island. Rasen? Aryan looked at Alex beside him, surprised. Don't look at me. Although Rasen and I were both retainers of Xerxes, we had limited interaction. We acted together less than 3 times. Alex explained, apart from these few encounters, I avoided contact with him because I couldn't stand his brutal methods. Rasen came 2 years earlier than me, and I never wanted to know anything about him. Aryan turned back to Daryl. Are you sure? I'm certain my elder brother said this. When my father was still alive, Rasen joined the LB family. Daryl continued seriously. My father asked my elder brother about Rasen's background and whether it was clean. If his background was unclean, it would be best not to bring him into the LB family, as that would create trouble for us and affect my political career. At that time, my elder brother told my father and me that Rasen comes from Laxi Island and has a clean record. Is this guy still with the LB family? Aryan squinted his eyes. Last time in Hangqing, Rasen had even ambushed Aryan, but fortunately, Aryan discovered it and obtained 2 golden needles from him. After that, Rasen vanished without a trace. Fitzroy's back. Now he should be hiding at Daryl's house cultivating. It said he obtained some cultivation techniques and is preparing to break through, Alex explained. I'll find him after dinner, Aryan said with a cold smile. This matter, Alex started to speak, but swallowed the rest of his words. Let's have another drink first. Aryan understood their concerns, but he had to find this Rasen who knew about Laxi Island. They get up. Aryan hurriedly helped Christy up. This matter, I cannot give an exact answer now. How about letting Alicia make the choice? Fine. Christy thought for a while and agreed. Well then, I'll take my leave. Aryan gave a salute, turned around, and got into the car, heading straight to Rosemary's Uncle Xerxes' house. Chapter 186. Is it the election? Why did he come here when he's already useless? Fitzroy clearly knows that the LB family doesn't keep idlers, but he still has the nerve to show up. If I were him, wouldn't it be better to find a place and live out my old age properly? As Alex's car entered Xerxes' villa, the security guard started discussing disdainfully. Compared to Daryl's residence, Xerxes' home was much larger, occupying several acres of land. Security guards patrolling could be seen everywhere, which also indicated that Xerxes indeed feared death. Throughout his rise to power, he had made too many enemies. From these security guards' words, it was not hard to tell that they were not good people. Over the years, Alex had done many things for Xerxes, solving numerous problems for him. Even if he was now incapacitated, his contributions remained significant. Yet these ordinary guards showed no respect, only disdain. It seemed that under Xerxes' rules, one must earn their place through merit. Otherwise, they must step down. Perhaps this rule encouraged diligence, but it also led to widespread dissatisfaction. If the LB family faced any real difficulty, few would likely be willing to sacrifice themselves, an uncertainty. Fitzroying this, Alex's expression grew complicated. Even though he knew it would be like this, hearing their remarks was different. In fact, since returning from Hangzhou last time, he hadn't visited Xerxes' house or asked for any herbs. Xerxes had not sent anyone to visit Alex either, abandoning him completely. Getting out of the car, someone noticed Aryan standing beside Alex, causing immediate panic. Dozens of black-clad bodyguards rushed in from all directions, surrounding the two men. Alex, why did you bring him here? Ebert walked out from the hall, visibly angry and extremely fearful. His father did not intend to meet Alex, so he was left to handle this. Lawson, get out here. Aryan didn't bother looking at the black-clad bodyguards, stepping forward with a thunderous voice echoing across the entire Ailby family estate. Damn! Lawson, who was cultivating within the inner courtyard, heard this voice and his face changed. Fitzroy quickly got up, packing his herbs hastily, ready to flee. At this moment, Xerxes also rushed over, just in time to see Lawson preparing to run with his luggage. Xerxes' face darkened, cursing silently. This guy is too cowardly, running away upon hearing the voice, even before any attack happens. Would he be reliable if there were a real fight? Master Ailby, please stall him while I hide. Once he leaves, I will return, Lawson said, running towards the back door. Senior Luo, you don't need to panic. My younger brother would never allow Aryan to come here to massacre. If you die, our Ailby family would also perish, and my younger brother would be implicated as well, Xerxes persuaded. Is that so? Lawson stopped, thinking rapidly. It seemed that Aryan's earlier statement did not carry murderous intent. Could he really not be here to kill me? If you don't come out now, I will wipe out the entire Ailby family. Aryan's voice echoed again throughout the Ailby family. Senior Luo, please grace us with your presence. Otherwise, our Ailby family will be in trouble, Xerxes pleaded. Lawson's expression fluctuated. Last time, he failed to ambush Aryan. Now he had heard Aryan had advanced to half-step Xintian realm, making it easy to kill him. However, if he truly abandoned the Ailby family, where would he find the herbs needed for his breakthrough to Xintian realm? These still depended on Xerxes. Senior Luo, Aryan is a man of principle. I am staking my younger brother's future on this. If he lays a hand on you, I will retaliate, and I don't believe Aryan would stand by his face. A few months ago, he could still fight Aryan, but now he couldn't even parry a single move. This rate of growth was simply too freakish. If Aryan wanted to kill him, it would just take one move. You are quite the good elder brother, using your third brother's future as a bargaining chip. Aryan glanced at Xerxes disdainfully. Xerxes scratched his head awkwardly. Aryan waved his right hand, reeling back the golden needle, then stared coldly at Javier. Speak. Where exactly is Lection Island? Lection Island isn't a place name, but a force, Javier said loudly. A force? Yes, their base is on a huge ship named the Lection. Javier explained. However, those who disembark from the Lection call themselves from Lection Island. So why did you panic when you heard Lection Island? Aryan asked disdainfully. The Lection has some of the most ruthless criminals in the world. Masters can only be subordinates, while grandmasters are common, and it's rumored there are even experts at the Xintian realm. Javier replied. This Lection ship roams all over the world, rarely docking, like a ghost ship. And they have a rule. Unless on a mission, anyone who leaves the ship without permission can never step foot on the Lection again, or they will be killed on sight. If you want me to take you there, aren't you asking me to commit suicide? Besides, I don't even know where the Lection is now. If I can't find it, you'll blame me, so I might as well run away. Masters as subordinates, grandmasters walking around everywhere, and even Xintian experts? Aryan frowned deeply. If what Javier said was true, this Lection ship was terrifying. Even the 9 major legacy families in Yinjing didn't possess such formidable strength. Is there really such a place? I haven't told a single lie. I also advise you not to look for the Lection. Even if you're at the half-step Xintian realm, going to the Lection means death, Javier said gravely. If it can be found naturally, I must go and check it out. Aryan seemed quite eager. At this moment, his phone rang. It was Sergio. Trouble? Aryan asked. Master, I saw a cargo ship named Lection. Oh. Aryan immediately became interested. Chapter 187, Too Far. Aryan's ship returned to Central Sea first, and Keegan and Sergio also rushed back to the Central Sea dock for resupply, planning to set out again to find Kinsey Island. However, they had already learned about Kinsey Island from Stephen's mouth, so there was no need to go out to sea. But unexpectedly, Sergio saw the Kinsey. Where? Aryan asked. At Dongchang Dock. It seems they are resupplying here as well. Good, keep an eye on them. The ship to retrieve them, even if it meant death. Senior Luo, is that Kinsey really that terrifying? Xerxes asked after entering. Terrifying? It's a hell. Stephen shuddered. Inside the massive cruise ship, there is a huge arena where fights can end in death. To survive inside, you must keep fighting and winning constantly. Countless people have boarded that ship, almost never returning. I survived because I am a doctor who can heal and save lives. For 8 years on that ship, I endured humiliation to stay alive, relying on a trip outside to buy medicine to escape. Aryan isn't a doctor. Once he boards, he won't always win and will eventually lose. You didn't say that just now. Xerxes was surprised. Fitzroy didn't ask. Why should I say it? Stephen sneered. Anyway, his death would be beneficial to us. But, Xerxes opened his mouth, then closed it again. Fitzroy wanted to say that if Aryan were alive, he might help the Ailby family when they're in trouble. But considering the estrangement with the old third family, Aryan might not help even if they were in trouble. Perhaps it was better for Aryan to die. By the way, aren't you planning to acquire Honghu Company? Isn't this another opportunity for you? Stephen sneered. Xerxes' eyes lit up. With Aryan on the ship, Honghu Group would have no protection, making it a perfect time to act. But he remained cautious. Let's wait and confirm that Aryan really boards before acting. At the outermost berth of Dongchang Dock, a huge cruise ship was moored. Nearly 300 meters long and 50 meters wide. This was the Kinsey. No wonder Aryan couldn't locate it with navigation. There simply wasn't such a place named. Moreover, the Kinsey was an English name. It was unclear how the monk from Jingshi Temple knew Kinsey Island was in the East Sea. Perhaps it was because Kinsey once appeared in certain waters of the East Sea, leading outsiders to believe Kinsey Island was located there? That seemed to be the only explanation. Miss Chow, you should stay in Central Sea with them. Aryan looked at Angie. No, I want to go up with you. You heard what Steven said. It's dangerous inside. Even I might not survive, let alone you. I want to see my parents, even just once. If I die, so be it. Are you sure? Yes. Then let's go. Master, we will follow you, Keegan and Sergio said in unison. Do you want to join in too? You might not survive, Aryan warned. We've been hiding on the island for too long, becoming too comfortable, and realized our strength was improving too slowly. Keegan said gravely, since following Master, we've understood that cultivation is like rowing against the current, growing faster in adversity. If we die, it means we weren't strong enough, Sergio echoed. Since you have made up your minds, let's go then. Aryan started walking towards the Kinsey, where their people were restocking and loading supplies, likely for onboard use. Master, are we just going like this? Keegan asked. What else can we do? Ailbeck, a large cruise ship in broad daylight. It's not easy to sneak aboard. Aryan replied, they're almost done with their procurement. If we wait until evening, they might leave. Let's give it a try. The four of them headed toward the boarding area. Aryan had observed for a while that others could board, but some were stopped. For gentlemen, this is not a sightseeing cruise and is not open to the public. Please leave immediately. Just as they reached the stairway, someone blocked their path. For people stood guard there. Upon seeing newcomers, they stepped forward, emitting an intimidating aura. All four were grandmasters. Indeed, as Stephen had said, the grandmasters here were merely servants, guarding the door. Humph. Keegan also stepped forward, his over-grandmaster aura forcing the four back. If seniors wish to board, please sign the voluntary boarding agreement. Someone handed over the agreement to Keegan. Looking at Aryan, he nodded, and all four signed. Please come inside. The four grandmasters cleared the way and courteously gestured them in. Aryan walked onto the ship and was greeted by a female attendant. For gentlemen, please follow me. I will introduce you to the Kinsey. Following her into the cruise ship, it felt like a giant amusement park. Swimming pools, bungee jumping, zip lines, arcade games, there were various entertainment options. However, few people were seen along the way. Even staff members passed by hurriedly, looking anxious. It seemed only newcomers could roam freely. After a round, under the staff's guidance, they arrived at their resting cabins. Arrange 2 rooms, Aryan said. No problem. The female attendant led the four to the 7th floor, where the rooms offered a sea view with excellent visibility. Keegan and Sergio stayed in room 747, Aryan and Angie in 748, right next door. The Kinsey will depart in 1 hour. For gentlemen may rest, the attendant informed them before leaving. This doesn't seem dangerous at all. Why was Stephen so afraid? Angie asked. Perhaps we'll understand once we enter international waters, Aryan reminded her. Oh, since we're here, let's settle in. Rest now, the most exciting part might be tonight. Chapter 188, First Mate of the Kinsey. The cruise ship slowly left the port as dusk approached, and once it entered international waters, all signals disappeared. Sir and madam, our first mate requests your presence. A knock sounded at the door, followed by the voice of a female attendant outside. Aryan opened his eyes and walked out with Angie. Next door, Keegan and Sergio were also called out by someone. Following the attendant, they arrived at a lounge on the 5th floor, where several people were already waiting. In the lounge, which was about half the size of a basketball court, over 20 people were seated. 6 men in work uniforms were among them, including an elderly man sitting to the right. Fitzroy had his eyes closed, his expression serene, and his aura was hard to gauge. The rest were guests, most unfamiliar to each other, scattered around, but their presences were all strong. Judging by their auras, they were all grandmasters at minimum. Once everyone had gathered, the old man, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and stood up. Welcome aboard the Kinsey. Now, let me explain the rules. Firstly, except in the arena area, any unauthorized fighting will result in immediate death. If you have personal grievances, you can request a sparring match in the arena. Secondly, resources on board are limited. The daily living expense per person is 1 million credits. 1 million credits per day? What do we eat? Dragon meat. A scarred-faced man voiced his dissatisfaction. Whoosh! A black triangular projectile suddenly shot from the old man's sleeve, reaching the chest of the scarred man in an instant. Himph! The scarred man quickly mobilized his true essence, forming a solid defense in front of his chest. Thud! The triangular projectile tore through the defensive barrier instantly, leaving a bloody hole in his chest, even damaging his internal organs. How is that possible? I'm a mid-level grandmaster. The scarred man stared in disbelief at the hole in his chest before collapsing, unable to close his eyes in death. Thirdly, do not interrupt when I am speaking, the old man said sternly. The lounge immediately fell silent. A mid-level grandmaster had been killed instantly. This old man's strength was clearly beyond the half-step Sciention realm, but Aryan narrowed his eyes. Fitzroy knew this old man was at the Sciention realm. Just a flick of his sleeve sent out the projectile without expending much true essence, purely by manipulating the surrounding energy. Only someone at the Sciention realm could effortlessly control natural energy like this. Stephen was right. There were indeed Sciention realms present here, and likely more than one. But why would someone of such caliber be confined to a cruise ship where spiritual energy was scarce compared to land? Earlier, Aryan had tried absorbing spiritual energy while resting in his cabin, but it was only about 70% of what he would get on land. Even deep in the mountains, places like Jimming Temple had stronger spiritual energy than Ailbe City. High mountains might harbor even more potent energies, suggesting that remote mountainous areas might be better for cultivation. Why were these Sciention realms hiding on a ship? Aryan remained silent, continuing to observe the old man. If you lack money, you can participate in our arena contests. Winning 10 matches will grant you permanent residency on the Kinsey. The old man continued, below Grandmaster, you're grouped together. Grandmasters are divided into 2 groups, and Great Grandmasters into 3. Fitzroy then gestured to the staff nearby, who came forward to distribute forms. You must fill out the forms truthfully. You may use real or fake names, but you cannot conceal your true strength. If found out, the punishment is death. Fitzroy coldly added, if you're paying, check the payment box. If you're participating in the arena, check that box. If you choose to pay, the annual fee must be paid up front, 365 million credits. This left a middle-aged man dumbfounded. 1 million credits per day was one thing, but paying for an entire year up front? Is there a problem? The old man asked, looking at the middle-aged man. And no problem. The middle-aged man picked up his pen and reluctantly checked the box for the arena contest. Indeed, all present were at least grandmasters. They would be treated as honored elders in ordinary families, certainly not lacking in wealth. However, the 3rd floor and below were off-limits. Non-staff members were forbidden from entering. Above the 7th floor were activity areas, totaling 11 floors. Besides receiving the cards, everyone also got a booklet detailing the rules of the Kinsey. In addition to the precautions mentioned by the old man in black earlier, there were many other regulations. For instance, activities on the cruise ship were allowed only at night, mandatory rest during the day. No wonder no one could be seen during the day. They weren't allowed out. It looked like a paradise, but seemed more like a cage. Perhaps it was a place to contain those wanted individuals. The entire cruise ship was massive, capable of accommodating over 5,000 people. As for how many were actually on board, Aryan didn't know yet. But now, they could move around freely. The 4 came to the central performance hall, which had been turned into a large arena after assembly by staff members during the day. It wasn't a boxing ring but an octagon, about 10 meters long and wide, surrounded by stands. Aryan gazed at the octagon, narrowing his eyes as he sensed something terrifying beneath it through his divine sense. Chapter 189. The Strange Octagonal Cage. At night, the Laishi cruise ship transformed into a different world. During the day, only staff members walked around, but after dark, almost everyone emerged. They gathered on the stands surrounding the arena, and at a rough estimate, there were at least 1,000 people. This was also part of the rules aboard the Laishi. During the day, appearances were rare, especially when the cruise ship docked. No one was allowed to leave their cabins. The management was less strict if it was sailing in international waters. As written in the Laishi Management Handbook, anyone who violated the rules by entering or exiting the ship while it was docked would be shot on the spot. Unless one had the captain's authorization, they could not leave. Angie kept looking around but did not see her parents. She could only suppress her anxiety and watch the performances in the arena. Before the actual combat began, beautiful women from all over the world performed. Dance, piano, singing. It was indeed paradise here. But after this entertainment ended, for some, it would turn into a hell, and for others, it would remain paradise. Because 4 life and death fights would take place here. The winner would enjoy adoration, while the loser would either die or be injured, often fatally. Winning meant heaven, losing meant hell. But many fought for permanent residence rights on the Laishi, and really, anyone who boarded afterward had to fight for these rights. Because the annual residency fee was more than 300 million, and leaving the ship was prohibited. Over 10 years, that's more than 3 billion. And how many people had that kind of money? Most great masters generally lived up to about 100 years. If one boarded the ship at 70 or 80, they would likely spend at least 20 years on board, which amounted to 60 or 70 billion. Forcing a great master to come up with so much money wasn't easy. Now she finally understood why the ship could continue operating. The residency fees were simply too expensive. One person alone paid $1 million per day, and that $1 million must have been enough to sustain the entire cruise ship for several days. And there were so many others besides him. The owner of this ship really knows how to do business, providing a haven for those unspeakable villains and charging exorbitant residency fees, Angie remarked. On one hand, he provides them with shelter, and on the other, he forces them to kill each other, ensuring they ultimately die on the ship. No wonder this ship has been able to run rampant for so many years. In fact, every country probably wishes for such a place. It functions like a free prison. This isn't just a simple prison, Aryan said gravely. Then what else is it? You'll know soon enough. It's not something you can see with your eyes, but with your spiritual awareness. Spiritual awareness? Yes. Aryan nodded. Angie remained silent, continuing to watch. The first match officially began, a mid-rank first-class fighter against another mid-rank first-class fighter. The scene was extremely bloody, a life-or-death match. It wouldn't end until one side surrendered or died. However, at this level, everyone had pride, and rarely would anyone admit defeat. The usual outcome was death. Even if someone did surrender, the crowd shouting kill, 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 would prompt the victor to deliver the final blow. Ultimately, blood splattered on the ground. It seemed this game wasn't decided by the fighters, but by the audience. The crowd loved the intense and bloody scenes, and as everyone around shouted for blood, the victor's bloodlust surged. The more blood, the more excited the crowd became. Blood flowed through the octagonal cage, and something below seemed to move. Moreover, when someone died, their soul was absorbed by the octagonal cage, leaving only a desiccated corpse. With the splashing blood and absorbed souls, an ominous aura rose from beneath the cage, spreading throughout the arena. This aura seeped into the minds of the audience, influencing their mental state, making them even more excited and bloodthirsty. Kill, kill, kill. Even the usually gentle and weak Angie was now constantly waving her fists and cheering. Even powerful figures like Keegan and Sergio were affected. The same aura flooded Aryan's pores, infiltrating his mind. Fortunately, as soon as it entered his mind, it was instantly annihilated by his spiritual awareness. Compared to the pure killing aura inside the bronze medallion, this ominous aura was nothing. I see. Aryan stared at the bottom of the octagonal cage, suddenly enlightened. Part of the aura rose, invading the minds of all spectators. And about 70% of the aura, along with the souls of all the dead, were absorbed by something beneath the cage, vanishing without a trace. This aura and these souls were most likely being absorbed by someone. And beneath the octagonal cage, it was likely that someone had set up something. Aryan had also seen records in the Bliss family's archives, which mentioned various formations from ancient and medieval times. The bottom of this octagonal cage might very well be a formation. Humph! Aryan let out a cold snort, releasing a burst of pure energy that enveloped Angie, Keegan, and Sergio. Instantly, the three regained their senses. They looked as if they had been under a body freeze spell, staring at their own fist-waving actions with astonishment. What on earth is going on? Angie exclaimed in shock. She was a typical southern Chinese woman, usually reserved and composed, never making such rash moves. Even more astonishing was her roaring for people on the stage to kill. This far exceeded her imagination. Guard your mind and resist this killing aura. This can be considered part of your cultivation, Aryan reminded them. Yes. The three quickly sat down again, guarding their minds and running the star-watching and spirit-refining technique. Their brows were furrowed as they struggled against the killing aura. Angie was the first to fully recover, followed by Keegan and Sergio. When they finally woke up, all three were drenched in cold sweat. That was terrifying. Thankfully, you weren't affected, Master, and awakened us in time. Keegan still felt lingering fear. If we were influenced by this killing aura for long, eventually our minds would be completely eroded, turning us into killing machines. No wonder these people are so insane. They've all been invaded by this killing aura. Angie looked around. Mr. Bliss, isn't the ship owner too despicable? Fitzroy's not providing safety, but trying to drive everyone on board crazy. What's their ultimate goal? Despicable? Aryan narrowed his eyes. Those who boarded the ship are mostly wanted criminals, thoroughly deserving death. So, no country cares about Laishi, allowing it to travel unimpeded. Because Laishi helps eliminate these criminals. The ship owner also obtains raw materials for cultivation from them. It's mutually beneficial. Cultivation raw materials? Do they cultivate using blood? Keegan asked in shock. Aryan, 26 years old, not participating in the arena, but has reached the half-step Sciention realm? Chow Churchill, 23 years old, rank 3 bottom tier, not participating in the arena. Devon, 67 years old, mid-level Great Master, participating in the arena. King, 63 years old, early stage Great Master, participating in the arena. Is this registration correct? They registered as such, but whether they're fake, we can't be certain, replied the chubby old man standing beside him, the first mate who had previously spoken. A half-step Sciention at 26, it seems he's the one causing the disruption in our formation. Which major power insists on interfering with our Laxi vessel? The white-haired, short-haired old man frowned deeply. They assured us that they would not interfere with the affairs of Laxi, as stipulated in the agreement. Quickly investigate Aryan's background as thoroughly as possible. But this might be an alias, the first mate replied. In fact, many people who boarded the ship often used aliases when filling out registration forms. After all, these were people running for their lives, seeking refuge aboard the Laxi, so no one wanted to use their real names. And the Laxi didn't bother investigating their pasts, nor did it care about it, because most of the people who boarded the ship would die eventually. Whether choosing to pay or participate in the arena, according to Laxi rules, once on board, there is no way off the ship. There was hardly anyone who could afford billions to live on the Laxi for decades. Truly, only a few could win 10 consecutive matches to gain permanent residence on Laxi. Because the opponents arranged by the Laxi on the arena, even if you won the 9th match, the 10th match would present a more formidable opponent. In reality, after winning 6 matches, the strength of your opponents would significantly change, making them extremely difficult challenges. Even if you managed to win 7th and 8th rounds, getting through the 9th round would be challenging. Facing evenly matched opponents always leaves some injuries, right? There's nothing like healing medicine on board, and it's hard to recover fully before the next fight. So, only being killed awaits. Especially at the Great Master level, every battle consumes true essence and causes wounds that sometimes take half a year, or even a whole year to recover from. But a contestant in the arena gets no more than 3 months of rest. That means one must fight a match every 3 months. 3 months might seem long, but for those of higher realms and advanced age, recovery takes longer. Especially for Great Masters, since they're mostly elderly, with slower metabolism, this is indisputable. Advantages lie with youth. Investigate first, the white-haired, short-haired old man said sternly. Yes. The person next to him quickly began searching through the records. After half an hour, he reported, Aryan, unknown origins, married before, used to be the husband of Alethea, CEO of LB Corporation. Other information is unclear. As for Chow Churchill, Devon, and King, they're using aliases, and the individuals found do not match those in the surveillance footage. So, only Aryan's information is genuine? Yes. But he's 26, at half-step Sciention. Could this also be true? The white-haired, short-haired old man frowned deeply. In any faction, a half-step Sciention at 26 would be a top genius. Should we test his strength? For now, let's refrain from action. Captain, he's absorbing Sa-Chi and Divine Souls. A staff member observing the sand table reported urgently. The white-haired, short-haired old man stood up abruptly. This kid is here to snatch food? What should we do? Send someone to provoke him. Just send a mid-level Great Master. I don't believe he truly is a half-step Sciention. Nor do I believe he comes from a powerful faction. It's probably just intimidation. The captain, who had just been saying not to act on Aryan temporarily, couldn't help but act now. Those Sha-Chi and Divine Souls were the materials for them to enhance their realms. Now, they were being absorbed by an outsider, which was equivalent to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. No matter which faction they came from, they had to give the other party a warning. Yes. The couple standing in the corner of the monitoring room froze when they saw Angie next to Aryan on the surveillance screen. Then they showed signs of panic. The arena matches that occurred every 3 days had ended, with a total of 5 matches, leaving everyone excited and wanting more. After it ended, many people would come to the entertainment area upstairs to relax, enjoy the night view, and gaze at the stars. Aryan did the same, touring the Laxi vessel with Angie. They were already in the vast sea, surrounded by darkness. However, for those who practiced the celestial star refinement technique, standing on the cruise ship and gazing at the countless stars had a unique harvest. This was something impossible to experience in big cities, where the sky was always obscured by dark clouds. As the cruise ship continued to sail, the rotation of the stars in the sky was even more beneficial for cultivation. Beautiful lady, would you like to have some late-night snacks together? A foreign middle-aged man walked up to Angie and made the most standard gentlemanly bow, elegant and with an aristocratic air. Actually, on the cruise ship, anyone who wanted to vent their male hormones could do so anytime. This was written in the boarding manual. Anyone who boarded the ship, as long as they were service staff on the ship, would comply with any request made to them. Whether men or women, none could refuse. The $1 million a day was not spent in vain. The women on the ship would agree. But the premise was that they were service staff. These service staff were recruited from all over the world, each one top tier, provided for the enjoyment of the people on board. Even if men sought men, they would have to comply and couldn't refuse. This was one of the reasons why the Laxi vessel was hailed as paradise. Perhaps, staying on the ship for a few months, these ordinary men and women could earn tens of millions. However, the ones who could truly disembark might be few. The foreign man who appeared might have mistaken Angie for a regular service staff member. Because apart from being a service staff member, there weren't many women like Angie on the Laxi vessel, making her rare. Moreover, Angie's demeanor was uniquely noble, far different from any service staff. How could a service staff member possess such a highborn aura? Get lost. Angie only replied with one word. Is it because of him? The foreign man looked at Aryan. I want to duel with him. You want to duel with me? Aryan looked at the foreign man with a smile. Chapter 191. The captain appears. Yes, a duel, like real men do. The foreign man suddenly stood up and started roaring loudly, his whole demeanor becoming frenzied. Fitzroy got angry so easily, which was a result of being eroded by malevolent energy for too long, causing him to act erratically. His aura fluctuated wildly, and his eyes were filled with red mist. Duel, duel. As the man roared, people around began to chant in excitement. The previous 5 duels didn't seem intense enough for them. Perhaps because they had been on the ship for too long, leading such a monotonous life, the mention of a duel immediately caused a stir. They could only be excited by this kind of no-holds-barred fight. Let's go to the octagon cage, and we'll fight to the death. The foreign man's fighting spirit soared rapidly, reaching an intense peak in mere moments. You're not qualified. Aryan glanced at the foreign man disdainfully and flatly refused. Judging from the aura emitted by this foreign man, he was only at the mid-level Great Master stage, which wasn't even worth Aryan's effort. Coward. Scaredy cat. People around jeered. Yellow peril. The foreign man also shouted insults. Die. A golden needle shot out abruptly. Before the man could react, it had already pierced through his throat. Thud. The golden needle penetrated the throat and flew out from the back of his neck, sending out layers of blood spray. Thump. The man clutched his throat in disbelief, then fell straight to the ground, twitching a few times before dying with wide-open eyes. Dead silence. Those who had been shouting all shut their mouths, not only because Aryan killed a mid-level Great Master instantly, but also because he did it outside the bar on the cruise ship. This violated the rules of the Leviathan. No one was allowed to fight privately without issuing a formal challenge first, and fights were to take place within the octagon cage. Beep. An alarm rang out on the cruise ship. Those watching quickly turned away and returned to their cabins, still discussing what happened as they walked. Is he new? What courage. The law enforcement team will appear. He's doomed. Fitzroy's finished. Hurry up. Before long, the once bustling bar became completely empty. Even the staff had left, leaving only Aryan and Angie behind. Angie looked worried, pulling on Aryan's clothes. She hadn't expected that Aryan would initiate a fight here. After interacting with him for so long, she knew Aryan wasn't impulsive but rather meticulous. Fitzroy could foresee things others wouldn't. For example, when they were at the Chow family compound recently, Aryan's handling of the enemy attack was unexpected by everyone. Everyone thought Aryan could repel the enemies head-on, but didn't consider what would happen if the enemies ran away. Now she glanced at Aryan, who remained calm as ever. Does he have a plan? Angie didn't know, so she forced herself to stay calm. 2 figures in black robes appeared swiftly, surrounding Aryan and Angie. The chief officer who had previously appeared was also there, narrowing his eyes at Aryan. I remember you were present when I explained the rules. Now you've killed someone. Don't an LB Blisk last time. Although the black-robed person's aura was strong, it didn't compare to Dalan's. This Dalan had mastered controlling his own momentum to perfection. Due to the presence of so many people, his momentum pressed solely on Aryan without affecting Angie nearby. Aryan was far from capable of this level. When his aura burst forth, it could only rush in one direction at best. Mostly, it would press straight ahead, targeting a specific area. Many people's aura would spread out in all directions when they unleashed it, not only weakening the power but also losing control over it. This Dalan, however, directed his aura towards a single point, making his pressure reach its peak. Humph! Aryan grunted and forced himself to stand straight. His body had been soaked in top-grade herbs since childhood, and he had cultivated true essence early on, continuously nurturing his body with it. While tempering his bones and cleansing his meridians, he absorbed more than 90% of the medicinal power. One could say that his body was already extremely strong. As for his willpower, it was even stronger than his body. It wasn't easy for him to be pressed to his knees by an enemy's aura. Dalan felt surprised inside. In the next moment, he waved his right hand, and the aura vanished without a trace. Now, I give you 2 choices. Chief Officer Eden asked in puzzlement. This young man not only has remarkable talent, but his body and mental fortitude are also exceptional. Fitzroy can stand firm under my full pressure and authority. That's quite extraordinary. Captain Dalan explained. Moreover, his courage is immense. He actually came aboard our ship to absorb negative chi. Only disciples from truly powerful forces would dare to be so arrogant, disregarding our Lai Shi Hao. Indeed. Eden nodded. Ordinary family and faction disciples tend to remain relatively low-key when they go out. But someone as bold as Aryan must have a formidable backing, which is why they look down on everything else. I had him participate in the duel to gauge his true strength and find out which force he comes from, Daylon continued. If it's someone we can deal with, I'll let him perish in the octagon cage, letting his blood and soul serve us. If not, we can only make him leave the ship. Captain's wisdom. Eden flattered. Bring out that couple. I want to question them personally, Daylon said gravely. Yes. Back in the cabin, Daylon entered his private practice room. About half an hour later, Abraham and his wife walked in. Captain, you called for us? Have you heard about your daughter boarding the ship? Daylon asked. My daughter boarded the ship? Abraham was shocked. Captain, must be some mistake. My daughter cannot possibly board the La Shi Hao. Fitzroy already knew, but he had to pretend otherwise. Since La Shi Hao cut ties with the mainland, if Abraham admitted knowing this, how did he recognize his daughter? After 20 years apart, could he still recognize her? Are you still putting up a front? Daylon waved his hand, sending Abraham's wife flying into the wall behind her. Captain, spare us please. We really didn't know. Abraham repeatedly kowtowed. Don't know? Did you secretly return home while procuring supplies and get discovered? Daylon's expression darkened. Captain, I did not go home. I really didn't. Abraham knelt in fear. How did they know you were here then? Daylon stood up, revealing murderous intent. I'm not sure, but there's a force that knows I'm on the La Shi Hao. Abraham quickly explained. They obtained our Chow family's soul-devouring negative chi refining technique, but always wanted the rest of it. Probably those people leaked my whereabouts. Please investigate, Captain. Do you recognize this young man? Daylon took out Aryan's photo. This person. I don't recognize him at all. Abraham examined the photo closely before shaking his head. Do you have any unusual relatives in the Chow family? Our ancestor, 400 years ago, was once a disciple of a certain force, Abraham explained. But during an invasion by powerful enemies, many disciples died or fled. Our ancestor fled to Elbashao City, changed his name, and carried on the lineage in secret. Perhaps this young man is a descendant of our ancestor's original sect. Got it. You may leave. Daylon heard what he needed and let them go. Yes, thank you, Captain. Abraham hurriedly helped his wife up and left. The captain's decision not to kill them was considered unusually lenient. In fact, if Daylon had known more about Aryan, he would have killed the couple right then and there. What a scare. Angie returned to the cabin, her heart still pounding. Do you think I was too rash? Aryan smiled and asked, actually, wherever you go to a new place, the more dominant you act, the less clear your true strength appears, making them wary. The more you retreat, the more they'll push their boundaries. This ship is too big, and we can't reach some areas. Finding people inside will be extremely difficult. Instead, draw their attention. By absorbing that negative chi, I drew their notice, making them help us find people. But what if they're truly enraged? Angie worried. Just a mid-stage grandmaster. They won't go all out yet, Aryan laughed. But now you have to fight on the stage. Angie was even more concerned. Below the innate realm, no one is much of a match for me. What if they send someone in the innate realm? That's not out of the question. But with their strict rules governing the La Shi Hao, if they don't abide by them themselves, it might disappoint many, even leading to cage by others. Sergio also fought, but he usually relied on ambushes, which were completely restricted in the octagon cage. Moreover, he was only at the early stage great grandmaster level, and his assigned enemy was mid-stage. Die, die, die. As Sergio fell, the enemy opposite him approached step by step under the jeers of thousands of spectators. Mr. Bliss, what should we do? Angie tightly gripped Aryan's arm. There's nothing I can do. Aryan shook his head. This was his own choice. At this distance, he couldn't save him in time even if he wanted to. Angie sat back, unsure of what to say. Keegan and Sergio didn't have to board the ship since the La Shi Hao was too dangerous, and boarding risked death. But both chose to board, hoping to break through in adversity. Yet not everyone could survive in adversity. Those who truly survived would grow faster. More people died in adversity. Bang! Sergio was thrown up by the enemy and kicked in the chest, flying out and smashing into the octagon cage, even bending a pillar. Fell. The final match, half-step innate Aryan versus half-step innate Khan. Chapter 193. Lawrence severely injured. Mr. Bliss, be careful. Under Angie's reminder, Aryan walked into the octagon. His opponent was already there. A 2-meter-tall Caucasian man with explosive muscle definition, standing like a mountain. Isn't this the guy who privately killed someone a few days ago? Yes, it's him. Fitzroy's in trouble, this time going up against Driscoll. Driscoll has 8 wins already, right? With his terrifying strength, no one under Sciention can match him. That kid is screwed. Why did he break the rules anyway? People around looked at Aryan, mockery on their faces, relishing in the spectacle. Driscoll, half-step Sciention, had won all 8 of his matches here. Logically speaking, as a newcomer just joining the arena, Aryan shouldn't encounter an opponent like Driscoll so soon. But now that they've met, it indicates this arrangement was very unusual and clearly done out of personal spite. No one sympathized with Aryan. Those daring to board the Leishi had none that were good. Kid, you look so tender. Can you withstand one punch from me? Driscoll mocked in broken Chinese. Aryan didn't bother replying. Entering the octagon, he began forming a seal, star observation soul capture. Die. Driscoll didn't intend to give Aryan more time and leaped high, delivering a heavy punch downwards. Go. Aryan thrust the seal he was holding forward, the soul mark rushing straight towards Driscoll's forehead. Impossible to evade. The soul mark instantly impacted Driscoll's mind sea, annihilating his entire spirit soul. Thud. Driscoll hit the ground, bleeding from the 7 apple about not allowing anyone to disembark without permission. Let him continue fighting. We'll see after he wins 10 matches, Daylon said in a low voice. Only this way. A month later, the Lacey docked at a port in Nanyang, and Aryan disembarked with Abraham's family. On the deck of the Lacey, Daylon and Eden stood there with complex expressions. During these past 30 days, every 3 days Aryan would participate in a fight, recovering extremely fast and never pausing. Enemies he faced were resolved within 3 moves, and no one had ever managed to last 4 rounds against him. Aryan also set a record for achieving 10 victories in the shortest time. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old, Eden remarked with mixed feelings. Perhaps being confined to this small Lacey isn't a good thing, Daylon mused. The Lacey had become a haven for criminals, but many died each year. Daylon and his crew relied on an ancient, incomplete array beneath the octagon to absorb the blood and souls of the dead for cultivation. Ailbat cultivation speed was quite rapid, enabling Daylon to reach the great perfection stage of Xintian 15 years ago. However, after reaching this stage, he hadn't made any progress over the years, hitting the biggest bottleneck in his life. Perhaps due to a lack of suitable opponents, Daylon had relaxed. Of course, when they first boarded the Lacey, it was because they had committed serious crimes and were being hunted down. They hadn't intended to stay on it forever. Maybe it's time to get off the ship. Daylon stepped toward the stairs. Captain, are you really going ashore? Eden asked in surprise. Yes, you're the captain from now on. Daylon waved his hand back and started descending the stairs. Just before reaching the ground, his raised foot hesitated, trembling. Thinking carefully, it had been over 70 years since he last felt solid ground beneath his feet, spending all his time on the ship. Fitzroy hadn't dared to leave the ship back then, but those enemies who had hunted him down were surely long buried in the ground by now. After hesitating for a long time, he finally placed his foot on solid ground. If he didn't even have this courage, why bother cultivating? In Yinjing, the western suburbs, Bliss family manor, in the most secluded backyard, led by his father, Aryan quickly walked into the courtyard and headed straight for the room. Even before entering, a strong medicinal smell wafted out. Lawrence, your unworthy grandson has come to see you. Aryan entered and knelt beside the bed. On the sickbed lay his frail grandfather. Once, his grandfather had been healthy, but now he was gaunt, reduced to skin and bones. Not only had his cultivation vanished, but his divine soul seemed on the verge of collapse, as if it could crumble at any moment. You've come? The grandfather struggled to sit up to get a good look at his cherished grandson, but even that was too difficult. Braxton hurriedly helped the elderly man to sit up. Lawrence, who hurt you so badly? Aryan clenched his fists. It's better you don't know. The grandfather examined Aryan. Not bad, not bad. Half-step Cynthia. Child, these past years must have been hard on you. You don't blame Lawrence, do you? The path I chose was my own. I've never blamed anyone, Aryan replied. I'm glad you understand. Cough, cough, cough. The grandfather spoke while coughing, even coughing up blood. The road ahead will likely be even tougher. You must work hard. Yes, your grandson will never slack off. Starting today, I declare you officially back in the Bliss family. Thank you, Lawrence. But you must promise me one thing. Please speak, Lawrence. In your lifetime, you must not vie for the position of Bliss family patriarch. However, you must do your utmost to protect and maintain the Bliss family. Can you do that? The grandfather asked sternly. This? Aryan hesitated for a moment before hastily replying, Lawrence, I promise you, if I break this vow, may heaven strike me dead. Cough, cough. The grandfather began to cough violently again. Lawrence, rest first. Aryan quickly called in the doctor and stepped outside. Chapter 194. Rosemary's Rejection. Ivor, what kind of enemy did grandfather encounter? Walking outside the courtyard, Aryan asked again with his confusion. I'll tell you when you reach the innate realm, Arvid replied. Aryan changed the subject. Ivor, have we found out the identity of the black-robed old man who attacked me earlier? Lawrence just said that he shouldn't compete for the position of family head in his entire life, which likely means he knows the person who acted against Aryan last time was contacted by Elder Marty's family. Lawrence didn't want a brotherly struggle, hence made Aryan swear not to vie for the family head position in front of Ivor and Elder Marty. Since Lawrence knew that Elder Marty's family regarded Aryan as an enemy and almost killed him, he told them outright that Aryan wouldn't fight for the position to prevent further actions. This indirectly protected Aryan. Otherwise, if they continued their secret attacks, Aryan would still be in danger. It was a last resort by Lawrence. Actually, Aryan isn't interested in the family head position, but since Lawrence has spoken, he won't confront Elder Marty's family for now. However, the black-robed old man seriously injured Rosemary, nearly killing her, leaving her incapacitated even now. That debt must be repaid. Aryan swore to kill the black-robed old man. No, Mary. Because of his overconfidence, he should have let Rosemary stay in Carry High instead of coming back to Hangzhou. Had she not returned to Hangzhou, Rosemary wouldn't have taken that innate realm attack for him, resulting in her inability to even hold a sword now. Aryan remembered what Rosemary's mother told him, not to marry Rosemary. Fitzroy didn't know how to talk about it with Rosemary yet. Actually, he couldn't marry Rosemary now either, as matters with the Nangong family hadn't been resolved, and he hadn't broken through to the innate realm. Fitzroy had an agreement with the Nangong family head. If he didn't reach the innate realm within 3 years, they could dispose of him as they pleased, whether it was killing him or making him marry Stinking. Until it was decided, he couldn't marry Rosemary. Doing so would mean breaking his word. Ouch! Rosemary gasped, having pricked her finger with the needle. Are you alright? Aryan quickly entered the room, grabbing Rosemary's hand. You're back? Rosemary looked at Aryan in surprise. Yeah, I'm back. Aryan nodded. Did you see Lawrence? Yup, saw him before coming here. Aryan nodded. Oh. Rosemary glanced at her mother and shyly withdrew her hand. Mom. Aryan knelt before his mother. I've been disobedient, implicating you. Silly child, I'm fine now. His mother smiled. By the way, I've cooked your favorite red bean porridge. Let me get you some. You sit down, I'll do it. Aryan got up, allowing his mother to sit down. Fitzroy fetched the red bean porridge, first for his mother, then for so much time. She had come to terms with her condition. Actually, a simple life might be just as good. In a while, I plan to go back. Go back? Yes, my mom misses me. That. I told your mother I want to marry you. Can you not go back? Just hearing you say this makes me content. But I can't marry you. Rosemary shook her head. Why? Do you feel inferior because you think you're now useless? No. Is it because of the Nangong family? I will resolve that issue. At most within 2 years, I will definitely reach the innate realm, Aryan said confidently. Fitzroy had already opened 1/3 of his 8 extraordinary meridians. The main issue was the thinness of spiritual chi. If the spiritual chi were denser, he could open his entire body's meridians and enter the innate realm within days. It's not about the Nangong family. I just don't have feelings for you, only gratitude, Rosemary said seriously. No, that can't be true. Aryan wanted to press further, but his mother shook her head, signaling him not to push too hard, as it might backfire. Xiaolu, these few days take Alicia around various places, Mona said seriously. Okay. Chapter 195, Hypocritical Eldest Uncle. That's enough regarding the matter with Aryan. At the Bliss family's north courtyard, Arsene looked at his younger son and sternly reminded him. Ivor, although Aryan agreed in front of everyone from the table and headed towards the south courtyard. Upon arriving at the south courtyard, Aryan and 2 others were drinking red bean porridge. Aunt Reba, seeing her nephew arrive, hurriedly got up and served a bowl for Faxon. Thank you, Auntie, Faxon politely replied, placing the herbs on the table. Little Lou, these are some herbs selected by the family Fitzroy. Fitzroy hopes they will help you in advancing your realm. Thank you, family Fitzroy. Thank you, Cousin Luo, for delivering them. Aryan remained courteous. At least for now, he had to be. Because his grandfather's injury was severe, hanging on by a thread, Aryan didn't want him to hear about any internal conflict within the family. If angered, which could worsen his condition and lead to his death, Aryan would feel guilty towards his grandfather and the family. What are you being so formal for? Faxon smiled. By the way, I heard that there's a Tai Churchillan Taoist temple over 300 miles north of Yinjing in the mountains. The old Taoist there has extraordinary medical skills. Maybe he can heal Miss Ailby's injuries. If you have time, you can visit. However, the old Taoist usually lives like a free bird and may not always be at the temple. Churchillan Fitzroy Daozhong? Aryan asked. Yes, I didn't expect you to know. I suppose I spoke out of turn. I once heard Hugo mention Churchillan Fitzroy. Arsene, as the family Fitzroy, announced that Aryan had officially returned to the family. Rosemary didn't join, so as not to embarrass Aryan, choosing to stay behind in the south courtyard. After dinner, Aryan planned to take Rosemary out for some relaxation, but she had already gone to bed early, so he abandoned the idea. Marty Aryan, maybe we shouldn't go to Tai Churchillan Temple tomorrow, Rosemary whispered. Why not? What if it's their plot against you? Don't worry, they won't target me for now. Aryan replied confidently, I've publicly promised not to vie for the family Fitzroy position in front of everyone. If they still can't tolerate me and continue to target me, it will provoke Lawrence and the clan elders' anger, and the position of family Fitzroy will be changed immediately. What if other forces are behind it? Rosemary reminded. Do you mean the enemy is framing my eldest uncle and others? Aryan was taken aback. It's very likely. If that's the case, I need to go and see what the true background of the enemy is. Ah. Seeing Aryan had made up his mind, Rosemary could only sigh helplessly. Early the next morning, Aryan and Rosemary drove away from the Bliss family manor straight toward Tai Churchillan Temple. It was fine for the first few hundred miles, but as Tai Churchillan Temple was deep in the mountains with snow-covered paths, the car couldn't proceed, so they had to walk. Rosemary, just recovered from severe injuries, was still weak and couldn't walk for too long. Aryan carried her all the way. They had to cover a distance of dozens of miles on mountain trails which were, don't pretend. I've seen people from the Star Watching Pavilion. They have the air of immortals. But you two are sneaky and lowly, wanting me to hand over techniques? Ridiculous. Aryan scoffed. You'll hand it over willingly soon enough. The 2 old men exchanged a glance, then suddenly split left and right, planning to bypass Aryan and attack the abandoned house. They intended to capture Rosemary to threaten Aryan. Truly despicable. Chapter 196, Encountering a Master. Whoosh whoosh. While retreating, Aryan manipulated 2 gold needles to shoot out rapidly. Trifles. Dark weapons flew from the sleeves of the 2 white-robed elders as well, 2 daggers. They struck the rapidly flying gold needles with perfect accuracy. The spiritual senses of these 2 were also formidable, having reached the unity realm. However, this very fact forced Aryan to retreat swiftly to the entrance of the abandoned house. Facing the enemies attacking from both sides, he pushed his palms outward. Thud, thud, thud. The force of the 3 sets of palms clashed together, and all 3 retreated rapidly. Aryan crashed through the already dilapidated door and almost fell into the room. These 2 white-robed elders slid backward about 4 to 5 meters. Facing 2 opponents, Aryan seemed not to be at a disadvantage. His physical prowess and true essence were no weaker than those 2 old men. In one-on-one combat, he could kill either within 10 rounds. But Rosemary was his weak point. If anyone managed to tie him down, Rosemary would be captured. So it's all or nothing. Aryan once again performed the hand seals. Star-gazing soul capture. Go. Do you think we would dare come to kill you without any preparation? Both men simultaneously crushed a jade stone in front of them, causing it to explode and completely blocking the star-gazing soul capture. What other tricks do you have? Use them all, said the tall, white-robed elder coldly. Soul-devouring, essence-refining. Aryan quickly performed the hand seals again, releasing a torrent of killing aura that transformed into a massive ghostly skull, heading toward the 2. This was not just Sa-Chi, Sha-Chi, but pure killing aura, more powerful than the Chao family soul-devouring essence-refining. This move is useless against us too. Together, they acted. Ale-beddenly, the tall, white-robed elder pulled out a black umbrella from behind him, opened it, and began rotating it rapidly, emitting eerie sounds like ghosts wailing and wolves howling, impacting against the giant ghostly skull. The killing aura was dispersed, and the skull rapidly dissolved into thin air. Aryan grunted, nearly spitting out a mouthful of blood as he continued retreating. Executing consecutive ultimate techniques had depleted his true essence too quickly, making it difficult for him to stabilize himself. These two were indeed strong and clearly prepared. Before, when Aryan was on the Laishi, he had slain 10 semi-natural beings in a month, and they couldn't withstand even 3 moves. But today, his ultimate techniques were instantly neutralized by these two. What kind of magical weapon did they get? And how did they know about his ultimate skills? Aryan was puzzled. These two must have planned for a long time. Hand over the star-gazing essence refining technique, and we will spare your life. The tall man put away the black umbrella and slowly approached Aryan. Well then, let's see if our Bliss family's wild dragon stance can work. Aryan roared, drawing Rosemary's sword from his waist and executing the Bliss family's ultimate technique. What? You still have a trump card? The two elders were shocked and immediately retreated. Aryan instantly put away the soft sword, turned around, and rushed toward Rosemary, who had already awakened, carrying her out the back door. In just a few leaps, they disappeared into the mountain forest. You think you can escape from our grasp while carrying someone? The two white-robed elders immediately pursued. Aryan didn't care what lay ahead. Wherever there was a path, he ran, continuously observing the surrounding terrain. Fitzroy knew it was impossible to deal with these two in an open area. Fitzroy had to find a narrow place to hide Rosemary so he could hold off these two. As for the star-gazing essence refining technique, he could never give it to them. If it got out, the star-gazing pavilion people would come to the Bliss family, leading to disaster. Marty Aryan, put me down. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape. Rosemary wrapped her head around Aryan's neck to avoid the rapidly approaching branches. Don't worry. Once I find a suitable spot, they won't be able to touch me, Aryan said firmly. But, no buts. Aryan said unequivocally, your spiritual sense hasn't been severely damaged. Carefully observe the surroundings and find a place to stop. Okay. Rosemary obediently laid on Aryan's back, avoiding further distractions. She felt very guilty. She believed she couldn't help Aryan in any way and was instead a burden to him. She even regretted taking the hallucinogen initially. She should have allowed Aryan to expel the drug with his true essence instead of hugging him. She knew Aryan was a responsible person. That one incident made him feel responsible. But now, she could barely assist Aryan and might even lead him into danger. She should have returned to Carry High and refused to meet Aryan then. However, she indeed had feelings for Aryan and couldn't bear to leave. Forget it. Feeling guilty now won't change anything. After overcoming this ordeal, she must leave Aryan and return to Carry High. With this thought, Rosemary hurriedly focused her mind, dividing a part of her spiritual sense to two white-robed elders had caught up. This 1,000-year-old sword in tint won't save you. Is that so? Then try this move. Aryan took out the soft sword again and began to dance it on the spot. The sword tip stirred the ancient sword in tint, quickly forming fist-sized energy spheres around the sword. These spheres exploded from the inside, producing a series of crackling sounds, totaling 12. What the hell is this? The two white-robed elders were alarmed. You're a sword cultivator? You guessed right. Aryan swung the long sword with whooshing sounds, shooting meteor chasing moon. Each sphere was like a meteor streaking across the sky, leaving a long trail behind it, rushing towards the two men. They kept slapping palms at the approaching energy spheres, which exploded upon contact. Even the tall, white-robed elder's black umbrella couldn't withstand the explosions, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Damn! In moments, they were covered in ash, spitting blood, retreating dozens of meters before stopping. Retreat. They glanced bitterly at Aryan and turned to flee. Pity I'm not a true sword cultivator. Otherwise, that move would have been enough to kill them, Aryan said regretfully. Are you okay? Rosemary asked with concern as she came over. I'm fine, but you should try sitting down and slowly sensing the sword intent here. It might help greatly with your recovery, Aryan reminded her. But I don't have any inner strength or true essence left. Can I still comprehend? Rosemary asked in puzzlement. You can give it a try. After all, you still have your spirit consciousness. Remember, don't think about absorbing the sword intent, but rather comprehending it, trying to make contact. Oh, I'll give it a try. Rosemary also sat down cross-legged. However, it was bitterly cold now, and after sitting for not long, Rosemary started shivering all over. Once Aryan stabilized the damage in his meridians, he got up and walked around to find a big rock as a windbreak, and then gathered some dry wood to start a fire within the valley. After the fire was lit, Rosemary felt much better. But Aryan didn't want to leave the valley yet. Who knew if those two white-robed old fellows had really retreated? At least they needed to wait until dawn when visibility was better. Time passed by slowly, and everything around them fell silent without a single sound from animals. Those two white-robed elders must have wandered far away. Aryan relaxed his guard and began to absorb some sword intent into his mind sea again, using this millennium-old sword intent to expand his own mind sea. This sword intent was different from that killing aura, which the broken bronze piece seemed to have absorbed from an ancient battlefield. The sword intent here was entirely formed by swords buried here, not just energy but like dense fog, even thicker and sharper. Ordinary people placed in such an environment might have their minds disturbed by this desolate and terrifying sword intent, leading to cultivation failure. Aryan's mind sea and body had long been tempered by the killing aura, allowing him to adapt to such scenarios. However, he couldn't refine this sword intent either. As for Rosemary, being the heir of a sword cultivator, even though she lost her inner strength and true essence, her body wasn't very resistant to this sword intent. It all depended on whether she could refine this sword intent for her own use. Time ticked by. Aryan added fuel to the fire 3 times, and the sky was already bright. Fitzroy looked exhausted. Using sword intent to expand his mind sea showed good progress, but it consumed too much mental energy. A slight mishap could lead to the mind sea being cut by the sword intent, damaging the divine soul. There seemed to be no significant progress on Rosemary's side either, but at least she wasn't rejected by the sword intent. If given more time, she might be able to comprehend the sword intent here. Regardless, they needed to eat first. After circling around, no human aura was detected. While eating, Aryan asked, "How's it going? Any progress?" "My body doesn't reject this sword intent at all. It seems to like it very much. However, my spiritual consciousness can't withstand the sword intent," Rosemary explained helplessly. "Just absorbing a tiny bit makes me feel like my mind sea is about to explode." "So that's how it is?" Aryan was taken aback. His body couldn't withstand this sword intent, but his spiritual consciousness could handle it, which was the opposite of Rosemary. Could it be that his spiritual consciousness was stronger? But his body was indeed stronger than Rosemary's, having undergone sinew washing, which Rosemary hadn't experienced. The only explanation was that Rosemary, being a sword cultivator, was more compatible with this sword intent. Since your body doesn't reject it, that's even better. Stay here longer and let the sword intent here slowly nourish your injured body. It might give you hope for recovery, Aryan smiled. Okay, Rosemary also rekindled hope. After a simple breakfast, the two sat cross-legged again, one cultivating their body and the other refining their spiritual consciousness. Snowflakes still fell from the sky. When it was time for lunch, Aryan initially went up to the Taoist temple to fetch some food. After 2 days, the old Taoist priest started delivering meals personally to Aryan. Occasionally, the old Taoist would stand afar to observe for a while. On the 27th day before the new year, another elderly man with white hair and youthful looks appeared beside the old Taoist who was delivering the meal. Almost reaching the final critical stage, Rosemary wanted to make one final push to break through the last obstacle. Therefore, she absorbed more sword intent. However, she underestimated her meridians. The sword intent surged like an overwhelming flood, ready to breach the dikes. If the dikes breached, the flood would surge in all directions, engulfing everything in its path. Aryan was powerless. His divine sense could still resist this sword intent, but his true essence could not withstand this torrent of sword intent. Humph! Rosemary grunted as her meridians burst open. At that moment, pure true essence completely enveloped the dispersed sword intent, preventing it from wreaking havoc and attacking Rosemary's body. This true essence not only contained the sword intent, but also healed the damaged meridians. It was like cracked earth receiving timely rain, constantly repairing the fissures. Hold your breath and concentrate. Continue striking at the last meridian, Taoist priest Churchiland said gravely. Without a word, Rosemary clenched her teeth and endured the pain. She quickly mobilized her divine sense to control the gathered sword intent and continued to impact the last acupoint of the 12 regular meridians. Boom! Under Taoist priest Churchiland's enhancement with true essence, the acupoint of the 12 regular meridians was finally broken through. Continue. How far you can advance today depends on your fortune. Taoist priest Churchiland's first, exiting the valley to recover outside. 2 hours later, Rosemary also opened her eyes. All her 8 extraordinary meridians were fully opened, allowing all the sword intent to flow freely within her body. She stood inside the valley, seeming to blend seamlessly with the space around her. She wasn't yet at the Shantan realm, but the sword intent in the valley had fully merged with her, showing no signs of rejection. Even now, she didn't possess any internal energy or true essence, but her fingers could invoke a sharp sword intent. This was genuine sword intent, one form of what was known as the power of heaven and earth. Many thanks, Taoist priest. Your kindness I shall never forget. Rosemary walked over, knelt before the old Taoist, and bowed deeply. Taoist priest Churchiland did not help her up because he deserved the gesture. Fitzroy simply nodded approvingly. Well done, well done. With your meridians now fully unblocked, you've become what legends call a postnatal swordsman's body. A postnatal swordsman's body? Aryan approached, puzzled. Yes, any constitution has both prenatal and postnatal distinctions. A true prenatal swordsman's body is born with all meridians unblocked and can grasp sword intent from childhood. Taoist priest Churchiland explained. They begin absorbing celestial chi from a young age to temper their bodies, enabling them to master any martial art effortlessly. Pity, such prodigies no longer exist. Even achieving a postnatal swordsman's body is difficult. As for a swordsman's body, one must neither practice martial arts nor wield a sword, but focus on sensing the sword intent. So, Alacia became a swordsman's body by chance? Aryan smiled. Yes, it's all thanks to the sword intent here. Without such an abundance of sword intent, even if she wanted to place herself in a desperate situation to achieve a breakthrough, it would be difficult. Taoist priest Churchiland nodded, and then looked at Aryan, examining him up and down. You used the sword intent to temper your sea of consciousness. That's quite rare. I could say it was by chance, Aryan modestly replied. That was no lie. Receiving the broken copper fragment and feeling its deadly aura, most people couldn't endure it at all. But he tried using it to temper his sea of consciousness, and unexpectedly, it worked. Of course, the pain he endured wasn't little. What level has your divine sense reached? Taoist priest Churchiland asked. About to exit the body. About to exit the body? I'm all ears, Aryan said, clasping his fists respectfully. First, don't let outsiders know you've practiced this art. Yes. Second, don't rush to enter the innate realm. Don't rush to enter the innate realm? Chapter 199. Isn't it already withered? Aryan had no doubts about the first suggestion made by Taoist Churchiland. The fewer people who knew about the celestial star cultivation technique, the better. Even when Lawrence was still the patriarch of the Bliss family, he showed great respect to the 2 disciples of the Star Observation Pavilion. This clearly demonstrated their formidable strength. However, Aryan was puzzled by the second point. Fitzroy understood that the more solid the foundation, the greater the prospects would be. But his current foundation was already quite strong. Whether it was his limbs and bones or the meridians in his body, they were not inferior to some experts at the innate stage. Upon entering the innate realm, a cultivator must absorb heavenly essence to create a chi-si for storage. Taoist Churchiland explained. The size of the chi-si determines how much essence you can store. Now that the heavenly essence is scarce, the created Qi is too small to accommodate much essence, thus weakening combat power. If you could sense the power of stars and use it to protect your Qi, it would not only be more resilient and less likely to be damaged, but also hold more essence. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Aryan said gratefully. There's no need for thanks. Our meeting is fate. I hope you will take care of yourselves. After finishing, Daoist Churchalange waved his fuchun and drifted backward, reaching the mountaintop in just a few breaths. Powerful. This was at least late stage innate, possibly even great perfection innate. Anyway, Aryan felt this Daoist was stronger than his grandfather. Strange character indeed, Rosemary muttered, watching the departing back of the Daoist. Let's go back. We've been out long enough, Aryan said as he walked towards the valley's exit. Having been away for over half a month, his parents would start to worry if he didn't return soon. But the trip has been fruitful. Rosemary's injuries are completely healed. Although she still lacks inner strength and true essence, she has become a sword cultivator, relying solely on sword intent. In fact, inner strength and true essence are unnecessary for her. Below the innate realm, she can mobilize the force of heaven and earth, converting it into sword intent, a very rare ability. Even Aryan can only execute sword techniques in places filled with powerful sword intent. Outside this valley, he cannot tap into the force of heaven and earth or mobilize sword intent. Fitzroy could only rely on true essence and divine consciousness in combat. Okay. Rosemary nodded. First, they climbed up the hill, taking the road down from Taishan Temple. Even descending from this side, they had to be a disciple of the Star Observation Pavilion. The two old men exchanged glances, full of disbelief. Then kill them. The short elder's face darkened, attacking instantly. Their threats earlier were just a tactic, aimed to instill fear in Aryan. If they could obtain the celestial star cultivation technique without fighting, it would be best. Yet Aryan's strength was formidable, unpredictable. Fitzroy mastered devouring souls, manipulating divine consciousness, and executing sword cultivator moves. Each move was enough to slay a near-innate expert easily. For most, mastering one technique would be considered genius, yet this man possessed several devastating skills. A slight misstep, and they might be killed by him. Attack. Again they attacked. The terrain here was open, with only one vehicle as cover, which was far from sufficient. And Aryan needed to take care of Rosemary behind him, which meant he wouldn't be able to launch an all-out attack. This was a weakness. Bang bang. The three of them collided once again with their palm techniques. Aryan slammed into the car, pushing the SUV back. This was purely a clash of true essence. After several continuous moves, both sides' true essence consumption was immense. Aryan took a few breaths, rapidly making hand seals, and cast soul devouring on the short elder. A strange skull opened its huge mouth, swallowing towards the short white-robed old man. The short old man did not have that strange black umbrella to block this move. Do not worry about me. I will hold him off. The short old man also made hand seals, then spat out a mouthful of blood, forming a soil wall-like inscription in front of him, blocking the giant skull's mouth. This was also a secret technique. In the previous battle, the old man did not use it, because generally, secret techniques could only be cast at the innate stage. Below the innate stage, casting would inevitably lead to backlash. Under normal circumstances, such techniques would not be used. Now that it was used, his aim was to stall Aryan so his companion could capture Rosemary. Albeit enough, the tall white-robed old man attacked Rosemary, and Aryan, using soul devouring, couldn't split his attention. Otherwise, if the inscription's soil wall pressed over, he would suffer from the backlash of his own soul devouring, as well as the attack of the inscription. Die. The tall white-robed old man grabbed at Rosemary's neck with one hand. Meteor chasing moon. Fitzroy cry echoed, a cold gleam slicing through the air under the snow, followed by the eruption of terrifying sword intent. 12 orbs containing terrifying sword intent rushed toward the incoming tall white-robed old man. How is this possible? Aren't you already a cripple? The tall white-robed old man was startled, quickly stabilizing himself, taking out the black umbrella. The orbs exploded on the black umbrella. Bang bang. A series of explosions caused continuous tears in the black umbrella's cloth. By the 8th explosion, it was completely shattered. The orbs continuously exploded on the tall white-robed old man's chest, blasting him backward until the last sword intent explosion created a hole in his chest. Rosemary's meteor chasing moon was more powerful than when Aryan used it previously and at closer range. It was a complete surprise attack. Even the defense of someone half a step away from the innate realm couldn't withstand this move. Junior Marty. Seeing the situation, the short white-robed old man's mind was in turmoil, unable to resist the soul devouring anymore. The skull broke through the inscription, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, and turned to run. You still want to run? Aryan swiftly pursued. Chapter 200, the person sent by Daylon. The short, white-robed elder who had been afflicted by the backlash moved with incredible speed, disappearing into the dense forest in a few blinks. Had it been another time, this old May I be struck by lightning. The short elder raised his hand, swearing an oath. Although this person wore a mask and did not announce his name, he was once a traitor in our Qishao sect. Over 50 years ago, our founding ancestor hunted him down, and he disappeared. One day, he suddenly returned, killing our sect leader and elders. Back then, I was just an outer disciple and managed to escape. But from afar, I saw their battle and recognized the technique he used. I knew he was Daylon. Half a month ago, he suddenly came to our sect and said that if we helped him obtain the secrets of the Guanqing Pavilion, he would spare us. My dozens of fellow disciples are under his control. Do you really mean it? Aryan squinted. Yes, those black umbrellas and jade pieces were given to my master and siblings by him. Also, those words we spoke were taught by him. Got it. You can go now. Aryan waved his hand. Fitzroy believed what the old man said because only recently had he exposed his technique on the Lyshi ship. These two old men could perfectly counter his moves, indicating something was amiss. Especially soul-devouring spirit cultivation, which he only learned after obtaining the fourth broken copper piece at the Cockrow Temple in Ailbeching, and immediately went to the Lyshi ship afterward without using it in between. His uncle's family shouldn't know about it, but since the other party was already prepared, only someone who came off and would cause trouble, leading to the destruction of the entire ship. Even Daylon, such a formidable figure, feared the Guanqing Pavilion so much. This showed just how powerful the Guanqing Pavilion truly was. However, going against Daylon now would be suicidal. By the way, what's the name of the jade you used to resist my stargazing soul capture? Aryan asked. It's called Purple Lightning Stone, which comes from densely thunderous areas. Wearing it can block soul probing, and when shattered, it can also resist some soul attacks. The short elder took out another piece of jade from inside his robe, and respectfully handed it to Aryan. It was less than half an inch long and wide, entirely purple, looking like a sapphire but not quite. Settle Daylan's matters on your own. Aryan put away the Purple Lightning Stone, and turned to leave. The short elder did not dare to ambush him, but sat cross-legged on the ground, to suppress the true essence in his body that had been affected by backlash. Are you okay? Rosemary had followed along the scent trail, fearing that something might happen to Aryan, or that he was lured away from the ship. I'm fine. Aryan shook his head and handed the Purple Lightning Stone to Rosemary. Fitzroyer, it can resist others' mental probe. What about you? The other old man may have one more piece. They returned to where they parked the car, and searched the tall elder's pockets, but found no Purple Lightning Stone. Aryan could only pick up the already broken black umbrella. It was unknown what material it was made of. Even the handle was inscribed with runes. Let's go. Aryan put away the black umbrella, got into the car, and drove off. Back home, he went to see his grandfather. His grandfather's condition was worse than before, barely able to sit up, speaking with difficulty. Aryan could only leave and return to the south courtyard where his mother Imelda walked over. Go to your father's study. He is waiting for you. Oh. Aryan responded and headed towards his father's study. Fitzroy knocked on the door and entered after receiving permission. Ivor, you wanted to see me? There are a few pretty good spirit stones here. They should contain some pure spiritual energy. You can use them to unblock your 8 extraordinary meridians and break through to the Sciention realm. Ivor Braxton took out 4 fist-sized stones from a box in the drawer. They emitted more pure spiritual energy than the outside world. It was unclear whether these were collected by his father or requested from his uncle. When Aryan came home previously, his father seemed to have gone out, probably to find these pure spirit stones to prepare for his breakthrough to the Sciention realm. There are still spirit stones? Aryan held one in his palm, surprised. Chapter 201. So many talents? Over the years, Aryan had never discovered any spirit stones. Even in the various major families of Hangqing and the Chow family of Ailbeching, he hadn't found the existence of spirit stone. 2 years of control is enough for the family to gain more spiritual energy for cultivation. Is that so? Aryan had indeed never heard of this before. 10 years ago, he was only 16, and his strength was far too low. Even his cousin Cullen, who was 20 back then, was probably just at the master level, far from the grandmaster level, and thus couldn't participate in such top-level contests. 10 years ago, which place did we get? Aryan asked. Second to last, Braxton replied. In the past 10 years, our family hasn't gained many resources. 20 years ago, I won the competition and became the head of the Bliss family as a result. That's also why your grandfather valued and nurtured you, hoping you'd achieve a higher rank in this competition. I will do my best, Aryan said firmly. It's hard without reaching the innate realm. Braxton sighed. Each family can send 3 people, and your elder brother has already reached the innate realm. As far as I know, besides your cousin, at least 4 children from the other 8 families are likely to reach the innate realm. So there are 5 people at the innate realm. Without reaching the innate realm yourself, taking first place from them will be incredibly difficult. 5. Aryan was astonished. Fitzroy thought his progress was fast, but apparently, at least 5 people. Fitzroy believes Taoist Black Crane wouldn't harm him. Why is that? Braxton asked, confused. This is my secret. You brat. Braxton gave his son a stern look and reminded him, if you don't break through to the innate realm, not only will you not be part of this gathering of the 9 major families, but you also won't be able to handle Alicia's affairs. I have it in mind. As for the competition, when is it? Lantern Festival. Ivor, please register me for a spot, and I'll do my best. All right, I won't force you then. Braxton sighed. However, with Alicia living in our house for so long, other families may spread some gossip. You need to be mentally prepared. Yes, I understand. Aryan turned and left. These spirit stones, give them all to grandfather. Hopefully, they can help the old man recover somewhat. Braxton stood up, put the spirit stones away properly, and walked toward the inner courtyard. Upon arriving at the inner courtyard, Braxton placed the spirit stones on the bedside table and explained that Aryan did not plan to break through to the innate realm so quickly. What does this kid really want? To get these few spirit stones, father didn't even use them for his severe injuries and left them for him, yet he still wants them? The family head, Arsene, scolded. Who would bear the responsibility if it delays the family's efforts to compete for the mines? If he did, I won't recover even with the spirit stones, so let it be, the old man said helplessly. How about this? Give Sharaway 3 and leave 1 for father. Arsene looked at his third brother, Braxton. What do you think, third Marty? As Big Marty wishes, Braxton nodded. So be it, the old man agreed. Arsene took the 3 spirit stones and turned to leave. With these 3 spirit stones, his eldest son Cullen had a very good chance of breaking through to the mid-innate stage, at least securing a good result in the competition during the Lantern Festival. As long as Cullen performs well in the competition, his position as the family head would be even more secure. Chapter 202. Lilia's Marriage. Second cousin, it's been a long time. How have you been? In the south courtyard garden, while Aryan was in meditation, Lilia walked in. Bing Yin. Aryan came out of his meditation and looked at Lilia. I heard you became the financial director. That's impressive. The last time he returned home, Lilia was not there as she had gone on a business trip to another city and they did not meet. I just took over Anne's position. Nothing much to be happy about. Lilia sat down on a stool, her face somewhat guilty. If someone else took it, it would still be taken. There's no difference if you took it. Aryan did not feel anything was wrong with this arrangement. His mother had been implicated due to him and left her job, and his father also lost his position as head of the family. Ultimately, someone had to take over and continue working. Bing Yin being entrusted at such a young age indicated how highly the family regarded her. The more she could demonstrate her capabilities, the better marriage prospects she would have and wouldn't be looked down upon by her future in-laws. If only everyone in the family could be as open-minded as you. Lilia sighed. Don't mention that anymore, Aryan reminded her. That kind of talk was not conducive to family unity and had strong implications. If heard by their eldest uncle, it would not be good. Even when Lawrence was severely injured, he did not forget to unite the family and consider the greater good of the family. Only through family unity could they last longer. I understand, Lilia stuck out her tongue. I only say this to you. I returned in a hurry and didn't bring you any gifts. I'll bring some next time, Aryan said apologetically. After disembarking from the Lai Shi, he originally intended to return to Hangqing, but received a call from the family and headed straight for Yinjing. If he had gone to Hangqing, Aryan could have chosen some gifts from items provided by the family to bring back for his cousins, but he never went to Hangqing at all, coming empty-handed. No problem, I don't need anything, Lilia waved her hand. Marty, I have a favor to ask. Go ahead and ask. Have you heard about my situation? No, Aryan shook his head. The family plans to match me with the Ailbin family, specifically with Master Todd. Fitzroy seems to behave well ordinarily, but I feel like he's very hypocritical. Lilia explained. Can you help me check him out? No problem, Aryan agreed readily. Didn't I disturb your cultivation? Not at all. I've hit a bottleneck recently, and it's not easy to break through. Indeed, he wasn't absorbing the earth and heaven chi to unblock the 8 extraordinary meridians, which kept him at his current level. During these half months in the valley, using sword intent to temper his divine sense allowed it to reach its peak state, almost ready for projection. However, how to project it was a challenge. Continuing to use sword intent would not significantly help anymore. The Chow family's soul-swallowing evil cultivation technique had methods for soul projection, but it relied on devouring other souls, requiring an extremely large number of souls. The technique demanded exponentially more souls as one progressed, which differed from Aryan's approach. Fitzroy had devoured before, but did not merge other souls into his divine sense. Instead, he used these souls to help purify the killing intent within him. Fitzroy could not rely on devouring other souls to enhance his divine sense. It was the wrong path. The only solution now was to continue practicing the star observation divine technique and seek opportunities for breakthrough. Hyman was the first to leave the table, running off to drink. Everyone was long accustomed to this behavior. In fact, Aryan might also somewhat understand Hyman. He wasn't the eldest legitimate son, nor the most talented person. The eldest legitimate son was Cullen, and the most talented person was Aryan. If the sky were to fall, these two would hold it up. No matter how hard Hyman tried, he couldn't surpass the most talented person, and there was no need for him to inherit the position of head of the Bliss family. So why not take things a bit easier? This mindset could be understood. The family members didn't have high hopes for him and let him do as he pleased. Aryan felt that a life like Hyman's was pretty good, even enviable at times. Since childhood, he had been labeled as the most talented person in the Bliss family, bearing considerable pressure. Perhaps it was precisely this title that increased his stress, making him more likely to rebel. I don't want to think about this anymore. I'm curious about what kind of family the Ailbin family is that can actually marry Bing Yin. Aryan was quite curious. For a daughter from one of the 9 great families of Yinjing to marry into another, the other party must be either very wealthy or very powerful. And it couldn't be ordinary wealth or power, because the 9 great families were already sufficiently rich and influential. A family that married into theirs must have development potential, just like the Qian family from Carry High. Although the Qian family had declined, its eldest legitimate son, Ferris, broke through to the Grandmaster level at around 27 or 28, which was comparable to the heirs of the 9 great families. Ferris had a high probability of breaking through to the Shantan, Xiantian realm. Could it be that Todd has such strong talent too? After dinner, as night fell, Lilia came over with her cousin Hyman. Hyman was only 2 months younger than Aryan. From the elder branch, there were 2 sons and 2 daughters. From the second branch, there were 2 daughters and 1 son. From the third branch, represented by Braxton, there was only 1 son. Cousin, you should be more familiar with Todd. Tell me, what's his background? Aryan asked. Their Ailbin family has already declined, but this guy was taken as a close disciple by the master of the Qisha Gate, Hyman explained. As for himself, his talent seems to be average. Fitzroy's 24 years old and only at the mid-grandmaster level. It's unknown how he caught the eye of the Qisha Gate master. I heard it involved many favors. Our Bliss family's alliance with him is probably aimed at the Qisha Gate. Qisha Gate. Aryan smiled helplessly. Chapter 203 Todd comes to cause trouble. The party was held on the rooftop of Jinghui building in the western part of the city. There was an indoor golf course here, stretching over 150 meters long and more than 40 meters wide. It could be considered a decent indoor golf course. Due to the poor weather and snowfall outside, people who enjoyed playing golf would come here for their fix. Not many people were present, men and women combined. There were probably only around 30 or so. But those who came here were truly wealthy young masters and misses. Rosemary didn't come today. Aryan had wanted to bring her along, but she declined, citing that she needed to comprehend sword intent. Ailbeck a reason left Aryan speechless. As a sword cultivator, Rosemary was different from Aryan. She required a serene place to comprehend sword intent, while Aryan needed specific environments to reach certain mental states. Emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. If such mental states reached their peak, perhaps they could suddenly enlighten him. Just like in Hangzhou previously, sometimes when he played a piano piece and it resonated with his heart, he would suddenly become enlightened, his mind instantly expanding. You two play. I've made another appointment, so I'll be going. Hyman, after dropping them off, left by himself. Fitzroy's always unreliable and won't get married. Fitzroy almost gave my mom a heart attack. Lilia grumbled inwardly as she watched her elder brother leave. Your elder brother isn't simple, said Aryan seriously. Not simple? Cousin, did you misjudge him? Fitzroy wears a jade, somewhat puzzled. Fitzroylo, it's been over 7 years. Sister Yuyin has grown into a beautiful lady, said Aryan as he extended his hand. Fitzroylo, Marty Aryan. Sophie quickly extended her hand to shake Aryan's, looking excited. I still remember the piano piece Marty Aryan played at school. It's unforgettable. I wonder when I'll have the honor to hear it again. Both attended the same high school, but when she was in the first year, he was already in the third year. It's been too long since I last played the piano. I'm quite rusty now, Aryan waved his hand. That's really a pity, Sophie replied with some disappointment. You two chat, I'll go for a stroll. Alebeer. Under Lilia's recommendation, they wandered around, introducing Aryan to several other young ladies. Marty, let me tell you, the young ladies from various prominent families in Yinjing didn't mock you. Instead, they think you're devoted because you're willing to sacrifice for love. Lilia chuckled. They say you gave up the position of head of the Bliss family for a woman. Speaking of which, they actually envy Isabel for having a man willing to do so much for her. Those young masters must think I'm foolish, right? Aryan also laughed. Most people think so, Lilia shrugged. Sometimes I also think I'm foolish, Aryan sighed. Too young, ultimately, means not understanding things. If I can't secure more benefits for the family in this family contest, I will become a sinner. If he marries Isabel and subsequently fails to revive the family, with elder Marty Cullen unable to shoulder the burden, the Bliss family would begin to decline. Sometimes, thinking about it, the rise and fall of a large family might all come down to one decision. Fortunately, even though Aryan had married Isabel, he hadn't completely indulged in love and hadn't overly involved himself in the affairs of the Ailbe Corporation. This gave him more time to learn martial arts. Good luck, Lilia replied. Yes, anything is possible with effort. Aryan nodded. At this moment, his phone rang. I'll step outside to take this call. Out in the hallway, Aryan answered the call. It was Hazel calling. Aryan, I found the whereabouts of the 5th bronze piece. Where? Aryan quickly asked. If he could get the 5th bronze piece, he might be able to make his divine sense reach the out-of-body state. Divine sense out-of-body would greatly increase the power of using soul swallowing or star-observing soul capturing. When the 9 families compete, it might enable him to truly contend against these masters in the innate realm. Currently, he wasn't confident. Against a half-step innate opponent, he wasn't afraid. But if they were in the innate realm, they could harness the power of heaven and earth, which was overwhelmingly powerful. The elites of the 9 families likely had their divine senses reach at least the cavity-hiding stage, if not yet unified. Using star-observing soul capture, it was headache-inducing. Aryan planned to ask his cousin if Uncle Tu might have some. However, as he walked from the balcony into the room, he was blocked by a young man around 23 or 4. Boy, weren't you quite close to Miss Bingyan just now? Yes, very close. What's it got to do with you? She's about to be engaged to me. Does that answer your question? Then shouldn't you find out who I am? Aryan smiled. Who the hell cares who you are? In Yinjing, besides the 9 families, who else do I fear? Oh, you're so impressive. Chapter 204. Get down on your knees. Aryan understood that the person before him was Todd, not only the eldest grandson of the Ailbin family who was about to be engaged to Lilia, but also a closed-door disciple of the head of Qishao sect. Earlier, when Lilia introduced Aryan to her friends, they were all female acquaintances, and she didn't specifically look for Todd. It was possible that Todd had been out playing golf, hence the absence. However, Todd did see Lilia affectionately holding onto Aryan's arm, immediately regarding Aryan as a rival for her affections. Most amusingly, this guy acted arrogantly, seemingly only acknowledging people from the 9 major families while looking down on others. Was Qishao sect truly so formidable? Aryan had just fought with their 3rd elder and 5th elder, and they were merely half-step Shantan, Xiantian. Perhaps adding in the 2nd elder, 1st elder, and the sect leader, there would be 3 Xiantian realm cultivators. However, such strength could barely match top-tier families in Yinjing. Compared to the 9 major families, it wasn't even comparable. Within any of the 9 major families, there were at least 10 Xiantian realm experts. Furthermore, the current Qishao sect was under the control of Daylon, and perhaps Todd didn't know about it yet? Of course, if combining the Ailbin family and Qishao sect, these 2 forces together might indeed disdain ordinary top-tier families. Was this Todd's capital for being arrogant? Also, Todd had never seen Aryan and assumed he was from another top-tier family. I am the closed-door disciple of Qishao sect's head, Todd replied with pride. Having a good master is not what you should brag about. Personal strength is what matters. Aryan sneered. If you don't rein yourself in, you'll die quickly. Don't try to lecture me. Todd coldly said, now scram. Or else I'll make sure you can't leave this building if I see you getting close to Miss Bingyan again. You overestimate yourself? Aryan glanced at Todd with disdain, walking towards the exit to find Lilia. Let's go, back home. Aren't you supposed to meet Todd? There's no need to. He's just a self-righteous fool. I will personally explain this marriage to your father and get it cancelled. Aryan said sternly. What are you saying? She knew her cousin had a heavy hand. If he really lashed out and injured Todd, she would surely be scolded when she returned. Because bringing Aryan here would make everyone think Lilia wanted Aryan's help to break the engagement. Who didn't know Aryan's character? Fitzroy even broke off engagements with the Nangong family and disrupted Ostinking's marriage. Even if Lilia denied asking Aryan to cancel the engagement, no one would believe her. Injuring Todd wouldn't be acceptable either, as Lilia would also face punishment. Todd scratched his head awkwardly. What nonsense. No matter what our family members do, it's not up to you to judge. You must apologize, otherwise this won't end. Lilia demanded firmly. But others say the same thing too. Todd mumbled. Aryan squinted his eyes again, ready to act, but Lilia held him tightly, shaking her head urgently, almost pleading. The marriage ends here. Since Lilia didn't want him to make a move, Aryan was too lazy to stick around any longer. Fitzroy merely glanced at Todd and turned to leave with her. This engagement has been approved by the head of the Bliss family. Can it be broken off by someone like you who has been stripped of inheritance rights? Todd sneered. If you can cancel the engagement, I'll call you Grandpa. Aryan stopped and looked back at Todd. Get down on your knees. Kneel to heaven, earth, and parents. Why should I kneel to you? Knowing Lilia wouldn't let Aryan act, Todd felt emboldened. I did nothing wrong today. I just saw someone unfamiliar getting so close to Miss Bingyan and gave him a lesson. Tell me, whose fiancé would be so close to another person without them saying a word? What kind of man is that? Even if we go to Elder Bliss, I have done nothing wrong. And you, an unfilial son, think you can make me kneel? Ridiculous. Fitzroy knew Aryan was the most talented member of the Bliss family but was too afraid to challenge him. But words could still hurt. I said, get down on your knees. Aryan took out the Elder Token of Qishao sect and pointed it at Todd. Elder Token? You? How do you have the Elder Token of Qishao sect? Seeing the token, Todd immediately recognized it as genuine. It couldn't be fake. To a disciple of Qishao sect, seeing the token was like seeing a senior directly. Any violation of sect rules would result in expulsion for minor offenses, and severe ones could lead to the loss of cultivation. But how did Aryan get hold of this Elder Token? Was it stolen or genuinely given? Todd couldn't tell for sure. What mattered most was that he hadn't returned to Qishao sect in a long time. What people outside didn't know was that Todd became a closed-door disciple of the sect leader because the Ailbin family gave Qishao sect an extremely valuable treasure. The Ailbin family had traded the treasure for a coveted position as the sect leader's disciple, which was worth it. Because the Ailbin family was in decline, especially in Todd's generation, there were no successors. Without finding a strong ally, the Ailbin family would surely fall into second-tier or even third-tier status. If Aryan really had the Elder Token, disobeying him now would definitely result in expulsion from Qishao sect. For the last time, get down on your knees. Aryan's voice reverberated inside Todd's ears, making his mind buzz loudly. Thud. Todd was forced to kneel in front of Aryan in front of everyone. Lowering his once high head, Disciple Todd pays respect to the elder. Chapter 205 Kneeling obediently. People around them cast disdainful glances, and some were whispering to each other. In fact, members of the other families were also wondering how Aryan had become an elder of Qishao sect. Although Todd did not know whether the origin of Aryan's token was legitimate, he didn't dare take a chance. What if it was real? But if it was fake, Aryan would be impersonating an elder of Qishao sect. Even if the Bliss family was influential, they still had to abide by reason, right? Impersonating another sect's elder at will. If the Bliss family did not give an explanation, how would other families view them? The 9 major families weren't united as one. If Qishao sect threw its lot in with a family opposing the Bliss family, that wouldn't be good for the Bliss family at all. The patriarch of the Bliss family didn't want to gain a powerful enemy for no reason. In the end, he could only punish Aryan and even apologize to give Qishao sect an explanation. So this is the young master Ailbin who kneels only to heaven, earth, and his parents? Not so tough after all, Aryan said with a sneer. Todd's face turned red. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Fitzroy clenched his fists tightly and silently cursed. Just wait until someone from your family comes to apologize to Qishao sect. Then I'll see if you're still as arrogant as you are now. Now do you understand why? Aryan continued. Todd lowered his head, saying nothing. Do you still disbelieve that you're an idiot? I was ready to let you off easy, but you kept looking for trouble. Now what? Aryan's sarcastic voice sounded again. Seeing that Todd still said nothing, he roared, I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? You can just keep silent after offending an elder? Todd knew that Aryan would not let him off easily today. Fitzroy could only bow his head and admit his mistake. Disciple didn't know elder was here and offended you. Disciple begs your forgiveness. Slap yourself, Aryan said gravely. This? Todd's clenched fists made cracking sounds. Aryan was going too far. What? Do you need me to repeat myself? Aryan's face grew stern. Disciple follows orders. Todd lifted his hand and slapped his own cheek. Slap. The sound echoed sharply. Not enough, Aryan said coldly. Slap. 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 Todd smacked his cheeks 7 or 8 times in a row without using inner strength. It was solid punishment. Go. Aryan spat out a single word. Thank you, elder. Todd turned and fled in disgrace. Fitzroy lost a great deal of face today. How could he possibly stay here? After running outside and descending to the parking lot, he hurriedly took out his phone and called his eldest brother. A new elder of Qishao sect appeared who was 26 or 27 years old. His eldest brother was puzzled. It doesn't seem like it. That means Aryan is pretending. Marty, inform master immediately and ask him to uphold justice for me, Todd agitatedly said. And this matter also involves the honor of the entire Qishao sect. This can't just end like this. Okay, I'll report to master immediately. After hanging up, Todd touched his burning cheeks. Fitzroy deeply regretted kneeling earlier, but he really feared it might be true. Thinking about this, he immediately called his father and recounted the events. This Aryan has gone too far. Fitzroy actually made you kneel in public. The Ailbin family has lost face. Even if he's a direct descendant of the Bliss family, we have to seek justice. The patriarch of the Ailbin family raged. Should we go to the Bliss family now? Asked Todd. Are we sure Aryan is pretending? The Ailbin patriarch was cautious. My eldest brother didn't know about this either. It must be fake. If there was a new elder in Qishao sect, wouldn't it be a big event? Why wouldn't it be announced publicly? Why hide it? Todd analyzed. Yes, that makes sense, the Ailbin patriarch responded. I'll call the patriarch of the Bliss family immediately. When Aryan and Lilia returned home, The hall was already filled with clan elders. Patriarch Arsene sat in the main seat, his face dark. Others' expressions were no better. It wasn't Arsene who spoke first, but Uncle Colby, who rebuked Lilia first. Worthless thing. Why don't you kneel? Lilia was about to kneel due to the grand scale of the scene, but Aryan stopped her. Second uncle, we did nothing wrong. Why should we kneel? Aryan asked. Nothing wrong? Uncle Colby's tone was icy cold. You went to provoke Todd, which was your mistake from the start. Pretending to be an elder of Qishao sect was already a grave error. Then humiliating him in public and ruining the Ailbin family's reputation was even more egregious. Our ancestor lies heavily wounded in bed. Any misstep by the Bliss family could lead to the destruction of the clan. You should be exercising utmost caution in words and actions. But what about you? Not only did you not do so, but you also acted in such a blatant manner, provoking the Qishao sect for no reason. Do you still think what you did was right? The other elders nodded in agreement. Even Braxton, who sat there, did not speak up for Aryan. Brett, elders, Bing Yin and I have always been close since childhood. She is to be betrothed to Todd and wanted to show me her future husband. What's wrong with that? Aryan countered. This isn't a reason to provoke him. Uncle Arsene spoke up. This wasn't me provoking him. It was Todd who first insulted me without asking anything. Aryan said sternly, if he had asked who I was to Bing Yin, this wouldn't have happened today. But because he didn't know me, he thought I wasn't from one of the 9 major families and assumed I was easy to bully. Fitzroy even said that beneath the 9 major families, they, the Ailbin family, feared nothing. Even when he found out my identity, he called me an unfilial son of the Bliss family. Damn! An elder beside them immediately slammed the table in anger. For Todd to say such things publicly, he truly doesn't respect us Bliss. How dare they turn things around? Bring him here and let me smash his mouth. Another elder agreed. If he said these things behind our back where Bliss family couldn't hear, we might not care. But saying it publicly is a disrespect and humiliation towards Aryan. Not returning to the Bliss family, saying such things would be fine, but recently, the Bliss family had already announced publicly that Aryan had returned to the Bliss family. To still say such things means he's not putting the Bliss family in his eyes at all. A member of the Bliss family can say these things, but outsiders cannot speak them directly. Please calm down, elders. Arsene stood up to mediate. Todd indeed acted wrongly first, and I have no words against Xiao Lu dealing with him publicly. I believe the patriarch of the Ailbin family won't call me afterward to demand an explanation. Even more, he will have to come over personally to apologize to us Bliss family. But what we are discussing today is the matter of him impersonating an elder of the Qishao sect. Xiao Lu should not have impersonated an elder of the Qishao sect. This not only tarnishes our Bliss family's dignity but offends 2 factions. As distinguished descendants of the Bliss family, why need to impersonate an elder of the Qishao sect? Chapter 206, Truly an Elder. As a dignified member of the Bliss family, why would he need to impersonate an elder of the Qishao sect? These words were indeed very dominant. Aryan hadn't thought about showing the elder's token, and Lilia quickly followed, apologetically saying, Cousin, I didn't expect to implicate you too. Earlier, I acted on impulse. Otherwise, if we had directly killed Todd, this wouldn't have happened. You were concerned that if I truly acted, killing Todd might cause trouble, right? Aryan asked. To his cousin, Aryan seemed too inclined towards killing. Actually, this wasn't just her view. In the eyes of the entire Bliss family, Aryan was known for his ruthless nature. In Hangzhou, he had killed many people, and true innate experts could sense the faint, ominous aura within Aryan's body. This aura easily erodes one's consciousness, turning them into a killing machine. I thought although Todd is detestable, he does not deserve death, so? Lilia helplessly replied. It's fine. Aryan did not elaborate on his cousin's misunderstanding. Sometimes he did feel the urge to kill to intimidate enemies. Of course, perhaps he was indeed influenced by the oppressive aura from the broken copper fragment, though it wasn't entirely true that he had no control over it. But he believed he could now control that aura. If one day, I truly become a murderous madman, would you still recognize me as your brother? Aryan asked. You will always be my brother, Lilia blurted out. That's all that matters, Aryan smiled with satisfaction. Once inside the ancestral hall, they stopped talking and found a cushion. Fitzroy draped his outer garment over Lilia, usually staying hidden and rarely appearing. The leader of the Qishao sect accepting Todd as a closing disciple caused quite a stir, which was quite unexpected. Fitzroy of the Bliss family, what about Elder Bliss? Coulter asked. Go fetch little Lou. Arsene instructed a junior member of the Bliss family nearby. Yes. That guy ran to the ancestral hall but quickly returned, whispering in Arsene's ear, Fitzroy of the family. Aryan said he wants to continue his punishment by facing the wall and will not come out. Ridiculous. Arsene scolded angrily. Is he really getting more brazen? Facing the wall as a form of repentance? Coulter and Todd were both strong. As the head of the Ailbin family, Coulter was at the mid-stage of Grandmaster. Todd, also a mid-stage master, had exceptional hearing. Upon hearing this, their hearts sank. This was going badly. Because of their family's matter, Elder Bliss being punished was no small issue. Useless son, look what you've done. Coulter kicked his son's leg, sending Todd flying a few meters away. But it was just for show. No true essence was used. The beating looked fierce but caused no real harm. Ivor, I'm wrong. Todd hurriedly knelt down. What good does your regret do? Coulter gave his son a meaningful look. Todd wasn't stupid. He turned and knelt before Arsene. Fitzroy of the Bliss family, this is all my fault and has nothing to do with Elder Bliss. If he agrees to come out, I will do anything. I don't know what he wants either. You have to persuade him yourselves. The only thing I can do is revoke his punishment. Arsene replied helplessly, then turned to leave. I have matters to attend to, so I can't entertain you. Arvid glanced at Todd and also stood up to leave. Young sir, can you lead us to your family's ancestral hall? Coulter asked the young man nearby. Please follow me. Thank you. They arrived outside the ancestral hall. The main gate was already open, and Aryan sat cross-legged on a cushion inside, facing away from the entrance. Seeing Todd here, Lilia got up and came out, glaring fiercely at Todd. Do you still have the nerve to come here? Miss Bing Yin, I didn't recognize your greatness, and I know I was wrong. Todd apologized sincerely. Could you please talk to Elder Bliss about how I can be forgiven? First, call off the engagement. Second, hand over a piece of spirit stone. Lilia demanded unequivocally. The engagement can be discussed, but this spirit stone. Upon hearing this, Coulter's face instantly turned serious. Chapter 207. You want to challenge me? Over 200 years ago, Yinjing had a total of 12 major families, and the Ailbin family was one of them. However, by a century ago, only 9 families remained beyond to mid-Xiantian. At other times, forget about it. There were no spirit stones available, and spirit stones weren't for sale. The 9 families didn't lack money, so would they sell spirit stones? Priced at 2 billion each, how many could you buy before the 9 families sold everything to get them? If possible, the Ailbin family would definitely buy them too. Elder Bliss, our Ailbin family cannot meet this condition. Coulter said helplessly. Elder Bliss, please change the condition. Then leave. Lilia waved her hand impatiently. My brother thinks wall gazing is quite good. This? Coulter opened his mouth, turning around to glare fiercely at his son, wishing he could slap him to death. You should have found out who they were first yesterday before provoking them. Now, Aryan has been punished to meditate facing the wall, and he must be filled with resentment. In fact, what Coulter was worried about wasn't Aryan but the Qishao sect leader. If Todd were expelled from the sect, all his efforts would be in vain. Initially, to make the Qishao sect leader accept his son as a disciple, Coulter had to offer heirloom treasures. Otherwise, why would the leader even consider it? Elder Bliss. Coulter looked at Aryan in the ancestral hall, but Aryan ignored him. Ivor and son exchanged glances, feeling utterly helpless. Would the Qishao sect leader really expel Todd? Actually, Todd was already the most talented person in the Ailbin family, holding the family's hopes. A mid-level master at 24, though not comparable to the 9 families' elites, wasn't bad either. Among the 9 families, only a few could reach this level at such an age. Of course, some became masters at 20 but might not reach grandmasters until 40, unable to convert their internal energy. Ailbet cases were common. Coulter didn't ask much from his son, hoping only that he would break through to grandmaster by 35. That would be a huge boon for the Ailbin family. With 11 years left, Coulter believed that under the Qishao sect leader's guidance, his son could achieve grandmaster status. This hope might now be shattered. Todd also knew the severity of the situation. Standing up, he decided to go all in. Elder Bliss. According to the Qishao sect rules, a disciple can challenge an elder. I hereby issue this challenge and request a duel. You want to challenge me? Aryan finally spoke, standing up and looking outside at Todd. Todd, don't humiliate yourself. Lilia laughed. Don't you know my brother is hailed as the most talented among the young generation of the Bliss family? Several young Bliss family members nearby shook their heads helplessly. Confirm the challenge, Todd declared resolutely. Fitzroy didn't know what happened in Hangzhou, but he knew what occurred after Ard. How can I face others in the future? Fine, Coulter agreed. Ivor. Todd was unhappy. For both father and son to go together was a huge humiliation, but Coulter didn't care. Fitzroy gave his son a stern look, indicating that he should listen. Todd was taken aback, had no choice but to shut up. Elder Bliss, we are ready, Coulter said gravely. Good. I'll only take 3 steps. If after these 3 steps, you two don't retreat even half a step, you win. Aryan spoke solemnly. Damn. It wasn't just insulting before. Now it was outright contempt. Elder Bliss, please be careful. I am at the mid-great master level, Coulter loudly stated. It doesn't matter. You can make the first move, Aryan smiled. Then please make the first move. Coulter didn't want to attack first. First step. Aryan took 1 step, releasing terrifying pressure toward Coulter and Todd. Puff. The distance between them was just 6 or 7 steps. Todd, who was only at the mid-master level, was directly forced to kneel on the ground by the pressure. This must be at least a quasi-Shintian. Damn, I underestimated him. Coulter was greatly alarmed. Fitzroy immediately mobilized all his true essence, suddenly striking Aryan with the palm. Second step. Aryan took another step forward toward Coulter. Boom. A terrifying killing aura enveloped Coulter, charging straight for his sea of consciousness. What terrifying killing intent. Coulter hurriedly stopped advancing, staying put and focusing on defending his mind. Outside his mind's palace, layers of defenses formed, resisting the killing aura. Oh, you do have some strength. Third step. Aryan smiled and took another step. Within the killing aura, an immense spiritual sense instantly struck against Coulter's layered defenses. PFFF. The layers of defense crumbled instantly. Puff. Coulter retreated 4 steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and looked at Aryan in shock. Elder Bliss, I surrender. Chapter 208. The eldest Marty playing the good guy. The quasi-innate realm, terrifying killing intent, and that unfathomable divine sense finally made Coulter realize Aryan's true strength. This was far from someone who had neglected cultivation for many years. Even more so, Coulter felt that Aryan was even more formidable than the most talented individuals of the 9 great families. Ailbet killing intent was not something an ordinary person could possess. Enduring this aura any longer, Coulter felt he might go insane. Humph. Ailbetenly, a cold voice rang out from the side, followed by an even stronger aura surging forth, colliding with Aryan's. Coulter was knocked to the ground by the shockwave of the 2 auras clashing, but the pressure vanished instantly. Fitzroy turned to see a man around 30 approaching. This man was towering, with a broad forehead and square face, exuding a generous and straightforward demeanor. Fitzroy wore splendid clothing, displaying opulence. Cullen, the legitimate eldest son of the Bliss family, and the one most likely to inherit the position of patriarch. The aura he had released just now was no less intense than Aryan's, and now with a wave of his hand, it had completely dissipated, leaving no trace. Has he reached the innate realm? Indeed, It had been quite some time since Cullen had last appeared publicly. The last time Coulter saw him was about half a year ago. No, possibly even earlier. It seemed Cullen had gone into seclusion. Third brother, as a member of the Bliss family, you must not bully the weak just because you are powerful. Cullen walked over step by step, lecturing Aryan. Greetings, Elder Marty. Aryan simply cupped his hands, his tone indifferent. Greetings, Elder Marty. Lilia's tone and expression were much more respectful, even slightly fearful. Elder brother is like a father. Cullen, as the elder brother, indeed held high standards for his younger siblings, and if displeased, he wouldn't hesitate to berate them. However, when Elder Marty spoke like this 3 times, Lilia still summoned the courage to explain. Elder Marty, it was the Ailbin family who provoked first. Third Marty, I know the cause, but let's be magnanimous where we can. Cullen interrupted Lilia. Isn't it just about wanting a spirit stone? Heartily. I have matters to attend to, and won't keep you company. Aryan turned to leave with Lilia. Lilia quickly caught up, and after leaving the ancestral hall, she complained, Third Marty, wasn't Elder Marty too excessive? Using your spirit stone to curry favor, and doing all the good deeds while making you the bad guy. This isn't fair. Why did you agree? We should go to the elders and let them mediate. No need. Aryan waved his hand. Elder Marty is now at the peak of early innate, just a notch away from middle innate. Fitzroy is the family's hope. If we escalate it to the elders, they will favor him, so going to them is futile. Just let it go like this? Lilia was reluctant. Or what? Cause internal strife? Even if we consider it, we would have to defeat Elder Marty first. Only strength can gain the elders' attention. Aryan said sternly, from his aura just now, it's clear he surpasses me. If we sparred, I would only have a 30% chance of winning. But it's really infuriating. Lilia still looked disgruntled. Aryan felt the same, but as he said, only strength represented everything. Elder Marty's strength had surpassed him, though Elder Marty was 3 years older. When Aryan reached Elder Marty's age, he would definitely attain that realm, if not surpass it. The problem was, the competition among the 9 great families was on the 15th day of the first lunar month, and there were only 16 days left. The Bliss family needed eldest Marty to take action and secure a good ranking in the competition, thus obtaining more time to manage the mine cave. Although the mine caves were almost depleted of spirit stones and relied purely on luck, hardly yielding a single stone in an entire year, they couldn't give up. If they suddenly struck a vein of spirit stones, they would be set for life. It could elevate the family's innate experts at least 1 realm higher. Spirit stones could also be exchanged for better top-grade spirit medicines. With spirit stones, everything became possible. Aryan also urgently needed to boost his own strength. Since advancing in cultivation was out of reach, he could only rely on enhancing his divine sense. Let's go back. This trip wasn't entirely fruitless, Aryan reminded. It's all because I dragged down Elder Cousin. You didn't drag him down. Besides, I have another spirit stone now, Aryan replied. I need to leave Beijing. Leaving today? The new year is tomorrow. It's urgent. Be careful then, Lilia cautioned. Don't worry. Aryan waved his hand. After Lilia returned to the east courtyard, Aryan went to the south courtyard, found Rosemary, and the two left by car. Aryan wanted to quickly exchange the damaged copper fragment and visit Rosemary's parents along the way. By afternoon, Aryan had already arrived at the Zhu family residence in Nanjing. After explaining his purpose, they were led into the hall, served tea, but the patriarch of the Zhu family was long delayed. About half an hour later, Patriarch Adrian finally emerged, apologizing with a guilty expression. There were some matters to handle, making both of you wait. I sincerely apologize. No problem. Aryan waved it off indifferently, then took out the spirit stone. Patriarch Zhu said we could exchange with spirit stones, and here they are. Well, to be honest, our Zhu family currently has no use for spirit stones. Adrian again wore an apologetic look. Why? Aryan instantly understood. The Zhu family didn't want to give up the copper fragment but couldn't outright refuse. So, they proposed an unreasonable condition through Hazel, spirit stones. Ordinary families wouldn't possess spirit stones. Even if they did, they wouldn't exchange such precious spirit stones for a broken copper fragment split into 7 pieces. The Zhu family hadn't expected Aryan to actually bring them. They probably discussed strategies with clan members just now. Do you know the origin of the copper fragment? Aryan asked curiously. Chapter 209, 2 Fragments. If the Zhu family didn't know the origin of these copper fragments, they would never treat them like treasures, not even exchanging them for spirit stones. One must understand that spirit stones are now extremely valuable. If exchanged for currency, each could fetch at least 200 billion. They could also be traded for top-grade medicinal herbs without any problem. The spirit stone in Aryan's hand could easily exchange for 5 9-leaf grasses. Yet, the Zhu family was unwilling to trade. This, we don't know either. Our ancestor only said not to sell it out, so we have no choice but to follow this ancestral instruction. Adrian said seriously, if I sold it, wouldn't I be an unfilial person? Is that so? Aryan looked at Adrian. How could he possibly not know? Fitzroy definitely knew but didn't want to talk about it. Even Rosemary understood Adrian's thoughts. How could Aryan, who was more perceptive, miss it? After a moment's thought, Aryan took out 4 more copper fragments from inside his clothes and placed them on the table one by one. So many? Adrian was shocked. Since young Master Bliss already has so many pieces, surely you already know the secret of the copper fragment. Why ask me again? Fitzroy of Clan Zhu, to be honest, I really don't know. Aryan shook his head. You don't know? Then why do you keep searching? Distrust filled Adrian's face. I actually just need the oppressive aura within the broken copper fragments to practice my cultivation technique. I don't know its secrets. Aryan said seriously, if Fitzroy of Clan Zhu trusts me, I'll exchange 2 for 1. No, 4 for 1. And after using up the oppressive aura in the fragment, I will return it. What do you think? Using the oppressive aura to cultivate? Adrian showed surprise again. Yes, if you don't believe me, I can cultivate right here in your Zhu family compound. Aryan nodded. Can we discuss this? Adrian glanced at the 4 copper pieces, tempted. Of course. Aryan nodded. Fine, please wait a moment then. Adrian stood up and walked into the inner hall, heading to the back courtyard. The elders of the clan were still there, not having left yet. Adrian recounted the entire story, and all the elders were stunned. Many didn't believe him at all. The oppressive aura, merely brushing against a little bit of it, disrupts our true essence greatly. How can someone use it to cultivate? That's true. Even our innate level experts can only barely resist it, not dare to absorb it. What realm is Aryan? Could he be stronger than innate level experts? Elders, he can cultivate within our Zhu compound without taking it outside. Adrian added, moreover, he's willing to exchange 4 for 1, and give it back once he uses up the oppressive aura. In other words, we won't lose anything. Everyone exchanged glances. Indeed, it seemed like a risk-free deal. Their needs were different. Aryan needed the oppressive aura, while the Zhu family wanted the copper fragments. Let's go meet him. All the elders stood up and headed towards the main hall together. Upon arriving at the main hall, the oldest-looking white-haired elder took out a copper fragment and tossed it to Aryan, saying, young friend Bliss, if you truly can use this copper fragment, giving it to you is fine. But if this is just an excuse to get the fragment, our Zhu family may not be a major clan, but we won't tolerate being deceived. They still didn't believe Aryan could absorb the oppressive aura, thinking he was just finding an excuse to get the fragment. Without a word, Aryan caught the fragment and injected his true essence into it. Instantly, the oppressive aura burst out. Everyone from the Zhu family retreated hastily, afraid to touch the oppressive aura. But in the next moment, with a wave of his hand, Aryan absorbed over 99% of the burst oppressive aura, channeling it into his sea of consciousness. Now he was extremely familiar with this oppressive aura and wasn't afraid of it anymore. As the oppressive aura entered his sea of consciousness, it initially rushed toward his spiritual senses. However, the power erupted by his senses made the oppressive aura detour, eventually charging toward the murky areas of his sea of consciousness. This helped Aryan expand his sea of consciousness, thereby strengthening his spiritual senses. Currently, Aryan's, wait a moment. Seeing Aryan didn't plan to stop and intended to use their main hall as a cultivation site, the white-haired elder hurried to stop him. They were strong enough to withstand the aftermath of this oppressive aura, but others in the clan were not. If someone passed by and was affected by this oppressive aura, their divine soul might be injured, turning them into lunatics. Sorry, I can't help but feel eager. After refining the 4th wave of oppressive aura, Aryan finally opened his eyes. In fact, we Zhu family have 2 pieces. If little friend Bliss wants them, we can offer both, but you must cultivate within our Zhu family compound, the white-haired elder explained. Aelbeer, please find us a secluded place. After absorbing these oppressive auras, I will return the fragments, including the 4 I have here, Aryan said solemnly. This way please. The white-haired elder gestured for them to follow. Aryan turned to Rosemary. Do you want to stay here with me, or go back to Carry High for the new year? I'll stay here. Rosemary didn't think much about it. She had wanted to return home earlier, but after enlightening in the valley, she hadn't mentioned going home anymore. With her strength back, she wouldn't hold Aryan back anymore and would stay by his side. Besides, Rosemary could also use the oppressive aura to expand her sea of consciousness. Alright, thank you for showing us the way. Aryan looked at the white-haired elder, then brought Rosemary along to the rear courtyard of the Zhu family, arriving at a secluded room. You two can rest here. If you need anything, just let us know. The white-haired elder left another copper piece behind. Thank you. Aryan politely responded. Once the white-haired elder left, Aryan called home, explaining he wouldn't return for the new year, and then sat cross-legged. Rosemary also made a call to explain the situation, then sat beside Aryan. Time was tight. There were only 10 days until the 9 Great Families competition. Aryan needed to enhance his primordial spirit to the out-of-body stage before then. Otherwise, he wouldn't stand a chance against the others. Even his elder brother, Cullen, was already at the peak of initial innate stage, and there were still several people among the other 8 families who surpassed Cullen in talent. Marty Aryan, do you think these copper pieces hide some big secret? Otherwise, why is the Zhu family so mysterious about it? Rosemary asked. Who cares? Let's focus on enhancing our strength first. Aryan knew these pieces held secrets, but since the Zhu family didn't want to talk about it, he didn't intend to press further. Rosemary closed her eyes, putting aside her curiosity. Chapter 210. The goal set for Aryan by the Bliss family. Sigh. This naughty boy, running off to Jinling even during the spring festival. In the southern courtyard of the Bliss family in Yinjing, Reba looked toward the southern sky and complained. Young people have their own matters to attend to, which is quite normal. Arvid, who was practicing calligraphy nearby, replied. This year, he finally had some leisure time during the spring festival. In previous years, he was always extremely busy, but after stepping down as the head of the family, he became much more idle. Fitzroy used to enjoy calligraphy but rarely had the time for it. Practicing martial arts and managing family affairs had taken up almost all his time, mainly because there were too many family affairs, even his practice time decreased. Otherwise, with his talent, he wouldn't be at this level now. If he had been solely focused on practicing martial arts, last time in Hangzhou, he wouldn't have let that black-robed elder escape, who injured his son and future daughter-in-law. That spear strike of his could have seriously wounded the black-robed elder. Easy for you to say, Reba retorted irritably. Even Lawrence has someone protecting him. How much more so for little Lu? As a father, not only do you not advise little Lu, but you also let him go. If something really happens, how am I supposed to live? A child raised in a hothouse can never withstand great storms. Arvid remarked indifferently. Over all these years, have any of the prodigies from the 9 great families broken through that intangible realm? Not one. That's because they live too comfortably and follow the old path. But little Lu has experienced trials and hardships. His mind is strong, and he has carved out his own path. I believe he might become the first person in the 9 great families in 100 years to have the hope of breaking through that intangible realm. I only wish for his safety, Reba said solemnly. Before, she was angry that her son chose an ordinary girl like Alethea, even getting sick over it. But later, upon reflection, she realized this might not be such a bad thing and came to terms with it. That's enough, don't worry all the time. Arvid put down the brush and walked over to embrace his wife. Since they're not coming back, we should go see the plum blossoms tomorrow on New Year's Day. We haven't gone out for a while. Okay, Reba agreed, yet remained worried. Let's go. We should visit the elders. The couple packed gifts and red envelopes and visited each elder one by one. After paying respects, they gathered in the main hall where the family celebrated the new year together, with dozens of tables set up. Lawrence's health had improved somewhat, but his face was still very pale. At least he could come out in his wheelchair. Where's little Lou? The old man asked. In answer to Ivor, little Lou went to Jinling, possibly seeking opportunities to enhance his strength, Arvid replied. This naughty boy, the family gave him spirit stones to help him break through, but he refused. Now, during the differences from happening again, then it will be top 5, the old man conceded, having no other choice. Arvid didn't argue further. First, he was no longer the family head, so his words carried less weight. Second, with the severe injury of the old man, this lineage lost a crucial expert, making other branches' words carry more weight. Causing dissatisfaction could lead to internal conflicts. Third, his elder brother Arsene, who was the current family head, didn't utter a word. However, getting into the top 5 wouldn't be easy. From the intelligence he had, Sima family's prodigy had reached the middle stage of the innate realm, and at least 3 people from other families had broken through to the innate realm. Adding Cullen, that makes 5 people who have reached the innate realm, and this is a conservative estimate. Other clans might be keeping a low profile and could be hiding their true strength. Each clan sends 3 participants, making a total of 27. For Xiaolu, who is just a half step away from the innate realm, getting into the top 10 would already be quite remarkable. Now he has to place in the top 5? This requirement is truly too high. Moreover, Aryan has already lost his chance to compete for a prominent position within the family. If he follows the family's arrangements, he might lose his freedom. If Aryan were turned into the family's protector, he might find it hard to leave the Bliss family for the rest of his life, becoming a kind of ascetic monk. This would be cruel for anyone, especially for Aryan, who has always cherished his freedom since childhood. Arvid sighed inwardly, hoping his son would strive hard. In Jinling, at the Zhu family residence, it was also lively as they celebrated the festival. The New Year's Eve dinner was prepared, and Adrian had sent someone to invite Aryan, but there was no response. Adrian personally came to the back courtyard's entrance, sensing the fluctuations of energy inside. Fitzroy opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words. Leaving the back courtyard, he went to the dining room and called over several elders. Elders, shouldn't we tell Aryan the secret of the bronze tablet? We don't know his background yet, and besides, he cultivates using killing aura, which is considered a Wydal, deviant path. There's always a risk of spiritual derangement. An elder with white hair said gravely, this person is uncontrollable. It's best not to tell him. Then I'll follow the elder's decision, Adrian replied. Right, did we send someone to invite him? Regardless, we must maintain proper etiquette for our Zhu family. We did, but there was no response. I checked just now. They were still practicing and didn't want to be disturbed. Adrian said seriously, actually, our Zhu family may have handled this matter improperly. We should have trusted his character and given him the bronze tablet, allowing him to cultivate it on his own. More than 18 star charts engraved in Aryan's Sea of Consciousness, providing relief with a hint of coolness each time he visualized them. He wouldn't have made it this far. The star viewing cultivation technique was indeed worthy of being a secret technique of the star viewing pavilion, endlessly ingenious. Time was running short. Aryan infused more true essence into the fragment, and a surging torrent of killing aura rushed out, spreading around. The Zhu family guards outside the courtyard also felt this killing aura and quickly ran away. Just a little exposure made their spirits feel as if they were pierced by countless needles. Only after running about 40 to 50 meters did this pressure disappear. This commotion also alarmed the elders of the Zhu family, many of whom rushed over. Elder Aspen, an elderly man with white hair, sighed deeply. Aelbeck, vast killing aura, yet he can endure it. Truly abnormal. But this fluctuation doesn't look good. His spirit is probably at its limit. Another elder frowned and asked, should we stop him? Aspen thought for a moment and entered the courtyard. Step out. Rosemary drew her flexible sword and glared at Aspen. Bliss young master is too young. His heart has not yet been honed enough, yet he wants to take the path others dare not. How could that be easy? Aspen explained, stopping him now might still be in time. Our young master knows what he's doing, no need for you all to worry, Rosemary said sternly. If he truly goes berserk and wreaks havoc in our Zhu family, it will be troublesome. Another elder coldly remarked. You chose this. Rosemary sneered. Our young master promised 2 for 1, and to return the items once finished practicing, but you didn't believe him, forcing him to cultivate here. If you want to disturb our young master now, you'll have to step over my corpse. Before her words faded, Rosemary's long sword began to hum, gathering boundless sword intent. This sword intent shocked and chilled the hearts of the 5 Zhu family elders. If Rosemary truly unleashed this strike, they doubted they could block it. Among the 5, Aspen was half a step from innate stage, while the rest were at least middle stage grandmasters. Yet they were wary of this strike? Why can you summon such terrifying sword intent without any inner strength or true essence? Aspen squinted his eyes. When he first saw Aryan and Rosemary, he found Aryan somewhat laughable, running around with a seemingly useless attendant. Was Aryan incapable of taking care of himself and needed a maid to look after him? This was one reason why Aspen didn't trust Aryan initially, thinking he was a spoiled young master from a wealthy family. Another reason was Aryan's willingness to spend a spirit stone just for a fragment of copper, which seemed extravagant. But who would have thought that this attendant wasn't just a pretty face and possessed such terrifying power? I said, step out. Rosemary declared without any room for argument. I hope he doesn't run into trouble. Aspen glanced at the room again before leading the others away. During this period, we 5 elders must stay here without moving an inch. Outside, Aspen and the others didn't leave. Fitzroy instructed, if he goes berserk, we will act together and eliminate him on the spot. Yes. The 5 spread out, sitting cross-legged around the back courtyard, surrounding it. On the surface, they were guarding Aryan, but in reality, they were worried that Aryan's spirit would be corrupted by the killing aura, causing him to go berserk. They deeply regretted not letting Aryan take the copper fragment away earlier. Now, with such a commotion, the Zhu family members were uneasy and anxious, unable to settle at home. Rosemary also heard Aspen's words. She raised an eyebrow and ultimately sat down, praying silently that Aryan would succeed. Time flew for Aryan, but those outside the door and in the courtyard felt each day like a year. The fluctuations coming from the room put them in extreme tension, as if they were always on the brink of collapse. One wrong step, and everything goes wrong. Now they had become the protectors of Aryan. But there was no other way, this was their own choice. Not only did they have to protect Aryan, but they also had to evacuate family members, fearing that Aryan might lose control, go berserk, and unleash a slaughter. It was the night of January 14th. The killing aura inside the copper fragment had been completely absorbed, no more left. Aryan's sea of consciousness had expanded by 1/3 compared to before, and his divine consciousness had grown stronger. At first, his divine consciousness was only about 10 centimeters long, gradually coalescing into what seemed almost human-like. This human-like form became increasingly realistic, yet it couldn't break through the critical point and leave the body. It seemed as though his divine consciousness was held back by some invisible force within the sea of consciousness, as if rooted deeply and tethered by countless threads. No matter how hard Aryan tried, he would nearly reach the critical point only to be forcibly pulled back. Tomorrow was the 15th day of the first month. If he didn't succeed, he would surely lose tomorrow's duel. This won't do. I can't continue like this, or my soul will collapse. Aryan felt the agitation throughout his body and quickly took a deep breath. In his left hand, he held a ruler, and around his neck hung Dao beads. In his sea of consciousness, 18 star charts constantly injected a cooling sensation into his soul. If not for these, his soul would have already collapsed, and he would be controlled by the killing aura. Unfortunately, this is just the upper part of the star viewing cultivation technique. Without the method for out-of-body cultivation, I wouldn't have to expend so much mental energy. Aryan sighed helplessly in his heart. Could it end like this? Yet he was so close, and he was unwilling to give up. Calm down, calm down. Aryan took a deep breath. My divine consciousness should be strong enough now, but I can't leave the body. The problem may not lie with the divine consciousness. Where could it be? Fitzroy fell into deep thought, searching desperately for an answer. Is it the connection between divine consciousness and the universe? Aryan paused, seemingly realizing something. But how could he make the connection between his divine consciousness and the universe tighter? Fitzroy stood up, pushed open the door, and gazed at the sky. However, the sky was pitch black, with no stars visible. Still, Aryan looked at the sky obscured by clouds, visualizing the star charts etched in his mind one by one. Alebedonly, Aryan had an epiphany. Fitzroy quickly sat cross-legged. The chaotic yet intermittently silent energy in his body completely subsided, showing no fluctuation at all. Outside the courtyard, the 5 Zhu family elders stood up, gathering together, watching in disbelief as Aryan entered a self-forgetful state while sitting cross-legged. They glanced at each other, all shocked. Did this guy really succeed? Chapter 212 The Miserable Lottery. The competition venue for the 9 great families rotates every decade. This time it was the Southern Palace family's turn to host, at their square which also served as their martial arts training ground. The crowd was large, numbering in the hundreds. However, only those who had achieved the Master Realm were allowed to attend. Anyone below that level wasn't even permitted to watch. The 9 great families have a vast number of members. Even if only masters and above were allowed to watch, there would be hundreds of people. It wouldn't fit everyone if they all came. 10 years ago, Aryan was only 16 or 17. His strength not yet reaching the Master Realm, so he couldn't come to watch. Those below the Master Realm gained little insight from watching semi-natural Driscoll fighters, let alone natural Driscoll experts. That was too far beyond their comprehension. But masters and great masters could learn something by observing expert battles. As the competition was about to begin, the Bliss family frantically searched for Aryan. Don't bother looking. Knowing this event is hosted by the Southern Palace family, Aryan dare not come. The elders of the Southern Palace family have wanted to settle scores with Aryan for a long time. They just lacked an opportunity. Actually, coming doesn't matter. A semi-natural Driscoll simply can't make waves. Losing face in a defeat, forfeiting might preserve some dignity. Right? Forfeiting does save a bit of dignity, ha ha ha. On the spectator stands flanking the Bliss family, members of the Sima and Han families knew Aryan hadn't arrived yet, and openly mocked them. Bullshit, Aryan will definitely come. A member of the Bliss family retorted. Fine, he'll surely come and lose. A man from the Sima family sneered. You. The Bliss family member was speechless. If anyone outside the 9 great families dared mock them like this, they would have been punished long ago. But this was one of the 9 great families. Moreover, the Sima and Han families' influence ranked high among the 9 great families. At the previous competition 10 years ago, the Sima family took first place, and the Han family claimed third. It was said that the Sima family produced a genius surpassing the champion from 10 years ago. Most people believed the Sima family would win again. Elder Marty, where is Xiaolu? Arson asked his third brother, Braxton. Xiaolu says he's on his way, and asked us to draw lots first, Braxton explained. So be it. Please have the competitors step forward to draw lots. Southern Palace family patriarch Amato announced. 26 competitors gradually walked onto the platform. Fourth brother, since Xiaolu isn't here, you should draw lots for him, Braxton said to Hyman. This isn't good. What if fourth draws a strong opponent? Wouldn't that hurt Xiaolu? Brett Colby worried. In that case, it's unnecessary. Xiaolu gets the last lot. Braxton waved his hand. Each family sent 3 people, making 27 contestants. With 26 drawing lots, the last unchosen number naturally belonged to Aryan. Number 27 was exempted. Unfortunately, it wasn't Aryan. The lucky one was from the Lanny family. Aryan was number 24. Seeing the names registered on the platform, the Bliss family members' faces turned green. In this round-robin style competition, number 1 fought number 2, and so on. Even if it meant family members fighting each other, they must determine a winner. Being paired against a family member could only be considered bad luck. Of course, it could also be seen as good luck. Because if the weaker party concedes, the remaining contestant preserves their stamina and true essence, avoiding injury, retaining the strongest fighter for later matches. This time, Cullen was number 9, while number 10 was Christo. Christo was that genius from the Sema family, younger than Cullen by 3 years, only 27. Actually, Cullen was already at the age limit for participating. Contestants must be under 30 years old. Cullen had just over 2 months before turning 30. Exceeding this age would disqualify him. It was fortunate he managed to fit in this age bracket. Not only did Cullen face a formidable opponent, but the other Bliss family contestants, Lewis and Aryan, also faced strong adversaries. Lewis was a grandson of a clan elder, with peak great master strength but still short of semi-natural Driscoll. Among the collateral branches, the strongest individual was also a peak great master. Lewis's opponent was a semi-natural Driscoll, reportedly working on meridian breakthroughs. Had it not been for limited spirit stones, they might have already advanced to the natural Driscoll realm. Aryan fared even worse, facing Han family's top genius, a natural Driscoll expert. Is this divine punishment? Arsene could only sigh helplessly. There was no way to cheat. The lottery box had a special treasure inside that blocked any spiritual sense detection. Even innate experts could not see through the box to cheat. It could only be divine punishment, heaven's intent to destroy the Bliss family. 10 years ago, Aryan finished last, which wasn't due to bad luck but rather a lack of strength. The eldest core lineage disciple, Cullen, was only 19 at that time, not even 20. The strongest side branch disciple was a half-step innate, and there was only one. The other 2 were peak great masters. They had hoped this time the core lineage disciples would have grown stronger, but alas, their luck was so poor. Perhaps all will fall in the first round, Arsene sighed. Marty, don't speak of giving up easily. Braxton said gravely. Actually, whether they win or lose, it is a form of training for them. One success or failure does not define a lifetime. The road ahead is long. Yes. Arsene nodded, looking at his eldest son, Cullen, and Lewis. You both just need to strive to show your true strength. Yes, head of the family. Ale Bedenley. The 2 were no longer so despondent, but instead reignited their fighting spirit. Arsene glanced at the 2, then at his third brother Braxton, feeling a pang of regret. His words had nearly cost the 2 their morale. Fortunately, his third brother reminded them in time. Otherwise, going up with the mindset of certain defeat would only make them lose more miserably. Fitzroy indeed was not as capable as his third brother as the family head. Fitzroy lacked the indomitable spirit and the resilient nature of his third brother. Ladies and gentlemen, since the lottery results are out, I do not wish to waste any more time. Everyone knows the rules. Amato's voice echoed again across the vast square. Now I will reiterate one point. This contest is primarily for friendly sparring, stopping when the point is made. If the opponent concedes, do not press further. If anyone is found to have pressed too hard, they will be stripped of their cultivation and expelled from Yinjing. Please welcome number 1 Lanny Yuan and number 2 Nangong, Churchill to the stage. The 2 contestants were already walking towards the center of the square. This square had a diameter of 150 meters, with 80 meters in the middle being the arena area, demarcated by red lines. If forced outside this red line, it would be an automatic loss. Please. The battle between number 1 and number 2 began instantly, starting with killing moves. Chapter 213. Severing the arm. Although the 9 major families prohibit lethal attacks, this rule only applies after someone has surrendered. If no surrender occurs, all participants will go all out and use every skill they have to fight. At the same time, there's no prohibition on using weapons. As long as you have a weapon, you can use it. Hidden weapons are fine too. With each competition, there are always casualties, and not a few deaths either. If the opponent doesn't surrender and is killed, no one will hold you responsible, and the family of the deceased may not seek revenge. This is the rule. If they retaliate privately, they will be attacked jointly by the other 8 families. Other families even hope for such private reprisals. If they find any leverage, they will swarm in immediately. All 9 families wish to become 8 families, or even 7. The pie is only so big. The fewer families dividing it, the more benefits they get. That's why no one dares to seek private revenge or initiate full-scale wars. To gain more benefits, they can only rely on young people's competitions, betting on their future. Those who lack strength will die slowly. 12 families used to exist, now only 9 remain. A clear example. Bang bang. Within less than 5 rounds, the match between number 1 and number 2 was decided. Nangong Churchill, at the borderline of innate realm, defeated his opponent and advanced smoothly. Next came numbers 3 and 4. The matches progressed quickly. In reality, those who reached half-step innate would also use deadly moves, but if they failed to defeat their opponents with these moves, they'd usually stop there. They knew that they weren't the main event this time. Advancing to the next round was good, but avoiding severe injury was more important. As long as they avoided injuries with lasting effects, they had a high chance of breaking through to the innate realm. The family's expectations this time were for them to gain experience rather than fight to the death. Only the few geniuses who had already reached the innate realm would risk their lives to compete for top spots. Soon, it was the 5th match. Cullen versus Christo. A battle between 2 innate experts. Previously, spectators might not have been too interested in half-step innate matches, but this was a real innate expert contest. Alebeck viewing opportunities were rare. Christo was short, around 1.7 meters, contrasting sharply with Cullen's robust build. Both sides brought weapons. One a long sword, the other a spear. What about deciding it in one move? Christo asked with a smile. Agreed. Cullen's 7-foot-long spear radiated a sharp aura. Fight. Fitzroy wielded his spear. Releasing, Braxton became the champion by comprehending the essence of the 5 elements. Even those stronger than him fell under his blade. Innate experts who comprehend the essence of the 5 elements can challenge higher realms. Because such individuals learn Dao techniques faster and mobilize heavenly energy quicker, making their moves more powerful even if the same skills are used. They are closer to the origin of heaven and earth. Braxton didn't speak, just looking afar at Christo, furrowing his brow. Christo wielded his long sword, having already gathered natural forces. He comprehended the power of metal, which is sharp and highly destructive. In reality, even if one cultivates to the innate realm, due to different spirit roots, each person can only mobilize one type of elemental energy from the 5 elements. Of course, some individuals are special, possibly having dual spirit roots, allowing them to mobilize 2 types of elemental energies. Aelbeck people are even rarer. Within the 9 major families, none have been seen in a century. At this moment, Christo could have attacked immediately, but he waited for Cullen to fully mobilize the natural forces. This was absolute confidence in his own strength. War Dragon roams wild. Cullen had already launched his attack. The long spear, drawing in the natural forces, coalesced into a dragon descending from the sky, swallowing towards Christo. Blue Dragon emerges from sea. Christo similarly thrust out his sword, forming another dragon. The 2 dragons made of natural energies collided. Boom! The terrifying shockwaves lifted dozens of stone slabs from the ground, and the spectators on the platform 100 meters away felt the fierce impact. Even those at the Grandmaster level almost fell to the ground. Spit. Hit the hardest, naturally, was Cullen, who spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating backward. If it weren't for the long spear stuck in the ground, he would have fallen. Again. Christo swung his sword again, advancing aggressively. We surrender. Seeing the situation was not good, Arsene on the platform stood up quickly. But Christo's sword had already swung out, releasing a sword aura no weaker than the previous move, charging straight at Cullen. The speed at which he mobilized the natural forces was indeed incomprehensibly fast. Cullen poured the remaining true essence in his body into the long spear, blocking the sword aura. The long spear blocked several strands of sword aura, but Cullen's left arm was severed by the sword aura. Ah! Cullen let out a painful scream, flying backward, heavily landing on the ground. My left arm. An innate realm body is already incredibly strong, yet it was still cut off by this sword aura. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was due to focusing entirely on enhancing his own realm without grasping the Dao techniques. At the mid-innate stage, Cullen could only perform the first move of the Bliss family's ultimate skill, Battle Dragon in the Wilderness. This move had the weakest power. If he could have executed the second move, he might not have been defeated so quickly. It was precisely because of these words that Cullen fainted outright. 5th match, Victor Christo. Amato announced the result without reprimanding Christo for any rule violations. 3rd Marty, let's abandon this competition for our Bliss family this time. Arsene glanced at Arvid and whispered, Patriarch is severely injured and unlikely to recover, so they dared to be so despicable and deal such lethal blows. If others go up, they will likely face similar attacks, which would cause us heavy losses. Fitzroyering this, Arvid squinted his eyes. Elder Marty had a point. There had been previous instances of ruthless strikes, but usually between families with deep-seated grudges. However, the grudge between the Bliss family and the Sima family wasn't that deep, and their relationship had generally been good. Yet Christo dealt such a severe blow, probably acting on instructions from above. We should preserve our strength now. If Xiao Yin and Xiao Lu also suffer severe injuries, our family will be in peril, Arsene continued. Amato called out loudly. Jerry walked to the center of the square, but Aryan did not appear. Fitzroy of the Nangong family, Xiao Lu is on his way and should arrive in about 20 minutes. Could we wait? Arvid stood up to ask, or perhaps we could conduct the final match first. In principle, being late equals forfeiting. However, if the Han family agrees, I have no objections. Amato looked towards the Han family section. Arvid also looked over. Since Lewis has already forfeited, one more doesn't matter. Fitzroy definitely hasn't reached the innate realm. Elbecca force won't stir up much trouble. Let him forfeit, don't waste our time. Indeed, Arsene got all the spirit stones. Aryan, as a disobedient son, has no real power. Probably knows his strength is lacking, deliberately stalling to save face. Then he can say he didn't arrive in time, not that he didn't want to compete. Ha ha ha. Dozens of voices of criticism and ridicule came from around. Marty Bliss, rules are rules, and there's nothing I can do. At this moment, the head of the Han family spoke. Fitzroy naturally didn't want his son to face unnecessary strain. Though Aryan had been expelled from the Bliss family for many years, he was once hailed as the Bliss family's top genius. And if Aryan truly lacked strength, he probably wouldn't have registered for the competition. Letting his son effortlessly advance to the second round would be best. Ivor, I am willing to wait for him, Jerry said loudly from the center of the square. Xiaoyi, don't be unreasonable, the Han family had rebuked. Ivor, winning without fighting isn't honorable, Jerry responded solemnly. I want to defeat Aryan honorably. Lord Fitzroy of the Nangong family, I'm willing to give Aryan another half hour. I'd like to see if he's really on his way or just making excuses. Since young Master Han is willing to wait, we'll conduct the final match first, Amato announced. Yes. Jerry bowed to Amato and turned to walk toward their family's platform. How can you let jealousy cloud your judgment on such important matters? The head of the Han family looked at his son with disappointment. Fitzroy knew why his son wanted to wait for Aryan, why he wanted to defeat Aryan honorably. Back then, Aryan had broken off the marriage contract and married Isabel from a minor family. This allowed Dottie to regain her freedom. When the Han family proposed the marriage again, the head of the Nangong family, Amato, did not object. However, Jerry privately talked with Dottie for some time. What was said, outsiders didn't know. But the marriage proposal had to be abandoned, and Jerry left angrily. Could it be that Dottie had mentioned Aryan, which irritated Jerry? Anyway, upon returning, Jerry diligently practiced cultivation and eventually reached the innate realm at the age of 28. The head of the Han family suspected that his son might be jealous and wanted to fight Aryan face to face, defeating him to prove himself. Ivor, I will definitely defeat Aryan today and trample him underfoot, Jerry said solemnly. Others may think Aryan is deliberately delaying time, but I don't believe so. Fitzroy must have some strength, the head of the Han family reminded. At most, he's half-step innate. There's no way he could reach the innate realm. I am an entire realm higher than him and have mastered the second move of our family's ultimate skill. What do I have to fear from Aryan? Jerry replied confidently. I'm worried about unforeseen complications, the head of the Han family sighed. Lord Fitzroy, there's no need to worry. With Xiaoya's strength, securing a spot in the top 4 is entirely feasible as long as we don't encounter Christo or Corey prematurely. Yes, such strength has nothing to fear from Aryan. Cullen has already lost an arm. If we severely injure Aryan, the Bliss family will have no successor. Today is a great opportunity that we can't miss. A few elders beside them sneered. The major families maintain superficial harmony compared to external forces. If any external force intervened in Yinjing and sought to establish a foothold, the 9 major families would unite tightly, working together sincerely. But when no external forces were involved, the 9 major families vied with each other both openly and covertly. However, they had formed a consensus. Innate realm individuals only dealt with others in the innate realm. Any disputes involving those below the innate realm should not involve innate experts. It was an unwritten rule, yet everyone abided by it. If this rule wasn't followed, the young disciples of the 9 major families would have been wiped out long ago. The only opportunity for open action was the once every 10 years sparring competition. If Aryan really comes later, you provoke him, humiliate him, make him lose control and seek vengeance recklessly. Then find an opportunity to severely injure or even kill him, one elder whispered coldly. Yes, grandson understands. Jerry also showed a cold smile. Chapter 215. Just want a fair fight? The 12th match ended in less than 2 minutes. A half-step Shantan facing off against a full Shantan realm cultivator. This was an enormous gap. One could harness the energy of heaven and earth, while the other could not. This was a qualitative difference. It was hard even to fight to the death on equal terms. In reality, among the 9 great families, there weren't many participants at the Shantan realm for this tournament, less than a third. There were only 8 in total, plus Cullen, who had the highest cultivation but met Christo due to bad luck and lost an arm. The remaining Shantan realm cultivators didn't face each other. As Austin announced the start of the 13th match, now everyone was left waiting. Jerry sat cross-legged in the center of the plaza, quietly awaiting. Even if Jerry was willing to wait, the others from different families were unwilling to wait too long. They gave him only half an hour, after which they would declare Jerry the winner. 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, and still no sign of him. By 20 minutes, everyone started to grow impatient, mainly because it was past noon, and they were all hungry. So many people waiting just for one person. What a big deal. Some were already growing very impatient. No need to wait anymore. Even if he comes, it will be a one-sided crushing, boring. Some people began to leave on their own. In the next few minutes, more than half of the crowd left, leaving the previously crowded stands suddenly empty. 1 minute left. Austin stood up and loudly announced, humming. Ale-bedenly, everyone heard the sound of a helicopter coming from the southeast direction. Looking up, indeed, a helicopter flew in from afar and soon hovered above the plaza. At over 20 meters high, Aryan carried Rosemary and leaped down from the helicopter, landing steadily on the plaza. Seeing this, the Nangong family members' faces darkened. Not only did he dare show up here, but he also brought another woman. This was disregarding the Nangong family? Beside him, an elder of the Nangong family intended to take action, but was stopped by Austin raising his hand. Let him participate first and see his strength. We'll ask for explanations after the match. Yes. The elder retreated. The helicopter left. Rosemary walked towards the Bliss family stand. Aryan looked at Austin and apologized with a clasped hand gesture. Fitzroy of Nangong family, all family heads, my apologies for being late. Cut the nonsense. Your fake apology is unnecessary. Let's start quickly. Yeah, start now. For your sake alone, we haven't eaten yet. Someone extremely impatient shouted. Aryan continued apologizing to the audience, showing basic courtesy. After apologizing to everyone, Aryan turned to look at his opponent. Fitzroy didn't recognize the other party but felt a sense of familiarity. Of the young masters and misses from the 9 great families, most were familiar to him. But 6 or 7 years had passed, and many appearances had changed, so he couldn't immediately place them. May I know which family you hail from? And your honorable name? Aryan asked politely. Han family, Jerry. Oh, it's Marty Han. Thank you for giving me extra time. Aryan expressed gratitude. There's no need to thank me. I merely want to defeat you fairly and tread you underfoot, Jerry said with a twisted smile. Then let us decide the outcome with our strength. Please instruct me, Marty Han. Aryan stepped aside, assuming a posture inviting attack. Not in a rush since we've waited this long anyway. Jerry waved his hand, seemingly unperturbed, and instead brought up casual conversation. I heard you got married in Hangqing? Aryan paused. It wasn't a secret within the 9 families, as it had been widely discussed at the time. Knowing this, why did Jerry still ask? I also heard that your wife aborted her child for her former love and left you? Jerry taunted. This piece of information wasn't well known unless someone paid specific attention to Aryan. Why was Jerry so interested in his affairs? Those around pricked up their ears. Since they were all relatively strong cultivators, at least masters, they could hear Jerry clearly despite the distance. A prodigy of the Bliss family unable to protect even his own child. A real joke? Fitzroy actually has the nerve to stand here. If it were me, I would have found a place to hang myself long ago. Given such a rebellious son, it's a wonder the Bliss family hasn't declined. Jeers poured in from all directions. Aryan's brows twitched. This was a painful memory he wished not to mention, yet Jerry spoke of it publicly. Jerry, I don't know why you harbor such deep hostility towards me, but if you want to provoke me, well, I'll tell you now, you've succeeded. Aryan took a step forward, and the imposing aura and killing intent around him erupted instantly. But, you should be clear about the price of provoking me. Although his killing intent was indeed shocking, it was ultimately just the aura of a half-step Cien Ezekiel. Most participants in the competition were at least half-step Cien Ezekiel, with only 7 or 8 individuals having reached the peak of Great Grandmaster. Jerry's initial surprise quickly turned into a sneer of disdain. I thought you would be something impressive, but you're merely half-step Cien Ezekiel. With your level of strength, how can you make me pay any price? With that, he too stepped forward, pointing his longsword directly at Aryan, fully unleashing the aura of early-stage Cien Ezekiel. You are no longer the genius who was expected to surpass your father. Because of your caprice, you have fallen far behind me. Jerry continued, killing you now is as easy as squashing an ant. Half-step Cien Ezekiel and Cien Ezekiel are like a vast chasm. But, to avoid making you lose too disgracefully, I will let you have 3 moves first. Jerry raised his voice significantly, echoing throughout the square, which immediately drew discontent from the 9 major families. What was even more infuriating was that the sword originally pointed at Aryan was now lowered, with Jerry placing it on his back. The Bliss family members were enraged. This Jerry showed far too much disrespect, actually allowing 3 moves, which was an outright insult. The other 8 families' representatives were displeased due to impatience. Kill him quickly, don't waste time. Yeah, kill this guy, and refine demonic aura. Aryan's hands made the spell gestures, and under his powerful divine soul, a massive killing aura condensed into a skull, swallowing towards Jerry. In an instant, it arrived. How is this possible? People on all sides of the viewing platform stood up, including experts of the innate realm. Only those who had reached the innate realm could harness the force of heaven and earth, enabling remote attacks. Otherwise, they could only use concealed weapons to injure enemies from a distance. But how did Aryan manage to do this? Pretending. Jerry swung his sword at the skull. Break apart for me. The sword chi penetrated the skull, splitting it in 2. Trifling skills, Jerry sneered. But in the next moment, the split skulls reformed again and swallowed toward Jerry at an even faster speed. Not good. It's a divine soul attack. Be careful. He. The head of the Han family suddenly stood up and loudly warned. Arvid looked at the head of the Han family with disdain, finding him truly shameless. A divine soul attack? When the skull swallowed towards him, Jerry actually didn't take it seriously, hiding his divine soul behind the Fitzroy Art Mind Acupoint. In the next moment, he swung his longsword again, planning to unleash his ultimate move as Aryan's divine soul attack fell short, not even giving Aryan a chance to admit defeat. However, when the divine soul attack struck between his brows, it once again split into 2. One rushed towards his sea of consciousness, the other towards the Fitzroy Art Mind Acupoint. How can this be? Jerry was greatly alarmed, as if facing a formidable enemy. Fitzroy put down the longsword and swiftly mobilized his divine soul to meet half of the divine soul attack. Fitzroy refused to believe he couldn't withstand even half the attack. Puff. Even with only half the attack power, Jerry's divine soul suffered a series of setbacks. Unable to defend the divine soul, the killing aura carried by the skull rapidly stirred up the true essence within Jerry's body. In just moments, chaos erupted inside Jerry's body as true essence ran rampant. Die. Aryan took another step, sending out 2 gold needles at speeds indiscernible to the naked eye. Stop, we surrender. The head of the Han family roared loudly. The golden needles did not stop. Jerry, whose true essence was completely in disarray, could not call upon his true essence to defend himself. He was even dazed, seemingly oblivious to the incoming golden needles. Splat. The 2 needles pierced through Jerry's neck from either side, spouting blood. No. The head of the Han family shouted hoarsely, his face filled with despair and regret. Fitzroy regretted letting his son wait for Aryan. If they hadn't waited, Aryan would have already lost due to being late. But he didn't insist, instead allowing his son and the elders to persist in their decision to try to cripple Aryan or even kill him. Now, the hunter had become the prey. After this loud cry, the vast square fell into silence. No one expected Aryan, who was just half a step away from the innate realm, to deal a critical blow to Jerry with one strike, then finish him off with another. This seemed even more brutal than Christo. While Christo also wanted to kill Cullen, ultimately, Cullen wasn't weak, merely losing an arm. Aryan, however, had taken Jerry's life. I originally thanked you for waiting for me to fight honorably, but you shouldn't have humiliated me with my marriage. Aryan looked at Jerry, who was convulsing on the ground. This is the price, do you understand now? I don't accept cough cough. Jerry spoke with difficulty, coughing up blood, his vitality quickly fading. Indeed, he couldn't accept it. If he had relied on his innate realm status and launched an overpowering attack from the start, preventing Aryan from performing the divine soul attack, he would have had a high chance of winning. Because he was in the innate realm, he could fully mobilize the celestial earth chi, and Aryan couldn't. But Jerry was too careless and underestimated his opponent, humiliating Aryan. Now, he died without closure. If you don't accept it, come back and seek revenge in the next life. Aryan waved his hand to retrieve the needles, turning to look at Austin. Master Nangong, when Master Han admitted defeat, I couldn't control my needles anymore. Austin's face twitched. This statement felt familiar. Right, Christo said something similar earlier, and now Aryan was saying it to the Han family. But Christo likely acted on instructions from his elders, while there seemed no one directing Aryan. It appears this was Aryan's personal decision, but it can't be blamed on Aryan. Why did you humiliate someone? His divine soul was so strong that he could have controlled it, but he didn't. Fitzroy deliberately killed my son. Raphael, the patriarch of the Han family, roared loudly. I am just half a step away from the innate realm. I expended too much by performing a divine soul attack once. How could I still control the golden needles at will? Aryan rebutted. The technique you used wasn't the Bliss family fist technique, but rather demonic and evil techniques. Please let the other family heads discern clearly. Raphael sought excuses again. The rules for duels never specified what technique one should use. Arvid stood up to defend. As for these so-called demonic techniques, do you have any evidence? Is attacking the divine soul considered an evil technique? Isn't the stargazing pavilion star-observing divine soul refinement formula specifically targeted at attacking one's divine soul? Would you dare call them deviant? You're shifting the subject. I never said the stargazing pavilion is deviant. Raphael wanted to curse in anger. So tell me which sect or cult taught my son his techniques. Has my son harmed anyone? Arvid sneered. Enough. Both of you stop arguing. Let the other family heads decide together. Austin looked at the remaining 7 family heads, who exchanged glances without a word. Indeed, they couldn't identify which sect's method Arjan had used. Claiming it was an evil technique was simply baseless. Earlier, they all tacitly approved when Christo cut off Cullen's arm. Now using the same excuse against Arjan, they could only remain silent. Since none of the family heads find anything inappropriate, then the 13th duel Arjan wins, Austin declared aloud. Ivor, I've not disgraced our mission. Arjan walked towards the Bliss family, apologizing to his father. Good. Arvid smiled with satisfaction, and other clansmen also grinned. They thought Arjan had delayed the duel on purpose to avoid fighting, but now it appeared that he had genuinely gone into intense cultivation. By the way, how did my elder brother and cousin fare? Arjan asked. They sigh. Arvid sighed. Let's talk about it after we go back. Everyone is hungry. Let's go. The Sima family left first. Then the other families departed one after another. Austin watched as they left, sighing inwardly. This competition was becoming increasingly perilous. The 9 great families might face changes soon. The other families can leave, but the Bliss family has to stay. The elder beside Austin spoke up, waving his hand, causing the elders and guards of the Nangong family to encircle the Bliss family members. Nangong Patriarch, what does this mean? Arvid looked at Austin. Arjan tore up the marriage agreement, disgracing the Nangong family. Can this matter be simply swept under the rug? The chief elder of the Nangong family said coldly. Elder, I already reached an agreement with Uncle Nangong, Arjan replied seriously. That agreement you made with our family head was about you taking away Yunqing, which has nothing to do with tearing up the marriage contract. The chief elder continued coldly. Furthermore, even before you broke through to the innate realm, you allowed a woman to live in your house, bringing even more shame to the Nangong family. Do you think these matters can be left unaddressed? Chapter 217. Kneel down? Braxton knew that the Nangong family would make things difficult, but he didn't expect it to happen at this moment. However, he had no way out in this matter. His son was the one who canceled the engagement first, which was already a mistake. If a child is not taught properly, it's the father's fault, and he couldn't shirk his responsibility as a father. I am not his wife, but merely his servant. Before Arjan could speak, Rosemary stepped forward and explained, I lost a bet with him once. If I lost, I would become his maid. Many people know about this incident. If the Nangong family doesn't believe me, they can send someone to Hangzhou City to ask the chairman of Honghu Group or any member of their Pan family for proof. As for my living in the Bliss family, since I'm the young master's maid, there's nothing inappropriate about living here, right? Alacia, you don't have to say such things. Arjan looked at Rosemary. Braxton also glanced at Rosemary, surprised by her explanation. Admitting she was a maid in front of so many people might result in gossip and disdain wherever she went in the future. Furthermore, although Rosemary wasn't from a distinguished family, her father was still an important official. Ailbeck news would tarnish her parents' reputation too. My lord, it's an honor to serve you, not a humiliation or something hard to admit. Rosemary interrupted Arjan and smiled. Upon hearing this, the members of the Nangong family turned grim, while Austin felt somewhat guilty, realizing how overbearing he had been, forcing Rosemary to say such things in public. Previously, in Carrie High City, a verbal agreement was made with Arjan. It stipulated that if Arjan didn't achieve the Xiantian realm within 3 years, he would be subject to whatever the Nangong family demanded. Arjan said loudly, if I've done wrong, I accept it. I'll start kneeling now. With that, he headed towards the door. The third elder was so furious that his beard trembled. Fitzroy hadn't expected Arjan to actually consider doing it. Fitzroy knew that if Arjan knelt, the Nangong family would lose their moral high ground and wouldn't be able to demand anything else from Arjan. A near Xiantian young man who defeated a Xiantian expert had boundless potential. They should court him rather than offend him. If Arjan really knelt for 3 days and 3 nights outside the Nangong family gate, the Bliss family would explode in anger. Xiaolu. Austin gave the third elder a stern look and hurried after Arjan, trying to stop him. But Arjan ignored Austin, insisting on kneeling. Fitzroypless. Austin looked at Braxton. After some thought, Braxton spoke. Xiaolu, your sister Yunqing has always treated you well. How would you justify this to her? Arjan stopped, hesitating whether to continue walking out. Fitzroy had indeed made a mistake, and the Nangong family's aggressive attitude might also be wrong. But Austinking did nothing wrong. Turning to Austin, Arjan said, Patriarch Nangong, please specify what you want me to do, so I can know clearly. Sigh. Austin sighed deeply, with a complex tone. Everyone makes mistakes when they're young. This matter is in the past. Any enemy from the other families you encounter will likely target you. Especially after you kill Jerry, it will fuel their desire to kill you. Semi-Xiantian, defeating a Xiantian expert one-on-one. Such a feat hasn't happened in previous years' competitions among the 9 great families. Arjan has already displayed monstrous talent. If he breaks through to the Xiantian realm, what would happen then? They must find a way to nip Arjan in the bud. A father knows his son best. Braxton naturally understood his son's personality, just like himself, rising to challenges and never giving up easily. In reality, if one gives up once, they might think of quitting whenever faced with difficulties in the future, which wouldn't lead to significant accomplishments. Earlier, when Cullen lost an arm, it frightened the other elders into not sending Lewis to fight again, which Braxton did not agree with. Of course, for the future of the clan, this approach was understandable. Different people have different personalities. Some prefer caution, while others seek opportunities in danger. Braxton wasn't entirely taking risks either. Given his personality, he would inevitably fight. Ivor, I will definitely be careful, Aryan nodded. Chapter 218. Regaining the Patriarch Elbeck session rights. In the Nangong family's hall, several elders were dining with Austin and grumbled. Letting Aryan off like this is just too lenient on him. Elder 3, you've seen Aryan's potential, Austin said seriously. Why create animosity with someone like that? Exactly because of his great potential, we must restrict him by setting requirements. Otherwise, it will be too difficult to do so once he rises to power. Do you think a true powerhouse would care about your constraints? This approach might backfire and provoke his resentment. Austin replied irritably. I believe that not imposing conditions would make him remember our kindness instead. Fitzroy values emotions and righteousness deeply. Making an enemy of him is less wise than granting him freedom. Moreover, after he killed Jerry this time, the other 7 families will surely try every means to eliminate him. If he dies in the arena, would our demands then be met? By maintaining too close a relationship with him, when the Bliss family is attacked, we might also be implicated. It's better to sever ties now. That makes sense. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. Our patriarch thinks far ahead. Patriarch is wise. The other elders started flattering Austin. There was one thing Austin did not say. If Aryan managed to break through the encirclement set by the other families and win the competition, the power dynamics within the 9 prominent families in Yinjing might change drastically. Though Aryan valued relationships and righteousness, he was also decisive in dealing with enemies and wouldn't easily forgive those being their greatest hope. He lost terribly. Arsene sat there silently, unsure what to say. His son had received so many resources yet ended up in a disastrous defeat. Meanwhile, old third son, Aryan, had not received any resources from the Bliss family over the past 6 years, but still managed to kill Jerry, shocking the 9 families. Previously, Arsene even sent people to deal with Aryan. If Aryan had died in Hangzhou, the Bliss family would have undoubtedly placed last in the competition without question. His performance as patriarch had indeed been unsatisfactory. More importantly, due to his contention, Lawrence ordered that Aryan not compete for the position of patriarch. Reflecting on it now felt ironic. Seeing everyone silent, Arsene knew he couldn't remain quiet either. Fitzroy stood up and said, the situation has developed to this extent because I failed as a patriarch. I didn't properly investigate the other families. I feel guilty towards our clan members. Now, I want to pass the position of patriarch to old third. Marty, you're too hard on yourself. This responsibility doesn't fall solely on you. Arvid quickly rose to respond. No one expected them to act so recklessly. I agree with old third. Xiao Rui's defeat was simply because he encountered the monster Christo. Another elder added, if faced with other opponents, Xiao Rui, while third Marty has more time to improve his strength. The old patriarch spoke again. However, I hope you brothers can set aside any grievances and unite, with no second thoughts. I am willing to support eldest Marty. In front of Ivor and all the elders, I swear that I will never compete for the position of family head for the rest of my life. Arvid also knelt down. Third Marty. Arsene felt both touched and guilty. Eldest Marty, don't decline anymore, Arvid continued. I can continue as family head, but Ivor, third Marty, and all the elders, I have one request. Speak. The old patriarch replied. I hope to restore Xiao Lu's right to inherit the Bliss family legacy, Arsene said seriously. Eldest uncle, I appreciate your kindness, but I have no intention of being the family head. Aryan stood up and said. Being the family head? Who wanted such a headache job? As family head, there would be countless troubles, which he certainly didn't want. Xiaolu, now I understand that being the family head is not just an honor but also a responsibility. Only someone with greater ability can lead our clan to glory. Arsene continued, therefore, giving all of you equal rights to inherit, whoever proves to be the most capable should take the position. This is for the benefit of the family. So be it. The old patriarch made the final decision. Yes. Aryan could only agree. These weapons were different from those outside, which mostly couldn't withstand fierce internal energy and true essence. They would break immediately upon the injection of inner strength. Aryan tried out a long saber, infusing true essence into it, and it didn't snap. It wasn't an ordinary weapon, but it also wasn't of top quality. It could merely be used. Actually, Aryan didn't need weapons at this stage. He hadn't yet achieved the innate realm, so using weapons wouldn't enable him to channel the power of heaven and earth. What he needed now was to figure out how to absorb celestial energy to unblock his meridians, thereby advancing into the innate realm. The power of sun, moon, and stars transcends the 5 elements and is also more concentrated. Unfortunately, Aryan couldn't sense any celestial energy. Even though his mental awareness had reached the level of out-of-body stage, it could only detect dense celestial energy around him but not absorb it. If he could find treasures that contain celestial energy, there might be hope for breaking through to the innate realm. However, after circling the treasure vault twice, he felt no familiar celestial energy. Ultimately, he returned to level B2, rummaging through books in the library, hoping that the ancient text collected by the Bliss family might contain relevant records. There were 3 days until the next duel. In reality, compared to the current spiritual chi, 3 days were far from enough, especially for someone who expended a lot of energy. Without spirit stones to replenish, it would be difficult to recover peak condition within 3 days. However, since everyone had the same 3 days, it was fair. Aryan needed recovery too. The soul attack from the innate realm expert consumed his soul power greatly, requiring adequate rest. This time, he caught Jerry off guard. But with the next opponent being prepared, things wouldn't be as easy. If he could absorb celestial energy, he would be able to handle innate experts even without reaching the innate realm himself. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, during which Aryan spent almost all his time in the library apart from eating and sleeping. His uncle had given him the ultimate techniques of the Bliss family, but he hadn't studied them thoroughly. In fact, he had learned one move before, War Dragon roaming the wild. but it wasn't suitable for him at present. Any gains? On the way to the Nangong family, his father, Arvid, asked. Not much, Aryan replied, but I've realized cultivation can't be rushed. Fitzroy seemed anxious on the surface, but was rather calm inside. Now, he couldn't absorb surrounding celestial energy temporarily, yet he believed once he mastered all the star diagrams of the celestial cultivation art, it would come naturally. Rushing was pointless now. It was better to keep a balanced mindset. It's good you understand this, Arvid said contentedly. Arriving at the Nangong family, the matchups had already been decided. There was no need for another draw. Instead, pairs would fight consecutively starting from number 1. Previously, number 2 won the first round, and number 4 won the second. So now, it would be number 2 versus number 4. The subsequent matches followed this pattern. Your opponent, Andres, is a genius of the Fitzroy family who has reached the innate realm. Their palm techniques are elusive and bizarre. Be careful, Arvid warned. Andres? Is our Bliss family feuding with the Fitzroy family? Aryan asked. Do we not feud with anyone? Arvid sighed. Only. This feud is closer to us. All 9 families aim to swallow each other up. True. Aryan agreed. Although he had been away from Yinjing for years, he still remembered some internal conflicts among the 9 families. The 9 major families were roughly divided into 3 camps. The Bliss, Tang, and Nangong families, forming a camp with relatively better relations. The Han, Fitzroy, and Yuan families formed another camp. The Warren, Lanny, and Sima families constituted the 3rd camp. Yet, even if not in the same camp, inter-family marriages were common, and many families were related. For instance, one of Aryan's great-aunts married into the Lanny family. But sometimes, such marital alliances meant little when true interests were at stake. Some families refused to marry into others altogether. For example, the Bliss family did not intermarry with the Fitzroy family due to a historical lesson in bloodshed. However, even families in the same camp, such as the Bliss family and the Nangong family, sometimes stand together merely because of interests. Unless the direct son and daughter of 2 families get married, the 2 families would not become very close. But such relationships could only last for a few decades. When they grow old or pass away, these relationships would gradually fade, and conflicts would resume. Aryan looked towards the square. The first match was about to begin. There were now 14 people left, which meant 7 matches in total. Each match would take no more than 5 minutes at most. In the first match, Nangong Churchill was defeated and pushed out of the red line marking the combat zone. This was already the strongest person among the younger generation of the Nangong family, who had been defeated, only making it to the second round. That is to say, he couldn't even make it into the top 10. The Nangong family hasn't produced any geniuses in the past decade. No wonder they are so upset after I broke off the engagement, Aryan muttered to himself. Without producing any geniuses, the family faced the awkward situation of having no successor. The Nangong family finally arranged a marriage contract with the Bliss family, letting Ah Stinking marry Aryan, the future head of the family, but unfortunately, the engagement was broken off. The elders of the Nangong family were certainly unhappy with this. In the second match, Christo faced someone from the Tang family. That person directly conceded, without even starting the fight. They were afraid of being harmed by Christo, just like what happened to Arsene. As a result, all members of the Tang family were eliminated. Our camp isn't doing well at all, an elder sighed helplessly. The Bliss, Tang, and Nangong families, collectively 9 participants, now only had Aryan left, a scenario that had never occurred before. Arvid's expression became solemn. In fact, if it hadn't been for his unexpected rise 20 years ago and winning first place, thus gaining more time to manage the mines and obtaining more spirit stones, the Bliss family might also face the same situation as the Tang and Nangong families now. Under normal circumstances, it takes 3 spirit stones to break through from half-step innate to the innate realm. This is for medium talent. Top-tier talent needs only 2. For inferior talent, 4 or even 5 spirit stones are required. Ailbeck talent should absorb celestial energy slowly to unblock meridians on their own. Because besides breaking through to the innate realm, other innate experts sometimes need spirit stones too. The Nangong family wasn't short of 3 to 5 spirit stones. They just felt it wasn't worth spending 5 spirit stones to cultivate an innate expert. Furthermore, even if one breaks through to the innate realm, limited talent and inadequate understanding of Dao techniques would mean getting no good ranking in the biennial competition, rendering it futile. Every spirit stone used is 1 less for the next batch of children born with better talents, leaving nothing for them. What then? Take Cullen, whose talent definitely doesn't compare to Aryan's. Back then, Aryan hadn't returned to the family, and Arsene became the family head, naturally wanting to fully cultivate his son. This resulted in someone who only had the cultivation level, but lacked profound understanding of Dao techniques. If Cullen can't recover from this defeat, the 7 spirit stones spent will be wasted. If Aryan can't achieve a good ranking in this competition either, the Bliss family will suffer a huge loss. They would have sacrificed the future and gained nothing in return. Third match, Corey versus Rupert. This Corey is reportedly as strong as Christo. Let's see how powerful he truly is. Aryan narrowed his eyes. Chapter 220. Is this all you've got? Corey, early innate stage. Rupert, also early innate stage. The geniuses of 2 families met in the second round. Neither side's luck was very good. Kill. Rupert took the initiative, wielding a long spear to strike at Corey. Corey held a long sword and moved forward to meet him. Initially, they competed on their comprehension of the most basic techniques, testing who had understood them more thoroughly and who could perform the rivals that of some middle innate stage experts. Whispers spread among the crowd. Being able to use Dao techniques to attack enemies means a small level of mastery over Dao techniques. Corey's Dao technique could not only be cast but also change direction while dodging during the swing of his longsword, which was not something just anyone could do. Water spilled can't be so hui, nor can launched Dao techniques be retracted. Only by deepening one's understanding of Dao techniques and forming unique insights could one achieve what Corey did. Fitzroy is indeed a formidable opponent, Aryan agreed. Ailbeck and attack style was hard to evade. It would chase you unless you were faster than the giant snake. But Aryan saw that the giant snake was much faster than a human. Unable to dodge, it could only block. But without being at the innate stage, unable to harness the power of heaven and earth, how could Aryan block? All one could do was hope for no encounter. If faced with this, Aryan could only prevent Corey from casting Dao techniques. Next, in the fourth match, Warren Jia's Warren Tung won. However, Warren Tung wasn't at the innate stage but rather half-step innate, and his opponent was also half-step innate, barely managing to win. This luck was good. Encountering a peak grandmaster in the first round, and an equally strong opponent in the second allowed a smooth entry into the top 7. With 2 in the top 7, the Warren family nobody regarded Aryan as an ordinary half-step innate. Andres had also come down to the arena. Just as he steadied himself, without waiting for the match to start, he began to marshal his true essence and the momentum of heaven and earth. Fitzroy had learned from his past mistakes and intended to strike first, not giving Aryan any chance to launch a soul attack. Begin. At Austin's command, Andres immediately attacked, charging at Aryan at full speed while using his palms to channel the power of heaven and earth. Even without weapons, one could still manipulate the forces of heaven and earth, as determined by each family's unique martial art style. From a distance of about 5 meters, before Aryan could finish forming the hand seals, Andres' palm force was already pressing forward through the air. The ambient spiritual energy coalesced into a gigantic palm over 2 meters tall, descending from the sky to smash down on Aryan. Aryan rolled on the spot, swiftly dodging aside. Boom! The giant palm struck the ground where Aryan had just stood, shattering the hard bluestone tiles and leaving a crater about 5 feet in diameter. Ailbeck immense power. Even though Aryan moved fast enough, he was still hit by the shockwave and sent flying back, quickly regaining his footing. Wanna run? No way. Andres relentlessly pursued, pushing his speed to its limits and instantly closing the gap with Aryan. This was an attempt at close combat. Not good. Aryan felt a chill. If Andres kept this up, he wouldn't have any chance to use his soul attack or even finish the hand seals. However, his speed being only half-step innate, it couldn't match Andres's. Forced to abandon the hand seals, Aryan used both fists to block Andres's palm strikes. I'd like to see just how proficient you are in boxing, Andres sneered. Then let's see, Aryan replied without fear. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over a dozen blows, with Aryan holding his own against Andres. Danger. But in the next moment, Andres's palm strikes contained lethal moves, channeling the power of heaven and earth. Aryan quickly turned his head, narrowly avoiding the deadly blow that flew past his ear and struck the ground 10 meters away, creating another large crater. Andres had seamlessly integrated special techniques into ordinary palm strikes, making them nearly impossible to guard against. Fitzroy also mobilized the spiritual energy of heaven and earth very quickly, seemingly having grasped some elemental powers. No wonder everyone held him in such high regard. Fortunately, Aryan's divine sense was strong, and he was acutely aware of the ambient spiritual energy, even sensing the movement of true essence within Andres' body, allowing him to barely avoid the attack. Otherwise, at such close range, Aryan would have taken a direct hit to his face, which might not have killed him but would have left it smashed to pieces. Is this all you've got? An innate realm expert? Aryan mocked. You're asking for death. Andres snarled in fury. Chapter 221. One more villainous than the other. Andres was enraged and fell for Aryan's provocation. It looks like the battle is about to end. If I were in his shoes, I'd be furious too. A Shantan realm practitioner going head-to-head with a half-step Shantan, losing face completely. Indeed, this guy Aryan's mastery of boxing skills isn't inferior to that of innate experts. Especially his reflexes. If it had been me facing Andres just now, I wouldn't have been able to dodge that close-range palm strike. Aryan's spiritual awareness is too strong. Could it be he really achieved the soul separation stage? That's impossible. The elders of the 9 great families don't necessarily reach the soul separation stage. Only a few ancient monsters can achieve that. The crowd buzzed with various comments. At this moment, the situation on the field changed dramatically. Enraged, Andres stopped pursuing and began gathering power, summoning the surrounding natural energies, preparing to unleash a genuine killing move. However, the speed at which he unleashed his ultimate skill was visibly slower than when Aryan executed his spirit soul attack. Even though Andres had grasped some essence of the 5 elements, he was still not as fast as Aryan. The heavily murderous aura-laden skull appeared, swallowing towards Andres. Pop! Just as the skull was about to engulf Andres, a sound of jade shattering echoed, instantly destroying the skull. It's purple lightning jade. From the distant viewing stands, someone sharp-eyed recognized what exploded. Andres secretly crushed the purple lightning jade, then swiftly harnessed the momentum of heaven and earth, causing an enormous palm shadow to reappear above Aryan's head, this time exceeding 6 feet high. Aryan, knowing you have a spirit soul attack, did you truly think I was unprepared? Today, you cannot escape. Ha ha ha. To death with you. Aryan, who had just performed the soul swallowing refinement, his face suddenly changed, hurriedly dodging to the side. Boom. The massive palm slammed into the ground, sending shockwaves that hurled Aryan over 20 meters away. Is it over? Everyone on the viewing stand stood up, looking towards Aryan, motionless and covered in blood far away. What a sinister Andres. Having the purple lightning jade, he didn't reveal it early on. Pretending to fall for Aryan's provocation, he waited for Aryan to use his ultimate skill before using the purple lightning jade to counter it. Aryan must be weakened after performing his spirit soul attack. At this point, Andres launches a killing blow to crush him completely. How deep his cunning runs. All were astonished, having thought Andres was enraged and would fall for Aryan's trick. Who would have thought all this was part of Andres' calculation? We acknowledge. Seeing Andres approaching Aryan step by step, Arsene stood up, ready to admit Aryan's defeat. Big Marty, wait a little longer, Arvid halted Arsene. Waiting any longer will be too late. Little Lou cannot die here. He is our Bliss family's future, Arsene said anxiously. On our way here, Little Lou told me that if he doesn't acknowledge defeat, no one should shout for him to do so. Arvid said solemnly. But, Trust him. Arvid narrowed his eyes. Although he appeared calm, his heart was tumultuous inside. This was his only son. He certainly did not want his son to die here. Moreover, if they didn't call out the surrender, Andres would definitely deliver a fatal blow without doubt. Even if they called it out, Andres might still find an excuse saying the move was already out. Arsène sat down again, staring intently at the distant Arjan. And Andres also approached cautiously, step by step. In fact, he was very weak now. In just a few minutes, he had used 3 ultimate skills, with less than 1/5 of his true essence remaining. If he could avoid close combat and use another ultimate skill, directly shattering Arjan, it would be best. But doing so would exhaust him, and he couldn't participate in the fight 3 days later. The Fitzroy family had only him left, relying on him to advance to the top 2. But when he was about 3 meters from Arjan, a chill ran through his soul swallowing refinement. The blood-covered Arjan abruptly leaped up, both hands pushing towards Andres. Incredibly fast. You're not dead yet? Andres was shocked, rapidly retreating. But the skull moved even faster, quickly swallowing him. When he tried to use his spirit to resist the skull, 2 gold needles penetrated his neck from either side. It was too quick. Even the head of the Fitzroy family didn't have time to shout for a surrender before the gold needles pierced through Andres' neck, severely injuring it, making his spirit difficult to coalesce, directly being devoured by the murderous aura. Ezekielksu. People from the Fitzroy family stared intently at Andres. Thud. Andres fell to the ground, dying in the same manner as Jerry. Fitzroy was cautious enough, but he didn't expect to still meet his demise. The spectators watched the blood-covered Arjan, stunned and speechless. Although Arjan had dodged quickly just now, he hadn't completely escaped the attack of that palm. It was as if he had taken a blow from an innate expert's ultimate move and still wasn't dead. Is this body really only haunted? Rosemary rushed over immediately to support Arjan. Arjan wins, Amato announced as he stood up. Next was the final match, but Arjan didn't have the heart to watch it anymore. Fitzroy left the Nangong family with his father and quickly returned to the Bliss family for treatment. The doctor who came to treat Arjan was Churchill Doctor, whom he had once invited to Hangzhou to treat Alethea. After being injured so severely, your internal organs are all damaged, Churchill Doctor said helplessly after checking his pulse. Hugo, please treat him as soon as possible. We will provide any high-quality medicine you need. Xiao Lu still has to participate in the next round of matches in 3 days, Arvid pleaded. Even with the best medicine, he won't be fully recovered in 3 days. Just prescribe the medicine, Arjan weakly agreed. All right. Churchill Doctor knew the Bliss family was well stocked with medicinal herbs and prescribed only top-grade ingredients. Arvid took the prescription to fetch the herbs, the Bliss family's treasure vault entirely open to Arjan for any herb he needed. Still, before leaving, Churchill Doctor sternly advised, with only 3 days left, it's best not to let him participate in the next round of matches. Chapter 222. The reward offered by the Nangong family. 3 days later, the competition resumed. Now only 7 contestants remained, and they needed to redraw lots. One person would be exempt from this round, and the lucky Arjan was surprised. Of course, explained Arsène. Not only is the management right of the mine at stake, but there are also prizes for the top 2. It could be treasures, spirit stones, or medicinal herbs. Each family hosted in turn, providing rewards based on their generosity. 10 years ago, the Lanny family hosted it, with a low-grade magical sword for first place and 2 spirit stones for second. The reward was too meager, inviting ridicule and casting doubt on their depth of resources for decades. So, even for the sake of reputation, families won't give meager rewards. After all, each family takes turns hosting, so everyone balances it out, obtaining treasures through merit. That's fair enough, Arjan laughed. In 3 days, the Nangong family should reveal the rewards. Let's wait and see, Arsène laughed. All right. As the Bliss family left, Arjan walked steadily, and people started discussing. This body is really something, taking such severe injuries yet recovering fully in just 3 days, not weaker than an innate expert's. By rights, the Bliss family shouldn't lack spirit stones, so why hasn't he broken through to the innate realm? Could it be to break through at a critical moment on the final day? But breaking through to the innate realm requires substantial recovery after the massive spiritual energy impact. Who knows what the Bliss family has planned? At the Nangong family compound, the elders were holding a meeting, frowning deeply. They were troubled about what to offer as rewards this time. Spirit stones were the most common and accepted reward over the past few decades. However, with the mine nearing depletion, obtaining spirit stones became increasingly difficult, making them far more valuable now. The Nangong family still had some, but giving two was still painful. No one wanted to host this event now that it was the Nangong family's turn, but there was no way around it. Not giving rewards when other families did would invite ridicule and potential retribution. Why not give 2 treasures instead of spirit stones? We need spirit stones ourselves. Austin suggested tentatively, there are some treasures we can't use. I agree, the senior elder nodded. Spirit stones were essential for breaking through to the innate realm, using pure spiritual energy to unblock the meridians, allowing a half-step innate to break through within 10 days to half a month. Relying solely on absorbing natural spiritual energy might take 3 to 5 years. Compared to unused treasures, spirit stones were indispensable. We'll have to select carefully. Right, let's all choose 2 items. They headed towards the treasure vault, but struggled to make a decision. This one no, it's from our 16th ancestor. This one worse, our 17th ancestor fought fiercely to get it back. This one no. Finding precious items they could part with was difficult. I guess they have no choice. They can't use them now, so they might as well offer them as rewards. That's true. If it were our Tang family next time, we'd have to do the same. 3 days later, everyone was surprised at the 3 prizes the Nangong family had put forward. However, after the surprise came acceptance. Actually, several hundred years ago, any one of these 3 items could have been worth dozens or even hundreds of spirit stones. Not to mention the array cornerstone stone, which was central to a large formation. Without this cornerstone stone, the formation wouldn't function. Even spirit stones were just part of a formation, less valuable compared to the cornerstone stone. Hundreds of spirit stones might only get you one good array cornerstone stone. For a top-tier cornerstone stone, even thousands of spirit stones couldn't match. As for the intermediate Dao technique secret skill, it was also highly valued, depending on what type of Dao technique it was. But since the Nangong family was willing to put it forward, this Dao technique might be somewhat peculiar, and regular people probably couldn't cultivate it. Still, its value was considerable. In the past, it would have been worth over 100 spirit stones. Now, preferring to offer it as a prize rather than giving 2 spirit stones reflects the current predicament of the 9 families. Why does the force contained within the array cornerstone stone feel so familiar? Aryan stared intently at the array cornerstone stone. Could it be star power? A thread of divine sense probed into the array cornerstone stone, and Aryan rejoiced inwardly. It really is star power. The star power that Aryan had struggled to absorb was contained within this array cornerstone stone. Getting this cornerstone stone might allow him to absorb it. But now, the issue was he must secure a top 2 position. Ideally, securing first place to have the priority in selection. No matter what, I'm determined to take this first place. Aryan clenched his fists tightly, for his family and for himself. Chapter 223 Belief in Aryan. The lottery results are out, Christo is to fight against. Austin stood on the elevated platform. As his voice carried across, everyone turned their gaze towards him. People from the Bliss, Warren, Lanny, and Seema families were all somewhat nervous. This matchup was crucial for determining who would take the top spot and control the minds for a longer period of time. The only ones not particularly tense might be the Seema family. Christo sat there, gazing downward calmly, as if the lottery result had no impact on him at all, nor did he care about his opponent. Christo versus Aryan, Corey versus Lanny Yuan. Austin continued, which was the most formidable, and so was her sword intent. Of course, true sword intent was even more domineering and intense than the primal metal element. Getting this far with half-step innate ability is quite unexpected, but this is where you stop. Christo looked at Aryan, Elberender now, and perhaps you can live. If you leave me one arm, I will spare your life. Aryan stood hands behind his back. Arrogant. Christo coldly said, I hope you don't shout forfeit soon, or it won't fit your current ignorance. Begin. Austin loudly declared. One move to exterminate you. Christo waved his long sword, and within less than 5 seconds, a giant dragon formed by condensed spirit energy appeared, swallowing towards Aryan. This was the Seema family's ultimate technique, the soaring blue dragon. Other innate experts might need 10 or even 15 seconds to muster enough elemental energy to unleash such a powerful attack, but Christo only needed 5 seconds. At this moment, Aryan's incantation also concluded, Devour Soul Refinement. Fitzroy moved fast, channeling his inner killing aura and soul force, matching Christo's speed nearly. A skull rushed out, hitting Christo directly. Christo took out the purple lightning stone and instantly crushed it, turning the skull into thin air. Knowing that purple lightning stones were treasures to resist such soul attacks, they all used them. Aryan rolled away as the giant dragon smashed into the ground, flinging him into the air once more. Faced with an innate realm attacker wielding the elemental power, he had no choice but to dodge. If he couldn't dodge, he'd be thrown aside. However, upon the giant dragon landing, the accumulated earth and metal spirit energy dissipated immediately. But under Christo's control, these dispersed energies coalesced again, forming dozens of sharp spikes around Aryan's feet. Aryan leaped into the air just in time, only to find the spikes appearing beneath his feet once he landed again. Fitzroy twisted his body and soared upward once more. What potent mastery of Dao! Everyone on the viewing platform was shocked. Previously, when Corey fought Rupert, he could make his Dao spells bend and turn back, showcasing control over elemental energy akin to a mid-innate expert. Yet, now Christo's control over elemental energy was clearly stronger than Corey's. Now, how do you plan to dodge? Seeing Aryan cornered without a way to escape, Christo suddenly swung his sword. This sword strike didn't bring any elemental energy manipulation. It was a light, casual slash. Because after casting such a Dao spell in such a short time, it was impossible for him to cast another. Even with his grasp of the primal elemental forces, it was still unfeasible. Sword intent? It's actually sword intent. The innate experts from the 9 major families stood up in unison, their eyes fixed intently on the tip of Christo's sword. This was the true and hidden killing move that Christo had been keeping under wraps. Having comprehended the primal power of the 5 elements and grasped the sword intent, this Christo is simply a demon. Given time, there's an 80% chance Christo will break through to a realm we cannot reach. Aryan is definitely going to lose today. No, he is surely going to die. One by one, they began to comment in astonishment. Arvid almost shouted out the word forfeit, but at this moment, even if he chose to forfeit, the sword intent had already been unleashed, and Aryan, suspended in the air, could not avoid it. The only good news was that this sword intent seemed weak, but even if the sword intent was weak, if it attacked inside a person's mind sea, it would completely shatter it. This sword intent was entirely above the primal force of the 5 elements. Albeit enough, the sword intent manipulated by Christo's true essence did not cut Aryan's throat, but directly pierced this sword intent, but to control it and turn its force against itself? Was this sword intent so easy to control? This Aryan was even more monstrous than Christo. Chapter 224 Intimidating me with this much sword intent? Poof! The golden needle carrying sword intent grazed Christo's neck, leaving a long bloody streak. Half his throat was nearly penetrated. Aryan lunged forward, striking Christo continuously with several palm blows. Christo flew backward and smashed heavily into the ground. Aryan wanted to pursue, but experienced excruciating pain in both feet. Fitzroy could only swiftly make seals to once again perform soul swallowing and malevolent refining. Just as Christo slammed onto the ground, preparing to rise, a giant skeletal mouth already appeared, descending toward him. It's over. Christo had carried only one purple thunderstone on him. Actually, he did not want to use it since the purple thunderstones were not cheap. However, an elder of his clan had asked him to hold it, preserving his strength as much as possible. In the end, he still needed to deal with Corey. A jade stone flew diagonally, exploding before the skull. We concede. Then, a resonant voice sounded from the spectator stand where the Sima family was located. Do you dare to violate the rules, Elmer, by arbitrarily interfering in the contest? Braxton roared angrily, the roar echoing through the sky above the Nangong household. During the first round, Christo viciously severed Cullen's arm. Hurt, right? A real fight would benefit no one, only making outsiders laugh. The other patriarchs also advised accordingly. Compensate our Bliss family with 5 spirit stones. Otherwise, it's war. My father may be too badly injured to recover, but he's not so easy to bully. Braxton brimmed with martial intent. So be it. Let's die together if necessary. Fitzroy wasn't foolish. The Sima family surrendering the management rights didn't mean only the Bliss family benefited. All other clans got their share. But the loss now fell on the Bliss family. Besides, the last mineshaft was probably depleted. Who knew if there were even any more spirit stones left? It was likely due to the inability to find any spirit stones that the Sima family agreed to give up. If there were really an endless supply of spirit stones, would the Sima family relinquish? Alright, 5 spirit stones. Elmer knew that not agreeing today would likely make it hard to resolve the issue, leaving him with no choice but to bear the cost. Using 5 spirit stones to save his son's life was definitely worth it. After all, the patriarch of the Bliss family was seriously injured and could not recover. As long as his son Christo could continue breaking through, he had boundless prospects. In the future, he could reclaim the loss from the Bliss family, interest included. And was that Aryan, who was so severely injured 3 days ago, had recovered so quickly. Unfortunately, he was injured so severely again, with dozens of alarming wounds all over his body. The only good news was that none of the injuries involved his internal organs. After applying medicine, Hugo left. Aryan lay in bed obediently but was already able to visualize and continue enhancing his spiritual sense. During the last night at the Zhu family in Jinling, he had a sudden enlightenment and merged the 18 star charts he had etched, then integrated them into his spiritual sense. This allowed his spiritual sense to break through the constraints of the Shengon, Churchalanguan, reaching the stage of soul separation. Now, he could continue visualizing the remaining star charts. However, these days he had never used the Star Pavilion's secret technique, Star Soul Capture, for fear of being discovered. Even if it meant sustaining severe injuries, he had to keep this secret for now. In the evening, the Sima family had already sent 5 spirit stones. These 5 spirit stones were not easily obtainable by the 9 major families now. A person with strong talent could use them to smoothly help 2 people break through to the innate realm. That is, it was possible to cultivate 2 innate experts. The Sima family actually gave them, indicating future unrest was likely. Failing to kill Christo on the spot left behind a potential threat, which was not good. Giving Christo 3 to 5 years, his understanding of the elemental power and sword intent would become more profound, making him an absolute formidable opponent. Aryan himself had no insights yet on comprehending star power, and there might be a stroke of luck tomorrow for him to break through to the innate realm. Or it might take 3 to 5 years for him to get any clue, unable to absorb star power, widening the gap between him and Christo. Fitzroy won this time by chance. Next time, with Christo prepared, it would be difficult to defeat him again. Looking at the 5 spirit stones in his father's hand, Aryan was somewhat tempted. Absorbing these 5 spirit stones would definitely allow him to enter the innate realm, significantly increasing his strength. No, I must strengthen my Dao heart. Aryan closed his eyes, guarding his mind and restraining his desires. Ivor, keep the spirit stones, give them to Faxon or Hyman in the future, Aryan replied. Faxon was at the middle stage of Grandmaster level, while no one knew how strong Hyman was since they had never seen him spar or release his aura in public. Everyone thought he was probably just a wealthy playboy. However, even if Hyman was not at half-step innate, he should be at the late stage of Grandmaster level, not far from half-step innate. Alright. Braxton took the spirit stones and left. Chapter 225. The 2 families in collusion. Since Christo has already lost, this is the best chance for Armin to come out on top. Inside the Warren family's main hall, the patriarch of the Warren family displayed an air of certainty. Don't be too confident. Aryan's spiritual awareness is very strong, probably reaching the peak of unification stage. The elder from a large clan beside him warned, not only is his spiritual awareness formidable, but it seems he's immune to sword intent. An opponent like this is quite terrifying. The most important thing is that up until now, this guy has only used one secret technique. No one knows if he's hiding any finishing moves. Really? Fitzroy still has hidden finishing moves? The Warren family patriarch was somewhat skeptical, but my feeling is that he does. This guy is deep and cunning. It's impossible for him to rely solely on one finishing move to participate in the competition. As long as Armin is careful and prepares more purple lightning stones, I think we have a good chance of defeating this boy. The great elder nodded, giving his advice. First, bring more purple lightning stones. All 3 of our family's stones will be given to you. Second, bring a spirit stone to replenish anytime. Third, don't use Dao techniques that consume large amounts of true essence. Consume with ordinary Dao techniques. In the end, he's only half a step away from being a congenital cultivator and can't absorb heaven and earth's spirit energy or replenish true essence with spirit stones. But Armin can rapidly absorb the spirit energy of spirit stones as a supplement. This way, we can wear Aryan down. Once his true essence and soul are exhausted, deliver the fatal blow. Wouldn't this cost too much? The Warren family patriarch was shocked. 3 purple lightning stones, 1 spirit stone, all just to defeat Aryan and take first place? This reward for first place looks nice, but they can't use it now. For example, the array footstones. No one in the 9 major families knows how to set up formations, so they're just decorative. As for the intermediate level Dao techniques, the cultivation conditions are likely very strict, making it difficult for ordinary people to achieve them. That's why the Nangong family is willing to offer it. Regarding the Dermic sword, the Warren family isn't short of those either. And the 2-year management rights for the mine, the Nangong family doesn't even want it now since it doesn't produce many spirit stones. Even 10 years of management rights would hardly yield anything. In the end, all they get is a reputation, using 3 purple lightning stones and 1 spirit stone to exchange for the honor of being first. This is clearly not worth it. The cost is simply too high. Both purple lightning stones and spirit stones are extremely hard to find nowadays, and only top-tier families like theirs have these stocks. Ordinary families rarely have purple lightning stones or spirit stones. If they use them up, they won't have any left. If they buy more later, each one could cost over $1 billion, and others might not even sell. We'll contribute 2 purple lightning stones. A middle-aged man walked out from the back hall, holding 2 purple lightning stones. Fitzroy was Elmer's younger brother, Baron, the patriarch of the Sima family. Besides the 2 purple lightning stones, Baron also took out a long black needle emitting a cold aura. This is the soul-taming needle, specifically targeting those with powerful spiritual awareness. Once the soul-taming needle strikes Aryan, it can completely suppress his soul, devouring his 3 souls and 7 spirits with its spiritual awareness. Baron sneered. Isn't he relying on his strong spiritual awareness? If his spiritual awareness is suppressed, I'd like to see how he stays arrogant. We don't want him dead. We just want to destroy his spiritual awareness, turning him into a cripple. Ailbeck, an evil treasure that destroys Aryan's spiritual awareness, essentially ruins a person's cultivation, turning all efforts into nothing. Living as an idiot is worse than dying. Sima brother, why didn't you show this before? The Warren family patriarch asked curiously. If it had been shown earlier, wouldn't Aryan have been easily defeated? How could our Sima family have such treasures before? Baron said helplessly. An elder from a secluded sect saw the potential in my nephew Christo and wanted to take him as a disciple. When our Sima family sought advice from the elder on how to deal with Aryan, the elder gave us this soul-taming needle. So that's how it is. The Warren family patriarch suddenly understood, feeling both envy and jealousy. Christo being taken as a disciple by an elder from a secluded sect means he will surely have a bright future. While the 9 major families wield power in Yinjing, some secluded sects are above them. Take the Starwatch Pavilion, for instance. It's an existence that the 9 major families dare not provoke. It's rumored that these secluded sects have experts surpassing the congenital stage. The limit for the 9 major families is the great completion stage of congenital. No one has crossed this boundary in hundreds of years. It's not just about lacking cultivation techniques, but also about immense resources. However, secluded sects seldom interact with the 9 major families and rarely take disciples from them. Now that Christo has been taken in as a disciple by a secluded sect, he is sure to rise rapidly. But the patriarch of the Warren family can only feel envious, because although his own son has a deep understanding of Dao techniques, it is not as profound as Christo's. Understanding the fundamental forces of the 5 elements and comprehending a trace of sword intent. This kind of talent can almost be considered the most monstrous in the past few decades. Of course, Aryan, who defeated Christo, also has terrifying potential. It's unknown whether he will. Farewell. Baron turned and left. Now, the Warren family only needs to provide 1 purple lightning stone and 1 spirit stone, which is not too great a cost. The Warren family patriarch picked up the soul-taming needle and walked towards Corey's room, handing over the incantation and the needle to his son. Familiarize yourself first, to avoid any mistakes tomorrow. Ivor, I believe I can defeat Aryan fairly without resorting to these underhanded tactics, Corey said solemnly. Aryan's talent is too strong. He must be removed. This concerns the fate of our family, and there must be no failure, the Warren family patriarch insisted unequivocally. This is not just my decision, but also the decision of the other elders. This, yes. Corey hesitated, but still accepted the soul-taming needle. Chapter 226, The Warren Family's Grand Move. The finals have begun. The stands around were packed. No one had expected Aryan, who had been expelled from the Bliss family, to stand on the final arena platform. From the first round until now, those he defeated were by no means weak. Han Jia's prodigy Jerry, Fitzroy Jia's prodigy Andres, Sima Jia's devil Christo, and another person who conceded after only 1 move. The first 3 were all strong contenders for the top 4 positions. Unfortunately, they were all stopped by Aryan outside the finals. With his mysterious and unpredictable soul attack, 2 Xiantian realm experts were killed on the spot, and Christo almost met his end as well. The final match, Aryan versus Corey. Austin's voice echoed around the square. No need for further ado. Let's begin. Please. Aryan politely saluted Corey with a fist salute. Please. Corey returned the gesture and immediately closed the distance. Aryan also drew a flexible sword from his waist and engaged Corey. A few days ago, he fought Andres for dozens of rounds unarmed, which put him at a disadvantage. Today, he anticipated that Corey might gradually wear him down, so he took a flexible sword from Rosemary, intending to spar seriously with Corey. In reality, the choice wasn't really up to him. They clashed for over 30 rounds in just a moment, yet neither gained the upper hand. As true essence continued to drain, Corey remained calm. Aryan, however, frowned. At this rate, his true essence would run out sooner than Corey's. Once his true essence was depleted, his speed would slow down, making it hard to keep up with Corey, leading to defeat or even death from excessive blood loss. Simultaneously, the soul swallowing and corpse refining technique also consumed part of his true essence. Corey, being a Xiantian expert, could absorb the Earth's chi to replenish himself. For a Xiantian expert to fight a half-step Xiantian using ordinary sword techniques rather than Dao techniques was indeed unfair. If it were done in essence and spiritual sense were exhausted, for maximum effect. If Aryan got forewarning of the existence of the spirit Ailbeer pressing needle and conceded immediately, things would get complicated. Ailbeer. Aryan readily agreed. Corey pushed Aryan back, creating distance, while simultaneously swinging his longsword, gathering the power of heaven and earth. A long snake formed from 5 elements earth chi appeared out of thin air, swallowing towards Aryan. Instead of unleashing a soul attack, Aryan turned and ran sideways. The long snake lunged toward where Aryan had been standing but missed. Under Corey's control, it rose into the air once more, coiling toward Aryan. Aryan pushed his speed to its limits, causing the long snake to miss again, which was already at the limit of Corey's control. Even so, the snake's tail swept across the green stone slabs on the square, sending over 10 slabs flying toward Aryan before dissipating. Aryan couldn't dodge in time, and only shattered a few slabs with his long sword. However, 3 slabs still hit him, causing him to roll to the ground. Although his injuries weren't serious, he looked extremely disheveled. Meanwhile, Corey's left hand was absorbing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones frantically, forming another long snake. The Warren family is really willing to use spirit stones for on-site supplementation. Braxton narrowed his eyes. Others from different families also thought the Warren family were extravagant. Spirit stones were now incredibly precious. Even they used them only for breaking through for their half-step Sciention descendants or boosting the realms of elders at critical moments during cultivation. Rarely were they used to cast out techniques. Was it really worth it? 10 years ago, the rewards for the top 2 included only 2 spirit stones, which could be exhausted like this. If they truly won first place, it might be profitable. However, the reward this time had no spirit stones, just 2 treasures, and a set of cultivation methods. Our Warren family still has plenty of spirit stones to spare, Ander, the head of the Warren family, said with a smirk. Braxton coldly hummed, continuing to watch the fight between the two. Fitzroy knew very well that the Warren family might not be aiming for first place by spending such a large amount. Decades ago, securing first place brought many benefits, but now the cost-to-benefit ratio wasn't high. Their true intention was likely for his son, Aryan. If so, his son was in danger. But Braxton had no way to help. His son's stubbornness was undeniable. Once he decided on something, he would follow through, regardless of the consequences, even giving up the position of patriarch in the Bliss family, as seen when he tore up the marriage contract and married Alethea. Participating in this competition was similar. His attempts to dissuade Aryan were futile. Even if Aryan's mother tried, she would not change his mind. Swallow soul and refine corpse. Aryan decisively formed the hand seals, and a skull devoured toward Corey. Corey stopped swinging his sword and threw a purple lightning stone, shattering the skull. Let's see how many purple lightning stones you have. Aryan formed the seals again, casting swallow soul and refine corpse. Again, it was neutralized by the purple lightning stone. Aryan was already breathing heavily, but still formed the seals. I have plenty. Corey threw another purple lightning stone, scattering the skull. Aryan spat out a mouthful of blood, kneeling half on the ground, his aura wildly fluctuating, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. Is that all? My turn. Corey sneered. Chapter 227. What is that? Above Corey's head, a long snake once again formed, larger and more substantial than before. The previous snake was only about 3 meters long, but now it had grown to 8 meters. Even from 100 meters away, one could hear the hissing of the snake's tongue, sending shivers down people's spines. This massive size was due to Corey absorbing the spiritual energy from spirit stones. The purity of the spirit stone's energy allowed for this attack to absorb the essence of most of the stone. This feeling is truly wonderful. Corey relished in the surge of power. If not for his body being unable to sustain so much spiritual energy, he would have absorbed even more. But even with just over half absorbed, he felt completely unafraid when facing an opponent at the middle stage innate realm. Go, devour him. With a swing of his long sword, the giant snake descended from the sky. Its speed was more than twice as fast as before, crossing tens of meters in a blink. Aryan dodged continuously but was still struck by the snake's body, thrown several meters away. The snake attacked again, forcing Aryan to grunt and flee again. After 3 consecutive attacks, the snake had yet to dissipate. Because Corey was still absorbing the remaining spiritual energy from the spirit stone, constantly replenishing and swinging his sword, he swore not to stop until he brought down Aryan. Despite Aryan's freakishly strong body, several of his ribs were broken, and his right foot twisted. He could no longer escape the snake's attack range. Do you still run? Corey waved his hand, and the snake struck again. Aryan rolled to the side, avoiding the direct hit, but his feet were caught by the tail. The snake then turned around, wrapping its entire body around him. Thus, Aryan was held in midair by the snake, unable to break free despite his efforts. In reality, they had no stake in the competition anymore. Claude came here to witness Aryan, the pride of the Bliss family, have his divine soul suppressed. Those suppressed by the soul-suppressing needle become fools. Imagining the talented genius that the Bliss family had pinned hopes on suddenly turning into a fool was ironic. It was more humiliating to the Bliss family than killing Aryan, causing them greater pain. Become a fool, be suppressed. Corey roared, the soul-suppressing needle locking onto Aryan and piercing his forehead. Instantly, Aryan froze in place. It's over. Arvid fell back into his chair, filled with regret. Had he known better, he should have been more decisive in making his son abandon the competition. Second place would have been enough. It wouldn't have been shameful but honorable. Defeating innate realm experts consecutively, Aryan's future would still seem boundless. Once he entered the innate realm, learned Dao techniques, and could harness the forces of heaven and earth, combined with divine soul attacks, Corey and company wouldn't stand a chance. It just required time. Moreover, Arvid knew his son better than anyone else. If his son truly wanted to reach the innate realm, he would already be there. Fitzroy chose a harder path. What is that? Ale-bedenly, someone on the viewing platform pointed to the center of the square and shouted. Arvid looked up and saw a vague human-like shadow above Corey's head. This shadow was only about 2 feet tall, resembling a small child. No one knew when it appeared since everyone's attention had been on the snake and Aryan. Its divine sense, Aryan's divine sense has left his body. What? How is this possible? How old is he? How could he achieve this level of divine sense projection? Even our family's oldest ancestor couldn't do it. This is impossible. Just moments ago, Claude had been feeling triumphant as he stared intently at the shadow. If Aryan's divine sense had truly left his body, what use would the soul-suppressing needle be? Look quickly. It seems to be forming some kind of incantation. Another voice shouted out. The divine sense was indeed forming an incantation, completely different from the one used for swallowing souls and refining shackles. What are they looking at? Corey, who had been entirely focused on controlling the soul-suppressing needle, suddenly turned around. What the hell is this thing? When Corey saw the out-of-body divine soul, his scalp tingled and his hairs stood on end. Star-watching soul seizing. The dark shadow finally moved. A soul imprint darted straight toward Corey below, too close for comfort, and its speed was unimaginably fast. Before Corey could even react, the imprint drilled into his brow. In the next moment, Corey froze on the spot. The soul imprint charged into his sea of consciousness, leaving nowhere for Corey's divine soul to hide under such powerful divine sense. His entire soul was forcibly stripped from his body and then flew towards the dark shadow in the air. Boom! The giant snake that had been constricting Aryan dissipated, and Aryan abruptly opened his eyes, landing on the ground and simultaneously pulling out the soul-suppressing needle embedded in his brow, before putting it away. The out-of-body divine sense also returned to his body. That's a borrowed soul-suppressing needle. Claude nearly spat blood. Corey, deprived of his soul, collapsed on the ground, unconscious. But his eyes were wide open, showing only whites, making him look extremely terrifying. Who's the fool now? Aryan looked down at Corey, who had lost his soul. Fitzroy didn't need to continue attacking. There was no point. Corey, stripped of his soul, became a living dead man, never to wake up again. Silence once again enveloped the entire square. Even Ander, the patriarch of the Warren family, stood there in shock, utterly astonished. Divine sense out of body and performing another divine soul's secret art, turning defeat into victory. Without considering the difficulty of projecting divine sense out of body, the fact that the out-of-body divine sense could perform a divine soul attack independently far exceeded their imagination. Was this still human? This was sheer monstrosity. Can we announce the result now? Aryan's voice echoed again over the entire square. Magdalena. Only now did Ander snap out of it, instantly drawing his long sword and rushing towards the center of the square. Aryan, I will kill you. Chapter 228. Faxon's Rebellion. Warren Stone, you must not. Austin was closer to Ander and acted first, intercepting Ander. Try me. If you dare to touch my son, I'll destroy you. Arvid's voice followed closely. Fitzroy had already appeared in front of Aryan, pointing a long spear directly at the charging Ander. This was the Battle Dragon Spear, a treasured heirloom of the Bliss family. The Battle Dragon Spear emitted the essence of metal from the 5 elements, incredibly sharp. 20 years ago, Arvid relied on his understanding of the power of the elemental essence to win the championship. Among his peers, he was an invincible existence. Ander also participated in the competition back then. Although talented, he was unfortunately stopped by Arvid before the top 8. Had it not been for Austin's interference, Arvid would have already taken action against Ander. For daring to violate the rules, Arvid could have used this opportunity to eliminate Ander. Families allied with the Warren family knew about Arvid's prowess and quickly stood beside Ander, watching Arvid warily. Apart from families like the Lanny and Seema that were originally aligned with the Warren him. Previously, they might have waited. Now, they no longer wanted to wait. They certainly wouldn't give Aryan any more cultivation time. Besides having powerful talent, his depth of scheming was also incomprehensible. In previous battles with Jerry, Andres, and Christo, Aryan suffered severe injuries but chose not to expose his consciousness, hiding his ace until the final match, catching Corey off guard. Had he used this move earlier, he probably wouldn't have suffered such heavy injuries and could have defeated the opponent more easily. However, it would have put Corey on guard, or even caused him to forfeit. That way, Corey wouldn't have turned into a living dead. Why? Just because you're mini? You think you can openly defy the ancestral rules? Although Arvid knew the situation was dire, he showed no sign of fear, instead exuding fierce fighting spirit. 20 years ago, you were my underlings. You still are now. The Bliss family will never kneel to live. We only stand to die. If you want to fight, so be it. We won't openly defy the ancestral rules. Ander knew it was improper to wear this high hat. The ancestors of the 12 families took an oath to establish these rules. He didn't want to bear the stigma of disloyalty and filial impiety. Then why did you attack my son? Arvid despised. The technique your son used is evil. It attacks one's spirit and ensnares the soul, violating the fairness set by our ancestors. Ander said solemnly. Yes, Aryan broke the rules first by cultivating such demonic methods. Fitzroy must be killed on the spot, or it will be a future disaster. Baron echoed. Fitzroy first killed Jerry, then Biting and Churchill, severely injuring Christo, and now he has captured Corey's soul. How can an ordinary person have such deep malice? Raphael, the head of the Han family, coldly remarked. In the last few hundred years of competitions, Aryan has killed the most people. Fitzroy has cultivated demonic arts, affecting his mind with demonic energy. We cannot allow him to continue cultivating demonic arts, or else he will truly go insane, becoming a disaster for the 9 major families. Fitzroy must be killed on the spot. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. People from the Han, Fitzroy, Warren, Lanny, and Seema families shouted fiercely, filled with murderous intent. Do you say it's demonic just because you say it? Isn't that black needle Corey brought out equally sinister? While rebutting, Arvid signaled to his elder brother Arsene, planning to break out with the heavily injured Aryan. Now, they were relying on numbers to force the name of practicing demonic arts onto Aryan. Arsene was furious, staring intently at his elder brother, now addressing him as Fitzroy of the family instead of Elder Marty. Anyone who continues to protect Aryan will also be expelled from the Bliss family. Arsene declared sternly, members of the Bliss family, follow my orders and return to the family immediately. The other Bliss family masters, grandmasters, and a few innate experts exchanged glances with each other. They didn't agree with Arsene's decision. It was merely Ander's scheme to create division. However, if Ander insisted on this matter, they wouldn't be able to leave the Nangong family's compound. Afterward, if Ander led people to attack the Bliss family, they would have no time to prepare. Resistance would be futile. The fall of the Bliss family could happen overnight. The only hope was to cut ties with Aryan and return to the family to prepare early. There would still be time to decide whether to fight or flee. Marty 3, this isn't my fault. I'm doing it for the family. Arsene glanced deeply at Arvid, then turned and left with his people. Ander smirked and turned to Austin beside him. Fitzroy of the Nangong family, are you going to protect Aryan, who cultivated demonic arts? Austin instantly narrowed his eyes. Chapter 229. Is Fitzroy practicing devilish arts now? The Warren, Lanny, Fitzroy, Han, and Seema families united, pressing aggressively. Austin did not know when they began to cooperate, but he was clear that for these 5 families to put aside their differences and unite, they must have grand ambitions. It couldn't be just about targeting Aryan alone. Perhaps, before the competition, they had already joined forces. Because with the spirit stones from the mine shaft gradually depleting, it couldn't satisfy the cultivation needs of so many people from the 9 families. If a new mine wasn't found, there would only be one path left, annihilation. This time, with the Bliss family patriarch injured, these 5 families turned their eyes on the Bliss family, dealing harsh blows. If the Bliss family were destroyed, the Nangong family, Tang family, and Yuan family would follow next. Until these 4 families were completely devoured by the 5 families. Austin understood the principle of mutual ruin. Thinking this, Austin did not show weakness in front of Ander. Instead, he argued logically, family Fitzroy Warren insists Aryan is practicing devilish arts. What kind of devilish arts is he cultivating? Since this was the Nangong family, outsiders weren't allowed to behave recklessly here. Moreover, he had to protect Aryan, whether for his daughter or for the family. There are plenty of devilish arts in the world. Who knows which one he's practicing? Ander said coldly. Then how do you think he's practicing devilish arts? You heard Faxon too. He said Aryan massacred people widely in Hangzhou. I know a little about what happened in Hangzhou. Those he killed collaborated with outsiders and stole Hu Weifeng's wealth. They deserved death. These people broke the law. Shouldn't they be handed over to the authorities? Ander sneered. They indeed should, Austin retorted. But didn't the Fei Ying sect seem innocent? They only offended your son and were eradicated by him. Over 100 people in the sect were butchered. Your son, Corey, also committed heavy killings. Isn't he practicing devilish arts? Right. He practices the ancestral technique of your Warren family. Looks like your entire Warren family cultivates devilish arts. You. Ander was speechless, having thought no one knew about the Fei Ying sect incident. Enough nonsense. By your tone, Austin, you're determined to shield Aryan, who practices devilish arts. Baron impatiently asked. I'm merely standing on the side of justice and speaking fair words. Austin maintained his composure. If we can't handle matters fairly, each of the 9 families will decline. Upon hearing this, the heads of the Yuan and Tang families changed expression. These words were perhaps meant for them to hear. Humph, it's true Aryan practices devilish arts. No matter what you say, today he must die. Raphael, head of the Han family, roared loudly, whoever dares to block us is our enemy. Yes. Ander agreed angrily. Wanting to take action within our Nangong family? You'd better ask if our Nangong family agrees. Austin's tone grew more resolute. Ha 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 ha. Ale-bedenly, a loud laugh echoed. Everyone looked. It was Aryan laughing. Facing certain death. Why are you laughing? Ander narrowed his eyes. You all insist I practice devilish arts. Fine, let me show you. If you dare to look and dare to call it devilish arts, I'll end my life myself without needing your hands, Aryan said coldly. All right then, Ander smirked. Aryan pulled out a booklet from his clothes and threw it to Ander. Ander opened it for a glance, but immediately closed it, appearing both shocked and strange. What's wrong? Raphael asked, reaching out to grab it. Ander gave it to him without saying much. Similarly, after a quick glance, Raphael closed it instantly. Fitzroy glared fiercely at Ander, cursing silently. Wasn't this Guanqing Pavilion's secret technique something outsiders couldn't easily see? If Guanqing Pavilion came looking for trouble, even 90 families wouldn't survive. Let me see, Baron extended his hand. You'd better not, Raphael shook his head. What's the big deal, making such a fuss? Baron was displeased. Why could you see but not me? It's the Guanqing cultivation formula. Do you want to see? Raphael passed the booklet to Baron. What? Guanqing Pavilion's secret technique? Baron, whose hand was extending, immediately retracted it. No, I don't want to. No wonder Ander and Raphael glanced and closed it. It was indeed a powerful secret technique. Others also looked at Aryan. No wonder he possessed such terrifying mental strength. He learned Guanqing Pavilion's secrets. But the question was, there hadn't been any news of Aryan being accepted into Guanqing Pavilion. The Guanqing Pavilion is a major force among the hidden sections. If Aryan really joined the Guanqing Pavilion, it would be absolutely great news for the Bliss family. With the backing of Guanqing Pavilion, the Bliss family would leap to become the leader of the 9 families. Who would dare to provoke them? The Bliss family didn't leak any information at all. Even the spies planted inside the Bliss family didn't get any news. It's truly strange. However, perhaps the Bliss family itself doesn't know about this matter, which is also possible. Because Aryan tore up the marriage contract before and married the daughter of the wealthy LB family in Hengqing, he was expelled from the Bliss family. Aryan has been away from the Bliss family for over 6 years. Not knowing that Aryan was taken as a disciple by the Guanqing Pavilion can also be understood. What? Nobody speaks now? Aryan spoke again, looking at Ander and others with a mocking face. Ander, Raphael, I wonder now, am I cultivating devilish arts? This cough? Naturally not, not devilish arts. Anders stammered in response. Who dared to say that Guanxing Pavilion's secret techniques were devilish arts? Anyway, Ander didn't have that ability. And you? Aryan scanned the others. The others didn't dare to make a sound, let alone look Aryan in the eye. They all lowered their heads. If Aryan was really a disciple of Guanxing Pavilion, how could they dare to touch Aryan? It was a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Raphael hurriedly handed the cultivation method respectfully to Aryan and explained, since everything is clear now, and the competition has ended, cousin Aryan winning first place is well deserved. Shouldn't we check the points to see who are 3rd to 8th places? Yes, check the points. Ander also changed the subject. Bring the prizes here. Austin waved his hand. Members of the Nangong family brought the 3 prizes over. Aryan took the array foundation stone without any hesitation. Uncle Nangong, we will take our leave first. Fitzroy didn't want to stay here long because he wasn't a disciple of the Guanxing Pavilion. If it weren't for being cornered by so many people, he wouldn't have shown the Guanxing spirit refinement technique. This was tantamount to revealing his identity. If the Guanxing Pavilion investigated, it would be troublesome. All right, nephew, take care on your way out. Fitzroying Aryan changed his way of addressing him. Austin felt a stroke of luck. Thank goodness he stood up for Aryan just now and argued logically. Otherwise, if he had acted like Arsene, Aryan wouldn't speak to him this way now. Chapter 230, Betrayal. How could he possibly be a disciple of the Star-Observing Pavilion? In the Warren family hall, Ander paced back and forth, grinding his teeth in frustration, clearly reluctant to accept the outcome. His son Corey had already been taken back to his room, where a doctor was examining him. However, the doctor was at a loss. Corey was not dead. His breathing was normal, and there was still true essence flowing within him. This meant that apart from not being able to wake up, everything else was fine. His soul had been snatched away. The other patriarchs were present as well. They shared Ander's reluctance and were also afraid of what might come next. If Aryan were really accepted as a disciple by the Star-Observing Pavilion, he would undoubtedly rise to power. Aryan would surely remember this and seek revenge once he gained influence. Who would be able to stand against them then? Raphael felt a wicked impulse rise within him. Should we kill him before it's too late? Do you want our family to perish? Ander retorted with irritation. If the person is dead and the deed done, we can offer compensation to the Star-Observing Pavilion. They wouldn't dare to wipe out our entire family, would they? Raphael replied, if we let Aryan grow any further, it will mean death for us eventually. With such murderous intent, how could he ever forgive us? The other patriarchs fell silent. Indeed, this was an option, but if they truly angered the Star-Observing Pavilion, and they decided to strike hard, their 5 families would be destroyed immediately. Letting Aryan grow stronger would invite more retribution. Besides, Aryan isn't necessarily going to be accepted by the Star-Observing Pavilion. Perhaps he obtained this Star-Observing soul cultivation technique through some other means, Raphael speculated. Yes, that makes sense. Otherwise, why would there have been no news about it? Baron agreed. The others narrowed their eyes, finding this possibility plausible, but they did not dare to gamble on it. By the way, didn't Marty Sema say that Christo was accepted under an elder from a hidden sect? Is that elder still at the Sema residence? Ander asked. Fitzroy is. Baron nodded, though thinking about it made him anxious. The soul elder-pressing needle was still in Aryan's possession, and he had no idea how to explain this to the elder. If they angered the elder, and he refused to take Christo as a disciple or worse, lashed out, the Sema family would be in deep trouble. Why don't we ask that elder to investigate of the Star-Observing Pavilion? As his uncle, he genuinely did not know that Aryan had joined the Star-Observing Pavilion. If he had known, how could he have expelled Aryan from the family? But this is not entirely my fault. The 5 families of the Sema clan were aggressive. If I insisted on protecting Aryan, the Bliss family would likely face an immediate attack. Arsene defended himself. Moreover, Little Lou also bears responsibility. If he had revealed his identity sooner, none of this would have happened. Now that things are like this, it's not solely my fault. Enough. The elder waved his hand, showing no interest in further discussion. Ivor, what do you mean by enough? Our children must bear the consequences of their own actions. The elder's tone was extremely complex. Arsene realized his father was very disappointed. Fitzroy knocked his forehead on the ground. Ivor, I will find Third Marty and Little Lou now. Even if I have to kneel and beg them, I will bring them back home. After leaving the Nangong family, Aryan did not return to the Bliss family and his whereabouts were unknown. Arsene really didn't know where Third Marty and Aryan were, so even if he wanted to find them, he had no idea where to start. I'm tired, I want to rest. The elder waved his hand. Yes. Arsene could only leave helplessly. Not long after Arsene left, Braxton came in and knelt on the ground as well. Ivor, your son is disobedient and may have to leave the family for some time. Dodge isn't a disciple of the Star-Observing Pavilion, right? The elder asked. Yes. That might be a way to protect our family by completely severing ties with him. The elder sighed. But leaving the clan to your elder brother, I can't feel reassured. If he stays, he would continue to secretly undermine us, Braxton responded. I was too soft-hearted. The elder closed his eyes, feeling regretful. If he had known that his eldest son, Arsene, would turn out this way, he should have taken decisive action the moment any dissent showed up. Unfortunately, he hesitated back then, leading to the current situation. This isn't your fault, Ivor, Braxton defended. How many fathers want to deal with their own sons personally? A father's heart treats all children equally. Sigh. The elder sighed. Now you will have to suffer. We may not be able to visit you for a long time. Please take care of yourself, Ivor. Braxton kowtowed on the ground. Is Xi and you also leaving? Yes, these past years I've been either practicing or handling clan affairs, and I owe her a lot. We'll take this opportunity to travel around. That's fine. Ivor, here is Dodge's address. If the Star-Observing Pavilion comes looking for him, clenching his fists. End this matter here. Yes. Chapter 231 Mutual Scheming. Marty Sima, Marty Fitzroy, Marty Lanny, Marty Han. This is where Aryan is currently hiding. He's at Qishao sect. Ander started a video conference with the other 4 families. Is it reliable? Elmer asked. It is reliable. The information came from Faxon. Moreover, he also mentioned that Arvid and others have left the Bliss family. It seems Aryan is really not an observing Star Pavilion disciple. This little fellow betrayed Aryan at the Nangong family before, and now he leaks such important information? Raphael sneered. Their family is already in chaos. If they don't perish, there's no justice. So what do? Strike against Aryan directly, or wait for the observing Star Pavilion to arrive in Yinjing and let them make the move? The patriarchs of several families fell silent. Letting the observing Star Pavilion handle it, while they watched from the sidelines, was definitely the best choice. Furthermore, the current Qishao sect had some strength. If a war were to break out, the 5 great families might suffer losses. Letting the observing Star Pavilion handle it is naturally the best choice, but I'm somewhat worried, Elmer frowned. Are you worried that the people of the observing Star Pavilion will see Aryan's talent and truly take him as a disciple? Ander asked. Elmer nodded. This young man is only about 26 or 27 years old, yet he can achieve his consciousness leaving the body, using half-step innate realm to kill a natural talent at the innate realm. Ailbeck potential is probably not often seen even within their observing Star Pavilion. The faces of the other family patriarchs became solemn upon hearing this. This concern wasn't without reason. If this turned out to be true, things would get complicated. Aryan only secretly studied the secret techniques of the observing Star Pavilion and didn't act under its banner, tarnishing its reputation. Had he done so, no matter how talented he was, he might have been killed by the observing Star Pavilion. It won't do. We must act ourselves, Raphael said firmly. But what about this Qishao sect? As far as I know, there are not many innate experts within Qishao sect. They seem to have suffered a major battle decades ago, losing quite a few masters. Ander said seriously, there should not be more than 5 innate realm practitioners, and the strongest one among them is probably at the late innate stage. If each of our families sends 1 late innate practitioner and 1 mid innate practitioner, a total of 10 people, I don't believe Qishao sect will dare risk the entire sect's future to help Aryan. Fine, let's decide on this. Tonight, let's move. Qishao sect is located in the mountainous area southwest. Aryan hadn't dared to touch Aryan. Upon reaching Yinjing and discovering Aryan was not an observing Star Pavilion disciple, Daylon was furious, planning to eliminate this person. However, upon seeing hidden high-level experts guarding Aryan, apparently Bliss's ancestral elders, at least all at the late innate stage, he chose not to reveal himself. Instead, he sent elders 3 and 5 of Qishao sect, both at half-step innate stage, to attack Aryan. They should have managed to capture Aryan. Had the Bliss ancestor intervened, Daylon would seize the opportunity. Unexpectedly, these 2 elders proved ineffective despite bringing treasures, all being defeated by Aryan. Now, Aryan has walked into the tiger's den himself. Should he kill this boy, steal the observing star spirit refining scripture, or capture that girl to force Aryan to hand over the scripture and leave Yinjing? That's what Daylon was contemplating. Narrowing his eyes, just as he stood up, Rosemary pulled out a soft sword and placed it against her own neck. If you come closer, I'll kill myself. Fitzroy's tone was firm and decisive. Can't win? I'll commit suicide then. Daylon glanced at Aryan, who didn't even open his eyes, seemingly not worried at all about Daylon making a move. This stinking boy. Is he playing this trick again? Daylon said with ill grace. Aryan, I suppose you're waiting for the people from the observing Star Pavilion to come over? With your talent, you might be truly favored by them. Once you're taken in as an observing Star Pavilion disciple, you'd report me to them, accusing me of wanting their techniques, letting the people from the observing Star Pavilion deal with me, right? Actually, the observing Star spirit refining scripture isn't suitable for you. Aryan opened his eyes. The killing aura around you conflicts with the observing Star spirit refining scripture. Then why did you still make a deal with me? Daylon narrowed his eyes, revealing strong killing intent. But I have the complete practice method of swallow soul and refine killing aura. Aryan smiled. You only got the upper part, didn't you? If I really wanted the complete swallow soul and refine killing aura, would I need to find you? Daylon sneered. Fitzroy had long been prepared to go to Elbashao and ask the Chow family for it. Forget it. You wouldn't dare to slaughter indiscriminately. There's special Qing Group 1 above. If you dared to slaughter indiscriminately in Elbashao, you wouldn't be able to walk out of China. Aryan sneered back. Daylon narrowed his eyes. That was true. However, if it came to a life or death situation, he might still be able to escape, but it would be a huge risk. Now help me out, and not only will I give you the technique, I'll also give you many powerful spirit cultivation methods. It might allow your divine soul to reach the consciousness leaving the body realm in 1 move. Aryan said, pulling up the corners of his mouth. Giving me a powerful divine soul? You have one? Daylon didn't believe it. Of course I do. Aryan replied meaningfully. Aryan, come out and accept your death. Ailbedenly, a stern shout rang out outside the mountain gate, echoing throughout the valley of Qishao sect. You see, they've come on their own now, Aryan smiled. So that's what you were planning. Daylon immediately understood what was going on. You knew the 5 great families would send people to kill you, so you deliberately ran to me, right? Senior Yang, I'm offering you a blessing, at least 7 or 8 late innate experts divine souls, which should be enough for you to break through to the consciousness leaving the body realm. Aryan grinned. Give me the technique first, otherwise, I won't kill them for you. Fine. Aryan took out another small booklet and threw it to Daylon. Daylon opened it to confirm its accuracy, then didn't walk out but looked at Aryan instead. Fitzroy planned to kill Aryan first before dealing with the 5 great families. Because Aryan's divine soul was stronger than those of the 5 great families' experts, which would be more helpful for him to cultivate swallow soul and refine killing aura. Rosemary sensed the killing intent and quickly blocked in front of Aryan, glaring at Daylon angrily. Are you going to break your word? On board wouldn't allow him to break through in this lifetime. Yet, Aryan, at merely 26 or 7 years old, had already achieved the out-of-body state, which was a realm Daylon could only dream of. Fitzroy envied and resented Aryan. Facing the out-of-body divine consciousness, Daylon truly had no good means to capture it, because in a battle of divine souls, he was no match for Aryan. Aryan knew the Swallow Soul Malevolent Aura technique, and the divine soul attack methods Aryan knew were ones Daylon did not possess. Daylon could only destroy Aryan's physical body, being helpless against the out-of-body divine soul. Eventually, the divine consciousness would escape, leaving Daylon with only a dead body. Without a corporeal body, Aryan's divine consciousness would gradually dissipate into the universe. This outcome benefited neither party. But if the Starwatch Pavilion people arrived and saw Aryan's corpse, they would surely worry about the leakage of the Starwatch spirit cultivation technique and would pursue Daylon relentlessly, making it difficult for him to explain himself. Fitzroy had bested this young man in bravery but lost in strategy. It was the first time Daylon felt consistently disadvantaged before a young person. Fine. I won't kill you. Just hope that when the people from the Starwatch Pavilion arrive, you don't throw me under the bus. Daylon gave up, putting in a significant effort this time. Not to mention that the Scarlet Sky sect was gradually declining, even at its peak. It wouldn't be easy to handle so many experts. In fact, the current Scarlet Sky sect couldn't compare to even one of the 9 major families in Yinjing. Most of the top-tier experts had been wiped out by Daylon. Fortunately, the Scarlet Sky sect still had some reserves, and Daylon hadn't targeted disciples below the Great Master level at the time. Otherwise, the Scarlet Sky sect would have been wiped out by now. Fitzroy, the sect leader, along with some elders, had only cultivated within the last few decades. Despite using numerous cultivation resources, he had only reached late stage innate. Beyond him, the senior elder and second elder were at mid-stage innate, while the other elders hadn't even reached the innate stage. There were 2 exceptionally talented disciples who had reached the innate stage, but they were only early stage innate. That meant that, overall, the Scarlet Sky sect only had 5 innate level experts worth mentioning. If not for this situation, how could Fitzroy have taken Todd as a closed-door disciple? At 24 years old, only reaching mid-stage Great Master, he wouldn't have met Fitzroy's standards. However, the Ailbin family gave him a piece of ancestral treasure and paid him over 1 billion each year as tribute, so he reluctantly had stopping the ancient bronze sword. Everyone was shocked. A single strike that repelled 4 late-stage innate experts. What kind of strength was this? Could it be that someone from the Starwatch Pavilion had arrived ahead of time? Baron forcibly stopped himself, cupped his hands together, and said, I wonder which venerable predecessor is present here? Please show yourself. A group of reckless fellows, daring to attack someone from the Starwatch Pavilion? Daylon stepped out of the hall, right hand waving, as the ancient bronze longsword flew back into his hand. Since these people didn't recognize him, he decided to impersonate someone from the Starwatch Pavilion to scare them. Is it really a predecessor from the Starwatch Pavilion? The crowd exchanged glances, all showing looks of shock. How could they have arrived at Scarlet Sky sect so quickly? Baron's expression turned ugly, knowing that there would be no more chance to kill Aryan. So he respectfully said, Predecessor, we did not harm Aryan. We only wanted to capture him and hand him over to your sect. Do you think I would believe your words? Aryan is someone valued by our Starwatch Pavilion's director. Any intent against him is an insult to our entire Starwatch Pavilion. Daylon said coldly. Now, I give you 2 choices, cut off 1 arm or die. What? Upon hearing this, Baron and others' faces changed drastically. Chapter 233, Total Annihilation. To sever an arm or to die. This was certainly not a desirable choice. Senior, we did not confirm that he was a disciple of the Starwatch Pavilion. Indeed, our intentions were for the best interests of the Starwatch Pavilion, Baron defended. Moreover, based on the information we obtained, Aryan only stealthily learned the secret techniques of the Starwatch Pavilion, which led to our misjudgment. Please, Senior, in consideration of our sincere intentions, spare us. We are willing to offer gifts to the Starwatch Pavilion as a sign of respect. Our Starwatch Pavilion does not need your respect. I'll give you one last chance. Sever your own arm or die, Daylon said impatiently. This? Baron and others lowered their heads, looking at each other, none able to make a decision. In truth, no one wanted to sever their arm. At their level and strength, losing an arm might not cripple them entirely, but it would drastically reduce their combat power. None wanted to sever their arms. But, this person was a big shot from the Starwatch Pavilion. If they didn't comply, angering this powerful figure from the Starwatch Pavilion, even if they managed to escape today, what would happen tomorrow or the day after when Starwatch Pavilion personally approached the 5 great families? It could lead to the annihilation of their clans. I'll give you 10 seconds. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. Daylon's voice echoed over Scarlet Sky sect. Aryan sneered slightly. Although Daylon couldn't learn the Starwatch soul refinement technique from him, he had certainly picked up some acting skills. Back then on the Leishi ship, Aryan acted very authoritatively, displaying immense pressure, to the point where even experts like Daylon did not dare to act rashly. Now, Daylon copied this behavior, pretending to be from the Starwatch Pavilion to scare the 5 great families. This trick was indeed effective, because the 5 great families did not know much about the Starwatch Pavilion. They might recognize a couple of people, but with so many disciples and elders in the Starwatch Pavilion, they couldn't possibly know everyone. One wrong move, and they might face irreversible consequences. Senior, Baron still clung to a sliver of hope. 9, 8, Daylon started counting down, ignoring them. Damn, the 10 and 8 experts from the 5 great families cursed inwardly. 3, Daylon's voice rang out again. Bang! Baron struck his left arm first, instantly causing his entire left arm to droop uselessly in the air. This wasn't just dislocation. It meant destroying the meridians as well. Using his true essence, Baron completely shattered his left arm. Fitzroy dared not cheat. If the senior from the Starwatch Pavilion discovered his deceit, it wouldn't be just losing an arm. It could cost his life and endanger his whole family. Seeing Baron do this, the others dared not be perfunctory either, striking their arms with mid-stage innate experts. Even with his formidable divine sense, attacking unexpectedly was essential. These opponents weren't beginners. Mid-stage innate experts had profound comprehension of the Tao and might possess artifacts that negated attacks on the soul. Aryan's nascent divine sense wouldn't necessarily be effective against prepared opponents. So he stayed put. 40 minutes passed, and with the assistance of the sect master and elders of Scarlet Sky sect, the battle finally ceased. Only 2 experts from the 5 great families who had severed their arms managed to escape Scarlet Sky sect. But these 2 didn't escape the end. Waiting outside, Braxton struck and killed the last 2 fleeing individuals. Tossing the bodies onto the square before the sect, Braxton glanced warily at Daylon before turning to Aryan. Son, I'm going to take your mother traveling. Be cautious. Ivor, I'll be fine, Aryan said seriously. Braxton gave Daylon another glance, his eyes filled with intense warning, before he turned to leave. Although his current strength was significantly weaker than Daylon's, he wasn't afraid. You and your father are cut from the same mold, fearing neither heaven nor earth, Daylon said irritably. If anyone else provoked him like this, being a late-stage innate expert, he might have taught them a lesson. However, he knew that both behind him, they would retaliate against his clan. So Aryan could only make sure his grandfather knew his location. When the Starwatch Pavilion came looking, grandfather giving out the address might prevent retaliation from them. After all, when the Starwatch Pavilion initially approached the Bliss family, it seemed to be seeking their help, establishing a good relationship between them. However, Aryan still managed to get the address. Actually, this was within Aryan's calculations. If there was a 70% chance that Aryan would betray him, he naturally had to take precautions. His father alone couldn't stand up to so many people, so he had to rely on Daylon. This was why Aryan chose Scarlet Sky sect. He knew Daylon was here. Now, however, he wondered if he should seize this moment while Daylon was deep in cultivation and use the soul-subduing needles to eliminate this devil once and for all. Chapter 234. If not 100, then 80? Everyone in the Bliss family welcomes the esteemed guests from the Guanqing Pavilion. Please forgive me for my incapacity to rise and greet due to severe injuries. In Yinjing, at the Bliss residence, the Bliss patriarch personally led people waiting in the living room. 2 middle-aged men, dressed in long robes, walked in. One was named Bolivar, and the other Rodney. 18 years had passed, yet little sign of aging was visible on them. No problem. 18 years ago, we met once before. This time we've heard that it is a descendant of your Bliss family who has secretly practiced our Guanqing Pavilion's secret arts. That's why we've come. Bolivar, the taller man on the left, waved his hand. Thank you, said the Bliss patriarch gratefully. Please be seated. There's no need to sit. Just tell us where Aryan is. My grandson has left the address. He's at the Qishao sect. The Qishao sect? We have some understanding of it. Bolivar turned to leave, but stopped just before reaching the door. His tone suddenly became serious. You haven't passed the cultivation method to any other member of the Bliss family, have you? We only learned yesterday, during the contest, that little Lu has learned your Guanqing Pavilion's secret arts. Had we known earlier, we would certainly have apologized to the Guanqing Pavilion, the old man respectfully replied. We hope so, otherwise, you know what the consequences will be. I swear with the lives of all hundreds of clan members of the Bliss family, there's no falsehood in this. Farewell. The 2 experts from the Guanqing Pavilion sped away. The Bliss patriarch breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they had helped the Guanqing Pavilion 18 years ago, establishing a good connection. Otherwise, the Guanqing Pavilion might have taken some measures against the Bliss family this time, serving as both a warning and a demonstration. Without causing a few deaths, it would be hard to resolve the issue satisfactorily, showing others the consequence of learning the Guanqing Pavilion's secret arts. Now is a critical time. Restrain the clan members and keep a low profile. The old man looked at Arsene. Ivor, I understand. Disperse. After the crowd dispersed, Faxon hurried back to his room and secretly made a call. The people from the Guanqing Pavilion are on their way to the Qishao sect. Has your side succeeded? Let me check. Hanging up the phone, Faxon could only anxiously wait. At the gate of the Qishao sect, bodies lay strewn across the ground, unburied. When the 2 elders from the Guanqing Pavilion arrived, everyone from the Qishao sect stood respectfully waiting. Fitzreuter didn't dare show any negligence. Where's Aryan? Bolivar asked. Greetings, senior. Aryan emerged from the secret chamber, clasping his hands together in respect. Considering your grandfather's face, if you destroy half of your divine soul and surrender the star-gazing soul cultivation technique, this matter will end here, Bolivar said, leaving no room for negotiation. This? Aryan was stunned. What this? Do you think that because of your talent, the Guanqing Pavilion will accept you as a disciple? Rodney spoke coldly. If anyone with talent can secretly learn the Guanqing Pavilion's techniques and eventually become a part of it, wouldn't everyone dare to steal our secrets? What would happen to the prestige of the Guanqing Pavilion? That was true logic. Aryan couldn't argue, but asking him to destroy half of his divine soul was like his strength. Humph. Rodney sneered, throwing out a purple thunderstone, blocking the spiritual mark forcefully. Boom. Even though Aryan dodged, he was still hit by the residual shockwave of the palm strike, flying out and crashing into a wall nearby, smashing a hole through it. Rodney also kept retreating. Even with the purple thunderstone, facing this star-gazing soul capture, he felt his spirit trembling. If he hadn't swiftly secured his spiritual platform, he felt like his soul would have been pulled out. With his spiritual awareness already out of his body, using star-gazing soul capture, one purple thunderstone couldn't block it off. This talent is indeed not bad. But merely having spiritual awareness out of your body isn't enough. In the Guanqing Pavilion, disciples your age who can have their souls out of their bodies are more than 80 if not 100. Without absorbing star power, they are all good for nothing. Rodney turned and looked at Aryan buried under the rubble, then waved his hand again, causing a giant palm to appear in the air. Shooting meteor chasing moon. Rosemary instantly attacked, sending out a dozen terrifying sword intention-laden orbs towards Rodney consecutively. Rodney swung his left hand, forming a dozen spirit Ningzhu de Zhangyin, Dangshalitra Shiji Qi Tuan. However, when the orbs exploded, some residual sword intention still sliced through Rodney's clothes. Rodney glanced down at his torn clothes, not angry but puzzled as he eyed Rosemary. Strange, without any true essence, she can release such sword techniques. Could it be? Fitzroy looked at Bolivar, both showing looks of astonishment and almost saying simultaneously, a sword cultivator's body? Kill. Ignoring the two men, Rosemary swung her long sword again. Stop. Rodney shouted loudly. But Rosemary continued her attack, and Rodney withdrew his right hand, causing the giant palm formed above his head to dissipate. Little girl, what's your name? Would you like to join our Guanxing Pavilion? Bolivar asked. No. Rosemary firmly refused and ran toward the rubble, pulling out Aryan who was already severely injured. Cough cough cough. Aryan was now doubly wounded, nearly coughing up blood. A palm from the peak innate realm was indeed terrifying. Moreover, this should not even be Rodney's full strength. If he used all his might, Aryan, with only half-step innate speed, wouldn't stand a chance of escaping the attack range. Little girl, our elder is also a latter Fitzroyven sword cultivator, and he needs a disciple. If you join the Guanxing Pavilion, the elder will certainly cultivate you wholeheartedly. Rodney looked at Rosemary, much more courteous now. If you attack my master, don't even think about me joining your Guanxing Pavilion. Rosemary firmly refused again. Chapter 235. Is Rosemary the one who caught their eye? Rodney and Bolivar exchanged glances again, both inwardly cursing Aryan's good luck, as if his fortune had taken a bizarre turn for the better. To have a sword cultivator serve as a maid in the Star Observing Pavilion is something unimaginable. Little girl, follow us back to the Star Observing Pavilion. If the Elder Patriarch agrees to intervene, perhaps we can resolve the matter of Aryan stealing our sect's secret techniques, Bolivar said with a serious expression. Master, Rosemary looked at Aryan. As for this matter, consult your master, Aryan replied. Fitzroy had no objections, but Rosemary was personally trained by Alex and already had a master. However, my advice is to go. Whether it's for my cultivation path or your master's cultivation path, it's not suitable for you now, Aryan added. Alex didn't expect that Rosemary could cultivate into an acquired stage sword cultivator. In Alex's mind, he would be satisfied if Rosemary could break through to the innate stage. Due to their sect's missing sword manuals, the only move they had at the innate stage was Meteor Chasing Moon. If Rosemary truly advanced to the innate stage, there would be no more sword manuals for her to practice, which would be quite awkward. No one could teach her anymore. She could only rely on her own understanding over time. How could that be possible? By going to the Star Observing Pavilion, Rosemary would gain a broader platform and greater opportunities to develop her acquired stage sword cultivator physique. Fitzroy's attainment of this physique was hard won, achieved through a life and death struggle. All right. Rosemary helped Aryan sit down and then took out her phone to call Master Alex. Without hesitation, Alex replied, Go. I can't teach you anymore. Being able to go to the Star Observing Pavilion is your best choice. As for the lineage legacy, I don't mind. Just remember me occasionally. Master. Rosemary's eyes moistened. Just like this, don't keep others waiting. Alex hung up. Rosemary put down her phone and looked at Bolivar and Rodney. You must guarantee that my master will be unharmed before I agree to go to your Star Observing Pavilion. We cannot guarantee that because we are merely elders of the External Affairs Hall responsible for handling external matters. Bolivar helplessly said, however, we can assure you that if you are accepted as a disciple by the Elder Patriarch, whether it's the Pavilion leader or the Elder Patriarch, they will consider your situation and won't take Aryan's life. Considering the favors Bliss family did for us in the past, we will try to speak well of you before the Pavilion leader. This, Rosemary thought, realizing that it was necessary for both her and Aryan. All right. These people the Star Observing Spirit Refining Technique. Not even a year. But Bolivar and the others didn't care about when Aryan started learning it, nor did they bother asking. Their true mission was to eliminate Aryan and retrieve the Star Observing Spirit Refining Technique. Had it not been for some previous goodwill with Bliss family's elder, Aryan wouldn't just be asked to self-destruct his divine soul. They would have killed him on the spot. This journey to the Star Observing Pavilion was still uncertain, but at least he could give Rosemary an answer. Have you made contact with anyone yet? Ander asked. Ander and the other 4 family patriarchs held another video conference. I can't reach anyone, Elmer shook his head. Neither can we. The other 3 patriarchs also shook their heads. Could something unexpected have happened? But the Scarlet Fitzroyven sect shouldn't have top-notch experts. Ander frowned deeply. Furthermore, even if it were a peak innate cultivator, they couldn't have held us all back unless there were 3 peak innate cultivators present. Where would the Scarlet Fitzroyven sect get so many peak innate cultivators? Elmer retorted. Could it be that the Bliss family's elders secretly intervened? That's impossible. Aryan said there was no movement from the Bliss family side except for the departure of Braxton and his wife. Braxton's current strength is at most in the late innate stage. Even if his talent is extraordinary, he could barely block 2 peak innate cultivators. The rest of our people could easily have killed those from the Scarlet Fitzroyven sect and Aryan. So what exactly happened? We must contact them as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the Star Observing Pavilion elders arrive there, it will be difficult to kill Aryan. The biggest trouble is how we explain this to the Star Observing Pavilion. Since we can't reach our own people, we need to contact someone from the Scarlet Fitzroyven sect. Todd from the Ailbin family isn't under the tutelage of the Scarlet Fitzroyven sect's sect master? Let's ask him for help to make contact. Good. Just as everyone was about to make calls, a strange phone call came in instead. Elmer picked up the phone and asked, Fitzroylo? Who are you? This is Fitzroyter, sect master of the Scarlet Fitzroyven sect. The Star Observing Pavilion seniors want the 5 families to explain why they interfered with the Star Observing Pavilion's affairs. Well, Elmer stammered, Sect Master Guan, please relay this. We only wanted to capture Aryan and hand him over to the Star Observing Pavilion. Then come over and explain it yourselves. The seniors from the Star Observing Pavilion are still waiting. What about our people? Elmer probed cautiously. All dead. All dead. Elmer hung up the phone and looked at the camera. Everyone, did you hear that? All the people we sent are dead. It shouldn't be like that. Our people went 2 hours earlier than the star-observing pavilions. Yes, 2 hours should have been enough to kill Aryan. Could it be that experts from the Bliss family joined forces? Did that guy Aryan set a trap for us intentionally? Their faces turned ashen, and perhaps this was the only explanation now. There couldn't be so many experts within the Scarlet Fitzroyven sect who could wipe out so many from the 5 families. Let's put Aryan aside for now, and deal with him later. How we respond to the star-observing pavilion is more urgent, Elmer said gravely. We can only go personally to apologize. Anders sighed. It's hard to resolve without making substantial compensation. This time, we've lost big. A late-stage innate cultivator and a mid-stage innate cultivator from each family represented an enormous loss for any of the 9 major families. Moreover, the star-observing pavilion might still demand compensation, truly making it a huge loss. Chapter 236. Mediocre talent? Aryan and Rosemary both thought that a hidden sect like the Starwatch Pavilion would have its headquarters deep in remote mountains. However, when they arrived here, they were quite surprised. This place was only about 200 miles from Yinjing, a small county in Fitzroy Province called Magdalenag County. The entrance to the Starwatch Pavilion was located within a valley in the northern suburbs of Magdalenag County, just less than 10 miles from the urban area. Aryan remembered visiting this Magdalenag County when he was around 13 or 14 years old, and he had been to the gate of the Starwatch Pavilion. Now, this place was a tourist attraction. The outer 7 halls were open to the public, but walking a few dozen meters inward, it was strictly off limits. There were tall walls and dedicated guards. The inner grounds covered several dozen acres, no longer just 3 courtyards, probably more like 20. At the center stood a clock tower over 30 meters high, around which the entire Starwatch Pavilion seemed to be built. Inside, it resembled a maze. One would likely get lost without a guide. More surprisingly, the closer they went inside, the denser the spiritual energy became. It was at least 3 times denser than outside. Aryan released a bit of his divine sense to explore, only to be immediately reprimanded by Bolivar. Even in the outer region of the Starwatch Pavilion, divine sense probing is forbidden. Violators will be punished according to the rules. Aryan quickly withdrew his divine sense, as even this slight release made him feel the presence of terrifying entities hiding nearby. The entire Starwatch Pavilion is divided into 6 zones, each with 3 layers, Bolivar continued explaining. The outermost area is for servants, followed by the outer disciples, inner disciples, hall masters, elders, and finally, the patriarch and the supreme elder reside in the central clock tower. Except during official gatherings, you are not allowed to enter areas beyond your designated zone, or you will face disciplinary action. Even during regular cultivation, you must stay within your designated zone and are not allowed to cross boundaries. Only true personal disciples may live with their masters. What a lot of rules, Aryan thought helplessly to himself. I'll take you to meet the elder of the enforcement hall first. Bolivar quickened his pace. They continued down the winding corridors, heading deeper until they reached a courtyard in the southern part of the 3rd zone. It was still dark, but the elder had already been waiting for some time. Why did you bring them? The elder of the enforcement hall was a bald old man who seemed displeased upon seeing Bolivar bringing the 2 along. Elder Churchill, this girl has the physique suitable for sword cultivation. Bolivar pointed at Rosemary and explained, ever since the Kareem lost his only disciple, he has been very melancholic. I thought, since there's an appropriate candidate for sword cultivation, it might cheer him up. Oh. Johnny looked at Rosemary in surprise. Attack me. Rosemary drew her flexible sword and swung it decisively toward Elder Johnny, her attack carrying a sharp sword intent that arrived in an instant. Indeed. Johnny waved his hand to deflect the sword intent and smiled. Although she's not a born sword cultivator, having a body suitable for sword cultivation after birth is still extremely rare. But why did you bring the one who stole the Starwatch Pavilion's secret techniques? Elder Churchill, it's like this. Bolivar briefly explained Rosemary's request. So, is it? I cannot make a decision on this matter. I can only report to the sect leader tomorrow and let him decide, Johnny replied. Meanwhile, you should take them to rest, and we will meet the Kareem and sect leader early tomorrow morning. Yes. Bolivar responded, leading Aryan and Rosemary back to his home. These are some healing pills. Take them. Bolivar handed some medicine to Aryan and instructed again. Rest well and don't wander around randomly. Thank you, Aryan said politely. These 2 had previously wanted him to destroy half of his divine soul himself, but now they were much more courteous. This was because if Rosemary caught the Kareem's attention, she would be promoted directly to an inner disciple, perhaps even becoming a personal disciple. Elbeka status would mean a sudden rise in rank. Rosemary fetched water for Aryan, and after he took the medicine, she asked, Sir, do you feel better? Not dead yet, Aryan shook his head. Fitzroy had suffered major injuries recently from consecutive matches. Although he could stand on the arena looking lively after 3 days, in reality, he was barely holding on. Today, he was hit by the residual impact of Rodney's attack, compounding his injuries. Now, even walking was difficult. Ander and his ilk truly deserved death. Unable to defeat Sir's son, they accuse Sir of cultivating evil powers, Rosemary cursed. If not for their relentless attacks, how could the Starwatch Pavilion have discovered so quickly that Sir was practicing the star cultivation divine technique? I will settle this score with him gradually in the future. Aryan narrowed his eyes. If it were just one family attacking him, he wouldn't fear. The Bliss family wouldn't fear either. Unfortunately, 5 families allied against him, making even his elder brother Arsene dare not protect him anymore. But Austin argued on his behalf, despite Aryan having annulled the engagement, disgracing the Nangong family. Now Austin was repaying kindness for grievances. Thinking of his elder brother, Aryan felt deep pain. Rest now, you're tired, Aryan reminded her. Yeah. Although Rosemary had the physique suitable for sword cultivation, without internal energy or true essence, her body was still relatively weak. She hadn't rested properly these few days. However, they hadn't rested for half an hour when a loud call came from outside. Where is my precious disciple? Kareem, Why did you come personally? I was planning to report to you tomorrow. Rubbish. Where's my precious disciple? In here, Bolivar responded. This way, please. Soon, a silver-haired old man hurriedly walked in. Greetings, senior. Aryan struggled to get up and greet. It's you? Kareem. Vinny sized up Aryan. This girl, Bolivar explained. Girl? Vinny sized up Rosemary. Follow me. Senior, I have one condition before I'll accept you as my master, Rosemary said firmly. Do you know how many want to be my disciples but can't? Vinny's lips twitched. I don't care about that. When I became crippled, Master Bliss stayed by my side, risking his life to protect me. I cannot forget his kindness. Rosemary said resolutely, if Starwatch Pavilion accepts Master Bliss as a disciple, I will accept you as my master. You're quite devoted, Vinny smiled. Alright, I agree. But he's already 26 or 27 and only at the half-step innate stage. Mediocre talent at best. Such a talent can only be an outer disciple. 26 or 27 years old and only at the half-step innate stage. Just an outer disciple? Aryan inwardly marveled. Such talent would be considered a genius among geniuses in the 9 major families. The depth of Starwatch Pavilion truly shocked him. Senior, I don't aspire to become a disciple of Starwatch Pavilion. I only ask that Starwatch Pavilion allow me to continue practicing the Star Cultivation Divine Technique, Aryan said seriously. If you don't become a disciple of Starwatch Pavilion, you cannot practice the Star Cultivation Divine Technique. Vinny sternly said, I'll give you an outer disciple position first. Kareem, shouldn't we consult the sect leader? Bolivar asked cautiously. I'll make the decision. Vinny left no room for argument. Yes. Bolivar didn't dare say more. Let's go. Vinny looked at Rosemary. Master Bliss. Rosemary looked at Aryan. Go. It's a rare opportunity. Don't worry about me. Aryan waved his hand. When I have time, I'll visit Master Bliss. Rosemary followed Vinny away, looking back every few steps. Chapter 237. Clan member Anthony. Tell us the truth about how you obtained the Celestial Star Cultivation Technique, and who else has practiced it? The next morning, Aryan once again came to the enforcement hall. Apart from Johnny, the head of the hall from yesterday, there were also a few other elders present. Bolivar was there, while Rodney had already returned to the Celestial Star Pavilion. However, the pavilion master of the Celestial Star Pavilion was not seen. It seemed he had already heard that Elder Vinny had taken Rosemary away and did not bother to meet Aryan. After all, Rosemary's talent was rather mediocre. Aryan recounted the events briefly but omitted some parts of the truth. Respectfully. Also, don't tell outsiders that you saved Zach. It could invite trouble. Yes. Go with Elder G. He will arrange your accommodations. Johnny waved his hand. Aryan followed Bolivar out and did not return to Bolivar's residence, but went to the 4th district. This place was specifically prepared for outer disciples, comprising a large courtyard with a quadrangle structure. There were 4 side buildings to the east, west, and north, with a small martial arts training ground in the center. These wooden structures were 2 stories tall, and each room, whether main or side building, was approximately 80 square meters. 2 floors would easily accommodate a whole family. Each separate courtyard housed 3 outer disciples, who could even marry and have children. Though only outer disciples, they were all half-step Shantan. Note, Shantan seems untranslated, keeping original context, level grandmasters. Within the Celestial Star Pavilion, everyone below the Shantan, note, Shantan seems untranslated, keeping original context, realm was considered an outer disciple. Only by breaking through to the Shantan, note, Shantan seems untranslated, keeping original context, realm could one become an inner disciple. Outside, in major families, grandmasters were revered as elders, and though here they were just outer disciples, their treatment was not bad. They could even hire maids and servants themselves, provided they could afford it. However, they couldn't hire anyone randomly. They needed permission from the Celestial Star Pavilion. This required an application. Aryan was assigned to the northern side building. After Bolivar gave him a few instructions, he left. Entering the 1st floor room, the table, chairs, and windows were covered in dust, suggesting it hadn't been occupied for a long time. It seemed the Celestial Star Pavilion did not take in as many disciples as before, leaving many rooms vacant. Aryan ignored this, sat cross-legged, and quietly recovered from his injuries. For a week, Aryan didn't leave his room. Meals were delivered by someone he hired to clean and deliver food. Fitzroy did not wish to draw too much attention. Actually, if not for the need to obtain the latter part of the Celestial Star Cultivation Technique, he would probably have already left. Fitzroy did not require this pampered lifestyle. Unfortunately, he did not have the latter part of the technique, and as a newcomer, he found it awkward to ask for it outright. On the 8th day, the weather outside was pleasant, and Aryan finally stepped out of his room to bask in the sun. His face still lacked color, pale and showing signs of illness. Had heard that a junior brother moved in next door a few days ago. So it's you. A senior disciple in his 30s looked at Aryan amiably. This junior brother, Aryan, greets Senior Marty. May I ask for your name? Aryan greeted politely. Didn't expect we're from the same clan. I'm also surnamed Bliss, Anthony. So it is fate. Yes, how about coming to my courtyard for a few drinks? In that case, I wouldn't dare refuse. Aryan agreed. Fitzroy didn't know much about the Celestial Star Pavilion and decided to find someone to learn more. I'll instruct the servant to prepare a meal. Anthony turned and returned to his courtyard. Aryan practiced boxing slowly in the courtyard. It had been a long time since he last exercised to loosen up his muscles and bones. After working out for a while, he felt much more comfortable. Another person appeared nearby, around 24 or 25 years old, younger than Aryan. Fitzroy sat on the steps inside the courtyard, watching Aryan finish his boxing routine. Senior Marty, greetings. Aryan greeted him politely. Although the other party was younger, he understood the principle of seniority and precedence. Humph, are you here to slow us down? The young, senior brother, was not polite at all, responding with a cold snort. Reduced spiritual chi? Slow us down? Aryan was confused. Are you still pretending to be ignorant? The young senior brother became even more displeased. I just arrived and indeed don't understand. I hope Senior Marty can explain clearly. Junior Marty Bliss, ignore this guy. Anthony came out. Liang Wenshan just likes to stir up trouble. Senior Marty Bliss, what exactly is going on? Aryan asked curiously. Let's talk inside first. Please come in. Please. The people who treat you nicely might be the ones who harm you the most. Liang Wenshan's voice came from behind, mocking. Don't listen to his nonsense. Anthony smiled. This guy has always liked to speak sarcastically. Aryan also smiled and took it lightly. At Anthony's residence, servants served tea. Didn't you read the rules carefully? Anthony asked after sipping some tea. No. Indeed, Aryan had received the rulebook and promised to read it carefully, but after coming back, he put it in the cabinet without reading it. There's a large spirit gathering array within the Celestial Star Pavilion. The core of this array is the Celestial Star Cultivation Technique, which relies on star power to continuously operate. Anthony explained. And when we meditate on our stars, each disciple of the Celestial Star Pavilion can absorb more star power. These star powers are absorbed by the Great Array. Once activated, it absorbs more spiritual chi from the surroundings. Haven't you noticed that the spiritual chi inside is several times denser than outside? That makes sense, Aryan suddenly understood. While cultivating the Celestial Star Cultivation Technique, one depends on vision. People. All these disciples have cultivated mental awareness from childhood. Each one can be considered exceptionally gifted. Among these 500 people, only less than 80 manage to cultivate their mental awareness to the out-of-body stage. Anthony said seriously. This probability is already very low compared to decades or 100 years ago. Aryan was stunned. Indeed, it made sense. Out of more than 500 people, all selected carefully and still in their 20s, only 80 reached the out-of-body stage. It might seem like a lot, but the Star Observing Pavilion primarily focuses on cultivating mental awareness. Cultivating mental awareness really isn't something everyone can do. Only a 1 in 6 success rate. The remaining 5/6 still mainly focus on cultivating martial arts, or perhaps chi refinement. These people's mental awareness should be somewhere between internal vision and out-of-body. Even some elders' mental awareness isn't very strong. For instance, Bolivar and Rodney did not resist Aryan's star-observing soul-capturing technique with equivalent soul attack. Instead, Rodney used purple lightning stone. Purple lightning stones aren't cheap. Even using just one would cost a fortune. However, although Bolivar and Rodney's mental awareness weren't strong, their martial cultivation had reached the grand perfection stage of innate ability. These two were merely external affairs chamber elders. The other, more important elders, must have surpassed this level? Actually, what surprised Aryan even more was the layout of the entire star-observing pavilion, which seemed to be part of a group. It's difficult unless there are special circumstances at home. Otherwise, it's usually not possible. I didn't go out last year either, especially when our courtyard lacks someone. It makes getting approval even harder. Each small courtyard is a separate array area that requires a continuous supply of star power. Missing one area could affect the entire grand formation. The upper levels wouldn't easily approve such requests. If that's the case, wouldn't ordinary disciples feel like they can only enter but never leave? Or possibly stay inside for life? Perhaps only those with extraordinary talent can move freely. Because only personal instructors can enter and exit freely, not even inner sect disciples, who are at least of innate cultivation, can do so. Reaching the innate realm isn't easy. Like Hongqing's 4 major families, the strongest among them haven't fully transcended the innate realm. Of course, this is due to the lack of spiritual energy. Fitzroyer, the concentration of spiritual energy is 3 times richer than the outside world, making it easier to break through. Cultivating from childhood with the star-observing spirit refinement technique, their mental awareness is much stronger than outsiders. These are all advantages. To become an inner sect disciple, one must transcend to the innate realm, right? Aryan asked curiously. One can be accepted as a closing disciple by the 9 elders or the pavilion master, transcend to the innate realm, or defeat someone of the innate realm. These are the 3 pathways to becoming an inner sect disciple. Can ordinary people directly absorb star power to cultivate? Yes, provided you can absorb it. Anthony laughed. However, only 1% of all outer and inner sect disciples can absorb star power for cultivation. They're all key talents cultivated intensively by the star-observing pavilion, leaping ahead to become personal instructors. So few? Aryan exclaimed. More than 500 disciples, 80 reaching out-of-body mental awareness, but only 5 can absorb star power to temper their bodies and unblock meridians? No wonder several days ago, when Rodney saw his soul out of body, he commented that even if the mental awareness was out of body, without absorbing star power, it would just be useless. What if I can absorb it? Would I be able to become a personal instructor directly? Aryan was now quite eager to try. Actually, a few days ago, if he hadn't been injured, he had planned to absorb the star power within the array stone to unblock his meridians. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe, and he had been focused on recuperating. Since the star power is too overpowering, if the meridians haven't fully healed and he absorbs it again, it could destroy them, turning all these years of effort into nothing. To this day, they were rewarded. That's good. Vinny was satisfied. By the way, how has the disciple who came with my disciple been performing recently? Fitzroy hasn't shown any particular talent these past few days, Madeline replied without much disappointment. We can't expect to get 2 geniuses at once. I'm content with having one. It's like buying one and getting one free. Buy one get one free? Ha ha ha. Vinny laughed. Pavilion Master described it aptly. Chapter 239 Deceived. Ailbeck says few. In the room, Aryan exhaled a long breath of stale air, his exhausted face barely hiding the excitement. Fitzroy had successfully absorbed the surrounding star power to unblock his meridians. However, this star power was overly domineering. Its impact on the meridians caused unbearable pain. It felt like the meridians were about to burst, teetering on the brink of collapse at any moment. No wonder so many disciples whose spiritual senses had already left their bodies were few who could truly absorb the star power to unblock their meridians. Not even considering talent, just the pain alone was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. This was far worse than using spirit energy to impact the meridians. More than 100 times more painful. Not only was it painful, but the process was also slow, mainly due to the overwhelming pain that led to a sluggish progress and excessive time spent. At this rate, it might take 2 years to fully succeed in entering the innate realm. But for him, time was plentiful. Even according to the agreement with the Nangong family, there were still over 2 years left. Fortunately, I didn't blindly absorb the star power from the array cornerstones due to my injury before. Aryan felt lucky. The star power within the array cornerstone was too powerful, uncontrollable, and any mistake could shatter his meridians, leading to death. Over the next month, he spent a third of each day absorbing star power to impact his meridians, and the rest of the time practicing visualization techniques. Occasionally, he would drink wine and chat with Anthony, making life quite fulfilling. Rosemary visited him once, staying less than half an hour before returning. Knowing that Rosemary was doing well and had received genuine teachings from the Grand Elder, Aryan felt relieved. Junior Marty Bliss, my leave request has been approved. Please help me with more visualization these few days, Anthony said politely. It's no big deal, Senior Marty Bliss. Feel free to go outside, Aryan smiled. A courtyard required 2 people to visualize simultaneously. Both needed to practice the star-watching soul refinement technique for sufficient star power for the great array to absorb. No region could be idle, so leave requests were rarely approved. Someone had to fill in for the one leaving. Previously, 3 people took turns visualizing every day, which was relatively manageable. For Anthony to go out, he needed someone appropriate to visualize, and Aryan's agreement secured the approval. The application required Aryan's signature. Having interacted more recently, Aryan knew Anthony hadn't returned home for 6 years. Seeing his longing for family, Aryan agreed. So, I'll go now. Anthony bowed and turned to leave. Watching Anthony leave and disappear from view, Armando, who was sunbathing in the courtyard, sneered, Your trouble is coming. Trouble? Aryan asked curiously. Fitzroy won't come back after leaving. He's exploiting you, Armando despised. Really? His family is all here. Family? These are just his family here, easily disposable. I don't think he's the type of person who would do that. Aryan still didn't believe it. How about a bet? If he comes back, you visualize for me for a month. If he doesn't, I'll visualize for you for a month. All right. Aryan agreed. During recent interactions, Anthony showed no signs of betraying the star-watching pavilion at all. Aryan's judgment shouldn't be too off. You're going to lose. Armando turned back to his room. Aryan practiced some boxing before returning to continue visualizing. However, a week later, early the next morning, law enforcement officers suddenly rushed in, taking away all of Anthony's family. Aryan was also summoned to the law enforcement hall. Anthony has betrayed. Did you assist him in escaping? Johnny coldly stared at Aryan. I really didn't know he would betray. Fitzroy's been nice to me recently, and since he hadn't been home for a long time, I agreed to help him for a few days, Aryan said helplessly. Do you confirm this? Yes, if I knew he would betray, I wouldn't have helped him visualize or sign the application. You guaranteed for him. Remember, you must complete any tasks assigned to him until a new disciple moves in, Johnny said authoritatively. Yes. Aryan had no choice but to agree. Go back then. Johnny waved his hand. Disciple takes leave. Aryan turned and left. See? Wasn't I right? As soon as he entered, Armando's sarcastic voice echoed from beside. Everyone wants to leave? Not everyone, just some. They lack firm resolve and see no hope of breakthrough, so they lose heart. Armando explained. Anthony has been stuck at the semi-natural realm for 5 years, believing he might never break through to the natural realm, leaving only one path available. It's better to be a master outside than to be a laborer here. Being half-step innate, you can be treated like a master in any family. Aryan agreed with this. A half-step innate could serve as an elder respected by the clan and Bliss family. In cities like Hangqing and Ailbeching, a half-step innate could even be regarded as the founding patriarch. Why didn't you remind me when Anthony hadn't left yet? Aryan said helplessly. At that time, if I had told you, you wouldn't have believed me. What could I do? Also, it would have needlessly offended Anthony, and I wouldn't stand a chance against his covert actions. Armando shrugged. Anthony was already a half-step innate, while Armando was only at the late Grandmaster stage. If Armando had exposed Anthony's plan, leading to him being unable to leave, Anthony would treat Armando as a mortal enemy. This month's visualization will be your responsibility. If you fail to meet the sex requirements, don't say we made a bet. You'll have to explain to them yourself. Armando coldly said this, then turned and went back to his room. This really was a wrongful loss. However, it also made Aryan feel that the rules of the star-watching pavilion were indeed too stringent. Fitzroy understood why Zack also fled. Staying for 1 or 2 years might still be acceptable, but spending over a decade or even a lifetime there was like being imprisoned. But if not for such strict rules, the star-watching pavilion might not have its current strength and could also decline like other sects, because such a large array required so many people to operate. Otherwise, it couldn't function, and there wouldn't be enough spiritual energy. I should focus on cultivation and strive to become an advanced disciple. Otherwise, I might also get trapped here. Aryan narrowed his eyes. The 5 prominent families of Yinjing were aggressively pressing forward. Without spirit stones, they would continue to attack other families. By joining the star-watching pavilion, perhaps these 5 families wouldn't easily attack Bliss family, but they would target the Nangong family. Last time, Austin disregarded the family's safety to speak up for him. Fitzroy couldn't watch the Nangong family be destroyed. Fitzroy must get out as soon as possible. Chapter 240, Anthony's wife. Spending over 10 hours a day in meditation did not affect Aryan. It merely meant he spent less time sunbathing. With his out-of-body spiritual consciousness, the star power he attracted during stargazing could fully compensate for 3 people. Anthony still had no news. It seemed that the people from the External Affairs Hall had yet to find him. It was 3 months later when Aryan saw Anthony's wife, Reese again. She had been made into a servant, her hands roughened by hard work, and her whole body much thinner. She was an excellent cook, and Aryan had enjoyed her cooking at least 10 times. Seeing her again, Aryan's expression became complicated. Reese also wore a guilty look on her face and dared not meet Aryan's gaze. Aryan noticed that there seemed to be scars on her hands, as if she had been beaten. How is the child? Aryan asked. The child was sent away across the face. Blind fool, are you truly asking for a beating? Sir, I am wrong. Reese quickly knelt on the ground, loudly pleading for mercy. Didn't you see the guest coming? Go rebrew 2 cups of tea. The elderly man kicked Reese in the shoulder, knocking her to the ground before turning and forcing a smile towards Aryan. Junior Marty visits. What can I do for you? Junior Marty? Was this elderly man also an outer sect disciple? Aryan thought the elderly man was an elder of the disciple. Greetings, Senior Marty. I am here for her. Aryan pointed at Reese. May I buy her? Buy her? The elderly man laughed. She is the wife of the traitor Anthony. Are you sure you want to buy her? Yes, Senior Marty. Name your price. Not too much, 1 billion. Agreed. Aryan immediately responded, I can transfer the payment right now. This surprised the elderly man. He assumed Aryan wouldn't agree due to such a high price. But unexpectedly, Aryan readily agreed, making him think that perhaps the price was too low. But there's one condition, the elderly man continued. Please speak. Well, since we have nothing better to do, how about a friendly sparring match? Is that so? Aryan smiled. In that case, Aryan requests your guidance, Senior Marty. Stargazing Pavilion did not prohibit sparring, but killing someone was discouraged. Killing someone accidentally would still require a heavy price to be paid. Everyone had missions, and if you accidentally killed someone, you'd have to take over their mission. Actually, Aryan often witnessed sparring matches here, for there were indeed few other forms of entertainment. Staying in such a place for long periods, those with weak mental fortitude might go mad. True opportunities to go out were rare. Besides special circumstances, it was only during external missions. Each person had a chance to go out, but with so many disciples, it might take 3 to 5 years for a single turn. Moreover, elders accompanied them outside. They couldn't wander aimlessly. Sparring was one of the few ways to entertain oneself. This elderly man lived in the same area and was an outer sect disciple, meaning his strength couldn't reach the innate realm. As long as it wasn't the innate realm, Aryan wasn't afraid without using spiritual consciousness attacks. Ailbeck sparring matches should avoid using soul attacks. Typically, soul attacks weren't used either. Injuring someone's soul meant they couldn't meditate, and their missions would fall on you. Hardly worth it. After losing the bet with Armando last time, Aryan worked for 3 people, which was extremely exhausting. This close, seemingly evenly matched. I didn't expect you to actually have some skills, Peter sneered. But it ends here. Fitzroy suddenly increased his speed, becoming even faster. Ale-beddenly, after another dozen exchanges, Peter pretended to expose a weakness and retreated. Taking advantage of Aryan's pursuit, he abruptly turned around. A black brass hook flew out from his sleeve, grabbing toward Aryan's neck. After Aryan dodged, the brass hook curved back and attacked again. Humph! Aryan coldly hummed, and used 2 gold needles to block the brass hook. Peter was greatly alarmed, not expecting Aryan to also have concealed weapons, and to control them so precisely. Shameless scoundrel, today I will cripple one of your hands. In the next moment, Aryan grabbed Peter's shoulder and suddenly twisted. No, junior brother, it's just sparring. Peter quickly pleaded for mercy. Crack! Aryan directly dislocated Peter's arm. Ah! A scream of agony sounded as Peter fell to the ground. You dare cripple my arm? Let me tell you, my son is an inner sect disciple. You're dead meat. Chapter 241. Are you questioning the Starwatch Pavilion? Inner sect disciple? Does an inner sect disciple make you so arrogant? Aryan grabbed Peter's arm again. This is the hand that hit Reese. Crack! Would an inner sect disciple alone cause the law enforcement hall to disregard the facts? If so, then there would be no point staying in the Starwatch Pavilion. Of course, before leaving, he must obtain the second half of the Starwatch Spirit Cultivation Decree. Soon enough, Peter's son, Elmwood, arrived. Around 40 years old, thin and sinister-looking, one could only speculate what cultivation method he practiced. Apart from requiring everyone to cultivate the Starwatch Spirit Cultivation Decree, the Starwatch Pavilion did not impose strict rules on cultivating other Dao methods. Everyone could choose different cultivation techniques based on their own physical constitution. Each region had 2 libraries stocked with books and cultivation methods collected by Starwatch Pavilion predecessors. Every disciple could browse freely but not take anything away. Aryan had visited once. The methods were ordinary and didn't catch his eye. Compared to the family legacy methods of the Bliss family, they seemed even weaker. After all, they were just for outer sect disciples. Perhaps the inner sect disciples had stronger methods. And within the library, several elders were present to answer questions. In other words, the elders in the library were actually masters for the outer sect disciples. These masters were not fixed but rotated among the Starwatch Pavilion elders. With good luck, one might receive more guidance from a kind elder. Bad luck meant receiving less. Certainly, reaching such strength and realm, everyone understood their path forward and rarely sought their advice anymore unless encountering a bottleneck. As for the true prodigies, they would be directly taken under an elder's wing, living together like Rosemary. It was rumored that the deeper one went into the pavilion, the denser the spirit chi became. Rosemary mentioned her Kareem's residence had spirit chi 5 times that of the outside world. Starwatch Pavilion disciples cultivated various martial arts and Dao methods, but for spiritual cultivation, only one method was required, the Starwatch Spirit Cultivation Decree. Younger boy, was it you who intentionally harmed my father? Elmwood glared at Aryan. If it was a practice match, punches and kicks have no eyes, Aryan replied composedly. I think you deliberately came here to pick a fight. What kind of practice match is this? Who can testify for you? Elmwood sneered. Moreover, why would my elderly father practice with a young man like you? Aryan glanced to the side. The other two seniors had already returned, fearing Elmwood. Not only was there a gap in strength, but also in status. In this generation of the Starwatch Pavilion, there were more than 500 disciples, but intersect disciples were less than a quarter. That is, only about 120 intersect disciples. For Elmwood to break through to mid-innate realm by his 40s indicated outstanding talent. Anyone who became an intersect disciple was placed under a specific elder for personal instruction in Dao methods. Thus, Elmwood had an elder backing him. No one dared offend him. Those two outer sect disciples had already returned to their rooms, along with their families. Now only Reese and the old woman remained. Will you testify? Elmwood squinted his eyes, staring at Reese, his gaze filled with obvious warning and intimidation. I. Reese glanced at Aryan, then at Elmwood, finally biting her lip. I can testify that it was Senior Lanny who first proposed the practice match. I hope when the law enforcement hall people come, you can still say this. Elmwood's tone grew stern. Also, let me remind you, intersect disciples have an annual quota for outings. I haven't gone out this year yet. Think carefully before you answer. This? Reese lowered her head. Soon, the law enforcement hall arrived, carried away Peter, and summoned Aryan, Reese, and Elmwood to the hall. Tell us what happened. Johnny looked at Aryan. He hadn't expected Aryan to defeat Peter. Johnny knew well about Peter's character and temper. He could be quite ruthless, causing trouble for many. But since Peter's son, Elmwood, rules established by Starwatch Pavilion seniors? Kneel down. The four elders in the enforcement hall angrily rebuked Aryan, their aura of full innate power pressing down upon him. Aryan grunted, barely holding back against these four powerful pressures. Fortunately, his spirit perception was strong enough, reaching the out-of-body stage. And these four elders' spirit perceptions were also only at the out-of-body stage, not much stronger than his own. But as they channeled the heavenly energy, it felt like boulders pressing down from above, leaving him breathless, bones creaking under the strain, almost forcing him to kneel. Aryan clenched his fists tightly, channeling surrounding star power to resist this pressure. Fitzroy could never kneel to them. Although they were Starwatch Pavilion elders, they had not taught him any Taoist techniques, nor given him any guidance. Thus, he refused to kneel. Still defying us? Johnny's face darkened again as he took a step forward, unleashing even more intense pressure towards Aryan. Elmwood couldn't help but laugh inwardly, surprised that this brat managed to offend all four elders without even lifting a finger. Damn, Aryan cursed inwardly. Fitzroy clenched his fists tighter, teeth grinding, back hunched over, nearly crushed to the ground. Fitzroy would not yield. Aryan desperately absorbed the star power around him, yet some of it was also forced into his body, rushing toward his 8 extraordinary meridians. The previously blocked meridians surprisingly opened 3 points now. Is this possible? Aryan was taken aback for a moment. Then, his spirit perception left his body, floating in the air, rapidly circulating the Starwatch spirit refining technique. More star power surged up from the earth, drilling into his body. Recently, he had felt stuck when trying to absorb star power to open his meridians, so he went outside for a change of scenery. Unexpectedly, these key acupoints opened just like that. It seemed comfort wasn't the path to breakthroughs. Pressure was the real motivator. Johnny was stunned. Though he couldn't absorb star power himself, his spirit perception had reached the out-of-body stage, allowing him to clearly sense changes in surrounding star power. This brat can actually absorb star power to open his meridians? An elder beside him was also surprised. Yes, it seems true, and at least half of his meridians are already open. Can this boy absorb star power, hidden until now? Any disciple who could absorb star power would immediately report it to gain immediate attention and cultivation from the Starwatch Pavilion. Because in every generation of Starwatch Pavilion disciples, no more than 5 could absorb star power. Disrespectful words. Johnny roughly repeated Aryan's words. It seems this boy is indeed a troublemaker. Madeline frowned. Though he's a genius, if he doesn't obey discipline, his talent is useless. Pavilion Master, how should we deal with him? Johnny asked. Let's not punish him this time. Let's see what other troubles he can cause, Madeline replied. Let him off like that? Yes, neither punishment nor cultivation guidance. I want to see how long it will take for him to break through to the innate realm. What if he causes trouble again? Then expel him from the Starwatch Pavilion. Doesn't he think our rules are inappropriate? Let him leave. Should we cripple his cultivation? No. Madeline shook his head. LB Hanmei has exceptional talent, an elder one is now fully cultivating her. If she finds out Aryan's cultivation was crippled, she won't be pleased. Understood. Johnny turned and left. I can only help you so much. Whether you can gain LB Hanmei's favor depends on you. Madeline looked at his third disciple, Fitzroy Word, who was in his mid-20s but had already reached the innate realm, with spirit perception at the out-of-body stage. Yet, he unexpectedly fell in love with LB Hanmei. Now LB Hanmei is a pre-innate sword cultivator, quite a match for his third disciple. Madeline did not stop this development. Thank you, Master. Fitzroy Word quickly thanked him. Remember, do not force anything. Otherwise, I cannot explain to Elder One, Madeline warned sternly. Understood. Fitzroy Word replied, Master, I'll go out first. Madeline looked at this beloved disciple, unsure if this choice was right or wrong. Aryan's potential couldn't compare with his beloved disciples, yet Madeline resolutely made the decision. Fitzroy hoped Aryan wouldn't really cause any more trouble. Expelling a disciple capable of absorbing star power would be a huge loss. But no matter what, the Starwatch Pavilion wants obedient disciples, not rule breakers. Chapter 243, Trouble Strike Again. Elder Churchill, you're saying that this matter is to be left as it is? Inside the enforcement hall, Elmwood was completely dissatisfied with the resolution. Both my father's arms were dislocated and his ankles pierced by hidden weapons. Even the doctors from the medicine hall say it will be difficult for him to recover. Even if Aryan can absorb the power of the stars, he disregarded the observatory pavilion rules. How could he just get away with this? Do you really not know your father's true nature? If you have grievances, perhaps you should complain to the Kareem? Johnny replied with impatience. And what does the Kareem have to do with it? Aryan's friend has been accepted as a personal disciple by the Kareem. This? Elmwood retracted his neck. Who within the observatory pavilion didn't know about the Kareem's temperament? The Kareem originally had few disciples, and one previously defected. His temper had always been poor. With his disciple's defection, the Kareem's disposition worsened. His bad temper was one thing, but the problem lay in his overwhelming strength. As a sword cultivator, even the pavilion master treated him with respect. In terms of actual prowess, excluding those secluded venerable elders, Kareem Vinny ranked among the top in the observatory pavilion. Should we let this go without reprisal? Elmwood felt a twinge of reluctance. It's up to you. As long as you stay within the bounds set by the rules, you can act as you wish. Johnny offered a word of caution. What are you implying? I've said nothing. Understood. Elmwood saw through the implication. As the first elder of the enforcement hall, the remarks Johnny made earlier served as warnings to Elmwood. It appeared that even if Aryan could harness star power, his disobedience would prevent the higher-ups from valuing or cultivating him. Unfortunately, due to the involvement of the Kareem, punishing Aryan now would be inappropriate. Then, it would fall upon Elmwood. In that case, I'll take my leave. Elmwood turned and left, heading to Region 4, where the outer sect disciples resided. There, he found two men in their 50s. According to the rules of the observatory pavilion, any individual of the same realm could propose a match. For instance, masters can only challenge other masters. They received monthly allowances. Aryan had received them too. Ordinary disciples got around 20,000 monthly, while outer sect disciples got 30,000 and inner sect ones 50,000. Anyway, completing assigned tasks granted these stipends. To outsiders, this amount seemed far from adequate, especially since some great families spent tens of millions to cultivate grandmasters. However, bone strengthening and meridian cleansing for observatory pavilion disciples were handled by the sect, so there was no need for personal expenditure. Upon reaching the required realm, the observatory pavilion not only provided medicinal herbs, but also assigned elders for protection, making success rates almost certain thanks to the denser spiritual energy here. The benefits of being an observatory pavilion disciple included having nothing to worry about, avoiding dangers, and ensuring at least half-step innate status with a century-long lifespan through diligent practice. The downside was, if not becoming personal disciples, there would be very few opportunities to venture out, potentially confining one's life within these walls forever. Still, this rule had its merit. It urged disciples to work hard, knowing that greater strength meant a chance to become one of the 9 grand elders, or pavilion master's personal disciples, gaining freedom. Or, by becoming an elder after reaching the peak of the innate realm, one could also frequently go out. Everything was based on strength. Of course, even if one's strength hadn't reached the peak of the innate realm, they could still be accepted as a personal disciple by one of the 9 grand elders if their potential was sufficient. But among over 500 disciples, there were less than 50 true personal disciples. Each of the 9 grand elders had only 5 or 6 personal disciples. The Kareem previously had only one, and still had only one now. To catch the eye of the 9 grand elders, one's talent indeed had to be extraordinarily prominent. Master Bliss, I'm sorry. In the courtyard, Reese looked at Aryan apologetically, her face filled with remorse. When Elder Johnny went to see the pavilion master earlier, Reese was also taken to the waiting room of the enforcement hall. Under pressure, or perhaps because she was too anxious to know her son's whereabouts, Reese changed her statement. She said that Aryan and Peter were not truly sparring. Aryan had provocatively challenged him first and insulted him. Fortunately, in the end, the observatory pavilion did not hold Aryan accountable for this matter and didn't punish him. However, Reese still felt guilty, especially since Aryan was willing to spend 10 billion to buy her freedom, which deepened her sense of guilt. You have your choices, and I have my principles. There's no need for guilt. Everyone has different positions. Aryan waved his hand, showing no resentment. Since they met, he believed it was fate and couldn't stand by without helping. This might bring you a lot of trouble. He was furious. Next time they come to provoke us, agree to their challenge, Aryan said coldly. Master Bliss, you should focus on your cultivation. I can just stay inside. Reese replied, besides, I have already asked someone else to buy vegetables for over half a month, so there is no need for me to go out. Is that so? Aryan was indeed at a critical moment in his cultivation, needing only 1/5 more effort to fully unblock his meridians. Time was pressing now. About a week later, Armando personally visited Aryan's room. Aryan opened his eyes and stared coldly at Armando. What? Are you going to be their lackey too? Can't help it. When under someone's roof, you have to bow down. Armando said helplessly, I'm just an outer sect disciple with some talent, but not very strong. I wouldn't survive if I didn't help Elmwood. Fitzroy proposed a condition. If you could accept a challenge from 5 people, he would give you the latter half of the star observing spirit cultivation technique. Oh. Aryan narrowed his eyes immediately. The Star Observation Pavilion had regulations specifying 2 conditions for obtaining the latter half of the star observing spirit cultivation technique. First, one's strength must reach the innate realm. Second, one's spirit awareness must reach the peak of unification. Aryan's spirit awareness had long reached this level, yet despite knowing this, the Star Observation Pavilion had not provided him with the latter half of the technique, indicating they still embodiment. Fitzroy urgently needed the latter half. However, he knew that the condition set by Elmwood was impossible to meet. Stealthily giving the star observing spirit cultivation technique, once discovered, would end Elmwood's career even if he was an inner sect disciple. Elmwood likely dared not defy this rule. Fitzroy knows you don't trust him, so he wants me to be the intermediary. Defeat one person, and he'll give you a part of it. Armando said earnestly, to be given in 5 parts. Do you really believe he will give it? Aryan still doubted. Yes, he has already given me a section of the mnemonic. How do we confirm its authenticity? That. Armando was also puzzled. He was only a grandmaster and had only received the first half. Go back. If you don't agree, I won't be able to report back properly. What if, regardless of whether what he gives is real or not, if you can win one match, I will aid your contemplation for a week, how about that? Deal. Aryan agreed without hesitation. The allure of the star-observing spirit cultivation technique was indeed great. Furthermore, their recent attacks on Reese, a civilian, infuriated Aryan. No matter what, he intended to act this time. Now Aryan had to take on two people's contemplation tasks alone, spending less time unblocking his meridians despite his strong spirit awareness. If Armando helped, it would free up more time for this task. It's settled then. Armando stood up and left. The next morning, challengers around ferocious boxing techniques and having more experience still lacked the true experience of deadly combat compared to Aryan, whether it was the previous Peter or the current Devin. Previously, Peter intentionally exposed weaknesses during combat, luring Aryan into an attack before launching a surprise counterattack. For Aryan, who had fought in life-and-death battles for so long, this was merely child's play. He could see through Peter's intentions at a glance. Without experiencing so many bloody battles, without facing so many life-threatening situations, challenging Aryan in the same realm of strength was tantamount to courting death. After several rounds, Aryan completely understood Devin's boxing style. With one powerful punch, he forced Devin back, then launched a continuous strong attack, driving Devin further back. Giving it everything, Devin forced himself to form a hand seal, preparing to use the star observation soul capture technique. This did not violate the rules of the sect, but if he seriously injured Aryan's spirit, making it impossible for him to visualize, Devin would be held accountable. His spirit awareness had just reached the Unity realm. Forcefully using the star observation soul capture technique would result in significant backlash. At that point, he wouldn't be able to visualize either and would face punishment from the star observation pavilion. Now, he couldn't afford to worry about that anymore. Anyway, if anything went wrong, Elmwood would cover for him. The last time Aryan dealt with Peter, he only dislocated his arm and crippled one leg without severely injuring Peter's spirit. Since Peter could still visualize, Aryan did not have to carry out the task for Peter. Unfortunately, Aryan didn't even give Devin the chance to use the star observation soul capture technique. Two gold needles shot out, piercing Devin's shoulders from both sides. Even though Devin rapidly mobilized his true essence, he still underestimated the sharpness of the gold needles, resulting in his shoulders being pierced clean through by both arms. Devin screamed in agony and fell backward. Aryan advanced and kicked him flying, crashing into the wall, creating a hole in the dilapidated structure. A bunch of pampered fools, thinking you're invincible, Aryan said coldly. Chapter 245, Promotion to Personal Disciple? So strong. The two remaining middle-aged men shrank their necks when they saw that Devin was beaten so badly by Aryan. In the previous 20-odd rounds of combat, it appeared evenly matched, but in reality, there was no danger at all. Aryan seemed to have handled it with ease. In true life-and-death struggles, Aryan was even more decisive and reacted faster. This wasn't merely a matter of the strength of divine sense. Aryan had more experience in mortal combat. Also, Aryan's true essence was thicker, and his body was stronger. How is this possible? As the top existence in the pyramid of hidden sects, the Astral Observatory provided its disciples with high-quality medicinal herbs because it had its own medicinal garden inside. The spiritual chi here was more than 3 times that of the outside world, allowing for faster-growing herbs with stronger medicinal properties. With better herbs and cultivation techniques, there was still such a significant gap. The next challenger will be 7 days from now. Aryan glanced at the other two middle-aged men and then turned back toward his room. Soon, Armando walked in and handed over a segment of copied incantations to Aryan. For the coming week, I will help you visualize, Armando said solemnly. Remember, I'm responsible for 2 people's tasks now, Aryan reminded him. Don't worry, I won't play games with words, Armando replied. Anyway, my strength is just like this, so I'll try to visualize as much as possible to enhance our divine sense to the stage of soul departure. That's good. Aryan nodded with relief. Armando turned and left. Aryan began studying the newly obtained incantation segment, which seemed to resonate with the final part of the first half. Could it be true? Aryan was surprised that Elm would dare to provide the real cultivation technique. Just to avenge his father, he planned to abandon his future? If truly discovered, Elmwood might be permanently confined within the Astral Observatory, never stepping out again, becoming a machine for daily visualization. There were many such people within the Astral Observatory. For example, Anthony, who betrayed the Astral Observatory, would likely be imprisoned inside, spending over 10 hours a day on visualization, except for sleeping, without any break. Failure to complete tasks would result in punishment. It was rumored that the Astral Observatory had several specific methods to punish one's spirit, making one wish neither to live nor die, unless someone influential backs Elmwood. Aryan squinted his eyes. He was certain of this guess, but he believed he hadn't offended anyone powerful since joining the Astral Observatory, and one point puzzled him. Was the other party helping him or trying to harm him? Forget it. Aryan tossed these doubts out of his mind and continued absorbing star power to unblock his meridians. Over 20 days later, within the bell tower of the Astral Observatory, Johnny once again met with the Pavilion Master Madeline to report. Pavilion Master, Aryan has defeated 4 disciples at the semi-native level, including those about to break through into the native realm. It seems he still has some potential, worth cultivating, Madeline remarked with surprise. It's said that in the once-in-a-decade competition among the 9 great families of Yinjing, he used divine soul attacks to win first place. Find an elder to take him as a personal disciple. Although he's dissatisfied with the Astral Observatory, as long as we give him the corresponding benefits, he won't be discontent anymore. Personal disciple? Johnny was surprised. Fitzroyward, sitting not far from Madeline, frowned. Aryan couldn't stay here any longer. Last time Fitzroyward visited Rosemary, she directly refused him, citing the need to practice swordsmanship. Yet, a few days ago, Rosemary specially came to see Aryan and, if not for the prompt of the elder, she would have stayed overnight, clearly not wanting to leave. This further agitated Fitzroy. Perhaps only by driving Arjan away and killing him outside would Rosemary finally let go. Fitzroy hurriedly gave Johnny a meaningful look. After hesitating, Johnny said solemnly, "Pavilion Master, this person fights ruthlessly. Almost everyone who spars with him ends up with shattered bones, difficult for even the doctors in the medicine hall to treat. Including the previous Peter, 3 people are now permanently disabled, unable to recover. If such a person becomes a personal disciple, he may harm more fellow disciples. In sparring matches, injuries are inevitable. They weren't spiritually severely injured, indicating Arjan at least abides by astral observatory rules to some extent. If our astral observatory can't tolerate this, can it still be called the astral observatory? Go ask the other elders to see who is willing to take Arjan as a personal disciple to teach him well, nor should we bury talent. If he can't gradually change his character under the guidance of an elder, we can both cultivate him and destroy him. But Arjan doesn't look up to the disciples of the astral observatory at all." Fitzroy said. Johnny stammered. "What did he say?" Fitzroy said those who spar with him are nothing but a bunch of fools raised in greenhouses, which clearly shows his disdain for the astral observatory. If at the same cultivation level, he can defeat others, then let him say whatever he wants. Once he truly becomes a personal disciple, if he still speaks such words, there will be someone to teach him a lesson, Madeline replied coldly. "Yes, I'll ask which elder is willing to take Arjan." Johnny turned to leave. But as he turned around to leave, he saw Fitzroy giving him a meaningful look again. After returning to the law enforcement hall, he did not immediately seek out the other 9 elders. Instead, he waited for Elmwood's arrival. Fitzroy would not come here, but Fitzroy had found Elmwood as a lackey. Elmwood was at the same realm as Fitzroy, both in the middle stage of innate cultivation. However, one was an inner disciple, while the other was a personal disciple. This was because Fitzroy was about 10 years younger than Elmwood, making their other 4 elders' refusal to take Arjan. "Perhaps we can expel Arjan from the sect." "Then let it be so." Johnny nodded. Chapter 246. Ill-surprisingly, it's chi cultivation. "Arjan, dare you come out for a battle?" There were still 4 days left before the 7-day challenge period Arjan promised would begin, yet someone was already shouting outside. Reese went out directly, saying impatiently, "Come back after 4 days. My master needs rest." However, not only did that person stay but others also arrived. For instance, Peter, whose ankle had been pierced by the gold needle, and Devin, whose shoulder had been severely injured, as if they had agreed beforehand. At this time, Armando also walked out of his room and headed towards Arjan's house. "What? They can't wait?" Arjan asked. "Let me tell you a rumor. It's said that the Pavilion Master thinks highly of your potential and plans to have one of the 9 elders take you as their personal disciple," Armando whispered. "If you refuse this challenge and have your friend Miss Ailby talk to the other elders, you might become a personal disciple." "Why do you suddenly tell me all this? Aren't you afraid of offending Elmwood and others?" Arjan asked with some surprise. "Because of you, I obtained the second half of the stargazing soul strengthening technique, so it's worth it," Armando smiled. "If you are entrapped by them, they probably won't spare me either. If I obey them, they might let me off. If I don't, they will control me forever. If you become a personal disciple, you can at least avenge me." Arjan gave a reminder, turned around and walked out of the yard, looking at Peter and others opposite. "Who wants to practice?" "I do." Nigel, a man about 26 or 27 years old, stepped forward. Among those who came to challenge Arjan, this one was the youngest. In the stargazing pavilion, age does not always indicate strength. For outer disciples, the older one gets, the less potential and future prospects one has. The Nigel in front of him was already a half-step Sciention, and was not weaker than the 60-year-old Peter at all. Knowing that Arjan had defeated 5 half-step Scientians, this Nigel dared to challenge, indicating that he must have some skills. "Sign the agreement." Like before, Arjan took out the agreement, except this time it was prepared in advance and didn't need to be written on the spot. To avoid biting his fingers, Reese even thoughtfully prepared ink pads. "Okay." Nigel walked over, signed swiftly and pressed his fingerprint. "Nigel, Foundation Establishment Grand Completion. Please teach me." After pressing his fingerprint, Nigel clasped his fists and bowed while introducing himself. "Foundation Establishment Grand Completion?" Arjan was taken aback. Surprisingly, it's chi cultivation? Armando was also shocked. "This time he's done for," Peter sneered beside watching. Arjan narrowed his eyes. In the Bliss family's annals, there were indeed descriptions about chi cultivation, but no cultivation methods were provided. Arjan had seen a few methods of chi cultivation within the stargazing pavilion. Arjan practiced martial arts to enter the Tao, while this Nigel practiced chi cultivation to enter the Tao. The first stage of chi cultivation is foundation establishment. Foundation establishment literally means laying down the foundation. There are 4 levels in total: early stage foundation establishment, mid stage foundation establishment, late stage foundation establishment, and grand completion foundation establishment. Early stage foundation establishment is equivalent to below master in martial arts. Mid stage foundation establishment is equivalent to master. Late stage foundation establishment is equivalent to great master. Grand completion foundation establishment is equivalent to half-step Sciention. The second realm is Fitzroy human realm, which is similar to the Sciention realm in martial arts. Different from entering the Tao through martial arts, they cultivate chi internally to polish their bodies from inside out. Entering the Tao through martial arts, on the other hand, goes from outside in. It was difficult to judge who was stronger or weaker. After all, this was Arjan's first time encountering an opponent practicing chi cultivation. Outer disciple was not only unfair but also despicable. The cultivation resources they received were entirely different. The area where outer disciples resided paled in comparison to that of personal disciples. The rules state that anyone at the same realm can challenge each other, Peter sneered, but it doesn't specify that personal disciples cannot challenge outer disciples. In the past, it was common for inner disciples to challenge personal disciples. Even outer disciples would sometimes challenge personal disciples. But usually, personal disciples wouldn't give you such an opportunity. If by any chance you win, you'll become famous in one battle, stepping into a higher position. Yes, young Master Chong is giving Aryan an opportunity. Several enemies who were defeated by Aryan chimed in one after another. In their eyes, it seemed as though Nigel was the one at a disadvantage, while Aryan was gaining an advantage. Armando wanted to refute, but seeing so many opponents, he thought better of it and swallowed his words. They did have some logic, but at least before signing the agreement, shouldn't they reveal their identity first? Just mentioning a name, who knows what your background is? Do we fight or not? Nigel looked at Aryan with a smirk. Now that the agreement has been signed, if I say no, will you let me go? Aryan said disdainfully. So, let's go. Chapter 247. Do you know what flying a kite means? Let you make the first move. Nigel got into position, but did not rush to attack. Is that so? Aryan did not lunge forward either. Instead, he launched the golden needles. 2 needles flew towards Nigel in an eerie manner from left and right. A petty trick. Nigel sneered. Both hands reached out to grab the 2 golden needles. In his hands, 2 clumps of earth yellow chi were formed, blocking the needles forcefully. With all his strength, Aryan's needles couldn't advance any further. How formidable this chi is. Yet this was neither inner force nor true essence. It was the heaven and earth's spiritual chi. Furthermore, not impure spiritual chi but pure elemental earth chi of the 5 elements. This guy Nigel had an earth attribute spiritual root of the 5 elements, and the rank of the spiritual root was not low either. Aryan read about it in Star Observing Pavilion's documents. Only people with pure spiritual roots can sense certain elemental forces naturally. For example, being naturally sensitive to elemental earth chi meant that when cultivating, they would absorb elemental earth spiritual chi to purify themselves. This was a natural gift, very hard to cultivate postnatally. Of course, there were some miraculous herbs or extraordinary experiences that could change one's spiritual root. Importantly, enemies knew Aryan's needles were exceedingly sharp, so they deliberately dispatched an earth element expert skilled in defense, laying a strategic trap. Who exactly did he offend? Although Aryan didn't know, watching his long-used needle shatter made him angry. Kill. Ancient records state that chi cultivators focus more on Dao techniques, and their bodies might be weak points, making them less capable than martial artists. Thus, engage in close combat. Aryan lunged forward, but after 2 steps, he felt extremely heavy pressure on his feet as if entangled by something. Fitzroy looked down to find several strands of earth yellow chi rising from the ground, winding around his legs like vines. Martial artists could only call upon the heavens and earth's spiritual chi upon reaching the transcendent realm, but chi cultivators could harness the power of the world since the early stages of foundation establishment. Moreover, Nigel cast Dao techniques with remarkable speed, faster than most initial stage transcendents. Himph! Aryan snorted coldly, directing true essence toward his feet and shaking them violently, instantly shattering the yellow vines. Fortunately, though fast, the power of this Dao technique wasn't too strong. Fitzroy managed to break it with his true essence. Just preparing to charge at Nigel again. A plate-sized symbol of earth yellow. Spiritual chi here is dense, but you cannot fully mobilize it when performing Dao techniques. You must use spiritual energy. Let's see who can last longer. Aryan charged forward again. Nigel's expression was no longer so relaxed. Aryan was right. When performing Dao techniques, one cannot completely rely on surrounding spiritual chi and must depend on personal spiritual energy. However, he only expended about 20% of his spiritual energy, with 80% coming from spiritual chi. Aryan was different. Every time he shattered those runes and yellow vines, he had to use true essence without being able to mobilize the heaven and earth's spiritual chi. So I'll exhaust you, Nigel said disdainfully. The two repeated the same moves. Aryan charged forward. Nigel performed Dao techniques to slow him down, then launched runes. After dozens of rounds, both their true essence and spiritual energy were rapidly depleting. Nigel gradually weakened, while Aryan was even worse, often unable to mobilize true essence in time and being hit by rune attacks, leaving several wounds on his body. In reality, Aryan's internal condition was worse than it appeared. The star force used to open meridians previously hadn't been fully expelled. Under Nigel's external force, this star force began to invade the walls of the meridians and spread to other meridians. One more time, making him feel as if his whole body was suppressed under this giant axe. It felt as though he was bearing a pressure several times heavier than usual, as if the gravitational field around him had changed. Aryan felt like he had fallen into a swamp, unable to move. What a powerful earth puppetry technique. It could even restrict one's movements. Crack, crack. The bones in Aryan's body snapped. Under this terrifying pressure, the star force within his 8 extraordinary meridians pierced through his channels, completely chaotic. Since it's all chaotic now, might as well make it even more chaotic. Aryan rapidly circulated the star observing God tempering formula, with countless star forces rushing into his body. Fitzroy forcibly integrated all of this star force into the remaining true essence within him. Spurt. Fitzroy vomited blood violently before he could finish integrating even half of it. His meridians aren't unblocked, yet he is forcefully absorbing star force. Is he not caring for his own life? An onlooker, a junior disciple outside the gate, exclaimed in surprise. Even if he wins, his insides will be shattered by the star force, his Dao foundation destroyed. Killing 1,000 enemies at the cost of losing 2,000 oneself. Another man remarked solemnly. Peter scoffed. I'm afraid he won't even last until that. Go all out. Innate. Experts. However, one person used a forbidden technique, while the other forcibly absorbed star force, infusing it into true essence, both sparing no expense to defeat the other. Junior Marty Chong. Peter reacted and ran over, intending to help Nigel up. Notify the medicine hall. Don't move him, Devon reminded urgently. Everyone started moving. Aryan remained motionless against the corner wall. Only Reese rushed over but didn't know what to do, running around in distress. Soon, people from the medicine hall and the enforcement hall arrived. Seeing their injuries like this, Johnny was also deeply alarmed. Take them for treatment. Johnny instructed quickly. Junior Chong has already lost consciousness. The elder of the medicine hall trembled while saying, "What?" Johnny checked, confirming that Nigel indeed had no trace of life left. That damn rascal, actually attacking so heavily. Johnny turned to look at Aryan, filled with murderous intent, ready to kill Aryan directly. Nigel was the beloved disciple of the Adamar, a chi cultivator about to enter the Fitzroy-Vinley human realm. While not top tier in talent among disciples of the Star Observation Pavilion, he was above average. The Adamar and the sect had invested considerable resources to cultivate Nigel. Previously, Aryan only injured Outergate disciples without unintentionally killing anyone. But now, he killed Nigel. Johnny certainly wanted to eliminate Aryan right away. However, he knew he couldn't kill Aryan in front of everyone without discussion in the enforcement hall and approval from the pavilion master. Besides, it was a dual under agreement between the two. Moreover, he had to consider Rosemary as well. Thinking of these factors and sensing that Aryan's internal condition was already a complete mess, Johnny decided not to act further. Take him back for treatment. I will notify the Adamar, Johnny said to the elder of the medicine hall. The elder of the medicine hall hurriedly carried Aryan on a stretcher and sent him to the medicine hall for treatment. Johnny first dispatched an aide to notify the Adamar, and then went to see the pavilion master. You said that the beloved disciple of the Adamar was killed? Pavilion master Madeline's face darkened. Didn't we arrange for some elders to take Aryan as a direct disciple? How could such a thing happen? I went to find the second elder, fourth elder, seventh elder, and Adamar yesterday and today, but they said they are not taking on disciples temporarily. I don't know if it's because they can't manage, or they didn't look favorably upon Aryan. Johnny explained. I didn't have time to ask other elders before such an incident occurred. Perhaps Nigel heard about this and thought of testing Aryan, leading to this tragedy. How powerful was that Nigel? Madeline asked. Great Perfection Foundation Establishment, about to enter the Fitzroy-Vinley human realm. Great Perfection Foundation Establishment? Has Aryan's strength reached such a level? Madeline was surprised. Did he use a divine soul attack? No, he forcibly absorbed Star Force and integrated it into his true essence. What? Madeline was startled. Even innate realm experts dare not integrate Star Force into true essence. Does he not want to live? Innate experts also absorb Star Force into their bodies, circulating it throughout, transforming Star Force into true essence before utilizing it. Each absorption and conversion is minimal due to the overwhelming nature of Star Force. Even with Madeline's current power, he might be able to forcibly integrate Star Force into true essence, but only in small proportions. For example, integrating 30 parts of Star Force into 70 parts of true essence. A 50-50 fusion is his limit. Any more would result in backlash even for him. How much Star Force did Aryan integrate into his limited true essence? Master Pavilion, that brat Aryan killed my disciple. Fitzroy must be handed over to me for punishment. Adamar had not arrived yet, but the furious voice already echoed in. Adamar, please calm down. This matter falls under sparring, which has been signed with an agreement, Johnny explained. But he can't kill my disciple on the spot during sparring, right? Adamar coldly said, Master Pavilion, you judge. Sparring ends when one party acknowledges defeat. Knowing that cultivation stage practitioners have weaker bodies, why did Aryan use such heavy hands? Adamar, it's really not easy to settle this matter after the fact. You should know that the beloved disciple of First Elder is Aryan's friend, Madeline reminded. So this is why Aryan dared to be so ruthless? Relying on the backing of First Elder, he disregards all rules? Adamar was even angrier. No way. I have to seek justice from First Elder. I've already sent someone to notify First Elder, the Master Pavilion said solemnly. Then I'll wait for him here. Let's go to the medicine hall. Madeline stood up. Chapter 249 Fairness is no longer important. Inside the medicine hall, Nigel's corpse was laid out in the main hall. Aryan lay on the bed, his face deathly pale. When Madeline walked in, the master of the medicine hall was about to leave. Seeing Madeline appear, he immediately asked, Hall Master, I was just about to look for you. What's the matter? Madeline asked. Aryan is too seriously injured. All his meridians are severed. Without the right medicine, it's likely that. The master of the medicine hall did not continue, but everyone knew what would come next. Without the right herbs, Aryan would become a cripple even if he didn't die. However, the herb required for reconnecting meridians was very scarce in the Starwatch Pavilion, extremely rare and uncommon. Madeline frowned and said, Go get the century-old stone dragon grass. Hall Master, no? Sheldon immediately protested. The stone dragon grass is so precious that only those who have made great contributions within our sect may use it. Has Aryan made any great contributions? None? Fitzroy just killed a disciple under personal tutelage, costing us greatly. Yes, Hall Master. Using it on him will probably cause dissatisfaction among everyone. Another elder added in agreement. The other elders chimed in as well. Now we can't provide him with the medicine, and should deal with him according to the rules, Sheldon continued. Madeline also knew it wasn't appropriate to use it on Aryan, but he had to make a stance, not seeming stingy. After all, this was just a friendly match. Punishment seems improper. But since the elders all think the stone dragon grass shouldn't be used, let's just save his life first and find another way later. Madeline said solemnly. Yes. The elder of the medicine hall could only choose to use other herbs, but this indeed could only save Aryan's life. Reconnecting every broken meridian was impossible. Madeline replied helplessly. You must have a way. The sect surely has good medicine. I beg you. Rosemary knocked her head on the ground, begging these people pitifully, tears streaming down her face. Fitzroy Ward, standing behind Madeline, felt even more envious and jealous seeing this scene. Alacia. After taking some medicine pills from the medicine hall, Aryan felt slightly better. Fitzroy stood up and tried to pull Rosemary up, but he couldn't manage it. Alacia, this friendly match started because of my reckless fighting. I am willing to bear all the consequences. Aryan weakly held Rosemary and said, Ending up like this is my own fault. Marty, Aryan. Rosemary turned to look at Aryan. She naturally knew that Aryan was not a reckless person, so there must be hidden circumstances. Clearly, Aryan was wrongly accused, but the entire Starwatch Pavilion stood on Nigel's side. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Aryan giving her a warning glance, signaling her not to speak. No matter how wronged he was, Aryan didn't care now. Fitzroy didn't want to defend himself either. The Starwatch Pavilion hadn't investigated clearly and had already drawn conclusions. Would arguing be useful? If he hadn't fought desperately just now, he would have been dead. Had Nigel received such serious injuries, he would likely receive good medicine. Thinking of this, Rosemary could only sigh. She knew that it might really be time to part ways with Aryan because she knew Aryan didn't like it here when she visited him last time. Fitzroy disliked the rigid rules here and the cold indifference. Fitzroy wanted to leave. Actually, Rosemary also wanted to go out with Aryan. Wherever he went, she would follow. However, Aryan hoped she would stay here because they were on different paths. Rosemary needed her master's guidance to go further. Aryan, on the other hand, had already found his own way. He just lacked a cultivation technique. If not for wanting the latter half of the Starwatch refinement technique, he wouldn't have gone to Qishao sect but would have hidden away with Rosemary. Anyway, the Bliss family had expelled him, severing all ties. His father had taken his mother traveling. Would the Starwatch Pavilion really blame the entire Bliss family? Fitzroy deliberately left clues saying he was in Qishao sect, hoping to be discovered and found by the Starwatch Pavilion. Fitzroy planned to rely on his talent, hoping to be favored by the Starwatch Pavilion and obtain the latter half of the Starwatch refinement technique. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned, and the Starwatch Pavilion seemed to look down on him. More terrifyingly, it felt like a prison inside, far from what he imagined of a hidden sect. Fitzroy really didn't want to stay here. Lord, elders, cough. I don't ask for much, just hope you can let me leave, to find another place for spiritual medicine to continue cultivating. Aryan clasped his hands towards Madeline and others. You want to leave? I'll see you out. Rosemary offered. No need, Reese can escort me. Aryan pointed to Reese in the corner. Reese looked at Madeline and others. Before they could speak, Peter interjected first. Lord, she is the wife of Rebel Anthony. She should not be allowed to leave. I've paid 1 billion to buy her from you. Why can't I take her away? Aryan coldly retorted. This? Peter was speechless. Permission granted. Madeline approved. Thank you, Lord. With teary eyes, Reese hurried over to support Aryan. Take care of yourself. Aryan looked at Rosemary, limping out of the hall with Reese's support. Rosemary tried to follow, but her master Vinny stopped her. She could only shout, Aryan, take care of yourself. Chapter 250. Essence of Fitzroyven and Earth. Senior Marty Chi, letting Aryan off like this is really too lenient on him. In Elmwood's courtyard, watching Fitzroyward sip tea opposite him, his face still wore an expression of reluctance. Aryan had critically injured his father, Peter, and killed Nigel. Yet Aryan was allowed to leave the stargazing pavilion. This fact was genuinely displeasing. Fitzroyward was naturally reluctant too, though he did not show it on his face. Fitzroy had lost much more in this incident than Elmwood had. Allowing Nigel to act had cost Fitzroyward a great deal. The only good news was that Aryan's meridians were completely severed. However, Fitzroyward still considered Aryan a threat because his spirit sense hadn't been heavily damaged. A detached spirit sense, combined with the secret arts of the stargazing pavilion, would make killing ordinary innate experts effortless for Aryan. Aryan must be thoroughly eliminated. Spread the news to the 5 major families of Yinjing and let them get rid of Aryan. I think they'll be more than happy to do so. Fitzroyward sneered. Aryan is crippled now. As long as they bring the purple lightning stone, an ordinary grandmaster can kill him. Let the 5 major families do it? Elmwood was taken aback. Although Aryan has left the stargazing pavilion, he still holds the title of a nominal disciple. Will they dare to act? If you don't say it, and I don't say it, how would anyone outside know Aryan is a nominal disciple of the stargazing pavilion after losing his token? Fitzroyward retorted. Do you think Aryan will proudly announce that he's just a nominal disciple of the stargazing pavilion? This is true. Elmwood nodded. Nominal disciples ranked lower than regular disciples, being the weakest members of any sect, without even possessing a token. Aryan probably wouldn't admit that he was just a nominal disciple of the stargazing pavilion. Since the stargazing pavilion had minimal contact with the outside world, no one there would have any clue what was happening inside. Even if he does tell others, who can get Aryan, who was supported by Reese as he walked in. A long story. Aryan leaned against the stone wall, sighing. After resting for a moment, he looked at Daylon and asked, Why haven't you left yet? Don't ask. Daylon replied unhappily. After absorbing the 10 enemy's spirit souls, my primordial soul advanced to the out-of-the-body stage, so I went exploring. But I encountered a few self-righteous fellows. Seeing the heavy aura of slaughter around me, they immediately labeled me as a demon. After beating back those juniors, they actually summoned their ancestral patriarchs. I fought with that old man, both of us sustaining significant injuries. I had to return here to hide temporarily. Fitzroy practiced the soul-swallowing malevolent energy cultivation technique, which specialized in absorbing human spirit souls, increasing his spirit awareness while generating malevolent energy. This caused an extremely heavy aura of slaughter around him. Even miles away during practice, one could feel the malevolent energy. Even when not practicing, Daylon carried the malevolent aura, making his innate realm sufficient against most adversaries. But if he met the patriarch of a hidden sect, he might face a fierce battle. Seems we're in the same boat. Aryan smiled bitterly. Don't lump me together with you. My meridians aren't broken, and I have spells, and an innate expert's attack would be hard for Aryan to evade in his current state. To deal with innate experts, he could only ambush from the shadows. Even then, if they had the purple lightning stone, ambushing would be difficult. Once the first spirit attack was blocked by the purple lightning stone, the enemy would not give him a second chance. Fitzroy was practically half disabled already. That, Elder Bliss, can I speak to you privately? Guan Kueo hesitated. Fine, Senior Yang, if you really want to listen. Stepping 10 paces away won't escape your ears. Let's talk here, Aryan replied. This? Guan Kueo glanced at Daylon, hesitating for a while before finally taking out an exquisite rhombus-shaped box and handing it to Aryan. The box was small, about 5 centimeters in length and width, seemingly made of gold copper, with no inscriptions but containing some mechanism inside. When Aryan probed it with his spirit sense, he was cut off by a layer of restriction, leaving him completely unaware of its contents. If he increased his spirit sense, it might cause the restriction to explode, destroying whatever was inside. Aryan didn't dare to force it, and looked at Guan Kueo questioningly. What is this? This is the Ailbin family heirloom. It's said to contain a pure essence of heaven and earth, Guan Kueo explained. Fitzroyven and earth essence. However, for martial artists aiming at enlightenment, they cannot absorb it until they reach the Grandmaster level because without true essence, they cannot refine this essential force for absorption by the body. But once past the Grandmaster level, they can absorb it any time, only varying in how much they can take in. That is to say, this substance is beneficial to everyone. Even Stephen became equally excited upon hearing the words, essence of Fitzroyven and earth. However, instead of rushing over to snatch it, he stood there with a complex expression on his face. Fitzroy seemed to be hesitating whether or not to grab it, considering that even if he couldn't use it, selling it outside would fetch a sky-high price. It was far more valuable than spirit stones. Exchanging this essence of Fitzroyven and earth for 10 spirit stones would be feasible. Back in the old days, this essence of Fitzroyven and earth could have been exchanged for thousands of spirit stones. But ultimately, Stephen did not make a move because he knew Fitzroyter wouldn't have such good things without intending to use them himself. At the innate realm, Fitzroyter could easily use it to elevate his spiritual root, or even gain insight into the fundamental forces. Now, offering it to Aryan, did Fitzroyter really have such generosity? No, that couldn't be the case. There was only one possibility. Fitzroyter could not absorb it. This essence of Fitzroyven and Zindon sect to inquire about Senior Yang's whereabouts, and then intended to stay on the Lyshi ship for a while. A falling out? Fitzroyter was shocked, and even Daylon beside him had a darkened face. Not many dared to defy the Star Observation Pavilion and still come out alive. Yes, Aryan nodded. You should know Rosemary. She was chosen by the Star Observation Pavilion's Grand Elder as a personal disciple, and due to my deliberate concealment of strength and potential, I was marginalized. Many kept challenging me to duels. During one duel with a person at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, I forcibly integrated celestial power into my true essence. Although I killed him, it resulted in the fragmentation of my meridians. Considering the seniority of the Grand Elder and the fact that I had become half a cripple, they allowed me to leave the Star Observation Pavilion. They may not openly oppose me, but secretly, they will definitely seek revenge. Their Adamar won't let me go. If I were to become the leader of the Crimson Dawn sect, it would implicate the entire sect. Fitzroyter listened in amazement. Killing someone at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, Aryan's combat prowess was indeed fitting for someone who had won top honors among the 9 families despite being at the semi-innate realm. However, what I can promise you is that if the Crimson Dawn sect ever faces difficulties, I will go through fire and water without hesitation, Aryan added. Good, knowing this from Elder Bliss is enough for me. Fitzroyter smiled, in spirit refinement technique, and the stellar essence was absorbed into his body without any rejection. Fitzroy even absorbed the balanced essence of the sun and moon. After this power entered his body, it began repairing damaged meridians, equivalent to reconstructing them. Moreover, his body was empty of impure true essence, greedily absorbing everything like a starved ghost. While others might only absorb 50 to 60% of the essence of Fitzroyven and Earth, he absorbed at least 99%. All the essence of Fitzroyven and Earth was virtually not wasted. The repaired meridians became not only more solid than before, but also wider. If the previous meridians were as wide as a silver needle, now they were as wide as a pipe, and his body had been thoroughly cleansed again. Only such celestial treasures had such miraculous effects. A burning pain mixed with the strange sensation of growing flesh assaulted his nerves, akin to a long drought finally encountering rain, almost making Aryan involuntarily let out a skyward howl. But he forcefully held back, continuously absorbing this essence, unwilling to waste even a tiny bit. Fitzroy believed that if he could Chung Thu body once more, both his physical condition and strength would ascend to a higher level. Chapter 252, Travels. Son. Mommy. In Song County, at the orphanage, Reese hugged her son, who was not yet 5 years old, tightly in her arms, tears streaming down her face. She thought she would never see her son again. The pain of being separated from one's flesh and blood is something you cannot understand unless you have experienced it. Fortunately, she has met him again now. Hurry, quickly kowtow to our benefactor. Reese, with her son, turned around intending to kowtow to Aryan behind them. But Aryan and Daylon had already disappeared, leaving only a check on the ground. The check had 1 million on it. Benefactor. Reese bowed 3 times to the air. On a small path on the peak of Jinfeng Mountain in the northern outskirts of Song County, Daylon looked at Aryan. Why don't you give more money? Giving too much can easily make them live comfortably, then they won't have any motivation. Aryan replied, 1 million yuan is enough for them to buy a house in this small county and live off their own work. They won't be rich, but it's enough. In fact, if I gave too much, I am worried that Starwatch Pavilion people might snatch it away. Daylon glanced back upon hearing this. Come out. Aryan also stopped walking. 2 middle-aged men in their 30s emerged, both disciples of the Starwatch Pavilion, with capabilities in the mid-level congenital and left. Because they couldn't see through Aryan and Daylon, they assumed Aryan's strength was above theirs, and even called him Senior Marty. I really want to kill them and taste the essence of Starwatch Pavilion disciples, Daylon smirked. Why didn't you take action when we were on the Lyshi ship? Aryan retorted sarcastically. Cough cough. Daylon coughed awkwardly. Indeed, he feared the Starwatch Pavilion. As a hidden powerhouse, the Starwatch Pavilion has existences surpassing the congenital realm. Facing such a powerful figure, the Lyshi ship might withstand just one blow, and everyone aboard would die. Elber passing the congenital realm was also what Daylon pursued in life. Even though he was already in the perfected congenital stage, he still couldn't step into that realm. Fitzroy once thought it was due to inadequate divine awareness, requiring the out-of-body realm. But after achieving the out-of-body realm in divine awareness, he still felt that transcending the congenital realm was far away without any direction. It was like a towering mountain blocking the way. Intensive cultivation seemed useless now. After Aryan emerged from seclusion, he said he wanted to travel the world, and Daylon gladly agreed. Perhaps traveling might be better than intensive cultivation. They continued walking along the peak of Jinfeng Mountain. It was midsummer, extremely hot during the day, but it cooled down at night on the mountaintop. Finding a cliffside, Aryan and Daylon sat cross-legged. Aryan gazed at the stars in the sky. The star watching and soul cultivation technique consists of 36 star charts. The innate spiritual body was what almost every practitioner dreamed of. Because with an innate spiritual body, the spirit root attributes reached superior quality, naturally having a keen perception of the 5 elements, able to comprehend the original power of the 5 elements very quickly. However, Daylon was only a postnatal spiritual body, with spirit roots only of average quality. Fitzroy used to be considered a genius in his sect, but even now he could not comprehend the primal force of the 5 elements. Aryan's current constitution definitely surpassed the innate spiritual body and was not far from the innate holy body. But what left Daylon speechless the most was Aryan's extremely high standards for himself. A few days ago, there was an opportunity to break through the last acupoint of the 8 extraordinary meridians, reaching the innate realm, yet Aryan deliberately stopped. So many people couldn't resist such temptation when the innate realm was within reach. Yet Aryan paused at this critical moment, partly because the heavenly essence was used up, but even when it was depleted, one could absorb ordinary star power. This ordinary star power was several times stronger than spiritual energy. And you're still picky? Daylon knew that Aryan planned to sense the original star power, using it to forge his innate foundation. This requirement wasn't just high, it was extraordinary. The more stable the innate foundation, the greater the future potential, making it easier to surpass the innate realm in the future. Aryan didn't miss any opportunity to consolidate his foundation, even postponing the breakthrough to the innate. Stretched his limbs, then leaped down from the cliff, landing on several rocks, reaching the valley 100 meters below. Although last night he was in deep meditation, he still sensed that a battle occurred beneath him. The battle ended very quickly. Facing the grand perfection stage, it was resolved in less than 30 seconds. On the ground lay 4 black-clad figures. 3 of them were dead, their divine souls stripped by Stephen, becoming materials for cultivation. One hadn't died but was crippled and knocked unconscious. However, he had already awakened, pretending to be dead. All 4 possessed mid-natural birth strength, capable of tangling with late natural birth cultivators. Unfortunately, they faced a terrifying existence like Stephen. Aryan walked over and kicked the man's leg. Get up, stop faking death. Die. Ale-beddingly, the black-clothed man opened his eyes, launching a soul imprint straight toward Aryan's brow point, swift and accurate. In an instant, Aryan stood motionless at the spot, eyes closed as if under a spell. You have hidden moves? Not far away, Stephen, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes, somewhat surprised. Fitzroy didn't go to help Aryan but remained seated, watching the scene unfold. Thud. But the attacking black-clad man was the first to spit out a mouthful of blood, his sea of consciousness buzzing explosively, instantly suffering. Strip your divine soul bit by bit, making you wish you were dead, Stephen said coldly. I'll talk, please just give me a quick death. The black-clad man hastily begged. I am an elder of the Thunderfire Hall, entrusted by Hyman to assassinate you. Hyman? Are you sure it was him? Aryan frowned. Hyman was Lilia's brother and Aryan's cousin, usually behaving like a playboy, non-competitive. Why would he send people to kill Aryan? Fitzroy's the personal disciple of our Thunderfire Hall's patriarch. What? Aryan was shocked. I've told you everything, please just give me a quick death. The black-clad man said somberly. Aryan nodded at Stephen, who promptly extracted all the divine soul and devoured it. After Stephen absorbed the soul completely, Aryan asked, what kind of sect is this Thunderfire Hall? How strong are they? It's also a secluded sect, weaker than the Star-Observing Pavilion, but much stronger than the Scarlet Sky sect, considered a top-tier sect. Stephen explained. A top-tier sect? Aryan was surprised. Looks like my good cousin has hidden quite deeply. Fitzroy became a personal disciple of the Thunderfire Hall, yet didn't leak any information externally. Fitzroy knew his cousin Hyman hid deeply behind his playboy facade, but he didn't expect it to be this deep. Previously, he thought Hyman's strength was around middle Great Master level or slightly stronger than Faxon, reaching late Great Master. If he reached peak Great Master or semi-natural birth, he might represent the Bliss family in competitions. Yet, Hyman never participated. However, I have no grudges with him. Why would he want to eliminate me? Aryan became even more puzzled. His uncle's family targeted him out of worry that he might snatch the position of family head. Why did Hyman target him? It seemed they had no hatred at all. It could be that the black-clothed man didn't tell the truth, and the person behind it all wants to shift the blame to Hyman. Aryan could only console himself this way. Fitzroy really couldn't believe that Hyman wanted to kill him. Daylon shrugged. He was neither familiar nor interested in the internal conflicts of the Bliss family. Let's go. Yeah. Aryan didn't even look at the corpses as he got up and left. The two continued walking deeper into the valley, not planning to take any vehicle, just enjoying the scenic journey back to Yinjing. During the day, they walked, and at night, they meditated. After half a month, the two had already arrived at Baihua Mountain west of Yinjing. During this time, 2 more groups of enemies appeared. One group consisted of genuine killers who belonged to the Shadow Alliance. From Daylon, he learned that this Shadow Alliance was a millennium-old assassin organization with over 1,000 killers of Daylon smirked. This saves me from hunting others and attracting trouble from Special Operations Group 1. If I encounter a powerful enemy, I'll just leave. But the next moment, he looked up at the sky, revealing a hint of coldness. Tonight there are no stars or moon. It's a perfect night for murder. Is that so? Then it looks like they won't let me return to Yinjing. Aryan narrowed his eyes. Then we'll see who comes out on top. Chapter 254. Still have the nerve to talk about credit? Marty Warren, Marty Lanny, everyone. Aryan has already arrived at 100 Flowers Mountain. Fitzroy will enter Yinjing tomorrow with only one supreme innate master by his side. We must take this opportunity to eliminate him all at once. Elmer sat in front of the camera, and on the large screen were the patriarchs of the other 4 major families. Once he enters Yinjing, it won't be easy for us to act. Ordinary battles among innate experts wouldn't cause too much chaos, but a battle between supreme innate masters would be quite significant, especially under the imperial capital. Causing too much chaos could easily draw in people from Special Operations Unit 1. Therefore, while Aryan has not yet entered Yinjing, they plan to make their move outside. The last time we acted, nothing was accomplished, as there are highly skilled individuals around Aryan. Could it be someone from the Observing Star Pavilion? Fitzroy Jianzhong, the patriarch of the Fitzroy family, worriedly asked. People have been sent to confirm with the Observing Star Pavilion. That old man is definitely not an expert. For major families can help remove Aryan. Then he will come to our 5 major families and choose the most talented child to become his disciple. Really? Ander and others became excited. The Adamar of the Observing Star Pavilion is a true authority figure. If they could indeed allow a child to be accepted under him, the family's status would surely rise significantly. Of course it's true, Elmer solemnly stated. Pity that there is only one spot available. Fitzroy Jianzhong expressed some disappointment. However, he was just voicing a complaint because, actually, even one spot is extremely precious. In fact, our 5 families are unity. Whichever child is chosen by the Adamar as a disciple can add strength to us all. Elmer continued, of course, this may require dispatching supreme innate masters, but I won't force anyone. It will be voluntary. Any family willing to send one will be considered by the Adamar. The opportunity is fair. Okay, give us some time to discuss. This isn't something decided by just one person. It must be discussed by the Council of Elders, Anders seriously said. Reply me after 1 hour. Elmer ended the video call. Actually, he wanted the Sima family to take action themselves this time, but their founding ancestor was in life and death seclusion, leaving only second founding ancestor, who was at the Supreme Innate Realm. One Supreme Innate Master didn't have the confidence to kill Aryan's guards, and might even risk perishing. If it weren't for the founding ancestor being in seclusion, Elmer would have let the Sima family alone deal with Aryan, ensuring the spot as a disciple under the Adamar belonged to the Sima family. The eldest son, Christo, had already joined another top-tier sect. If another child joins the Observing Star Pavilion, in 10 or 20 years, the Sima family in Yinjing would undoubtedly be dominant. Now, he could only relinquish this spot to see which family's child is more talented and lucky. Of course, the premise was that they could successfully eliminate Aryan. After an hour, as it grew dark, the other 4 families responded. Han family and Warren family would not participate in this action. Elmer wasn't very surprised. The rise and fall of a family really depends on whether there are outstanding young talents. Not every generation has geniuses. Sometimes, a genius appears only once every 30 or even 50 years. But as long as one appears, it can extend the glory of the family. In the recent contest among the 9 major families, both Warren family and Han family achieved decent results. This means that over the past 30 years, the children of Warren family and Han family have shown strong talent. Both Warren family and Fitzroy family often place in the top 3 in these competitions. If not for Aryan's emergence, both Corey of the Warren family and Jerry of the Han family had hopes to achieve a top 4 ranking. However, now there was finally a generational gap. The Adamar of the Observing Star Pavilion would choose children who are under 10 years old. Neither the Warren family nor the Han family had any exceptionally talented children under 10 years old. Of course, this referred to comparing with the children of the Sima, Lanny, and Fitzroy families. They were incomparable. But compared to the children from other first-class families, they were still significantly better. Now, the main competition was against the Sima, Lanny, and Fitzroy families. With only one slot available, if their own child wasn't chosen by the Adamar after participating in the attack on Aryan, why would they take the risk? 3 Supreme Innate Masters are enough. Elmer said solemnly. 2 will tie down that Supreme Innate Master, while the other attacks Aryan. Then we immediately retreat without engaging in a prolonged battle. All right. The heads of the Lanny and Fitzroy families responded simultaneously. Night fell, and the sky turned dark, just as Daylon had said. No stars could be seen tonight, and it was pitch black. Yet, Aryan remained seated in the valley, continuously deducing the changes of the sun, moon, and stars. His deduction speed slowed more and more, and his divine consciousness realm stagnated at the peak of the soul separation stage, making no progress. Extending his hand. After we kill Aryan, we'll give them to you. What if you change your mind later? Who do I complain to? The credibility of the 5 major families is at stake, and so are our clan members. There's nowhere to run. Credibility? Daylon laughed. You violated the rules by sending so many innate masters to kill Aryan. How can you talk about credibility? You. The tall, elderly man was speechless. So Marty Dow insists on opposing us? Chapter 255. Soul-shaking technique. It was an unwritten rule among the 9 major families that innate realm experts were not allowed to attack those below this realm. In truth, this rule wasn't limited to the 9 major families. Other first-rate families also had to adhere to it. If everyone ignored this rule, they would only be harming the young disciples of each family. Their power was non-existent before innate realm experts. Mere seconds from annihilation? The 5 major families have already broken this rule. Are you so shameless? You insisted on being my enemy, sending people to kill us, and now you're saying it's I who is determined to be your enemy? Daylon said with disdain. Fellow Taoist, Aryan has been disowned by the Bliss family. Fitzroy no longer belongs to the young generation of the Yinjing 9 major families. Therefore, we don't need to follow the rules for him. Seeing the tall old man left speechless, a nearby lanky old man hurriedly defended. At this level of shamelessness, I'm too lazy to argue with you. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Enough chatter. Daylon became somewhat impatient. In that case, please forgive our rudeness. The tall old man and the lanky old man exchanged glances and immediately attacked Daylon. And the old man in tang attire, who was closest to Aryan, took one step forward. His terrifying aura enveloped Aryan, intending to control him firmly. Then he quickly formed hand seals. Behind him, over a dozen spirit-infused swords started to materialize rapidly. Humph! Aryan responded with a cold snort, channeling his spiritual awareness and true essence, directly shattering this oppressive aura. How can you have true essence? Your injuries are healed? The old man in tang attire was taken aback. Wasn't it rumored that Aryan's meridians were severed, rendering him half-disabled? Was the intelligence incorrect? Regardless, even if Aryan's meridians had healed and he regained true essence, so what? Even if Aryan had reached the innate realm, in front of someone at the peak innate realm, he was nothing more than an ant. Aryan could never block his attack with over a dozen spirit swords. Soul-shaking technique, go! Before the old man in tang attire could unleash his spirit swords, the well-prepared Aryan had already cast the Divine Soul technique. A yin-yang taiji symbol emerged from between his brows. Divine Soul technique? The old man in tang attire didn't dare take it lightly either. With a wave of his left hand, he hurled a purple lightning stone towards the yin-yang taiji symbol. During the competition among the 9 major families, Aryan relied on his Celestial Pavilion Divine Soul technique to seriously injure or kill the geniuses of other families. Everyone witnessed the power of Aryan's Divine Soul. At that time, his strongest enemies were merely at the peak early innate stage, far weaker than those at the peak innate realm. However, their Divine Souls weren't much stronger than Corey's or others like Christo. While their Divine Souls were just at the unified stage, Corey, Christo, and others had hidden acupoints within their Divine Souls, which was only one realm higher than them. But after another half-year, Aryan's Divine Soul had likely become even stronger. The old man in tang attire did not wish to stumble here. However, under Aryan's control, the yin-yang taiji symbol dodged the purple lightning stone and rushed toward the 2 innate realm experts surrounding Daylon. Be careful. The old man in tang attire loudly warned. Boom. When it reached the tops of the 2 old men's heads, the yin-yang taiji symbol had expanded to about 10 feet wide and began spinning rapidly, resonating intensely. Chaos within their meridians, causing them to vomit blood violently and retreat rapidly. They were severely wounded. Even though you're cunning, deliberately choosing this kind of valley, you still cannot escape death. The old man in tang attire was enraged and waved his hand. Over a dozen spirit swords completely surrounded Aryan. Break it! Aryan knew he couldn't escape the range of these sharp sword attacks and thus summoned all his star power, smashing towards the dozen spirit swords with both fists. Poof! A burst of fist force erupted, shattering a few of the spirit swords. However, they didn't disappear entirely and still pierced through Aryan's body, causing his clothes to be riddled with dozens of slashes from the lingering sword intent. Fortunately, the vital areas were protected by the fist force. Aryan retreated over 10 meters and finally fell to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Really powerful. Aryan coughed a few times, struggling to get up and moving toward Daylon. How did he not die? The old man in tang attire was surprised. The spell he had cast earlier was interrupted by Aryan and did not unleash its full power, but it should have been at least 70% effective. Even at 70%, it shouldn't be something that someone like Aryan, who was only half-step innate, could withstand. He would have been killed instantly. But Aryan merely suffered flesh wounds without any damage to his bones or meridians. This physical resilience was truly monstrous. Who said Aryan's meridians were severed? There was no sign of any such injury on him. Clearly, they had been deceived. The old man in tang attire chose not to attack again. His 2 companions were heavily wounded and unable to fight further. If he continued to pursue Aryan, he would have to face Daylon alone. In a one-on-one battle, he wasn't confident of winning against Daylon. You go ahead. I'll cover the rear. The old man in tang attire quickly moved closer to his companions. Want to leave? You need to leave something behind. Daylon continued his pursuit. Don't chase. There are more people coming. Aryan stopped Daylon. Daylon halted and extended some of his spiritual awareness. Indeed, more experts were approaching. Earlier, his focus was on the enemies and he hadn't noticed the surroundings. Carrying out violent battles here, attacking as you please and leaving as you wish. What kind of regard do you have for our Tao alliance? A booming voice echoed throughout the valley, shaking everyone's eardrums. Aryan hurriedly focused his mind to avoid being affected by the sound. Experts had arrived, and not just one, for figures appeared on the cliffs surrounding the valley. Upon hearing this, both the old man in tang attire and Daylon became solemn, especially Daylon, who glared fiercely at Aryan, seemingly blaming him for insisting on staying here today instead of going directly into Yinjing. Now the trouble was big. What kind of power was this? It actually intimidated the elders of the 9 major families and Daylon like this? Aryan was even more puzzled about this. Chapter 256 The Olive Branch from the Tao Alliance Leader. What is the Tao Alliance? Aryan looked at Daylon beside him and asked in a low voice. It's what you call Special Task Force 1, replied Daylon. They are known as Special Task Force 1 to ordinary people, but their true origin lies with the Tao Alliance. This organization has been around for thousands of years. Its initial purpose was to regulate cultivators, also known as the Cultivators Union. So that's how it is. Aryan suddenly understood. No wonder Daylon was so wary. Decades ago, Daylon committed grave mistakes, slaughtering members of the Qishao sect over several decades before fleeing and hiding on the Lai Shi ship. Now, he had finally attracted the attention of the Tao Alliance. Seniors, we learned that these 2 individuals specifically devour others' divine souls to cultivate their power. Hence we have come to investigate and intend to capture them and hand them over to the Dao Alliance for punishment. The old man in traditional Chinese attire hastily explained. Aryan looked at this old rogue, truly shameless. Clearly, they had come to kill Aryan. Yet now they were presenting themselves as righteous enforcers of justice? His skill at twisting the situation was truly commendable. Is that so? The elderly man in yellow robes who had spoken earlier spoke again, turning his gaze toward Dalon. You're Dalon? Formerly a traitor to the Qishao sect and captain of the Lai Shi ship. Over 40 years ago, you committed horrendous crimes. What do you have to say now? I don't wish to elaborate on past grievances. Every grievance has its cause and effect. Who is right or wrong doesn't matter anymore. Dalon replied, but during that time, I only killed those who were above the Grandmaster level. I didn't harm ordinary people. On this occasion, I was merely escorting this young friend home, without harming ordinary people along the way, only dealing with the assassins sent after him. Were those people's divine souls indeed devoured by you? The elderly man in the robe asked. Yes, Dalon answered. Why did they try to kill you and not others? The elderly man looked at Aryan. A tree wishes to be still, but the wind won't cease, Aryan responded calmly, offering just that single sentence, unwilling to offer more explanation, guessing that these people had likely investigated him thoroughly already. Since you're too lazy to even argue, then come with us. The elder in the long robe said sternly. This building had 2 exterior walls, and the inner spiritual energy was more concentrated than outside, possibly even denser than inside the star-observing pavilion. Impressive. Inside, there were specialized doctors who bandaged their wounds and then left them alone in a room. Aryan quickly sat cross-legged. Healing external injuries wasn't enough. He had exhausted his divine soul. His body was robust, managing to withstand the enemy's blade. But the soul vibration technique he used, the second secret art of the star-observing pavilion, wasn't a single target attack but affected a group. This consumed a significant amount of divine soul energy. That last strike had practically drained all of Aryan's consciousness power. By the time dawn arrived, Aryan opened his eyes and started stretching. After a round of boxing exercises, he touched the wall and noticed inscriptions covering the entire room, hidden within the plaster during the day. Is this why the building's spiritual energy is so abundant? Aryan wondered aloud. Could it be that the Dao Alliance, like the star-observing pavilion, relies on mental visualization to absorb natural spiritual energy? However, disciples of the star-observing pavilion absorbed celestial forces through visualization, gathering spiritual energy via grand formations. Does the Dao Alliance also have methods to cultivate one's divine consciousness? No. Aryan closed his eyes, sensing carefully. This seems to absorb righteous qi and convert it into spiritual energy. The righteous qi is also the qi of people. The more prosperous a nation's fortunes, the stronger the righteous qi. Yanjing, under the emperor's feet, has over 20 million residents. Now, with China's fortunes flourishing, it produces an endless supply of righteous qi. So that's why they built their headquarters in a bustling area. The Dao Alliance also adapts to changing times. They maintain order among Chinese cultivators, which can be seen as protecting the masses. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door outside. Come in, Aryan said. A man in his 20s pushed open the door and respectfully said, Our alliance leader requests your presence. Please lead the way, Aryan politely replied. Please. Led by the man, they took the elevator to the 60th floor. This area appeared to be residential. The alliance leader's residence was a spacious flat, nearly 300 square meters. Though it resembled an apartment, there were few modern appliances, no televisions or sofas. Instead, ancient-style chairs were placed around, along with various utensils, all over 100 years old. Alliance leader, young Master Bliss, is here. After speaking, the disciple closed the door and left. Maintain order among cultivators, with its heritage stretching back even further than the star-observing pavilion. However, they were a neutral organization, usually only stepping in during mass slaughters or when demonic cult leaders emerged. Typically, they did not interfere in disputes between different sections. If any member harmed ordinary people, though, the Dao Alliance would intervene, apprehending and punishing them harshly. Many aspired to join such a powerful force. If Aryan joined the Dao Alliance, even the star-observing pavilion wouldn't dare to deal with him again, allowing him to cultivate without hindrance. Moreover, this was an invitation from the leader of the Dao Alliance to be his disciple. The elder who appeared in long robes yesterday was just an elder. His strength had already surpassed the innate realm, reaching the spirit movement stage. Thus, the Dao Alliance's leader must be even more formidable. Becoming his disciple promised boundless prospects. But what about the feud with the 5 major families and the enmity within the star-observing pavilion? If he joined the Dao Alliance, he might have to abandon these vendettas. Aryan could not use the Dao Alliance's flag to attack the 5 major families or wage war on the star-observing pavilion. They had repeatedly sent people to chase him down, nearly costing him his life several times. These debts couldn't just be written off. Furthermore, he believed adversity tempered a person. Joining the Dao Alliance meant no one would dare to challenge him, thus robbing him of opportunities for growth. With this in mind, Aryan said, Thank you for your consideration, senior, but I am still a named disciple of the star-observing pavilion, so it wouldn't be convenient to join the Dao Alliance. Oh, the Dao Alliance leader looked surprised. You don't regret this? No regrets. I'm warning you. If you lack the protection of the Dao Alliance, those few families will continue to target you. With your quasi-innate strength, even with a body akin to an innate holy constitution, you are no match for them. As long as I enter Yanjing, their innate experts would need to think twice before dealing with me, Aryan said gravely. So be it. The Dao Alliance leader waved his hand. You may leave now. Senior, how does the Dao Alliance plan to handle Dalon and the others? Aryan asked tentatively. 3 will be imprisoned, 1 expelled. Understood. Junior is taking my leave. Aryan bowed to the Dao Alliance leader and turned to leave. After descending the elevator and leaving Juzhou Tower, Aryan hailed a cab and headed straight for the Bliss family residence. Arriving at the Bliss family's gate, the guards blocked him. You want to stop me? Aryan's expression turned stern. Young Master Bliss, no, Aryan. You've been expelled from the family, so you can't go in, the guard insisted. Get out of the way, or else I won't hold back, Aryan glared fiercely. Call in the elders too. Let's discuss this properly today. Aryan sat down on a chair. Upon exiting the star-observing pavilion, he originally planned to find Daelon and board the Laishi ship to recuperate. Since he had healed at Chixiamen, he needed to settle accounts over being betrayed. In Hangzhou, Faxon had hired an innate expert to severely injure Rosemary, nearly killing her. Last time, Faxon had informed the 5 major families of his location in advance, leading them to Chixiamen with many experts. If not for Daelan's assistance, Aryan would be dead by now. If this score wasn't settled, Aryan would not feel at ease. Of course, he had another plan, which was to break ties with the family completely so as not to be pursued by the star-observing pavilion's Adamar any further. Fitzroy didn't care much about his eldest uncle's family, but there were still many clansmen in the Bliss family. Soon, the family elders appeared, and his grandfather came as well. Compared to the beginning of the year, Lawrence's complexion was much better, but he still had to sit in a wheelchair with damaged meridians and divine soul. Without top-tier celestial treasures, such as essence of Fitzroyven and Earth, it would be hard for him to recover. However, Lawrence couldn't use the essence of Aelbin and Moon that Aryan used last time due to different constitutions and elemental spirit roots. Where is Faxon? Lawrence barked. Drag him here and prepare for family punishment. Insolent. Lawrence roared angrily. Lawrence, I'm telling the truth. Fitzroy has been expelled from the family, moreover. He's now almost a cripple. Faxon continued, my elder brother lost half an arm, and cousin Hyman is unlearned. Now I am the core of the family's direct line. Would the family really punish its future core for a cripple? All the elders fell silent. Chapter 258. Can't escape the punishment. The Bliss family's direct descendants consist of only 4 brothers. Eldest brother Cullen, second brother Faxon, third brother Aryan, and the youngest is Hyman. In terms of numbers, the family is not prosperous. However, apart from Hyman, who is somewhat of a playboy, the other 3 brothers are all outstanding in talent. Unfortunately, although eldest Marty Cullen has the highest realm, he lost an arm. Aryan, at the half-step Xiantian realm, won first place in the decade-long competition, attracting much attention. Aelbek talent cannot be said to be weak. Moreover, Aryan was taken away by the star-watching pavilion, though there was no news that he had been accepted as a disciple. But now Aryan has returned, and he is crippled. Thus, those who can carry the family's banner are left with only Faxon and Hyman. Hyman has never been fond of martial arts practice since childhood, even if he practiced Sima family. I heard it through other channels. Isn't that possible? Faxon stammered in rebuttal. Are you still arguing? Aryan despised. Regardless, you are half-wasted now, and that is a fact. Faxon changed the subject, not to mention the Xiantian realm. Even if you had a magical treasure to resist soul attacks, you wouldn't be able to win against the master. What about taking over as the head of the Bliss family in the future? That would turn into a joke. So why don't we fight? Aryan smiled. If you win, this matter will be settled, and I'll never step foot in the Bliss family again. How does that sound? Fine, just don't blame me for bullying you without true essence. Faxon sneered similarly. Ivor, this? Arsene looked at the old patriarch, who thought for a moment without saying anything, meaning to let things proceed according to the young one's ideas. Fitzroy didn't want to interfere anymore. Everyone moved from the hall to the Bliss family training ground. Let you take the first move. Faxon stood with his hands behind his back, but actually held a piece of purple lightning stone in his hand behind his back. Although Aryan was wasted, his soul was still intact, which made Faxon wary. Those were your words. A smirk appeared on Aryan's face as he suddenly attacked using soul assault. Bullying Faxon now, he used sheer strength to crush Faxon. So fast. Not only did Faxon instantly change expression, but the surrounding elders were also shocked. There wasn't any sensation of true essence flowing. The senior elder was puzzled. None of them could see through Aryan. Clearly, they did not sense true essence within Aryan's body. Even when Aryan acted, there was no feeling of any true essence. Why was he so fast then? To challenge me in fist combat, are you qualified as a waste? Faxon put away the purple lightning stone and met with a punch. Both of them learned the ancestral Bliss family boxing techniques, knowing each other's strengths and weaknesses, needing no tricks. Just brute force would suffice. Bang! When their fists met, Faxon instantly retreated, his arm tingling and losing sensation. The terrifying power from Aryan's fist shocked him. Without true essence, yet another force several times more domineering than true essence emerged. Before Faxon could recover, Aryan had already closed in, striking again with his fist. Daring not to meet the attack directly, Faxon could only dodge. But Aryan's speed instantly surged, withdrawing the punch, delivering a hook that smashed right into Faxon's cheek. Bang! A solid hit sent Faxon flying into the air, teeth flying out. Even though he formed layers of defense on his cheek with true essence, those defenses were instantly shattered. How is this possible? Flying in the air, Faxon wore an incredulous look, but before he could be stunned, Aryan attacked again. As Aryan's body twisted in the air, he landed just as Aryan's kick came. Aryan saw through all of his moves. Poof! The kick struck Aryan squarely in the chest, sending him flying again. Upon landing, another heavy blow hit his chest, treating him like a punching bag with no resistance, only to be beaten. When he finally landed on the ground, Aryan spat out blood and completely lost the strength to resist. There was absolutely no suspense. It was a complete one-sided beating. Arsene and the elders of the Bliss family were all dumbfounded. It seemed that Aryan was defeated purely by sheer physical power. Aryan is now at the late stage of Great Master, not far from reaching the peak of Great Master. Fitzroy could possibly break through to the Xiantian realm before the age of 30. In the entire Bliss family, apart from Aryan's talent is extremely strong. Stronger even than eldest Marty Cullen's talent. Cullen relied on a large amount of spirit stones to break through to the Xiantian realm when he was nearly 30 years old. Perhaps Aryan wouldn't need so many spirit stones. Cough cough. You clearly have severed meridians. How can you still have such strength? Aryan struggled to stand up, looking at Aryan in disbelief. Secret. Aryan's lips curled into a sneer as he lunged forward again, pinning Aryan's chin with one hand and lifting him up. Xiao Lu, stop. Lawrence shouted loudly. Fitzroy is your cousin after all. We share the same lineage. Xiao Lu, don't. Uncle begs you not to kill him. Arsene also pleaded loudly. The other elders stared intently at Aryan. Do you want to kill me? Yes, I made a mistake, but the family will punish me. Family? You just said I've been expelled from the Bliss family. Why would they punish you because of an outsider? Aryan sneered. Since you all think I'm an outsider, I naturally don't need to consider any brotherly feelings anymore. Feeling the force transmitted from Aryan's right hand and the killing intent emanating from him, Aryan was truly afraid now. Fitzroy knew Aryan really wanted to kill him. I beg you, don't kill me. I was wrong. Aryan hurriedly begged for mercy. Begging now is too late. Aryan's voice was icy cold. If the Bliss family falls into the hands of someone like you, it will surely perish. Die. Xiao Lu, do you really want grandfather to beg you? Lawrence shouted. The death penalty can be spared, but punishment cannot be avoided. Aryan's star power rapidly surged into Aryan's meridians. Poof. Ah. Aryan screamed in agony as his meridians were severed, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Chapter 259. Really think I have no temper? Aryan, he is your cousin, your brother, and you actually disabled him. Are you still human? You are no better than a beast. Arsene's eyes were bloodshot as if he had lost all reason, roaring like a wild beast. Faxon tried to put me in mortal danger multiple times in Hangzhou. When did he ever think of brotherly affection? Aryan said coldly. I returned home without contention or competition. Lawrence asked me to give up the head of family dispute, and I swore a deadly oath. Even if I risked my life to secure first place for the family, you expelled my father and me from the family. What did I say? Did my father ever complain even half a word? Not a single complaint. Aryan's voice was firm. We never complained. And to prevent the family from being blamed by the Astral Star Pavilion, I even informed the family of my whereabouts. What do we get in return? Faxon's betrayal and 10 late-stage, innate experts attacking Qishao sect. If it weren't for my good fortune, I would have died long ago. I endured it once, and then again, and again and again. Do you think I'm made of clay? I only disabled your son, and now you call me less than a beast. Then what do you call it when your son repeatedly tried to kill me? And you, his uncle, his father, how could you not know what Hollis announced? Revoke Arsene's position as the head of the family, assign it to Colby, dismissed. Arsene opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, but didn't know what to say. Everything that happened earlier was clear. Faxon had conspired with other families to harm his own brother. Being disabled and expelled from the family, that's exactly what he deserved. If Arsene wanted to argue further, the family might hold him accountable as the father. Regardless of whether Arsene sent his son to Hangzhou, he bore undeniable responsibility. Moreover, last time at the Nangong family, when the situation wasn't thoroughly investigated, Arsene immediately expelled his third brother Arvid and nephew to clear himself. Ailbeck behavior was unsuitable for a head of the family. Humph. Aryan cast a disdainful glance at Faxon lying on the ground and left. Old patriarch, just let him go like that, the senior elder asked. Let him go. Hollis waved his hand helplessly. Storms are coming. Everyone should stay alert and practice diligently. Yes. Half an hour later, Faxon lay on his bed. This was Arsene's final request. Tomorrow morning, Faxon would leave the Bliss family compound. Hugo examined Faxon's injuries and sighed. Old patriarch, I can do nothing. Whatever medicine needed, Hugo may prescribe it, Arsene said solemnly. It won't help. His meridians were severed by a force I'm entirely unfamiliar with. Even if there were rare medicines, they couldn't heal it. Hugo shook his head. It's already fortunate that his life can be preserved. Just what kind of power is this? Xiao Lu's meridians were supposed to be broken, so how could he still wield such power? Arsene was puzzled. Not only was he confused, but the Bliss family elders were also baffled. Since Faxon received news from the 5 great families that Xiao Lu's meridians were indeed broken and he was disabled, shouldn't that information be reliable? Could it be? The senior elder looked at Hollis. Possibly. Hollis nodded and finally showed a hint of satisfaction. Xiao Lu practiced the astral star cultivation art, and now that an incomprehensible force has appeared, it could very well mean he has comprehended stellar power. If that's the case, even if others in the Bliss family perish, as long as Xiao Lu remains alive, the Bliss family still has hope for revival. Marty, here are the keys to my car and the villa I bought in Shishan. You can stay there. Lilia caught up with Aryan at the door, handing him 2 keys. Bing Yin, are you hiding something from me? Aryan asked. Hiding? Hiding what? Lilia was puzzled. Aryan turned around, staring straight at Lilia, but found no hint of anything unusual in her eyes. What about your 4th brother? I don't know. After the competition, he applied for a transfer abroad and hasn't been heard from since. How well do you know your 4th brother? Aryan asked seriously. Well, Lilia paused for a moment. As far back as I can remember, the better. Aryan said seriously, the 9 major families in Yinjing will eventually clash. You lack the ability to protect yourself. Stay away if you can, or you'll become collateral damage. Is it that serious? Lilia asked. More so than you can imagine. Perhaps, the one who made a move on you is your 4th brother. Him? Lilia didn't believe it. Fitzroy's at most a grandmaster. What kind of power does he have? Fitzroy might have broken through. Broken through? To what realm? You'll see. Aryan waved his hand. Go, listen to me. Stay far away from Yinjing. Where are you going? To retrieve the information I obtained at great cost. Aryan got in the car and drove off. Not long after leaving the Bliss family compound, someone started following him. Probably people from the 5 great families. Chapter 260. Life not as valuable as a purple thunderstone. Marty Lanny, have you received any news? Curtis and the other 4 individuals convened another video conference. The Hans and Warren family, who were not involved in last night's operation, also joined this meeting. Knowing that 3 supreme innate realm experts from the Sima, Lanny, and Fitzroy families had gone missing, Raphael and Ander couldn't help but feel a tinge of schadenfreude. That makes sense. Perhaps now we should ask Arjan directly. Everyone else has disappeared, leaving only him to show up, Raphael responded. How can he possibly tell us what happened? Do you think he will let us harm him? Lanny Shan sighed helplessly. Harm Arjan? The other patriarchs shuddered involuntarily. Last night, 3 supreme innate masters went to kill Arjan, but today, they vanished without a trace, dead or alive unknown. Who would dare send people to confront Arjan now? Every supreme innate master is their trump card. In each family, such experts do not exceed 5. Losing even one may not threaten the foundation of the family. But if many were lost, even just half, the family could be in danger. Other families like the Bliss, Nangongs, and Yuans weren't mere decorations either. At this moment, Curtis's phone rang. After taking the call and listening for a while, he put down the phone, looked into the camera, and spoke with a complex expression. Just got word. Arjan created a ruckus at the Bliss family mansion, leaving Senior Master Faxon incapacitated. Incapacitated? Anders sneered. Incapacitated? Arjan didn't even use a soul attack, yet beat Faxon thoroughly, Curtis said irritably. And Arjan seems unharmed, or perhaps he's already healed. The other 4 fell silent. In this case, it would be extremely difficult to compete. Was killed on the spot. Participants were all geniuses from the 9 great families. So many people were defeated then. Although Arjan has yet to break into the innate realm after half a year, beating Faxon with sheer physical prowess just now demonstrated his formidable strength. Anyone sent to spar with Arjan would be signing their own death warrant. Forget grandmasters. Even ordinary innate masters would surely lose. Moreover, according to the rules, how could the Warren family send elders to deal with Arjan's challenge? Winning would be normal, but losing would be even more shameful. By the time the 2 arrived at the training ground, an argument was already underway. Outside were layers of Warren family guards, and inside were Warren family descendants, including a grandmaster in the late stage. Fitzroy had already stepped forward opposite Arjan. Arjan, times have changed. Do you really think you're still the champion from half a year ago? You're nothing but a cripple now. As long as I carry a purple thunderstone, killing you will be a matter of minutes. But wasting a purple thunderstone just to defeat you isn't a good deal. Do you mean my life isn't worth a purple thunderstone? Arjan laughed. Yes, once I break into the innate realm, killing you will be like flipping a hand. There's no need for a purple thunderstone. The man sneered. If you know what's good for you, leave now, and we'll let you off easy. Don't worry, I won't use soul attacks, Arjan said solemnly. Do you think we would believe you? If I use soul attacks, with so many people here and the Warren family ancestor present, they could beat me to death with sticks. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. That Warren family descendant suddenly attacked Arjan. Warren Nan, come back. Ander hurriedly shouted to stop him. Fitzroy of the family, today I will avenge my cousin. Warren Nan disregarded the advice, leaping high and striking down with a palm towards Arjan. Bang! Arjan met the attack with a punch, their limbs colliding. Warren Nan's arms split open from the impact, sending him flying backward. Not only did his arm's veins burst, but the powerful force shattered his internal organs. How is this possible? Warren Nan tried to rise, propping himself up, but he quickly collapsed again, spitting blood profusely and falling dead on the spot. Insolent. Committing murder within the Warren family territory, you seek death. Several figures darted swiftly from afar. They were the Warren family patriarchs, 3 great innate perfection experts. They hadn't appeared earlier but had been closely watching the situation. Arjan had actually killed Warren Nan with one punch, a blatant act of defying the entire Warren family's authority. Die for it. All 3 immediately attacked, intending to kill Arjan on the spot. As soon as they acted, Daoist techniques unleashed, gathering the 5 elements spiritual energy around them. The other Warren family descendants were forced to retreat by the intense aura. Arjan is done for. The guards all sneered coldly, daring to act out in the Warren family. This is the result. Chapter 261. So you want me to kill him? Above the martial arts arena, the elements gathered in the sky, faint thunder roared within, and lightning cracked down, instantly shattering the blue stone tiles upon impact. This was actually the rare 5 elements lightning spiritual root. The 5 elements lightning spiritual root, found once in 100, could learn the Tao of lightning, manipulating lightning. The Warren family actually had such an expert. The other elders' Tao technique was also gradually forming. A colossal giant over a dozen meters tall with a huge axe, ready to strike down from above. The last elder, with a wave of his hand, made the air inside the martial arts arena gradually solidify, making Arjan feel as though something were about to burst out from underground. An earth attribute spiritual root expert. With the 3 acting simultaneously, Arjan's hair stood on end. Even if Daelon were here, there would only be a chance for escape. Hold it. At this crucial moment, Ander rushed forward, stopping them by saying, please calm your anger, esteemed elders. The 3 did not stop. Hence Ander went to the elder controlling the past 6 months. Of course, Arjan disagreed with this arrangement. These families' elders had planned to kill him. Ultimately, it was the Tao Alliance that intervened, taking away 4 peak Xiantian experts. If these families hadn't acted, Tao Master Yang likely wouldn't have been expelled by the Tao Alliance, and Arjan wouldn't have lost his peak Xiantian's bodyguard. Arjan also intended to continue traveling after dealing with Faxon. Now, losing a top-tier expert like Tao Master Yang, he didn't dare travel easily anymore. Fitzroy risked everything and got nothing in return. Losing another powerful bodyguard enraged him, needing to find a way to make up for his losses. Even though Tao Master Yang was gone, Arjan could still play the tiger one more time using someone else's influence. The Tao Alliance members probably didn't inform the Sima family or others that their elder was imprisoned. The Sima family believed they faced a Magdalenic Dong realm expert. You were expelled by your uncle, not by our Warren family. Since you're no longer part of the 9 great families, the ranking naturally has to be cancelled. Ander defended, this wasn't decided by the Warren family alone, but together with other families. I don't care about that. I risked everything, and now I need to reap the benefits. Aryan stated firmly. Ander. In these 6 months, you must have mined at least dozens of spirit stones, right? Spit them out, Aryan said with disdain. Dozens? That lousy mine is almost depleted now. You dream if you think we have that many. If not dozens, there should be at least 10. I don't want much, just half, 5. Even 5 is too much. Then I won't leave. I'll challenge one person every day and see if any of the Warren family men have the guts. Ander wanted to slap Aryan dead, not 5 at most 2. Fitzroy was reluctant to give even 2. Having managed the mine for half a year without mining a single spirit stone, there wasn't even a trace of a spirit stone. 2. Plus let me see the Warren family's library. Aryan added a condition. Ander glanced at the few old ancestors beside him. After pondering, one ancestor spoke. We can give you 1 day to look around, but you cannot take any cultivation techniques or books away. No problem. Aryan readily agreed. I'll first hide our family's inherited cultivation techniques. Showing him the rest wouldn't be an issue, the ancestor said to Ander. Understood. Ander nodded. The ancestor turned and left. Ander then sent someone to fetch the spirit stones, delaying some time before taking Aryan to the Warren family's library. Aryan was about to break through to the Xiantian realm and needed appropriately in anger. Then make your move. Aryan shrugged. I haven't tied your hands and feet. Raphael took several deep breaths to calm his fury. It's true that our Han family voted to revoke the Bliss family's mining rights. But over the past 6 months, the mine has been controlled by the Warren family, and we didn't get any benefits from it. How can you expect the Han family to give you spirit stones? Why did you agree then? Stop babbling and either send disciples to fight me or hand over the spirit stones. Aryan said without any room for negotiation. Fitzroy, there's only one left. Raphael said angrily. The library must be open for my inspection. Go, open the library. Raphael knew the Warren family had agreed to it, so he had no choice but to comply. Even gritting his teeth in anger, he could only agree. Aryan was so unafraid. There must be a trick up his sleeve. No action should be taken against him until the situation is thoroughly investigated. Over the next few days, the remaining 7 of the 9 major families harbored complaints against Aryan. Only the Nangong family treated him differently. Upon entering, Austin immediately had someone escort him to the library, allowing him to stay as long as he wanted. However, Aryan stayed only 1 day before leaving. Meanwhile, apart from receiving spirit stones from the Sima, Warren, Lanny, Han, and Fitzroy families, he quietly returned the spirit stones from the Nangong, Yuan, and Tang families when he left. Though he seemed to have angered everyone, he had truly offended only 5 families. For the other 3 families, Aryan wasn't going to take advantage further. Just being allowed access to the cultivation techniques in the library was enough. In the early morning at dawn, Sima family, side courtyard. Greetings, Dalmarty. Elmer looked respectfully at the person who had just arrived and stood with his back turned, unsure how to address him. This man was only about 40 years old, younger than Elmer, with slightly inferior strength, at the mid-native realm. However, since this man came from the stargazing pavilion, Elmer had to show utmost respect. Is Aryan dead? The middle-aged man asked. We dispatched 3 experts at the peak native realm, yet they failed to kill Aryan and went missing. Elmer said helplessly. Then send more people. 5 families couldn't even kill a half-step native cultivator who's supposedly incapacitated. The middle-aged man turned around, looking disdainfully at Elmer. Dalmarty, Aryan is not incapacitated. Not incapacitated? What do you mean? The middle-aged man's face darkened. Do you want to say that the stargazing pavilion lied? I tell you, Aryan forcefully integrated star power, causing his meridians to rupture. Many people witnessed his injuries, including the pavilion master, senior elder, Adamar, etc., while our doctors at the stargazing... Elmer reminded. No injuries? And you're certain he hasn't broken through to the native realm? The middle-aged man asked gravely. Absolutely certain. Our ancestor sensed Aryan with divine consciousness. Fitzroy still has some meridians and acupoints blocked, with no trace of true essence energy in his body. Then he may have gained insights into the primal forces of stars due to this misfortune. Primal forces of stars? Where is he now? Gather your Sima family experts. Spare no expense to eliminate him. The middle-aged man said anxiously, this is serious business. The stargazing pavilion will bear the responsibility. Fitzroy cannot be allowed to grow any further, or it will become a great threat. Primal forces of stars? Elmer's expression turned grave. If Aryan truly comprehended the primal forces of stars, he would indeed be a major threat. If a half-step native realm cultivator possesses such extraordinary power, what would happen if he breaks through to the native realm? Yesterday, he left the Nangong family and seemed to have gone to a villa in West Mountain. I don't know if he's still there, Elmer replied. Hurry, call some people. But we're worried he might have a spirit-moving realm expert by his side. Spirit-moving realm? The middle-aged man squinted his eyes. Otherwise, why did our 3 peak native realm experts go missing? Then which force is behind this? We are not sure yet. We are searching for news about the old ancestors, but we have no information so far. I'll report back when I return. Perhaps only the Adamar can take action personally. Is that really true? Do we have any reason to deceive you? Moreover, Aryan is only a half-step native, not a spirit-moving realm. The middle-aged man replied. Right, old ancestor, what exactly happened? Is there really a spirit-moving realm expert by Aryan's side? Elmer changed the subject. Bullshit. Our actions alerted the Dao Alliance. They sent people to take us away. We were imprisoned, and Aryan's expert was expelled from the country, each receiving a severe beating. The old ancestor of the Sima family said irritably. There was only one peak native realm expert by his side. So, there is no spirit-moving realm expert by Aryan's side? Elmer and the middle-aged man from the stargazing pavilion exchanged looks and both froze. They understood they had been tricked by Aryan. The middle-aged man quickly regained his composure and said coldly, "Let's go and kill Aryan immediately. What if the Tao Alliance intervenes again? Or what if Aryan joins the Tao Alliance?" Elmer worried. If he joins the Tao Alliance, it's even better. Aryan is still a registered disciple of the Stargazing Pavilion. According to our rules, he must get permission from the Stargazing Pavilion before joining another force. The middle-aged man sneered. Since he didn't get permission, we can clean out our ranks, and the Tao Alliance won't interfere. Kill him. Chapter 263. Getting what Fitzroy deserves. Elmer still didn't dare to be careless and gathered all the experts of the Makang, a family who were at the late stage of innate realm or above. Fitzroy even informed the Warren, Lanny, and Shattered Rocks. However, the entire villa collapsed. Dust flew everywhere. Everyone was covered in dirt. As for the 3 people who entered the villa, they were buried inside, their life or death unknown. That damn Aryan. Elmer cursed loudly, once again tricked by Aryan, with gas still lingering around. In other words, Aryan knew they would come and set a trap here. The people who entered triggered the mechanism, igniting the gas and causing the explosion. Although Aryan escaped, the Bliss family can't run away. Let's go and attack the Bliss family. Elmer was utterly enraged. This matter belongs to your family grievances. Our Skywatch Pavilion will not get involved, said a core disciple from the Skywatch Pavilion solemnly. The Tao Alliance had stipulated that unless these families provoked hidden world factions on their own, the hidden world factions were not allowed to intervene in secular family disputes. This wasn't just the Skywatch Pavilion's rule but a regulation set by the Tao Alliance. Even though the Skywatch Pavilion wielded great power, it still had to abide by the Tao Alliance's regulations. Perhaps the Skywatch Pavilion might not fear a single Tao Alliance, but the Tao Alliance could unite other hidden world factions to collectively deal with the Skywatch Pavilion. A situation the Skywatch Pavilion dared not defy openly. We don't need your Skywatch Pavilion's assistance. Our 5 families are sufficient. Elmer replied coldly. Sima Marty, but the Bliss family has already expelled Aryan from the clan. If we just march over, wouldn't that be somewhat inappropriate? Asked Lanny Shan, the head of the Lanny family, worriedly. Then we'll find another reason, said Elmer coldly. What reason? This. Elmer was also momentarily stunned. Actually, they couldn't find a proper reason now to confront the Bliss family, especially since the Grand Patriarch had just been captured by Tao Alliance personnel for 10 days of confinement. It showed that the Tao Alliance wasn't just for show. They really would take action. We can only think long-term, Ander reminded. Yes, we can only do so, Raphael also nodded. Are you going to let it end like this? Elmer was unwilling. No matter what, we have to issue a warrant for Aryan's arrest. We must capture him. What reason? Reason? Elmer looked at the collapsed villa. Aryan ambushed our family's innate experts without cause, leading to the death of 3 people. Is this reason enough? Let's do it. The rest of the patriarchs lit up. The 9 major families in Yinjing have always acted together. If the Bliss family refuses to join in issuing the arrest warrant, then they're shielding the criminal Aryan. We'll use this reason to deal with them. Elmer narrowed his eyes, revealing a cold smile. Agreed. Third Marty, something bad happened. Last night, the heads of the 5 families came to our Bliss family, forcing my father to sign the arrest warrant against you. The next morning Lilia called Aryan. My father had no choice but to sign. Besides our Bliss family, including the Nangong family and Yuan family, everyone signed. Any member of the 9 major families will kill you on sight. They can only resort to such despicable acts, Aryan scoffed. Be careful. This arrest warrant has been issued to all branches of the 9 major families. They're looking for you everywhere, Lilia warned. They won't find me, Aryan replied. By the way, I told you to leave Yinjing. Haven't you left yet? I've applied for further studies abroad, still processing. Don't worry about me. Take care of yourself. Don't worry, they won't find me anytime soon. Aryan hung up the phone and then turned it off. At this moment, he was at the Zhu family in Nanjing, having just finished breakfast. After resting for a while, he prepared to head to the location of the secret realm. For days ago, Patriarch Adrian of the Zhu family had called him, informing that they had found the last piece of the copper fragment and wanted him to join them in opening the secret realm. Aryan hadn't rushed over immediately as he was searching through the Yuan family's library for cultivation techniques. Because he couldn't find any Dao techniques to manipulate star power in the other families, he decided to thoroughly search their libraries again. Fortunately, he finally found a Dao technique specifically utilizing star power within the Nangong family. However, his luck wasn't too good. It was only a fragment that recorded one technique. As for what rank this cultivation technique was or its power, he didn't know since he hadn't yet broken through to the innate realm and couldn't practice it. Mr. Bliss, we're all set, ready to depart. Patriarch Adrian walked over. All right, let's go. Aryan stood up. The two headed towards the helipad in the backyard. They wouldn't be taking a car but would fly there directly by helicopter. Besides Adrian, there was another young man around 23 or 24 years old, at the middle stage of Great Master level. This person seemed to be an outstanding member of the younger generation of the Zhu family. There were just the 3 of them. Aryan guessed that the elders and forefathers of the Zhu family had already gone. Since they couldn't open the secret realm, they had contacted Aryan. Last time when Aryan and Rosemary came to Nanjing, the Zhu family acted mysteriously and wouldn't disclose the origin of the copper fragments. Even when Aryan offered to trade 4 pieces for 2, the Zhu family refused, not wanting Aryan to take them away. Aryan had no choice but to stay at the Zhu family during the spring festival to cultivate. Given how secretive the Zhu family was, it was clear they intended to monopolize the treasures inside the secret realm. But since they couldn't open the entrance, they could only invite Aryan. In the Starwatch Pavilion's library, Aryan had read about a smile on his face. What does getting what you deserve look like? Chapter 264, Truly Strange. The entrance to the secret realm was located west of Jinling, and the helicopter had flown for nearly 2 hours, probably reaching the central mountainous area. Aryan didn't know exactly which mountain it was. Fitzroy had never been here before. All around were mountains, with clouds swirling around the peaks. Not even the helicopter could land, only hovering in mid-air. Everyone leaped off the helicopter and landed on a mountain slope. The Zhu family had specially sent people to construct a platform here, guarded by men outside. On the mountainside stood a stone gate made of bluestone slabs, blending in extremely well with the surrounding environment. It would have been hard to notice if not cleared out. The stone gate was already open. Everyone walked into the hidden passage. After walking about 30 meters inside, it became rather chilly. Another few dozen meters ahead, they arrived at a hall roughly the size of a basketball court. Torches were lit around the hall, which was very high, almost 20 meters. The walls were built from massive stones over a meter wide and tall, seemingly inscribed with some ancient texts, but most had been eroded away, leaving only a few characters legible. Around the hall stood 7 or 8 factions. Some of them were injured, including an elderly member of the Zhu family, Aspen, who appeared pale, and an old man with white hair, whose strength had reached the innate realm. Unexpectedly, the Zhu family actually concealed an ancestor at the innate realm, indicating that their foundation was deeper than that of families like the Carey family from Hangzhou City. However, this old man was also injured. They were likely ambushed by the group of people who came after them or possibly suffered backlash from forcefully opening the secret realm's gate. Seeing them, Adrian looked extremely grim. Seeing the mocking expression on Aryan's face made Adrian look even worse, clearly filled with regret and shame. If he had told Aryan the truth earlier and brought him along on the first visit, perhaps they would have opened the entrance to the secret realm and obtained treasures inside by now. But they thought they could open the secret realm themselves and did not inform Aryan. After so much trouble, the news leaked out, attracting so many factions. Even if they opened the secret realm, the Zhu family might not get any treasure. Had they informed Aryan initially, it would have merely added one person. Now, dozens more had joined. What's the background? Aryan asked quietly. There are 3 families from Jinling, 2 nearby sects, and another 3 I'm not sure about. Adrian replied in a low voice. However, judging by their posture, their intentions aren't good. Of course, Aryan knew their intentions weren't good. Each faction had an innate expert, with the strongest apparently at the mid-innate stage. In a one-on-one fight, Aryan might be able to handle one, but dealing with 2 or more would be extremely challenging. Kelvin, is this Yelders? As if. Aryan curled his lips. You. Bowen was nearly enraged to the point of explosion, restrained only by the elder beside him, who intended to strike. Aryan ignored Bowen and headed towards the entrance. Between 2 10-meter-high columns stood the entrance to the secret realm, about 3 meters wide, crafted from unknown material, extremely heavy. Aryan slapped the gate, feeling an even stronger rebound force. Fortunately, he hadn't used much force, or he would have been injured by the recoil. Brute force wouldn't work, and even his spiritual senses were completely blocked. There was clearly a restriction inside, preventing detection by spiritual senses. There's a restriction here. Only the bronze mirror can be rotated. Kelvin walked up, pointing to a concave slot on the right side of the gate. Then he took out a bronze mirror from his sleeve. The shattered 7 pieces of bronze had been welded together, but the damage was still visible, and the craftsmanship wasn't impressive. Aryan took the bronze mirror and placed it in the circular concave slot, then prepared to channel the power of stars into the mirror and rotate it. Kelvin hurriedly moved backward. Not just Kelvin, but everyone else also fled out of the hall, standing far away. Aryan smiled and continued to channel the power of stars into the bronze mirror, rotating it for the first time. Boom. As soon as the bronze mirror rotated, a terrifying aura of slaughter surged out from the slot. This not only came from the mirror itself, but also poured out from inside the gate. The aura of slaughter struck Aryan like sharp sword chi. Instantly, dozens of pieces of his clothes were torn apart. The aura then surged into his body, rushing straight towards his sea of consciousness. It first disrupted his sea of consciousness, then stirred up the star power within his body. Fortunately, there wasn't much star power in Aryan's body, so it didn't cause significant harm. The aura that entered his sea of consciousness even coalesced into a tangible form, confronting his divine sense and engaging in direct combat. What overwhelming aura of slaughter! If I hadn't used so much of this aura to temper my sea of consciousness earlier, I might have fallen into a state of magical chaos instantly. Even Aryan felt wary. Even if his peak soul removal divine sense faced this solidified aura of slaughter, he found it quite challenging. If his divine sense were weaker, it would have been devoured by the aura of slaughter. No wonder the others were so fearful. They must have suffered greatly. Crack, crack. Aryan continued to rotate the bronze mirror. Each rotation brought another wave of the aura of slaughter, one after another. Boom. 9 resounding booms echoed, making the entire hillside tremble, with earth-shaking intensity. The heavy gate finally began to slowly open. Another wave of desolate and slaughter aura rushed out, spreading beyond the hall. Even those who hid outside, lacking strength or mental fortitude, were affected by this aura. Their true essence became chaotic, and some even attacked their companions. With such desolate and slaughter aura, what's inside is probably not an ancient sect. Aryan squinted his eyes. Fitzroy didn't rush in immediately, but sat cross-legged, focusing on thoroughly clearing the aura of slaughter from his sea of consciousness first. Chapter 265. Strange Things. It took more than 5 minutes for the oppressive and lethal aura to dissipate, yet remnants seemed to linger in the air. The chaos outside and the sudden madness of their companion kept these factions extremely busy. They dared not step through the gate easily. Only when the lethal aura finally vanished did they dare to enter. How did this guy cultivate? Fitzroy actually managed to endure such a terrifying lethal aura? Bowen looked at Aryan with astonishment. Earlier, he had been planning to kill Aryan as soon as the entrance to the secret realm was opened. However, now he held back. The bizarre aura inside, along with the pitch-black darkness. Go on your own. I'll wander around. Aryan waved his hand. Be careful of the people from other families. They aren't easy to deal with, Adrian warned before leaving with the ancestor of the Zhu family. Aryan didn't rush to look for treasures, but closed his eyes, releasing his spiritual sense. Though there were restrictions outside blocking the spiritual sense, once inside, he could use it again. His spiritual sense of the late-stage out-of-body phase extended outward, covering an area of at least 10 miles. But even with his spiritual sense, he couldn't determine how vast this place was. However, he faintly sensed something terrifying in the 11 o'clock direction. At the same time, someone several hundred meters away was hiding behind a sand dune, watching his every move. It's him? Aryan smiled. This person had been left speechless by him earlier. Unexpectedly, instead of searching for ancient treasures, he was hiding in the dark to regain face. Aryan ignored him and headed directly toward the 11 o'clock direction. The more dangerous the place, the better the treasures might be. Crack. Before walking 100 meters, Aryan already stepped on the fourth set of bones. What period was this place from? How many people had perished here? Thinking about it carefully was indeed frightening. Opening the bronze mirror outside the gate was already affected by so much lethal aura, enough to drive many people mad. How much worse must it be inside this secret realm? Fortunately, the vastness allowed the lethal aura to disperse. Yet Aryan still felt like his spiritual sense was being eroded. Trying to sense it carefully, nothing seemed amiss. But something was definitely wrong. This place can't be stayed in for long. Aryan frowned, then sped up. Continuing toward the 11 o'clock direction, the path was still endless yellow sand, with ups and downs, devoid of any signs of life. Despite moving very fast, after 2 hours, having walked nearly 30 miles, Aryan still hadn't reached the end, as if this place had no boundaries. Along the way, he found a few broken magical swords buried in the sand, most unusable. Continuing for another 20 miles, Aryan felt an increasing sense of danger. Fitzroy slowed down and released his spiritual sense again, but found nothing unusual, only barren desert sands, no different from elsewhere. Strange, I haven't seen any living creature, yet why do I feel this eerie sensation? Aryan frowned deeply. This was a feeling he only had after his spiritual sense reached the out-of-body phase. Fitzroy did not dare to be careless and stopped on the spot, eyes fixated on a point about 200 meters ahead. There was a sand dune there, from which the danger seemed to emanate. Will sense to dodge repeatedly, narrowly escaping, breaking out in cold sweat when he returned to his sea of consciousness. Before he could catch his breath, he felt movement under the ground ahead, as if something long was burrowing through. It was like an underground monster, about 10 meters long. Aryan immediately ran, heading towards where Bowen was hiding. What is this kid up to? Fitzroy discovered treasure but doesn't go for it, instead running to me? Does he want to deal with me first? Bowen did not notice the underground disturbance, thinking Aryan was coming for him. Instantly drawing his sword and channeling true essence into it, he stood up, glaring at the approaching Aryan. Boy, if you come any closer, don't blame me for being unfriendly, Bowen said coldly. Die. Aryan swung his fist towards Bowen. Then die. Bowen slashed his sword, but Aryan suddenly twisted his body mid-air, circling to the side. Only then did Bowen notice the underground movement behind Aryan, but it was too late to retract the sword energy. Boom. The sword energy struck the sand dune. Kaha. A chilling sound came from underground, followed by a huge, 15-meter-long tentacle breaking through the soil. The top of the tentacle had suction cups, swallowing straight towards Bowen. How could it be useless? Impossible. Aryan was puzzled. How could it have condensed like this? Even soul attacks have no effect. Star-gazing soul capture. While retreating, Aryan once again cast the spell, imprinting runes on the tentacle, which also passed through it. Totally useless. Aryan turned to run. He had used his strongest moves without any effect, leaving him no choice but to flee. However, after running another 100 meters, the tentacle monster caught up, attacking several times, almost swallowing Aryan. If this continues, I'll eventually be devoured. As Aryan dodged, he thought of a strategy. Since soul attacks don't work, I'll try physical attacks. But since I'm not yet at the innate realm, I can't attack from a distance. This punch must hit the tentacle directly to take effect. If it still doesn't work after hitting the tentacle, given its size, I will surely be unable to escape and die for sure. Then, only that one move remains. Aryan stopped, gathered all his star energy within his body, and delivered an angry punch. Starburst. Fitzroy found this Dao technique in the Nangong family's archives, usable only by those at the innate realm. But now he had no choice. Even at the risk of backlash, he had to use it. The star energy formed into a fist-sized mass, which, upon impact, compressed and merged until it exploded when reaching the tentacle. Boom. The power wasn't enormous, but it made the tentacle let out strange cries and continuously retreat, shrinking. Indeed, physical attacks are effective. Unfortunately, performing this Dao technique once had depleted all his star energy. There was no spiritual energy here, nor star energy, only deathly energy. His body suffered backlash from forcibly casting the technique, causing him to spit blood before he turned and ran. Interestingly, the tentacle didn't pursue him this time, instead continuing to collapse, transforming into a puff of green smoke that entered the pearl in Aryan's pocket. What is happening? Aryan was bewildered, but knew he shouldn't linger here. The battle vibrations would certainly spread outwards. Bowen might be dead or alive, but if surrounded by other forces, the pearl would change hands. Aryan endured his internal injuries and ran another 4 or 5 kilometers, finally sitting cross-legged in a low desert area. Without star energy to replenish himself, Aryan could only temporarily suppress his injuries and wouldn't recover. Fortunately, his meridians and flesh had been tempered by star energy, preventing severe damage during the backlash earlier. After half an hour, Aryan managed to subdue his injuries. Just as he picked up the pearl to study it, he immediately put it back. An enemy appeared beside him. Ailba pressing his injuries had prevented him from using divine senses, allowing Bowen to sneak within 20 meters unnoticed. Hand over the treasure, and I'll spare your life. Bowen pointed his sword at Aryan. You didn't die? Aryan was surprised. However, Bowen was in a sorry state. His body seemed unharmed, but his soul was wounded, seemingly having lost a fifth of his soul. Could that tentacle monster devour people's souls? If so, then it explained why soul attacks were ineffective earlier. A creature that specifically devours divine souls must have an incredibly powerful divine soul, making soul attacks naturally ineffective. Death? You are about to die. Bowen, having lost a fifth of his divine soul, was now extremely agitated, seemingly on the verge of losing his sanity and becoming a killing machine controlled by the aura of slaughter. Upon entering this space, his divine soul began to be gradually eroded by the pervasive aura of slaughter. If his divine soul were intact and he had not stayed for too long, it might have been fine. But after a prolonged stay with an already damaged soul, the aura of slaughter would completely invade his divine soul. Bowen was now approaching this state, with his divine soul at risk of imminent collapse. If you back off now, I'll spare your life. Aryan said coldly. Ha ha ha. Bowen laughed loudly. You, who hasn't even fully opened your meridians, are at most half-step innate realm. How dare you make boasts in front of someone at the innate realm? And you're already injured. What can you do to fight me? Hand over the treasure, kneel down, and call me grandfather 3 times. Perhaps, considering you opened the gate, I will spare your life. Kneel and call you grandfather? Aryan sneered, rapidly forming the hand seals. Soul attack? Can you even pull it off? Bowen swung his sword, sending out 7 or 8 streaks of sword energy. Aryan did not evade. Not evading? Think you're made of iron? Bowen scorned. Rip rip. The sword energy tore through Aryan's clothes, cutting some flesh but nothing more. It was like being grazed by a small knife, barely injuring any vital points. How is this possible? Bowen's face was full of disbelief. How did you cultivate? As bewildered as he was, Bowen had already mobilized all his true essence, preparing to cast a genuine Dao technique. You won't have the chance. Soul-swallowing devastation. Take him out. Aryan completed the spell, several dozen skull heads rushing toward Bowen. Break. Bowen swung his sword, shattering a few skulls, which quickly reformed, instantly surrounding him. Fitzroy didn't carry any purple lightning stones, nor did every cultivator bring them along. At this moment, his divine soul felt a chill from hell. What kind of divine being are you? Choice, but to increase his speed again. In the desert, he didn't have to worry about leaving footprints because they were everywhere anyway. However, there was nowhere to hide here, which was the real problem. Fortunately, it was already nighttime, with poor visibility. If the enemy's divine senses weren't as strong as his, it would be difficult for them to find him. Relying on his super strong divine sense, Aryan ran for more than an hour before finding a low-lying area to hide in. Fitzroy completely withdrew his divine sense back into his body and did not release it again. The consumption of divine sense was extremely great, and he had no choice but to rest. In this forsaken place, no matter how much he tried to meditate, he couldn't perceive the power of the stars, let alone restore his spirit soul. Every bit consumed was one less available. So you were hiding here. Hand over the treasure. After another hour or so, a cold laugh echoed, and Aryan opened his eyes to look at the newcomer. On the sand, dune to his left front, stood a burly man looking down at Aryan. This man seemed familiar. He appeared to be from a nearby hidden sect, around 30 years old, with strength at half-step Xiantian level, just a step away from the Xiantian realm. I'm not even afraid of the Xiantian realm's Bowen. You, a half-step Xiantian, wanna rob me of treasures? Aryan stood up. Enough talking. The burly man charged down the hill, throwing a powerful punch towards Aryan. Perfect timing. Aryan neither dodged nor avoided it, but met the punch head-on. The star force inside his body had been completely exhausted, leaving only his divine sense. Now he had to conserve his strength. If he exhausted his spirit soul as well, he'd only be waiting to die. Bang! Without true essence or star force, under the full force attack of the burly man, Aryan was forced back several steps, feeling a wave of numbness in his arm. Fitzroy does have quite some brute strength. Aryan moved his arm slightly, eyeing the opponent warily. His physical constitution was already quite monstrous. Otherwise, his arm would have been shattered by that punch. You're nothing special. The burly man sneered and attacked again. Is that so? Aryan got angry and charged forward without retreating. Within a few breaths, they had already exchanged dozens of blows, nearly all direct hits. At first, it was clearly Aryan who was at a disadvantage, since each punch from this burly man carried true essence. But as time passed, the burly man's true essence waned, showing signs of weakness. How about now? Aryan said with disdain. You, how can you have such strength without true essence? The burly man panicked. What is true essence? Is it edible? Aryan's face turned grim. Die. Another heavy punch sent the burly man stumbling back. Fitzroy tried to run, but the loose sand made it difficult, sliding back 1 step for every 3 steps forward. Aryan caught up quickly. Go all out. The burly man turned around, exhausting all his true essence to meet Aryan's fist. Bang! The 2 fists collided fiercely again. The fabric of the burly man's sleeve burst, and even his blood vessels exploded. Aryan then threw another punch at the burly man's chest, causing him to spit blood and collapse dead on the spot. Why are you picking up this kind of junk? Aryan searched the man's body and found a few broken sword handles, which seemed to have little use. Fitzroyering sounds coming from afar, Aryan turned and fled. But before he ran a kilometer, he sensed enemies surrounding him on all sides. With the open terrain, it was fortunate these people didn't have strong divine senses, or Aryan would have been discovered long ago. Stealthily positioning himself beside a great master, Aryan suddenly launched the soul-swallowing technique, swiftly eliminating this enemy. Unfortunately, the disturbance still drew attention. There he is, catch him quickly. Someone shouted, and others quickly approached. Aryan dashed out, breaking through one encirclement only to fall into another. It seemed enemies surrounded him on all sides. 2 Xiantian, 4 half-step Xiantian, and 6 great masters. Aryan was surrounded. Hand over the treasure, and I'll spare your life, the Xiantian expert said coldly. What treasure? Bullshit, Aryan retorted irritably. Bowen said you had treasure. Bowen? Impossible, he's dead. Dead? You, a half-step Xiantian, could kill in Xiantian realm Bowen? Ridiculous. Do you really take yourself seriously? Others are living fine. Don't talk nonsense. We saw a glowing treasure from far away. If you won't hand it over, then take action. Kill him. All 12 people simultaneously attacked Aryan. It's you who forced me. Aryan rapidly cast the spell, sending a yin-yang taiji inscription into the air. Soul-shaking technique. Humming. A series of soul-shaking sounds erupted from the yin-yang taiji symbol, assaulting the mind sea of everyone around. Those with weak mind seas immediately clutched their heads and screamed as their spirits crumbled instantly. Even the 2 Xiantian experts were momentarily stunned, their minds lost in an instant. This soul-shaking technique could even affect Xiantian Great Completion Realm experts, let alone these people who were only at the initial Xiantian stage, whose divine senses hadn't reached the Unity Realm. Dangerous. The 4 didn't dare to pursue any further and turned to leave. But before they had gone 50 meters, several dark figures rushed toward them. What is this? Get lost. The 4 swung punches, but they struck nothing. The dark figures, like intangible ghosts, penetrated their fists and rushed toward their foreheads. In an instant, the dark figures entered their mind seas. Their already damaged spirits were no match for these dark figures. Their screams echoed in the desolate desert. Soon, their spirits were completely devoured, and they became stiff, then gradually more lively. Behind them, the 8 who had died stood up, all walking in one direction. Chapter 268, Stellar Burst. Aryan, who had been running frantically for several more miles, was forced to stop, gasping for breath. His face was deathly pale, his aura unstable, and his spirit took a considerable hit. Just as he was about to sit down cross-legged to rest, he stood up immediately and looked towards a sand dune to the left front. Come out. Remarkable, despite expending so much continuously, you're still so vigilant. No wonder you're the champion of the 9 great families. Kelvin, the patriarch of the Zhu family, stepped out of the darkness and looked at Aryan. At the same time, people from the Zhu family appeared around him. You've been following me all along. Bull-shaking technique. Scatter. Kelvin waved his hand, and the Zhu family disciples quickly spread out. Aryan turned and ran toward a Grand Master, feigning a soul attack to scare them away. Expanding the encirclement would create more gaps for him to break through. Wanna run? Not a chance. Disciples of the Zhu family on either side attacked Aryan simultaneously. One was a late-stage Grandmaster, the other at peak. Bang! A punch met 2 palms, forcing Aryan to retreat explosively. By now, both his physical strength and spiritual energy were greatly depleted, relying solely on his abnormal body to endure until now. Prison. Just as he retreated, countless grains of sand condensed, forming a cubic prison that instantly trapped Aryan inside. The bastard Kelvin had an earth elemental root, allowing him to manipulate these sands. Breakthrough. In his left hand, Aryan held an array cornerstone, wildly absorbing the star power within. His right hand formed seals, blasting outward. Stellar burst. Dozens of orbs made from condensed star power struck the solid walls of sand. Boom boom. Continuous explosions shattered the sand walls. The star power in the array cornerstone was quite pure, something Aryan had hesitated to use, possibly reserving it for breaking through after reaching the innate realm. But now, pushed to the brink, he had to use it prematurely. Ode. Adrian took out a purple thunderstone and threw it at the inscription above his head, causing an immediate explosion. However, even with the purple thunderstone explosion, it did not completely destroy the inscription pattern. It only dimmed the glow considerably. Aryan's divine sense was much stronger now compared to before. Buzz buzz. The sound that shook the soul still impacted the sea of consciousness within this group. Those 5 people instantly lost their wits. Aryan didn't bother with them. He sped up and directly broke out of the encirclement, quickly disappearing into the darkness. After a dozen seconds, the Zhu family members gradually came back to their senses, each showing signs of fear. Fortunately, there was a purple thunderstone, or else their souls would have collapsed. Ancestor, should we chase? Adrian looked at Kelvin, who was sitting cross-legged. No need to chase him. He can't escape. Kelvin sat cross-legged on the ground instead, taking out a spirit stone to absorb its energy to replenish his spiritual energy. The Zhu family had very few spirit stones, each one extremely precious. Kelvin usually wouldn't use a spirit stone under any circumstances. Even when injured outside the gate earlier, he just slowly absorbed the thin spiritual energy from the surroundings to replenish himself. However, now in this space without any spiritual energy, he had no choice but to take out a spirit stone. If they couldn't find good treasures this time, it would be a huge loss. They lost both manpower and spirit stones. Ancestor, should we give up? Adrian asked tentatively. Aryan has too many hidden cards. It's quite eerie. If we continue targeting him, we might end up getting nothing. It's better to look for treasures ourselves. Kelvin thought for a moment and shook his head. Aryan obtained an ultimate treasure. We must get it. Yes. Although Adrian was shocked by Aryan's displayed strength, thinking that continuing to target Aryan might result in losing everything. But with the ancestor's command, he had no choice but to obey. After resting on the spot for several minutes, another force arrived. They looked over the Zhu family members with scrutinizing eyes. Kelvin said helplessly, we didn't get any treasures. Otherwise, we would have left long ago. Which way did he run? That way. Kelvin pointed in the direction Aryan had fled. Chase. The group swiftly gave chase. Ivor, why tell them the truth? Adrian was puzzled. Weren't you worried about Aryan's many tricks? Let's give him some more pressure, Kelvin sneered. Originally, he thought Aryan had already been greatly exhausted after several battles, but unexpectedly, Aryan still had hidden cards, making him somewhat regret starting too early. See which direction he went? Kelvin asked. Adrian took out a small white mouse from inside his clothes, placed it on the ground, and it sniffed around before heading in the direction Aryan had gone. Rest here. We'll set off in 10 minutes. Kelvin coldly ordered. Yes. Chapter 269. Array of Hope and Despair. That Kelvin's divine sense must not be as strong as mine. So how can he continuously find my position while hiding behind the scenes? Aryan hid behind a sand dune, completely concealing his aura. Fitzroy suppressed his injuries while pondering this question. His divine sense had already reached the peak of the soul outrealm stage. The next realm was within reach. Although Kelvin had reached the middle stage of innate, his divine sense definitely hadn't reached the soul outrealm stage. The gap between their divine senses was apparent. It would be virtually impossible for Kelvin to use his divine sense to locate Aryan without being detected by Aryan's own divine sense. So there must be another method. Aryan narrowed his eyes and began searching himself, wondering if someone had planted a tracker on him. But then he thought about it. In this mysterious space, mobile phones couldn't get signals at all, and a tracker wouldn't work here either. There was no way they could have installed any sort of tracker on him. Then what could it be? Aryan did not know. Just as he had managed to suppress his injuries, he sensed that someone was catching up to him, so he could only continue running. Fitzroy changed directions several times in succession. By dawn, Aryan still sensed people 7 or 8 li away from him. This won't do. There must be something wrong with me. Otherwise, this group of people wouldn't be able to find my location so accurately all the time. Aryan carefully recalled the events that occurred at the Zhu family estate. Fitzroy rushed from Yinjing to Jinling and arrived at the Zhu family residence in the early hours of the morning, staying there for over 7 hours. Fitzroy had breakfast with Adrian, who was fine, so Aryan figured he should also be fine. Perfume? Ale-beddenly, Aryan narrowed his eyes again. When he rested in the room arranged by the Zhu family, incense sticks were lit in the room. This incense emitted a faint, elegant smoke. Aryan didn't think much of it at the time, assuming it was meant for spiritual enhancement during cultivation or perhaps to repel mosquitoes. But using such expensive incense to repel mosquitoes? Or especially for his mental stimulation during cultivation? Both were implausible. Aryan's relationship with the Zhu family wasn't that good. Actually, during his previous cultivation session at the Zhu family, he almost caused a conflict between the Zhu family and Rosemary. Aryan hurriedly picked up his clothes and sniffed them carefully in front of his nose. Indeed, the faint fragrance still lingered on the fabric. Not just his clothes, but even his body carried the scent. Changing clothes wouldn't help, unless he took a bath and changed into fresh clothes. But this was a desert. Where could he find water for a bath? Aryan thought for a moment, then took off his outer garment and deliberately left it beside the sand before continuing his escape. This time, he had more time to rest. It took nearly 2 hours before the enemy reappeared within the range of his divine sense. Unfortunately, even after absorbing the star energy from the stone array points, it was difficult to recover from his injuries. To heal on his own, he needed true essence. With blocked meridians, Aryan couldn't convert the absorbed star energy into true essence. Thus he had nothing to utilize, and his injuries could only be suppressed, not healed. Do I have to absorb this stone array point's star energy to unblock my meridians? Aryan felt very reluctant. Fitzroy wanted to break through. He had already broken through to the innate realm last year. The reason he hadn't advanced before was because he wanted to use star energy to unblock his meridians. Later, when he could absorb star energy, he aimed to use star primordial energy to forge an innate Dao foundation. Seeing his understanding of star primordial energy deepening, giving up now would mean wasting all the previous waiting and efforts. Just wait a bit longer. Aryan stripped down to his underpants, discarding the rest of his clothing to buy more time. The entire day passed in concert. Kelvin did not intend to be the first to rush up and seize the treasure. His plan was to wait for the other factions to clash with Aryan again, letting them expend some energy before making his move. Now that Aryan was throwing the bead in their direction, wasn't this making the Zhu family everyone's target? Seize it. The other 3 factions all rushed towards the Zhu family. However, the bead suddenly stopped in midair, then oddly flew back into Aryan's hand. What's going on? Aryan looked at the bead in his hand, feeling confused as well. The 3 factions were momentarily stunned, then turned to attack Aryan. Haha. A black shadow emerged from the bead, quickly absorbing the surrounding killing intent, and reformed into a giant tentacle, about 1 meter in diameter and several meters tall. This tentacle swept out, directly hurling several grandmasters who were at the front away. This treasure has already produced a spirit. It must be an utmost treasure. Let's all make our move together. Several innate realm experts took out their long swords, each employing their own Dao techniques. A kaleidoscope of Dao techniques bombarded the tentacle. The tentacle burrowed underground. The next moment, another grandmaster was swallowed directly. Why are you? And before it could dig a hole, more sand collapsed, burying the rat inside. How do we find him now? Adrian spread his hands. Scatter and search. I don't believe he can stay underground forever. Yes. Chapter 270 Breakthrough. Where am I? Under the wrapping of the tentacles, Aryan kept descending, surrounded by complete darkness. After feeling like going down for about 10 minutes, he finally saw a glimmer of light ahead. The light became increasingly blinding, as if it were a spatial rift. Where is this? Could it be the edge of the Great Array? Aryan was puzzled. At this moment, the tentacles also stopped, seemingly afraid to move forward any further. Aryan released his divine sense, probing toward that rift inch by inch. It seemed bottomless, leading who knows where. However, Aryan's divine sense sensed a pure force of stardom. This is the origin force of stars? Aryan was overjoyed. Not only was there star force, but there was also the origin force of sun and moon. Unfortunately, he couldn't absorb these 2 kinds of forces. But Aryan wasn't greedy. With this pure force of stardom, It was enough for him to break through. Aryan hurriedly sat cross-legged, his hands making seals. Churchillan Pass open. Pure stardom origin force surged into the Churchillan Pass, rushing finally entering the Dantian, refining the walls over and over again. Unknown how much time had passed, Aryan's Dantian was filled with surging true essence. A single punch felt like it could split mountains and crack rocks. Fitzroy had burst through the innate realm, reaching the peak of early innate. But after reaching this early innate peak, he stopped. Fitzroy didn't want to rush breaking through the next realm too eagerly. Every realm had its own unique insights. It wasn't just about having enough chi to directly reach the grand completeness of innate. Just like his older brother Arsene, although having plenty of spirit stones, allowing him to break through to mid-innate. Yet, Arsene overlooked another issue, the insight into Tao techniques. In front of Christo at early innate, Arsene was thoroughly beaten. The gap in understanding Tao techniques between them was too great, not something that more true essence could make up for. Although Aryan started gaining insights into Tao techniques before the innate realm and used many of them, that was his understanding of Tao techniques before the innate realm. Now that he was in the innate realm, his comprehension changed. I don't know how long it's been. I need to get out. My stomach can't hold on. Aryan wanted to continue comprehending the origin force of stars, but his stomach was rumbling loudly. I heard that once you reach the spirit motion realm, you can go without eating or drinking, completely achieving fasting. According to the records in the astral pavilion, the spirit motion realm means one's spiritual consciousness and emotional desires are still too heavy to truly break through, cutting away human heart and cultivating the Tao heart, achieving a posterior spiritual body. If one could cut away the human heart and achieve the Tao heart, they would genuinely set foot on the path of Tao cultivation. This realm tested one's mental fortitude more. But now that realm was still far off, so Aryan didn't think much about it. Can you still hear me? Aryan looked at the silver-white pillar. A rune transmitted from the bead, drilling into Aryan's sea of consciousness, followed by an elderly voice. I am the ancient star spear spirit, once severely injured, infiltrated by the sinister energy here, becoming a ferocious presence dwelling within the stars. Fortunately, with your star power's assistance, I've recovered some strength and sanity. However, bringing you in here and resisting the spatial rift's force consumed too much, and I am about to fall into slumber. Before slumbering, I shall pass on an ancient Tao technique to you, named Pole Starbreaker. Then, seal by seal of the technique imprinted themselves in Aryan's sea of consciousness. In this ancient battlefield, a world-annihilating sword lies suppressed in the northwest corner. Remember, do not let it gain too much blood, otherwise calamity will ensue. Now, I will take you out. The surroundings stirred once again, with sand forming a tornado that enveloped Aryan and shot straight upward. After 2 or 3 minutes, he burst through the sand and returned to the surface. The star bead had dimmed, leaving behind only a faint, weak voice in Aryan's consciousness. To awaken me, you only need to provide constant pure star power. Once the voice completely faded away, Aryan put away the star bead, his face showing a mix of emotions. Fitzroy never expected this place to be an ancient battlefield. The people from the Zhu family even considered it a holy land. Moreover, according to what the artifact spirit said, besides the star spear, there was also a complete world-annihilating sword here. The sword was inherently evil, and after absorbing so many years of killing aura, the artifact spirit must have truly gone mad. It was likely due to the overwhelming killing aura in this battlefield, or because of the sword's overwhelming dominance that it was sealed away by some great power using extraordinary means. Elbeck methods were truly astonishing. That evil sword actually needed to absorb blood to break out of its seal. Aryan recalled the words of those enemies who chased him. Although he had killed Bowen, those people claimed he wasn't dead. It was probably because he was controlled by other evil auras, and used as a blood sacrifice for the evil sword. Even the ancient star spear feared this evil sword. If it came into existence, the consequences would be unimaginable. If it fell into the wrong hands and left this space to wreak havoc in China, it would truly be a disaster. And the people he killed weren't just Bowen. There were over 10 others. At the same time, dozens of people had entered, and they would fight each other over treasures, possibly leading to their deaths. As long as they were weakened, they could be controlled and turned into raw materials for blood sacrifices. Thinking about the world-annihilating sword, Aryan dared not delay and sprinted toward the northwest direction. Fitzroy hoped it wasn't too late to stop those people controlled by the evil artifact spirit from being sacrificed. But Aryan knew it might already be too late because he didn't know how long he had been cultivating in the spatial rift. Chapter 271. Is mid-stage congenital really that great? This place is a dump. What kind of treasure hiding spot is this? It's just a dead land. In the northwest direction, next to a sand dune, 3 people sat cross-legged on the ground, munching on dry rations while complaining. Another person stood guard atop the dune. They were members of the Zhongqing sect nearby. Initially, 9 people entered, but now only 4 remained. 2 had gone missing, 1 was useless. Ominous sword? First, hand over what you have, Yisrael sneered. If you keep delaying, I'll not only kill you here, but also massacre your entire sect once I leave, Aryan growled angrily. With you, a mere fleeing stray dog, wanting to destroy the Zhongqing sect? Laughable. Yisrael looked at him with disdain. Then die. Aryan suddenly attacked. Based on you? Yisrael swung his long sword, summoning a water dragon that lunged toward Aryan. Break. Aryan punched out, smashing into the water dragon. Rip. The several-meter-long water dragon shattered into pieces with one punch. How could this be? Yisrael rapidly retreated. You resisted a Tao technique with your body? Did you break through to the congenital realm? No, even if you did reach the congenital realm, you'd only be at the early stage. Tao techniques harness the power of heaven and earth, making them immensely powerful. Fists were just flesh and blood. However, because there was only death chi and no spiritual energy here, Yisrael's attack was weaker than it would normally be. Still, such an attack should not be blocked by the body alone. Nothing is impossible. Aryan's speed created afterimages as he hurled another punch towards Yisroel. Before Yisroel could cast a Dao technique, the fist rapidly grew larger in his vision. Senior Marty, let me help you. Another elder in the early congenital stage immediately joined in, conjuring a smaller water dragon aimed at Aryan to block him. Aryan accelerated again, changing his punch to a grab, seizing Yisroel's neck and smashing him backward towards the water dragon. Bang! Yisroel was struck by the water dragon, flew away, fell to the ground, and coughed up blood. Aryan could resist the water dragon with his body, but Yisroel couldn't. Senior Marty. The old man beside him was horrified. Aryan's speed was simply too fast. You're next. Aryan kicked off, dashing forward like a cheetah. Ultimate pole. The old man swung his sword again. Screw you and your Taoism. Aryan's punch reached him before he could complete the spell. Crack. A hook punch hit his jaw, dislocating it instantly. Broken teeth mixed with blood spattered everywhere. After falling, the old man's neck lolled sideways, and he fainted immediately. This. The remaining two near-congenital disciples were completely dumbfounded. Was this the same Aryan who was chased like a stray dog 2 days ago? Back then, Aryan was terribly injured both physically and spiritually, nearly at the brink of collapse. Within 2 short days, he slaughtered a mid-stage congenital expert effortlessly. Master Bliss, please spare us. Spare us. Seeing Aryan turn to look at them, the two dropped to their knees pleading for mercy. Is mid-stage congenital really that great? In my eyes, it means nothing. Aryan walked over and lifted Yisroel by the collar. I. Yisroel wore an expression of bitterness and regret. Spare my life. I dare not do it again. You didn't cherish the chance I gave you. Now, begging for mercy is too late. Die. Aryan used his right hand to pinch and killed Yisroel. Then, he picked up Yisroel's long sword, waving it a few times, cutting off several arteries in Yisroel's limbs, causing the blood to flow profusely. Bring them, follow me, Aryan ordered. Yes. The two ran over and carried the one dead and one injured patriarch. Go. Aryan continued running towards the northwest corner. Actually, it was impossible to distinguish directions inside, but Aryan's spiritual sense felt a distant crisis. It seemed like a world-class sinister weapon was about to emerge. Hurry up. Aryan glanced at the two behind him. Those two Zhongqing sect disciples also had their difficulties unsaid. They were already straining to keep up while carrying a person. Fitzroyering Aryan urged them on. They had to use all their strength. They really wanted to complain. Why did they need to carry a corpse? And why bleed it? They didn't understand. But after running for more than 10 miles, they encountered the people from the Zhu family. Do you want to fight? Aryan looked coldly at Kelvin. Congenital realm? Kelvin looked at the dead body of the former Zhongqing sect patriarch Yisroel. His eyes stared intently at Aryan. This time, he wasn't as reckless as Yisroel, who immediately attacked upon sensing Aryan without thoroughly inspecting the situation. Seeing Yisroel's body, Kelvin became much calmer. Especially when he sensed the abundant true essence circulating within Aryan's body, Kelvin frowned deeply. The half-congenital Aryan had once beaten many of their Zhu family members. Now, Aryan had broken through to the congenital realm with true essence, enabling him to use Dao techniques. Kelvin felt an intense sense of danger. Please go ahead. Kelvin willingly moved out of the way. So much the better. Aryan sneered and threw a warning before leaving. If you don't want to die, run as far as you can. Lawrence, why didn't you attack? Adrian asked. Fitzroy has already broken through to the congenital realm. I am no match for him, Kelvin said helplessly. But I'm mid-stage congenital, and he's only early stage, right? Kelvin shook his head. The Zhongqing sect had 2 congenital practitioners, one mid-stage and one early stage. One is dead, and one is injured. And Aryan, who killed them, is now unharmed. This guy's potential is terrifying. Fitzroy can easily kill someone of a higher rank. Adrian watched Aryan's disappearing back unhappily. Just let him go like this? Fitzroy seems to have found another great treasure. Let's follow and see. Kelvin ignored Aryan's warning and still led his clan members to follow, perhaps hoping to profit from the chaos. Chapter 272 Gathering Qi into a Blade. It should be right ahead. Aryan slowed his pace, for the closer they got to this area, the heavier the death and Shara Qi Shi became. The 2 disciples of the Zhongqing sect behind him could barely endure it anymore. If they went any further, they would likely be consumed by the death Qi. Ahead was a rare flat area, about as wide as a football field, surrounded by sand dunes, like an open square. Aryan stopped walking and sat down beside a sand dune, keeping his eyes on the activity below. At this moment, people had already gathered in the center of the square. On closer inspection, there were Bowen, whom Aryan had killed, along with members from several other factions. Aryan remembered specifically breaking one guy's neck. Yet that man now stood among the crowd with his neck still twisted. Senior Bliss. One of the Zhongqing sect disciples shouted from behind. Aryan turned around, quickly casting a spell, and struck towards the sky above. Starburst explosion. Boom. For dark shadows floating over were instantly shattered by the star power. Aryan had been observing. After killing Yisroel, he asked these 2 disciples to carry the corpse, intending to find out what was resurrecting the dead. After running for about 10 minutes, he sensed something floating above them. What the hell is this? The disciple asked in fear. They are probably the spirits of ancient magical treasures, which have been wandering in this space for thousands of years after their treasures were destroyed, influenced by the evil Qi here, and have completely become evil spirits, Aryan explained. They are likely controlled by the spirit of this sinister sword, looking for people to perform blood sacrifices. Blood sacrifices? The 2 were startled, exchanging glances, both thinking of leaving as soon as possible. If you want to run, go ahead. Aryan waved his hand. Thank you, Senior, for sparing us. They turned and ran faster than when they came, wishing they had 4 legs. Aryan looked at the gathered puppets, narrowing his eyes, unsure how to stop them. Should he kill them again? But the vicious sword needed blood. If he killed these puppets, their blood would still spill out. I'll catch these puppets first, then prevent more people from entering here. Without enough blood, the seal can't be broken. Aryan was about to step down from the hill when he frowned. People from other factions, including the Zhu family, were also coming from behind. For those who would risk their lives for treasure, seeing it about to appear, would they leave willingly? Even 3 factions were surrounding the place, poised to strike. Why? You still want to snatch my treasure bead? Aryan grabbed the blood-drained body of Yisroel and threw it in front of them. Yisroel is dead? Fitzroy was at the middle stage of innate realm. Aryan has also reached the innate realm. No wonder. Seeing this, everyone squinted, full of caution, not daring to get any closer. If they were facing someone at the early innate stage, they wouldn't be afraid. But Aryan was different. They had to be cautious. Fitzroy managed to escape even under the encirclement of so many factions back then, now having broken through to the innate realm. Even someone at the middle innate stage might not be his match. Moreover, Yisroel's death was a clear warning. Conserve our strength until the treasure appears, said Elder Finian of the Fitzroy family, stepping back. The other 2 factions also retreated. Judging by the scene, better treasures would definitely appear here, making it unwise to fight Aryan for the bead he had. This place seals an extraordinary malevolent sword, requiring blood sacrifices to break the seal. Aryan's voice spread all around. If you leave now, you might survive. If you stay, some of you will be controlled by the spirits and become sacrifices, leading to certain death. Now, leave immediately. Aryan's tone, good. Aryan repeated the word good 3 times. Let's settle the grudge from your pursuit now. His hands rapidly made seals, true essence in his body was quickly mobilized, and more than 10 star chi orbs formed on his fists, crackling inside. This power left the 3 feeling their scalps tingle. Together, defend against it. The 3 swiftly lined up, simultaneously deploying their defensive spells, forming 3 thick protective shields in front of them. Starburst explosion. Aryan thrust his hands forward. Boom, boom, boom. Over 10 star chi orbs exploded on those 3 thick shields, causing the 3 to continuously retreat. 2 layers of the shield were blasted away, and they all spat out fresh blood from the corners of their mouths. But thanks to the frenzied injection of true essence into the shield, they managed to barely hold it off. Oh, not bad. Aryan sneered, then waved his hand. Come, spear. Fitzroy reached out toward the air with one hand, and the oppressive aura around him surged fiercely, ultimately forming a long spear in his hand. Gathering chi into a blade? This guy can actually use this place's oppressive aura to his advantage. Finian and the others were greatly alarmed, looking at the remaining few elders. You guys should stop standing there dumbfounded and come help us. You pursued Aryan before too? With his nature, even if he leaves, he will never let you go. Now, join hands and kill him. Kelvin hesitated for a moment, then retreated. Besides him, 2 other elders from other factions also retreated. Only one hesitated for a moment before stepping up to join in dealing with Aryan. They were all among those who had pursued Aryan before. The other 2 factions chose the furthest distance to seek treasures and hadn't encountered Aryan these few days. But there are still 4 middle innate stage. No, including 4 early innate stage elders from these 4 factions, who also joined in, standing behind. 8 innate realm. Chapter 273. Dead now? Fighting 8 innate experts alone. No matter how strong Aryan's potential or how monstrous his physical body is, he can't possibly win, right? Even if he can mobilize this killing aura and form a blade of energy, in the end, he's just one person and can't be a match for 8 innate experts. This guy is too arrogant, attempting to block so many people and claim the treasure all for himself. Fitzroy's also stupid. With his strength, if he wasn't so arrogant, hiding in the dark and waiting for the right moment, he would have had a high chance of getting the treasure when it appeared. People around were discussing, all thinking that Aryan was too arrogant and disrespectful. An early stage innate expert who has just broken through, challenging so many people. Wasn't this seeking death? They all looked at the long spear in Aryan's hand, which was formed by gathering energy into a blade. This was something they had never seen before. Currently, spiritual energy is actually very hard to sustain the formation of a blade of energy, as it is too scarce. Moreover, such a formation of energy blades is inefficient for many people, being more showy than practical. Because it consumes too much true essence, the real killing power may only match some mid-grade magical weapons. Why not directly use magical weapons? Using magical weapons can achieve the same effect without consuming so much true essence to form an energy blade, unless one has an inexhaustible supply of true essence in their dantian. However, they didn't know that Aryan didn't have a proper weapon. If he did, he wouldn't form an energy blade. Of course, it was also because there was too much killing aura here, and Aryan could mobilize it, forming an energy blade. The fierce killing aura was enveloped and compressed by star power, eventually forming a spear nearly 10 feet long. Hissing. The killing aura and star power repelled each other while continuously merging, producing a sound like an explosion. Before the spear was even released, Finian and others already felt immense pressure. Cold sweat broke. Is this? Those who were thrown away and driven back, including Finian, were extremely shocked. Pooling their efforts, they barely managed to withstand one strike from Aryan. Without a real weapon, the power is still too weak. Aryan was somewhat disappointed. Although there was plenty of killing aura here, forming an energy blade couldn't compare to a genuine high-grade magical weapon. Not even mentioning high-grade magical weapons, even a mid-grade one would definitely be stronger. Star power was so overbearing. Fully exerting this attack might not have been easily blocked by these 8. Now, he had only critically wounded 1 and lightly injured 7. Of course, it wasn't just because he lacked a weapon, but also because his understanding of this move, Po Jun, was shallow, probably not fully unleashing its true power. Prison. A sudden change occurred. Countless sands surged up from the ground, instantly condensing into a sand wall that imprisoned Aryan within. Everyone looked. It was Kelvin who made his move. Although this guy retreated earlier, he secretly performed spells, absorbing all remaining spirit stones, and even overextending his true essence. Fitzroy's trapped. Quickly, everyone attack and kill him. Kelvin loudly said, I can't hold him for long. Do it. The 8 fallen experts hurriedly got up, summoning their magic swords and casting spells. Water dragons, about to take effect. This magic tool exploded as well, causing the Yin-Yang Taiji runes to scatter and disappear into thin air. Puff. Inside the prison, Aryan almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The soul vibration technique being broken also backfired on him, but he grunted and forcibly held back that mouthful of blood. War Dragon on Earth. Aryan rapidly manipulated the spell formulas, and the star power within his body quickly coalesced. A silver-white dragon flew out from underground, coiling around Aryan's body, completely enveloping him. This was the third move of the Bliss family's spell technique, and it was currently the only defensive spell familiar to Aryan. The first move, War Dragon in the Wild. The second move, War Dragon in the Sky. The third move, War Dragon on Earth. The third move was specifically for defense. As soon as the dragon appeared, the prison shattered, and 8 spells immediately followed, bombarding Aryan. Boom. A series of powerful attacks forced Aryan to retreat continuously, with the dragon around him gradually dissipating but still holding on until the 6th attack before shattering completely. The final 2 spells landed solidly on Aryan's body, preventing him from retaliating with any spells. Fitzroy was blasted away, crashing into a pile of sand and being completely buried. Is he dead now? All eyes were fixed on the pit formed by the impact, their breaths held tightly. Chapter 274. This treasure is hot to handle. After almost 30 seconds, the sand dune finally moved, and Aryan emerged from within. Aryan had not been wearing much clothing to begin with, and now his body was covered in bloodstains, shocking to behold. Everyone's breathing paused for a moment. However, even with such severe external injuries, Aryan could still stand up. How monstrous must this physical body be? Cough, cough, cough. What if there are 9 of you? Aryan wiped the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth and looked at Kelvin. Your Zhu family will perish because of your treacherous ambush. Kelvin's eyes narrowed into slits. Even though he knew Aryan was strong enough, he hadn't expected that after being attacked by so many people continuously, he still didn't die. Moreover, he wasn't even seriously injured. This guy is terrifying. Now it's my turn. Aryan loosened up his muscles, and the power of the stars crackled around his fists. Retreat. All the members of the families who had made a move retreated backward. Elbastaining one strike from Aryan had already cost them greatly. They were practically drained from using their Dao techniques once more. There was no spiritual energy around for absorption, leaving them on their last legs. Just as Aryan was about to charge forward, the entire ground began to shake. Aryan's voice echoed. Don't talk nonsense. Even just one would be an enormous stroke of luck. There are so many here. Someone already started running toward the area. Whoever goes over there will die. Aryan strode a few steps forward, blocking the group of people, looking at them with murderous intent. None of them dared to take another step. They had seen how formidable Aryan was. 8 innate realm attacks had failed to kill Aryan, and those 8 were now exhausted. Only 2 forces remained, with at most 4 innate experts between them. How could these 4 match Aryan? Moreover, everyone else was below the innate realm, making them like ants trying to topple a giant tree when facing Aryan. Aryan, do you really intend to swallow all these treasures alone? Kelvin said coldly, with such a big appetite. Watch out when we get out. Be careful not to let others know you kept everything to yourself, leading everyone to hunt you down. Swallow? I'm saving you, Aryan replied. Saving? Don't put on a fake show of kindness. Kelvin did not believe it. Aryan, we can let you choose 2 treasures first. 2 treasures for you, and the remaining 6 divided among us. Isn't that fair? If we really fight, all of us together wouldn't be enough to defeat you. Lanny family's old patriarch, who had been holding back, stepped forward. You're also at your limit. Why don't you try and see who dies first? Aryan turned and looked at Lanny family's old patriarch. The old patriarch took a half step back. In the vast, quiet desert, an unusual silence descended, with both sides in a standoff. Though they were numerous, none dared cross the line, fearing to be the first killed by Aryan. Aryan appeared to be at his end, but if he fought to the death, he could definitely take some with him. Then let's see how long you can hold out. Kelvin sat down in the lotus position, wishing he had a spirit stone to recover better. The other 8 innate experts also sat down. Some still had spirit stones to absorb for recovery, while most could only suppress their wounds calmly without them. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect there to actually be ancient supreme treasures. A wild laugh came rushing from the distance. Even before the person arrived, the laughter was deafening. This person soon reached everyone's sight, and it was an old man with red hair. Unexpectedly, another force had been drawn here, leaving everyone unsure whether they should be happy or disappointed. They were happy because a formidable expert had come, who could defeat Aryan, perhaps allowing them to get a share of the spoils. But if real experts were here, and they did not want to give them a share, then they would get nothing. The treasures were limited. The more people came, the slimmer their chances of getting any. Senior of the Blood Decree sect? Tom of the Lizhan Gate rose and greeted respectfully. Greetings, Senior Sammy. It's you. The red-haired old man, Tai, glanced at Tom. Is this treasure hot to handle? Senior, Aryan wants to keep all the treasures for himself. Tom glanced at Aryan. One person wants to monopolize all the treasures. Who has such audacity? Tai also looked at Aryan, sized him up and sneered. Just a little kid at the initial stage of innate realm. Are you all afraid of him like this? Tom muttered in his heart. By rank alone, he was at the middle stage of innate realm, enough to fight 3 initial stage opponents. But was Aryan an ordinary initial stage practitioner? Fitzroy had just thrashed so many middle stage and initial stage practitioners. If not for Kelvin's sudden ambush trapping Aryan, plus Tom's sacrifice of his family heirloom, they probably wouldn't have even hurt Aryan. However, despite 8 people taking turns attacking, Aryan wasn't killed. Forming chi into blades, attacks on the divine soul, and defending with dragons, he resisted the Dao techniques of 8 innate realm practitioners without dying. This true essence seemed inexhaustible, probably rivaling that of a late-stage innate practitioner. His foundation and physical body were both too strong, far surpassing ordinary initial-stage practitioners. Cough, he stopped. With a swing of his sword, several beams of sword energy sped out and struck a few puppets in front of him. These people stood there as if they felt no pain, allowing blood to seep from their wounds. What's going on here? Furrowing his brows, Tai reached out with his left hand, forming a palm made of true essence energy that grabbed toward the long sword on the far left. However, the airborne treasured sword seemed to be immobilized. Tai's large hand couldn't pull it an inch. I don't believe this. Tai changed his expression, continuously channeling more true essence energy. But what he didn't notice was that the blood from the 4 people injured by his sword energy had dripped to the ground, quickly disappearing into the gravel. Without realizing it, after failing to grab the long sword, he went for the nearby bead. Like the long sword, he couldn't move the bead either. What's happening? Squinting his eyes, since true essence energy wasn't working, he decided to use divine sense. Closing his eyes and making hand seals. Although his divine sense didn't reach the astral projection realm, he could still concentrate it effectively. As his divine sense concentrated and enveloped the long sword, he pulled again. This time, the dermic sword moved, flying toward Tai. Despite the immense strain on his soul, a smile grew on Tai's face. It was getting closer. Opening his eyes, Tai stretched his left hand toward the hilt of the long sword. The moment he grabbed the long sword, it let out a resonant ringing sound. In the next instant, a jet of black chi instantly drilled into Tai's palm, surging up his arm. What's happening? Tai panicked, quickly mobilizing true essence energy to block the black chi, but it didn't work. The black chi increased, breaking through his true essence energy and striking directly at his sea of consciousness. Not good. Tai hurriedly closed his eyes, guarding his spirit platform, mobilizing divine sense to fight against the black chi. Spit. Within 30 seconds, Tai spat out a mouthful of old blood. His sea of consciousness collapsed, his head exploded, followed by his entire body. This. Tom and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this. A late-stage innate expert was gone just like that? It turned out that Aryan's words were true. There truly was a blood sacrifice inside, and if Aryan hadn't stopped them, they would have already met their end. Not only did they not believe him, but they also attacked Aryan. Before they could thank Aryan, more anomalies occurred. Bang bang. Not only did Tai explode, but those 20-plus puppets also burst, sending up clouds of blood mist, spreading a thick stench of blood for hundreds of meters around. That wasn't enough. From the other treasures, emerged 7 or 8 black shadows rushing towards Aryan and Tom. Why are you still standing there? Run. Aryan shouted angrily. Fitzroy didn't expect these people to offer any help anyway. Just don't hinder him. Run quick. Everyone lost all desire for the treasure, turning to flee in the opposite direction. Saving one's life was paramount. What was a treasure worth without a life to enjoy it? Stellar explosion. Aryan made hand seals, hurling out 7 or 8 spheres of stellar chi, which collided perfectly with the oncoming black shadows. The explosive force of the stellar energy pushed the black shadows back, shrinking them significantly. Ordinary attacks of divine sense were useless against them. They were weapon spirits, having absorbed too much death chi and malevolent chi, staying in this space for too long. But Aryan's stellar energy had harmed them considerably. After being repelled, the black shadows rushed back. More stellar spheres were hurled out, and Aryan single-handedly held them back, buying time for Fitzroy Donghua and the others. However, Aryan's true essence energy was limited. After so much consumption, he was nearly exhausted. For black shadows flashed over Aryan's head, chasing after the fleeing group, leaving Aryan helpless. The remaining ones charged straight for Aryan's forehead. Want to devour me? Let's see how you fare. Aryan did not prevent these weapon spirits corrupted by death chi from entering his sea of consciousness. Once inside, he quickly activated the soul-devouring malevolent chi purification technique. Dozens of tentacles surged from his sea of consciousness, charging toward the 4 black shadows. Seeing the situation turn dire, the black shadows turned and fled. The soul-devouring malevolent chi purification technique was specifically designed to deal with these kinds of sale. Now you want to run? It's too late. Aryan sneered, quickly forming the magical seals and began refining these weapon spirits. GGG. The weapon spirits struggled desperately but could not escape refinement. Ultimately, all malevolent chi was eliminated, leaving only 4 weapon spirits. They were difficult to refine because they had existed for such a long time. Do you beg for mercy? Aryan asked coldly. These 4 weapon spirits still tried to rush out, unwilling to beg for mercy. Actually, Aryan couldn't do much about them either. With his current divine sense, it was hard to erase them. After some thought, he could only split part of his divine sense and suppress these 4 weapon spirits deep within his sea of consciousness. With the weapon spirits caught, Aryan waved his large hand, causing the 4 treasures to fly over, floating before him. Wind-stilling pearl, immortal suppressing pagoda, earth spirit pearl, green sky sword. This is a big score. Aryan grinned widely. Among these, the wind-stilling pearl and earth spirit pearl were originally embedded in dermic weapons, which had long been damaged, with the weapon spirits residing inside the pillars. The immortal suppressing pagoda had developed cracks, but seemed usable. However, it needed the weapon spirit to be refined first. The green sky sword was completely copper green, palm-wide, over a foot long, very thick, exuding sharp sword intent. However, though the blade was intact, it seemed like a pearl was missing from the hilt. It might have shattered during the original battle. It's unknown what pearl was embedded on it. If a replacement could be found, its power would be limitless. Aryan wasn't adept at using swords, but if Rosemary could refine this weapon spirit, she would surely be able to fully unleash the power of this green sky sword. Fitzroy looked at the other 4 floating treasures in the giant pit, tempted to wait for those weapon spirits to return and capture them all at once. But sensing the increasing commotion from underground, Aryan gave up this plan. Preserving his life was most important, because there was still an extremely powerful malevolent sword sealed beneath. Even the weapon spirit of the starry spear said that this sword was an ancient, perfectly preserved malevolent sword. If it escaped, Aryan didn't think he could handle it. Withdraw. I hope those guys can escape. Aryan got up and ran. Now both his soul and body were severely depleted. He no longer had the strength to stop the extremely powerful malevolent sword. Whether this sword would emerge or not, he couldn't care less anymore. Fitzroy did his best. Boom. After running 30 miles, a beam of light shot up from the ground behind him, piercing straight into the sky. Within several dozen miles, everything was as bright as daylight. Did it really come out? Aryan was greatly alarmed and sped up again. No, I need to close the gate first. Chapter 276 Escape. Boom boom. Aryan ran out of the main gate, the reversed wind spinning the bronze mirror as the gate slowly closed. Taoist Bliss, please wait a moment. We still have many disciples inside. Elder Jonas of the Yang family shouted pleadingly. The other few elders echoed his plea. However, Aryan resolutely shut the gate completely and then put away the bronze mirror, looking coldly at those who begged for mercy. Around 60 people had entered, but now fewer than 15 remained alive. Some hadn't managed to escape yet. Although they had started running before Aryan, their speed was not as fast as his, leaving them permanently within the secret realm. Elder Finian of the Fitzroy family was seriously injured and didn't make it out. Only one disciple of his survived. Under Aryan's gaze, none dared to say a word, let alone criticize Aryan for being ruthless. This is the consequence of not heeding warnings. If the evil sword truly awakens and runs rampant, your sins would be even greater, Aryan said coldly. Boom. As soon as Aryan finished speaking, the entire mountain shook again, as if about to explode from the inside. 2 stone pillars snapped and fell down. Huge stones piled overhead also came loose and dropped. Simultaneously, the inscriptions on the main gate emitted a dazzling light. It was as though the legendary evil sword was assaulting a great array because outside the seal that suppressed this evil sword was another great array sealing the entire ancient battlefield. Even a powerful array can't withstand this? Just how strong is this evil sword? Aryan watched in shock as the inscriptions continued to glow, stepping back gradually. This grand array sealed the entire ancient battlefield. Its power was unimaginable. If such a vast array were breached by the evil sword, once out, this sword would be invincible. Run. Sensing several powerful presences rapidly approaching, Aryan turned and ran out of the hall. The others, fearing a collapse, also fled. They dashed down from halfway up the mountain and quickly vanished. Soon, 2 other Dao Alliance elders exchanged looks, sighing helplessly. Why does this kid keep appearing everywhere? Yes, he was invited by the Zhu family to unlock the secret realm, and only he could withstand the horrific killing intent inside. Jonas continued. Did you find any treasures? The Yang family found a broken inferior-grade Earth-rank magical weapon. Jonas respectfully took out a damaged purple gold bowl with a crack as wide as 3 fingers from his sleeve. Ichabod glanced at the inscriptions. Indeed, an ancient period magical weapon. I'm willing to hand it over to the Dao Alliance, Jonas said respectfully. If you found it yourself, there's no need to submit it. Ichabod seemed somewhat disdainful. Well, yes. What about Aryan? Fitzroy just left, whereabouts unknown. Did he find any magical weapons? Allegedly, he obtained a silvery white bead. Also, when he came out earlier, he wrapped a few magical weapons in his clothes, not sure what they are. Understood. Go heal yourself. Ichabod waved his hand impatiently. Yes. After Jonas and the others moved aside to rest, Ichabod and the other 2 elders re-entered the main hall where some rocks had fallen but it hadn't fully collapsed. However, the inscriptions continued to emit light from time to time, as if they were on the verge of breaking. What exactly is this magical artifact? Even an ancient grand array can't hold it? Ichabod exclaimed in shock. Should we reopen it? Let's wait for the Alliance leader to arrive first. About 2 hours later, 4 helicopters raced over, and more than 20 members of Dao Alliance appeared. Even Dao Alliance leader Antoine came personally. Leader, we have investigated. A total of 8 powers entered, plus Aryan. Ichabod recounted the events in detail. Do they not know what kind of sword it is? Antoine asked. Not clear. This evil sword is suppressed and requires a blood sacrifice to break the seal, Ichabod replied. Before they ran out, they saw the sky-piercing sword glow. It seems the evil sword has already broken the seal and is now attacking the grand array. Go check what kind of grand array it is. Antoine instructed the formation master behind him. If it needs a blood sacrifice to manifest, it must be an evil sword. We absolutely cannot let it break through the grand array, or disaster will follow. Nowadays, with sparse spiritual energy, there are no true cultivator greats who can suppress this evil sword. The weapon spirit of this evil sword, suppressed for thousands of years, has long been corrupted. Once released, it will surely vent its anger accumulated from prolonged suppression, causing rivers of blood. Even with Antoine's strength, he did not wish to reopen the grand array. If they failed to control it after reopening, the entire Dao Alliance would become sinners, committing unspeakable crimes. Everyone desires magical artifacts, but as the Dao Alliance leader, his duty is to protect all living beings. At any cost, we must restore the formation. Yes. 7 or 8 formation masters began to study the inscriptions. These people are really troublesome. Capture their family heads or sect masters for me. Antoine felt a chill from the power emitted by the inscriptions. Yes, I'll take care of it immediately. Ichabod quickly left with some people. Send people to declare a 50-mile radius around here as a restricted area, prohibiting anyone from entering. Leave 5 elders here to guard. Yes. After arranging everything, Antoine walked out of the hall, approached the cave entrance, closed his eyes, and dispersed his divine sense. Eventually, he revealed a slight smile and shot off in the direction Aryan had disappeared. Chapter 277, Gift of Treasures. Beside the stream, Aryan was sitting by the bonfire gnawing on a rabbit leg, feasting heartily. Having not had a drop of water or bite to eat for several days in a row, he was nearly seeing stars from hunger. Fortunately, he could still absorb star power, which made him more resistant to hunger than ordinary people. Ale-beddenly, Aryan stopped gnawing on the rabbit leg. Fitzroy squinted and then smiled, saying, "Since you've come, why not show yourself? You're getting stronger in perception." Antoine walked out from the woods. Even with his strength, he was surprisingly detected by Aryan. "Pay my respects, senior." Aryan stood up and gave Antoine a respectful bow, humbly saying, "It's because you're close. If you were farther away, I wouldn't be able to sense your presence." "No need for such formalities." Antoine waved his hand, also sitting by the fire. Fitzroy glanced at the magic tool wrapped in clothing. Its emanating aura intrigued even him. However, he did not inspect it, but instead picked up a piece of rabbit meat without hesitation and started eating. Aryan didn't care, and continued munching on his own. "I heard that you have been preventing the world-shattering vicious sword from being revealed. How did you get this information?" Antoine asked. "I obtained a star pearl, with the soul of an artifact residing inside it. It told me." Aryan took out the star pearl. "Do you believe it? Aren't you eager to obtain that world-shattering vicious sword?" "That sword might not suit me. With my strength, I can't subdue it." "You have a very clear self-awareness," Antoine commended. After finishing the rabbit leg in his hand, Aryan opened the clothes wrapping the treasures, revealing 4 artifacts inside. "Senior, besides this longsword, see if there's anything you need." "The wind-stabilizing pearl and earth spirit pearl?" Antoine did not recognize the other 2 magical tools, but instantly recognized these 2 pearls. "These are invaluable." "Well, they're no use to me anyway. Can I have the wind-stabilizing pearl? It would greatly help me comprehend the elemental force of wind." Antoine asked. "You have a wind spirit root?" Aryan was shocked. According to records, wind spirit roots stemmed from wood and earth spirit roots mutating, which was extremely rare. No wonder he could be the leader of Dao Alliance. This spirit root attribute already surpassed most people. "In fact, I don't have a wind spirit root. I just have dual roots of wood and earth, gradually comprehending some of the essence of wind power, but my spirit root hasn't mutated," Antoine confessed honestly. "Dual spirit roots? That makes sense." Aryan was equally surprised. Those with mutant spirit roots were few, and those with dual spirit roots were similarly scarce, representing the ability to mobilize 2 types of elemental forces. When performing Dao techniques, the power would be greater. At the same time, using these 2 spirit roots to comprehend the essence of wind power meant one could command 3 natural forces. Impressive. "Since senior needs it, take it." Aryan generously handed over the wind-stabilizing pearl to Antoine. "Then I won't hesitate. By a Middle Ancient Great, specifically for disciples at the innate realm to undergo trials." Antoine explained, "Each sect has quotas, but one can only enter once, making it a rare opportunity. Now that you've also broken through to the innate realm, it would be perfect for you to go in for trials and enhance your strength. Of course, it's like the competition among your 9 major families, providing a stage for the young. This Middle Ancient secret realm serves the same purpose, as a place for sparring among various hidden sects, itself filled with dangers, while always having to be wary of attacks from other sect disciples. Previously, 1/3 of those who entered stayed forever inside, indicating a high mortality rate. But opportunities are rare, only opening once every 20 years. "Can you give me a quota?" Aryan asked. "Are you still a registered disciple of the Observing Stars Pavilion?" "Yes. Our Dao Alliance can hardly give you a quota directly. You can ask them for one. If they don't give it to you, then come to the 9 Realms Tower and find us." "All right. Remember to arrive a week in advance," Antoine reminded. "Noted. Also, the 9 major families have issued a warrant for your arrest. I guess you probably didn't know that." "I'm aware," Aryan nodded. "They're likely under pressure from the Observing Stars Pavilion, hence the warrant." "Lord, may I make a small request?" "What is it?" Antoine replied. "Could you take extra care of a few families in Hangzhou?" Aryan pleaded. "Don't worry about this. If any hidden sect interferes with secular matters, our Dao Alliance will intervene." Antoine said solemnly, "Besides, given how much stock you donated for charity from the enterprises you left in Hangzhou, as long as these businesses operate within the law, the Dao Alliance will pay special attention to them." "Thank you very much." Aryan expressed his gratitude. "All right, I won't disturb you further." Antoine stood up and threw a token to Aryan. "This is the Dao Alliance's executor token. Before you leave the Observing Stars Pavilion, use it only in emergencies." "Yes." Aryan responded politely. Antoine turned and left, disappearing in an instant, astonishingly fast. Is this the speed after comprehending wind attribute power? Aryan felt quite envious, but he quickly dispelled this thought. Everyone has their own path, different and unique. Envying others is of no use. In 2 months, he would have to participate in that trial. And during these 2 months, he had a lot to do. His divine soul was severely damaged, and he needed to recover as soon as possible. Having just broken through to the innate realm, his first priority was to comprehend Dao techniques and fully integrate the broken army stance. Next, he needed to refine the spirit of the Zhenxian Pagoda. Aryan currently lacked suitable magical tools. Relying on gathering qi into a blade greatly reduced its effectiveness. During the ancient battlefield, he used the gathered qi blade fueled by the dense killing aura inside. Outside, there wasn't such a strong concentration of killing aura. All of this required time, and whether or not he could complete everything in 2 months was uncertain. Previously, in the secret realm, Aryan managed to handle those mid-level innate enemies. But some of these enemies were old ancestors from aristocratic families, and others were elders from second-tier sections. Their potential and the magical tools they used weren't top-notch. If he encountered top-tier sects, innate experts, or geniuses like those from the Observing Stars Pavilion, without proper magical tools, Aryan might not win in a one-on-one battle. Fitzroy needed the right magical tools, especially since people from the Observing Stars Pavilion and Thunderfire Hall wanted him dead. These were formidable adversaries. After finishing the rabbit meat, Aryan immediately entered a meditative state, not allowing a moment of slack. Chapter 278, Demanding a Spot. I am Aryan, a registered disciple seeking an audience with Elder Johnny of the Enforcement Hall. 50 days later, at the entrance of the Star Observation Pavilion, Aryan respectfully spoke to the guard standing watch. As just a registered disciple without a token, he could not enter the Star Observation Pavilion at all. In truth, the people of the Star Observation Pavilion did not take him seriously either. His actions in the pavilion previously had not spread widely. Even if they had spread, the guards at the gate wouldn't look up to him anyway, for their strength had all reached the middle stage of innate realm. Wait here. The guard coldly dropped this sentence and turned to walk into the Star Observation Pavilion, coming to the enforcement hall where he reported to Johnny. Aryan? Johnny frowned. Fitzroy actually dares to return to the Star Observation Pavilion? Is this kid recovered? An elder beside him was also puzzled, looking at the guard and asking seriously, how does he look? Look? Aryan seems fine, the guard thought for a moment and replied. Let him in. After some consideration, Johnny decided to meet Aryan. In fact, he had long known that Aryan had recovered. What happened in Yinjing was unknown to the other elders, but he was perfectly clear about it. However, he was also curious how Aryan managed to recover. With his meridians completely severed, the doctors of the Star Observation Pavilion could only give Aryan some life-preserving herbs. In reality, even if the Star Observation Pavilion had spared no effort in saving Aryan, the chances of a complete recovery were low, perhaps only 20%. Of course, if Aryan were a direct disciple, the Star Observation Pavilion would have saved him despite the slim chances. Unfortunately, Aryan was not a direct disciple. Thinking of the matter of direct disciples, Johnny felt somewhat guilty. Previously, the Pavilion Master had recognized Aryan's potential and planned to let one of the 9 elders adopt Aryan as a direct disciple. However, due to Fitzroy Word's instructions, a personal disciple favored by the Pavilion Master, Johnny slowly approached 3 elders who were good friends with Fitzroy Word. They naturally would not agree to take Aryan as a disciple. This led to Nigel's death during a duel with Aryan, causing Aryan severe injuries and turning him half-crippled. Had Johnny sought out other elders first, they might have seen Aryan's potential after evaluation and taken him as a direct disciple. As a direct disciple, Aryan would never have left the Star Observation Pavilion and become a registered disciple. After more than 20 minutes, Aryan walked into the hall of the Enforcement Hall, politely bowing. Registered disciple Aryan pays respects to Elder Churchill and all the elders. Johnny did not speak, but quickly extended his divine sense over Aryan. Not just him. 3 enforcement officials also released their divine senses to check on Aryan. The other 3 elders exchanged glances, all shocked to see Aryan's wounds healed and a robust flow of spiritual energy within him. Fitzroy had even advanced to the innate realm. What kind of fortune did he encounter? Johnny furrowed his brows. With his wounds now healed, considering Aryan's potential, he could catch up to him in another 10 years. If Aryan learned that Johnny had deliberately targeted him and sought revenge later, it would be a big trouble. A flash of killing intent passed through his eyes. He almost considered attacking Aryan directly. Is this guy trying to kill me? I have no grudge with him. Why does he want to kill me? Could this old man also be one of the culprits behind the scenes? Aryan, of course, sensed Johnny's killing intent, feeling very puzzled. But he remained calm, knowing he was not Johnny's match now, given that Johnny was a perfect innate realm expert. Johnny quickly concealed his killing intent. It was impossible to kill Aryan here, since he was still a registered disciple of the Star Observation Pavilion. What did you need to find me for? Johnny asked. I wish to participate in the secret realm trial and hope the elder agrees, Aryan said with clasped fists. You want to join the secret realm trial? The elders around laughed. Do you know how many spots our Star Observation Pavilion has for such trials? I do not know. Even we, the Star Observation Pavilion, only have 20 spots. 20 spots every 20 years, most of which are taken by the direct disciples of various elders. An elder who was tall explained. How many spots do you think are left for other disciples? About. I do not know. Aryan shook his head again. So let me tell you, those entering the secret realm trial generally have strength beyond the middle stage of the innate realm. Only then can they have a higher chance of survival. Otherwise, it's a death trap. Another elder sneered. You should train for another 20 years instead? If so, then I'll take my leave. Aryan gung at his hands, turning to leave. Fitzroy originally did not want to come to the Star Observation Pavilion, but intended to go directly to the Tao Alliance, where its leader had promised him a spot. But since he still held the title of a registered disciple of the Star Observation Pavilion, not notifying them and using the Tao Alliance's spot would give the pavilion an excuse to deal with him. Of course, he really did not want to see Tao Alliance's leader Gully, because if he used their spot now, it might represent that he was siding with the Tao Alliance in the future. With the Tao Alliance disciple's identity on his back, it wouldn't be good for him to operate freely. When dealing with enemies, he would have to think carefully in advance. Even thinking about how to deal with the Yinjing 5 major families needed thorough consideration. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not seek out Gully. Wait. Johnny stood up. We in the enforcement hall can't decide on the trial spots. We need to consult the pavilion master. The other 3 elders looked at Johnny with surprise. They also knew that they couldn't decide on this as the spots were limited. The trials happened only once every 20 years, and many people waited for too long. Only the direct disciples could participate generally. It was impossible to give a spot to a registered disciple. Going to consult the pavilion master would obviously be a waste of time. Johnny didn't explain to the 3 but walked towards the door. Aryan, wait here. I'll go consult the pavilion master. Thank you, Elder Churchill. Aryan expressed his gratitude. Johnny quickened his pace, leaving with his own intentions. The trial space was filled with dangers and had a high death rate. Why not use this opportunity to let Aryan die inside? Of course, he couldn't make this decision himself and wouldn't dare to ask the pavilion master, who might not agree to give Aryan a spot. Fitzroy could only find Chiefing to gauge his attitude. The one who most wanted Aryan dead was still Chiefing. After arriving at Chiefing's residence and waiting for over 40 minutes, he finally met Chiefing. Senior Churchill, what's the matter? Chiefing asked, somewhat displeased. Fitzroy was in seclusion, trying to break through to the later stage of innate realm before the trials, so he could better survive within the trial space. Aryan has come, Johnny replied. Aryan has come? Chiefing squinted his eyes. Fitzroy actually dared to return? Fitzroy has already broken through to the innate realm and somehow found out that the ancient trial space would open in a few days, so he came here to demand a spot. How could such a spot be given to a registered disciple? Aryan is truly daydreaming, Chiefing despised. Nephew, don't you think this is a good opportunity to kill him? Johnny reminded. An opportunity to kill him? Chiefing paused, then realized, you mean, killing him inside the trial space? Yes, if he dies there, even Rosemary won't have much to say. But, what about the spot? Chiefing thought, I'll try to find a way, probably have to use treasures to trade for a spot. Elder Churchill, go back first. I'll give you an accurate answer tonight. Good. Chapter 279. Meeting Armando again. Since we have to wait until evening, I would like to see Rosemary. After receiving Johnny's reply, Aryan rose and respectfully pleaded. She is currently in cultivation and will not see you. Johnny flatly refused. Where should I wait? Fitzroy, or outside? Then I'll wait outside. Aryan didn't really want to stay any longer here. Although the Starwatch Pavilion had a more concentrated cosmic energy that could aid his cultivation, he did not want to owe anything to this place. More importantly, he did not want to continue exposing his true strength within the Starwatch Pavilion. Aryan actually did not wish to disturb Rosemary's cultivation at the moment. However, he intended to give her the Qingxiao sword and its spirit, so she could assimilate it as her own life-bound magic sword. Previously, when he was in the Starwatch Pavilion, he saw Rosemary twice, during which he mentioned her cultivation goals. First, continuing to comprehend sword intent and learning her master's techniques. Second, assimilating a life-bound magic sword. A swordsman with a life-bound magic sword possesses boundless power and can wield it effortlessly. Unfortunately, there were few top-tier magic swords available, and even fewer suited Rosemary. The Kareem had already found several high-grade magic weapons for Rosemary, but none of them could be assimilated as her life-bound weapon. Johnny, the old rascal, wouldn't even bother to inform her and directly rejected the request. One day, Aryan would make sure this old man would pay for his actions. Of course, he certainly wouldn't entrust the Qingxiao sword or the spirit to Johnny, nor ask him to deliver it. If this old fox decided to keep the sword for himself, Aryan would lose big. Fitzroy simply couldn't trust Johnny. Outside the Cultural Relics Protection Center, Aryan sat cross-legged and waited quietly. After waiting for about 3 hours, he saw a few disciples walking out. Among them was someone familiar to Aryan. Armando? Aryan was surprised. How did this guy manage to get out? Typically, outer disciples rarely got the chance, only once every few years. Did Armando save up all these years just to come out now? Armando also noticed Aryan and deliberately slowed down, waiting until the others had gone before approaching him, with a mixture of surprise and disdain. You dare to come back? Did things not work out for you outside? I'm here for a trial space quota, Aryan replied. So, you've broken through to the innate realm? Armando hadn't reached the innate realm yet, and couldn't sense Aryan's level. Yeah. You're quite the prodigy, Armando was shocked. Not only did you heal from such serious injuries, but you also broke through to a new height. But, the quotas for entering the trial space are very limited. Out of hundreds of disciples, only 20 slots are available. The Starwatch Pavilion definitely won't give you one. Among hundreds of disciples, even though 2/3 haven't broken through to the innate realm, at least 100 were innate experts. This means roughly 8 people would compete for each slot, and Aryan wouldn't stand a chance. Elder Churchill told me to wait here, and will respond by evening, Aryan said. Respond by evening? Armando paused, then realized, looks like they plan to eliminate you inside the trial space. It's possible. Aryan nodded. I advise you not to go. The organizers have connections with several elders, their lowest rank being mid-innate. Armando added. Or maybe they will soon break through to late innate before participating. You're probably still early innate, no match for them. Thank you for the warning, but I must participate in the trial, Aryan said firmly. Well, good luck then. By the way, how did you manage to come out? My spirit awareness is about to project outward, and I've sensed a hint of stellar energy, so the 6th elder took me as a personal disciple, Armando laughed. Oh, congratulations. Aryan congratulated him sincerely. Armando wasn't a bad person and was only in his mid-20s. In the Starwatch Pavilion, the requirements for becoming a personal disciple weren't too high. One needed to project spirit awareness and sense stellar energy, which qualified one as a personal disciple. However, among 100 disciples, only one could meet this standard. Maybe I should thank you for helping me obtain the complete stellar cultivation technique, allowing me to advance rapidly. In fact, with your potential, you could also become a personal disciple, but... Armando stopped, wary of revealing too much. Since you're a personal disciple now, can you do me a favor? Aryan asked. Aelbeer, as long as it's within my capabilities, Armando assured him, patting his chest. Aryan took out the Qingxiao sword from the nearby golf bag, then mobilized his divine consciousness to separate the weapon spirit of the Qingxiao sword, and placed it back into the sword. After such a long period of refinement, the Sai-Chi on these weapon spirits had basically disappeared, obediently returning to the magical sword. Please give this sword to Rosemary. Aryan handed the sword over to Armando with both hands. Are you not afraid I might keep this sword for myself? Armando stared at Aryan. The first time we met, when Anthony tried to befriend me, you warned me to be cautious. I know you are an upright person. Alright, that answer is satisfactory. Armando smiled, and accepted the Qingxiao sword. Is there anything else you want to say to her? Just tell her that I have already left. Left? Armando was taken aback. Okay, I understand. Thank you very much. Aryan expressed his gratitude. Don't mention it. Armando turned and walked into the Starwatch Pavilion's inner gate. Now that he was a personal disciple, he could move freely between various areas without many restrictions. Fitzroy directly brought the sword to the courtyard outside the Kareem's residence. A few minutes later, Rosemary came out. Junior Marty Gao, What's the matter? This is the magical sword Aryan asked me to deliver to you. Armando handed over the sword. Marty Aryan? Fitzroy came? Where is he? Rosemary looked outside. Fitzroy. He was at the entrance, but he asked me to tell you that he has already left. I'll find him. Rosemary almost ran out, forgetting about the sword. Senior sister, I think it's better if you don't see him now, Armando reminded her. Rosemary took a few steps, but stopped eventually, asking hesitantly, how is he? Fitzroy has fully recovered from his injuries and broken through to the innate realm. Fitzroy came to the Starwatch Pavilion this time to request a trial space quota. Really? Tears welled up in Rosemary's eyes. I knew good people would have good fortune. I knew he would be fine. Yes. Armando nodded. By the way, this sword? Rosemary turned around and accepted the long sword. Sword intent surged into the sword, startling her as she sensed the weapon spirit within. This spirit wasn't weak and attempted to control her by charging towards her mind. See. Chapter 280. Lack of self-awareness? For a weapon spirit to want to backlash against someone, it also indicates that the rank of this dermic sword is definitely not low. Of course, any dermic weapon capable of producing a weapon spirit wouldn't be of low rank. 1 in 10,000. Throughout the entire stargazing pavilion, dermic weapons with spirits do not exceed 5. Most are mystical stage dermic weapons, and earth stage dermic weapons are extremely rare. And those that can truly produce a weapon spirit must at least be of middle earth stage. That means within the entire stargazing pavilion, dermic weapons of middle earth stage or higher do not exceed 5 pieces. It was said there was indeed one upper earth stage dermic weapon, but that was the sect's treasure. In any case, before this, none of the dermic swords that Master gave Rosemary for refinement were of high rank. Vinny is the senior elder, and even he couldn't provide good treasures to his disciple, let alone others. It was rumored that among the personal disciples of the Pavilion Master, only Fitzroy Word received a lower earth stage dermic weapon. Now, with such a powerful weapon spirit appearing in the dermic sword, Rosemary naturally didn't want to miss out. Humph! Rosemary snorted coldly, countless sword intents surged out, while she simultaneously employed the method her master taught for refining dermic swords. Under the suppression of sword intent, she forcefully enveloped the weapon spirit. Buzz buzz. The long sword in her hand constantly emitted sword sounds, as if struggling, but soon after, the sound disappeared. Qing Shao's sword no longer struggled, but instead showed friendliness toward Rosemary on its own accord. Go! Rosemary pointed 2 fingers as a sword, and Qing Shao's sword darted out rapidly, directly splitting a tree trunk several feet thick from over 10 meters away. This is a sword cultivator? Armando was astonished. Retrieve. Rosemary waved 2 fingers, and Qing Shao's sword flew back, hovering in front of Rosemary. What's happening? Senior Elder Vinny came out. Aryan on the list surprised Madeline. Aryan shouldn't be on this list. Although the trial space was fraught with dangers and a high mortality rate, anyone who survived inside would receive some benefits and become key members cultivated by the sect. Opportunities coexist with danger. Dao cultivators should be fearless when facing such risks. Madeline asked the elder responsible for this matter, and that elder said a disciple voluntarily gave up their spot to Aryan. Given this, Madeline had no choice. But he was somewhat dissatisfied. If not for Senior Elder and Rosemary's reasons, he would have cancelled Aryan's qualification to participate in the trial. Fitzroy guessed that Aryan had approached Rosemary, who then found Senior Elder to help secure the slot through his assistance. This trial is perilous. Only those who have reached the late innate stage are allowed to participate. This is for your own good. Madeline's voice echoed throughout the square, yet, some early innate disciples obtained slots through underhanded means. I admire your courage, but these methods are unacceptable. It doesn't matter if you fall in the trial space, but you will waste our chance to cultivate another disciple. If you step forward now and withdraw, I will overlook the past and may give you some compensation. Upon hearing this, most people directed their gazes at Aryan with strong disdain, starting a buzz of discussion. So he went through back channels, really shameless. If not for Senior Elder's favor, due to his introduction of Junior Sister Ailby, how could they help him? Sigh, because of introducing Junior Sister Ailby, disciple. Nobody defended him. Instead, they wanted to expel him. Since you are unwilling to step forward, I hope you have good luck in the trial space, Pavilion Master Madeline said coldly. With a wave of his hand, let's go. Leading the team this time was Senior Elder Vinny of Gazing Star Pavilion. Originally, it wasn't him. Previously, he hadn't decided to let Rosemary participate in the trial as it was too dangerous. Rosemary hadn't received her life-bound dermic weapon, and her combat power greatly decreased. Entering the trial meant too high a risk of falling. However, now that she had obtained a dermic weapon and acknowledged its master, Rosemary should be safe inside. Still, Vinny was not reassured and decided to personally lead his disciple. Exiting the main gate of Gazing Star Pavilion, reaching the parking lot, and boarding 2 large buses, they headed straight for their destination. After about 100 minutes of driving, everyone got off and started walking. It seemed like the western suburbs of Yanjing, heading towards the ancient Great Wall direction. Marty Aryan, you have refined the dermic sword, right? It recognizes me as its master. Rosemary finally found an opportunity to fall behind and walk beside Aryan. That's great. I thought you couldn't refine the spirit, Aryan replied. When he had refined the spirit of the Zhengxianta previously, it took nearly a month, and it wasn't completely refined. He only made the spirit submit and willing to impart some usage methods of Zhengxianta. Rosemary's quick refinement was likely due to her acquired sword cultivator physique. Fitzroy Word, walking ahead, saw Aryan and Rosemary chatting affectionately, grinding his teeth. Once inside the trial space, I will definitely kill you. Chapter 281. Rejected. Upon arrival, Aryan did not expect the number of people to be so large. The vast and grand underground hall was spacious enough to accommodate several hundred people, but now it was almost fully occupied. Shantang also, who were previously hard to come by, were now everywhere. However, upon closer reflection, apart from top-secret sects like the Starwatch Pavilion, there were several other sects with similar strength. There were also first tier, second tier, and third tier sects. Top tier sects had 20 spots each, and there were 4 of them in total. Amassing a few hundred Shinten experts was no big deal at all. This was still under quota restrictions. Without these restrictions, the Starwatch Pavilion could send over 100 Shantan disciples for the trials. But their abilities would vary widely. Disciples from lower tier sects certainly wouldn't reach late-stage Shantan. They didn't have the same rule as the Starwatch Pavilion that required only late-stage Shantan participants. Indeed, some third-tier sects had elders who were only at late-stage Shantan. Compared to top-tier sects like the Starwatch Pavilion, they simply couldn't compete. Of course, their quotas weren't as high either. Top-tier forces had 20 slots, first-tier sects 10, second-tier sects 5, and third-tier sects just 2. If a sect failed to fill its quota consecutively, the Dao Alliance would revoke its eligibility to participate in the trials. It's no wonder that dangers abound within. The main threats actually came from one's peers. Over the years, even the Starwatch Pavilion must have made quite a few enemies. And inside the trial space, mutual combat is allowed. Just like the contest among the 9 families, killing during the contest bars other families from private vendettas. The trial space operates similarly. If killed inside, seeking retribution afterward is forbidden. It's simply a matter of inadequate strength. I believe you all know the rules. Once in the trial space, your life and death are on your own responsibility. The person responsible for opening the trial space was Eve, the leader of the Dao Alliance, which has always been in charge of overseeing this area. His voice reverberated in the ears of all participants. The trial lasts 1 month. If you do not come out after a month, the gate will close, and it will not open again until 20 years later. Do not miss the deadline, understand?
Yes.
More than 300 trial participants responded in unison. Their elders had already warned them beforehand. There were instances where someone missed the exit time and remained inside for 20 years. 20 years later, when it reopened, those left inside had gone mad. This was another danger within the trial space. On the way up the mountain, Rosemary told him about this. Inside the trial space, there are 3 major dangers. First are the beasts. They have survived here for thousands of years and have their own territories. Entering their lairs is a matter of life and death. Second are the peers. There are treasures within, mainly medicinal herbs, and everyone will fight fiercely over them. Some sects have deep-seated hatred for each other and settle scores within the trial space, hoping to eliminate the other's genius inside. The third danger comes from those who were left behind within the space. Staying too long inside without contact with the outside world can lead to madness. Seeing anyone, they attack, completely devoid of reason. Most alarmingly, some might have gone mad while breaking through to the Magdalenegdong realm inside, meaning their strength might have reached the Magdalenegdong realm. Moreover, after going mad, they might stay inside for 20 years, 40 years, or even 100 years. Encountering such old monsters, the outcome is clear. Only those at the Shantan realm can enter this time. Those at the Magdalenegdong realm cannot.
面对灵动境，先天境界的人根本不是对手。碰到这样的疯子，别想着打赢，有多远跑多远。这是大长老沈星提醒苏寒墨的。苏寒墨知道没有人跟陈楼说过这个，他就详细的跟陈楼说了。
If he really knew nothing and ran around recklessly, accidentally entering several death zones, it would be troublesome. Open the gate. Dao Alliance leader Eve waved his right hand, and the 8 array masters standing in the center of the hall simultaneously cast their seals on the green stone slab in front of them. 8 array masters were needed to open the gate. Ordinary people simply couldn't enter. The first ones to go in were members of the Dao Alliance, followed by the Starwatch Pavilion. Eve saw Aryan in the line of Starwatch Pavilion disciples and felt somewhat relieved, yet also slightly disappointed. Fitzroy truly hoped Aryan would leave the Starwatch Pavilion and join the Dao Alliance. He saw great potential in Aryan. At the same time, he felt a bit sorry for Aryan. With such potential, the Starwatch Pavilion did not place any emphasis on him and did not cultivate him with full efforts, but only gave him the status of a nominal disciple, which was truly puzzling. To be able to cultivate to this level on his own was indeed shocking. Fitzroy also hoped that this young man would have good luck. Entering the gate was just like entering the ancient secret realm last time. In fact, it wasn't really a gate but more like a teleportation array. The next moment they landed on the ground, surrounded by a vast plaza, and ahead were 999 steps. Behind the steps stood a splendid golden palace, emitting rays of light. Only after entering the palace gate could one truly enter the trial space. According to Rosemary, these steps were called the trial sky staircase, from which a pressure descended from above. Only by passing through the staircase could one enter the palace. This was specifically designed by a powerful figure from the Middle Ancient times to temper people's physical bodies and willpower. Many people used to get stuck at this trial sky staircase and couldn't enter the trial space. But even getting stuck here, one could gain many benefits by carefully comprehending it. It could polish one's temperament, willpower, and further refine the body. The disciples of the Dao Alliance who had entered earlier had already climbed the trial sky staircase, some having ascended dozens of steps. However, as they went up, everyone slowed down their pace. Junior Marty Bliss, you won't hold us back, right? Fitzroy Ward looked at Aryan teasingly. Senior Marty, rest assured. If I do hold back, feel free to leave without me, Aryan said solemnly. Then let's go. Fitzroy Ward took the lead to step onto the trial sky staircase. Let's go. Aryan looked at Rosemary. Fitzroy was actually a little worried about Rosemary. Although she had become an acquired stage sword cultivator, her body and meridians had suffered severe damage before due to her disability, and her body might not have fully recovered yet. All right. Rosemary nodded and stepped onto the staircase first. Aryan followed closely behind, instantly feeling as if his entire body had entered a gravitational field, where the gravity was more than twice as strong as outside. The higher up he went, the stronger the gravity became. In fact, it wasn't just gravity but also the pressure from top-notch experts, similar to when Aryan had been overwhelmed by the aura of Johnny and the 4 elders. This was not only a challenge for the body but also for one's character and willpower. Are you okay? Aryan, who felt fine himself, looked at Rosemary beside him. I'm fine. Master has given me plenty of medicinal materials to re-refine my body, Rosemary replied calmly. It's great to have a master. Aryan smiled. Chapter 282. A contest? The Bliss family was helpless with Rosemary's injuries. When they brought Rosemary back from Hangqing to Yinjing for treatment, they only managed to save her life. There was no way her injuries could be healed. Later on, she accidentally comprehended the Tao and achieved the innate sword cultivator body, but her body was still not fully recovered, remaining rather weak. Who would have thought that after going to the stargazing pavilion, they would actually purify Rosemary's body again, which required celestial treasures. This proved that it was an extremely correct decision for her to join Senior Elder Vinny's sect. Possessing only sword intent but a frail body is like having spirit awareness without true essence. One's attack might be strong, but if the opponent seizes the initiative, it could lead to dire consequences. Previously in the ancient secret realm, when Aryan was surrounded by Kelvin and others, he suffered significant losses, getting injured continuously. If not for his ability to channel the solemn killing aura inside, he probably would have died. The crowd continued upward. Soon, they had climbed 1/3 of the Fitzroyvenley stairs. All 20 disciples of the stargazing pavilion arrived here without much trouble. The Daomong disciples who entered earlier were also still keeping up, though most had slowed down. There were 3 individuals who had already climbed 2/3, or 600 to 700 steps. They intentionally tried to stand out, climbing at an extremely fast pace. Looking back, disciples from other sects had also entered. Some sects' disciples began slowing down around the 100th step. These people were relatively weak, only at the early innate stage. Tired? Aryan looked at Rosemary. No, Rosemary shook her head. Good, then let's continue onward. Aryan smiled. Junior Marty Bliss, how about we compete to see who reaches the summit first? Fitzroyward spoke up again. If it weren't for Rosemary being present, he would have wanted to speed up long ago, as he liked grabbing attention. I'll pass. Aryan shook his head, declining. I heard you also use star power to unblock your meridians. I have a bottle of condensed star power essence formed by a grand array, which can quickly replenish our depleted star power. Fitzroyward took out an egg-sized bottle, inside of which silver-white liquid was swaying. If you win, this essence will be yours. There's such a thing? Aryan looked at Rosemary beside him, not very familiar with the matters within the stargazing pavilion. I'm not too clear about this either, Rosemary shook her head. In fact, she wasn't particularly well informed about the stargazing pavilion's internal affairs and hadn't been interested in probing into them, spending most of her time confined within. She only went out when Master Vinny decided to take her along. Moreover, Master Vinny had an eccentric temperament and wasn't someone fond of socializing. You really are ignorant. An elder brother beside him gave Aryan a disdainful glance. This star essence is extremely precious. The entire grand array of the stargazing pavilion only condenses 1 drop a month. Junior Marty Chi possibly has several dozen drops? More than 60 drops, Fitzroyward said proudly. 60 drops. The other senior and junior brothers envied him. Before coming, my master only gave me 20 drops. Comparisons really kill. I also only received 20 drops. Within the stargazing pavilion, there were few who could use star power to unblock their meridians and build their foundation. In this generation, there were only 6. 3 of them were taken as disciples by the pavilion master, while the rest were under the elders. Today, including Fitzroyward, 4 came here. The other 2 didn't come. Both were personal disciples of the pavilion master and senior brothers of Fitzroyward. The eldest senior brother had visited here 20 years ago and had already broken through to the spiritual realm, becoming an elder. The second senior brother was currently in closed meditation, trying to break through to the spiritual realm. As a junior brother, Fitzroyward naturally received more attention with only 3 personal disciples of the pavilion master. Furthermore, the pavilion master gave Fitzroyward special treatment, which others couldn't say anything about. Because Fitzroyward's talent was indeed higher than theirs. Fitzroy reached the innate realm at age 21 and the late innate realm at age 25. Fitzroy might break through to the spiritual realm before age 30. Aelbeck talent was considered monstrous even within the stargazing pavilion. With so much star essence, although the others envied him, they had nothing to say. If they could reach the late innate realm by age 25, they could ask the pavilion master for more essence. Fitzroying these senior brothers attached such importance to the essence, Aryan became somewhat tempted. For those specifically cultivating star power, this essence was even more important than spirit stones. It could rapidly replenish one's true essence, allowing for the use of more Tao techniques during battles, perhaps even saving a life. During the previous event in the ancient secret realm, if he hadn't obtained star power from the stone within, he would have lost when surrounded by Kelvin and others. Unfortunately, in the secret realm, he had absorbed almost all of the star power from within the array-based stone. If he entered the trial space and there was neither star power nor spiritual energy inside, being besieged and depleting all his true essence would likely result in death. Although Aryan's Dantian was large enough, and the true essence stored was indeed plentiful, compared to these late innate senior brothers, he still wasn't as good as them. How about it? Dare to bet? Fitzroyward asked. I won't bully you. I absolutely won't use any techniques. I'll only rely on my physical body. Aryan looked at Rosemary, who replied, You don't need to worry about me. I can't always need your protection. This way, I won't grow. She knew that Aryan stayed here to help her get through this trial staircase. Fine, figures flash by. You've got some skills. Fitzroyward's lips curled into a cold snort as he sped up again. But, comparing physical bodies with me, you're still lacking. I'm a congenital spirit body. So what if you're a congenital spirit body? Aryan sneered and continued chasing. Chapter 283. How can the physical body be this strong? The two of them chased each other, neither willing to yield. Before long, they had already climbed over 700 steps of the heavenly ladder. At this point, both of their speed slowed down considerably. The further up they went, the stronger the pressure became. There were not many people left ahead, and those who continued climbing had already unleashed their full momentum to resist this terrifying pressure. Now it was completely relying on physical strength, with every step feeling like a heavy burden, as if their feet were tied to thousand-gene boulders. Before the bet, Fitzroy had stipulated that only physical strength should be used, not one's inherent abilities. Of course, he did not prohibit Aryan from using true essence. But Aryan would not use true essence either. What? Can't handle it? Aryan's teasing voice came from beside him. Fitzroy frowned deeply, not expecting this guy to catch up again. Fitzroy grunted and buried his head to charge upwards once more. Quite a few people had already overtaken the two of them and reached the summit, because they had utilized true essence. By the 900th step, Fitzroy cursed inwardly and gritted his teeth to continue upward. At this moment, the joints in his body felt like they were being crushed. Just at the 900th step, the pressure was almost as strong as that of the innate grand completion realm. Continuing upward, reaching the end, it would likely reach the Lingdongjing, spiritual agility realm. Many people stopped advancing, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Even with the use of true essence, they dared not take another step forward, as if taking one more step would crush them into meat patties. Of the nearly 300 people who entered, only a few reached the top. Aryan stopped when he reached the 950th step. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and his head was dripping wet. Each step was as difficult as climbing to heaven. I must stop here. Aryan sat cross-legged, panting heavily, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed the changes within him. Fitzroy 20 steps behind, also had to stop. Despite using all his skills, he couldn't catch up to Aryan. Without mobilizing true essence, even breathing became difficult for him, as if he was about to be pressed to the ground. But seeing Aryan not using true essence, he wouldn't do so either. As the top genius of the star-observing pavilion, he couldn't win a named disciple by cheating. But after less than 20 minutes of sitting, he saw Aryan get up and continue walking. With Rosemary's sword cultivator's body, she was the focus of the star-observing pavilion's cultivation. It was likely that not only the great elder instructed the disciples to take care of Rosemary, but even the pavilion master might have reminded the disciples to ensure her safety. As long as Rosemary did not encounter any accidents, the probability of her breaking through to the spiritual agility realm in the future was around 70 to 80%. The other senior brothers also knew the great elder's temper. If they didn't take good care of Rosemary and let something happen to her, they would surely be severely reprimanded by the great elder upon their return. However, Aryan didn't want to trouble these senior brothers. From their eyes, it was clear that this group looked down on him and might even hinder him. Even after he demonstrated his powerful physical body earlier, this group remained cold towards him. Probably because of Fitzroy Aryan naturally didn't want to force himself on someone who showed no interest. If Rosemary followed him, the star-observing pavilion people would definitely not agree. Moreover, if Rosemary stayed with him all along, the mastermind who had been trying to deal with him might hesitate to act. Aryan needed to lure this person out and eliminate this menace inside. If the mastermind wanted to get rid of him, didn't he also want to get rid of the mastermind? Then it would come down to whose skills were stronger. Let's go. If one could find some heavenly treasures, their strength might be enhanced. Even if one doesn't need them personally, submitting them to the sect would earn corresponding rewards. Moreover, there were requirements for this trial. Each disciple had to submit 1/3 of their findings after leaving. This was mandatory. The remaining 2/3 could be owned by oneself, but if not needed, submitting them to the sect would still earn rewards based on contribution. Dao techniques, secret skills, magical artifacts. Aryan actually wanted to exchange for a long spear or halberd from the Star Observation Pavilion. Fitzroy felt that with his star power, paired with top-tier magical artifacts, their potency would double. Along the way, he saw many good herbs, at least 80 to 90 years old, some even a century or two. This was because the area opened only once every 20 years. Although this duration wasn't too long, the spiritual energy here was at least twice as dense as outside. In other words, these herbs grew much faster. 20 years here equaled 40, or even 50 years outside. Unfortunately, Aryan temporarily ignored these herbs because he couldn't carry much. He only aimed for the top-tier ones. Aryan ran dozens of kilometers through the forest without encountering anyone, but saw plenty of beasts. Birds, leopards, snakes. These beasts were undoubtedly more than he'd use it. Over this time, he hadn't fully assimilated the immortal ale-pressing pagoda due to the spirit's resistance. The spirit refused to acknowledge him as its master, deeming Aryan unworthy. Luckily, the pagoda was damaged, or Aryan wouldn't have been able to suppress the spirit, letting it run free. In fact, it wasn't just the spirit ale-pressing pagoda. The spirit of the Earth Spirit Pearl was also suppressed in his mind. No, that spirit wasn't the spirit of the Earth Spirit Pearl but the spirit of an ancient malevolent sword, whose blade was damaged and could only reside within the Earth Spirit Pearl. Both spirits were extremely powerful and hard to assimilate. They refused to acknowledge a master mainly because they were both top-tier magical artifacts used by followers of the demonic path in ancient times. As their name suggested, the spirit ale-pressing pagoda was specifically designed to suppress immortals. The spirit residing within the Earth Spirit Pearl exuded a fierce and malevolent aura. Precisely because they were considered demonic entities, they willingly aided the world's most malevolent sword in capturing people's vital essence for blood sacrifice. They were content to guard beside the malevolent sword. However, the owner of the Star Power Spear was a righteous practitioner. Although its spirit was eroded by a killing aura, it did not reside near the malevolent sword. Gathered all remaining true essence, unleashing their Dao techniques towards the Black Tiger. The Black Tiger charged without hesitation, using its body to withstand the attack while swiping at the two men with its claws. Over. Despair filled their hearts. Star Power Soul Seize. A divine soul imprint fell from a tree branch above, striking straight at the Black Tiger's forehead. The Black Tiger's body froze as if under a binding spell, hanging momentarily in the air before crashing to the ground, its claws narrowly missing the chests of the two cultivators. Chapter 285. A chance encounter with a senior sister. Bang! The 1,000-pound Black Tiger crashed to the ground, sending leaves swirling around. Aryan landed on the ground and, taking advantage of the severe damage to the black tiger's spirit, pounded another blow onto its forehead. A large hole was smashed into its tough skull, and soon it breathed its last. "May I borrow your sword?" Aryan said, then swung his right hand, grabbing the fallen cultivator's magical sword, and once again struck at the black tiger's head. However, after slashing several times, he still couldn't find the beast core that the weapon spirit had mentioned. "This shouldn't be. I remember that beasts at the middle innate stage usually have a beast core." The puzzled voice of the weapon spirit echoed in his mind. "Could it be because this space is artificially created? What difference does that make?" Aryan asked in surprise. "It definitely makes a difference. In spaces artificially created, the rules of the heavens aren't fully established like in the outside world." The weapon spirit continued. "Spending too much time here would result in cultivation realms not being as solid as those in the outside world. Perhaps that's why even an innate middle stage beast hasn't grown a beast core yet. But the medicinal herbs grow better here than outside," Aryan said, puzzled. The spiritual chi required by animals and plants differ. Moreover, the time needed for each to become spirits also varies. The weapon spirit explained, "Those spirits of plants may take thousands of years, while for animals, just a few hundred might suffice. For example, these towering trees, which one has less growth age compared to this black tiger. Yet they haven't become spirits either." "That makes sense," Aryan nodded. "Thank you, Senior Marty, for saving us." The two innate middle stage experts bowed politely together, but when they saw no response from Aryan, they called out again, "Senior Marty?" "Well, it's nothing." Aryan realized he had been talking to the weapon spirit in his mind, something outsiders couldn't hear. "Which sect are you from? Why are you burning fire here? Didn't your seniors warn you?" "I am Dover of Churchillanshan sect." "I am Matt of Yiming sect." Of course, it could also mean it's about to perish and is driving away others before its end. The weapon spirit continued. "If that's true, your training exercise will be more troublesome, and the death rate will increase significantly." Upon hearing this, Aryan frowned. Fitzroy wasn't worried about himself, but he did worry about Rosemary. However, considering that Rosemary now had the Qingshao sword and her body was healed, she should be able to defend herself as long as she wasn't facing an innate late stage or fully cultivated strange beast. "Is Senior Marty from Starwatch Pavilion?" Dover asked tentatively. "Yes." Aryan nodded. No wonder it was so effortless. The star-gazing mind cultivation technique of Starwatch Pavilion perfectly restrains such brute and simple-minded strange beasts, Dover said respectfully. "May I ask if Senior Marty Bliss can join forces with me?" Matt asked tentatively. Strange beasts have robust bodies but fragile spirits, which is their greatest weakness. Other sects do have techniques for enhancing mental awareness, but the star-gazing mind cultivation technique of Starwatch Pavilion is considered top-tier among all sects. Yiming sect and Churchillanshan sect have no grudges against Starwatch Pavilion, so teaming up was feasible. If there were any enmities between sects, it would be wise not to team up, as it could lead to being betrayed. "All right," Aryan agreed. Fitzroy did not have a map and was unfamiliar with the area, so having someone to team up with would provide some assistance. "Thank you, Senior Marty." Both of them smiled. "In fact, I'm younger than both of you and my cultivation realm is lower too. There's no need for such formalities. Just call me Junior Marty." Aryan waved his hand. "You saved us. It's fine to address you as Senior Marty. This place isn't safe to stay long. We should leave immediately," Aryan reminded. "Alebeer." The two picked up their magical weapons, extinguished the fire, and hurriedly left. They walked for several miles before finding another cave to rest. It was unsafe to travel at night. Even during this short journey, they felt the presence of several powerful strange beasts, not weaker than the middle innate stage. A bird comparable in power to an innate late-stage creature flew over their heads. The three of them completely concealed their aura, not daring to move an inch. "What's happening inside?" "This is the peripheral forest," Dover said apprehensively. "Let's not worry about that. First, let's recover from our injuries," Matt reminded. Dover and Matt had suffered quite a bit of injury. They sat down properly to absorb spirit chi. Aryan also entered a contemplation state. The next morning, after eating some raw meat inside the cave, the three continued on their way, searching for spiritual herbs. Around noon, they heard sounds of battle ahead. A woman was being surrounded by dozens of giant spiders. These spiders had abdomens as large as wash basins, with spider legs over 1 meter long. Each spider possessed strength comparable. "This is Senior Marty Aryan from the Star Observing Pavilion, and this is Junior Marty Matt from the Yiming sect," Dover introduced as he approached. "This is our Churchillanshan sect's second senior sister, Emery." "Humph." Emery gave a cold snort and sheathed her long sword, seeming indifferent. "Cough cough. Senior sister Magdalena is just like that," Dover said awkwardly, looking at Aryan and Matt. Emery was about to leave when Dover caught up and asked, "Senior sister, having more people means more support, right?" "I'm heading deeper into the forest to look for the ice ningir flower. If you want to follow, I won't stop you," Emery replied coldly. "This, being able to help senior sister is an honor for me," Dover responded, turning to Matt and Aryan. "What do you two think?" "We can try going in," Aryan answered. All the strange beasts had come out of the inner forest, so it might not be as dangerous inside. This could be a good opportunity to find rare treasures. Before entering, he had gone through some medicinal texts hoping to find a few herbs that could cure his grandfather's injuries. His grandfather's divine soul, after such a long period of nurturing and with the aid of medicinal herbs from the Bliss family, had almost fully recovered. However, what truly troubled him was his grandfather's dantian. The severe damage to the dantian, a critical issue for any cultivator, had increasingly powerful beasts. It took the combined efforts of all four, leading to significant exertion, just to take them down. Especially encountering a horned wild bull with strength comparable to a late innate beast. Its sheer power and thick hide nearly killed Dover with one goring strike. Fortunately, Emery used an ice-freezing spell at the crucial moment, freezing the entire beast, slowing it down and allowing Dover to escape. Despite escaping unscathed, Both Dover and Matt were shaken, hesitant to go deeper. But having boasted earlier, they couldn't turn back now and continued on with resolve. By morning the next day, Aryan deliberately lagged behind, walking beside Dover and quietly asked, "Does your second senior sister have some hidden illness?" Second senior sister entered a freezing ice cave to comprehend the origin force of ice, resulting in a lingering ailment that can only be cured by ice ningjir fruit. Otherwise, she will be stuck at the peak innate stage, unable to advance to the agile realm. Dover said helplessly, "There's no such herb outside, but it's rumored to be found near the azure bird's nest within this trial space. Is this treating poison with poison?" Aryan asked, surprised. "Something like that," Dover nodded. "Are we really going to intrude into the azure bird's nest?" Matt, intentionally falling back a few steps, heard their conversation and sounded worried. Though he said he'd face danger together, he couldn't pretend to be fearless near the azure bird's nest. Before leaving, the sect elders sternly warned them not to approach the core territories of the three fierce beasts with Jiaoxing attitudes. Those who did, died. Matt thought Emery meant to explore deeper, not directly head toward the azure bird's nest. "It might be necessary," Dover nodded. "Well," Matt hesitated, "if that's the case, Senior Marty Liang, if that's really the case, I'll have to leave. Will you come with me?" Dover hesitated. Fear was evident in Dover's eyes, but when he looked at Emery, he hesitated to speak. "Leave if you're unwilling to go." Emery's voice came from a distance. She had heard their conversation. "Senior sister, I'm just worried about Junior Marty Luo leaving alone," Dover said reluctantly. Emery ignored him, leaped onto a tree trunk, and vanished from sight with a few swift jumps. "Senior Marty Bliss, will you leave with us?" Dover asked, turning to Aryan. "I also need to find some herbs." "In that case, I hope Senior Marty Bliss can take care of Senior Sister." Dover bowed to Aryan. "Can you give me a map?" Aryan asked. "Senior Marty Bliss doesn't have a map? I lost it when we entered." "Fitzroyer, take mine." Dover pulled out the map from his pocket and handed it to Aryan. "Thank you." Aryan took the map and chased after Emery. After walking for 4 or 5 miles, Aryan arrived at the base of a mountain. Ale-beddenly, an ice-covered long sword flew out from the side and pressed against his neck. It was Emery. Aryan didn't dodge, only turned to look at this cold yet beautiful woman who matched her name. "Senior sister, do you need something? Why didn't you leave with them? Planning to be the yellow bird after the mantis?" Emery asked coldly. "Senior sister misunderstands. I also need to explore deeper to find some herbs to nurture my grandfather's dantian," Aryan replied. "Is that so?" Emery didn't believe him. People from the Star Observing Pavilion are all hypocrites. Aryan couldn't refute her. In fact, he somewhat agreed with Emery. Indeed, many in the Star Observing Pavilion were hypocritical and stubborn, but he was only a registered disciple. Emery was painting everyone with the same brush. "Don't I have a point?" Emery sneered. "You're lying." "I'm not lying. Any rare treasure is guarded by strange beasts. With your early innate realm, can you defeat them? You just want to take advantage." Emery said sternly, "If you really want to go in, take another path and don't follow me, or else don't blame me for being unfriendly." "Fine." Aryan nodded. "There are 2 paths, one left and one right. Which will you choose?" "You go first." "You take the right." Emery dashed towards the left. Has Emery been wronged by Star Observing Pavilion disciples before? Aryan muttered as he walked to the right. Fitzroy had hoped to have a companion to watch each other's backs. Since Emery suspected him and doubted his strength, there was no choice but to abandon the idea. Chapter 287 Inside the Cave. Snow actually falls here? Aryan arrived at the halfway point of the mountain and watched the snowflakes falling from the sky. Fitzroy reached out, catching a snowflake in his palm which melted instantly, leaving a chill. The great powers of the Middle Ancient era were indeed formidable to create such a trial space. How was it formed? The Middle Ancient world and the Upper Ancient world both have rifts. Gods and demons of the Upper Ancient times could cleave heaven and earth effortlessly. "You're making a fuss over nothing." The spirit of the immortal ale-pressing tower sneered. "However, for this Middle Ancient power to have opened such a vast independent space, he is truly one of the great titans of his era. Aren't you on the side of demons?" Aryan ridiculed. "What demons?" The spirit retorted. "Different perspectives mean that what we see as gods, others see as demons." "Fine, I won't argue with you." Aryan sealed his mind unwilling to squabble with the entity, continuing upwards. This peak towered into the clouds, standing about 5,000 or 6,000 meters high. Cold winds howled, everything visible frozen solid in the bitter cold. However, judging by the map, the location of the bluebird's nest lay behind this snow-capped mountain. To reach it, he had to climb this mountain. There was no detour available. The bluebird's nest was surrounded by snow-covered mountains stretching for tens of miles. As the sky grew darker, the wind and snow intensified, forcing Aryan to find a place to rest temporarily. Ahead seemed to be a cave. Aryan reached the cave entrance where warm air unexpectedly blew out. Could there be a hot spring inside? Exploring deeper into the cave, instead of a hot spring, he smelled a strong stench. This can't be an exotic beast's lair, right? Aryan hesitated, extending his divine senses further inside. The cave twisted around, possibly 200 meters deep. There was indeed a concealed aura of an exotic beast within, not weaker than one in the late innate stage. Should I go in or not? Aryan was torn. Go in. Since an exotic beast resides here, precious treasures must also be present. The voice of the spirit echoed in his mind. I can't defeat a late innate stage beast. Fear not. You have divine soul attacks. You're just hoping I get killed by the beast so you can regain your freedom, right? Aryan sneered. Cough. I merely reminded you of the treasures inside. Medicinal herbs grown in such conditions would be unparalleled. But even if they're good, do I have the life to obtain them? Aryan didn't trust this nearly sentient spirit and turned to leave. But after a few steps, he halted. The temptation of treasured resources was enormous. In this ice and snow-filled cave near the core area of the bluebird's nest, few people would have come before. With such a terrifying guardian beast, coming meant almost certain death. These herbs here should be at least hundreds of years old, equivalent to thousand-year-old medicinal plants outside. It might be worth trying. Aryan retracted his divine sense, concealing his presence completely, and ventured deeper into the cave. Indeed, it grew warmer inside with steam floating in the air. As he approached the core area, the space widened like a cavern. Icicles hung from above, dripping water below, while in the center was a hot spring gushing bubbles, roughly 10 feet wide. The warmth emanated from this spring. Beside the spring, several vibrant plants grew, including one bearing a blood-red fruit about the size of a lychee. What is that fruit? Aryan wondered aloud. I don't know, the spirit replied. I thought you knew everything. While I've lived long, I'm only a spirit, the spirit snapped irritably. Yes, you're only a spirit. Why do you defy me? I simply won't submit to you. With my current physique reaching the innate sage stage, quite rare even in the upper ancient era, boundless potential, wouldn't you consider recognizing me as your master? Aryan asked. In the upper ancient era, innate sages were everywhere, and my previous master could crush one with a finger. What are you? Aryan fell silent, disbelieving the spirit's words. However, the spirit's tone carried a deep grudge. Aryan understood why the spirit wasn't willing to easily recognize him as master. It was because he prevented the birth of a world-shattering sword and forcibly closed the gate. Although the sword had been released from its seal, it remained trapped within a grand formation. Despite the sword's formidable strength, being suppressed for so long without enough blood sacrifices to recover its power, it wouldn't be easy to break free. As a subordinate to that world-shattering sword, naturally, the spirit of the immortal elbow-pressing tower was displeased with Aryan. If Aryan's divine senses weren't strong enough, he couldn't suppress this spirit. Where is the exotic beast? Aryan looked around but found no trace of the exotic beast. Hiss. Ailbedenly. A hissing sound came from behind him. Damn. Aryan rolled on the spot instantly, narrowly avoiding a colossal maw with a heavy fishy smell that snapped at where he had been standing. What terrifying strength. Aryan suppressed the surge of blood in his chest, inwardly astonished. In the next moment, the python's tail swept over again. Elbow-pressing immortal tower. Aryan tossed out the elbow-pressing immortal tower from his sleeve. The tower soared into the air, instantly expanding into a giant structure over 3 meters high and 1 meter wide, colliding with the python's tail. The tremor threw the python off balance, while the elbow-pressing immortal tower wobbled, sending a backlash through Aryan, nearly making him spit out blood. With a grunt, he finally had a chance to execute a divine soul attack, rapidly forming the seals with both hands and pushing them forward. Star-gazing soul capture. The inscriptions flew out and struck the python's forehead. Struck by the inscriptions, the python's head didn't explode. It merely paused in midair. Not good. It was impossible to kill it outright. Aryan waved his right hand, retracting the elbow-pressing immortal tower, and quickly rushed toward the blood-red fruit, plucking it before running toward a nearby exit. Boom. Just as he reached the cave entrance, the python's tail slammed into the icy wall there.